In the land of fire, within the village of Konoha, projecting the shuriken at this angle, we can calculate the trajectory. The monotony of geometric problems pairs perfectly with the summer cicada's incessant chorus. Uchiha Izumi lay sprawled across his desk, gazing at the cicadas perched on the tree trunk, his thoughts drifting into oblivion. He never imagined, after arduously navigating through the Gaokao, he would find himself in this splendid university life only to inadvertently end up in the world of Hokage. As if being transported to this realm was not enough, how could he still be shackled by the fate of having to study mathematics? What the teacher at the podium is discussing basic applications of shuriken clearly resembles geometric problems. Oh, right, yesterday they covered functions. Yet, this is not the gravest issue. The real predicament lies in the fact that discussing the fundamental applications of shuriken with a child from the Uchiha clan seems rather disrespectful. Among the Uchiha, the only one whose shuriken skills might be lacking is that little brat named Kenji. However, at this moment, that young lad was likely oblivious, engaged in his own pursuits. Izumi's parents had tragically perished 3 years prior during a mission, becoming martyrs enshrined at the village's memorial stone. Thus, Izumi was left an orphan. In a twist of fate, he was reborn into the Uchiha clan. Though the Uchiha were notoriously haughty towards outsiders, acting as if the world owed them a debt, they treated their own kin with a degree of kindness. Orphans within the clan received monthly stipends from the clan's higher-ups. Concurrently, Konoha provided financial support to the orphans in the village. Moreover, if one's parents had died in the line of duty, the stipend would be considerably enhanced. This means that, although Izumi was an orphan, his existence was not marked by hardship. Nonetheless, an underlying sense of trepidation lingered, for he bore the name of the Uchiha. The surname Uchiha carried an air of awkwardness within the village. While Uchiha Kagami was alive, things were relatively stable. However, following his inexplicable demise within the Uchiha clan, the village's upper echelons adopted a rather nuanced stance towards the Uchihas. First and foremost, Danzo, following Kagami's death, seemed to have emblazoned the phrase naturally malevolent Uchiha upon his very being. In contrast, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, adopted a more tempered demeanor, willing to extend goodwill towards the Uchiha clan's members. Yet, through his limited interactions with Hiruzen, Izumi could sense an underlying coldness that in plain terms, a lack of trust. The Uchiha clan is characterized by their generally twisted and sensitive nature. They often appear to be socially anxious individuals, yet strive to project an image of overwhelming confidence. This has inevitably tarnished the clan's reputation within the village. However, having grown up in the Uchiha compound, Izumi understood the essence of most clan members, as articulated by Senju Tobarama in the original narrative. The Uchiha clan is a lineage that values love. There are indeed many within the Uchiha who cherish Konoha. However, they simultaneously harbor affection for their kin, including those more radical members. This duality creates an awkward position for a portion of the clan, exacerbated by their propensity to get entangled in convoluted arguments, resulting in a binary dichotomy in every matter. In the Hidden Leaf Village, the death of Uchiha Kagami has led to a growing distrust towards the Uchiha clan, exacerbating the rift between them. In these tumultuous times, and with Sarutobi Hiruzen still in his prime, the underlying tensions remain somewhat subdued, allowing for a semblance of peace to persist. However, once the Ninetales rampage occurs, leaving the village severely weakened, and with the fourth Hokage deceased, the situation will become untenable. The core issue regarding the Uchiha clan is relatively straightforward. Ultimately, it boils down to the untimely demise of the fourth Hokage, coupled with the absence of a capable successor to assume the mantle of Hokage, forcing an elderly leader to reluctantly step back into the fray. In his youth, Sarutobi Hiruzen possessed the confidence to suppress the Uchiha clan, and despite his mistrust of them, he genuinely wished to find a peaceful resolution. In his old age, however, particularly as the members of the Leaf Village's elite grow older, the sense of crisis stemming from their waning strength has intensified the discord. With the Uchiha clan, fortunately, there remains a glimmer of hope. You inquire as to why? Because the future fourth Hokage is presently absorbed in listening to his teacher explain geometric concepts. Uncertain of how long he had dozed off, Naruto was jolted awake. His eyes were met with a golden hue, followed by a beaming, sunlit smile. "Class is over, Naruto," Minato Namikaze said with a cheerful grin. Naruto rubbed his eyes and replied, Class is finally over. Minato chuckled. I truly envy you. You managed to sleep through class, yet consistently rank first in theory. What can I say? It's the burden of being a genius. Naruto shrugged nonchalantly. I in jest. He mused that if he struggled with these elementary problems, he would indeed be worse off than the other elementary students. Naruto, haven't I told you to limit your interactions with outsiders? Came a cold voice from behind. Like Naruto, the boy wore a black shirt emblazoned with the Uchiha clan's fan symbol on the back. His expression was stoic, yet his gaze conveyed disdain for the other students in the classroom except for Naruto, of course, as Uchiha Ryuka would not look down upon a fellow. Uchiha, Ryuka, I believe you ought to learn to accept the realities of the situation and adapt to your surroundings, Naruto replied with a smile. They'll be waiting for you outside. Uchiha Ryuka retorted curtly, bypassing Naruto as he exited the classroom. Minato offered an awkward smile. Such incidents were not new to him, and he felt nothing but embarrassment. It was simply his nature. Unless his bottom line was crossed, he would remain unperturbed. Regarding Ryuka's contempt, he felt only confusion rather than anger. Apologies. Ryuka can be rather unpleasant, but he's not a bad person, Naruto said, patting Minato on the shoulder. I know, it's perfectly fine. Minato replied with a smile, genuinely unconcerned. Truth be told, Naruto found it hard to believe that any reasonable person could harbor ill feelings towards someone like Minato. Moreover, the gaze that Ryuka directed at Minato was one of disdain rather than aversion, contrasting sharply with his usual animosity towards those villagers who opposed the Uchiha clan. Had he truly harbored any distaste for Minato, he would have forcibly dismissed him moments earlier. His choice to refrain from physical confrontation, instead opting for verbal mockery, indicated that Ryuka bore no ill will towards Minato. I shall take my leave now, said Shin, waving his hand in farewell. Minato nodded in acknowledgement, replying, Be cautious on your way. Shin did not look back, but merely waved his hand before exiting the classroom and heading toward the school gate. At the entrance, Uchiha Ryuka stood with arms crossed, a stalk of foxtail grass clenched between his teeth, glaring at him. What's this? Finished saying goodbye to your foreign friend? Ryuka remarked with a scowl. Shin chuckled, approaching him and giving his shoulder a friendly pat. I'm off. I fail to comprehend what's so appealing about associating with these outsiders. And what of Brother Fugaku? Why must we attend the ninja academy as well? Ryuka complained along the way. Shin replied with a smile, Perhaps consider this. Outside the encampment, is there truly nothing that you find enjoyable? Ryuka paused, then stammered, Well, that's not entirely accurate. At least I often visit the barbecue joint, and there's the latest manga at the bookstore, but that is a separate matter. Very well, as you wish, Shin conceded, not pressing the issue further. Some individuals are as obstinate as a mule. One cannot hope to win against their stubbornness. However, when approached with gentle persuasion, their guilt can awaken them in the dead of night, causing them to chastise themselves. Their emotions, whether affection or animosity, are plainly evident, with no pretense to conceal their feelings. This single-mindedness makes them far easier to manage than the truly radical members of their clan. Upon returning to the clan's residence, the two friends prepared to part ways. Shin entered his home, a modest yet tidy courtyard featuring a standalone Western-style house. In his training room, Shin settled onto the floor in a meditative position, focusing on his breathing. With each breath, chakra flowed through his bodhis meridians, alleviating much of his fatigue. This circulating chakra ultimately returned to his physical form, nourishing both body and spirit. Simultaneously, a line of text materialized before Shin. This was Shin's unique advantage indeed. As a traveler from another world, one must possess a distinct edge to navigate this new existence. Chapter 2. The Path to Strength. Unity of Man and Nature. Purple. Your spirit and body are intricately intertwined, inseparable. The fortification of the body invigorates the spirit, while the enhancement of the spirit nurtures the body, each complementing the other. Mastery of taijutsu. Green. Your innate talent in taijutsu surpasses that of ordinary individuals, allowing you to wield its power to its fullest potential and harmonize various techniques. Fire release prodigy. Blue. You possess an extraordinary aptitude for fire release, capable of unleashing astonishing might. Your flames are indeed lethal. Indeed, this is the true essence of Shinya's unique advantage, a system that can awaken latent talents or passive skills. However, the awakening of these talents necessitates Shinya's own training. Only when certain physical capabilities meet specific conditions can these talents be activated. As for the criteria to achieve such conditions, Shinya possesses only a vague intuition. He understands the direction in which he must train and has a rough estimate of how long it will take to awaken his talents. Beyond this, he is no different from others in training. Yet, this is sufficient. The greatest motivation for training lies in the awareness of one's own growth. Once the unity of man and nature, talent was activated, Shinya felt a profound connection between his mental strength and physical form, enabling him to distinctly perceive changes within his body. It can be said that this talent serves as the foundation for his potential to grow stronger, having been directly awakened by the system at the moment of its activation. Consequently, Shinya surmises that the awakening of unity of man and nature is likely linked to his status as a reincarnator. As for the other two talents, fire release prodigy and mastery of taijutsu, they represent the trajectory of his future training. As a member of the Uchiha clan, his most notable feature, aside from the Sharingan, is his affinity for fire release. Shinya's chakra encompasses the elemental natures of lightning, fire, and wind. However, the properties of yin and yang cannot be detected by chakra paper, leaving Shinya unaware of them. Thus, aside from the fundamental training of a ninja, his primary focus lies in honing his abilities in fire release, lightning release, and basic taijutsu. These two talents were awakened 2 years prior, and since then, Shinya has not awakened any new talents. Nevertheless, he has not lost his drive. He can still feel himself growing stronger. Presently, Shinya's prowess has already rendered him the strongest among his peers, eclipsing even the so-called genius, Minato Namikaze. However, Shinya does not indulge in arrogance, for he is acutely aware of the unfolding narrative. He knows that decades hence, extraterrestrial beings will invade Earth, transforming the ninja world into a coalition of humanity against these invaders. While these concerns lie far in the future, what truly unsettles Shinya is the imminent threat, the Second Shinobi World War. Although in the original storyline, Minato and his comrades seemingly did not partake in this conflict, who can say whether his reincarnation might not invoke a butterfly effect? What remains certain is that the Second Shinobi World War will erupt only after Kushina Uzumaki arrives in Konoha, and as of now, no such transfer student named Kushina has yet appeared. Despite his unease, Shinya maintains his composure. One must strive while leaving fate to the heavens. What he can do now is to maximize the enhancement of his own strength. The Uchiha clan possesses an innate robustness, along with a substantial chakra reserve, which is a testament to their natural endowment. Even without the Sharingan, members of the Uchiha clan commence their journey as ninjas from a higher starting point compared to others. This notion stands in stark contrast to the preconceived stereotypes formed by Shinya from his previous life, where he had always perceived the Uchiha as fragile mages. However, after awakening the talent of unity with nature, although it does not directly augment Shinya's physical constitution, it allows him to fully harness the inherent gifts of the Uchiha clan. A naturally formidable physique? Such a robust constitution will, in turn, bolster Shinya's mental prowess, which will reciprocate by enhancing his physical form, creating a virtuous cycle. The manifestation of this phenomenon in Shinya is his training efficiency, which far surpasses that of ordinary individuals. While others may toil for months to achieve results from similar training, Shinya might only require a week. Furthermore, his powerful physique and formidable mental strength bestow upon him another advantage. His chakra quality is significantly superior to that of the average ninja. When employing the same ninjutsu, Shinya expends less chakra than others, yet achieves greater precision and potency. All of this is acutely felt by Shinya. Nevertheless, even with these advantages, it remains insufficient to confront the battlefield. The first 3 Shinobi World Wars, though not as cataclysmic as the fourth, still witnessed a staggering loss of life. To survive on the battlefield, the urgency to enhance one's strength cannot be overstated. After a considerable period of contemplation, Shinya shifted his gaze to the moonlight outside. It was time for slumber. Adequate sleep is crucial for the proper development of the body, which is an indispensable factor in the fortification of strength. Shinya gently leaped, his feet resting on the ceiling as he inverted and closed his eyes. He had been practicing this for 3 years. Initially, it was merely to train his control over chakra. However, he later discovered that even in a state of unconsciousness, as long as he hung in this manner, his body's chakra would instinctively circulate throughout him. Each circulation serves as a refinement of his chakra, resulting in a minuscule enhancement of its quality. Adhering to the principle that even the smallest mosquito is still meat, Shinya occasionally opts for this unconventional sleeping position. After all, any increase in strength is valuable. Shinya is uncertain whether he possesses the protagonist's halo. In the absence of certainty, he chooses to act as if he does not. Hence, he cannot afford to entertain any illusions. Those who rely on luck without the protagonist's halo often meet unfortunate fates on the battlefield. Shinya, rise and shine. At 6:30 in the morning, the voice of Liuhua resounded in his mind before echoing from downstairs. Shinya opened his eyes, descended from the ceiling, and opened the window. Liuhua wore a disgruntled expression. Hurry up, we're late for school. With a hint of resignation, Shinya replied, just a moment, I haven't finished preparing my lunch. No need, I brought you one, Liuhua declared, holding up a parcel. Stop dawdling and come down. With no other option, Shinya complied. Liuhua tossed the parcel to him, saying, my mom knew you wouldn't cook, so she made an extra portion for you. The demeanor of Liuhua is not particularly amicable, yet his actions evoke no animosity. This attitude of his is quite understandable, considering his father holds the position of deputy commander in the police force. As for the relationship between him and Shinya, in Liuhua's eyes, Shinya is akin to a younger brother. It is only natural for an elder brother to look after his younger sibling. However, in reality, it is more often the case that he finds himself heeding Shinya's counsel. This exemplifies the concept of conjugate brothers, where Liuhua is the nominal elder brother of Shinya, while Shinya serves as Liuhua's de facto elder sibling. You may wonder why. It is because Shinya possesses knowledge imparted by genuine teaching, and Liuhua harbors a sense of admiration for him, albeit unwilling to acknowledge it. Thus, he unilaterally proclaims himself the elder brother while deeming Shinya the younger. Nonetheless, Shinya remains indifferent to such labels. When the moment of truth arrives, he knows he holds the reins. Good morning, Shinya. Upon entering the classroom, Xiao Taiyong greeted him cheerfully. Shinya waved back. Humph. Liuhua snorted disdainfully and strode directly to his seat. Chapter 3. Uchiha Makoto in a ninja combat scenario. Uchiha Shinya faces Namake's Minato. Let the match commence. As the practical instructor's voice faded, Shinya and Minato simultaneously formed hand seals. Minato launched 2 shuriken and swiftly retreated. Acutely aware of the terrifying prowess of Shinya's taijutsu, resolutely determined to keep his distance. Both are prodigies of this generation, making their confrontation highly anticipated. Shinya sidestepped the shuriken and quickly advanced towards Minato. Minato turned and fled, but Shinya soon caught up. Once in close quarters, Minato found himself at a disadvantage. Several attempts to form seals were thwarted by Shinya's interruptions. The mere impact of Shinya's punches left Minato's arms aching, and even when evading, the gust from the punches stung his cheeks. Suddenly, Shinya grinned, let me borrow your hand. Before Minato could react, Shinya seized his hand and began forming seals. The entire process took less than 2 seconds, culminating in the completion of the technique. Fire release, flame meteor. In their proximity, a fireball the size of a ping-pong ball erupted from Shinya's mouth, akin to a bullet being fired in an instant. Minato barely had time to react, instinctively tilting his head just in time for the fireball to graze his face, piercing through a large tree at the edge of the field. Although he evaded the fireball, Minato's stability was compromised. Seizing the opportunity, Shinya delivered a knee strike, prompting Minato to instinctively shield his abdomen and retreat, seeking to create distance. Shinya could not help but admire Minato's combat intelligence and determination. While most peers of their age would have faltered by this stage, Minato was still searching for a breakthrough. After stepping back a few paces, Minato attempted to form seals to execute a jutsu. However, in the next moment, a cloud of sand struck Minato's face. Shinya had kicked up sand, instantaneously disrupting Minato's seal formation. Following that, he delivered a kick that sent Minato sprawling to the ground. By the time Minato regained his senses, Shinya's fist was already in his line of sight. The victor, Uchiha Shinya. The two formed a reconciliation seal. The voice of the practical instructor resonated once more. The children observing from the sidelines began to clap, their minds unclouded by the complexities that often burden adults. They were solely engrossed in the excitement of the battle. Shinya indeed summoned the water gate, and the two engaged in hand seals. You truly are impressive. I never anticipated that not only are you adept in physical techniques, but your ninjutsu is formidable as well, Watergate remarked, scratching his head in admiration. The fire release, flame meteor is merely a basic level fire ninjutsu. While the rank of ninjutsu often correlates with the difficulty of its learning, the challenge of mastering a technique does not always equate to its potency. After all, few would choose to learn an exceedingly difficult jutsu that lacks practical application. A technique that is both challenging yet weak in power and utility is destined for obsolescence. Hence, the fire release, flame meteor, categorized as a basic ninjutsu, does not possess great strength. However, witnessing the terrifying might it exhibited in Shinya's hands compelled Watergate to express his admiration. Chakra requires refinement. Once honed to a certain extent, it can unleash unimaginable power. Shinya stated with a smile. Refinement? Watergate paused momentarily. Shinya chuckled. I shall teach you when I have the time. Oh, I truly look forward to it. Watergate replied, his enthusiasm genuine as he yearned to understand how Shinya had grown so powerful. Once the two strongest contenders concluded their bout, what remained was a series of lackluster exchanges. Only the confrontation involving Liu Hua held some intrigue, but it was swiftly resolved due to the ineptitude of the opponent. To speak candidly, the curriculum at the Ninja Academy was entirely superfluous for someone of his esteemed lineage. His attendance at the school was primarily attributed to the current clan leader, Uchiha Fengyin, who fervently desired for their family to integrate into Konoha, encouraging the younger generation of the clan to mingle with the village children. While the intention was noble, the absence of Uchiha Q's diplomatic influence often exacerbated tensions. The rationale is straightforward. Even the more moderate factions within the Uchiha clan do not aspire for true equality with the villagers. The moderates envision a peaceful coexistence under their own dominion, regardless of whether one aligns with the moderate or radical factions. There exists a universally acknowledged political tenet within the Uchiha. The Senju clan owes them a Hokage. In essence, both the radicals and moderates seek to see an Uchiha ascend to the position of Hokage, albeit through differing methodologies. The moderates aim to establish prestige among the villagers and comrades, mending relations with Konoha's higher-ups to secure a mutually beneficial exchange for the next Hokage candidate. In contrast, the radicals advocate for a more aggressive approach, storming the Hokage building to usurp the title from Sarutobi Hiruzen. In their view, Konoha was founded by the Senju and Uchiha clans, and thus, they rightfully deserve to rule. The audacity of Sarutobi, a mere subject, to occupy such a position is deemed a gross affront. Decisive action must be taken to eliminate the upper echelons and seize the Hokage title, establishing a Konoha that belongs to the Uchiha. Complicating matters further is the intricate nature of Uchiha relationships. Often, a radical and a moderate may share a close friendship. This complexity is precisely why the higher-ups in Konoha hesitate to place their trust in the majority of Uchiha members. How can one be certain that an individual is a moderate, genuinely aligned with the interests of the village? Even if that individual is, what of their friends? Their siblings? Their parents? In summary, the essence is encapsulated in a single word: complexity. Jun lay on the lawn, the gentle breeze swiftly lulling him into slumber. Upon awakening, he sensed an approaching presence. As he opened his eyes, a can of beverage was presented before him. Here, a girl with black hair smiled at him. Unmistakably a member of the Uchiha clan, as evidenced by her attire. Congratulations, Mikoto. You're about to graduate, Jun remarked upon recognizing her. How many times must I tell you? Call me Sister Mikoto, she replied with a hint of annoyance. Jun responded nonchalantly, cracking open the can. As the fizzy drink burst in his mouth, a sense of bewilderment enveloped him. What on earth is the technological state of this world? If one were to deem it an agrarian society, how could it possess refrigerators, ovens, and even computers and smartphones in the later non-combustible era? Including the soda in his hand and the vending machines lining the streets. Are these products of an agricultural society? Conversely, if it were an industrial society, agriculture still heavily relied on human and animal labor, with the impoverished traveling primarily on foot, while the affluent might possess a cart or carriage. He had heard that in the land of fire, nobles traveled in palanquins. Glancing at Mikoto beside him, Jin couldn't shake a sense of unease. Graduating at this juncture could mean being thrust into the battlefield should war erupt. Though in the original narrative, Mikoto survived the Uchiha clan's demise, the unpredictable nature of the butterfly effect looms over them. Chapter 4. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi at this moment, within the Hokage building. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, was the most esteemed disciple of the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, renowned as a master of ninjutsu. Rumors circulated that he had mastered all techniques of the Leaf Village. However, such claims were somewhat exaggerated, as he certainly could not wield clan-exclusive jutsu bound to bloodlines. Moreover, one might question whether he could perform certain forbidden techniques. Nevertheless, Hiruzen's reputation as a ninjutsu instructor was far from unfounded, having trained the legendary Sannin. Currently, Hiruzen's countenance was grim. He was poring over intelligence reports, while the four advisors beside him remained silent. The last time Hiruzen had been this enraged was upon the death of Uchiha Kagami. This time, the severity of the situation seemed even graver. Hiruzen, you must make a decision regarding this matter, Danzo urged. We are currently in a standoff with Sunagakure at the borders, and we lack the resources to contend with Kumogakure and Kirigakure, Mito Kazuma added. Danzo, his face darkened, looked at Mito. Are you suggesting we simply watch as the land of Wave is annihilated, doing nothing? Mito replied, technically, the land of Wave has already fallen. Danzo retorted angrily. But their kin are still fleeing. The Uzumaki clan has not been extinguished. Hiruzen rapped the table. The teams of Kakashi Hatake, Yamato Senju, and Asuma Sarutobi will covertly proceed to the village of Yuzushiogakure to rescue the surviving Uzumaki clansmen. And then, Danzo was taken aback. Hiruzen closed his eyes. That's all. Hiruzen. Tawanzo was agitated. Is there not a single response? Sarutobi Hiruzen replied. We must now be vigilant against Sunagakure and Amigakure. This is not the time to sever ties with Kirigakure and Kumogakure. Tawanzo, in a fit of rage, slammed his hand on the table. With your attitude, who will trust us as allies in the future? Hiruzen, you will come to regret this. Hiruzen rose in fury, exclaiming, Enough, Tawanzo. Do not forget that I am the Hokage. With a huff, Tawanzo stormed out, leaving Hiruzen and the other three advisors in silence. After a prolonged moment, Hiruzen spoke. You all may return for now. Let us proceed with this arrangement. Yes. The three responded in unison, promptly exiting the office. Yen. Hiruzen called to the last departing figure. Mito Minyan. What is it? Minyan paused, surprised. From beneath his hat, Hiruzen's eyes gleamed with a deadly intent. During my absence from the village, I entrust its safety to you. Minyan's heart skipped a beat. Hiruzen, what are you planning? Hiruzen replied, I intend to visit the land of hot water. I believe it is imperative that I have a serious discussion with the Raikage. Minyan's expression grew grave, and after a moment of contemplation, he suggested, perhaps I should go instead. No, you are not adept at wind release. Against the Raikage's lightning armor, you would hold no advantage. Hiruzen spoke slowly. Though Tawanzo and Shumo excel in wind release, they are still insufficient to breach the Raikage's defenses. I shall go. You must safeguard the village. Understood, Minyan nodded. Days later, at the Ninja Academy, Makoto, as usual, was neither paying attention in class nor sleeping. His hands were concealed beneath the desk, practicing hand seals. The function of these seals is to assist in channeling chakra. Different techniques require distinct seals, and the variation in seals influences the flow of chakra. Naturally, the limitations of hand seals are evident. When faced with formidable ninjas, they can easily deduce the technique you intend to employ based on your seals, thus countering effectively. However, such weaknesses are not without potential remedies. Generally, most ninjas opt to conceal their hand seals, employ rapid sealing, or utilize single-handed seals to mitigate the information gap. Makoto, too, desired to avoid such vulnerabilities. Yet, his method diverged from the three mentioned. He chose to familiarize himself with the chakra flow of various seals through practice, thereby enhancing his control over chakra. He did not merely adopt random postures or execute techniques haphazardly. He aspired to achieve a level of mastery where he could execute any technique with a mere clap of his hands. Makoto's training differed significantly from that of other Uchiha clan members and even from other ninjas. He placed greater emphasis on physical strength. This does not imply that other ninjas disregard physical prowess. Rather, nearly all of Makoto's training was aimed at enhancing his physical capabilities. The stronger the body, the more robust the spirit, and a powerful spirit, in turn, reinforces the body. Furthermore, due to the concept of unity of heaven and man, Makoto did not need to deliberately refine his chakra. As his body and spirit gradually strengthened, his chakra would also flourish rapidly. Shinya currently possesses chakra that is nearly 2 or 3 times greater than that of his peers. However, he has never actively refined his chakra. The chakra Shinya can summon is merely a natural byproduct of the close connection between his physical and spiritual forms. Consequently, He does not need to invest effort in chakra refinement like other ninjas. Furthermore, Shinya does not experience the phenomenon of excessive chakra refinement, as he does not engage in any refinement at all. Although he is practicing hand seals, his expression remains vacant. The teacher's lecture on binary equations fails to capture his attention. No, it is not termed binary equations. It is referred to as the mechanics of throwing shurikens. Thus, Shinya feels as though he is listening to a lullaby. While his hands continue to form seals, his mind has already drifted into emptiness. Suddenly, after an indeterminate interval, a piece of chalk is accurately tossed into Shinya's mouth. My dear student Shinya, if I am not mistaken, were you just asleep? The teacher adjusted his glasses. Shinya immediately stood up, asserting with righteous indignation, "How could that be, teacher? As an exemplary student, I would never sleep during class. I consistently achieve the highest marks in theory." The teacher remarked, "Is that so? Yet I noticed drool escaping your lips." Shinya retorted loudly, "That is merely a testament to how engrossed I am in your lecture, teacher." "Oh, is that so? Please sit down. Let this be a lesson learned." The teacher nodded, allowing Shinya to resume his seat. After all, being the top student, the teacher was reluctant to impose any punishment. Though he dozed off in class, he still held the highest score. Though he rambled nonsensically, he was still number one. Though he bore the Uchiha surname, he was still at the top. Once seated, Shinya vacated his thoughts once more, and this time, the teacher chose not to intervene. To speak a rather unflattering truth, the management of outstanding students and underperformers indeed differs. If a top student merely dozes off in class without affecting their performance, a gentle reminder suffices. Especially in Shinya's case, he is undeniably the foremost in both theory and practice. However, other students are not as fortunate. "Akito Maruji, how dare you eat chips during class? Get out and stand." But Shinya. Enough chatter, out you go. Chapter 5. Crimson in the evening. After school, Shinya arrived at training ground number 6, preparing to practice his ninjutsu. Fire release, fire meteor. A small fireball shot forth like a bullet towards the distance. Bang. Seconds later, it severed a large tree in half. The break became charred, reduced to charcoal. During his previous encounter with Minato, Shinya had already restrained his power. If he had unleashed his full strength, Minato would not have been able to evade it, nor would he have merely brushed past his face. Applause erupted from behind him, and Shinya turned to see a middle-aged man in a white robe, wearing glasses. The headband around his neck indicated his identity as a Leaf Village ninja. "Your level of fire release is likely surpassed even by some nin who specialize in it," the man remarked. With a furrowed brow, Shinya inquired, "Advisor Yin?" Mito Minion chuckled softly. "Oh, you remember me. How delightful." Shinya felt somewhat perplexed. What did Mito Minion's presence signify? It was evident that he had not informed others of his private visit. What position did Mito Minion hold in Konoha? This was knowledge Shinya had only acquired after his rebirth. Mito Minion was indeed the other facet of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Undoubtedly, the alternative to Sarutobi Hiruzen was Mito Minion, not Danzo. The mere fact that Mito Minion had come to see him indicated one thing. He had caught the attention of Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, Shinya remained unperturbed. He had no intention of concealing his abilities. He certainly did not believe that exhibiting exceptional talent would lead the higher-ups of Konoha or Danzo to perceive him as a threat. The gravest error one can make is to overestimate one's own significance. Frankly, what reason would Sarutobi Hiruzen have to regard a mere 10-year-old child as a threat? Especially considering that Sarutobi Hiruzen was in the prime of his life, at the peak of both physical prowess and combat awareness. Moreover, in this world, if one could not thrive in Konoha, chances were even slimmer elsewhere. Compared to Konoha, the other four nations were replete with exceptional talents. In the case of Kumogakure, it was a familial dynasty where succession was inherited. Sunagakure, depicted as a desolate wasteland, exemplified the stereotype of producing cunning individuals from impoverished backgrounds. They truly were remiss in their duties. The Wagakure, while not facing major issues, had merely driven their Jinchuriki to wander aimlessly. As for Kirigakure and the other minor nations and rogue ninja organizations, their hardships were self-evident, surviving on meager rations. "Have you opened your eyes, Shinya?" Mito Minion asked. Upon hearing this, Shinya closed his eyes. A few seconds later, he slowly opened them again. His pupils transformed into a crimson hue, with two tomos swirling within. Moments later, his pupils gradually returned to their normal state. Indeed, it was the Sharingan. Shinya had awakened the Sharingan long ago and had achieved the state of two tomo. He held no secrets from Mito Minyan. There were instances of individuals awakening the Sharingan at the age of 10, though possessing the double tomo was undeniably a remarkable talent. If one were to identify a peculiar aspect of his awakening, it was that Jinya's Sharingan manifested differently from that of his clan members. While others awakened theirs through various stimuli, the Uchiha clan typically experienced significant emotional fluctuations that stimulated their ocular power, enhancing the likelihood of awakening the Sharingan in such states. In contrast, Jinya's Sharingan awakened naturally as his mental strength grew, without any external stimuli or emotional upheaval. Mito Minyan could sense that the Uchiha youth before him exhibited an unusually stable emotional state. "I haven't seen you utilize it," Mito Minyan remarked. Shinya responded with a confident smile, "Because I have no need to." Observing the radiant smile of Shinya, Mito Minyan could not help but chuckle. What a mischievous little imp. Yet I find myself rather fond of him. With that, Mito Minyan turned away, stating, "I shall be here daily. Should you have any uncertainties regarding your training, feel free to seek me out." With a swift motion, he vanished from sight. Having contemplated numerous possibilities, Shinya pondered the true purpose of Mito Minyan's visit. Was it a test of the will of fire? Should he produce the prepared Konoha dance to respond? Was it a trial of talent and strength? What would deem him satisfactory? To his surprise, after merely exchanging a few words, Mito Minyan departed, seemingly quite pleased with their brief interaction. As the mundane days passed, Shinya diligently adhered to his training regimen. Whenever he encountered uncertainties, he would follow Mito Minyan's advice and seek him at the training grounds. Mito Minyan remained true to his word, and Shinya consistently found him there. This allowed Shinya to gain a deeper understanding of chakra, as well as to refine his techniques in its application. Before long, a month had slipped by. Today, like any other, Shinya arrived at school with Lu Hua, though today felt somewhat different, as a little girl with red hair accompanied the teacher. "Come in," the teacher called out. The red-haired girl approached the podium. "This is our new student, Uzumaki Kushina, who will be joining us starting today. Kushina, please introduce yourself." Kushina glanced nervously at her classmates, then mustered her courage to exclaim, "I am Uzumaki Kushina." Immediately, she covered her mouth, unable to shake her peculiar speech pattern. As expected, laughter erupted throughout the classroom. "Hey, did you hear that? What is Doeni? Look at her hair color. That's the strangest part. Ha ha ha, what a weirdo." Kushina stood momentarily stunned at the podium, touched her hair, and then declared loudly enough to overshadow the laughter, "I will surely become the first female Hokage of this village." Her resolute proclamation did not elicit encouragement, but rather the relentless mockery of her peers. "Is this outsider here to beg in our Konoha village, and wants to be Hokage? Has the world ended?" The commotion finally roused Shinya from his slumber. He surveyed his surroundings before shifting positions to continue napping. Suddenly, he had an epiphany. Raising his head, he gazed at Kushina on the podium. "Oh," he exclaimed before dozing off again. Moments later, he sensed something amiss. Sitting up once more to fixate on Kushina, his peculiar behavior rendered the classroom silent, yet his classmates dared not ridicule him. After all, it was well known that if Shinya were to be angered, he would not hesitate to retaliate. Provoking the formidable talent of their generation was utterly unwise. "Hey, do you have a problem with me?" Kushina, her cheeks flushed, pointed an accusing finger at Shinya. He blinked in confusion. "Huh? You, an outsider? Dare to be disrespectful to a member of the Uchiha clan?" Liu Hua exclaimed, glaring at Kushina, his anger palpable as he slammed his hand on the table. This peculiar red-haired girl had the audacity to declare her ambition to become Hokage, seemingly oblivious to the fact that the title belonged to their clan. "How dare she show insolence towards my younger brother? As the elder sibling, I cannot tolerate such affront." Chapter 6, Shadows of War. Liu Hua, sit down, Shinya commanded. "Tch." Liu Hua scoffed, reluctantly taking his seat. Kushina, equally incensed, shot a furious glance at Shinya. However, his intervention had successfully silenced the mocking laughter from their classmates. Shinya, undeterred by Kushina's glare, diverted his attention to a more pressing matter. Kushina's arrival in Konoha indicated that the Uzumaki hidden village had fallen. War was imminent. Mikoto could not help but think Shinya was fortunate. Being in the 4th grade, he had 2 more years until graduation. However, Mikoto was set to graduate this year and would likely find herself on the battlefield. "Kushina, please find a seat. We are about to commence class," the teacher announced. At this moment, Minato was still in a state of shock. He had intended to stand up for the girl from out of town, but Shinya's abrupt actions had made things awkward. Shinya gazed out the window, watching the willows sway gently in the breeze. Konoha appeared so serene and tranquil. Yet, this tranquility would soon be shattered by the encroaching war. Though the conflict may not last long, who could guarantee their safety during this fleeting period? After Kushina settled into her seat, she glanced over at Shinya. Noticing his complete disregard for her, irritation flooded her senses. Meanwhile, Liuhua, seated behind Shinya, caught sight of Kushina's unwavering stare and shot her a fierce glare in return. This ignited a silent competition between Kushina and Liuhua, and Shinya, caught in the middle, could almost smell the tension in the air. Unbeknownst to them, the midday bell signaling the end of class rang. The schedule at the Ninja Academy bore resemblance to the school system of Shinya's previous life in Japan. Classes commenced at 9 in the morning, with a break at noon, and resumed at 2:30. Dismissal occurred at 3:30, yet there were no club activities following school hours. Nevertheless, the training grounds were accessible to students. Most attendees were commoners, as the prominent families possessed their own training facilities. As an orphan, Shinya, belonging to the Uchiha clan, had his own dedicated training room, and the family had even allocated a private training area on the outskirts of their residence, though he seldom utilized it. At noon, Shinya stood on the rooftop of the teaching building, observing the clouds drifting lazily across the sky. Suddenly, a can of soda appeared before him. "Hey!" Mikoto greeted him with her ever-cheerful smile. With a sigh, Shinya handed her the bento he had set beside him. "Here, how did you know I hadn't eaten?" Mikoto asked, surprised as she took a seat and accepted the bento. Shinya chuckled softly. "Don't misunderstand. I had my fill of the bento Liuhua's mother prepared. Her culinary skills far exceed my own. This one is mine." Mikoto gently set down her bento box and opened it. Inside lay a modest assortment of dishes. A harmonious blend of meat and vegetables, not particularly exquisite in taste, yet nutritionally balanced. Both Mikoto and Shinya shared a bond as orphans, having lost their parents on the battlefield. This commonality fostered a sense of empathy between them, though Mikoto lacked the same degree of self-sufficiency as Shinya. In truth, Shinya's ability to manage his own life had been cultivated under duress, awakened by the gift of unity of heaven and man. Although this talent was not immediately visible, he possessed an acute awareness of his physical condition. Adequate sleep, a regular routine, and balanced nutrition greatly contributed to his physical development, which was paramount for a ninja's strength during their formative years. Furthermore, these habits influenced the efficacy of his training. While Shinya's training intensity was comparable to that of his peers from civilian backgrounds, his training efficiency was unparalleled. Any disruption to his routine led to a noticeable decline in his training effectiveness. Having experienced the zenith of training efficiency, he was acutely aware of any shortcomings that arose. Thus, he maintained a disciplined lifestyle, not to the extent of a hermit, but engaged in a constant battle against humanity's inherent laziness. This struggle was undoubtedly arduous. Yet it was followed by the profound satisfaction of feeling oneself grow stronger, a sensation potent enough to render him resilient against prior hardships. However, Shinya's method of self-discipline was not universally applicable. Unlike him, others lacked the ability to perceive their training efficiency or bodily condition, rendering them akin to headless flies, aimlessly floundering. The inability to perceive progress in the short term could easily dampen their motivation for practice. Although the bento was nutritionally adequate, its flavor left much to be desired. Shinya's culinary skills were merely sufficient. Yet, Mikoto savored her meal with delight, as if it were a gourmet feast. "How have you been preparing for the graduation examination?" Shinya inquired. I'm all set," Mikoto replied, licking the rice grains from the corner of her mouth. Shinya continued. "Today, a transfer student joined our class. She is from the Uzumaki clan." "What?" Mikoto exclaimed. Shinya sighed. "It's nothing, just be cautious." He felt unable to disclose to Mikoto that war was on the horizon, a truth unfit for her tender ears. Whether it was the annihilation of the Uzumaki clan or the implications of their demise signaling impending conflict, these were matters a 10-year-old Uchiha, especially one who was an orphan due to the war, should remain unaware of. To be slightly ahead of others is to be a genius. To be a full step ahead is to be deemed mad. A 10-year-old Uchiha could easily awaken the Sharingan, whether it be the 2 or 3 tomo. Even manifesting the Mangeki at such a young age was not extraordinary. However, one must remain cognizant of their status and only grasp the knowledge that pertains to it. A 10-year-old Uchiha orphan, whose parents perished in battle, ought not to know of the Uzumaki village's destruction, nor should they be aware of the impending conflict at this juncture. I truly wish I could soar like the thunder god. That way, if Misaka ever finds herself in peril, I could come to her rescue. For now, all I can do is remind her to stay vigilant. After school, I walked alongside Misaka by the riverside, while the brooding Rika trailed a short distance behind us. Ugh, such a fair-weather friend. But alas, as the leader, I must exercise tolerance towards my subordinates. Meanwhile, at the residence of the Senju clan, within the ancestral home of Hashirama Senju, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Mito Kazumi stood respectfully outside, awaiting entry. "Come in, Sarutobi." A voice resonated from within. Hiruzen and Mito removed their shoes and stepped inside. In the center of the room sat a woman who appeared to be in her 40s. She was Mito Uzumaki, the princess of the Uzumaki clan and the wife of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. In reality, she was nearing 70, but due to the effects of the sealing technique, she still looked remarkably youthful. "Lady Mito, I am already aware of the situation in the Land of Water," she spoke in a calm tone, as though it were anticipated. "It is unavoidable. To establish a foothold in the ninja world, one must ultimately possess great strength." Turning her gaze towards Hiruzen, she added, "Hiruzen, you have worked hard. However, as Hokage, you should not act impulsively. How could you leave the village and meet with the Raikage in another nation alone?" "Indeed, I did not consider this thoroughly, Lady Mito," Hiruzen admitted, lowering his head in acknowledgement of his error. Mito looked at Hiruzen with concern. "The Raikage is formidable, is he not? It is evident from your demeanor that you have sustained injuries." "Yes, the Raikage strength exceeded my expectations, and I suffered a setback," Hiruzen replied, a hint of shame evident in his voice. Meanwhile, in the village hidden in the clouds, the third Raikage, who had his left hand and head bandaged and leaned on a cane, unexpectedly sneezed. "Ah, how painful." The sneeze aggravated his wounds, eliciting a pained cry. His expression quickly transformed into one of fury. "That wretched monkey. Just because he obliterated a small nation, he dares to invade the Land of Water. Next time, I shall ensure his demise," he exclaimed, crushing the cup in his hand in his rage. Chapter 7. The Evaluation of Misa. Is this the sole survivor of the Uzumaki clan? Mito's gaze finally settled on Kushina, who had been standing quietly nearby, hesitant to speak. It was not that Mito was indifferent to her kin or undervalued the girl. Rather, Hiruzen had confronted the Raikage over this matter and sustained injuries. So Mito felt compelled to prioritize concern for Hiruzen. Despite Mito's words being laden with reproach, her underlying sentiment was one of worry for Hiruzen's safety and well-being. This concern stemmed from an elder's care for a younger member, as Hiruzen was nurtured by both Hashirama and Tobirama Senju. Thus, Mito would always regard him as a junior. One could say that the Senju and Sarutobi clans were akin to one family. Thus, the elder tone of Uzumaki Mito serves as a reassuring balm for Sarutobi Hiruzen. In terms of rank, Hiruzen is the Hokage, the superior of Mito. However, in the context of Mito, rank is irrelevant. What matters is seniority and familial bonds. Moreover, Mito's admonitions towards Hiruzen are imbued with genuine concern. She genuinely worries for this shared disciple of Hashirama and Tobirama, powerful yet sometimes impulsive. As the Hokage and the village's pillar, how could he dare to abandon the village's affairs to an advisor while he ventures alone to the enemy's allied nation to confront their leader? Should anything untoward happen, what would become of Konoha? Nonetheless, Hiruzen's clandestine discussions with the Raikage are not without merit, the most significant advantage being that if war were to erupt, Kimogakure would undoubtedly lack the capacity to intervene. Just days prior, two formidable ninjas infiltrated Kirigakure and captured the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails, releasing it in the heart of the village. Consequently, Kirigakure is now in chaos dealing with the aftermath of the Three Tails. This implies that Konoha currently has two fewer potential adversaries. Shifting focus back to the Senju clan, Mito gazes at Kushina, her eyes reflecting a mixture of remorse and affection. "Come, child, come here," Mito beckoned to Kushina. The girl appeared somewhat hesitant, glancing at Hiruzen and then at Hisashi. Seeing neither of them respond, she steeled herself and approached. Mito, with tears welling in her eyes, embraced Kushina, saying, "Child, you have endured much. From this day forth, I shall be your family, and this shall be your home. All right?" The term family echoed in Kushina's ears, causing her eyes to moisten. Remembering the destruction of her village and the loss of her kin, she could no longer hold back and collapsed into Mito's embrace, weeping. As Hiruzen and Hisashi departed from the former Senju clan's residence, they traversed the streets of Konoha, which exuded a sense of tranquility, devoid of any looming threat of war. Hiruzen, is your arrangement for Kushina to be near Lord Mito solely based on their shared lineage? Hisashi inquired. Hiruzen sighed. You already possess the answer within you. Why seek further clarity? Hisashi replied. Lord Mito is already 67 years old. Even if she has the Ein seal, her chakra appears somewhat diminished compared to before. Hiruzen responded. The Jinchuriki is the village's weapon, regardless of the Jinchuriki's identity. Its essence remains unchanged. However, the Jinchuriki is also human, and aging, illness, and death are natural occurrences. It is prudent to prepare. The Uzumaki clan is indeed the most suitable choice for the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Enough of this topic, Hisashi interjected. During your absence, I discovered a promising candidate. Hiruzen chuckled. You mean Uchiha Izumi, right? You know? Hisashi exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, then furiously retorted. Did you use your telescopic technique to spy on me? You perverse fiend. First, you invade the women's bath, and now, you don't spare the men either. Get lost. Silence. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly covered the mouth of Mihotomoto on. This is in public. Show me some respect. Mihotomoto whimpered. You want to speak? Go ahead. Oh, my apologies. Hiruzen hastily released his grip, but the moment he did, Mihotomoto bit down. Ah, are you serious? Hiruzen immediately retaliated, grabbing Mihotomoto's hair and accidentally knocking off his glasses, and reached out to grasp the hand that held him. And the two of them engaged in a lively scuffle, creating quite a commotion. Bystanders were soon drawn to the ruckus. Hey, isn't that the Hokage and the advisor in? Why are they fighting? Come quick, the Hokage and the advisor are brawling. The innate desire for spectacle transcends nationality, ethnicity, and even worlds. The villagers of Konohagakure were no exception, especially when it involved a clash between the Hokage and his advisor. They were eager to witness the unfolding drama. However, Hiruzen and Mihotomoto were not inclined to allow their reputations to suffer further. Seizing the opportunity while the crowd was distracted, they quickly made their escape. It's all your fault. My authority as Hokage has taken a hit. Let's talk. First explain your peeping. Peeping? Can the affairs of the Hokage be called peeping? It's called observation. Upon returning to the office, Hiruzen and Mihotomoto resembled children caught in wrongdoing, heads bowed as they listened to Tsunade's reprimand. You two, one as Hokage and the other as advisor, actually fought in front of the villagers. You've brought shame upon us. Tsunade scolded furiously. Hiruzen and Mihotomoto exchanged glances, lowering their heads once more. After approximately 2 hours of admonishment, Tsunade finally relented. Hiruzen and Mihotomoto sighed in relief, while Danzo, who had intended to report to Hiruzen, chose to postpone his visit upon hearing Tsunade's lengthy tirade. All right, let us discuss serious matters. Hiruzen returned to his authoritative demeanor as Hokage. Share your observations regarding Uchiha Shin. Mihotomoto adjusted his glasses. He is markedly different from other Uchiha clan members. This is primarily evident in his emotional stability. He does not become fixated on trivial matters, and he harbors no hostility toward the village or outsiders. So, do you believe he is worth nurturing? Hiruzen inquired. Mihotomoto answered without hesitation. In terms of both talent and stance, I believe he warrants significant investment. This is the conclusion I have drawn from my observations. Hiruzen tapped his fingers on the desk, deep in thought. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke. In that case, proceed as you see fit in arranging for him. Mihotomoto nodded. Understood. Now it remains to be seen how he will choose. Chapter 8. Apprenticeship. The following day, Shin arrived at the school. Hey you. Kushina immediately blocked Shin's path. Shin tilted his head, looking down at Kushina, who was significantly shorter than him. Kushina pointed at Shin. Let us have a duel. I refuse. Shin replied without a moment's thought. Why not? Kushina quickly inquired. Shinya stated. There is no reason. I simply refuse. Jiyoshinai retorted angrily. How irresponsible. Aren't you the strongest of this generation? How can you reject someone else's challenge? Shinya was momentarily taken aback. Then in an instant, he appeared behind Jiyoshinai. Placing a hand over her small head. You have misunderstood something, Jiyoshinai. It is precisely because I am the strongest that the decision to accept your challenge lies solely with me. There is no obligation to accept. If I choose not to, then I can refuse. With your current level, you are still 2,000 years too early to challenge me. Shinai, however, did not absorb Jinya's words. She was so astonished that she could not comprehend anything being said. She stared wide-eyed as Jinya vanished from her sight, only to reappear behind her. She couldn't even muster the strength to resist, let alone react. This was also why no one dared to provoke Shinya, for they often found themselves in a similar predicament. Only Minato, when not caught in close quarters, could exchange a few moves with Shinya. After a monotonous day of classes, Shinya prepared to head to the training ground to find Minato. Just then, Shinai intercepted him once more. Shinya tilted his head, observing her rosy, cheerful face. "What is it now?" Shinai proclaimed. "I know someone who is undoubtedly stronger than you, and he is already a Chunin. Are you brave enough to accept the challenge?" Shinai activated the universal skill common among favored individuals, rallying support. Shinya ignored her and quickly gathered his belongings to proceed to the training ground. It was absurd. Why would he waste time sparring when he could attend a free class from the second-in-command of Konoha? Upon arriving at the training ground, he found Minato seated beneath a tree, eyes closed, as if in deep meditation. "Teacher Yen," Shinya called out. Although he had not formally apprenticed under him, Shinya understood the wisdom of seizing opportunities. If he couldn't call him master, then calling him teacher would suffice. To make a long story short, the war would commence in a few months. Minato opened his eyes and declared, "Huh." Shinya was taken aback. He was still a student who had not yet graduated. Why was Minato discussing such matters? He hadn't heard of anyone graduating early from the 4th or 5th grade. Minato continued, "I have discussed your future with the 3rd Hokage, and you have two options. First, maintain the status quo. You can continue to come here each week, and I will address any questions you may have." Shinya frowned. "And the second option?" Minato replied, "Become my disciple and graduate early to join the battlefield. I will place you in a relatively strong team, but remember, this is war, and no one can guarantee your safety." Upon hearing this, Shinya began to hesitate. It was not that he doubted Minato's capabilities. Rather, he was simply afraid of death. He feared entering the battlefield, having been born into a harmonious society in his previous life. He had never witnessed war, and even in this new life, Konoha had remained quite stable for the past 10 years. Although he was aware of the impending conflict, the reality of stepping onto the battlefield filled him with trepidation. Mito Minyan did not rush Shinya into making a decision. In his eyes, Shinya was merely a relatively stable and mentally mature Uchiha youth, and it was entirely natural for him to feel fear at the thought of entering the battlefield. "I have made up my mind, master," Shinya declared, his gaze on Mito Minyan now resolute. Upon hearing the change in address, Mito Minyan understood that Shinya had reached a conclusion. He produced a scroll from his pocket and said, "Do not worry. Given the current circumstances, we still have at least 2 months. During this time, I will teach you a ninjutsu." Shinya took the scroll and, upon opening it, his eyes widened in astonishment. Lightning release, red thunder, a high-level ninjutsu. This was the most advanced ninjutsu Shinya had ever encountered. Such a high-level technique was well beyond the capabilities of other 10-year-olds. However, for Shinya, it was a different matter. The principle of unity of man and heaven had granted him exceptional chakra quality and control. "I have observed you during this time. Although you have not practiced lightning release before, you should be familiar with its properties. Moreover, your chakra control is impressive, which spares me the trouble of starting you off with lower-level techniques. This ninjutsu was developed by the 3rd Hokage, and I am more than capable of teaching it to you," Mito Minyan explained. Shinya felt a surge of excitement. After all, this was his first advanced ninjutsu. Until now, his physical strength and chakra far surpassed that of ordinary individuals, yet he had only mastered a few basic fire release techniques made public by his clan. The fact that Mito Minyan was offering him a high-level technique was indeed overwhelming. "Let us set that aside for now. There is another matter at hand," Mito Minyan continued, retrieving a massive scroll from his back and laying it on the ground. "Now, please sign your name here." Before Shinya could ask any questions, Mito Minyan explained, "This is the summoning contract scroll. Ninjas can sign a contract with summoning beasts, allowing them to summon these beasts to assist in battle. This is my family's summoning beast, the Yuhua clan." "Yuhua? Are they powerful?" Shinya inquired curiously. Mito Minyan adjusted his glasses and responded, "Summoning beasts can only assist you in combat. No matter how strong the beast, if the summoner is weak, it is of little use. Conversely, if the summoner is strong, even a weaker summoning beast will be of significance." Shinya nodded, realizing the wisdom in Mito Minyan's words. Mito Minyan, sensing Shinya's internal musings, felt a bit awkward. Ahem. Rest assured, they are indeed strong. Their fame may not rival that of the three great sage lands, but they are among the few clans that have learned to harness natural energy. Shinya gasped inwardly at this revelation. Mito Minyan was truly remarkable. He accepted that even if there were ulterior motives behind Mito Minyan's actions, he was fortunate to have such a master. With the unique ninjutsu created by Sarutobi Hiruzen and the family heirloom summoning scroll, Shinya felt he had made a wise choice in his master. Though his heart raced with excitement, Shinya understood the importance of maintaining an air of feigned ignorance. Thus, he assumed a puzzled expression and asked, "The three great sage lands? Natural energy? You are still too early to engage with these matters. It would be prudent to solidify your foundations," remarked Mito Minyan. "Ah, I found you." As the master and disciple conversed, Kushina arrived at the scene, accompanied by a young boy. Mito Minyan furrowed his brow. "Shinju?" Uncle N." Shinju replied. "What brings you here?" Mito Minyan inquired. With a hint of resignation, Shinju replied. Kushina mentioned that there was a member of the Uchiha clan here. So I came to duel him." "A member of the Uchiha clan?" Mito Minyan glanced at Shinya, who appeared utterly bewildered, having no knowledge of the situation. "Regardless, prepare yourself." "Uchiha." Shinju immediately assumed a fighting stance. "Although the Senju clan has been disbanded, I still wish to stake the long-lost reputation of the Senju in a decisive battle against your Uchiha clan. Undoubtedly, if any elder from the former Senju clan or Tsunade were to hear such words, they would not hesitate to deliver a sound thrashing." Chapter 9. Shinya and Shinju stood in the arena, forming the necessary signs. Mito Minyan positioned himself between the two, extending his arms to separate them before declaring, "The match between ninjas begins." Mito Minyan did not hinder Shinju's challenge. He was eager to discern Shinya's true capabilities. Even though none of his contemporaries were his match, conveniently, Shinju was the top among the graduating class, making him a fitting opponent to gauge Shinya's skills. Mito Minyan was well aware of Shinju's prowess. Ordinary Seich-nin were hardly his equals. No sooner had Mito Minyan's words left his lips than Shinju charged at Shinya. Shinya's eyes brightened at the sight. "Oh, you dare to engage at close quarters?" As Shinju threw a punch, Shinya sidestepped, swiftly grasping Shinju's wrist and delivering an elbow strike aimed at his face. Shinju immediately tilted his head back to evade, and in that moment, Shinya delivered a kick to Shinju's foot, causing him to lose his balance. As Shinju teetered to the left, he used his hands to brace himself against the ground, lifting his leg to trip Shinya. Shinya retreated a half step to dodge the attack. Seizing the opportunity, Shinju rose to his feet, regaining his stance and approaching Shinya once more. This time, Shinju crouched low to maintain his balance and adopted a close combat approach, seemingly intending to prevent Shinya from forming seals to utilize ninjutsu. It must be said that if his opponent had been anyone else, this strategy would have proven highly effective. However, in Shinya's battles, he thrived on close engagement. Upon closing the distance, Shinju found himself at a disadvantage. Shinya seized Shinju's hand, directly utilizing it to form his seals. Shinju, taken aback, attempted to break free. But Shinya's grip tightened, rendering him unable to escape. Their hands ultimately culminated in the formation of the Tiger Seal. Fire release, Fireball Jutsu. A fireball erupted from Shinya's mouth like a bullet. Shinju, tilting his head back, narrowly avoided the fireball. However, at that moment, Shinya tripped him again, disrupting his balance. And with his hands still captured, Shinju was compelled to kneel upon one knee. In that instant, a kunai slipped from Shinju's sleeve, which he grasped and thrust toward Shinya. At such a close distance, the only option was for Shin to release the rope tree and retreat. The rope tree seized the opportunity to roll away, creating distance and beginning to form seals. Meanwhile, Shin had already completed his seals while the rope tree was retreating. Fire release, Great Fireball Technique. Water release, Water Chaos Wave. A massive fireball erupted from Shin's mouth, while the rope tree unleashed a torrent of water, colliding with the fireball. In an instant, the training ground was enveloped in mist. Unable to locate his opponent amidst the fog, Shin activated his Sharingan and dashed towards the area where he sensed fluctuations in chakra. Concurrently, in the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen observed the battle unfolding in the crystal ball. Before him, his three disciples were also watching the spar. The fact that Shin could suppress the rope tree caused Tsunade to furrow her brow, concerned for her younger brother's disadvantage. After a long moment of watching the crystal ball, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke. Soon, I will arrange for him to graduate early. Orochimaru, please assign him and the rope tree to your team. Understood, Sensei, Orochimaru nodded. Though he harbored some doubts about Sarutobi Hiruzen's decision to place a Senju and an Uchiha on the same team. Over in the Rain Village, Hanzo's movements are becoming increasingly aggressive. Although his intentions remain unclear, you must all be prepared, Sarutobi Hiruzen cautioned. The three disciples nodded, aware of the gravity of the current situation. The rope tree is going to lose, Orochimaru remarked, observing the images in the crystal ball. At that moment, the rope tree had been repeatedly interrupted by Shin, leaving him no opportunity to unleash jutsu. TCH. He boasts so much normally, yet he can't even defeat a junior. He needs to practice more, Tsunade exclaimed, slamming her hand on the table. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the cracked surface of his desk and sighed. Please temper your enthusiasm. This desk is quite expensive. Tsunade tilted her head and waved her hand dismissively. What is there to worry about? If it breaks, I'll get you a new one. As they conversed, the rope tree was sent flying by Shin's kick. Given the long-standing rivalry between the Uchiha and Senju, Shin's kick was a direct blow to the face. Well, this serves as a release of pent-up frustration from my clan. The rope tree cried out, sprawled on the ground with a vivid red shoe print on his face. His eyes lost their luster, as if he had sustained a significant blow. Rope tree? Kushina, noticing him lying there, felt a tinge of panic, recalling that she had called him over. Mito Momochi furrowed his brow at the sight of the rope tree's condition, wondering if the child had become mentally defeated from the loss. Incredible. After a lengthy pause, the rope tree finally regained his composure, springing up to exclaim, that set of taijutsu was amazing. How did you do it? Shin was taken aback by the rope tree's sudden inquiry, responding almost instinctively. You want to learn? I can teach you. It's a deal. The rope tree seized the moment, solidifying the agreement. Shinya instinctively covered his face. A line from a movie had flashed through his mind, prompting him to utter it without thought. However, Shinshu's demeanor took Shinya by surprise. Although he was aware of Shinshu's cheerful disposition, reminiscent of Naruto, he hadn't anticipated such an open-minded response. Rather than feeling disheartened by being bested by a junior 2 years his junior, his first reaction was admiration for the formidable taijutsu that Shinya had employed. His eyes sparkling with curiosity. Hey, Uchiha, let us collaborate. You teach me taijutsu, and I shall trade you the notes of Lord Tobirama's ninjutsu, Shinshu exclaimed, gripping Shinya's hand with palpable enthusiasm. Tsunade, overhearing this, nearly succumbed to rage. This wasteful brat is willing to exchange a mere taijutsu for Tobirama's precious notes. He truly lacks financial acumen. And what is this Lord Tobirama appellation? Such an unfilial descendant. Oh, I have no objections, Shinya replied with a smile. The prospect of such a lucrative exchange was too enticing for him to decline. You little rascal, I shall fetch him back at once. Tsunade fumed, smashing the Hokage's desk with a single strike. Watch how I deal with him. Ignoring the bewildered expressions of Sarutobi and the other two teammates, she stormed out of the Hokage building. Seeing Tsunade's furious demeanor, Jiraiya felt a familiar pang in his abdomen, reminiscent of the last time he had been caught by her. He had assumed that Tsunade would be gentle with her brother, but this fierce visage was unexpected. In that moment, Jiraiya felt a sense of balance. If her own brother was not exempt from her wrath, then he had little reason to complain about the same fate befalling him as a mere companion. Yet, Shinshu's audacity was remarkable. For merely a taijutsu technique to be offered in exchange for the second Hokage's ninjutsu notes was quite bold. Orochimaru regarded Shinya with a contemplative expression. In their earlier skirmish, he had noted that many of Shinya's taijutsu maneuvers demanded exceptional strength, flexibility, and coordination. Some of these techniques, if not perfected by a specialist in taijutsu, would be unattainable even for seasoned jonin. Consequently, Shinya's angles of attack were exceedingly cunning, effectively suppressing Shinshu. Intriguing. Chapter 10. The Tribulations of Kinship. Just as Shinya and Shinshu were on the brink of solidifying their partnership, an ominous aura surged forth. Shinshu. A chill ran down Shinshu's spine. Oh no, my sister. Turning around, he was met with Tsunade, her murderous intent potent enough to sustain 10 evil swordsmen. Shinshu, how dare you trade Lord Tobirama's notes? Have you contemplated your demise? Tsunade's chakra began to coalesce, nearly manifesting in physical form. Sister, I'm so sorry. Shinshu quickly pivoted. Uchiha, we shall continue our discussion another time. With that, he bolted toward the river. skimming across the water's surface. He leaped over the stream with agility. However, Tsunade propelled herself forward with a force akin to a hunting leopard, her figure transforming into a mere blur as she lunged at Shinshu. Shinya, unable to bear witness, averted his gaze from the unfolding scene. Observing the lifeless figure of Rope Tree being dragged away by Tsunade, Jun could only silently mourn for him in his heart. Ahem. Well, let us conclude today's session here. Return and contemplate the principles of this technique. I shall commence your instruction tomorrow, stated Mido Gaidon. Understood, Master, Jun replied, then departed from the training ground. Meanwhile, in the Land of Fire, within the feudal lord's residence, an ANBU member knelt before the daimyo. The movements of the Rain Country cannot be overlooked at any cost. Please inform the Hokage that we must remain vigilant. Such a small nation must not be permitted to act recklessly near the borders of the Land of Fire. The daimyo said with a grim expression. Yes, the ANBU member responded, yet he did not withdraw. The daimyo raised an eyebrow. Is there something else? The ANBU replied. Your Excellency, I have come not only to report on the actions of the Rain Country, but also on behalf of the Hokage, to inquire about a matter. The daimyo asked what matter. The ANBU continued. It has come to my attention that the Whirlpool Country was aware of the movements of the Cloud and Mist villages long ago, and sent a plea for assistance to your residence. May I inquire why the daimyo's estate did not inform Konoha? Why did the Whirlpool Country choose to seek aid from the distant Land of Fire, instead of turning to Konoha? The daimyo's brow furrowed. Is the Hokage questioning the daimyo's estate? Suspecting it of abandoning its allies in their time of need? The ANBU asserted, regardless of the circumstances. It is unworthy of a great nation to stand idly by while its allies suffer. The Whirlpool and Fire countries share an alliance. And Lord Uzumaki Mido is the wife of the first Hokage and a Jinchuriki of Konoha. For both public and private reasons, Konoha at the very least deserves to be informed. The Hokage believes that regardless of your choice to aid or not, the Hokage should be notified. As he spoke, the ANBU rose to his feet and fixed his gaze upon the daimyo. Impudent. How dare you, an ANBU, show such disrespect to the daimyo? A guard exclaimed upon witnessing the ANBU's defiance. With a wave of his hand, dozens of guards rushed into the hall, surrounding the ANBU. Your Excellency, please do not be alarmed. The ANBU's figure suddenly vanished from the encirclement, reappearing beside the daimyo's throne. The Hokage does not intend to question your Excellency. He merely hopes that in the impending war, we can unite as one and avoid repeating the tragic fate of the Whirlpool Country. Bold rogue, step away from the daimyo. The guard shouted. The ANBU slowly distanced himself from the daimyo, moving past several guards towards the hall's entrance, during which none dared to make a move. Your Excellency, you must understand that Konoha and the Land of Fire share a fate intertwined. If Konoha were to falter in the upcoming war, your position as daimyo would likely become precarious. The ANBU spoke once more. Now, if you will excuse me. With that, he opened the hall door and strolled out leisurely. TCH. Sarutobi Hiruzen. The daimyo seethed, unable to restrain his trembling form. Kikichi. What transpired? Outside, two ANBU approached him. Well, I issued a warning to that old man. He should not dare to act so presumptuously again. How is your injury, Brother Sakumo? It has nearly healed, Kakashi Sakumo replied with a smile. Both individuals are members of Konoha Zumbu, both holding the esteemed rank of Jonin. The one with silver hair is named Hataki Sakumo, while the other, who had just threatened the daimyo, is Sarutobi Koichi, the son of the third Hokage. Emotionally, Sarutobi Hiruzen harbors a strong desire for his son to ascend as the fourth Hokage. However, Sarutobi Koichi has chosen to join the Umbu. Generally speaking, a successor to the Hokage would not be permitted to enter the Umbu, as their operations are shrouded in secrecy, with their achievements often unrecognized and their identities concealed. Ironically, Sarutobi Koichi's decision to join the Umbu inadvertently elevated Sarutobi Hiruzen's prestige among the shinobi of Konoha. To outsiders, it might appear that Sarutobi Koichi's entry into the Umbu was orchestrated by Sarutobi Hiruzen himself, aimed at preventing his son from becoming the next Hokage. Sarutobi Koichi rolled up his sleeve, revealing a wound on his arm. Although the Three Tails is not the strongest of the tailed beasts, its power is indeed formidable. The mere residual shockwaves have inflicted such injuries. Even the Hokage was wounded. Hataki Sakumo sighed, expressing concern. This battle may prove to be quite challenging. Sarutobi Koichi stated firmly, this matter must remain confidential. Understood, replied Hataki Sakumo, his tone growing serious. Days swiftly passed, and life returned to its usual rhythm. The only change was that he had mastered the technique, lightning release, crimson thunder, a progress that astonished Midogate into the point of losing his glasses. Hey, Shinya. As class ended, Shinya began to pack his belongings when several members of the Uchiha clan approached him. Akira, Yusuke, is there something you need? Shinya paused, somewhat taken aback. How dare you even ask? As a member of the Uchiha, you have the audacity to study under Midogate and maintain close ties with the Senju clan, Uchiha Akira retorted with a cold smirk. Shinya's expression darkened. Is there a problem? You traitor to your clan. Uchiha Yu stepped forward, seizing Shinya by the collar. Shinya met Uchiha Yu's gaze. You. It seems my recent amiable demeanor has led you to misunderstand me. What are you? Before he could finish, the onlookers witnessed Uchiha Yu being sent flying, crashing through a window. He was not like Uchiha Fugaku, the type to endure humiliation while his clansmen blocked the door. Previously lacking a background, he had tolerated the radical factions within the clan. But now, he was prepared to fully align himself with the Hokage's faction. The worst outcome would merely involve eliminating all those who participated in the Uchiha coup during the uprising. Before the other two could react, Shinya sent them both flying with a kick. At that moment, Uchiha Ryu burst into the classroom. Disbelief etched on his face as he confronted Shinya. Shinya, what are you doing? Are you attacking your own kin? Ryu gazed at him in shock. Shinya met his gaze, revealing his Sharingan with 3 tomo, and replied, This has nothing to do with being kin. I merely detest imbeciles who, armed with half-baked knowledge and blind passion, come seeking trouble. Ryu, you wouldn't align yourself with them, would you? What did you say? You dare to call your own kin fools. Before Liuhua could recover from the shock of Jinya's 3 tomo Sharingan, he overheard Jinya referring to his clan members as simpletons. Jinya felt a sense of helplessness. Was this individual not educated in the art of journalism? Chapter 11. The Harmony of 100 Vessels. In truth, Shinya harbored no animosity towards the Uchiha clan. On the contrary, he held a certain fondness for them. Most of his kin treated him well, and he felt a sense of belonging to the Uchiha family. His inclination towards the Hokage faction stemmed partly from the hope that, as a member of the Uchiha clan, he might earn their trust and thereby mend the rift between his family and the village. Such an endeavor could only be accomplished during the youth of Sarutobi Hiruzen, a time when he possessed unwavering confidence in his abilities, and before the radical faction within the Uchiha had gained the power to usurp the clan leader. Shinya believed in the possibility of a peaceful resolution between the clan and the village, as both had treated him kindly, and he bore no hostility toward either. However, this very belief led him to disdain the radical elements within his clan, as well as the deluded Danzo of the Hokage faction. The sole distinction was that he had yet to encounter Danzo, thus his feelings toward him were primarily antagonistic, whereas his sentiments towards the radicals were rooted in contempt. Shinya pondered why, after Sarutobi Hiruzen ascended to power a second time, he lost trust in the Uchiha, while Danzo's oppressive views towards them began to gain traction. The fundamental reason, without a doubt, was the events of that fateful night during the Nine-Tails rampage, marked by the glaring Sharingan. From a divine perspective, everyone knew it was Tobi's doing, but setting aside this omniscient view and placing oneself in the shoes of Konoha's higher-ups, as well as the perspective of the ninjas and villagers, one could not deny that the Sharingan was intrinsically linked to the turmoil. Could one truly claim that this upheaval had no ties to the Uchiha? Such a notion would be a deception. Thus, under Sarutobi Hiruzen's directive, Konoha's leadership began to closely monitor the Uchiha, who, being a clan prone to stubbornness, started to feel targeted and persecuted. Ultimately, the tensions escalated uncontrollably, culminating in the radical faction confronting Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader, at his doorstep. The root of it all lay in the erosion of trust, which had been sown since the death of Uchiha Kagami. Uchiha Kagami, a respected advisor of Konoha, met an untimely and murky demise within the clan, after which the Uchiha family absurdly shifted the blame onto Uchiha Shursui, a figure already condemned during the era of the second Hokage and imprisoned within the police force. Oh, and let us not forget that the police force was also under Uchiha control. Ultimately, it was Sarutobi Hiruzen who dispatched the Senju Yenji team to hunt down Uchiha Shursui, executing him on the spot, thus providing 2 explanations for the chaos. Though an explanation was offered, it did not imply that Konoha's upper echelons were satisfied with the outcome. Their dissatisfaction had long been festering. At this juncture, Sarutobi Hiruzen believed that the situation with the Uchiha had not yet spiraled beyond control, as there remained a considerable number within the clan willing to integrate into the village. Therefore, he refrained from heeding Danzo's counsel to suppress the Uchiha. Upon returning to the clan, Shinya was subjected to family law and confined to a dark chamber, under the vigilant watch of the police force, day and night. As for when he could emerge, no one had informed him. However, he was not overly concerned, for he was aware that Sarutobi Hiruzen would almost daily observe the Ninja Academy through the crystal ball, especially following the internal strife within the Uchiha clan. It was unlikely that Sarutobi would refrain from watching. Thus, he activated his Sharingan in plain view, aiming to attract Sarutobi's attention while also demonstrating his prowess to the clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku. A 10-year-old activating the 3-Tomo Sharingan was significant enough to warrant cultivation from the clan's higher-ups. At present, the radical faction had yet to seize absolute power, and the clan leader's words still held considerable weight. Now, confined within this dim room, he found himself mired in boredom, with nothing to occupy his time but daily meditation. Meditation served to sharpen his mind. With each flow of chakra, he felt himself inching closer to a new objective. In his mind's eye, countless robust characters danced in endless permutations, some green, some blue, and others purple. Of course, there were also orange and red, albeit they seemed vastly distant. Before him, the only characters within reach were white. He refrained from touching these white characters. Each time he entered this state, he could only acquire a single talent. Therefore, he expanded his perception to its utmost limits, reaching towards the purple characters he could touch. During this process, his chakra rapidly dwindled. This was the reason he had only acquired 3 talents over the years. Each opportunity to unlock a talent was singular, and failure meant waiting for the next chance. Thus, in his previous attempts, he had prudently chosen the white and blue talents. Now, the only limit he could approach was the purple talent. At last, with his chakra nearly depleted, he made contact with that fleeting purple hue. Several purple characters materialized in his mind. In an instant, the nearly exhausted chakra replenished itself significantly within a few breaths. He could palpably sense that the quality of his chakra had undergone a remarkable enhancement. After several years, he had finally encountered the long-awaited purple talent. The white, green, and blue talents primarily enhanced specific skills, such as taijutsu or certain elemental jutsus. In contrast, the purple talent predominantly improved his physical attributes, albeit focusing on a single organ, yet the body functions as a whole. Enhancing one aspect inevitably leads to an indirect enhancement of the entirety. He was confident that even if a Jonin stood before him now, he would not falter. What he lacked were merely combat experience and strategies against opponents. Although his repertoire of jutsu was limited, seasoned Jonin could exploit opportunities to counter him, and his lack of battle experience was evident. Nevertheless, he was certain that his physical attributes had reached the minimum level of a Jonin. In fact, in certain aspects, he might even rival some veteran Jonin, particularly in terms of chakra quality. Regarding the quantity of chakra, it was not intentionally extracted from the cells. Rather, it is a natural product of the mutual nurturing between the mind and body. Thus, while the amount of chakra possessed by Shinya is indeed greater than that of an average person, even surpassing that of the ordinary Uchiha clan members, it is not excessively so. At most, it can be considered as chakra, which pales in comparison to Naruto's chakra tonnage. According to Shinya's estimation, if one were to compare using the data of the 8 ninja qualities, his spirit attribute should be around 6, akin to Kakashi during his period as a Jonin in the original work. However, Shinya's advantages over Kakashi are pronounced. He possesses the authentic Uchiha bloodline, ensuring that his Sharingan remains operational and is not rendered a blue-consuming artifact due to bloodline rejection. Moreover, the quality of his chakra can be confidently asserted to be significantly superior to Kakashi's. At this moment, Shinya reflected upon his newly acquired ability, 100 Veins Harmony, purple through the prolonged fusion of spirit and body. Chakra is naturally generated and refined, resulting in a qualitative transformation. Chakra flows through the entire network of meridians, significantly enhancing its quality, recovery speed, control, and the purity of yin-yang release to a certain degree. The reinforcement of meridian strength allows for an increase in chakra capacity. Chapter 12. The Protective Mito Gate Flame for 7 days. Shinya remained within the confines of his isolation chamber. As he sensed his gradual strengthening, he did not experience any torment. contrary to the radical faction's expectations. He did not succumb to tears or pleas for mercy out of fear of darkness and solitude. Instead, Mito Gate Flame arrived uninvited outside the Uchiha stronghold, harboring a simmering anger. Over the past few days, Sunagakure had been restless, and the Rain Ninja village was on high alert. Furthermore, Hanzo's intentions were unclear. Whether he planned to resist Sunagakure or launch a surprise attack on Konoha was uncertain. Consequently, Sarutobi Hiruzen, along with a few advisors and a multitude of jonin, found little peace, fearing they might be awakened in the dead of night by news of war breaking out. War brings death, and unless absolutely necessary, they all wish to avoid combat. Amidst this tense atmosphere, Mito Gate Flame learned that his newly accepted disciple had been placed under house arrest by the Uchiha. Unable to contain his frustration, he nearly resolved to launch a nighttime raid on the Uchiha. Fortunately, Sarutobi Hiruzen managed to dissuade him, suggesting that Mito inquire about the situation first. Uchiha Fyama, the clan leader, did not dare to delay and promptly invited Mito into the main hall. Mito's visit naturally stirred the upper echelons of the Uchiha, and representatives from both the moderate and radical factions gathered in the hall, united in a show of solidarity against external threats. Advisor Flame, what brings you here unexpectedly? Uchiha Fyama inquired, wiping away sweat. Mito took a seat and stated, I have heard that Shinya has been placed under house arrest. Is this true? Humph, esteemed advisor. This is a matter internal to our Uchiha clan, is it not? At this moment, Uchiha Ryuka, captain of the Konoha police force and a prominent figure among the radicals, interjected, his hostility towards Mito almost palpable. Mito Minin coldly remarked, indeed, he is my disciple. Did you notify me before you took it upon yourselves to confine him? Regardless of whose disciple he may be, he is, first and foremost, a member of the Uchiha clan. The speaker was a middle-aged man in spectacles, exuding an air of scholarly elegance, seemingly in his 40s. Advisor Yen, Uchiha Shinya has acted against his own kin, resulting in injuries among his clan. We are merely enforcing clan law. He was the vice-captain of the police force, and also the father of Uchiha Ryohwa, Uchiha Makiri. Mito Minin gazed at him. Are the injuries inflicted on those children so severe? Is a week's confinement insufficient? Uchiha Makiri was momentarily at a loss for words. The injuries were not grave, and subsequent investigations revealed that the three injured had provoked Shinya first. If one were to argue, Jinya's actions could be considered a counterattack, albeit a rather heavy-handed one. At this juncture, Uchiha Fugaku, seated nearby, spoke up. Fugaku. Uchiha Ryosuke exclaimed in shock, immediately casting an angry glare at Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku turned his attention to Uchiha Feng Yen. Father, I believe Advisor Yen is correct. A week's confinement is ample. Should we continue to imprison Shinya indefinitely? A clan member who activated his 3-tomo Sharingan by the tender age of 10 ought to be contributing to the clan and village, not confined for a minor transgression, which would surely dishearten the clan. Uchiha Fugaku, how dare you? Uchiha Ryosuke, known for his fiery temper, was about to advance and seize Fugaku. Suddenly, a powerful aura filled the room, precisely targeting Uchiha Ryosuke and rendering him immobile. Uchiha Fugaku, too, was a shinobi of note within the village. Mito Minin regarded Uchiha Ryosuke and remarked, what is this? Do you intend to lay hands on a shinobi of the village, Captain Ryosuke? Uchiha Ryosuke felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He was certain this was neither a sealing technique nor an illusion, but pure murderous intent. Mito Minin's mere release of such a presence had already incapacitated him. The other Uchiha clan members in the room were similarly drenched in sweat, affected by the overwhelming aura. I am here solely for Shinya today. Should I interfere in other matters, it would be overstepping my bounds. Mito Minin stated, thus, might you return to your position, Captain Ryosuke? Uchiha Ryosuke remained rooted to the spot, unable to move, struggling to articulate a response. Mito Minin, narrowing his eyes, inquired, what is it? I have yet to hear your answer, Uchiha Ryosuke. With that, he channeled his chakra infused with intent, pressing it down upon Uchiha Ryosuke. In an instant, Uchiha Ryosuke found himself forced to kneel. Mito Minin retracted his pressure and turned to the assembled individuals. All of you present today serve within the police force. This means that while you are members of the Uchiha clan, you are also shinobi of Konoha. Should such incidents recur, I shall recommend to the Hokage a reconsideration of the police force's authority. I urge you all to show due respect to your clan leader. To act against his son in his presence does not reflect the pride of being an Uchiha. Seeing Mito Minin intimidate the clan members, Uchiha Fengyan glanced at his son and said, Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku, father. Uchiha Fuyuan remarked, let a few clan members release Shinya. His confinement period has concluded and should be lifted. Uchiha Fugaku inclined slightly, understood. He then bowed to Mito Minin before leading several clan members towards the confinement chamber. My apologies for the intrusion. The hour grows late, and I must take my leave, Mito Minin stated as he rose. Uchiha Fuyuan was momentarily taken aback. Will you not meet Shinya? In truth, he hoped that Mito Minin would linger a while longer, allowing for a more intimate conversation that would suggest a close relationship between them. This would signal to the more radical members of the clan that their ties to the village were not one-sided. His words still held weight. Unfortunately, with the impending conflict, had it not been for Shinya's situation, I would not have come, Mito Minin replied. Uchiha Fuyuan nodded repeatedly, recognizing that Mito Minin had no intention of fostering a closer bond, prompting a shift in his thoughts. After all, Shinya was still a member of the Uchiha clan. Did it not hold the same significance? Given that Shinya had garnered the attention of Konoha's higher-ups, he could very well serve as their future pillar of support. Thinking further ahead, perhaps Shinya could even become the first Uchiha Hokage. If Shinya were to ascend to such a position, would it not resolve the clan's conflicts with the village? The more he contemplated this, the more Shinya transformed in Uchiha Fuyuan's eyes from an ordinary child into an ancestor, deserving of reverence. It seemed that merely caring for Shinya as an orphan was insufficient. He must be nurtured with great emphasis. It was imperative to cultivate Shinya into the second Uchiha Kagami, or rather, the first Hokage of the Uchiha clan. Chapter 13. The chief's kindness. The enhancement of chakra and meridians is merely the most direct effect of 100 meridians unification. The purple talent often possesses some hidden augmentations. For the strengthening of the meridians and chakra indirectly fortifies Shinya's physique, strength, perception, and may even yield some unique effects. During these days of confinement, Shinya has been acutely aware of the effects brought by 100 meridians unification. The elevation in his physical constitution, strength, and perception due to the enhancement of chakra quality is merely the most fundamental indirect outcome of this talent. What truly piqued Shinya's interest was the increase in the purity of yin-yang release. What exactly is yin-yang release? Shinya himself was not entirely certain. However, he grasped one crucial point. The reason why the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, wielded wood release with such divine prowess, overpowering Uchiha Madara, was fundamentally due to his exceptionally high purity of yang release chakra serving as the source of power for his wood release. Subsequently, those who sought to master wood release, whether through Konoha's official experiments or Orochimaru's subsequent research, aimed not to replicate wood release itself, but rather to emulate Hashirama's wood release. For ordinary wood release merely represents a fusion of water and earth properties. While it is indeed a bloodline limit, it is not beyond reach. Just as Shinya contemplated further exploration of his transformations, the door to the confinement chamber swung open. Entering was Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader's son. In the original narrative, he is the unfortunate man who was coerced by his kin into forcing his son to kneel, ultimately embroiled in a coup that led to the extermination of his clan by his eldest son. To speak candidly, one might argue that Fugaku possesses good qualities. Yet it is undeniable that his demise was not unjust. Have you ever encountered a father who would cast his 4-year-old son into the battleground to witness death, while declaring, "This shall be your future"? When was the last time the ninja world sent a 4-year-old child to war? It was during the Warring States period. Having witnessed the brutalities of war from a tender age, Itachi, whose worldview was yet to be fully formed, developed a distorted perception of peace. The Uchiha clan is inherently predisposed to extremes, and Fugaku's actions were tantamount to grooming his son in a manner akin to a diode. Thus, when the Uchiha were on the brink of a coup, Itachi perceived only two possibilities. Either Konoha would annihilate the Uchiha, or the Uchiha would perish at the hands of Konoha. In his view, there was no option to merely punish the instigator. Admittedly, this dichotomy was the simplest choice at that moment. The Uchiha of that era were markedly different from their present-day counterparts. While the radical faction was gaining prominence, they had yet to subjugate their kin or usurp the clan leader's authority. At that time, the radicals had already seized control of the narrative within the Uchiha. In an atmosphere charged with tension, both sides were prone to extreme actions. Fortunately, The rebirth of Shinya occurred early enough, allowing for potential redemption. Unlike Uchiha Kagami, Shursui, or Itachi, Shinya possesses Uchiha blood, yet his soul is rooted in the modern era. He harbors feelings for his clan, albeit limited. This enables him to decisively purge the radical elements within the clan. Of course, all of this hinges on his ascension to the role of Hokage. Only by becoming Hokage can he ensure that Konoha refrains from delivering a fatal blow to the Uchiha, thereby facilitating the successful eradication of the radicals. Even if he does not attain the position of Hokage, he must at least ensure that his influence surpasses that of Danzo. However, these are matters for the future. The immediate priority remains the enhancement of his strength. Contemplating how to survive the impending conflict and achieve notable accomplishments is the path forward. Progress must be made incrementally. Although he is currently valued by both the upper echelons of Konoha and the Uchiha, he holds little sway over either. His recognition stems from his innate talent. Yet until that talent is transformed into tangible strength, his voice remains insignificant. "Shinya, you may step outside," Fugaku said as he approached him. Shinya opened his eyes and gazed at Fugaku, responding with an indifferent "oh." Observing Shinya's calm demeanor, a twinge of guilt arose within Fugaku. "You have suffered. I apologize." Witnessing Shinya harbor no resentment, Fugaku's guilt intensified. Despite being targeted by his clan, he had acted solely out of self-preservation, only to find himself confined. Most troubling was the realization that without the intervention of Mito's son, Shinya's confinement appeared to have no end in sight. Alas, if only his father had been more resolute. Or if he himself had possessed greater fortitude, Shinya, such an outstanding member of the clan, would not have had to endure such indignities. As the heir of the Uchiha clan, Shinya found it disheartening that he was overshadowed by the outsider, Mito Minyin. The more he pondered, the greater his feelings of guilt became. "Brother Fuyue, there is no need for further words," Shinya comforted, gazing at him. Regaining his focus, Fuyue replied, "By the way, the clan leader awaits you in the main hall." "Understood," Shinya acknowledged, following Fuyue to the main hall, where the clan members from the earlier meeting were gathered. He stepped forward, bowing slightly. "Clan leader." Uchiha Fongyin nodded. "You have endured much." Shinya replied, "It is nothing." Uchiha Fongyin continued, "I shall not conceal the truth any longer. Your release was ordered by Advisor Yen. The punishment from the clan has also been rescinded." Shinya maintained his impassive expression. "Yes." This reaction left Uchiha Fongyin uncertain about Shinya's true feelings. Did he harbor discontent towards the clan? Would he ultimately align himself with the Hokage faction? While Uchiha Fongyin yearned for a peaceful resolution to the clan's and village's issues, he did not wish to achieve this at the expense of clan interests. It was vital for Shinya to possess a profound sense of belonging to the family. With this thought, Uchiha Fongyin produced a key and tossed it to Shinya. Upon catching it, Shinya paused. "Clan leader, this is..." Observing Shinya finally react, Uchiha Fongyin exhaled with relief. "This is the key to my study, where you will find some secret fire-style ninjutsu and notes on developing the Sharingan's abilities. You may peruse them at your leisure." Awakening the Sharingan at the tender age of 10, particularly to the level of 3 tomo, was indeed a remarkable feat in Uchiha Fongyin's view. This gesture, albeit not a formal apology, conveyed a sense of contrition. Would not other children leap with excitement at such an opportunity? They would likely exclaim with teary eyes their willingness to sacrifice for the clan. Yet, Shinya's response did not fulfill these expectations. Although one could discern the joy on his face, it lacked the fervor Uchiha Fongyin had envisioned. Nevertheless, Shinya accepted the key, rejecting none of the goodwill extended towards him. With the acceptance of the key, this matter could be considered resolved. Regardless of Shinya's future accomplishments, becoming a Nin, joining the advisory council, or even ascending to Hokage, Uchiha Fongyin would retain a sense of connection. As for Shinya's thoughts, he understood that Uchiha Fongyin, as the clan leader, would never lower himself to admit fault in front of so many clan members, especially those of the more radical faction. Therefore, Uchiha Fongyin transformed his apology into an act of goodwill, extending an olive branch. By accepting it, Shinya positioned himself as a member of the clan leader's faction in the eyes of the radicals. However, Shinya was indifferent to any labels, as he was already perceived as a traitor by some clan members. In comparison, being associated with the clan leader's faction seemed trivial. Of course, it was also unlikely that Uchiha Fongyin would receive any promises from him. In pursuit of familial honor, One could only endeavor to maintain a delicate equilibrium between the village and the Uchiha clan after gaining authority. The ultimate aim was to seek a peaceful resolution. However, when faced with an irreconcilable situation, one must inevitably choose the side that favors oneself. Chapter 14. Kushina and Munya. After a few more trivial exchanges regarding the glory of the Uchiha and the sense of belonging to the clan, the meeting concluded on an unsatisfactory note. The dissatisfaction primarily stemmed from the more radical members of the clan, who were first confronted by Mitarashi, only to witness Munya, deemed a traitor by some, gain the acknowledgement of the clan leader, undoubtedly fueling their ire. Munya, however, felt a surge of joy after being confined for 7 days. The allure of the outside world was undeniable. Munya. At that moment, Fugaku pursued him. Munya paused. "Brother Fugaku, what brings you here?" Fugaku replied, "As the clan leader, my father is constrained from expressing certain sentiments in front of the clan. He instructed me to convey his apologies. He feels he has not fulfilled his responsibilities as a leader." "I understand. There's no need for him to worry," Munya responded with a smile. In truth, Uchiha Fugaku's consideration for a mere 10-year-old clan member was commendable, yet Munya was acutely aware that it stemmed largely from his association with Mitarashi. Without such backing, Fugaku would likely remain indifferent to his plight. Upon returning home, Munya found the house in immaculate condition, clearly having been tidied up by someone. On the table lay a note, which he picked up to read. "I've placed some fresh vegetables in the refrigerator. Remember to eat them when you return." Mikoto. One could easily imagine how worried Mikoto had been over the past few days. This sense of belonging to the Uchiha clan was rooted in the fact that there were individuals who genuinely cared for him. The following morning, Munya arrived at school. "Munya, have you been well these days?" Minato quickly approached, displaying genuine concern. Having witnessed Munya's altercation, and knowing he had been absent for 7 days, it was clear to Minato that Munya had faced punishment from the clan. Thus, upon his return, Minato immediately inquired about his well-being. Munya waved his hand dismissively. "I'm fine, just took a little break." "Phew, that's a relief," Minato exhaled, feeling reassured upon seeing Munya unscathed. Munya glanced behind him and noticed Kushina had stealthily come closer, though she still turned her back to him. "Kushina, do you wish to speak to me? Or is it Minato you're addressing?" Munya asked. Kushina's face flushed. "Who wants to speak with you? Just move aside." "Huh," Munya replied, perplexed. "What is up with her?" Minato chuckled awkwardly. "Actually, Kushina has been quite worried about you. She has been talking about you incessantly these past few days." "Is that so?" Munya sighed. "Well, I might as well go find her." "It's you, isn't it, always making my little brother cry?" "That's because he constantly provokes me. He's merely a coward." "Stop talking nonsense. I'm a genin, quite formidable. Let us see how I teach you a lesson." As Munya ventured into the small grove of the ninja school, he overheard such banter. "As I continued forward, I encountered 3 boys surrounding Kushina. Had this not been a serious narrative, the ensuing events would have taken a farcical turn. Kushina, being a member of the Uzumaki clan, possessed commendable talent and strength. Yet she fell short compared to the genin. She was soon defeated and had her hair seized. "Your hair is quite peculiar, outsider." "This is Konoha," one of the genin boasted, tugging at Kushina's locks. Shinya approached them from behind, and remarkably, the trio failed to notice his presence. He tapped the shoulder of the genin, who turned around, bewildered. "Who are you?" Bang! Before he could finish his query, Shinya's fist connected with his face. The genin let out a startled cry and toppled backward. The other 2, witnessing this, attempted to flee but were swiftly brought down by Shinya, each receiving a kick that sent them sprawling to the ground. Shinya stood before the fallen genin. "As a genin, how dare you bully a student of the academy? You shameless wretch." "I surrender," the genin stammered, trembling as he raised his hands. Shinya offered him no quarter, placing a foot upon his face. "How can scum like you call yourself a ninja? On the battlefield, you would be a danger to countless lives. Do us all a favor and find a place to end your misery." Despair filled the genin's heart, not solely due to being outmatched by a mere student, but more so because of Shinya's biting words. "This is what happens when you neglect your studies. When you skip classes. When you shirk training. When you refuse to take on missions. Trash. Coward. Scoundrel." Shinya berated him, each insult a dagger. The genin found Shinya's words unbearable, yet he had yet to unleash the full depth of his refined cultural heritage. In a previous life, Shinya would have struck with a flurry of words, launching directly into Tian Wenjing. After approximately 5 minutes of this one-sided confrontation, Shinya finally ceased when he noticed the genin had lost consciousness, leaving him craving more. Having faced repercussions for previously confronting a fellow student, Shinya felt no fear in punishing a genin. If a genin were to report being bested by a student, it would be they who would face embarrassment. Kushina watched Shinya's retreating figure, somewhat entranced. From her perspective, the events unfolded with slight variations. In her eyes, Shinya had witnessed her being bullied, his anger igniting a fierce retaliation that left the three boys in a state of utter disarray, concluding with a stern warning: should you dare to bully Kushina again, I shall toss you into the river to feed the fish. Indeed, these thoughts were entirely Kushina's own. Wow, mama, I shall never bully little ones again. The genin and his companions, clutching their faces, fled the scene. Shinya approached Kushina, who remained in a daze. Hey, he called, extending his hand. Kushina, snapping back to reality, felt her cheeks flush. What are you doing? I saved you, of course. Shinya retorted, exasperated. Kushina turned her head defiantly. Who needed saving? I could have easily turned the tables on those fools. Really? I hardly noticed, Shinya replied, a smirk playing on his lips. Kushina, cheeks aflame, glared at him, a sight both endearing and infuriating. Is my hair truly that strange? After a while, Kushina asked with a hint of melancholy. Why do you ask? Replied Myun. Kushina continued. They all say my hair is strange, and that it looks like a tomato. Myun chuckled, responding, boys merely enjoy showcasing their eccentricities. A good thrashing will suffice. In the original tale, Kushina was indeed bullied, a phenomenon not uncommon in reality. During adolescence, boys often tease the girls they admire, engaging in antics such as pulling hair or tossing insects into their bags. However, the eventual outcome is often one of universal disdain. The boys who tormented Kushina likely found her adorable, prompting their antics. After receiving a beating, they, filled with shame and anger, sought solace from their elder brother, thus transforming mere pranks into bullying. It would be one thing if they targeted others, but since Kushina was a familiar acquaintance of Myun, who was leaning towards friendship, Myun could not remain indifferent. Therefore, he retaliated with a punch. Now, even when facing a jonin, Myun could maintain an undefeated stance for a short duration, let alone against these unremarkable chunin. Reflecting on Myun's remark about a good thrashing, Kushina found it quite insightful. Although she had learned how to deal with pranks, she still gazed at her hair with evident distaste. Myun sighed, gently ruffling her soft, flowing red hair, and said, Your red hair is quite lovely. They are simply looking for trouble. Look at Minato, with his blonde hair. Why doesn't anyone bother him? In simpler terms, the issue lay in the fact that Kushina had not retaliated enough. However, Kushina absorbed none of this, as she was too aware of Myun's hand resting atop her head, causing her cheeks to flush and her mind to halt. Chapter 15. Early graduation time swiftly progressed to the 37th year of Konoha. Myun had reached the age of 11, and his strength had notably increased. In youth, physical development significantly enhances power. It could be said that even without any innate talent, the disparity between his 10-year-old self and his 11-year-old self was monumental. Over the past few months, Mito Hamura continued to instruct Myun at the training grounds. However, the content of their lessons had evolved considerably. Previously, he merely assisted Myun with questions, but now he imparted his knowledge freely. Mito Hamura excelled in fire techniques and sealing arts, with lightning techniques as a secondary strength, which aligned quite well with Myun's chakra affinities. Although he was also capable of wind techniques, he paled in comparison to Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo. By the 37th year of Konoha, before entering 5th grade, Myun submitted an application for early graduation. Graduating early could likely lead him to the battlefield. However, Myun deemed the risk worthwhile, for war was an unavoidable reality. Even if he evaded this conflict, the impending 3rd Great Ninja War and 4th Great Ninja War promised to be increasingly horrific. Myun could not guarantee he would escape unscathed each time. Thus, he resolved to heed his mentor's advice, to step onto the battlefield, achieve merit, and acquire greater resources to fortify himself. If one were to find oneself on the battlefield, it has become abundantly clear that I would resolutely refuse to collaborate with members of the Uchiha clan. The enigmatic demise of Uchiha Kagami alone casts a shadow of doubt over certain clan members. In a past life, conspiracy theories suggested that Uchiha Kagami met his end at the hands of Konoha's higher-ups, namely, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the Advisory Council. However, Uchiha Kagami's existence significantly alleviated tensions between the village and the Uchiha clan, fostering a sense of unity within the village that was beneficial for both Konoha and its leaders. Even Danzo lacked the motivation to eliminate Uchiha Kagami. Instead, it was the radical factions within the clan that possessed the greatest incentive to act against him. Although not all members of the Uchiha clan were radicals, many held benevolent views towards the village and its inhabitants, including the clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku, who was known for his moderate stance. The challenge lies in discerning which clan members are radicals and which are moderates. Should a radical strike during battle, there would be no refuge for me. Currently, the only individuals from the Uchiha clan in whom I can place my trust are three. Uchiha Fugaku, who, as a clan leader, typically does not lead troops into battle. Uchiha Fumitake, whose stance is well known from the original narrative, and Mikoto, who is also trustworthy. Regardless, it is prudent to refrain from acting alongside Uchiha clan members. Of course, Mitarashi Anko is undoubtedly aware of this reasoning. Thus, he has no intention of assigning me Uchiha teammates. He even plans to forego the usual three-man cell arrangement for my team. At this moment, in the training grounds of the Ninja Academy, I am undergoing the final examination. The graduation exam for the Ninja Academy has been intensified during wartime, both to ensure the overall quality of ninjas heading into battle and to prevent novices from becoming fodder. Konoha has traditionally favored a streamlined approach, maintaining a limited number of ninjas. Although war has yet to erupt, the graduation exam has already been adjusted to reflect wartime challenges. Consequently, my examination encompasses not only the fundamental transformation technique, but also intelligence gathering, breath concealment, rapid movement across simulated terrain, shuriken throwing, and wilderness survival knowledge, among other skills. However, the most critical aspect remains the final evaluation, a practical combat scenario. The village will dispatch a J-Nin level instructor to engage in combat with a student who has graduated early. The standard for graduation is not necessarily to defeat the J-Nin, but simply to endure for a specified duration. Yet, this benchmark seems somewhat lenient for me, as the J-Nin acting as the examiner is currently fleeing from my fire techniques in a state of disarray. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. A multitude of small fireballs erupt from my mouth, resembling a barrage from a machine gun. Despite being a ninja with dual affinity for water and earth, the examiner finds himself unable to counter the sheer intensity of my fire techniques in time. Consequently, he is forced to take refuge behind a tree and hastily perform hand seals. Earth release, earth wall. A wall of earth rises, barely managing to shield him from my relentless fire. As the Chunin finally exhaled in relief, a bolt of lightning suddenly appeared, instantaneously tearing through the earthen wall and striking towards the Chunin's face. Ultimately, Shinya, wielding a hand strike enveloped in lightning, came to a halt before the Chunin. At this juncture, the outcome was undeniably clear. The criterion for a genin was to withstand the Chunin's assault for 15 minutes, and if one could counterattack during that time, it would be considered an additional merit. Shinya had triumphed over the examiner, thus earning a score that could only be deemed perfect, coupled with the preceding examination segments. Shinya had nearly achieved full marks across the board. This signified that Shinya had fulfilled the graduation requirements and was on the brink of becoming a provisional genin. With the conclusion of the 6th grade graduation exams, Shinya would officially attain the status of a genin. The reason for awaiting the 6th grade graduation was quite straightforward. The genin forehead protectors were custom-made and had yet to be completed, or rather, not yet ordered. Graduating early from the 4th grade was an accomplishment that could be regarded as genius level. Moreover, Shinya did not merely meet the graduation standards. Rather, he excelled with perfect scores and even defeated the examiner during practical assessments. If graduation from the ninja school were to be graded based on strength, Shinya would undoubtedly qualify as a special jonin. The term special jonin refers to a ninja whose overall capabilities remain at the chunin level, yet possesses a particular specialty that reaches jonin standards. Strictly speaking, a special jonin does not constitute an official ninja rank, as their level is still classified as chunin. However, special jonins do enjoy certain privileges akin to those of a jonin, such as participating in meetings to decide the next Hokage or deliberating on matters of war. Nevertheless, regarding the authority to initiate war, special jonins can only partake without decision-making power, while jonins are genuinely involved in the decision-making process. Furthermore, during wartime, the overall command of specific fronts is typically entrusted to seasoned jonins. It can be posited that anyone below the jonin rank is merely a laborer, simply an ordinary ninja. Attaining the rank of Jonin equates to becoming a partner of the Kage, jointly governing the hidden village. This system is prevalent among the 5 great nations' ninja villages, though it remains obscure to others. Nonetheless, even for Shinya, the status of special Jonin feels quite distant. Although his abilities are sufficient, the accolades required for recognition are yet to be amassed. Shinya, however, harbors no concerns. Warfare is the quickest avenue for advancement, presenting both high risks and enticing rewards. Having resolved to enter the battlefield, Shinya must cast aside any fear. On the battlefield, fear only hastens one's demise. Once fear takes hold, one may find themselves paralyzed when action is required, and conversely, impulsively acting when stillness is warranted. Chapter 16. Pre-war arrangements. As April arrived, tensions among the nations abruptly escalated. Igniting the powder keg, war had erupted. In this conflict, both the Hidden Cloud and Hidden Mist did not partake, as neither side could intervene. The Third Raikage was still recuperating from injuries, which, though not publicly disclosed, were indeed severe. As for the Hidden Rain, it has been released in the center of the village by Sarutobi Kinomaru and Hatake Kakashi, and the village is still in the process of reconstruction, rendering it powerless to intervene in the war. Thus, only the 3 factions of Konoha, Iwagakure, and Sunagakure are participating in the conflict. However, the wars among the great nations have tacitly chosen the battlegrounds of the small countries. Consequently, the Land of Rain, bordering the 3 nations, has become the chessboard for the great powers maneuvering. Due to Hanzo's influence, the strength of the Land of Rain has surged, as none of the 3 factions wishes for the enemy to woo this nation. Therefore, aside from Konoha dispatching a small contingent to vigilantly guard the borders, Sunagakure and Iwagakure have directly invaded the Land of Rain, engaging in combat on its territory. It is perplexing to realize that, while fearing the Land of Rain might align with the enemy, they still chose to fight on its soil. Shouldn't this be an opportune moment to earn its allegiance instead? As for Sarutobi Hiruzen's reluctance to send troops into the Land of Rain, it is not due to compassion for a small nation nor a desire to spare it. His strategy is to allow Iwagakure and Sunagakure to suffer mutual losses on the battlefield, after which Konoha can enter the fray, expelling both factions and simultaneously transforming the Land of Rain into an ally of the Fire Nation. Thus, although Konoha has entered a state of war, the urgency is not as pressing as one might imagine. 6th grade students have already undergone graduation examinations, becoming genin ready for battle at any moment. In the Hokage's office, all the Jonin have gathered for a meeting. Hiruzen, why are we not taking action? Are we to stand by and watch the Land of Rain fall into the hands of others? The most anxious among them is Danzo, whose thoughts are in direct opposition to Hiruzen's. He believes they should immediately enter the Land of Rain and swiftly seize control of the daimyo. Once the daimyo is under their control, Konoha can justifiably expel Sunagakure and Iwagakure, and the ninjas of the Rain Village would become allies of Konoha. Hiruzen shook his head, dismissing Danzo's proposal. While it sounds promising, Hanzo is no fool, nor are the ninjas of the Rain Village. Ultimately, Konoha's ninjas are outsiders, and to the people of the Land of Rain, there is no distinction between Konoha, Sunagakure, and Iwagakure. The terrain of the Land of Rain is complex, and its climate is harsh, with perpetual downpours. Once Konoha's ninjas enter the Rain Village, they risk becoming mired in an endless struggle for security. Despite the aggressive advance of Iwagakure and Sunagakure, they, too, would face the situation Hiruzen envisions once they penetrate deep into the Land of Rain. Hiruzen is confident in his own strength, unafraid of any of the other 4 great villages or Hanzo. However, should Konoha's ninjas become trapped in the Land of Rain, there remains the possibility of a renewed alliance between Kumogakure and Kirigakure. What are you waiting for? Danzo, upon seeing Hiruzen shake his head, immediately inquired. Hiruzen pondered, stating, I am awaiting news from the daimyo. The Land of Rain borders the 3 great nations. What will transpire when the other 2 great nations wage war on its territory, and the Land of Rain finds itself unable to defeat them? Mito Menon raised his gaze towards Sarutobi Hiruzen and remarked, if the daimyo of the Rain country seeks assistance from the daimyo of the Fire country, then we shall find ourselves in a favorable position. Danzo, with a grim expression, interjected, Humph. Hiruzen, do not forget that the daimyo may not necessarily share our sentiments. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand dismissively. Regardless, now is not the opportune moment to intervene in the war. Let us not overlook the fact that we have both the Mist and Cloud villages watching us closely. Danzo, as the commander, select 10 elite shinobi, 20 mid-level shinobi, and 200 lower-ranking shinobi to guard the northern border against Cloud. Understood, Danzo nodded. Despite their differing opinions regarding the situation in the Rain Country, they had reached a consensus on the need to prepare against Cloud. Hiruzen felt assured in Danzo's command, knowing that the Third Raikage's injuries were severe enough to likely prevent him from taking the field personally. Even if he did, he would not be at full strength. The Third Raikage's unparalleled ninjutsu was indeed lightning release, while Danzo was a master of wind release. Thus, assigning Danzo to this task was more than sufficient to counter Cloud's threat. Hiruzen even believed that if they were to advance into the Rain Country, Danzo's forces would not be necessary. The menace posed by Cloud far exceeded that of the Rain Country, and due to their proximity, it was a greater danger than that from sand and rock. Hiruzen's strategic rationale was crystal clear: to strike against wind and earth, but primarily to guard against lightning. Hyuga Tenzu, take 2 elite members of the Hyuga clan, along with 10 mid-level shinobi and 50 lower-ranking shinobi, to secure the ruins of Whirlpool Hidden Village against potential assaults from Mist, Hiruzen continued. Although Mist was currently weakened and unlikely to initiate conflict, Hiruzen decided to allocate personnel to ensure their defenses. Moreover, leading the team was the Hyuga clan, renowned for their ability to counter Mist techniques. As for the Rain Country, if necessary, I should lead personally. No, Hiruzen, Mito Minin interjected, interrupting Hiruzen. During wartime, it is best for you, as Hokage, to remain stationed in the rear. I shall take command at the front lines of Rain Ninja Village. Hiruzen paused, momentarily taken aback, and was about to respond when Mito pointed at him. Hiruzen then nodded. Very well, the frontline forces in the Rain Country shall be led by advisor Mito Minin. Mito's reasoning was straightforward. Hiruzen's injuries had yet to heal, and recklessly entering the battlefield posed significant risks. Furthermore, the village indeed required a strong leader to maintain stability. In Hiruzen's strategy, recently graduated lower-ranking shinobi were not included in frontline operations. Although these lower-ranked shinobi would participate in wartime tasks, their primary duties would be in the rear, such as patrolling barriers and guarding vital locations. After all, during wartime, spies from various factions would be lurking. The preparatory forces at the front line of the Rain Country were as follows: Commander Mito Minin, Vice Commanders Sarutobi Yashikichi and Hitaki Tsukumo, with elite shinobi including Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya. Hiruzen swiftly finalized the composition of the Rain Country forces. This lineup was indeed impressive, though it appeared somewhat modest compared to Danzo's contingent. This regiment is stationed in the village, and once the decision is made to enter the Land of Rain, it will first pass through the Land of Fire. Undoubtedly, this serves as a deterrent to the daimyo. Subsequently, they will advance eastward into the Land of Rain. Furthermore, Sarutobi Hiruzen has resolved that even upon entering the Land of Rain, he shall refrain from engaging excessively in the chaotic conflicts of that realm. It suffices to ensure that Sunagakure and Kirigakure do not continue their encroachment upon the territory and resources of the Land of Rain. Chapter 17. The war begins in the fields of Konoha. A raucous cry resounds. Charge. A multitude of rope trees toiled diligently in the farmland, while on their branches, the diligent Shinya and Orochimaru supervised the labor. Having grown familiar with the rope trees, Shinya has deepened his understanding of them. The rope trees share a personality akin to Naruto's, charismatic and passionate. Their chakra resembles that of Naruto, possessing an enviable chakra reserve. Moreover, the rope trees began their ninja training from a young age, unlike Naruto, whose control is notably lacking, while their shadow clone technique exhibits remarkable precision. In terms of chakra volume, Shinya is akin to Kakashi, while the rope tree mirrors Naruto. It is reassuring that, apart from chakra volume, Shinya surpasses the rope tree in numerous aspects. Even in a previous encounter with Orochimaru, he was noted to possess potential that could pose a challenge if not taken seriously. It is important to recognize that Orochimaru is a Nin, not merely a newly promoted one. This team, under Orochimaru, deviates from the conventional three-man squad, comprising only the rope tree and Shinya. The rope tree was assigned to him by Tsunade, while Shinya was entrusted by Mito Minin. Strictly speaking, they are more like junior disciples rather than students. Orochimaru's mentorship of Shinya primarily serves to guide him through his initiation phase. Nonetheless, this junior disciple occasionally seeks guidance on wind release techniques and presents innovative ideas, fostering a mutual exchange of knowledge. As the sun reaches its zenith, All the rope trees collapse to the ground, breathless and exhausted. However, the rope trees do not dispel their shadow clones. Releasing all the fatigue at once would overwhelm them. Thus they await until the clones have sufficiently rested before dispelling them. Following their promotion to Genin, Shinya and the rope tree have consistently undertaken D-rank missions. Typically, these involve assisting villagers with menial tasks, interspersed with inventory checks and preparations of supplies. As time passes, tasks related to logistics have increased significantly. The reason is straightforward. The Land of Rain has declared war on the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind. The conflict between Sunagakure and Iwagakure in the Land of Rain has inflicted severe losses on its citizens, leading to a near halt in production. The daimyo of the Land of Rain, incensed, immediately commanded Hanzo to resist the invaders. Hanzo, not one to hesitate, promptly declared war on the lands of Fire and Wind. Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback, exclaiming, "I have not deployed any troops. Not only have Konoha's ninjas not ventured into the Land of Rain, but they have scarcely left Konohagakure. How have they inexplicably become the invaders?" Sarutobi Hiruzen, equally incensed, resolved, "If you wish to declare war, then I shall fight alongside you." Against a reckless individual like Hanzo, mere intimidation is insufficient. A formidable response is imperative. If we do not act now, who knows how he might retaliate in the future? The term daimyo of the Land of Rain conveys the hope that Hanzo would leverage the dense rainforests and treacherous weather of his domain to impede the advances of Sunagakure and Iwagakure. Consequently, he could seek assistance from the Land of Fire, requesting Konoha's intervention to ally against their common foes. However, Hanzo deemed this strategy as inherently subservient. The situation was already chaotic with Sunagakure and Iwagakure embroiled in conflict. The addition of Konoha would only exacerbate the disorder. Thus, Hanzo harbored no trust in Konoha, regarding them as invaders for their reluctance to commit troops, and declared war upon them as well. In Hanzo's mindset, he perceived that the larger nations bullied the Land of Rain due to its perceived weakness. His response was one of defiance. If they intended to oppress his land, he would drag them all down into the fray. His intention was to muddle the situation further, ensnaring the invading powers within the Land of Rain, ensuring that they too would suffer the consequences. Hanzo's declaration of war against Konoha stemmed from his belief that their motives were self-serving, aiding the Land of Rain only to further their own interests. Thus, Konoha was deemed untrustworthy, and he resolved to confront them alongside the others. This declaration incited considerable ire in Sarutobi Hiruzen, who, were it not for the intervention of Koharu, would have stormed into the Rain village to confront Hanzo directly. Allowing Konoha to intervene would have provided a legitimate pretext for them to expel both Sunagakure and Iwagakure, thereby sparing the Rain village from devastation. Moreover, Konoha's involvement would lead other nations to perceive the Land of Rain as allied with the Land of Fire, making them more cautious in their future endeavors against it. Konoha could utilize the Land of Rain as a strategic base to monitor and suppress Iwagakure and Sunagakure, creating a mutually beneficial scenario. Yet, Hanzo's actions transformed this potential alliance into a chaotic melee. Nonetheless, with the declaration of war made, Konoha was compelled to respond. On the surface, it appeared as though Hanzo stood alone against three great nations, a moment of glory. In reality, however, this act obliterated the already fragile order of the Land of Rain. Even before Konoha's forces could mobilize, the apprehension of Sunagakure and Iwagakure regarding Konoha's potential intervention intensified their aggression toward the Land of Rain, exacerbating the invasion tenfold. Hanzo achieved considerable fame, and his prestige soared to unprecedented heights. Yet, he failed to consider that had he adhered to the strategy proposed by the Land of Rain's daimyo, effectively stalling Iwagakure and Sunagakure while inviting Konoha into the conflict, the war might have already reached a conclusion. With Konoha as an ally, the Land of Rain could have deterred further aggression from other nations. Although some autonomy would have been sacrificed, it is important to note that as a small nation caught between great powers, the Land of Rain inherently lacked true sovereignty. Now, Hanzo had transformed the only potential ally, Konoha, into an adversary. It can be said that Sarutobi Hiruzen's beliefs were rather naive. The notion that offering benefits would elicit cooperation was misguided. More often than not, individuals prioritize their own grievances over the prospect of mutual benefit. Hanzo epitomized this mindset, declaring war on all neighboring great powers after years of oppression. His actions echoed the defiance of an emperor declaring war against 11 nations. Ultimately, regardless of the outcome of this conflict. The land of Rain was destined to emerge as a loser. As the battlefield lies within the Rain country, regardless of the outcome, only ruins shall remain. A nation, though small, should not dwell in inferiority. Lacking strength, one must not fear the mighty. Those who are disrespectful towards their larger neighbors, greedy and foolish in their alliances, may face annihilation. It can only be said that this world appears devoid of the tradition of national obliteration. Otherwise, the Rain country might have already vanished from the map. At 6 o'clock in the early morning, as dawn began to break, hundreds of ninjas gathered at the village entrance, including the likes of Jiraiya and SHJ. Although Konoha intervened in the conflict, their intention was not to delve deeply, but rather to use it as a training exercise. While the commencement of war is determined by the daimyo, the essence of power is inherently bottom-up. Your authority is judged by the recognition of those beneath you. Should any signs of stalemate arise in the battle, Sarutobi Hiruzen would promptly bypass the daimyo to issue retreat orders to the ninjas. Is everyone assembled? Mito Gate Inkan addressed the gathering of ninjas, his tone serious. I shall convey the orders of the Hokage. The atmosphere turned grave at once. Mito continued. The purpose of this war is to respond to the declaration of war from the Rain country, serving as a deterrent. Therefore, it is imperative to ensure rapidity. Unless absolutely necessary, do not engage in prolonged standoffs with the enemy. Should you encounter an adversary that cannot be swiftly overcome, retreat immediately. Remain vigilant for the village's commands. Upon receiving a retreat order, hesitate not and return to the base to regroup with the main force. What kind of order is this? Tsunade, positioned at the forefront of the line, listened intently and furrowed her brow in discontent. To her, having already initiated conflict, the Rain country should understand that Konoha is not to be trifled with. The notion of contemplating retreat before even embarking was incomprehensible to her. Chapter 18. Tsunade, you think you can leave without defeating me today? The movement of hundreds of ninjas differs fundamentally from that of a conventional army. Although the nature of ninjas bears resemblance to that of a military force, their agility remains their greatest asset. Small teams would disperse toward the Rain country, ultimately regrouping at designated locations. Honestly, I cannot fathom what the old man is thinking. The Rain country has declared war, and it is utterly frustrating. Tsunade expressed her discontent. Now, do not be so hasty in your judgment. The old man surely has his reasons. After all, he is the Hokage and must take the broader picture into account. Jiraiya replied with a grin. Hey, Uchiha, don't you think this order is rather nonsensical? Tsunade suddenly turned to Jiraiya. Jiraiya, taken aback, responded, Huh? Tsunade continued, What are your thoughts on the Hokage's orders? I think they are quite reasonable. Jiraiya stated candidly. In warfare, there will inevitably be casualties. In a conflict that must be fought, it is best to conclude it swiftly with minimal losses. Tsunade huffed in disagreement. I believe he has grown overly cautious in his old age. What casualties could a minor nation like the Rain country possibly inflict? We ought to march straight to the Rain ninja village and make Hanzo understand that Konoha is not to be messed with. She then turned her gaze back to Jiraiya. You are still young, yet you exhibit the same indecisiveness as the elders. You shall not achieve greatness this way. In her heart, Jiraiya thought, Oh right, at this moment. She hasn't yet severed ties with Kato. The Rogue Tree is a comrade who would not stand idly by and watch his ally perish. As for Tsunade, she exudes an air of having been pampered since childhood, unable to endure the slightest grievance, and lacking a true understanding of the brutalities of war. Overall, she bears a striking resemblance to certain individuals online in a past life who would readily clamor for conflict and belittle smaller nations. However, Tsunade is somewhat superior to those individuals, for at least she and her brother have engaged in battle. In contrast, those online personas would remain indifferent to the deaths of their parents or siblings, viewing them merely as other people's children. Warfare is a grave matter of national importance, a matter of life and death, and a question of survival that cannot be overlooked. Even if this battalion consists of merely a few hundred members, most of whom are lower-ranked ninjas, these few hundred represent countless families, parents, children, and siblings, not mere statistics from a strategy game. Therefore, I find that Sarutobi Hiruzen's decisions are the most prudent and mature. Since Hanzo has declared war on the Land of Fire, this battle is unavoidable. However, engaging in such a manner against Konoha yields no benefits. Thus, a leader, like Sarutobi Hiruzen, who seeks to minimize losses and avoid entanglement in the Land of Rain, demonstrates the qualities of a mature leader. In this regard, the third Tsuchikage, Onoki, and the third Kazekage appear considerably less rational compared to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Yet, Eugene, are rather disheartening. The rope tree naturally advocates for his sister. If it is for the village's sake that one falls in battle, then it is indeed honorable. The siblings share the same perspective, believing that Konoha's dignity must not be tarnished. Since the Rain village dares to declare war, they must be made to feel the repercussions. And the fight should continue relentlessly. Unexpectedly, Sarutobi Hiruzen chose to retreat. Do you know why he made this choice? Of course, this is a matter of expertise. In any case, preparations had been made for a decisive victory, and upon hearing Hiruzen's orders, the siblings were both astonished and disheartened. Hiruzen fears that if they become entrenched in the land of rain, the northern village of Kumogakure may seize the opportunity to strike. Although a significant number of troops have been dispatched to the north to guard against Kumogakure, Hiruzen remains reluctant to divert any attention towards the land of rain. Thus, this battle must be swift and precise, and the retreat must be decisive. They must not find themselves ensnared in the land of rain like Iwagakure and Sunagakure. One cannot express it so bluntly, rope tree. In the presence of the rope tree, Jean felt less need for restraint, whether in a just war or an unjust one. There is no distinction for those who sacrifice themselves. The will of fire serves to strengthen the village's cohesion, but it is not a standard that compels others to march to their deaths. The hundreds heading to the battlefield have families, parents, and siblings, and no matter how great their military achievements, their deaths would bring catastrophic devastation to their families. Rope tree, did you not proclaim that the will of fire means treating the villagers as one's own family? If your family were to perish on the battlefield, would you not grieve? The rope tree fell silent for a long while. Tsunade, as the elder sister, and he, as the younger brother, absorbed Jin's words. Thus, Uncle Sarutobi advises us not to become overly attached to battle, but to know when to withdraw. Nearby, Orochimaru and Jiraiya were somewhat moved by Jin's words. Their parents were ordinary ninjas, both perishing on the battlefield, though they sacrificed themselves heroically for the village. How could they not feel sorrow at the loss of their loved ones? I believe there are deeper reasons. Shinya continued, stating that the land of rain, situated amidst the land of fire, earth, and wind, has long been a battleground for great nations, suffering the agonies of war. At this juncture, should the land of fire intervene as an ally, it could subsequently utilize the land of rain to monitor and suppress the land of wind and earth. This was likely the original intention of the third Hokage, which is why he hesitated to deploy troops. He awaited the moment when the daimyo of the land of rain would seek aid, not foreseeing that Hanzo would directly declare war on us. Jinya's words astonished everyone, not only due to the complexity of Sarutobi Hiruzen's thoughts, but more so because Shinya, an 11-year-old child, could discern Hiruzen's intentions. Shinya remarked that such insights came easily to him from his past life spent engaging in political discussions online. Yet, if tasked with governing even a village, he would feel uncertain. However, if given the opportunity to verbally analyze national affairs and battlefield dynamics, he could speak for days without repetition, provided the information was sufficient. He jested that if he couldn't persuade this group of mere paper figures, he would question the purpose of his past efforts over the years. The following morning, the group arrived at the border between the land of fire and the land of rain, where the main forces were stationed. Under Sarutobi Hiruzen's orders, Mito Kato's advance was methodical and steady, not seeking to penetrate deep into the land of rain, but ensuring each step was secure. Shinya lay in the tent, unable to suppress his complaints. It seemed that Konoha was indeed a victim of circumstance. In the 4 great ninja wars, none were initiated by Konoha, yet they always faced multiple adversaries. Those small nations, purported victims, clamored for an end to the war while simultaneously targeting Konoha, the unwitting participant. Super Brother, who constantly advocated for peace, insisted that the instigators of war must feel the pain, yet he chose not to confront the Cloud or Stone villages, instead focusing his wrath on Konoha. Moreover, they unleashed a powerful jutsu upon Konoha, which was primarily incited by Tsunade's remark that their great nation also endured the tribulations of war, breaking Super Brother's defenses. Thus, Shinya believed that Tsunade was not suited to be Hokage. Although she is a woman, she possesses a certain masculine vigor, characterized by inflexibility and the belief that Konoha comes first. Even if she hurt others, she felt her own pain, claiming they were similar in suffering. Furthermore, she employed aggressive tactics, challenging opponents directly. The essence of her approach could be described as obstinate. It can only be said that it aptly reflects the nationality of Kishimoto, the creator. Chapter 19. Entering the Land of Rain after a day and a night. The three ninja team reached the border of the Land of Rain. What is the situation? Jiraiya inquired. We are the first unit to enter the Land of Rain. Other teams are approaching in succession, a sensory ninja reported. Tsunade clenched her fists and declared, excellent. Let us charge into the Rain Ninja Village and demand an explanation from Hanzo. Tsunade, stop. Orochimaru and Jiraiya hurriedly intervened. Jiraiya remarked, Uncle Yin undoubtedly has a plan. Let us wait for his arrival before proceeding. Shinya nodded in agreement, reflecting his support. Upon seeing Shinya's affirmation, Suru also expressed his approval. Orochimaru, prior to his fall into darkness, was notably prudent and would naturally refrain from leading the team into perilous ventures. You are being excessively cautious, Tsunade exclaimed in frustration. Orochimaru responded, we are unfamiliar with the terrain and climate of the Land of Rain. Venturing in recklessly may lead us into the enemy's traps. It is best to wait for the main force to arrive. Indeed. Shinya nodded once more. Tsunade shot a sideways glance at Shinya. Uchiha lad. You certainly have your own ideas. Shinya was taken aback and quickly shook his head. I follow the command of my superior. Tsunade bluntly stated, I am the superior. Whom do you support? Shinya smiled and replied, both Lord Jiraiya and Lord Orochimaru are also superiors. The majority should prevail. You little brat. Don't think that just because you are Uncle Yin's apprentice, I won't dare to strike you. Tsunade retorted angrily. Shinya shrugged his shoulders in resignation. Though he wished to avoid provoking Tsunade, he did not fear her. At this point, Tsunade had yet to master the Yin sealing and the 100 healings technique. Her medical ninjutsu and taijutsu were not at their peak. In terms of raw power, Shinya was certainly not her equal, yet he was not intimidated either. Should a confrontation arise, the climate of the Land of Rain would actually favor Shinya. With the rain still pouring, it would enhance the effectiveness of his lightning release. Although lightning does not inherently counter water, the physical property of impurities in water conducting electricity remains true. Thus, while lightning release may not counter water release in terms of chakra nature, it does indeed have a tangible advantage physically. Most ninjas utilize the water present in nature for their water release techniques. Only the most powerful ninjas with exceptionally high levels of nature transformation can create water using chakra, ensuring its purity and non-conductivity. The rainwater in the Land of Rain is a natural phenomenon, which thus benefits Shinya. However, Tsunade was not foolish enough to engage in combat against allies within an enemy territory. In truth, Shinya could surmise the underlying hostility from Tsunade. Beyond his explicit dissent towards her views, the inherent animosity between the Senju and Uchiha clans likely played a role in her disposition. Shinya-kun, please share your thoughts. Orochimaru now turned his gaze toward Shinya. As a member of the Uchiha clan and a disciple of Mito Gate Yin, Shinya's identity was undoubtedly unique. So distinctive that even as a mere genin, Orochimaru was curious as to why the higher-ups were willing to extend goodwill towards this Uchiha descendant, even nurturing him as a confidant. Shinya was momentarily taken aback. Me? Orochimaru nodded. You are the disciple of Advisor Yin. We are, in a sense, fellow disciples. Let us consider this a discussion among peers, not part of the formal meeting. Acknowledging Orochimaru's statement, Shinya concurred. Then I shall express my views. As I previously mentioned, I firmly believe that the Hokage does not wish to wage war against the Land of Rain. It is merely due to Hanzo's declaration of war that we are compelled to engage. Therefore, I believe that the primary objective of our foray into the Land of Rain, beyond imparting a lesson to its inhabitants, is to guard against the threats posed by the rock and sand villages. Thus, concentrating our efforts solely on the assault of the Rain Ninja Village would be unwise. It would be more prudent to instill a sense of trepidation in the rock and sand villages, deterring them from further encroachment. Upon hearing Shinya's words, Tsunade's displeasure grew. Truly, he was overly cautious. Well, Tsunade, the old man has his considerations. After all, the Hokage must think beyond personal satisfaction, Jiraiya consoled with a chuckle. He has grown cautious with age, lacking the audacity he once had upon assuming the mantle of Hokage. Tsunade retorted angrily. Shinya inwardly shook his head, believing that Sarutobi Hiruzen, in his prime, would not exhibit the same timidity as the elderly version depicted in the animated tales of his past. When Hiruzen first took on the role of the third Hokage, The Cloud Village was also witnessing the ascension of its third Reikage. At that time, Cloud sought to launch a surprise attack on Konoha, but Hiruzen decisively repelled them, as chronicled in the official lore. Over the years, Hiruzen's methods have become increasingly tempered. This does not signify indecisiveness, but rather a sign of maturity. It can be asserted that Hiruzen now embodies the epitome of a leader at his most refined stage, coinciding with what the original narrative referred to as the most prosperous period for Konoha. Nevertheless, Tsunade held a different view. She perceived Hiruzen as excessively indecisive, allowing even the diminutive Land of Rain to declare war on Konoha. One could argue that Tsunade's perspective is not entirely without merit. From both the national and village standpoints, a military campaign against the Land of Rain is warranted. However, Hiruzen also considered another factor: humanity. Not all shinobi are inclined towards warfare, nor can everyone endure the ravages of conflict. If war is indeed unavoidable, Hiruzen naturally aspires to conclude it with minimal casualties. Decisions born from such considerations may appear weak to someone of Tsunade's resolute disposition. In certain respects, Tsunade and Danzo share similarities, though Danzo's methods are more ruthless, and his heart more tainted. As evening descended, Midogate Yen arrived at the assembly point with his troops, with most of the other squads also present. A small contingent remained either lagging behind or had been assigned tasks in advance within the Land of Rain. The assembly site quickly transformed into a makeshift camp. Tasks were then allocated. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade formed a team, leading 20 Nin and 50 Genin into the Land of Rain to strike against the Rain Ninja forces. Remember, do not engage in direct confrontation. Focus on flanking maneuvers. Midogate Yen commenced the mission briefing. Understood, responded Tsukumo Hatake and Yashikage Sarutobi, who would lead 20 Nin to contain the Sand Village's forces, adhering to the same directive to avoid direct conflict. Yes, the remaining Nin and all Genin were to remain at the camp, ready to receive any wounded. Understood. The situation with the Rock Village was being personally overseen by Midogate Yen, wary of the monstrous Inoki taking to the field, should others encounter him. It would spell disaster. Once the task distribution concluded, Shinya and Ju remained with the main force at the camp. As the daylight waned, preparations for rest commenced. Suddenly, a deafening explosion jolted Shinya awake, overshadowing even the torrential rain that poured outside the tent. It was evident that the blast had originated from within the encampment, followed by a series of anguished cries. With a resigned sigh, Shinya retrieved a kunai and stepped outside. Chapter 20. Ambush. The Land of Rain is notorious for its treacherous terrain and a climate that defies the very laws of nature. With rain falling relentlessly, the days devoid of precipitation are fewer than a quarter of the year, earning it the moniker of the Land of Rain. This nation seems abandoned by the Sage of Six Paths, its lamentations unheard by anyone. The incessant downpours have drained the vitality from this land. For Shinya, who once thrived in a flourishing environment, the Land of Rain feels akin to a hellish prison. Why, you may ask? Because suitable land for agriculture is alarmingly scarce. With such a deluge, any seeds would surely rot before they could sprout. In truth, the food supply, industrial goods, and daily necessities of the Land of Rain have long relied on the Fire Country. Although there was no formal alliance before the onset of conflict, trade was consistent. Logically, from any perspective of self-interest, the Land of Rain should not engage in war against the Fire Country, let alone involve the Earth and Wind countries. To have three great powers attending to its needs is a remarkable fortune indeed. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen has pondered for days at home, unable to fathom why Hanzo would declare war on the Fire Country, especially bypassing the daimyo to do so. It is a classic case of the underdog rising against the established order. The upper echelons of leadership harbor thoughts and plans unknown to the lower ranks of ninjas. For those ninjas currently sheltering in the encampment from enemy assaults, it feels as though all they have provided to the Land of Rain over the years has been repaid with betrayal. Once a key political figure in his past life, Shinya could roughly surmise Sarutobi Hiruzen's motivations. However, there was no room for further contemplation at this moment. The ninjas of the Land of Rain lay concealed within the rainforest, launching surprise attacks on the Leaf Ninjas, who were rendered powerless. Whispers circulated that the trees of the Land of Rain could speak. The highest-ranking defenders at the encampment included merely 2 special jounin, with the remainder being chunin and genin, incapable of executing large-scale ninjutsu in response. Who on earth orchestrated such a disastrous deployment, sending all our elite forces away? Shinya cursed as he brandished several kunai. Of course, it was your esteemed master, shouted Ju as he dashed to take cover beside Shinya. Within mere minutes, 7 or 8 bodies lay lifeless within the encampment. The Leaf Village employs a policy of elite forces, so the loss of 7 or 8 genin is no trivial matter. It is important to note that the cost of training genin in the Leaf Village far exceeds that of the other 4 nations. Shinya closed his eyes, a refreshing sensation enveloping him. Upon reopening them, 3 tomo began to slowly rotate within his gaze. As he felt the unique chakra surging within his eyes, this chakra, known as the power of the eye, forms the essence of the Sharingan. However, unlike other members of the Uchiha clan, the Sharingan of Shinya does not merely stimulate the nerves and provoke the user's emotions. This may indeed elucidate the reason behind the Uchiha clan's exceptional affinity for the duality of their powers. Take, for instance, Ryuho. Upon the activation of her ocular abilities, her temperament slightly escalates towards volatility, although she has always been rather tempestuous. Conversely, for Shin, the awakening of his eyes results in a significant reduction in emotional fluctuations, enhancing his focus considerably. His gaze sweeps across the battlefield, diligently searching for adversaries. Although the Sharingan does not possess the X-ray vision of the Byakugan to directly unveil foes, it allows him to perceive chakra. The Uchiha clan, despite their prowess in various other abilities, is not renowned for their reconnaissance skills, which often go unnoticed. It can be asserted that the heavens have bestowed upon the Uchiha clan every advantage save for intellect. Rope tree, 3 o'clock, 5 o'clock, 7 o'clock. A few moments later, Shin called out to Rope Tree. Good. Rope Tree swiftly formed hand seals, mobilizing chakra with great urgency. Water release, water dragon bullet. A roaring water dragon surged forth in the direction indicated by Shin. Shadows flitted through the trees before vanishing back into the woods. Everyone retreat, Shin shouted, commencing his own hand seals. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. A multitude of fireballs, each the size of a ping-pong ball, erupted from Shin's mouth like a barrage from an automatic weapon. In the humid environment of the Land of Rain, the flames struggled to ignite, being nearly extinguished upon contact with the saturated ground. However, this also generated a significant amount of steam, enveloping the entire camp in a shroud of vapor. Simultaneously, the enemy's assault came to an abrupt halt. Shin could now ascertain that the enemy forces were not numerous. It was likely merely a small contingent that had maneuvered around to their rear. Moreover, there appeared to be no formidable ninjas, and it was certain that there were no elite J-nin among them. It was highly probable that no particularly powerful J-nin were present, most likely a team led by a CH-nin. Lastly, the absence of reliable sensory ninjas indicated that they would not have ceased their attack otherwise. Quickly find cover, Shin urged loudly, and the ninjas complied without hesitation. In the chaos of battle, when someone steps forward to take charge, most individuals will instinctively follow. Especially after witnessing Shin disrupt the enemy's incursion, even CH-nin were inclined to heed his commands and seek refuge. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. Subsequently, 3 more fireballs were unleashed, accurately striking 3 rain ninjas. Due to the ability of all channels open, while Shin's chakra reserves may not be formidable, his recovery rate was exceptionally rapid. The expenditure of such a low-level jutsu as the Phoenix fire technique was negligible. Nevertheless, the technique had its drawbacks. Its power was somewhat limited. Coupled with the distance, the 3 rain ninjas struck by the flames suffered no fatal injuries, nor were they even significantly wounded. Too weak. This is too weak. Seeing this, Rope Tree charged towards the 3 rain ninjas who had fallen from the trees. Indeed, creating opportunities for Rope Tree to eliminate enemies was Shin's true intention. Though I may be weak, I have allies. Despite his somewhat oblivious demeanor, Rope Tree displayed remarkable composure on the battlefield, wielding a kunai with deft precision. 2 rain ninjas met their demise at his hands, and he swiftly pursued the third. Clang! At this moment, the rain ninja regained his composure, drawing out a kunai to deflect the attack from Shuzuki. Just as the rain ninja prepared to leverage his height advantage to subdue Shuzuki, the enigmatic Jun appeared unexpectedly, delivering a swift kick to his face. In that instant, Shuzuki took the opportunity to thrust the kunai forward, piercing the chest of the rain ninja. Thus, 3 rain ninjas met their demise on the spot. Jun then cast his gaze towards the trees, noting that the remaining chakra had dissipated. It appeared the enemy had retreated following Jun's counterattack. These three unfortunate souls had merely been victims of their own sluggishness, struck down by Jun's assault. It was indeed quite embarrassing to consider that over 100 ninjas remained in the camp, yet they were completely thwarted by a mere dozen adversaries. Nonetheless, it was fortunate that no significant casualties occurred, with only 7 or 8 lower-ranked ninjas having perished. In terms of individual prowess, the ninjas of Konoha could be said to far surpass those of the Land of Rain. However, the Land of Rain possessed its own advantages, being intimately familiar with the terrain and moving with the swiftness of the wind. While it was not difficult for Konoha to defeat them, annihilating them entirely proved to be a formidable challenge. After all, should the ninjas of Konoha plunge into the rainforest, they would be easily lost. Chapter 21. Establishing a persona in the aftermath of the battle, Jun reflected on the combat experience. In an environment such as that of the Land of Rain, water techniques indeed held unparalleled advantages. Shuzuki's Water Dragon Bullet was evidently more potent than when executed in Konoha. It seemed prudent to further explore the realms of water and earth techniques. Jin contemplated that his chakra's innate nature comprised lightning, fire, and wind, lacking both water and earth. However, the absence of these elements did not preclude the use of water and earth techniques. It merely meant that, in comparison to his inherent abilities, mastering these absent qualities required an initial step of simulating their chakra properties. In simpler terms, one must enable their chakra to emulate the characteristics of water and earth techniques, completing the transformation before they could harness such skills. The effectiveness of the techniques ultimately depended on the practitioner's dedication. Yet, any reasonably astute ninja typically concentrated their efforts on developing their inherent chakra attributes, selecting 1 or 2 to study in depth. Unless one were to be as exceptional as Sarutobi Hiruzen, who possessed mastery over all 5 elemental natures and employed a combat style that combined various techniques, it was unlikely for a ninja to fully develop all 5 elemental properties. For Jun, the primary focus would remain on lightning and fire techniques. As the number of wind ninjas was already scarce, with high-caliber practitioners even more difficult to find, his genuine interest in researching water and earth techniques stemmed from their unique ability to alter the landscape, which could prove invaluable on certain battlefields. He tossed a soldier pill into his mouth, chewing roughly before swallowing. The soldier pill was a concentrated form of food, rich in essential nutrients, minerals, and trace elements, offering a high caloric content to rapidly replenish physical strength and promote recovery. Moreover, the soldier pills produced in Konoha contained minimal impurities, making them easily digestible and placing little strain on the digestive system. It could be said that, aside from their unpalatable taste, they possessed numerous advantages. Military rations serve as a temporary substitute for regular sustenance during times of conflict, and one cannot expect too much from them. Alas, if only I had ventured into the world of One Piece, I would have relished the opportunity to compare the taste of the devil fruit with that of the soldier's food. Truly, what should we do next? 2 special jonin approached him. The performance displayed by this 11-year-old boy had altered the perceptions of everyone within the camp. Not only did he possess strength that far surpassed his peers, but he also demonstrated remarkable judgment in the face of ambushes, even surpassing that of the 2 special jonin in assessing the situation. Moreover, as a disciple of Mido Gate Inn, the 2 special jonin decided to consult with him, driven by an earnest desire for advancement. After all, he is the disciple of a consultant, and even if he does not become Hokage, he is bound to secure a position within the advisory council. If they could cultivate a good relationship with him, securing a commendable position would be a mere formality, even if they could not ascend to jonin. And let us not forget the young master of the Senju clan beside them. He too must be treated with due respect. Though the Senju clan has been disbanded, their lineage still holds considerable influence in Konoha. The ninja world transcends mere combat. It is a realm of human connections and social nuances. Me? I am merely a genin, Shinya exclaimed, bewildered. Indeed, I witnessed your actions just now. You reacted faster than we did. We believe you are more suited to lead, declared Aoyama Hidenabu, the special jonin. Yes, I concur, added the other special jonin, Nankuin. Though you are currently a genin and cannot command a unit, I have discussed with Hidenabu, and if you could guide us on what to do, we can execute your directives. The term special jonin refers to a ninja whose overall abilities do not meet the standard of a jonin, but possesses exceptional skills in a particular area that qualifies them for this title. Indeed, Special Jonin is a designation rather than an official rank within the ninja hierarchy. Much like Elite Jonin, within Konoha, it is essentially a title for those seasoned Jonin of considerable prowess. For instance, Sarutobi Hiruzen's son, Sarutobi Konohamaru, is regarded by villagers as an elite among Jonin. Both Aoyama Hidenabu and Nankuin have reached the minimum standard of Jonin in their respective mastery of water and earth release techniques, thus earning the title of Special Jonin. Their elevation stems from their prowess in ninjutsu rather than leadership abilities. Moreover, at the tender ages of 17 or 18, this is their first foray into battle. 17 or 18-year-old Special Jonin is indeed a commendable talent. Although they pale in comparison to the dazzling geniuses depicted in the original manga, such talent is a rarity within the broader ninja community. Most significantly, neither of these individuals hails from a prestigious lineage. The surname Aoyama suggests a commoner background, while Nankuin lacks a surname entirely. As I aspire to become Hokage, it is imperative to cultivate my own support base, ensuring it is not solely composed of Uchiha clan members. A balance must be struck between Uchiha members, renowned ninjas, and commoner ninjas. Upon reflecting on this matter, I no longer hesitated and began to strategize for the two individuals. Indeed, I was offering counsel. After all, my counterpart was an esteemed superior, a Special Jonin. Although I am a disciple of Mido Gate N, I cannot truly overstep my bounds with such a high-ranking individual. Hence, even though Aoyama Hidenabu and Nankomo spoke with conviction, I positioned myself merely as an advisor. Throughout the history of Hokage, regardless of their individual capabilities, there exists a shared sentiment, an unwavering devotion to the village and a genuine regard for its inhabitants. The exception to this may be Danzo, who never wielded the authority of Hokage, merely bearing the title. As a certain filial character once proclaimed, one does not attain recognition solely by becoming Hokage, but rather, one becomes Hokage through the recognition of the people. Though this sentiment may exude a certain youthful fervor typical of SHN narratives, its meaning is exceedingly clear. To put it plainly, one must earn the respect of those beneath them to possess true authority. Each Hokage has garnered the village's acknowledgement for various reasons. The first Hokage, the founder of Konoha, requires no elaboration. The second Hokage, a hero alongside the first in quelling chaos, was also his brother. The third Hokage, who valiantly stabilized Konoha's circumstances, triumphed in 2 ninja world wars. The fourth Hokage shone brightly on the battlefield and became the dream lover of many young maidens in the village. The fifth Hokage is the granddaughter of the first Hokage. The sixth Hokage, a seasoned Jonin, possesses a reputation, strength, and integrity that are widely acknowledged. The seventh Hokage is monumental, a child of destiny, a savior. Who could possibly dissent? It can be asserted that, aside from our fifth and a half Hokage, all predecessors have enjoyed a solid foundation of public support, rather than relying on sheer force to assume their positions. If I, too, aspire to become Hokage, while I do not aim to reach the tragic heights of a certain character, I must at least strive not to be a source of disdain. Consider Orochimaru. His contributions, strength, and prestige made him a formidable candidate for the fourth Hokage, yet he was ultimately overlooked. The fundamental reason? His lack of approachability. The villagers were apprehensive of him. In contrast, Minato Namikaze, who could possibly find a reason to dislike him within the village? Even the Uchiha clan, known for their general discontent, could hardly harbor any animosity towards Minato. Thus, I must cultivate an image of humility and respectfulness. As the saying goes, when the noble lord offers his food, the world will gravitate towards him. Chapter 22. Imu and June. In the western region of the Land of Rain, nearing its heartland, Hatake Tsukumo stood amidst the torrential downpour, gazing at 2 young shinobi from Sunagakure before him. Behind them were a dozen additional sand shinobi, all of whom were no less than Nin. You 2 are ninjas from Sunagakure, are you not? You appear quite youthful, Hatake Tsukumo remarked. The 2 Sunagakure ninjas were Jonin, yet they bore a youthful appearance, likely having recently ascended in rank. A man and a woman, their close relationship was evident even during my earlier observation, suggesting they were likely a married couple. They regarded Hatake Tsukumo and Sarutobi Keiki, perched upon a tree, with vigilance. Despite the presence of only 2 adversaries, they remained on high alert. Apologies, but you cannot pass through here. Hikaku Tsukumo's expression turned grave as he spoke. Return now. The individuals behind you represent numerous families. It would be reckless to allow several families from Sunagakure to lose their loved ones. Do you look down upon us, from Konohagakure? A male sand ninja retorted angrily. Tsukumo's eyes reflected compassion. No, it is merely a matter of empathy. My son has just been born, and I can only imagine the sorrow my family would endure if I were to perish in battle. Moreover, some of the ninjas behind you are still but children. Such words are easy to utter from those who occupy the most privileged positions in the world. The male sand ninja gritted his teeth. In your eyes, we of Sunagakure might merely be waging war for the sake of pride. Tsukumo's countenance remained serious as he slowly drew his short blade, White Fang, and stated, "It appears this conflict cannot simply be defined by notions of justice and injustice. Nevertheless, the common people who perish due to war are innocent, particularly in the land of rain. Enough of this nonsense. Perish beneath my puppets." With a sweeping motion of his hand, 2 puppets materialized instantly. Remember my name. I am Amu, a jonin from Sunagakure. Upon hearing this, Tsukumo sighed helplessly and gestured towards Sarutobi Yashikichi, perched in the tree. If I were him, I would have slain you too, Yashikichi remarked. The sense of superiority displayed by Tsukumo earlier was jarring, even to his own teammate, let alone to their adversaries. Each word he spoke seemed to convey, "Return now. I fear my strikes may be too severe and end your lives." June, Imu bellowed, and the female ninja beside him unleashed 2 more puppets. Each of the 4 puppets possessed 6 arms, each arm wielding a scythe. A deluge of shurikens erupted from the puppets, enveloping the 2 men. Sarutobi Yashikichi, hands tucked in his pockets, casually evaded the onslaught of shurikens and remarked to Tsukumo, "This is your fault for provoking the enemy." Tsukumo scratched his head awkwardly. "I apologize. It seems returning the troops to camp was indeed the right choice. Facing such a situation with the entire unit would result in heavy casualties." Once they leapt out of the puppet's attack range, the 2 landed on solid ground. However, a dozen sand ninjas swiftly advanced, closing in on them. "You dare to confront my team? We are all jonin. You underestimate us." Konohagakure, Imu grinned menacingly. Wind release, wind scythe technique. Several wind release ninjas targeted the 2 with their jutsu. Wind blades sliced toward them, carving deep grooves into the earth along their path. With a resounding crash, Sarutobi Yashikichi waved his hand forward, dispersing the wind blades effortlessly. Aside from ruffling their hair, the attack had no impact. "Seeing as this is your first time on the battlefield, allow me to enlighten you," Yashikichi said, once again placing his hands in his pockets. There exists a disparity even among jonin, not merely between individuals. While the ninja ranks are standardized across nations, the overall caliber of ninjas varies significantly. Not all jonin from Konoha can be equated with those from Sunagakure. Earth release, earth flow river. In an instant, the ground beneath the sand shinobi began to flow as if engulfed by a torrential flood, swallowing them whole. Imu and June, the couple, hastily leaped to higher ground to evade the deluge, yet they could not retrieve their puppets in time, for puppets were completely consumed by the earthen river, vanishing without a trace. Furious, Imu glared at the 2 before him, only to be stunned into silence. The figure of Tsukumo Hatake, once beside Sarutobi Koichi, had now completely disappeared. The voice of his wife, Aimi, echoed in his ears as he turned to look, only to witness Tsukumo's short blade piercing through June from behind, its tip protruding from her chest. Simultaneously, the torrent of earth ceased, revealing the bodies of the sand shinobi who had been consumed. From a small team of over a dozen, only Imu remained. As he gazed upon his wife's lifeless form, blood mingling with the rain, Imu succumbed to a numbing shock. Observing Tsukumo Hatake, he noted the absence of a malicious expression. Instead, there was an overwhelming sense of compassion. Compassion, how absurd it was to perceive such a sentiment on the face of an adversary. In that moment, an inferno of rage surged within Imu. "Die, Leaf," he screamed, drawing a kunai and charging at Tsukumo. Yet, in the next heartbeat, darkness enveloped his vision. When clarity returned, he found his throat slit, a torrent of blood spilling forth. With a look of defiance, Imu collapsed beside his wife's corpse. As he hovered on the brink of consciousness, images of his parents, his wife, and his 3-year-old son surfaced in his mind. They had been destined for a life of tranquility, had it not been for the ravages of war. Scorpion, he thought, the name of his son lingering in his mind as he slipped into oblivion. Why resort to the technique of shadows? It seems rather superfluous. Tsukumo's voice was laced with melancholy as he regarded Sarutobi Koichi. Koichi replied, The enemy is fighting a desperate battle. We must eliminate all risks. He observed the compassion and pity reflected in his comrade's eyes and queried, "Do you feel sorry for him?" Tsukumo responded, "Is it not pitiable, a youth brimming with fervor, sent to the battlefield by his own village, entirely unaware?" Koichi retorted, "Indeed, but you should also consider the innocent people of the Rain Country, and we, who have been unwittingly ensnared in this conflict. Who instigates war, and who enforces the edicts of their superiors?" Tsukumo gazed at Koichi, proclaiming, "Ninjas must prioritize the completion of their missions. It is the rule, and they are merely adhering to it." "Precisely," Koichi said. "So I implore you to fulfill your duty and restrain the Sand's forces." Struck silent, Tsukumo sheathed his short blade and turned to depart. "As your partner, there are words I must voice." Koichi's voice rang out once more. "Your kindness, whether toward allies or foes, has become excessively abundant. This is detrimental. Unfettered goodwill may inadvertently harm others, and ultimately, yourself." Chapter 23. Restoring the greatness of the Rain Country. The two tidied the battlefield, preparing to leave. The so-called battlefield cleanup was, in fact, a matter of Sarutobi Kanahagakure utilizing earth release to bury the bodies of these unfortunate ninjas who were sent to war without any knowledge of their fate. Since they have met their demise, it is unnecessary to let their corpses rot in the wilderness. Just as the two were about to depart, they sensed a fluctuation of chakra. A living slug? A slug emerged from the shadows, revealing itself to be Tsunade's summoning beast. The species was a slug, and this particular one was named Living Slug, so do not confuse it. Lord Kanahagakure, Lord Shikamaru, and Lady Tsunade encountered Hanzo of the Salamander. In an instant, the hearts of Sarutobi Kanahagakure and Hatake Shikamaru raced. The identities of these three individuals were extraordinarily unique. All were disciples of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Notably, Tsunade was the granddaughter of the first Hokage, the princess of Kanahagakure. Indeed, Tsunade's status was more exceptional and sensitive than that of Sarutobi Kanahagakure, the son of the Hokage. Should Tsunade fall on the battlefield, it would undoubtedly be a significant blow to Kanahagakure and provide other nations an opportunity to assault it. "Let us split up for now," Sarutobi Kanahagakure said. "You continue with your mission, and I will go to rescue Orochimaru." Hatake Shikamaru nodded silently and melted into the forest. "Is this wise?" the living slug inquired, having witnessed the earlier scene. Sarutobi Kanahagakure replied, "My esteemed elder has stated that Hatake Shikamaru will one day become a ninja capable of standing on his own. Therefore, there are some matters he must come to understand on his own." As he spoke, Sarutobi Kanahagakure swiftly darted in the direction indicated by the living slug, moving with an ethereal grace, covering several hundred meters in mere leaps. Along the way, the living slug continued to relay information about Hanzo. While it was well known that Hanzo was adept with poison, few understood the nature and application of his toxins. With fresh intelligence at hand, Sarutobi Kanahagakure could not afford to remain uninformed. Shortly after his departure, two sand ninjas, one male and one female, arrived at the scene. The female ninja gazed silently at the bodies of Imu and June. "Sister, do you know who did this?" the male ninja asked. The fatal wounds bear traces of wind release nature transformation. In Kanahagakure, aside from Danzo, who is so proficient in wind release, could it be Hatake Shikamaru? The female ninja murmured. Danzo was currently stationed in the north, guarding against the advance of the hidden cloud. Thus, the only ninja of such caliber utilizing wind release on the battlefield in the Land of Rain could be Hatake Shikamaru. In contrast to the wind release, the earth release employed by Sarutobi Kanahagakure controlled the terrain rather than creating mud, leaving little trace that was soon washed away by the rain. However, the nature transformation of wind release that Hatake Shikamaru applied was evident on his short blade. Having slain the couple, traces of the nature transformation lingered on the wounds. Thus, the siblings were unaware that another presence remained at the scene. Outside the Rain Village, several leaf ninjas lay fallen, many already succumbing to poison. The toxic gas was a method employed by Hanzo, the leader of the Rain Village. In a team of 20, only Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya remained, struggling against overwhelming odds. Their condition was far from optimal, particularly Tsunade, who had exhausted both her chakra and stamina in her efforts to cure the other two. At this moment, Jiraiya had yet to master the sage technique of Mayaboka Mountain. Tsunade had not yet developed the Een seal, and Orochimaru lacked an abundance of forbidden jutsu. Thus, their collective strength was merely that of elite ninjas. Confronted by Hanzo, one of the foremost figures of this era, their capabilities were woefully inadequate. Furthermore, Hanzo's combat style, relying on poison, posed an additional challenge. Without Tsunade's intervention, a mere scratch from Hanzo's scythe or a hint of toxic miasma would spell doom for them. It was Tsunade's unwavering dedication to antidotes, coupled with Hanzo's cautious approach, that allowed the trio to endure thus far. Simultaneously, Hanzo felt a deep-seated jealousy. Why should the Leaf Village monopolize all the fortune? Why were they blessed with a formidable leader, an exceptionally gifted youth, and the most advantageous circumstances, while the Rain Village languished like a rat in a gutter, surviving only on the meager support of the Land of Fire? He could not accept this fate. Why should the Land of Rain be condemned to such a destiny? Why was it that the balance of the world was dictated by the 5 great nations? With the Land of Wind and the Land of Earth embroiled in conflict, the Daimyo's foolishness in placing hope in the Land of Fire for assistance was intolerable. Thus, Hanzo boldly declared war on the 3 nations simultaneously. By ensnaring them in the complex turmoil of the Rain Village, he aimed to diminish their strength. As for the Land of Rain, having already endured great hardship, there was little left to lose. Once the 3 nations became fatigued and weakened from their battles, Hanzo would leverage the situation to compel them into a ceasefire. At that juncture, he could seize complete control of the Land of Rain and lead it towards resurgence, restoring its former glory. Summoning his guardian beast, the salamander, Hanzo unleashed a vast cloud of toxic mist. The trio, utterly drained, could only watch helplessly as the noxious vapor spread. Those fallen leaf ninjas who encountered the poisonous fog succumbed immediately, foaming at the mouth. In a desperate attempt to counter the miasma, Orochimaru and Jiraiya had tried utilizing wind techniques. However, Hanzo was equally adept in this art and superior to them. Their efforts merely dispersed the mist momentarily, for the salamander would soon release another wave, leaving them in a relentless struggle. Frustration mounted within Tsunade as she witnessed the encroaching poison. Wind style, great breakthrough, she shouted. Suddenly, a ferocious gale erupted, sweeping through the battlefield and dissipating the poisonous fog, along with the rain that had enveloped the area. Both Hanzo and the others were taken aback by this unexpected display of power. The tempestuous winds rendered Hanzo's toxins impotent. Moments later, the storm subsided, and the rain returned to drench the battlefield once more. Hanzo gazed at the young man before him, who appeared to be of similar age to Tsunade and her companions, and found it hard to believe. "Konoha's Sarutobi Hiruzen!" exclaimed Orochimaru. Hanzo's eyes fixated on the emblem of the Sarutobi clan adorning the young man's attire. Humph! A mere child of the Sarutobi clan. How audacious! In that moment, a fierce battle intent ignited within Hanzo's gaze. He contemplated. Perhaps it would be wiser not to eliminate them now, as it would not alter the course of the battle, but might provoke Sarutobi Hizashi. Instead, he decided to extend a favor to this Sarutobi youth. This narrative contains certain creative interpretations, as the protagonist cannot attain prominence during the Second Shinobi World War. Therefore, other characters will share some of the limelight without overshadowing the main character. Chapter 24. Short-term and long-term planning. What? A withdrawal? Are you jesting? We cannot simply retreat. Days later, at the Konoha camp, Tsunade stared in disbelief at the orders relayed by Sarutobi Hiruzen. It is merely a phased retreat for the participating genin, Hiruzen explained. The J-nin and Ch-nin will remain stationed, but we cannot advance further. Only a select few exceptional genin may stay on the battlefield under the guidance of their J-nin leaders, while the rest must return to the village in stages. Do not be absurd. The Land of Rain has declared war on Konoha. If we withdraw now, what remains of Konoha's dignity? Tsunade fumed. As the granddaughter of the first Hokage, with the Senju bloodline coursing through her veins, no one valued Konoha's honor more than she. Now, let us move on to the next matter, Sarutobi Hiruzen continued, ignoring Tsunade's outburst. You scoundrel, Hiruzen, Tsunade retorted. Boom. As Tsunade persisted in her opposition, an overwhelming surge of chakra erupted from Sarutobi Hiruzen, mingled with a palpable aura of menace that enveloped the 3 shinobi. Orochimaru and Jiraiya exchanged glances, both bewildered. Had it not been for my intervention to repel Hanzo, you 3 would have perished days ago. Thus, can you cease your obstinacy? Hiruzen declared. Orochimaru and Jiraiya shared a resigned smile. They had no objections, as it had been Tsunade who had opposed throughout the discourse. However, The intimidating pressure exerted by Hiruzen rendered Tsunade momentarily subdued. His murderous intent was even more formidable than Hanzo's, piercing her heart like a dagger. Now, on to the next subject. Hiruzen continued. Following the joint recommendation of Special J. Nin Aoyama Hidenori and Special J. Nin Nanyun, it has been concluded that Jinin Uchiha Masaya and Jinin Sh. Ju possess the requisite qualities to advance to Ch. Nin and may return to the village for the promotion examination. As the leading J. Nin of their respective teams, do you have any objections to this proposal? I have no objections. Nor do I, both Orochimaru and Jiraiya affirmed. Well aware of Sh. Ju and Masaya's capabilities. No, Sh. Ju is too young. He cannot be promoted to Ch. Nin so soon. He is still too inexperienced. Tsunade protested, her concern for her brother evident. Although she supported Sh. Ju's aspirations in his presence, it would be disingenuous to claim her worries were unfounded. Moreover, she harbored a small concern regarding Masaya's innate talent. His ascension to Ch. Nin would likely not pose any difficulty. As Shinya ascends to the rank of Chunin, it naturally becomes impossible for him to team up with Shinshu. Her intention is to keep Shinshu away from the Uchiha clan, fearing he may be led astray. Particularly given Shinya's alignment with the old man's policies, it is imperative that he does not corrupt Shinshu. If Shinshu were to adopt a hesitant and cautious demeanor, how could the will of fire, instilled by grandfather, be upheld? Although she holds great respect for Sarutobi Hiruzen as a teacher, she does not concur with some of his governing strategies. In Tsunade's perspective, Sarutobi Hiruzen is excessively lenient, overly cautious in decision-making, seemingly afraid of sacrifice. However, in warfare, casualties are inevitable. For instance, during the recent expedition to the Land of Rain, Sarutobi Hiruzen intended to withdraw the lower ninja shortly after their arrival. Without experiencing the baptism of blood and fire, how could these lower ninjas ever become true shinobi? Such is the folly of compassion. Meanwhile, Shinya is delving into the relationships of chakra nature's elemental dominance. Although he gained some understanding from watching anime in his previous life, he recognizes the elemental interactions. Wind overcomes lightning, lightning surpasses earth, earth conquers water, water extinguishes fire, and fire prevails over wind. Thus, theoretically, no element holds absolute superiority. It largely depends on the ninja's individual mastery of their elemental transformations and their application of these relationships. However, this pertains to the elemental interactions of chakra, and the world of Naruto does not adhere strictly to the laws of physics. Consequently, the relationships between chakra can, at times, reverse. For example, fire can dominate wind, particularly when fire harnesses the wind's force. Utilizing wind techniques against fire techniques may not only fail to negate the flames, but could also intensify them. Take, for instance, Sarutobi Hiruzen's son, Sarutobi Kinomaru, who favors initiating combat with fire techniques, using shadow clones and wind techniques to amplify the fire's potency. In confrontations, can wind users counter fire users? Indeed, they can. If the timing of the wind release is precise, or if its strength is sufficient to alter the wind's direction, the opponent's fire techniques could backfire upon themselves. Alternatively, if the wind technique is powerful enough, it could extinguish the opponent's flames altogether. Therefore, while the relationships between chakra natures warrant study, one must not fall into the trap of blind belief. Combat is not merely a game. Mastering the relationships of chakra nature can indeed grant a ninja an advantage in battle. Yet, this advantage is not absolute, and with sufficient intellect, these elemental relationships can be easily disrupted. It is well known that the inhabitants of the Naruto world generally lack high political acumen, yet their combat intelligence is notably sharp. Instances of overcoming elemental dominance in battles of similar levels are not uncommon. Shinya's innate chakra nature comprises lightning, fire, and wind, while the nature of yin and yang remains unknown, as chakra test paper cannot reveal it. The transformations for earth and water techniques can also be mastered through later training, albeit they do not offer the same cost-effectiveness as initially studying the innate natures. Thunder, fire, and wind, three elemental natures, are not merely to be mastered in their transformative properties. Rather, the true aspiration lies in the pursuit of a potential fusion that could yield a Kekkei Genkai, or even a Kekkei Tota. While enhancing one's strength is a secondary concern, the primary motivation for a ninja is that the development of such abilities through the manipulation of chakra can significantly augment cellular vitality. In simpler terms, it translates to rejuvenation. the postponement of aging, and the extension of one's prime. It is essential to recognize that in the world of Naruto, the gravest threats are not merely the periodic ninja wars. The most perilous danger looms in the form of an extraterrestrial invasion decades hence. The last thing one desires is to be burdened by injuries and ailments, left to await death or the arrival of a savior. Although I am a descendant of Indra, I cannot cling to the illusion that the powers of the Sage of Six Paths are guaranteed to me. Thus, beyond the six-path strength, I must fully harness my unique advantages and foresight to bolster my capabilities and ensure that my peak lasts as long as possible. This is the plan I have set for myself until the age of 20, a long-term vision with 9 years to go. As for my short-term objectives, they primarily focus on the elemental transformations of lightning and fire, supplemented by training in taijutsu and jinjutsu. After all, the most critical prerequisite for developing a Kekkei Genkai or Kekkei Tota is achieving a high level of mastery in the integration of these elemental transformations. The fact that Inoki developed Dust Release signifies not only that he possesses a formidable weapon, but also that he is a master of the elemental transformations of fire, wind, and earth. The true terror lies not solely in the lethal prowess of Dust Release, but also in Inoki's remarkably formidable foundational abilities. I have returned, currently. My update plan is to primarily focus on this work, observe the data after recommendations, and then proceed to update the other one. Chapter 25. The temptation of returning to the village the following day, I received the command to return to the village, accompanied by a recommendation letter for the Chunin promotion examination with Shinosuke. The Chunin promotion examination, during peacetime, is referred to as the Chunin exam. Standards differ between wartime and peacetime, hence the change in terminology. In contrast to the elaborate, multi-stage processes and criteria of peacetime examinations, the wartime assessment is starkly straightforward, comprising only 2 evaluations: survival skills and combat abilities. As for leadership capabilities, there is no stringent requirement during the Chunin examination. It is worth noting that not all Jonin are expected to lead teams. Thus, survival and combat skills are the essential competencies assessed for Chunin promotion. The so-called leadership ability is less of an evaluation and more of an observation. The command to withdraw troops was anticipated. After all, Hiruzen Sarutobi's decision to send Genin into the Land of Rain was primarily to train them. Keeping Chunin and Jonin in the Land of Rain signifies a stance. Konoha has not yet withdrawn. The battle is far from over. It merely indicates a temporary desire for restraint, a willingness to endure. The situation between Konoha and the Land of Rain is, in fact, rather amusing. When it comes to logistics, although Konoha is engaged in an away mission, the stronghold of its ninja forces lies at the border of the Land of Rain. Thus, the logistical burden on Konoha is relatively light. Conversely, the Land of Rain faces immense logistical challenges due to its terrain and climate. Furthermore, with Kakashi Hatake penetrating deep into the territory, he not only intimidates a Wagakure and Sunagakure, but also disrupts the logistics of the Land of Rain. As a result, despite being the home ground, the Land of Rain finds itself in the most uncomfortable position. After all, with the 3 great nations tending to its affairs, how could it not feel the weight of such a burden? It is likely that the daimyo of the Land of Rain is cursing the ancestors of Hanzo in his mind at this very moment. After days of travel, they finally caught sight of the gates of Konoha. Alongside them returned members of the Uchiha clan, led by Fugaku Uchiha himself. Everyone is well aware of the temperament of the Uchiha clan. Without the restraint of Fugaku, there is no telling what chaos might ensue. Upon seeing Shinji, Fugaku took the initiative to greet him. "Ah, brother Fugaku," Shinji replied, harboring a certain fondness for him, unlike the disdain he felt towards the more radical members of his clan. However, he firmly stated, Mikoto cannot be given away. That is a matter of principle. As Fugaku conversed with Shinji, several Uchiha clan members behind them regarded Shinji with sullen expressions. Among the crowd, he also spotted Uchiha Ryu, who, upon seeing Shinji, felt a conflict within himself. After a moment of contemplation, he chose not to approach. "If you have time, do come by my home," Fugaku said with a smile, displaying none of the stern demeanor he would later adopt as the Uchiha clan leader. However, this amiable attitude was reserved solely for members of his clan. His demeanor towards villagers and ninjas from other clans remained rather indifferent, although compared to other Uchiha, Fugaku's attitude was relatively cordial. Shinji understood that Fugaku and a significant portion of the Uchiha clan's aloofness towards villagers did not stem from genuine disdain or inherent coldness, but rather from social anxiety. They simply did not know how to interact with those who do not share their surname, leading them to adopt a facade of indifference to keep others at bay. In the original narrative, even Fugaku, who later became clan leader and gained the villagers' acceptance, would still display heartfelt smiles. It can only be said that the Uchiha clan is indeed quite complex. Had Shinji been the Hokage, or even a member of the advisory council, he could have significantly transformed the Uchiha clan's image. Unfortunately, as it stands, Shinji holds little sway, whether among Konoha's higher-ups or within the Uchiha clan itself. Recognizing his talent and nurturing him is one matter, but participating in decision-making is an entirely different realm. With his master still deployed at the front lines, Shinji returned home after bidding farewell to Fugaku. Having departed from Konoha for nearly a month, the room showed no signs of dust accumulation. It was evident that someone had tidied up. Was it Mikoto? No, she too had gone to the battlefield. Perhaps it was the chief of the Fongyin clan who had sent someone to clean. After indulging in a soothing hot bath, he reclined on the bed. Although the sky still appeared to be bright, fatigue had already begun to set in. This time on the battlefield had yielded considerable gains. The most significant discovery, without a doubt, was the uniqueness of his Sharingan. For ordinary Uchiha clan members, the Sharingan typically awakens during moments of extreme emotional turmoil. Consequently, many Uchiha find their mental state somewhat disturbed after activation. However, this disturbance is not solely a result of the Sharingan itself, but rather the tumultuous events that triggered its awakening. Such extreme emotional fluctuations are often provoked by significant tragedies, such as the untimely demise of loved ones or the collapse of one's beliefs. As for whether the Sharingan inherently influences the emotions of its wielder, the answer is affirmative. Upon awakening the Sharingan, Uchiha members indeed experience a degree of emotional alteration. Most Uchiha who activate their Sharingan in battle are often swept away by negative emotions. The extent to which these negative feelings affect the host largely depends on their individual character. For those less affected, it may merely result in a penchant for trash talk or posturing. For others, it could lead to a complete transformation of their persona. However, his Sharingan differed markedly from that of others. Firstly, the manner of its awakening diverged. There were no extreme emotional upheavals, and instead, his Sharingan seemed to awaken naturally, as if it were simply the right moment to do so. Secondly, the influence on himself was quite distinct. His Sharingan not only failed to elicit emotional turbulence, but, during its activation, rendered him even more composed, minimizing the sway of external factors. Of course, these influences did not vanish entirely, they were merely suppressed. Upon deactivating the Sharingan, these emotions would flood back into his consciousness: fear, exhilaration, anger, and so forth, all held at bay during its activation. Fortunately, having lived 2 lifetimes and possessing a resilient heart, he merely endured a couple of nights filled with nightmares, without significant repercussions. One could argue that each state possesses its own merits and drawbacks, making it difficult to determine which is superior. Chapter 26. The gift of the ninjutsu scholar. In truth, he had contemplated plans for the later stages of his journey. His ambition was to follow the path of the Sage of 6 Paths, combining the bloodline of the Tsutsuki with the natural energies of Earth. After all, according to his humble mentor, the Uchiha clan also possessed sage techniques. Though he was a descendant of Indra, many generations removed, there remained a trace of that lineage within him. Moreover, the natural energies of Earth should ideally complement the constitution of an earthborn child, should they not? Thus, if one possesses the bloodline of Earthlings in abundance, it should indeed be a distinct advantage. Hence, the path of the Sage mode combined with the Sharingan and the Susanoo, where gods are slain by gods and Buddhas by Buddhas, is within reach. Whatever the Tsutsuki or the Shell organization, let them perish. Oh, by the way, all of the above is merely a dream. At present, he is still just an inconspicuous genin. Shinya-chan. Early in the morning, Shinya was roused from his slumber by a series of calls. Upon opening the window, he beheld Mikoto smiling up at him from below. How outrageous. After returning to the village, she hasn't even thought to chat with her sister. Mikoto appeared to be in good spirits, seemingly unscathed. Shinya donned his clothes and leaped from the window, landing right before Mikoto. Although Shinya is a year younger than Mikoto and girls generally develop earlier, he has already surpassed her in height by half a head. There's no denying the terrifying power of unity of man and nature. Thus far, Shinya's purple talents are merely two: unity of man and nature and omnipulse. The former endows him with foundational attributes far exceeding those of his peers, while the latter grants him remarkably low consumption and exceptional endurance. After delving into the mysteries of his abilities, Shinya discerns certain patterns. The lowest tier, the white talents, typically represent a singular enhancement of a basic ability, albeit at a minimal level. For instance, white talents include shuriken throwing and master of disguise. It could be said that even a simple enhancement from awakening a talent can eclipse the benefits of a white talent. Consequently, over the preceding years, devoid of the threat of war, Shinya never acquired a white talent, even when the conditions were met. In contrast, the green talents offer more substantial enhancements, though they still pertain to basic abilities. For example, Shinya has attained the proficient in taijutsu talent, which, despite its unassuming name, has significantly elevated his prowess in close combat. It is worth noting that in the world of Naruto, taijutsu refers solely to the mastery of melee techniques and does not correlate with physical attributes. The blue talents, on the other hand, pertain to the enhancement of chakra, albeit focused on a singular aspect. For instance, the fire release genius talent solely amplifies Shinya's aptitude for developing fire release techniques. As for the purple talents, they signify a qualitative transformation in strength. In Shinya's perspective, purple talents enhance a specific condition of the body, which can subsequently lead to a comprehensive strengthening of the physique, rendering them exceedingly formidable. For example, the effect of unity of man and nature binds mental fortitude and physical form in a profound symbiosis, significantly boosting Shinya's bodily development and cellular vitality. Conversely, omnipulse directly enhances both the quality of Shinya's chakra and his control over it. It can be asserted that these two talents exert a direct influence on the fortification of the body. However, the prerequisites for attaining purple talents are exceedingly stringent, requiring years of rigorous training to fulfill even a single condition. On this occasion of entering the battlefield, Shinya has indeed experienced a notable enhancement in his abilities, allowing him to acquire 3 white talents or a singular green talent. As he senses the changes within his body and gazes at the highlighted talents in his mind, he furrows his brow in discontent. What a useless trinket, merely a beggar's tool. Were there a blue talent, perhaps Shinya might tolerate it. At present, he looks down upon the white and green talents. Regrettably, he is yet to decipher the patterns of these talent inscriptions in his mind, possessing only a vague intuition about which direction to train in order to attain a certain talent. Thus, Shinya cannot afford to devote the majority of his thoughts to this golden finger. He must focus on enhancing his strength. Shinya, are you even listening to me? Makoto exclaimed, noticing Shinya's tightly knitted brows, feeling somewhat displeased. After chattering away beside him for quite some time without receiving a response, it irked her that he was frowning as well. Oh, my apologies. Shinya finally snapped back to reality. Makoto shot him an annoyed look, which, in truth, appeared rather endearing. Shinya felt a twinge of helplessness. The girls in this world were indeed precocious. Honestly, if he were to meet the adult version of Sasuke's mother from the original story, he would undoubtedly lose composure. However, Makoto was merely 12 years old, which felt rather inappropriate. All right, I must report to the Hokage's office. Would you care to join me? Shinya inquired. Makoto promptly stepped forward, wrapping her arms around his. Perfect. I haven't reported in yet either. Let's go together. To the Hokage building, Hokage's office. Knock, knock, knock. Wait a moment. A slightly flustered voice of Sarutobi Hiruzen emerged, followed by a few seconds of silence. Please enter. Shinya pushed open the door and found Sarutobi Hiruzen sitting at his desk, diligently reviewing documents. Hokage-sama. The Jin and Uchiha Shinya, report in. Hokage-sama. The Jin and Uchiha Makoto, report in. It's truly you two. It has been quite a while. Sarutobi Hiruzen greeted with a warm smile. He remained the beloved third Hokage, if one were to disregard the crystal ball covered with a red cloth upon his desk. Understanding Sarutobi's proclivities, Shinya could easily surmise that the Hokage had just been indulging in a rather inappropriate pastime. What a lecherous old man. Initially, he believed this habit had developed out of sheer exhaustion following his second ascent to power, yet he was surprised to find that even in his prime, Sarutobi Hiruzen harbored such interests. As Sarutobi Hiruzen continued to gaze at the crystal ball, Shinya couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt for him. This disciple of Mido Menyen was undeniably perceptive. Indeed, your performances on the battlefield this time were commendable. It brings me great comfort, Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked, clearing his throat. That is merely our duty, Hokage-sama, Shinya replied. Aware that it was somewhat impolite to maintain his gaze on the crystal ball, he followed Sarutobi Hiruzen's lead and continued speaking. Speaking of which, I have yet to present a welcoming gift for the disciple that I received, have I not? Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Shinya, uncertain whether it was an attempt to silence the truth or a genuine belief that an old classmate should offer a gift upon receiving a new disciple. The conversation abruptly shifted. Regardless of the motive, the gift presented by the Doctor of Ninja Arts piqued Shinya's interest. Chapter 27. The Doctor of Ninja Arts notes him? What is it? Shinya's eyes sparkled as he gazed intently at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Observing Shinya's reaction, Hiruzen felt a profound satisfaction. This was the typical response one would expect from a child. Shinya had never considered concealing his emotions in the presence of these cunning old foxes. After all, they were far older than him, spanning 2 lifetimes. How could he possibly hide anything from them? Thus, it was rather absurd to witness protagonists in conspiracy-themed fanfiction manage to mask their ambitions under the watchful eyes of figures like Danzo and Sarutobi. Moreover, it was perplexing how these protagonists often believed that Sarutobi and his ilk were conspiring against them. As for the bloodline ninjas, that could be overlooked. But why would a protagonist of common origin harbor such beliefs? What could they possibly gain from him? Was it his lack of strength or absence of a powerful background? The notion that Konoha was shrouded in darkness is an exaggeration. A comparison with the true darkness outside would reveal the stark reality. It is fair to say that those who perceive Konoha as inferior, including some of its own ninjas, might be considered rather immature in their understanding of the will of fire. Some argue that the Sarutobi depicted in conspiracy theories is a competent politician possessing wisdom. Such claims are ludicrous. Are you referring to someone who, during times of war, calculates against his own people, deliberately causing the downfall of heroes and persecuting his own jinchuriki? What is his motive? Engaging in such malevolent acts must yield some benefit, does it not? Why would he eliminate Hatake Tsukumo? Did Tsukumo pose a threat to the Hokage's position? Let us not be absurd. The Umbu are an elite unit directly under the Hokage's command. Every ninja emerging from the Umbu ranks is among the Hokage's most trusted allies. What threats could arise from within one's own ranks? Sarutobi Hiruzen would rather see Hatake Tsukumo grow stronger and gain greater prestige. As for the Hokage, even if Sarutobi appointed him, he would struggle to maintain that position. The Hokage must possess the approval of the majority. To put it plainly, the Hokage needs to balance various interests to ensure a reasonably favorable outcome for all. Without these skills, even a Hokage position would be precarious. If mere strength could secure the Hokage title, Uchiha Madara would have already claimed it. What was Uchiha Madara before his defection? The second strongest in the village, with the first even favoring him and family agreements in place. Yet, he was not recognized by the Jonin, especially Senju Tobarama, the villagers, or the daimyo. Uchiha Madara was simply unqualified to become Hokage. Could he have any grievances regarding that? Truth be told, had Madara's circumstances befallen Shinya, his first course of action would be to control the daimyo. The world's structure is rather peculiar. The daimyo lacks high-end combat protection and possesses little personal strength. Yet, the ninja village must heed his command. Thus, leveraging the daimyo to command the ninja village seems a plausible route. Oh, that is not quite right. It is indeed a matter of embracing the collective will of the people. The ultimate ambition of Shinya is undoubtedly the position of Hokage. Thus, he has devised certain plans. Beyond the fundamental mastery of strength, numerous preparations are required. First and foremost, it is essential to mitigate the discord between the Uchiha clan and the Hokage faction. If this proves unattainable, at the very least, he must secure a degree of influence within the Hokage's circle. Secondly, he must ensure his standing and authority within the Uchiha clan. This is not particularly challenging. It merely requires fostering a good relationship with the clan leader, Fayake, with the only missing elements being strength and age. Furthermore, it is crucial to cultivate amicable relations, whether with villagers or colleagues. He must at least avoid garnering any negative impressions. Lastly, he must accumulate military achievements. While accolades are placed at the end of the list and are not strictly necessary, they serve as supplementary merits. Orochimaru's accomplishments rival those of Minato, and his seniority surpasses Minato's by far, yet he still cannot compete with him. What can one do? Is there any room for indignation? There is none. Public perception often defies logic. Some individuals can perform countless good deeds, yet still be disliked, while others can simply utter a few words that leave one feeling as if basking in a spring breeze. Although Uchiha Madara has made contributions to Konoha, his aloof demeanor and distant personality inevitably incite fear. Shinya's aspirations do not entail becoming a shining beacon like Minato, for his character does not align with that. One may act, but the other feels from the heart. Naturally, the latter prevails. Moreover, a clash of personae may not yield favorable outcomes. Thus, Shinya establishes his persona as a genial individual, mingling seamlessly with the ninja of other clans, civilian ninjas, and villagers alike. Let us not forget, I shall undoubtedly be the child king of Konoha. Though he contemplates extensively, it ultimately takes but a fleeting moment. Shinya snapped back to reality and turned his gaze towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. He chuckled. Well, it is not a precious item. It is merely my insights on the 5 elemental ninjutsu and some reflections on chakra properties. Sarutobi Hiruzen produced a leather-bound notebook and placed it upon the table. One must admit, Shinya felt a surge of excitement. What is Sarutobi Hiruzen's title? The Doctor of Ninjutsu. For Shinya, he does not currently lack ninjutsu. Although fire release remains his favorite, the level of the fire meteor technique is rather modest in power. However, regardless of its potency, the fire meteor machine gun is not something everyone can withstand. Not to mention, lightning release, red thunder, is considered a lethal technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen's notes serve as an invaluable resource for Shinya to fill in any gaps in his knowledge. Moreover, with this notebook in hand, if Shinya encounters difficulties, he can justifiably seek additional guidance from Sarutobi Hiruzen. Lord Hokage, I cannot comprehend your notes. You wouldn't ignore me, would you? Surely not. You cannot be such an irresponsible Hokage. Furthermore, is Shinya merely an ordinary individual? Thank you, Lord Hokage. Shinya restrained the impulse to bow to his adoptive father and expressed his gratitude to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Yes. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded with satisfaction. This mere child desires to capture your heart. It shall not be an effortless endeavor. In summary, Sarutobi Hiruzen aims to cultivate Shinya, the Uchiha prodigy. However, the truth is that Shinya also wishes to integrate into the world of Naruto more swiftly and to acquire a certain degree of influence. In this light, can it not be considered a form of mutual pursuit? The notes of the Hokage. It is evident that the Hokage holds you in high regard, Shinya. Mikoto feels a pang of envy in her heart. It is well known that within the entirety of Konoha, who is the most formidable wielder of fire release? It is not a member of the Uchiha clan, renowned for their mastery of fire, but rather the current Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. The flames he breathes forth shimmer with a white glow. One must ask, is that not intimidating? Mikoto's chakra affinity pales in comparison to Shinya's, being solely of the fire element. Thus, the notes from Sarutobi Hiruzen, the strongest in fire release, are indeed of great assistance to her. Nonetheless, the fundamental principles of human interaction must not be overlooked by Shinya. The notes gifted by Sarutobi Hiruzen cannot simply be passed on to Mikoto. The principle of discretion is a foundational rule in any profession across worlds. At most, she can read them herself and subsequently offer guidance to Mikoto. If she were to hand over the notes, what would Sarutobi Hiruzen think? Chapter 28. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Do not underestimate the intelligence capabilities of Konoha, you rascal. Mikoto, if you have no pressing matters, could you kindly return for now? I wish to speak with Shinya privately. Sarutobi Hiruzen revealed a gentle smile as he addressed Mikoto. Yes. Mikoto replied promptly and exited the office. It must be said that Sarutobi Hiruzen possesses a remarkable talent for winning hearts. If we consider Minato's ability to garner affection through his charm and gentle demeanor, Hiruzen relies on his actions and cultivated grace. Even when addressing a young girl like Mikoto, Hiruzen does not adopt the demeanor of an elder, but rather speaks in a consultative manner. Although this is not fundamentally different from issuing a command. Anyone who hears this inquiry, barring the exceptionally foolish, would not genuinely believe that Hiruzen is seeking their opinion. However, the variation in communication style can evoke profoundly different feelings. Achieving this is not particularly difficult. It merely requires one to consider matters from the perspective of the other. Mikoto is a 12-year-old girl and also a member of the Uchiha clan, a family marked by sensitivity, particularly at such an impressionable age. What she fears most is being treated like a child by her elders. At this age, the utmost importance lies in respect. Sarutobi Hiruzen possesses a remarkable ability to intuitively grasp the sensitivities of others while affording them the utmost respect. This reminds Shinya of a historical figure, Sima E. Why was Sima E successful in the incident at Jayapingaling? It was due to the esteemed reputation he cultivated throughout his life. Prior to the coup, Sima E exhibited a certain demeanor in his interactions. When addressing the elderly, he would assert, "You are my senior. I must show you respect." When speaking to the young, he would say, "I am old and frail. You are still young, with boundless potential ahead of you." In dealings with those of lower rank, he would declare, "Regardless of rank, we all serve the court and need not feel constrained." To those of higher rank, he would acknowledge, "None hold a rank superior to mine." The impression Sarutobi Hiruzen leaves on Shinya is akin to this, meticulously considerate in all interactions, leaving no detail overlooked. Even if the other party is merely a young girl, lacking both authority and strength, and even if she belongs to the Uchiha clan, few would find it inappropriate to treat her with disdain. Yet, Sarutobi Hiruzen manages to empathize with her perspective, bestowing upon her the utmost respect. Achieving this level of courtesy is not overly difficult, yet it is not something one can easily accomplish at will. It requires refinement, experience, and keen observation, all of which are essential. Indeed, one might surmise that if Sarutobi Hiruzen were to traverse into his own world, he could easily host live-streamed courses on emotional intelligence. What is your view on this war? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired directly. The young girl, bewildered, could not fathom why one would seek the opinion of an 11-year-old child on matters of war. Just moments ago, she had been lauding him internally, yet now found herself at a loss for words due to his unexpected question. Of course, it is best to avoid conflict. She replied with an awkward smile, believing that such a response was at least appropriate for her age. If she were to delve into political analysis too deeply, it would appear rather unbecoming. It is said that a tree that stands out will inevitably be uprooted by the winds. Demonstrating talent in ninjutsu alone suffices for optimal cultivation. Being overly opinionated in politics is not advisable unless one is the successor to the Hokage. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen envisioned his potential successor as either his son, Sarutobi Konohamaru, or his disciple, Jiraiya. Personally, he favored Sarutobi Konohamaru, for it is human nature to wish to pass on one's legacy to one's offspring. However, the fact that Sarutobi Konohamaru had been involved with the Umbu for years meant he had not been seen in public. When people spoke of him, they merely associated him with the title of the third Hokage's son. Thus, his public prestige and accomplishments were insufficient. Unless Sarutobi Hiruzen desired to emulate the ways of the Cloud Village, there was little chance for Sarutobi Konohamaru to assume the role of Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen regarded the girl with skepticism. "Weren't you quite articulate on the battlefield in the Land of Rain? Why return and play the fool?" He posed this question because the political discourse she had engaged in with the legendary Sannin had been reported back to him. Do not underestimate the intelligence capabilities of Konoha, he thought. However, seeing her resolve to feign ignorance, he decided against pressing further. To pursue the matter would only create a rift between them, which would be counterproductive. "Very well, you may return. Should you have any uncertainties, feel free to seek my counsel," he said. "Yes, thank you, Hokage-sama," she replied gratefully before hastily exiting his office. Sighing, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a headache coming on. Bridging the gap between the village and the Uchiha clan was not a task that could be accomplished overnight. However, it was the young girl's attitude today that truly left him feeling challenged. Even the remarkably rational and closely knit Uchiha, who harbors no ill feelings towards the advisory council, remains somewhat wary of him. One can only imagine the extent of the aversion held by others in the Uchiha clan towards the village. Moreover, upon introspection, he realizes that aside from Uchiha Kagami, he finds it difficult to place complete trust in any other member of the Uchiha clan. It can be asserted that the demise of Uchiha Kagami resulted in a mutually detrimental outcome for both the Hokage faction and the Uchiha clan. While the front line remains in a standoff, Konoha has largely refrained from further involvement in the battlefield. The primary objective is to defend against incursions by the Rain Village's ninjas while dispatching operatives to disrupt their logistics. Sarutobi Hiruzen's intentions are straightforward. He aims to compel Hanzo to divert his attention towards a fierce confrontation with Tsunagakure and Iwagakure, ensuring that Konoha's repeated engagements will unmistakably communicate their stance. As long as Hanzo is not entirely foolish, he will inevitably prioritize the threats posed by Sunagakure and Iwagakure over Konoha's ninjas. Despite the Rain country's limited national power, with Hanzo being its sole high-level combatant, their paper strength pales in comparison to that of Sunagakure and Iwagakure. However, the harsh climate and complex terrain of the Rain country serve as natural barriers. The majority of the Rain village's ninjas are adept in water-based techniques, which thrive within such an environment. Furthermore, the familiarity of the Rain village's ninjas with their terrain enables them to effectively exhaust the forces of Iwagakure and Sunagakure within their territory. It is well known that the trees of the Rain country possess a voice of their own. Meanwhile, as he exited the office, Shinya was in exceptionally high spirits. Having descended from the battlefield, not only had he accrued sufficient merit, but he had also obtained notes from Sarutobi Hiruzen. Additionally, Aoyama Hidenabu and Nanyun had recommended him for promotion to Chunin, and he could accept the examination at any moment should he choose to do so. However, at that moment, Shinya's thoughts were not entirely consumed by these matters. He glanced at the lovely Mikoto trailing beside him, who was also gazing back at him. "Have you had breakfast?" Shinya inquired. Mikoto shook her head. "No?" Shinya extended his hand. "Let us go together." Mikoto smiled brightly. "Sure." Chapter 29. A year's time in the blink of an eye. A year has passed. During this period, life in Konoha has been remarkably tranquil. Although still amidst wartime, an unspoken understanding seems to have been established between the Rain village and Konoha. The ninjas of Konoha remain stationed at the borders of the Rain country, yet they do not venture further. Hanzo has only dispatched a limited number of ninjas to guard against Konoha, with the main forces engaged in fierce combat on the western front against Iwagakure. Throughout this year, Shinya has accomplished numerous high-level missions alongside SHU. The tasks during wartime extend beyond mere canal clearing and weeding. They encompass maintaining public order within the village and patrolling the barriers outside. While theoretically devoid of significant peril, these duties are imperative. Although such tasks are unlikely to cause issues, when they do, the consequences can be grave. There are also high-level missions such as eliminating bandits and apprehending hooligans. Despite his youth, the chasm between ninjas and ordinary people is profoundly daunting. A freshly graduated genin is mere cannon fodder on the battlefield, yet when tasked with eradicating bandits, even dozens of them may prove insufficient against him. Certainly, provided he is unafraid. On the battlefield, if you refer to me as a novice genin, I shall not take offense. However, in the context of exterminating bandits, what should you call me? Address me as Lord Ninja. During this past year, both Shin and Nobu have successfully passed the Chunin promotion examination, attaining the rank of Chunin. Achieving this status within less than a year of graduation is quite a remarkable feat once one becomes a Chunin. There is no longer a compulsory requirement for ninjas to undertake missions in teams. A Chunin may opt to lead a team of freshly graduated genin on missions, or they may choose to execute tasks independently or even collaborate with other Chunins. In any case, the autonomy afforded to Chunins is undoubtedly greater than that of genins. As for the Jounin, they have ascended to become a small stakeholder within the village, possessing a degree of decision-making power. In times of war, the least position held by a Jounin is that of a team leader, with the highest rank being the overall commander of the entire front. If we are to discuss strength, it is noteworthy that at the age of 12, Shin is already on par with a majority of the village's Jounin. However, the promotion to Jounin is not solely dependent on strength and merit. Jounin represent the true decision-making echelon of the village, ranking just below the Hokage and the most esteemed advisory council. Currently, Konoha is at its zenith, yet the number of Jounin remains relatively few. Apart from the 4 members of the advisory council, there are the heads of various ninja clans. Beyond this, the total number of Jounin does not exceed 20, while the number of ninjas in Konoha is in the thousands. This is still reflective of Konoha's strategy of maintaining a smaller, elite force, rather than deliberately increasing the number of ninjas. In contrast, places like Iwagakure, which often bolster their ranks, can field tens of thousands of ninjas. Naturally, the overall quality of ninjas from such places cannot compare to that of Konoha. During this period, newly minted genins from Konoha, having undergone a war experience, could stand shoulder to shoulder with veteran genins from the other 4 great nations. Furthermore, in the context of smaller nations beyond the 5 great powers, Konoha's genins could even be regarded as chunins. Alas, while the ranking and titles of ninjas are a shared tradition across nations, each country's national strength, social environment, and educational systems differ, leading to variations in the overall quality of the ninjas they produce. Over the past year, Shin's comprehensive abilities have seen remarkable advancement. At the tender age of 12, he is at the cusp of puberty, experiencing rapid physical growth, which in turn enhances both his physical and mental prowess. Not to mention, during this time, Shin has been diligently training. With his humble master absent, the responsibility of his guidance has fallen upon Sarutobi Hisashi. Should Shin have inquiries regarding the Sharingan, he can seek counsel from the leader of the Uchiha clan. For practical combat experience, he may engage in friendly sparring with Nobu. With a master of ninjutsu and the leader of the Uchiha as his instructors, and the heir of the Senju clan as his training partner, what more could one ask for? However, there has not been a significant change in his innate talent. He remains unable to attain a blue talent, let alone a purple one. Nevertheless, this does not imply a lack of progress. It is without hesitation that I assert. The current version of myself could effortlessly vanquish my former self from a year ago. At the tender age of 12, the young Shinji had already reached an impressive height of approximately 175 meters, his physique notably more robust than that of his peers. This enhancement was a result of the harmonious integration of body and spirit, each nurturing the other in a continuous cycle of growth. Clang. In the training ground, Shinji was dozing on a tree. Mikoto, clutching her new forehead protector, approached him exclaiming, "Look." Shinji, bewildered, responded, "Huh?" Mikoto, with irritation, retorted, "It's a Chunin forehead protector. I am now a Chunin, so you can no longer mock me." Shinji shrugged. "When did I ever mock you? Besides, it's not like you're a Jonin. So what's there to be proud of?" Mikoto's cheeks flushed crimson with anger as she declared, "Just you wait and see. I will become a Jonin before you." Observing the furious Mikoto, Shinji began to grasp the mentality of that Nara boy. Women, he mused, could be quite troublesome. He leaped down from the tree, and seeing Mikoto, who was a head shorter than him, he found it hard to retort. Mikoto's fury was limited to words. She might vent her anger that day, but would still prepare breakfast for Shinji the next morning. With such devotion, what more could Shinji desire? Even if he ceased cooking altogether, Mikoto would ensure his daily meals were taken care of. "I say, should we celebrate your promotion to Chunin?" Shinji inquired. "Absolutely." Mikoto's ire dissipated instantly, her eyes lighting up. Shinji performed a series of hand seals and summoned several shadow clones, stating, "I will notify Shinya, Minato, Kushina, Hayashi, Hichiji, Kazu, Kaizen, and Dingzu." In one breath, he mentioned over 10 names, all of which belonged to renowned future ninjas. Over the past year, aside from executing missions and training, Shinji had devoted much of his time to forging friendships. It could be said that he had befriended anyone whose name he could recall, whether they were contemporaries of Shinya or his own peers, as well as seniors and juniors alike. This group seemed intrigued by the generous Uchiha, as it was their first encounter with someone so open-hearted. "Is it really necessary to invite so many people?" Mikoto expressed reluctance. It was not that she disliked these individuals, but she shared a common trait with many Uchiha, social anxiety. Though she did not wish to avoid interaction with those outside her clan, she often found herself at a loss for words. Fortunately, Mikoto did not adopt the sulky demeanor typical of other Uchiha, which helped her maintain a favorable image within the village, unlike many of her kin who faced exclusion. "Ah, you must celebrate your promotion in style," Shinji said, pulling Mikoto close. Her cheeks flushed a deep red at the sudden embrace, leaving her momentarily speechless. Chapter 30. Today's expenses are covered by young Master Shinji. The little rascal from the Uchiha clan is certainly maturing rapidly. In the office, where the bandaged figure of Danzo was yet to make his presence known, the third Hokage gazed into a crystal ball showing Shinji, the gracious host at a barbecue restaurant, and remarked with admiration, "Indeed, he is quite a remarkable child." The third nodded in approval. At the age of 12, although still classified as a Chunin, his prowess was already comparable to that of seasoned Jonin. Had it not been for the current zenith of Konoha, where formidable warriors abound, it is conceivable that even more could ascend to the upper echelons of power. After all, a ninja of standard J-nin caliber would be regarded as elite combat strength in other hidden villages. Yet, within Konoha, there exists a considerable number of ninjas possessing strength akin to that of a Kage. "What troubles you?" Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired, noting the dark expression on Danzo's face. "Is this young lad truly worthy of cultivation?" Danzo replied. Hiruzen sighed. "Danzo, you must try to set aside your biases against the Uchiha clan. At this juncture, the current head of the Uchiha family is amicable towards us. The situation is favorable for us to consider placing our trust in them." Uchiha humph. Danzo closed his eyes, choosing not to elaborate further. I understand that the death of Kagami weighs heavily on your heart, but it is not certain that it was one of the Uchiha who committed the act. Such a course of action would not benefit them either, Hiruzen urged. That may not be the case. Those rebellious Uchiha members cannot be easily suppressed by the root, and their motives are not always driven by self-interest. One cannot perceive the Uchiha clan through the lens of ordinary reasoning, Danzo retorted with a scoff, dismissing Hiruzen's assertions. Hiruzen smiled gently, at the very least. We can be certain that this child, Shin, is indeed worth nurturing. Do you not perceive that, in contrast to other Uchiha, Shin exhibits remarkable emotional stability? This child may very well become a turning point. Danzo remained silent, still unconvinced by Hiruzen's words. Hiruzen might have forgotten, yet Danzo had not. It was he who had returned them to Konoha after the second Hokage sacrificed himself to cover their retreat. The Uchiha clan was the first to oppose Hiruzen's ascension to the third Hokage, and had it not been for Uchiha Kagami's intervention, there was no telling what extreme measures they might have taken. Years later, Kagami perished within his own home. The Umbu had attempted to investigate, but were rebuffed by the police force. Thus, in Danzo's eyes, the murderer of Uchiha Kagami was undoubtedly one of the Uchiha clan, leading to his deep-seated prejudice against the entire clan. Let us refrain from discussing this topic for now, Hiruzen suggested, aware that their debate would lead nowhere. What news from the land of rain? Danzo replied. For the moment, there are no unusual movements. Most of Hanzo's attention is focused on the forces of Sunagakure. Hiruzen nodded. And Inoki? That cunning old fox began consolidating his forces a month ago and has ceased hostilities with Hanzo. It appears he has also discerned our intentions and does not wish to commit his troops in the land of rain, Danzo noted. Hiruzen gently stroked his chin, pondering. We must devise a strategy to draw Inoki into the fray. Otherwise, I fear Iwagakure may turn against us. Simple enough. We could have root operatives masquerade as rain or sand ninjas to attack them. If the commotion is sufficiently loud, Inoki would have no choice but to intervene, Danzo proposed. No, should our ruse be uncovered, not only would we fail to ensnare Iwagakure, but we might also ignite a firestorm upon ourselves, Hiruzen countered, shaking his head in disapproval of Danzo's suggestion. Alas, without the presence of En, making decisions becomes rather challenging. Danzo listened, his face contorting with anger. Hiruzen, you are always so cautious and hesitant. You only ever discuss such matters with En. It's always En whenever something arises. I am also a member of the advisory council, and I serve as a Hokage's aide. Surely, I have a stake in the affairs of Konoha as well. Do I not? Hiruzen Sarutobi was taken aback by Danzo's sudden outburst. Huh? Do I? It's just that En is exceptionally adept at managing these situations, which is why I sought his counsel. There was no ulterior motive. Do not overthink it. You, of all people. Danzo's irritation grew as he perceived Hiruzen's innocent demeanor as a sign of distrust. You clearly do not have faith in me, despite your flowery words. Hiruzen shrugged. See, you're getting agitated again. Danzo retorted. You. Before he could finish, the door swung open. We could hear you arguing from outside. The esteemed aide to the Hokage should not display such fury. What would the subordinates think? Tsunade and Shikaku Nara entered, shutting the door behind them. Little spring, Shikaku. Danzo glowered at Tsunade, his expression still dark. It was evident that these two sided with Hiruzen, treating him as if he were a child. Damn it. I am merely 2 years younger than you. Why do you act as though you are my elders? Is it so impressive to have graduated from Tobarama's class? I too was a member of the original guard team. Hiruzen and Danzo are childhood friends, but Danzo is 2 years younger and is not from Tobarama's class. Only Hiruzen Sarutobi, Mito Uzumaki, and Tsunade are confirmed to be from Tobarama's class. The other 3 members are of varying ages and were likely recruited by Tobarama later. It is certain that Uchiha Kagami is the youngest among them. Humph. Danzo shot a glare at Hiruzen in frustration before storming out. Tsunade and Shikaku exchanged glances with Hiruzen, who could only shrug in response. Danzo is always like this. How can you tolerate it? Tsunade remarked as she took a seat. Indeed, Danzo can be quite willful at times, Shikaku added, munching on dango. Hiruzen sighed. Let it be. I suppose I owe him something. He still believes that my ascension to Hokage was merely due to my stepping forward before him during the trials set by the second Hokage, so his resentment is somewhat understandable. Danzo has long held that his failure to become Hokage stemmed from lagging behind Hiruzen in the trials established by the second Hokage. Senju Tobarama, before his death. However, the other members of Tobarama's team are well aware of the truth, but have refrained from revealing it to Danzo out of compassion. What is Hiruzen's identity? His father was a distinguished figure who assisted the first Hokage in quelling the chaos alongside Uchiha Madara. Hiruzen was raised under the first Hokage's guidance from a young age and formally became a disciple of the second Hokage. This indicates that, during Hiruzen's childhood, he was already recognized as the third Hokage by both the first and second Hokage. The final trial was merely to affirm Hiruzen's character. Did the other members of Tobarama's team refrain from stepping forward due to sheer fear? What a jest! Everyone is acutely aware of the true intent behind this examination. Although there is no formal hierarchy within the Tobarama squad, it has always been led by Sarutobi Hiruzen, who effectively serves as the de facto vice-captain. Consequently, when Hiruzen ascended to the position of the third Hokage, no one from the squad raised any objections. Except for Danzo. Should we reveal the truth to him? Tsunade queried. Hiruzen shook his head, stating, "Let us refrain. If it's merely a matter of a slight temper, I can manage it. I fear he may not take it well." Tsunade exchanged glances with Akimichi Choji, choosing not to elaborate further. After all, this matter was primarily between Danzo and Hiruzen, and they felt it best not to interject. Alas, this multitude of issues is quite vexing. I must hasten to bring back in, for his presence is sorely needed here. Hiruzen leaned back in his chair. Letting out a sigh, Tsunade remarked, "Given the current situation, it seems prudent to summon In back. Fortunately, Kiji and Sakuho are on the front lines, so our defenses are secure." Indeed, Hiruzen nodded, promptly issuing orders. Without his external advisor, many matters became rather overwhelming. It was certainly not a matter of him seeking to shirk responsibility. Meanwhile, within the barbecue establishment, a group of young ninjas had commandeered the entire venue. The atmosphere was vibrant, undoubtedly orchestrated by the presence of Shinya. "Ladies and gentlemen, today's expenses will be covered by Master Shinya," the owner of the barbecue shop, caught up in the exhilarating ambience, quickly joined in the revelry. Chapter 31. The combined intellect of the Senju is but one stone. Tobarama alone possesses one stone and two do, while the others are in debt by two do. Being a ninja is a highly lucrative profession, and Shinya truly grasped this adage upon his promotion to Chunin. Though Chunins do not yet constitute the upper echelons of Konoha, the commissions from missions far exceed those available to genin. Chunins can undertake missions of various ranks, each commanding a higher base commission than those of lower ranks, compounded by a greater share of the earnings. Should one possess particular skills, they may even apply for the title of Special Jonin. If a Special Jonin has a fixed position, they may receive a steady salary. Notably, the title of Special Jonin, while prestigious, does not elevate one beyond the rank of Chunin. It is merely an appellation. However, Shinya held little interest in this designation. With his strength and pace of growth, he could feasibly apply for promotion to Jonin within a year. Beyond their slightly higher salary and potential for certain positions, Special Jonins do not differ significantly from Chunins in terms of ninjutsu resources and influence. Below the rank of Jonin, all are considered mere cattle. Only upon achieving Jonin status does one truly become a stakeholder in the village. Moreover, distinctions exist even among Jonins. Uchiha Madara was a Jonin before his defection, as was Sarutobi Asuma. They are hardly comparable. In summary, Shinya has now firmly entered the ranks of the high-income demographic. Although the productivity in Konoha during this era is relatively low, goods remain affordable and property prices are modest. By the time of Boruto, even Sakura, a Jonin, finds herself burdened with mortgage payments. One can only say that excessive commercialization indeed has its drawbacks. Today, in celebration of Mikoto's promotion to CH Nin, I generously invited everyone to feast. Truly, I was quite lavish in my hospitality. Among this group of young ones, the highest ranked were Truly and SH Ju. The others had either just been promoted to CH Nin or remained as Jinin, while Minato and Kushina would not graduate until the latter half of the year. Hooray! Long live Brother Jean. A few of the younger ones began to call him brother. Minato, observing Jean, chuckled and remarked, "Jean, you truly possess a certain charm." "Oh dear. Do not underestimate yourself, Minato," SH Ju interjected, wrapping an arm around Minato. "I believe you are the one who competes with me for the position of the fourth Hokage." Minato replied, "Oh, what about Jean?" SH Ju scoffed, "Jean? Can he truly contend with me? Once I become Hokage, I'll have him serve as my assistant, managing all the paperwork." Minato's lips twitched. "Is that so?" Though S.H. Ju was sipping juice, his speech suggested he might be intoxicated. Rest assured, Minato, I have great faith in you. Not only do you possess remarkable talent, but even Jiraiya is quite fond of you. Once I ascend to Hokage, I will ensure a position for you as an advisor. Suddenly, a fist landed on S.H. Ju's head. Jean clapped his hands and remarked, I can hear you speaking ill of me behind my back, you fool. With Jin's perceptive abilities, nothing in this barbecue restaurant could escape his notice. Not to mention, S.H. Ju's boastful voice was so loud that even if Jean did not deliberately look at him, he could still hear his words. How despicable of you, Jean. To launch a sneak attack, S.H. Ju exclaimed, covering his head in anger. Jean replied with a smug grin. S.H. Ju, once I become Hokage, I will demote you to Genin, making you sweep the streets and tend to farm work every day. S.H. Ju's expression shifted. Such a malicious thought. With that said, I cannot allow you to become Hokage. Oh, and by what right do you contend with me? Jean challenged. S.H. Ju declared, my grandfather is the first Hokage. Go to hell. With that, they began to argue about their lineage, leading Jean to take decisive action. The long-standing feud between the Uchiha and Senju clans erupted at that moment, as he struck S.H. Ju, sending him crashing into the wall. My apologies, S.H. Ju. But such is the nature of the air competition. Enraged, S.H. Ju pried himself from the wall and charged at Jean. As the two began to engage in a fierce exchange, the onlookers grew increasingly excited. They commenced a spirited sparring match, showcasing their taijutsu skills. Black Tiger's Heart, Mount Tai's Pressure, Two Dragons Play with a Pearl, Melon Smash Fist, Mantis Fist, Serpent Steps, Lotus Drifting, Scorpion Palm, Crow Soaring, Elephant Kick, One Tiger Slays Two Sheep, Electric Eyes Pressing, Black Tiger Skimming Past the Bald Eagle, Tornado Obliterates the Parking Lot, Tyrannosaurus Flaps its wings in flight. Ultimately, it became evident that the disparity between those with a golden finger and those without was significant. In a remarkably philosophical manner, Jean managed to pin S.H. Ju to the ground. How infuriating, you scoundrel. Release me at once. S.H. Ju shouted while pounding the floor. Jean chuckled, not a chance. First, let me hear you call out fourth Hokage-sama. It is impossible. I am the fourth Hokage. You may lie there. Cursed be you. I will defeat you one day. The atmosphere in the barbecue restaurant was suddenly filled with joyous energy. The banquet concluded in merriment as Shinya and Mikoto made their way to the Uchiha stronghold. Bathed in the glow of the setting sun, their contrasting silhouettes stretched long behind them. I am so happy today. Thank you, Shinya. Mikoto suddenly exclaimed. Shinya replied, It is nothing. Mikoto responded, falling into silence thereafter. The two exchanged little conversation. After bidding farewell, Shinya returned home. A few days later, Shinya and S.H. Ju received a mission at the Hokage building. The Land of Rain? Shinya perused the contents of the mission scroll. The task entailed traveling to the Land of Rain, meeting up with Orochimaru and others, and then following their commands. Shinya felt a sense of relief. They were now Chunin, and it was only natural that they would not be shielded like Genin. Although there was no intense conflict between the Rain Village and Konoha at present, a standoff still existed. For Chunin, aside from those assuming specific roles, participating in battles was quite common. From Sarutobi Hiruzen's perspective, sending these two youngsters to the Land of Rain was akin to gilding them. After all, Hanzo was currently embroiled in a fierce battle with the Sand Village. As long as they paid some attention to the movements of the Rock Village, the risks were minimal. However, since this was a wartime mission, Sarutobi Hiruzen had classified the entire operation as high risk. Given that the intensity of the conflict with the Rain Ninja was not severe, their tasks would generally involve patrolling the base or destroying infrastructure, hence there was no need for excessive worry. Observing the serious expressions on their faces, Sarutobi Hiruzen offered words of comfort. Understood. Shinya and S.H. Ju exchanged a glance and responded in unison. A year had passed, and they were to head to the Land of Rain once more, which stirred a sense of nostalgia within Shinya. The brief excursion to the Land of Rain a year ago had proven highly beneficial. Now, returning to the Land of Rain amidst warfare added a layer of caution. Despite the absence of large-scale conflict, minor skirmishes still occurred frequently. Many injured personnel had returned from the front lines. After some contemplation, Sarutobi Hiruzen reiterated his caution, regardless. You will be entering the battlefield. No one can guarantee absolute safety. All right. Are you ever going to stop, Uncle Hiruzen? S.H. Ju retorted with his characteristic nonchalance. Growing impatient. Shut your mouth. Shinya delivered a punch to his head. What the hell, Shinya? I'll hit you back. Ju exclaimed in anger. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed and turned to Shinya, saying, Ju's character is rather reckless. You must be vigilant. I understand, Shinya nodded. In the original narrative, Ju had perished due to his impulsiveness, stepping on an explosive tag. Although he had not met the same fate in this life, due to teaming up with Shinya, his reckless nature raised concerns about potential future pitfalls. To put it plainly, aside from Tobirama, the Senju clan seemed to embody characters that inspired little confidence. Hashirama was politically inept, Tsunade was stubborn, and Ju was merely a mirror image of Naruto Uzumaki. The issue at hand is that Naruto Uzumaki possesses the protagonist's halo, bolstered by the Nine Tails and Ashura, whereas Ju lacks such advantages. It can be said that evaluating the Senju clan is indeed quite challenging. As the saying goes, the intellect of the Senju is collectively worth 1 stone, with Tobirama alone accounting for 1 2/10, while the others fall short by 2/10. In Chapter 32, titled Medical Ninjutsu, Jun did not hastily examine the wind release scroll. Instead, he first unrolled the medical ninjutsu scroll. At merely 12 years of age, he should, by all accounts, focus solely on mastering the fundamental transformations of chakra. It is not the quantity of techniques that matters, but their adequacy. Presently, he has developed his lightning, fire, and wind techniques to varying degrees. The lightning release technique, known as Churi, is a mastery of the lightning release ninjutsu developed by Hiruzen Sarutobi, which Jun has yet to fully comprehend. His instincts suggest that this lightning technique offers more applications beyond the mere Chidori thrust. In addition to the fire release, fire meteor, he has also explored some unique fire release techniques from the Uchiha clan. Nevertheless, Jun's favorite remains this particular fire release technique, which he employs with the ferocity of a Gatling gun, proving to be quite formidable. As for wind release, he has acquired a wind release, great breakthrough. Compared to his lightning and fire techniques, Jun has not devoted as much attention to the wind release, primarily learning it to complement his fire techniques in the future. However, reflecting on the original narrative, he realizes the necessity of mastering wind release upon his return, especially given the formidable lightning release masters from the village of Kumogakure in the north. Learning wind release would enable him to counter them effectively. Unlike the mutual countering between fire and wind releases, wind release exerts a unilateral advantage over lightning release. In terms of strength, Danzo is considerably inferior to Hiruzen Sarutobi and the third Raikage. On paper, Danzo would likely be outmatched by the two. However, fortuitously, Danzo possesses an exceptional proficiency in wind release. Consequently, Hiruzen assigns Danzo to the northern front to guard against a potential ambush from Kumogakure, while the third Raikage refrains from making any rash moves. The speed of lightning release body techniques derives from the stimulation of cells by lightning chakra. Both attack and defense capabilities stem from the lightning release itself. While Danzo may not rival the third Raikage within the context of their elemental interactions, he could still manage to stall him effectively. Thus, the third Raikage perceives no necessity to take such risks and provoke trouble for Konoha. After all, engaging in battle might yield benefits insufficient to cover the costs of treating fallen shinobi. Having outlined a strategy, Jin finally unrolled the medical ninjutsu scroll. The scroll contained fundamental theoretical knowledge and practical steps, making it ideal for novices. The essence of medical ninjutsu lies in the practitioner utilizing chakra to stimulate the patient's cells, facilitating self-healing through cellular classification. Beyond mere injury treatment, medical ninjutsu can also be employed for detoxification and even in combat scenarios. For instance, in the original story, Tsunade utilized medical ninjutsu to disrupt the nervous system of Kabuto, causing his actions to become erratic. Medical ninjutsu falls within the realm of yin-yang release. Upon reaching this point, Jun's resolve to study medical ninjutsu solidified further. The means of developing yin-yang release techniques are notoriously rare, often shrouded in familial secrets or requiring exceptionally high levels of skill to master. Medical ninjutsu can be regarded as the most cost-effective means of developing yang release. As for yin release, the Uchiha clan's Sharingan epitomizes the quintessential yin release system. Thus, for Shinya, it suffices to diligently cultivate the Sharingan. Although Shinya's unique ability is neither a data-driven system nor a space that rewards completed products, he is nonetheless a content individual. The innate talents within his mind require his own development, yet they prove to be exceedingly practical. Moreover, The talent of unity of man and nature not only fortifies Shinya's body and spirit, but also bestows upon him a heightened sensitivity to the fluctuations in his physical condition. This keen awareness enables him to ascertain the correctness of his training direction promptly, allowing him to avoid the many detours that plague other ninjas. It is essential to recognize that the stunted progress of most ninjas does not stem from a lack of effort or resources. Even among prominent clans, mediocrity abounds. And the greatest hindrance to these uninspired individuals is their inability to find a proper starting point. Simply put, a deficiency in insight. Although Shinya is uncertain about the extent of his own insight, the unity of man and nature grants him clarity regarding the right and wrong of his training endeavors. For while theoretical knowledge can be misleading, the changes within one's body cannot lie. Thus, even in self-study, Shinya possesses a reasonable understanding of how to practically apply medical ninjutsu. The remaining challenge lies in the realm of practice. Within the camp, numerous injured individuals abound, yet none dare allow Shinya to experiment on them. Likewise, he lacks the courage to test his skills on the wounded. Consequently, he sought a nearby stream and caught several fish to conduct his experiments back at the camp. After completing his experiments, he prepared a fish soup for the injured. After a long afternoon of practical application, one cannot say the results were entirely negligible. At the very least, he had not returned empty-handed. Each fish he had caught ultimately transformed into fish soup, leading the injured to lavish praise upon him for the nourishing broth. Though his medical skills did not significantly advance, his culinary prowess flourished. Were it not for the innate talents in combat and bodily prowess occupying his thoughts, one might have suspected that he would awaken a talent for cooking after such an afternoon. Sighing, Shinya rubbed his forehead, cleaning another fish before tossing it into the pot. "Oh, more fish soup to enjoy," someone jested. "Indeed, Shinya, you must have failed again." Shinya's face flushed with embarrassment. "Can we truly call it a failure in ninjutsu? I prefer to term it a minor setback." He went on to speak of esoteric concepts such as the development of yang release and chakra quality, drawing laughter from the crowd. The atmosphere inside and outside the tent brimmed with merriment. "Humph, you arrogant little brat, daring to self-study medical ninjutsu." A cold snort echoed, and Tsunade appeared outside the tent. Tsunade?" Shinya exclaimed in surprise upon seeing her. "Are you finished with your tasks? Such rudeness. At least you should address me as sister like Mitsu does," Tsunade replied, her face bearing a frown. "Can you truly accept me, an Uchiha, referring to you as sister?" Shinya teased. Tsunade waved her hand grandly, responding with a hearty laugh. "What does it matter if you are Uchiha or not? We are all from Konoha. How about this? If you call me Tsunade-sensei, I shall impart to you the art of medical ninjutsu, and I assure you, I shall do so without reservation." "Tsunade-sensei." "Oh, I understand that individuals of the Uchiha clan possess a strong sense of pride, making it difficult for them to acquiesce at first. Therefore, I had anticipated that you would be taken aback, or at the very least, offer a firm refusal. However, to my astonishment, you readily agreed. Without hesitation, you rose, embodying the spirit of humility, and proclaimed, 'Tsunade-sensei, please teach me medical ninjutsu.'" Tsunade was momentarily stunned. Her initial intention was merely to tease this young Uchiha, yet given the fervor displayed, she felt compelled to oblige, particularly under the astonished gazes of the injured patients surrounding them. As a jonin of Konoha, a princess of the Senju clan, and the granddaughter of the first Hokage, could she truly back out? If she were to renege, what would the villagers think of her? Ultimately, she conceded, "Fine. Hand me the scroll." Tsunade resolved to teach you the art of medical ninjutsu. After all, you seemed quite different from the other members of your clan. Furthermore, her recent experiences in the Land of Rain had granted her a glimpse into Sarutobi Hiruzen's thoughts. Nevertheless, it surprised her that you had grasped Hiruzen's intentions right from the onset of the war. Tremendous gratitude, Tsunade-sensei. You possess no particular talents, yet your ability to evoke emotional value is certainly remarkable. Who stands before you? It is none other than the foremost expert in medical ninjutsu in all of Konoha, potentially the future pinnacle of medical ninjutsu across the entire ninja world. The medical system in Konoha is, without a doubt, a legacy established by Tsunade. To learn medical ninjutsu from her is an opportunity beyond measure. It would be permissible for you to address her as wife if it meant gaining such knowledge. Chapter 33. Tsunade's instruction. It must be acknowledged that while Tsunade can be stubborn, her political acumen is somewhat below the average standard of this world. However, When it comes to medical ninjutsu, she truly possesses exceptional skill. Her teaching methods are equally adept. Many of your confounding queries were resolved with her casual insights, illuminating your understanding as if clouds had parted. A sudden thought crossed your mind. Was this not the very intention of Mido Minion? To have the foremost expert in medical ninjutsu instruct you? Yet, Tsunade's disposition is not one to be easily persuaded. Thus, the most effective approach would be to elicit her willingness to teach you. As for how to encourage Tsunade to take the initiative in your instruction, that entirely hinges on your own actions. It was fortuitous that you had not realized this beforehand. Nevertheless, the outcome remained largely unchanged. Though you were unaware of what prompted Tsunade to decide to teach you, you deemed it preferable to remain ignorant. Actions taken from a place of unawareness are inherently sincere, in contrast to those driven by ulterior motives. In the short term, one may achieve certain benefits, yet over time, such foundations may crumble. You do not consider yourself to possess the temperament of Sarutobi Hiruzen, capable of maintaining a consistent persona for decades. Thus, there are indeed matters best left unknown. Sometimes, ignorance is bliss. Regardless, the outcome is favorable now, and Shinya has truly set aside other thoughts to diligently study medical ninjutsu. Tsunade observes the earnest dedication of Shinya and feels a twinge of sentiment. Although to an outsider, it may seem that Shinya made no progress throughout the afternoon. Tsunade can discern the truth. Merely digesting theoretical knowledge and beginning to put it into practice is already quite remarkable. Moreover, she can clearly see that the wounds on those fish have begun to show signs of change. Despite the failures, Shinya's progress is rapid, nearly matching the week's advancement of other beginners. Most importantly, he is self-taught. A mere half-day of self-study equates to the efficiency of a week of systematic learning for others. Tsunade is genuinely reluctant to let such talent go to waste. Big sister, the voice of Shinshu breaks through, as he is promptly assigned the task of digging a water channel. This task is orchestrated by none other than his elder sister, Tsunade. Big sister, are you here? Shinya is too. A dusty Shinshu enters the tent with a silly grin. Tsunade immediately adopts a stern expression. What? Have you completed your task? Shinshu chuckles. Heh. There's nothing that 50 shadow clones can't resolve. If there is, then just 100 will do. Shinya cannot help but be impressed. He is truly a version of Naruto Uzumaki. However, it seems that Naruto has become a mere reflection of Shinshu now. While the Senju clan excels in physical prowess compared to ordinary individuals, they are not primarily distinguished by their physical abilities. In contrast, the Uchiha clan generally possesses superior physical qualities, with chakra quantity and quality far exceeding that of the average person. Take Tsunade as an example. Her physical talent is commendable, yet it does not qualitatively surpass that of other shinobi. Although she has a considerable amount of chakra, Jiraiya, from a lesser clan, excels in all aspects beyond medical ninjutsu. In the manga, Jiraiya is indeed from a lesser clan, as evidenced by his inherited summoning scroll from Myobo-Kuzan. The anime, however, altered this narrative, suggesting that Jiraiya inadvertently entered Myobo-Kuzan without signing a scroll. Among the three legendary ninjas, only Orochimaru is of commoner origin. Shinshu's physique, which far exceeds that of other Senju clan members, is undoubtedly enviable, not to mention Shinya, who gazes upon it with admiration. Shinshu's physique clearly seems to be inherited from Hashirama. What about Shinshu's father? Is he also of robust constitution? However, is this physique inherited only through males? It is essential to note that Shinshu lacks any special abilities to awaken harmony of man and nature, or fluidity of the 100 vessels. His physical prowess has been developed through natural growth and training. In terms of sheer physical capabilities, Shinshu is not significantly inferior to Shinya. The primary reason he cannot defeat Shinya is due to the superior quality of chakra that Shinya has honed from a young age. Additionally, there is a secondary factor. Shinya's combat tactics can indeed be rather underhanded. In the midst of a battle, he might suddenly throw a handful of sand in your face, sending you flying. This leads Shinshu to reflect on the unscrupulous nature of tactical play. Truly reckless, aren't you? Tsunade looks at her younger brother with a touch of exasperation. It's no big deal. By the way, sister, what are you up to? Shungtai inquired. Shinya replied. Sister Tsunade is teaching me medical ninjutsu. Medical ninjutsu? Shungtai was taken aback for a moment. Then his eyes gleamed with hope. I want to learn as well. Bang. You have no chance. Tsunade delivered a punch that sent him sprawling into the ground. All right, little brat, you need to digest this properly. We will continue tomorrow. Tsunade stated as she rose and exited the tent. Watching Tsunade's retreating figure, Shinya found himself momentarily entranced. The ninja combat attire and vest could not conceal Tsunade's figure and allure, especially with her ponytails. It was difficult not to entertain wandering thoughts. Hey, why are you staring at my sister like that? Shungtai climbed up and questioned Shinya. Shinya snapped back to reality. Oh, it's nothing. Shungtai raised an eyebrow. Shinya, you wouldn't happen to have unsavory thoughts about my sister, would you? Shinya was taken aback. Huh? I didn't. I beg you. Shinya, please take my sister down. Shungtai suddenly clung to Shinya, tears streaming down his face. Shinya was baffled. Shungtai continued sobbing. If you take my sister down, she won't have the energy to hit me anymore. We are good brothers, right? For the sake of brotherhood, Shinya, sacrifice your allure, I implore you. Shinya's lips twitched. He was at a loss with Shungtai's plea. Wiping his tears, Shungtai solemnly stated, you need to act quickly. From my observations, there's a certain pale-haired fellow who seems interested in my sister. Shinya chuckled lightly, acknowledging that he harbored thoughts about Tsunade. But those thoughts were merely confined to the content he had encountered in a previous life. As for becoming Shungtai's brother-in-law, he had no interest whatsoever. Although the children in this world matured early, that was still too premature for one's health. Thus, at this stage, it remained a mere fantasy. Shinya did not consider himself a villain capable of heinous deeds, yet he was not a pure-hearted warrior either. He had no interest in finding a girl to spend his life with. If he were to seek companionship, it would be for shared nights under the same blanket, ideally with generations gathered under one roof. Shungtai's suggestion to pursue Tsunade was akin to pushing his sister into a fire pit. Little did Shungtai know, Shinya was not devoid of thoughts. He simply refrained from acting due to his ongoing physical development, fearing the repercussions. Had Shinya been 17 or 18, Tsunade's ponytails would have long been in disarray. Alas, all practical endeavors must wait until adulthood. Boys must also learn to protect themselves in the outside world. Shungtai, at present, resembled a pimp. Chapter 34. The Masked Man. In the following days, Shinya engaged in patrol duties while concurrently learning medical ninjutsu from Tsunade. Naturally, he did not neglect other foundational training. His strength was gradually and steadily increasing, were it not for the ongoing battlefield. Shinya would have aspired to master the Tenli Slope Sword God technique. He intended to revel once he possessed the strength to take on the role of Hokage. Unfortunately, on the battlefield, time was a luxury that Shinya could scarcely afford. After a few days, Shinya had made his way into the fundamentals of medical ninjutsu, yet he still lacked opportunities for practical application. Most of the injured individuals sustained only minor wounds. Thus, the primary method of treatment remains physical. It is only those who have suffered severe injuries that endanger their lives who are treated with medical ninjutsu. The essence of medical ninjutsu lies in stimulating the injured individual's cells, promoting cellular division to facilitate self-healing. Although this method allows for a swifter recovery, frequent reliance on it can significantly shorten a ninja's lifespan. The vitality of cells has its limits, and should medical ninjutsu be misused to the point of depleting the injured cell's vitality, it would herald the end of life. Consequently, medical ninjutsu is typically reserved for the treatment of severely injured ninjas. Those not hailing from physically formidable clans such as the Uchiha or the Uzumaki would find it particularly taxing. Though only a novice, Shinya could distinctly sense a newfound talent illuminating within his mind. This inclination was likely associated with healing. However, he was still far from igniting the first white medical talent, let alone a purple one. On the other hand, his bodily aptitude appeared to be advancing towards the blue tier. If this pace continued, there was a glimmer of hope for acquiring another purple talent before the war concluded. In truth, Shinya believed that the ninjas of Konoha could not afford to remain stationed here indefinitely. Were he to assume the role of Hokage, he would propose that the ninjas of Konoha engage with the civilian populace of the Land of Rain, assisting them in repairing their homes or providing sustenance to the orphans suffering from hunger. Such gestures would cultivate goodwill, potentially alleviating the local populace's resentment towards Konoha's ninjas. A stance of neither retreating nor advancing, merely holding firm, would gradually drain Konoha's resources, proving unsustainable over time. Yet, it was Suna and Iwa who were truly at a disadvantage. Regrettably, Shinya currently held little influence and could not sway the larger operations of Konoha. He could only accompany Shinshu in undertaking daily missions, such as patrolling nearby camps or inspecting barriers. That's far enough, let us head back. Having concluded their patrol, Shinya and Shunshu decided to return home. Suddenly, a disturbance reverberated through the forest. The two instantly became alert, focusing on the source of the commotion. Moments later, two figures emerged from the trees. Shinya was taken aback upon recognizing them. One was unmistakably a person, while the other resembled a humanoid creature. The creature was entirely snow-white, with short hair. Shinya was well acquainted with this being. It was none other than White Zetsu. The individual accompanying it donned a black cloak that enveloped their form, with a white spiral mask obscuring their face. It was only upon glimpsing the Sharingan faintly visible behind the mask that Shinya solidified his suspicions. Where did this masked man come from? Obito is only a year old. He mused, bewildered, questioning whether this person was truly a Hokage. Who are you? Shunshu demanded. The masked figure regarded them with interest, saying, "Oh, a combination of Uchiha and Senju? Quite a rarity. Enough with the pleasantries. Who are you really?" Shunshu pressed again. The masked man replied, "I am the specter of the Uchiha, Uchiha Madara. Are you trying to deceive a ghost?" Jin could not help but express his thoughts. The masked man remarked, "None of this matters anymore. What is important is, as a descendant of the Uchiha clan, do you believe that the current ninja world and Konoha are in a state of normalcy?" Jean, wearied by the conversation, replied, "Is it truly necessary to be so blunt?" The masked man chuckled lightly. "Humph. In any case, I am in search of reliable companions. How about it? Join us." Jean smirked slightly, responding with a hint of resignation. What a straightforward invitation, devoid of any preamble. The masked man continued, "Surely, you do not wish for the Uchiha clan to meet a tragic end. At least in this regard, our paths align." Jin pondered, "Do our paths truly align?" The masked man pressed on, "What do you think?" Jin raised his gaze to meet the masked man's eyes and replied coolly, "I must decline." The masked man appeared taken aback. "What?" Jin, with a sardonic smile, retorted, "I cannot bear to see the illustrious Uchiha Madara ultimately trailing behind a mere descendant like myself." The masked man closed his eyes. "Is this your answer? Then you may as well perish." Boom. As the words left his lips, the masked man suddenly appeared before Jin, delivering a swift kick. Caught off guard, Jin was sent flying, crashing into several trees. "Jin!" Shinshu cried out in concern, only to find the masked man advancing, forcing Shinshu to retreat hastily. To spill Uchiha blood, yet willingly serve the followers of Hashirama? If that is the case, then there is no need to allow you to remain in this world. The masked man's voice was laced with a faint hint of murderous intent. Water release, water shockwave. Shinshu quickly formed hand seals, launching an attack at the masked man. Earth release, earth flow river. The masked man also rapidly formed hand seals, responding with calm composure. Seizing the opportunity, Shinshu dashed to the ruins where Jin had fallen. A soft laughter echoed from the ruins, surprising both Shinshu and the masked man. "You truly lack martial virtue, you pretender." Jin slowly emerged from the rubble, approaching Shinshu's side. At that moment, Jin bore a slight bruise on his forehead and a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, yet his overall demeanor appeared largely unaffected. "Had it been Uchiha Madara, I would not have survived that blow," Jin taunted the masked man. The masked man, momentarily rattled, retorted, "What did you say? Fool. He is saying you're weak." Shinshu seized the timely moment to interject. "Fire release, fire meteor." As Shinshu spoke, Jin suddenly launched his assault. Hundreds of fireballs, each the size of a tennis ball, rained down upon the masked man. The masked man, caught off guard, had no choice but to retreat. Earth release, earth flow wall. In a moment of urgency, the masked man resorted to erecting an earth flow wall to shield himself from the fireballs. The relentless barrage of fireballs struck the earth flow wall like a Gatling gun. Water release, water shockwave. Shinshu unleashed a torrent of water towards the masked man. Boom. The masked man leaped atop the earth wall, which rose instantaneously, allowing him to narrowly escape the onslaught. At this moment, the masked man faced the two young boys, discarding any sense of disdain. The recent skirmish had made it abundantly clear that even the slightest lapse in his focus could result in injury. The surprising synergy between Shinya and Shunshu left the masked man incredulous. Firstly, the duo was exceedingly youthful, yet their tactics were remarkably shrewd. Secondly, when had the bond between the Uchiha and Senju clans grown so amicable? Shinya's perspective differed. He believed that their collaboration had the potential to subdue this masked adversary. Although the sudden assault from the masked man had inflicted some injuries, it also revealed certain vulnerabilities in his opponent. The masked man's prowess was not as formidable as he had initially imagined. His reflexes in battle were far inferior to those of his later counterpart, Obito. Most importantly, Shinya had yet to activate his Sharingan. The opponent's 3 Tomo were in plain sight, while Shinya had not even revealed any of his trump cards. Their combined efforts had already placed the masked man on the defensive. Thus, Shinya felt confident that they had a chance to overcome him. However, the presence of a white Zetsu nearby was a cause for concern. While a single white Zetsu may not pose a significant threat, one could never be certain if more were lurking in the vicinity. White Zetsu, akin to the second brother from Africa, is not intimidating alone, but becomes formidable when encountered in numbers. Consequently, the situation had reached a stalemate. Chapter 35. Fierce battle with the masked man. As the two sides remained locked in tension, the white Zetsu beside the masked man began to stir. It was uncertain whether it intended to launch a surprise attack or summon allies. Yet, in that fleeting moment when the white Zetsu moved, Shinya raised a finger. Crimson lightning surged forth like a blade, swiftly extending to pierce the white Zetsu's throat. Raiton, Akagiri, is a high-level lightning release technique, comparable in difficulty to the Chidori. However, in terms of practicality, it far surpasses the latter. The level denotes the learning difficulty of the ninjutsu, which does not necessarily correlate with its strength or utility. Many forbidden techniques listed in the Book of Seals are not deemed powerful or inhumane, nor are they family secrets. Rather, they are simply difficult to learn and lack practical application. Completing such techniques often yields little benefit and can even result in self-harm. For instance, the multiple shadow clone technique, developed by the second Hokage, is so perilous that most ninjas who attempt it risk immediate chakra depletion and collapse, let alone employing it in combat. Only Naruto, with his immense chakra reserves, can wield it with ease. Moreover, the use of explosive tags in conjunction with the reanimation jutsu is a binding technique. Learning it without mastering reanimation is akin to considering oneself a self-destructing vehicle. As for using shadow clones for self-detonation, the sensory feedback from the explosion is transmitted directly to the original's mind, often leaving unprepared ninjas dazed and confused. Individuals like Itachi Uchiha, who can trigger the explosion of their shadow clones without a hint of hesitation, are indeed formidable. It is worth noting that even Naruto, with his carefree demeanor, has never attempted the risky maneuver of self-detonating a shadow clone. High-level ninjutsu represents the pinnacle of conventional technique difficulty. Kakashi's Raikiri ascended to a higher level because he cleaved through lightning with his Chidori. This act of slicing through the lightning elevated the difficulty of the technique to a remarkable degree. It can be argued that Kakashi's Chidori is truly the Raikiri, while Sasuke's version merely remains Chidori. Fundamentally, Raikiri and Chidori are essentially the same technique. Thus, the advanced Akatsuki Thunder, with its formidable learning curve, is exceedingly challenging. To this day, Shinra has only grasped a fraction of the Akatsuki Thunder, failing to fully comprehend its intricacies. Compared to Chidori, Akatsuki Thunder boasts several advantages. The most significant, which Shinra deems the most practical aspect, is its lack of a prelude. Although it does not possess the instantaneous nature of a Rasengan, with Shinra's adept chakra control, he can indeed forego the hand seals for its execution, albeit at the cost of increased chakra consumption and diminished power. Nonetheless, the benefits gained from eliminating the need for a prelude more than compensate for the reduction in potency. The immediate release of Akatsuki Thunder allows Shinra to execute it almost instantaneously, leaving both the masked man and white Zetsu caught off guard. Earth Style, Earth Flow River. Seizing the moment of the masked man's distraction, Shinra swiftly formed hand seals to invoke Earth Style. The impact of the Earth Flow River surged forth, engulfing the masked man entirely. Fire Style, Flame Meteor. Taking advantage of the masked man's brief incapacitation, Shinra unleashed the Flame Meteor. Hundreds of small fireballs cascaded toward the masked man with the velocity of bullets, resembling a barrage of gunfire from a distance. Not only was the masked man overwhelmed, but even the surrounding rocks and trees succumbed to the relentless onslaught. As the fireballs collided with the puddles on the ground, they created a dense cloud of steam. Earth Style, Transformation. With his right hand striking the ground, Shinra caused the earth beside the masked man to tremble. Soon, two colossal hands materialized, rapidly clasping together to ensnare the masked man within their grasp. Boom! Before Shinra and Ju could catch their breath, the gigantic hands crumbled instantaneously. The masked man leaped from the rubble, appearing somewhat disheveled. His clothing was caked in dirt, the sleeve of his left arm singed away, revealing minor burns on his arm. The vortex mask had been partially shattered, exposing his mouth and right eye. It became evident to Shinra, after reflecting upon his memories, that this individual was likely not a character from the manga. He bore no resemblance to anyone he could recall, and furthermore, the masked man's abilities were unexpectedly feeble. In the original narrative, it seemed that Uchiha Madara had only taken in one living companion, Obito. Setting aside the discrepancies in age, Obito's skills and combat prowess were leagues beyond this masked man. Thus, one must ponder what exactly Uchiha Madara found appealing in him. Aside from the initial ambush that caught Shinra off guard and resulted in minor injuries, the masked man was thoroughly dominated by Shinra and Ju thereafter. Although it is true that Jinya's current strength rivals that of some seasoned jonin in the village, and Shinshu possesses sufficient prowess to undertake the jonin examination, one must ponder the logic behind a follower of Uchiha Madara, a potential proxy for him, not being at the level of a Hokage. However, judging from the earlier confrontation, the masked man, while certainly stronger than Jinya, did not exhibit an overwhelming dominance. Jinya speculated that there were numerous individuals within the village capable of dispatching the masked man in an instant. Not only Sarutobi Hiruzen and the four advisors, but also Sarutobi Yoshiyuki and Hatake Sakomo possessed the ability to eliminate him with ease. It is no wonder that he could only resort to the two young children. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. The masked man began to weave hand signs, subsequently unleashing a vast, fan-shaped inferno that engulfed the surroundings in flames. Upon witnessing this, both Shinshu and Jinya commenced their own hand signs. Earth style, Earth Wall. A wall of earth rose before them, barely managing to shield them from the oncoming flames. It must be noted that this great fireball, when compared to the one used by Uchiha Madara before the Ninja Alliance, displayed a significant disparity in power. Suddenly, amidst the flames, a figure appeared beside Jinya. He glanced over, only to find it was merely a shuriken, a diversion crafted from the masked man's long cloak. In the next moment, the masked man lunged from another direction, delivering a swift kick that knocked Shinshu to the ground, followed by a kick aimed at Jinya. Jinya crashed against the earthen wall, nearly losing consciousness. Then, in the blink of an eye, a puff of smoke enveloped Shinshu, revealing him in the guise of Jinya. Lunging towards the masked man, a sense of dread filled the masked man's heart. Was this truly the real body? It dawned on him that the actual body had transformed into the appearance of a Senju child, utilizing shadow clones to divert his attention. Panic arose within him. Where, then, was the genuine Senju child? His Sharingan scanned the surroundings, yet he could not detect Shinshu's presence. At that moment, Jinya had already leaped before him, compelling him to focus his energy on Jinya in preparation for a counterattack. Yet, in an instant, the Jinya he believed to be real transformed into a bolt of lightning, enveloping him entirely. Meanwhile, the Jinya whom he had kicked earlier morphed back into Shinshu's form, initiating hand signs. Water style, Water Pillar Jutsu. A torrent of water surged forth, swiftly engulfing the masked man. At the heart of this deluge, the masked man struggled to twist his body, attempting to weave hand signs to escape. However, Shinshu altered his hand signs. Water style, Water Dragon Bullet Jutsu. From the vortex's center, a water dragon erupted from below, lunging toward the masked man. The masked man was drawn into an even larger whirlpool, disoriented and thrown off balance. How rude of the Konoha brat. Such a young age. Yet his heart is so devious. This was the masked man's thought. He had not anticipated that these two Chunin children would execute such a layered strategy involving transformation jutsu and shadow clones. He was even more astonished that Shinshu would endure a kick to mislead him. In the midst of the masked man's growing terror, Jinya descended from above, hands crackling with crimson lightning. No, no, save me please, Madara-sama. In a state of sheer panic, the masked man could no longer embody Uchiha Madara's persona, and he shouted in terror. Amidst his cries, a creature clad entirely in black emerged from the nearby ruins. What a nuisance. How could that guy Madara have summoned such a wretched being? Rasped a voice from the creature. Then, he mused inwardly. Well, I am merely a manifestation of Madara's will. It does not affect the plan. Whom he chooses as his proxy is of little consequence. He glanced at the wailing masked man and sighed. Very well. I shall offer some assistance. Chapter 36. The Orphan of War. As the battlefield settled into an eerie calm, Key and Makoto gazed at the fallen masked man, who lay amidst the ruins, eyes rolled back in a state of disbelief. His dramatic entrance had created an air of mystery, but now that the battle had commenced, he appeared rather lackluster. Although the masked man's abilities were indeed subpar, the sudden appearance of the ominous black creature rendered Makoto hesitant to act rashly. Who was this being? This was none other than Kagaya Otsutsuki's consciousness, the mastermind behind turmoil spanning a millennium, a fervent admirer of chaos, and the singular protagonist of the Black Zetsu's maternal rescue. To speak plainly, this creature was named Black Zetsu, a product of Kagaya Otsutsuki's spiritual essence. Black Zetsu was not unique. Uchiha Madara had also crafted a version of him. However, Madara's Black Zetsu was consumed and replaced by this current incarnation. Henceforth, this primordial Black Zetsu feigned to be a manifestation of Madara's will, remaining by his side. Moreover, he had altered the inscriptions on the stone tablet within the Nana shrine, leading Uchiha Madara to believe that the infinite Tsukuyomi was a herald of peace. In truth, the infinite Tsukuyomi merely served as a prerequisite for Kagaya Otsutsuki's creation of the White Zetsu army. Speaking of Kagaya, Makoto now felt a twinge of unease, for there still existed a monk named Jigen within the shinobi world. This monk, Jigen, bore another identity, Ishiki Otsutsuki. To be candid, Kagaya's creation of the White Zetsu army was spurred by her trepidation towards the Otsutsuki clan's impending assault. However, the subsequent arrival of the three Otsutsuki fools on Earth proved to be far less formidable than Kagaya had anticipated. Amongst them, the strongest, Kinshiki, after absorbing Momoshiki, was unable to best Naruto, who had been drained of chakra while suspended on the divine tree. Naruto must have found it surreal that someone of such caliber dared to look down upon Kagaya. Yet, Jigen was a different matter altogether. This being, despite his battered form, could use Naruto and Sasuke as mere punching bags. Although, at that time, Naruto lacked the Sage of Six Paths mode, and Sasuke had lost his Yin power, it is undeniable that they were still the two most powerful individuals on Earth. Nevertheless, Jigen was capable of treating them as if they were mere playthings. The emergence of Black Zetsu cast a shadow of concern over Makoto regarding the future decades hence. Although in the original narrative, Jigen and the Otsutsuki clan had not appeared in Shippuden or prior, their absence did not imply their non-existence. Who knows where Jigen might be lurking now? What if they crossed paths? What then? Would one dare to flee? The thoughts of Ju were not as simple as they seemed. Upon witnessing the appearance of Kurizetsu, he intended to capture the masked man and prepared to launch an attack. Wait. Shinya intervened, halting Ju's advance. The masked man posed little threat to Konoha. Yet the presence of Uchiha Madara behind him was a different matter entirely. If Madara dared to scheme in the Land of Rain, he must possess confidence in remaining undetected or in his ability to escape if discovered. Why are you stopping me? Ju inquired after Kurizetsu vanished. Shinya glanced at Ju and replied, First, we must return with this intelligence. There are suspected rogue ninjas from the Uchiha clan causing turmoil in the Land of Rain, intending to embroil several major nations. This war may be far more complex than we anticipate. Ju nodded in agreement with Shinya's insight. However, Shinya pondered that while he was privy to much information, he could not divulge it all indiscriminately. He needed to carefully consider what could be shared and what must remain unspoken. Otherwise, if questioned about his sources, he would find himself in an awkward position. Were he already Hokage or a high-ranking official in Konoha, he could easily deflect inquiries with a statement about his own intelligence channels. Yet at present, he was merely a novice, having been a ninja for less than 2.5 years, and many matters were beyond his grasp. Thus, he realized that possessing foresight was not all-encompassing. Without sufficient authority, one's insights could only fester unexpressed. Suddenly, Ju noticed a subtle movement in the nearby underbrush and instinctively hurled a kunai. Ah! A girl's startled cry emerged as 3 children stepped out from the foliage. Ju furrowed his brow, while Shinya's eyes narrowed in surprise, recognizing them. You're ninjas from Konoha, right? Could you teach us some jutsu? The boy with orange hair stepped forward, addressing the two. The trio had been hiding in the bushes for quite some time, observing how Shinya and Ju battled the masked man. They believed that seeking instruction from ninjas was the best way to grow stronger. You are from the Land of Rain, I presume? If there's nothing pressing, you should return quickly. It would be unfortunate if the old folks at the camp discovered you, Ju advised. Though he felt anger towards Hanzo's declaration of war, He harbored sympathy for the civilians caught in the conflict. After a moment, he noticed the children's gaunt figures and tossed them a ration pill from his supply pouch. "Let us go, Shinya," he said, unable to bear looking at the children any longer, and leaped onto a branch, heading toward the camp. Shinya did not follow Ju immediately. Instead, once Ju had distanced himself, he turned back to the three children. The orange-haired boy gazed at Shinya, somewhat anxious. The tall Konoha ninja before them seemed to regard them with curiosity, leaving them uncertain of his intentions. He feared that this ninja might, like the Sand Village shinobi, act against them out of mere fascination. "Shinya." Ju's voice resonated from afar once more. Shinya turned to leave. "Hey, wait," the orange-haired boy called out hastily. Shinya glanced back at the trio and cautioned, "The Konoha camp is not far. Do not venture further, or you will be mistaken for enemies." As he took a few steps forward, he remarked, "I will patrol this area every 3 days. If you are still alive after 3 days, come find me." Without waiting for the reactions of the three youths, he leaped gracefully and ascended the rope tree. "Have we succeeded, Mayahiko?" A timid red-haired boy beside him inquired. The boy named Mayahiko appeared momentarily bewildered but soon regained his composure, responding, "Of course. He asked us to return in 3 days, didn't he? But aren't we currently engaged in battle with Konoha?" A girl beside them interjected. Mayahiko clenched his teeth, stating, "At this point, our only recourse is to seek the aid of the ninjas from Konoha. As orphans of war, we are neglected by everyone. Neither Sunagakure nor Awagakure will concern themselves with our survival. Encountering them would undoubtedly lead to our demise. Although I am uncertain about the ninjas from Konoha, the two we just met seemed rather decent. They should not wish us harm." Yet the red-haired boy appeared to harbor some reservations about the ninjas from Konoha. "Enough, Nagato," Mayahiko declared. "This is the only path we can take. Hans cannot be relied upon. If we wish to save this nation, we must rely on ourselves." Meanwhile, Shinya and Xingtian were on their way back. "Are your injuries all right?" Xingtian asked. "Yes, I'm fine," Shinya replied. "What did you discuss with those 3 kids?" Xingtian inquired. Shinya smiled. "You gave them a pack of military rations. I couldn't be without a gesture, so I offered them something as well." Xingtian scoffed. "But orphans like them surely need food the most." Shinya laughed heartily. "Huh? What I gave them is undoubtedly what they require even more." Xingtian sighed seriously. "Must you compete in everything?" Shinya did not respond, but instead said, "Xingtian, when we report back, let us not mention these 3 children." "All right. I was planning the same." Xingtian nodded. The 3 children from the land of rain approaching the ninjas from Konoha would appear suspicious in the eyes of adults. Xingtian helped them out of sympathy, while Shinya, having read the original story, recognized that these 3 would become the founders of Akatsuki. Knowing this, Shinya's thoughts began to stir. "I am sorry, Jiraiya-sensei. It seems I must usurp your role as a mentor." Chapter 37. The Great War approaches within the camp. Shinya and Xingtian reported their patrol findings to Mito Kazan, detailing the situation regarding the masked man while omitting their encounter with Mayahiko and his companions. A defector from the Uchiha clan? It appears the situation in the Land of Rain is more intricate than I had anticipated, Mito Kazan mused. The other Nin revealed solemn expressions. Mito Kazan glanced at his disciples, asking, "Aside from this, you have no further intelligence to report?" Shinya exchanged a look with Xingtian before responding, "No, that is all." Once Shinya and Xingtian departed, Mito Kazan removed his glasses and rubbed his eyes. "Is this truly the right course, Uncle Yen?" Sarutobi Koichi, seated in a chair, questioned Mito Kazan. Mito Minyen sighed and remarked, "We have lingered here for a year. Although we have incurred no losses, we find ourselves in a stalemate. We are ultimately growing old, bound by the constraints of rules. These young ones dare to defy the established order, and it is essential to grant them ample space for their endeavors. Perhaps therein lies the potential for unexpected delights." "I understand. As for the 3 children from the Land of Rain, let Shin also have the opportunity to engage with them," spoke Sarutobi Sakichi. Kikuchi Sakumo furrowed his brow, feeling a sense of discomfort regarding the actions of Mito Minyen and Sarutobi Sakichi, yet he could not articulate why. If one were to insist, this could be seen as an attempt to garner favor amidst the turmoil in the Land of Rain. Could it not? "I can discern your hesitation. I have a fair idea of your thoughts," Sarutobi Sakichi observed his partner with a sense of resignation. Kikuchi Sakumo sighed. "Is that so?" Sarutobi Sakichi chuckled. "You are a person whose thoughts are evident upon your face. Yet I reiterate, please clarify your stance, Kikuchi Sakumo." Kikuchi Tsukumo remained silent. The war had left his emotions in turmoil. He was at a loss for how to bring this calamity to an end, resigning himself to execute the orders issued by the village. The suffering of the people in the land of rain weighed heavily on his heart. Yet allowing the flames of war to spread to the land of fire was an even more intolerable prospect. Thus, for the sake of the citizens of the land of fire, he could only choose to turn a blind eye to the devastation in the land of rain. At that moment, a significant event unfolded in the camp. Aoyama Hidenabu and Nagumo, who had gone out on patrol, were ambushed by the rain shinobi. Nagumo was lost, and Aoyama Hidenabu, gravely injured, managed to drag Nagumo's lifeless body back. Jun, amidst the crowd, looked upon Nagumo's corpse, feeling an unsettling ache in his heart. His interactions with the two had not been extensive, yet both Aoyama Hidenabu and Nagumo had recommended him for promotion to Ch-Nin. The sudden death of someone he had crossed paths with was a bitter pill to swallow. The rain shinobi had indeed taken action. Mito Minion's expression grew exceedingly grave. This indicated that Konoha would either retreat or become embroiled in this chaotic conflict. Why was it certain that Iwagakure was not merely a passive observer? Because intelligence from the Umbu revealed that this morning, Iwagakure's encampment had also suffered a similar assault. It was as if an invisible hand was orchestrating the events in the land of rain, driving the three great nations toward the depths of chaos. Simultaneously, in the rain village, Hanzo found himself in a state of utter disarray. He had received reports that his own ninjas had ambushed those from Konoha and Iwagakure, resulting in significant casualties on both sides. The dilemma, however, was that he had not issued any orders to attack Konoha or Iwagakure. When he sought to uncover which squad had acted independently, he found himself devoid of leads. Who could it possibly be? Cold sweat trickled down Hanzo's brow. The situation had spiraled entirely beyond his control. Initially, his declaration of war against the three great nations, fire, wind, and earth, was intended to project a stance of strength and to utilize external pressure to solidify his own power. Yet, he soon realized that the overall prowess of the Rain Village paled in comparison to the major nations. He alone was the only one regarded as a formidable force within his village. Thus, after Konoha ceased its offensive, an unspoken understanding emerged between him and Konoha. Neither side formally declared a truce, yet both exercised restraint in refraining from engaging one another. The same held true for Iwagakure, allowing him the opportunity to confront Sunagakure with fervor. Over the past 6 months, Hans experienced a significant alleviation of pressure. Sunagakure, entangled in combat on foreign soil, found itself ensnared in the land of rain, unable to extricate itself, compounded by the logistical burdens presented by the predominantly desert terrain of the land of wind. If this trend continued, he could potentially lead the land of rain to triumph over the land of wind. By vanquishing a major power, he would gain leverage in negotiations with the land of fire and the land of earth, thereby elevating the status of the land of rain. In turn, he would become a hero within his nation. However, all these aspirations were dashed by the emergence of an unforeseen team of rain shinobi. The situation spiraled out of control. The deaths of Konoha and Iwagakure personnel would not go unavenged. Even if Konoha maintained its composure, Iwagakure would inevitably retaliate against him, and they would not permit Konoha to remain uninvolved. It was foreseeable that, before long, the land of rain would revert to the chaotic state it had endured a year prior. A month passed swiftly, and true to his words, he met with the Yahiko trio every 3 days. All he could do during this brief window was teach them the fundamentals of chakra manipulation. After all, he was not Jiraiya. He could not remain in the land of rain for years solely to instruct these children until they possessed the means for self-defense. Nonetheless, this did not diminish the gratitude that Yahiko and the others felt towards him. They recognized that this was the extent of his capabilities. Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan. Zenisuke gazed at the trio as they approached him, their expressions filled with curiosity. "Today marks the final day of my instruction," he announced. "Indeed. Are we to prepare for battle?" Yahiko did not question the reasoning, for he understood the current circumstances in the land of rain. True to his nature as a born leader, Yahiko, despite lacking the innate talent for ninjutsu compared to Konan and Nagato, commanded their unwavering loyalty. Whether in their early survival or their current pursuit of ninjutsu, all decisions revolved around Yahiko. His sensitivity to the prevailing situation and intelligence far surpassed that of Konan and Nagato. It can be said that if Yahiko were alone, his talents would be rendered useless. However, With the presence of Nagato and Konan, two trusted allies, Yahiko's inherent leadership qualities destined him to achieve greatness in the Land of Rain. This was precisely why Zenisuke endeavored to mentor Yahiko and his companions. He sought to embed a mark of Konoha within the future Akatsuki organization. He envisioned an Akatsuki imbued with an intrinsic affinity for Konoha, fostering collaboration. To realize this vision, the paramount requirement was Yahiko's survival, coupled with his ascendance as the leader of the Akatsuki. Ultimately, these two concerns were intertwined. As long as Yahiko lived, Konan and Nagato would acknowledge him as their leader. To gain Yahiko's approval is tantamount to securing the endorsement of the entire Akatsuki for the future. In truth, for the past month, Shinya has been diligently striving to win Yahiko over. As for Konan and Nagato, Konan lacks a strong opinion and merely follows Yahiko's lead. Nagato, on the other hand, harbors a profound mistrust towards Konoha. While he cannot claim to be entirely ungrateful to Shinya, he also does not fully trust him. Only Yahiko possesses a sound mind, clear objectives, and a keen sense of justice. From Yahiko's perspective, regardless of Zenya's intentions, the fact remains that this past month has ushered them into the realm of ninjas. It could be said that Shinya serves as their guiding mentor. Thus, the most decisive and astute Yahiko finds himself most grateful towards Shinya. Rest assured, my mission is to engage in battle with Iwagakure, so you need not worry about encountering any ninjas from the Land of Rain, Shinya reassured the three children. Shinya and I. Yahiko earnestly regarded Shinya. I cannot express how thankful I am for your care over this past month. Shinya nodded and replied, I will inform Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, of your circumstances. If fortune favors you and you happen to meet him, you should endeavor to learn ninjutsu from him. Yes. The trio nodded in unison, their hearts touched by Zenya's continued consideration even in the face of parting. Shinya and I, please be cautious on the battlefield. It would be best to drive those beasts from Iwagakure out of the Land of Rain, Yahiko said, gazing at Shinya with admiration. Shinya approached Yahiko, placing a reassuring hand upon his head. Of course, do you think I am someone to be trifled with? In the caverns of the Land of Rain, the masked man moved about, feeling the rejuvenation of his body. How do you feel? Black Zetsu inquired ominously. I have fully recovered. And I can sense that I have grown stronger, the masked man replied. That is due to the white Zetsu cells. Without them, you would not have survived. Came the aged voice of Uchiha Madara. The masked man hastily knelt, stating, My lord Madara, it is my failure in duty. This time, I will ensure the elimination of those two brats. Uchiha Madara's eyes remained devoid of emotion. Shinya of the Uchiha, if you encounter him again, bring him here alive. What? The masked man gasped, feeling his status threatened. Madara spoke with an air of indifference. Is my request not clear enough? And no. I understand. The masked man broke into a cold sweat. Chapter 38, Iwagakure Jonin. Dijin in a valley in the Land of Rain. A squad of Iwagakure ninjas advanced. This team had been tasked with dismantling the barrier surrounding Konoha's outpost, while simultaneously eliminating any isolated lower-ranking ninjas. Stop! The leader, an elite Jonin, commanded. The squad consisted of 10 members, 1 Jonin, 1 special Jonin, 2 Chunin, and 7 Genin. This configuration would prove devastating even against a team of Jonin caught unawares, let alone against solitary lower-ranking ninjas. Stop! The Jonin issued the order. Let us rest for 15 minutes before continuing our mission. Captain, it would be dire if Konoha were to discover us, one member cautioned. The particularly skilled Jonin beside him expressed some concern. There is no need to worry excessively. Our movements remain quite covert, and the entire Land of Rain is in disarray, utterly oblivious to who is battling whom, replied the IWA shinobi. The special Jonin remarked, however, this location is, after all, alarmingly close to the Leaf Village's encampment. The IWA shinobi chuckled, The most perilous places are often the safest. We have eliminated numerous Chunin and Genin from the Leaf, and they would never suspect us to linger near their base. In short, the advantage lies with us. The special Jonin paused. The saying higher ranks suppress the lower is prevalent in the shinobi world. Although there is only a single rank difference between a Jonin and a special Jonin, the disparity in their power is vast. During wartime, a Jonin captain holds the life and death authority over their subordinate ninjas. Thus, despite the minor rank difference, the special Jonin dared not voice further objections, especially considering their team had been on the move for several consecutive days. The IWA shinobi himself may have been unfazed, But the lower-ranked ninjas lacked the same vigor and were merely enduring. Upon the IWA Shinobi's command, the 10-man team settled in the valley to rest. Alas, who knows when this battle will conclude? One lamented. Indeed, my wife has just conceived, and I have no time to return and care for her. Weren't you with us in the land of rain a year ago? How is your wife expecting? What? No way. That's absurd. As the shinobi engaged in conversation during their break, darkness suddenly enveloped them. Before they could react, screams pierced the silence. This is bad. It's an illusion. The IWA shinobi instantly realized that they were ambushed. He quickly formed hand seals, intending to dispel the jinjutsu. However, in the next moment, a fierce gust of wind surged towards him. He immediately retreated to evade, but his hand seals were disrupted. A sharp, acrid scent of explosives filled the air. Oh no! Explosive tags. With a thunderous roar, an explosion erupted, propelling the IWA shinobi through the air, his left leg shattered and mangled. The valley echoed with anguished cries, a scene of sheer devastation. How audacious for the IWA ninjas to venture so close to the barrier. It seems that the shinobi brought forth by Noki possessed little more than reckless bravery. Shinya observed the 10 lamenting figures before him with a calm demeanor. Although the IWA shinobi was a jonin, he was of lesser strength. Even in a direct confrontation, he could not match Shinya's prowess. This was compounded by the fact that Shinya had laid an ambush, catching them unaware. In recent days, Shinya had requested to undertake independent missions. Thus, his modern soul had finally awakened, employing every devious tactic against the IWA ninjas. Shinya resolved to demonstrate to these foreign interlopers just how profound the strategies of Sun Tzu truly are. His philosophy was clear: if a surprise attack is possible, he would never engage directly. If ranged options were available, he would avoid close combat. Even against foes of inferior strength, he aimed to minimize any physical contact. At this moment, the gaze of the Iwagakure Jonin gradually returned. He beheld a youth clad in a ninja vest, his eyes containing 3 spinning tomo directed at him. The Iwagakure Jonin gasped in astonishment. Shinya approached the Jonin, the 3 tomos slowly rotating. The Jonin felt a sudden darkness envelop him and lost consciousness. Upon awakening, he found himself back at the camp. You are awake. This is our Iwagakure camp, a medical ninja informed him. Noticing his attempt to rise, the ninja cautioned. Do not move. Your left leg has been severely injured, almost blown off, and your condition is precarious, barely stabilized. Damn it. The Jonin's face contorted in pain as he held his head, exclaiming, Damn it. What on earth happened? Why can I not remember? Lord Huangtu. Amidst his thoughts, a tall ninja entered the tent. He was the son of the 3rd Tsuchikage, Inoki, groomed to be the next Tsuchikage. Young as he was, he had already attained the rank of Jonin, one of the strongest in the village. Unfortunately, Huangtu had not inherited Inoki's Kekkei Genkai, dust release, or else his power would have soared even higher. Nevertheless, Huangtu wielded an exceptionally formidable earth release, not to be underestimated. Are you alright, Dongshuren? Huangtu inquired, stepping forward. I'm fine, Lord Huangtu, merely struggling to recall certain matters, the Iwagakure Jonin, Dongshuren, replied, his gaze filled with respect. Despite Huangtu's youth, his stature within the village was significant. No one regarded him as an inexperienced child. That's good to hear, Huangtu nodded. Yet your leg. It's an unfortunate circumstance. Who could foresee the chaos of the battlefield? Dongshuren managed a bitter smile. He felt an itch in his right eye and raised his hand to rub it, but the sensation intensified, becoming increasingly bothersome. Gradually, blood tears began to stream from his right eye. Upon witnessing the blood tears, Huangtu's heart raced with alarm. Dongshuren suddenly screamed in agony, and as his cries echoed, his right eye unleashed a torrent of crimson lightning. Boom! The surrounding medical ninjas, lower-ranked shinobi, and wounded individuals within the tent were struck down almost instantaneously by the lightning. Damn it, what is this? Huangtu, caught off guard, felt his arm sear as it was struck by the lightning, leaving it charred. Fortunately, his reflexes were swift, allowing him to create distance. Red lightning? What on earth is happening? The ninjas who rushed to the scene were equally taken aback by the unfolding chaos. Meanwhile, at the Konoha camp. Shinya, your eye is bleeding. Ju pointed at Jinya's right eye, exclaiming in terror. Just moments ago, Jinya's right eye had suddenly activated its Sharingan, resulting in blood tears. Calm down. No need for alarm, Shinya said, wiping the blood seeping from the corner of his eye. Though his vision felt slightly gritty, a smile graced his face. That technique actually succeeded. Chapter 39. Transcription Seal. This is a unique ninjutsu exclusively belonging to the Sharingan, wielded solely by the Uchiha clan's bloodline. Its capability lies in the ability to seal a specific jutsu within the eyes of an opponent through the Sharingan. The character known as Jun did not eliminate the East Dead simply out of kindness. Rather, he had prepared a grand gift for a Wagakure. Within the eyes of the East Dead, Jun sealed a lightning-based technique, Raijin Shiyu, and established triggering conditions. These conditions were rather straightforward. The left eye's trigger would activate upon sighting Inoki, while the right eye would do so upon encountering Inoki's son, Lus. Although foresight may not be infallible, it can indeed provide significant advantages. When it comes to information supremacy, how does one even begin to compete? Lus, at just under 20 years of age, has already achieved the rank of Jonin. Such a promising talent could hardly remain in the rear lines. For Inoki to designate Lus as his successor, he must ensure that Lus earns substantial accolades. Consequently, it was almost inevitable for Lus to be deployed to the front lines. As for whether Inoki himself was present, Jun had no knowledge. It was merely a matter of whether he would strike first. After all, one must always consider the possibilities. Moreover, Jun had no intention of using such a jutsu to eliminate Inoki, nor even Lus. However, having established the transfer seal, he intentionally left the East Dead near Iwagakure's encampment, allowing their shinobi to retrieve him. If Jun did not encounter Inoki and Lus, and the transfer seal failed to activate, it would not pose a problem. The East Dead was already incapacitated, which would inevitably waste more of Iwagakure's medical resources. Subsequently, Jun planned to inflict injuries on Iwagakure's shinobi without killing them, either severing a leg or an arm for each. If luck favored him and the transfer seal was triggered, it would indeed be a joyous outcome. Even if he could not significantly weaken Iwagakure, he could at least sow chaos among them. Just moments ago, the transfer seal in the East Dead's right eye was activated. This indicated that the East Dead had encountered Lus within the camp, and their interaction had not been brief. In any realm, the most crucial elements of warfare, apart from logistics, are intelligence. Jun, possessing a distinct information advantage, although not part of the decision-making echelon, could not alter the war's overarching direction. Nonetheless, he could effectively diminish Iwagakure's active forces through his intelligence. However, despite these advantages, Konoha faced its own challenges. The village was already understaffed, unable to extend its front too far. Additionally, the situation in the Land of Rain was growing increasingly chaotic, with the forces of Sunagakure, Iwagakure, the Rain Ninjas, and Konoha embroiled in a veritable melee. Today, you strike me. Tomorrow, I strike you. The day after, you strike him, and the following day, he strikes him. In short, the entire Land of Rain had descended into utter disarray. Ju summoned medical ninjas to examine Jun's eyes, while the latter shouted that he was blind as he approached. This commotion caught the attention of Mido Gate, who hurried over, having finally discovered a stable, mentally sound Uchiha. And yet to guide him toward greatness, was he now to be informed of his blindness? What a jest! Terrified, Mizukage Minyan found himself unable to open up, nor could he bring himself to eat. The situation was far more complex than simply being a disciple. He served as a vital bridge between the Hokage of Konoha and the Uchiha clan. If only he could mature into a figure of authority. Perhaps as Hokage or a member of the advisory council, his influence might mend the rift between the village and the Uchiha. This was the intent shared with Sarutobi Hiruzen. If he were to nurture talent, he would not allow any mishaps to occur. It was commonly believed that only the Mangeki could lead to blindness. Yet who among the Uchiha had succumbed to the loss of vision due to their Sharingan? Upon entering Jinya's tent, he discovered Shinya applying eye drops. Shinya, feeling no need to conceal the truth from his beloved mentor, recounted the incidents involving the rewriting seal and the death of the Eastern man. Is this technique taxing on your eyes? Mizukage Minyan inquired, his brow furrowed. Shinya scratched his head, not particularly, just a bit of dryness. Even so, Mizukage Minyan cautioned, it could lead to cumulative damage over time. Unless absolutely necessary, refrain from using that technique in the future. All right, Shinya conceded, knowing well that when elders issue reprimands or demands, any attempt at rebuttal would only invite endless admonishment. Thus, regardless of Shinya's intentions to comply, he opted to acquiesce. Acknowledging his mistakes yet stubbornly refusing to amend them, he thought to himself, I was wrong, but I might do it again. Truth be told, Shinya was perplexed as to why his eyes bled when the rewriting seal was activated. It was not as if he were an Amaterasu. What purpose did the blood serve? Nevertheless, thanks to his innate talent for unity of heaven and man, Shinya's mind and body were intricately linked, and no one understood his own physicality better than he. The side effects of the technique were minimal. Excessive use might induce fatigue, but it would not, as Mizukage Minyan feared, lead to escalating issues. Furthermore, as his ocular prowess gradually increased, the strain on his eyes would diminish correspondingly. However, the reason for the bleeding remained an enigma to him. At present, the rewriting seal truly felt rather ominous, particularly when he had the capability to capture significant adversaries. Ah, here, take these. Mizukage Minyan tossed 3 scrolls to Shinya. Should you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask. Understood, Shinya replied, happily stowing away the scrolls. There was an undeniable sense of satisfaction in having such powerful support. With abundant ninjutsu and educational resources at his disposal, all that was required was diligent training. Shinya pondered whether he would have progressed so swiftly had he not apprenticed under Mizukage Minyan. The answer was a resounding no. Although the clan leader, Fengyan, and Fuyue had their influence, it paled in comparison to the intimidation they exerted over the more radical factions within the clan. Without Mizukage Minyan's backing, merely confronting Uchiha Xianyang and his associates would have been enough to land him in serious trouble. While the Uchiha clan would not resort to killing their own, they would certainly suppress him, depriving him of further resources. In his previous life, he had encountered various conspiracy theories that, while exaggerated, bore some truth. The relationship between the Hokage lineage and the Uchiha clan was indeed fraught with contradictions. It was not as baseless or ruthless as the conspiracy theorists would suggest. Certainly, it is not an unrestrained indulgence or unconditional trust. The attitude of the Hokage towards the Uchiha clan primarily stems from the disposition of Hiruzen Sarutobi. The favorable impression of the Uchiha clan largely originates from Uchiha Kagami, while the negative perception is attributed to his demise. This has led to a situation where even Hiruzen Sarutobi, who holds the most favorable view of the Uchihas, cannot fully trust any member of the clan. However, when a member demonstrates qualities reminiscent of Uchiha Kagami, the senior officials of Konoha, led by Sarutobi, are eager to nurture such potential. As for the qualities embodied by Uchiha Kagami, they can be summed up as embodying the essence of a regular individual. Is anyone still reading this book? The lack of comments is somewhat disconcerting. By the way, does anyone have brilliant ideas regarding the protagonist's Mangeki abilities? Ideally, the powers of both eyes would be complementary, akin to the dual Kimyui. Chapter 40. The Resurgence of Purple Talent. Drink up. Mighty Fist. Boom. In the astonished gazes of numerous ninjas, a massive tree was effortlessly snapped in two by Shin. Clap, clap, clap. In the next moment, applause erupted around him. Wow. Truly impressive, Shin. You accomplished what we could not achieve so easily. Lady Tsunade's mighty fist requires exceptional chakra control, and it is astounding that Shin managed to master it within a week. Damn it. Despite my relentless efforts, why can't I even learn a basic earth-style technique? Is hard work not sufficient? What is the purpose of talent then? Talent, in any realm, is often the most unreasonable of concepts. Especially in a world endowed with extraordinary powers, talent defies all logic. In the original work, Rock Lee frequently stated that geniuses can be divided into 2 categories, and he is the diligent genius. However, the ability to endure such intense training without succumbing, and instead growing stronger, is a talent in itself. Those with truly mediocre talent are the nameless background characters beyond the 12 elite. Among the 12, even Sakura, who hails from a humble background, possesses unparalleled chakra control talent. Kakashi has remarked that Sakura's chakra utilization rate is several times greater than that of Naruto and Sasuke. Moreover, Shin's chakra control, both in terms of volume and quality, distinctly surpasses that of his peers. It can be said that he has, through his innate talent, stretched these abilities to the limits achievable by a normal human at his age. Shin enjoys considerable camaraderie among the Konoha ninjas, which can be attributed not only to his character, but also to his unique combat style. Unlike other members of the Uchiha clan, who often engage in battle with their eyes activated, he typically fights in a normal state, resorting to his Sharingan only when facing insurmountable foes or for specific purposes, such as when he employed the reversal seal against a certain adversary. This approach allows other Konoha ninjas to easily overlook his Uchiha lineage. The reasoning behind this strategy, aside from retaining a trump card, is largely rooted in his apprehension regarding the Sharingan. Although the process through which Shin activates his Sharingan differs from that of his clan members, however, one cannot entirely dismiss the possibility that, upon activating the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, the ocular power may gradually diminish, leading to blindness. Lamentably, I do not possess a biological brother to exchange eyes with. This ocular power is indeed finite. It is worth noting that, in the original narrative, the only individuals to have truly attained the eternal Mangeki Sharingan are Uchiha Madara and Sasuke. The commonality between these two lies in the fact that both exchanged their eyes with those of their own brothers. Furthermore, they share another intriguing connection. Both are reincarnations of Indra. Thus, I have often pondered whether the unlocking of the eternal Mangeki Sharingan is more closely related to the reincarnation of Indra. Even if it is not strictly tied to Indra's rebirth, it seems plausible that the closer one's chakra is to Indra's, the easier it becomes to activate it. Moreover, the affliction of blindness appears to be a concern unique to Itachi. Obito, utilizing Kamui with reckless abandon, shows no signs of deteriorating vision. However, Obito possesses cells from Hashirama, which may result in subtle variations in his Mangeki. In any case, whether from past experiences with manga or this life through clan records, there remains an abundance of ambiguities regarding the Sharingan. Although the activation of the Mangeki does not necessarily correlate with a decline in vision, minimizing its usage is advisable. This habit ought to be cultivated from this moment forward. The abilities of the Sharingan are best employed as a trump card. In a week's time, being able to utilize the strength of 100 technique, I am rather pleased with this progress. Of course, the ability to execute it and its application in combat are two distinct matters. Moreover, my endeavor to learn this technique is not solely aimed at augmenting my offensive capabilities, but also to enhance my control through its practice. Despite my already formidable control, I sense there remains room for improvement. Any advancement, however slight, contributes to a greater whole. After all, gradual accumulation leads to significant transformation. The stronger one's control over chakra, the lesser the consumption when performing ninjutsu. The higher the quality of chakra, the greater the precision and potency of the techniques. In my case, I excel in both areas. Not only is my control exceptional, but my chakra quality is astonishingly high. It has indeed been a full week of learning, surpassing my initial expectations. With a cheerful wave of my hand, I mischievously declared, eliciting irritation among the Seichin, who, had they the strength, would have rushed forward to deliver a couple of slaps to my face. How brazen of you to complain about your weight while panting. Tsunade, observing from a distance, could not help but twitch her lips slightly. The strength of 100 is a technique I developed by emulating my grandfather's martial arts. And it is my signature move. It is somewhat disheartening that I can execute it in just a week. It has been a month since my last encounter with the East Death, and I can assert that the sealing technique he employed indeed left a Wagakure in a state of considerable disarray. Over the past month, the frequency of a Wagakure's attacks on Konoha shinobi has noticeably decreased, with only a few unfortunate souls clashing with the Wagakure patrols during their rounds. After all, the Land of Rain is a relatively compact territory. Despite a Wagakure being located to the west and Konoha to the east, the distance between them is not insubstantial. In such a small nation, the military forces of three major powers are compressed, leading to chaos. However, until now, the Hidden Sand and Hidden Leaf have yet to engage in direct combat. On the Rain Ninja side, it is primarily Sarutobi Yashikichi and Jiraiya leading the charge. Meanwhile, Shinya and SHJ have been assigned to Tsunade and Orochimaru's team, mainly confronting the Hidden Stone. Following Tsunade has proven advantageous, as it allows Shinya to learn medical ninjutsu directly from her. Over the past month, Shinya has also discerned the patterns of his newfound abilities. The acquisition of talent seems to transcend mere hard work. The talent attributes in his mind resemble the transformations of the human body, filled with uncertainty. Previously, in the village, he would toil for years to accumulate a single purple talent. However, now, on the battlefield, his potential has been unlocked through real combat, accelerating the rate of talent acquisition. He can observe several purple glimmers illuminating in his mind. Naturally, with his current capabilities, he can only activate one of these glimmers. This extraordinary ability appears to grant Shinya the discretion to enhance his physical prowess. To obtain talent, it is essential for Shinya to strengthen himself. The effects of these talents manifest like sudden insights. Once conditions are met, he can illuminate his talents, allowing the results to reach their most optimal state. For instance, the talent, 100 Vessels Harmonization, is a testament to Shinya's years of chakra cultivation. Yet, even if others train as diligently as he does, they cannot attain the effects of 100 Vessels Harmonization. Thus, this ability functions similarly to a catalyst. Provided the host possesses the capacity to achieve a certain outcome, it will develop in accordance with the host's intentions toward the most favorable situation. Upon returning to the tent, Shinya finally has the opportunity to scrutinize the several illuminated purple talents. Heart's return to origin, purple. When you sit cross-legged and enter a meditative state, you can discard distractions and gradually mitigate the negative effects brought about by certain bloodline limits or ninjutsu. 5 elements interdependence, purple. As your understanding of the 5 elemental techniques deepens, you discover that not only are there restraining relationships among the 5 elements, but also interdependent ones. Akin to the 5 phases, when your chakra nature counters that of your opponent, the restraining effect is significantly enhanced. Conversely, when your opponent's chakra nature counters yours, depending on your mastery of that nature, there is a certain probability that the counter will transform into interdependence, nullifying the restraining effect. Primordial unity, purple. Your control over chakra has reached an exceptionally high level, rendering most tasks reliant on chakra control trivial. Your chakra can be emitted from your body, formless and intangible, making it difficult to detect. The distance, strength, and speed of your release are directly proportional to your chakra control abilities and the nature of your chakra. Innate return to origin, purple. Your vital energy is extraordinarily potent, tightly integrated, and inseparable, resonating with the principles of the innate path. With each passing year, your physical strength will experience subtle growth in all aspects, significantly extending the peak of your physical capabilities. These 4 talents can be regarded as immensely powerful gifts. Moreover, although all 4 talents are of a purple hue, they undoubtedly surpass the current abilities of unity of man and nature and harmony of all veins. It appears that these 4 talents are advanced versions of the 2 I possess. If given the chance, I would fervently exclaim, I want them all. Unfortunately, I must choose only one. Once a selection is made, the remaining 3 will revert to their previous dormant state. The next opportunity to encounter them remains uncertain. Chapter 41. The essence of Shintian in Jinya's perspective. These 4 talents represent 4 distinct qualities inherent within him: mindset, knowledge, control, and growth potential. Each of these talents possesses remarkable strength, differing merely in their areas of emphasis. However, 2 of them do not directly elevate Jinya's prowess, while the other 2 promise substantial advancement. For Shinya, a preference has already emerged among these 4 purple talents. The effect of Heart's return to origin appears formidable, yet it remains unclear whether it can alleviate the gradual blindness induced by the kaleidoscope or eradicate the 8 gates of Duanjia. Given the phrasing of gradually alleviating, it likely cannot. If it could, it would not merely be a purple talent. As for 5 elements generating each other, its utility for Shinya is rather limited. The configuration of thunder, fire, and wind is inherently difficult to counter and easily dominates others. This talent essentially compels Shinya to allocate energy towards mastering the properties of water and earth, requiring exceptional proficiency in all 5 elements. Otherwise, it becomes a squandered opportunity. If Shinya were to truly achieve mastery over the 5 elements, he would be treading the path of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Ultimately, Shinya finds himself choosing between essence of Shintian and return to primordial origin. From a long-term perspective, return to primordial origin appears more advantageous. With each passing year, his physical strength will subtly increase, while prolonging his peak period. Conversely, essence of Shintian could elevate Jinya's chakra control to new heights, enabling him to release chakra in an intangible, undetectable manner. One enhances Jinya's future strength, while the other provides immediate power. Return to primordial origin effortlessly augments numerical values without requiring additional effort from Shinya, effectively raising his baseline. In contrast, essence of Shintian focuses on chakra control, with the extent of enhancement dependent on Jinya's own efforts, thereby raising the upper limit of his potential. After careful consideration, Jinya's gaze settled upon essence of Shintian. The rationale is straightforward. Chakra possesses myriad applications. The higher the chakra control, the more extraordinary feats can be accomplished. Moreover, the ability to release chakra proves invaluable in combat. The significance lies not in the release itself, but in its intangible nature, making it an exceptional tool for surprise attacks. Additionally, with heightened chakra control, Shinya can refine the qualitative aspects of his chakra further. The essence of a ninja's battle is a contest of chakra, which fundamentally encompasses two aspects, quantity and quality. As for the reason for not selecting innate return to origin, it is undoubtedly due to the fact that the effects of this talent can indeed be achieved through one's own efforts. The so-called comprehensive yet subtle enhancement of physical strength occurs during a rapid growth phase, where the body's augmentation naturally accelerates. Regarding the extension of one's peak period, there are numerous methods available in this world to prolong such a phase. To cite just one example, the three legendary ninjas each possess their unique means to extend their peak. Orochimaru relies on technology, Jiraiya on cultivation, and Tsunade on medical prowess. Furthermore, there exists the path of developing bloodline limits or bloodline elimination through the fusion of two or more nature transformations, which can significantly enhance cellular vitality. Thus, the allure of the innate return to origin talent diminishes considerably. As for the notion that age is a hindrance during one's peak period, it is hardly so trivial. After much contemplation, I, Shinya, harnessed my mental energy and entered the luminous sphere representing Shinya-ichi. Shinya-ichi, purple, your mastery of chakra control has reached an exceptionally high level, rendering most tasks reliant on chakra manipulation trivial for you. Your chakra can be emanated from your body, intangible and elusive, making it difficult to perceive. The distance, strength, and speed of your release are directly proportional to your chakra control ability and the quality of your chakra. In the next moment, I opened my eyes. I could sense a transformation within my body. The once mighty chakra had now settled into a tranquil state within me. I realized that with merely a thought, my chakra could reach any corner of my meridians. I extended a finger towards the water cup before me. With a mere flick of my mind, bang! In an instant, the cup toppled over, spilling its contents. I was quite pleased. It appeared that not only could I project my power outward, but I could also control it with remarkable precision. Even a fragile cup would remain intact as long as I wished to exert restraint. Having tested the lower limits of my power, I remained curious about its upper bounds. Once the experiment concluded, my chakra returned to a state of tranquility. At that moment, my aura was concealed, resembling an ordinary person devoid of chakra. I was confident that if I were to ambush the rock village ninjas in the rainforest, even perceptive sensory ninjas would fail to detect my presence before I struck. The only potential means to discern my existence from a distance would likely be the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. Unfortunately, those from the Hyuga clan were my allies. What is this? Could it be akin to the concept of returning to one's roots as described in martial arts novels? I reveled in the sensation of chakra circulating within me, traversing through the meridians and acupoints that were previously unreachable. The quality of my chakra seemed to have undergone a subtle enhancement. Indeed, the path of accumulation is the righteous one. It was wise not to select the seemingly formidable blue talents earlier. The purple talent and blue talents are not on the same level. Previously, I had been tempted by a blue talent that could enhance my lightning transformation level. Fortunately, I resisted at that moment. Otherwise, I would have merely augmented my lightning abilities. Now is the time for a comprehensive enhancement of both chakra quality and chakra control, and naturally, the level of chakra nature has been significantly elevated as well. The benefits brought by mystical sky unity are evidently far from singular. The essence of medical ninjutsu lies predominantly in the mastery of chakra control. The greater the control, the more effective the healing, and the lesser the damage inflicted upon the patient's cells. With the acquisition of the mystical sky unity talent, I can finally engage in hands-on healing. Tsunade is astonished by my progress and begins to impart knowledge of human anatomy to me. In addition to the muscular divisions and organs, she also incorporates the study of meridians. For the ensuing week, I am not assigned any external missions but instead remain by Tsunade's side, attending to the wounded. There is no alternative. Medical ninjas are indeed a scarce profession, and even in the well-established Hidden Leaf Village, it is impossible to deploy all medical ninjas to the front lines. Therefore, the number of medical ninjas available to assist Tsunade is limited, and having finally mastered the necessary skills, I am promptly utilized. I bear no dissatisfaction. I was in fact seeking a way to hone my proficiency. Moreover, as far as military achievements are concerned, I have more than proven myself. Providing care to the injured at the rear and minimizing casualties is a commendable endeavor. Chapter 42. The musings of a policy maker. A few days later, my mission arrived. I am to accompany Shinji to the front lines, following the directives of Sarutobi Yoshiyuki. Sarutobi Yoshiyuki serves as the frontline commander against the Rain Country. Compared to the forces confronting the Rock Village, the lineup facing the Rain Country is notably more splendid. Previously, our confrontation with the Rock Village comprised only Mizukage and Tsunade as the elite. In contrast, the Rain Country's forces include Sarutobi Yoshiyuki, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya. It is evident that the Hidden Leaf intends to strike hard against the Rain Ninjas. This is quite understandable, as the Leaf had previously exercised considerable restraint in its offensive against the Rain Country. It was as if we were merely putting on a show for Hanzo. The two sides had tacitly maintained a ceasefire for a year, coexisting in relative tranquility. However, with the recent ambush by the Rain Ninjas, this equilibrium has been disrupted. The Hidden Leaf must now engage the Rain Ninjas. Even if it is known to be a scheme by another party, inaction is not an option. The higher-ups may discern the existence of a hidden hand, yet the lower-ranked ninjas and the populace of the Land of Fire remain oblivious. They only perceive that the Hidden Leaf dares not retaliate against the provocations of a small nation. What use is there in supporting you? As for the fatalities of war and the absence of profit post-conflict, they are indifferent. It is not they who will lay down their lives. Should the Hidden Leaf remain apathetic to these recent ambushes, it is foreseeable that the feudal lords would exploit public sentiment to undermine the Leaf's influence. Thus, we return to the question, with such a formidable assembly, why not invite the feudal lords to reside permanently within the Hidden Leaf? Or, why not dispatch several powerful ninjas to safeguard the feudal lords? This scenario is not exclusive to the Hidden Leaf. Other nations experience similar dynamics, where the feudal lords wield considerable authority. Yet, paradoxically, their subordinates lack strength, with their greatest reliance resting upon the ninja villages. If I were to assume the role of Hokage, I would march directly to the capital, acting in accordance with the will of the sovereign to quell disloyalty. As for the prevailing circumstances within the shinobi world, it can only be said that they are indeed a political legacy left behind by Hashirama Senju. After all, the structure of the 5 great nations and the system of the ninja villages are both inheritances from Hashirama. In all honesty, this system has indeed maintained peace within the shinobi world for an extended period. During the Warring States period, the shinobi world was characterized by skirmishes every 3 days and major battles every 5. Both Hashirama and Madara experienced the loss of brothers in their youth due to warfare. Furthermore, prior to Hashirama's ascendancy to power, there were no signs of the chaotic conflicts abating. However, after Hashirama established Konoha and engaged in dialogues with the 5 great nations, the frequency of warfare did indeed diminish, transforming conflicts that once occurred on a daily basis into ones that transpired once every decade or so. Thus, it is undeniable that Hashirama played a monumental role in pacifying a tumultuous era. Nevertheless, the issue lies in the fact that, following the establishment of peace, Hashirama left behind a multitude of unresolved challenges. The subsequent Hokage primarily relied on Hashirama's accomplishments, including Tobirama Senju, without contemplating how to advance beyond the framework he established. It was not until Naruto's emergence as a savior that the 5 great nations began to exhibit subtle signs of a coalition led by the Land of Fire, a development that took over 70 years. Ironically, the Hokage of Konoha, since Hashirama's time, has seen Naruto as the most significant catalyst for global progression. In truth, had Hashirama and Madara managed to reconcile their differing paths, the current situation might have been vastly different. It would be naive to assume that the unification of the shinobi world could be achieved through the simplistic and forceful approach akin to Qin's conquest of the 6 states. The unification of the Qin was the culmination of societal evolution, from primitive society to the early dynastic structures of the Xia, followed by the feudal alliances of the Shang, and ultimately to the centralized authority of the Zhou. Society has continuously evolved, progressively moving towards centralization and unity. The current configuration of the shinobi world resembles the feudal alliances of the Shang dynasty. However, it lacks a paramount leader, with the 5 great nations maintaining an equal status. Thus, the most pressing need for the shinobi world today is to establish a figure of supreme authority. Even if this figure serves merely as a symbolic leader, their presence is essential. In fact, during Hashirama and Madara's era, had they reached a consensus, they could have easily elevated the daimyo of the Land of Fire to the position of a sovereign leader, with all conflicts among the nations mediated by this central authority. Unfortunately, their conflicting political ideologies led to their eventual divergence. This illustrates the detriments of failing to grasp the principle of moderation. Unity brings mutual benefit, while division results in mutual harm. Presently, any attempt to designate the Land of Fire as the supreme authority would likely provoke immediate opposition from the other nations. The equal alliance of the 5 great nations has persisted for over 30 years, with no nation willing to submit to another. What right does Konoha have to assert dominance? Therefore, while formidable strength forms a crucial foundation, it is equally essential to have a figure whom all parties at least tolerate as a central authority. Subsequently, this figure could be utilized to amplify Konoha's influence. Of course, all of this remains a distant prospect for Naruto. The aforementioned thoughts are merely the musings of a past life spent as a political commentator. At this moment, he had arrived at the frontline camp of the Land of Rain. Indeed, the situation here was far more dire than in the rear. There were more casualties, and their injuries were considerably graver. It was excessive, even more so than the conflicts with Hokage. Ju observed the wounded leaf ninjas, his eyes slightly reddening. This was only natural, for the strife with Hokage was merely a contest of interests. Shinya gently patted Ju on the shoulder. Ever since Hokage had suffered setbacks due to Shinya's stratagem, large-scale operations had become infrequent. The reason was quite simple. The battles between Hokage and Konoha were fundamentally about resources. Unless the 5 great nations crossed a critical line, it was challenging to instigate direct large-scale warfare. The Hokage was not foolish. They were aware of the treachery lurking within Konoha and naturally wished to avoid a head-on confrontation. However, the situation in the Land of Rain was different. To the ninjas of this realm, Konoha represented the invaders. They were fiercely defending their homeland, and thus were compelled to exert every effort in their struggle against Konoha. Yet, facing both Konoha and Tsunagakure simultaneously raised concerns about their capacity to withstand such pressures. 2 formidable nations contending against one was indeed a daunting prospect. Shinya soon recognized that he was still quite young. This was not merely the Rain ninjas dragging Konoha and Tsunagakure into a protracted conflict. It was evident that Hokage was covertly supporting the Rain ninjas, effectively using them as pawns to deplete the combat strength of Konoha and Tsunagakure. It was hard to dismiss the sudden emergence of a multitude of Earth-style ninjas among the Rain forces. While Rain ninjas were not exclusively adept in water-style techniques, the environmental conditions of the Land of Rain had led to a predominance of such skills. The sudden appearance of so many Earth-style practitioners raised significant suspicions. As for Hokage, they could simply deny any involvement. What could one do? Could they really afford to engage Hokage in a fierce confrontation at this juncture? After all, Hokage was one of the 5 great nations, their overall strength far surpassing that of the Rain ninjas. Even if they were not as strong as Konoha, it sufficed that they could outmaneuver the Rain ninjas when retreating. Nonetheless, Sarutobi Kichi, the frontline commander, had devised countermeasures. Whenever they encountered a Rain ninja squad, they would strive to inflict maximum casualties on those employing Earth-style techniques while allowing those using water-style to escape. Simultaneously, any ninja evidently superior to the average Rain ninja would be swiftly eliminated. Those who appeared to be mere fodder, clearly hailing from the Rain village, would ideally be spared. Of course, sparing did not imply a lack of other tactics. Ninjas identified as Rain ninjas would often bear various injuries. These would not be fatal, such as a severed thumb, but would significantly impair their capabilities. In a certain location of the Rain village, a small squad was advancing. At that moment, a torrential downpour began, severely limiting the effectiveness of fire-style techniques. The young ninja from Konoha, known for his penchant for sneak attacks, would likely find it difficult to exert his full strength in such conditions, rendering him inconsequential. Concealed within the ranks of the Rain ninja squad, an Hokage operative mused, feeling increasingly confident in their advantage. Oh, who would have thought that our first outing would present such promising prey? How fortunate we are. Ju crouched on a branch behind, observing the Rain ninja squad below. Shinya stood beside him, his expression unperturbed. Shungtai glanced back at Shinya and nodded. Shinya acknowledged with a nod, then leapt down from the treetop to the ground. As one hand made contact with the earth, crimson arcs of electricity began to flicker. Lightning release, crimson thunder. Chapter 43. The deceptive heart of tactics. Water is not a conductor of electricity. However, the impurities within water are indeed conductive. Thus, The effectiveness of lightning release against water release is shrouded in uncertainty. From the perspective of chakra properties, lightning release does not inherently counter water release, particularly not against pure water release generated through chakra. Nevertheless, water in the natural world cannot guarantee the absence of impurities, allowing lightning release to fully exploit the environment of the land of rain for amplification. It is no wonder the elders often say that mastering physics and chemistry can equip one to traverse the world without fear. A slight grasp of physical principles can remarkably enhance the efficacy of ninjutsu. Shinya felt a twinge of regret for not pursuing a major in physics or chemistry in his past life. Had he done so, he might have wreaked havoc in the world of Naruto. The crimson lightning surged swiftly from Shinya's hand, enveloping the entire Rain Ninja team. What is happening? Damn it, it's a surprise attack by the Leaf Ninja. My body is immobilized. This lightning release is formidable. Water release, Water Dragon Bullet. Shungtai promptly launched his counterattack, the Water Dragon instantly engulfing the small team. With effortless ease, the entire squad lost their combat capability in mere moments. This skirmish ignited Shinya's fondness for ambush tactics. You expose such a glaring weakness. Who would be foolish enough to engage you head-on? Not taking advantage of this opportunity would be an affront to the heavens. Direct confrontation was a course of action reserved for dire circumstances. Shinya had initially thought a Wagakure had become more compliant, only to discover they were secretly aiding the Rain Ninjas. Observing this team, Shinya remarked with a calm demeanor that old Koot Noki is becoming increasingly shameless. Among the Wagakure shinobi hidden within the team, one felt a surge of resentment upon hearing Shinya's derision directed at Noki. Yet, understanding the importance of his mission, he restrained his emotions and endured the insult. Shinya activated his Sharingan and addressed the Rain Ninjas. I am Uchiha Shinya. As you can see, I am a member of the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha Sharingan possesses a technique called the transcription seal, which allows me to seal ninjutsu within the eyes of others, triggering its release under specific conditions. Previously, I captured an Wagakure Jonin and sealed lightning release within his eyes, with the trigger condition being the sight of Noki or Lus, causing the ninjutsu to activate immediately. As you are all ninjas from the village of Rain, I trust you wouldn't wish for me to employ such a technique against your village? As he spoke, Shinya and Shungtai observed the reactions of these ninjas. Although they had lost their combat capabilities, their consciousness remained intact. Among them were expressions of terror, anger, and deep-seated hatred. The individual whose hatred was most pronounced caught Shinya's attention. Chakra is a product of the human body, and thus emotional fluctuations influence its flow. The individual with the most turbulent chakra is likely to be from a Wagakure. Amidst the turmoil, Jun discovered two individuals whose chakra fluctuations were exceedingly conspicuous. Furthermore, the animosity reflected in their gazes was palpable. Contemplating this, Jun swiftly approached one of them, seizing him by the throat with his left hand and lifting him off the ground. It is you, isn't it? He demanded, while his right hand crackled with crimson lightning, a cruel smile gracing his face. You wretched Konoha ninja, we of a Wagakure shall never be defeated. The ninja struggled to utter. Without uttering another word, Jin plunged his weapon into the man's heart. Blood erupted forth, but before it could splatter onto Jun's face, it was vaporized by the lightning, discarding the lifeless body. Jun's cold gaze swept across the remaining ninjas, pausing momentarily on another Iwagakure shinobi. The intensity of hatred emanating from this one was unmistakable, a clear indication of an inexorable vendetta. Seeing that Jun had no intention of attacking the other Iwagakure ninja, Shinshu retrieved a kunai and approached. Wait, Jun called out. Shinshu paused, bewildered. What is it? Jun glanced at the others and stated, following our customary practice, we would typically collect some interest from the Rain Village ninjas, but this time we shall forego it. Your Lord Hanzo has already compensated us. There's no need for thanks. If gratitude is warranted, direct it towards Hanzo. As he spoke, he casually walked past the surviving Iwagakure shinobi, discreetly performing a healing jutsu. Let us depart, he remarked after a brief healing touch, addressing Shinshu. Shinshu, though perplexed and unable to fully grasp the situation, recognized that Jun's actions were guided by a purpose. Once the two had left, the remaining Rain ninjas exhaled in relief, entirely unaware of the hidden Iwagakure ninja who had risen behind them. His eyes were aflame with fury, and he gazed upon his so-called Rain comrades with a singular emotion, betrayal. They had fought valiantly alongside Konoha for the peace of the Rain village. only to discover that Hanzo had conspired with Konoha, betraying them. The death of his comrades and the treachery of the Rain Village ignited a murderous intent within him. Reaching its zenith, Doton Iwayabu, he bellowed, causing the surrounding rocky slopes to collapse, entombing the Rain ninjas in an instant. After executing this technique, the Iwagakure shinobi began to pant, his injuries weighing heavily upon him. Even the use of Doton had been a strain. I must return and inform Lord Tsuchi of the betrayal, he resolved, gritting his teeth as he dragged his wounded form toward the Iwagakure encampment. Ah, you truly are remarkable, Jun, to conceive of such a stratagem, Shinshu exclaimed, observing the departing Iwagakure ninja from a distance. Jun smiled knowingly. It is merely a minor tactic. Even if it fails, there is little to lose. Shinshu regarded Jun, a sly expression emerging on his face. So, how shall we handle the next team we encounter? Jun nodded in affirmation. Naturally. One or two such individuals cannot sway Lord Tsuchi's decisions. The more of them, the better. Shinshu sighed in resignation. I truly do not comprehend how you and brother Shinji strategize. I envy your tactical prowess. Shinya chuckled. All right, Shinshu, do not be modest. Your heart is rather tainted. Merely hindered by a lack of intellect. What? You want a duel, you scoundrel? Shinshu was instantly perturbed. Indeed, this stratagem was concocted by Shinya in consultation with Sarutobi Sayuki. After careful consideration, Sarutobi promptly acquiesced to Shinya's plan. The previous approach of sparing the Rain shinobi, instead of eliminating them, was transformed into a direct act of leniency. Regardless, the rhetoric remained largely unchanged. If one Iwagakure was present, they would not be killed. If two appeared, one would be spared while the other was sacrificed, with the ultimate aim being to ensure that Iwagakure conveyed intelligence regarding the collusion between Rain shinobi and Konoha. The true challenge lay in discerning which members of the team were from Iwagakure. However, for Shinya, this was not particularly daunting. Although he could not identify them directly, he could ascertain who bore the greatest malice towards him. The one with the most hostility was likely from Iwagakure. And what if he misjudged? Not to worry. Given the numbers, he was bound to make an accurate guess eventually. Chapter 44. The Resurgence of the Uchiha clan in the Land of Rain, at the Iwagakure encampment. The emergence of a young Uchiha with 3 tomo was indeed a cause for concern. Huang Tu, upon receiving reports from his subordinates, found his head spinning. The Uchiha clan, even without their Sharingan activated, possessed physical capabilities superior to those of ordinary ninjas. A mere handful could instigate trepidation in even seasoned jonin. Moreover, the appearance of another 3-tomo wielder, aside from Fayake and the clan leader, was unprecedented. The ability to awaken 3-tomo signified an elite status. It is essential to note that the Uchiha clan differs substantially from the Hyuga clan, renowned for their widespread ocular prowess. In the Uchiha lineage, the individuals capable of awakening the Sharingan are the Cr. Mi de la Cr. Mi. In fact, fewer than 1 in 10 from the Uchiha clan truly become ninjas. And among those, the ratio of those who can activate their Sharingan is similarly low. The rarity of those who can unlock 3-tomo is even more pronounced, let alone those who possess the Mangekyo Sharingan. To date, within the Uchiha clan, known 3-tomo wielders include not only the clan leader and Fayake, but also Uchiha Ryuka's father, Uchiha Makiri, and of course, Shinya, this extraordinary talent. In total, there are merely 4 3-tomo users in the clan, and as of now, not a single Mangekyo Sharingan has been observed. But to be precise, there is one. The venerable Uchiha Madara, now in his 80s, possesses a Mangekyo Sharingan, which is quite remarkable. Naturally, Huangtu remains oblivious to this fact. He is simply aware that the Uchiha clan boasts 4 3-tomo practitioners. Should these 4 unite, annihilating minor nations would pose little challenge. The true terror of the Uchiha clan's Sharingan lies in its ability to replicate the jutsu of others. Regrettably, Huangtu's understanding of the Sharingan is superficial. He merely assumes it allows for the replication of techniques. In reality, the mechanism of the Sharingan's replication involves a profound comprehension of chakra flow and the sequence of hand seals, enabling the user to replicate jutsu under conditions of heightened transformation. This is precisely how Kakashi, the copy ninja, acquired his formidable reputation in the original narrative. The fundamental reason why Kakashi is capable of replicating ninjutsu lies in his possession of all 5 elemental natures, each at an exceptionally high level of proficiency. The Sharingan grants him the remarkable ability to perceive hand seals and the flow of chakra. If mere imitation were feasible, the Uchiha clan would have long been comprised entirely of copy ninjas. Therefore, Kakashi's title as the copy ninja is a unique phenomenon. Huang Tu is more concerned about the emergence of a young three-tomo ninja from the Uchiha clan, expressing skepticism towards the so-called betrayal by the Rain Ninja. Would the Rain Ninja dare to backstab them when both Konoha and Tsunegakure are simultaneously attacking Rain Village? It would require insanity on Hansa's part. Nevertheless, the sentiments of the lower-ranking ninjas must not be disregarded. One cannot adopt a completely indifferent stance. East Deadman, let us go meet Hans, Huang Tu remarked, glancing at the one-eyed East Deadman. Although he does not believe that the Rain Ninja would dare to betray a Wagakure, Hans is not one to simply obey orders. A firm reminder is warranted. In a serpentine canyon, within a concealed cave beneath the rocks, several Konoha genin were panting heavily. It was evident that they had only just graduated, with 3 bearing the Uchiha clan's emblem. The other 2 were clearly brothers, virtually indistinguishable from one another upon closer inspection. Furthermore, they both possessed the Byakugan. Hinata, cease using the Byakugan for now and take a rest, Hinata Hizashi said, observing his brother's weary expression with concern. Hizashi, do not be so naive. We are deep in enemy territory and must remain vigilant at all times, a member of the Uchiha clan interjected, noting that Hinata was the weakest among them, contributing little more than this caution. What did you say, Uchiha KY? Hizashi's expression darkened. Uchiha KY retorted with a sneer, do not feign brotherly affection. Your branch of the Hokage clan serves little purpose beyond this. You scoundrel. Hizashi was injured while attempting to save you. Hizashi exclaimed in anger. Uchiha KY scoffed, who needed his help. If it weren't for brother Fugaku insisting that I team up with you, it would have been much simpler for me, Rika and YK. I am fine, brother. Hinata Hizashi interjected, sensing that his brother was poised to continue the argument, and quickly grasped Hizashi's arm. Hizashi, do not mind him, rest well. I shall take charge of the vigilance, Hizashi declared, activating his Byakugan. Although Hizashi is the younger sibling, he possesses a maturity that surpasses that of Hizashi. Choosing to become a branch family member was Hizashi's own request in his youth, aimed at preventing his brother from being confined like a caged bird. Thus, Hizashi has always felt a sense of guilt towards his younger brother. Very well, as the heir of the main family, it is only right for you to bear the burdens of the branch family. I have no objections, Uchiha KY shrugged. However, it must be said that your Hokage clan does serve little purpose beyond this. You KY, enough already. Uchiha Rika, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, finally opened them and intervened. Uchiha KY, seeing Rika speak, reluctantly fell silent. Uchiha Ryuka retrieved a pouch of soldier pills from his ninja tool bag and tossed it to Hinata Hizashi, saying, you two have expended the most energy, so it's best you take a proper rest. I shall handle the watch. Hey Ryuka! Uchiha Yuka exclaimed, visibly irked to see Ryuka conversing with 2 outsiders while binding them. In the next moment, he was silenced by Ryuka's piercing gaze, adorned with his double tomo. Both he and Uchiha Yusuke were subordinate to Ryuka. However, the latter typically refrained from voicing his opinions. Yet when Ryuka did speak, the authority of Yuka and Yusuke dissipated entirely. The reason was quite straightforward. Ryuka possessed the greatest strength. The immediate cause lay in the fact that Ryuka's methods were even more ruthless than those of the infamous Shinya. While Shinya merely inflicted a beating, Ryuka would cast a genjutsu upon them, leaving no physical scars, yet causing them to suffer from incontinence for several days. What? Are the elders of the clan indifferent? Ryuka's father, Uchiha Makiri, was the captain of the Konoha police force. Who would dare intervene? As for clan leader Fu and Fugaku, should they be informed of the disrespect shown towards the Hinata brothers, it was uncertain whose side they would take. Most importantly, unlike Shinya, the traitor of the Uchiha, Ryuka genuinely cared for his clan, and they held him in high regard. Thank you, Hinata Hizashi replied, somewhat astonished. The Uchiha clan seemed to diverge significantly from the rumors circulating in the village. Although they were classmates at the academy, their interactions were limited due to the Uchiha's notorious reputation within the village, leading to a reluctance to approach them for fear of receiving a harsh reprimand. Apart from Shinya, the social brute, they had not truly engaged with many Uchihas. The villagers' Uchihas either bore an aloof demeanor like Ryuka, occasionally uttering disdainful remarks about the villagers, or were like Uchiha Yuka, openly rebellious, constantly proclaiming that Konoha owed him a Hokage or calling for the resurgence of the Uchiha clan's greatness. Chapter 45. A critical moment after resting for a while, the group took out a map to study. Damn it, this map lacks any useful information for the continuation of our journey. Uchiha Yusuke cursed, glaring at the map. The only recognizable feature was the rainforest terrain of the Land of Rain, making it difficult to discern which area was which. Is the intelligence department merely idle? Uchiha Yuka fumed. The evolution of this war into its current state was utterly unforeseen. Moreover, the terrain of the Land of Rain was intricate, making it challenging for anyone not accustomed to it to navigate. If only we had stormed into the Rain Village and annihilated the Land of Rain from the outset. That old fool Sarutobi, always hesitating, has brought nothing but shame. Uchiha Yuka spat, cursing Sarutobi Hiruzen. What did you say? Hinata Hizashi retorted angrily. This time, even the usually gentle Hinata Hayashi wore an expression of indignation. Uchiha Xiangyang and the others could hardly fathom the esteemed reputation that Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Hokage, held in the hearts of those outside the Uchiha clan. Apologies, but this time, I share the same sentiment as Xiangyang. Liuhua remarked with a hint of indifference. From the moment Hans declared war, it would have sufficed to dispatch elite forces to besiege the hidden Rain Village and obliterate it. As long as the pace was swift, Iwagakure and Sunagakure would be unable to react in time. In such a scenario, the death toll would surpass the current situation. Hans's poison is insurmountable for lower-ranking ninjas like us, Deizoku exclaimed, standing up in agitation. War is inherently accompanied by sacrifice. To refuse warfare out of fear of mortality reveals the naivety of Sarutobi Hiruzen and those who have embraced his teachings. While it is true that war entails loss, this does not justify the expansion of sacrifice without bounds. Even if sacrifice is inevitable, we ought to strive to preserve as many lives as possible. Thus, I assert that you are excessively naive, a scion of the Hyuga clan and the son of an elder from the Uchiha clan. Two noble youths found themselves embroiled in a heated dispute within this foreign cavern. Brother, now is not the time for internal strife. Ultimately, it was Hinata Nichi who stepped in to mediate the situation. Deizoku scoffed, choosing to cease communication with Liuhua. The atmosphere grew awkward, and the cavern was enveloped in an unusual silence. Suddenly, Liuhua's expression shifted. Shoo, do not make a sound. As he spoke, he extinguished the fire pit with dirt. The five quickly rose and found a concealment within the crevices of the canyon. Deizoku and Nichi activated their Byakugan, surveying the surroundings. A four-man squad from Iwagakure had entered the valley. In terms of numbers, there were 5 on our side, opposed to 4 on theirs, a numerical advantage for us. However, there was a notable issue. 2 of the members from the opposing squad were Jonin. Jonin are the backbone of every ninja village, representing high-level combat prowess. To make matters worse, these 2 were Iwagakure-s Jonin, among the elite of the 5 great nations, coupled with 2 Chunin accompanying them. Our side was at a considerable disadvantage. Liuhua held his breath, hoping fervently that this squad would soon depart. Unfortunately, his hopes would soon be dashed. 3, 4, 5. In the canyon, a middle-ranking Iwagakure ninja touched the ground, closing his eyes to sense. There are 5 leaf ninjas, all quite young, likely genin. Should we eliminate them? Lord K2? All 5 are genin. Did they become separated from their leading ninja? K2 furrowed his brow. The Chunin replied, I am not certain, but I have detected no other chakra signatures nearby. K2's expression turned grave. Do not let your guard down. Remember the attacks from the Uchiha boy with the 3 tomo. They had no inkling of his approach. We have dispatched individuals capable of reconnaissance. D. Shurjin, go deal with those 4 youngsters. Yes, Lord K2. Responding affirmatively, D. Shurjin gradually became transparent, seemingly merging with the environment. Boom. In the next moment, a section of rock crumbled, sending the Hyuga brothers tumbling out. D. Shurjin's form became visible, landing on the ground. With but a single glance, the Hyuga brothers collapsed to the ground, utterly devoid of any power to resist. The disparity between a Jonin and a genin was starkly revealed at that moment. Dong Shuren let out a cold snort, finally regaining a sliver of confidence. I had suspected as much. Not every newcomer from Konoha can be as disturbingly talented as that little Uchiha. Overall, their abilities remain feeble. However, these 2 young Hyuga managed to withstand a strike without perishing, indicating they possess some merit. Moreover, one of them bore no caged bird upon his forehead. From the main family, perhaps? A smirk crept upon Dong Shuren's lips. As his blind right eye seemed to glimmer with renewed purpose. With this thought, he charged forward, aiming directly for Hyuga Hizashi's eyes. Clang! At the critical moment, Lu Hua positioned himself before Hizashi. The kunai in his hand struck Dong Shuren's chest. Yet it failed to pierce through. An Uchiha, you say? Do you know Uchiha Shinji? Dong Shuren cast a glance at Lu Hua's Sharingan, a smile spreading across his face. Lu Hua was taken aback. What? You've met Shinji? Indeed, my right eye is a gift from that little brat. Dong Shuren ground his teeth in frustration. To think he would encounter several young Uchiha on the battlefield. I couldn't handle Shinji, but can I deal with you lot? Is that so? By the look of you, it seems you suffered a crushing defeat at Shinji's hands. At this point, even Uchiha Xianyang, who had his own grievances against Shinji, along with Uchiha Yusuke by his side, couldn't suppress their pride. The Uchiha clan is a paradoxical family. On one hand, they resented Shinji's closeness to the Hokage line, with radicals like Uchiha Xianyang even branding him a traitor. Yet, once Shinji achieved success, they felt an innate sense of pride. Look at that. This is the caliber of our Uchiha clan. Everyone else is mere refuse. Boom. Lu Hua's words struck a nerve, causing Dong Shuren to break his composure. Seizing Lu Hua's face and slamming him against the nearby stone wall, Lu Hua was momentarily engulfed in darkness, as if the world had turned upside down. Lu Hua, Xianyang and Yusuke rushed forward immediately upon witnessing this, yet hesitated to employ ninjutsu with Lu Hua in their adversary's grip. Humph. Dong Shuren revealed a cruel smile. Earth release, crumbling earth palm. Boom. Dong Shuren slammed his hand onto the ground, causing the stones beneath to erupt as if imbued with consciousness, pinning Xianyang and Yusuke down. Lu Hua, Xianyang, Yusuke. In this perilous moment, Hizashi could no longer afford to dwell on their previous conflicts. He shouted desperately, striving to rise. Yet his injuries rendered him and Hayashi incapable of action. Enough noise. Once I eliminate these Uchiha brats, I shall claim your eyes. Dong Shuren's laughter was tinged with madness. After months, he could finally exact his revenge. Huang Tu observed the increasingly deranged Dong Shuren, his brow furrowed. Ever since Shinji's ocular seal had robbed Dong Shuren of one eye, his mental state had become increasingly unstable. His brutal assaults on Konoha's ninjas caused Huang Tu concern, not for the Konoha ninjas, but for the inevitable loss of control that Dong Shuren seemed destined to face. The mental state of the Eastern Dead is far from desirable. Generally speaking, expressing negative emotions can alleviate much of the burden. However, the Eastern Dead has slain numerous Konoha ninjas, and with each act of violence, his murderous intent intensifies, showing no signs of returning to rationality. He understands that the heart of his turmoil lies with Uchiha Izumi. Until Izumi is eliminated, no amount of Konoha bloodshed will suffice. Eastern Dead, hasten to eliminate them. We have pressing matters at hand, Huang Tu urged. At this moment, the Eastern Dead was beyond heeding any further counsel. He gazed at the unconscious Ryu in his grasp, his smile growing more ferocious. Die, you little Uchiha, he cackled, only for his laughter to abruptly cease as he stood frozen in place. Unbeknownst to him, the Ryu had vanished from his clutches. No, to be precise, his entire right arm had disappeared. Blood gushed forth like a released torrent, staining the earth of the land of Rain. In the next instant, several figures materialized before them. Leading the group was a glimmer of silver. Izumi placed Ryu on the ground, who had regained some consciousness and recognized Izumi. Without uttering a word, Izumi performed medical ninjutsu to alleviate Ryu's injuries. Huang Tu's expression turned grave as he scrutinized the ninja before him. He recognized this individual as Kakashi Hitaki, a renowned jonin of Konoha, famously known as White Fang. Beside Kakashi stood Izumi and Rope Tree, accompanied by a Nin, the temporary leader of this group, Yumino Irika. The anguished cries of the Eastern Dead echoed through the valley. Kakashi's demeanor remained placid, yet his eyes betrayed a chilling intent to kill. At that moment, the short blade White Fang was unsheathed. In the dim light, the blade shimmered with a faint, ethereal glow. With a swift motion, he sliced through the air, producing a piercing shriek. Uft! Two screams rang out, as Izumi had stealthily dispatched two Nin, effectively cutting off Huang Tu and the Eastern Dead's escape route. The tide of battle appeared to have turned. Huang Tu and the Eastern Dead found themselves ensnared in a dire predicament. Chapter 46. Rope Tree. Am I the only fool here? Seeing himself and the Eastern Dead surrounded, Huang Tu realized that breaking through would be an arduous challenge. Escaping alone posed little issue. But with the Eastern Dead now missing an arm and significantly weakened, their chances of fleeing this encirclement were virtually non-existent. Although Uchiha Izumi was young, intelligence previously acquired indicated that he possessed the capabilities requisite for a jonin. The other youth was Izumi's partner, and they typically operated in tandem. For two 12 or 13-year-old need to undertake missions independently, there are two possible explanations. Either they had incurred the wrath of Konoha's higher-ups, who had dispatched them to face certain death. However, considering one was a disciple of Minato Namikaze and the other the sibling of Tsunade, that probability seemed exceedingly slim. Thus, only one possibility remained. These were standard battlefield missions that posed no significant challenge for them. In other words, even though SHK's strength may not surpass that of Masaya, he undoubtedly possesses the capability to serve as a jonin. Coupled with the encirclement of 3 jonin, including Tsukumo Hatake, it is implausible for him to forcefully escape with the Eastern Dead. He glanced back at Masaya, who was, paradoxically, the person he was most concerned about. His fear lay in the possibility of Masaya launching a surprise attack, compelling him to remain ever vigilant. However, as he turned his head, he caught sight of a pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan and quickly averted his gaze. The most terrifying ability of the Sharingan is not merely the replication of actions or jutsu, but rather the capacity to ensnare foes and illusions through mere eye contact. In the current predicament, even a fleeting moment of distraction induced by an illusion could prove fatal. Thus, Hiroshi dared not look into Masaya's eyes. "Let us negotiate, White Fang." Hiroshi raised his hands and declared. Tsukumo Hatake furrowed his brow. "What is it?" Hiroshi replied. "The Eastern Dead is already incapacitated. Releasing him would pose no threat to you. Allow him to go, and I shall accompany you back." My Lord Hiroshi, the Eastern Dead, clutching his severed arm, gazed at Hiroshi with mixed emotions. Logically, his duty had been to protect Hiroshi, yet here he was, relying on Hiroshi for his own safety. Tsukumo Hatake regarded Hiroshi thoughtfully for a moment. "Very well. Brother Tsukumo," SHK exclaimed, perplexed as to why they would release one individual when they had already secured the encirclement. "My Lord Hiroshi," the Eastern Dead said, looking towards Hiroshi. Hiroshi responded, "I apologize. Strictly speaking, your injuries are my responsibility. Return now. It is my duty to protect you. After all, I am the son of Itsukage." The Eastern Dead gritted his teeth, casting a venomous glare at Masaya. Masaya, however, remained unfazed, observing Hiroshi with a bemused expression. Noticing Tsukumo Hatake signaling, Masaya stepped aside to grant them passage. "Hurry," Hiroshi urged the Eastern Dead, his tone tinged with urgency. The Eastern Dead took a step forward, heading towards the valley's exit. As he passed by Masaya, he suddenly attacked, drawing a kunai and thrusting it towards Masaya. Masaya swiftly raised his hand and seized the Eastern Dead's wrist. Doton, Dori Taiga. The surrounding stones converged instantaneously, binding Masaya and the Eastern Dead together. "My Lord Hiroshi, go quickly," the Eastern Dead shouted. "Doton, why I Tenkan?" Hiroshi slammed his hands to the ground, causing the earth beneath him to rise rapidly. In astonishment, the Eastern Dead watched as Hiroshi vanished in a flurry of movement. "Fool," Masaya sneered. "From the very beginning, Hiroshi intended for you to buy time for him. You have merely been a pawn." The Eastern Dead's eyes widened with rage. "Even so, I shall perish alongside you." "I am afraid you cannot do so," Masaya replied. No sooner had he spoken than he transformed into a bolt of lightning, enveloping Hiroshi entirely. Reijutsu, Ikazuchi no Bunshin. This technique is an advanced version of the shadow clone, infused with the elemental change of lightning. Not only can it serve as a shadow clone, but it can also be employed to deceive at critical moments. The stone wall before the Eastern Dead was torn away like a canvas, revealing Masaya's true form. How lamentable! Shinya gazed at Dong Shuren, who was charred and barely clinging to life, and spoke softly. Shimu Tsukumo turned to Shinya and inquired, "Shinya, have you succeeded?" Shinya chuckled, "Barely. Huangtu's strength is formidable. Attempting to employ the rewriting seal on him without his awareness proves exceedingly challenging. I must express my gratitude to Huangtu for his cooperation." He directed all his energy toward guarding against illusions, making the rewriting seal less detectable. Truth be told, while the rewriting seal is quite effective for ambushes, the conditions for its success are rather stringent. The last time it worked against Dong Shuren was due to the latter's inferiority in strength compared to me, compounded by my surprise attack, which rendered him incapable of resistance. This time, Our success was primarily due to Chimu Sakumo's presence and Huangtu's immediate focus on countering Genjutsu upon seeing the Sharingan. Additionally, with Dong Shirin, a liability, present, Huangtu's mind could not manage so many variables, thus he overlooked the rewriting seal entirely. Had I faced Huangtu directly, the rewriting seal would have had no chance of success whatsoever. Chimu Sakumo nodded and smiled. That's reassuring. Shungtai observed Shinya and Chimu Sakumo with disbelief, exclaiming, "You two are truly cunning. Those who play tactics are so devious. Am I the only fool here?" Yet, he found solace in this. For he was not adept at such scheming. If his teammates were as straightforward as he, even great strength could lead to downfall. "Are you all right?" Shinya asked as he helped Liuhua to his feet. Liuhua averted his gaze, responding hesitantly, "What's wrong? It's been a while since we last met. Why do you seem so estranged?" Shinya replied with a smile, "I merely jest." Liuhua stammered, I'm just still recovering." He carried Liuhua over to Uchiha Xiangyang, lightly nudging him with his foot. "Hey, you're not dead, are you?" At that moment, Uchiha Xiangyang's face flushed crimson. Having been saved by Shinya was an excruciatingly awkward experience. To claim he felt no gratitude would be a lie, yet he wished he did not feel so. "If only I were a tad more ungrateful," he mused, digging his hands into the earth and burying his head. After a brief assessment, the group returned to camp with the injured. "I am terribly sorry," Heinichuan lamented, kneeling with a face full of shame. "To think I was left behind by my own subordinates. What a disgrace. I request punishment from my superiors. I will accept any consequence without complaint." Sarutobi Sakayuki regarded Heinichuan thoughtfully for a moment, then spoke. "Upon investigation, it appears that those subordinates acted independently. Furthermore, you did not conceal this. You promptly reported to your superior, mitigating losses and avoiding casualties. Thus, by procedural standards, you bear no fault." Heinichuan was momentarily taken aback, then elated. However, Sarutobi Sakayuki's ensuing but cast a shadow over his joy. "As the leading ninja, it is your responsibility to manage your subordinates effectively. This is a dereliction of duty," he admonished sternly. Hayakawa swiftly lowered his head. "Yes, I am deeply ashamed, my subordinate. Considering this is your first time leading a team, I shall temporarily overlook your mistakes and address them post-conflict. From this day forth, report to the logistics department. Your role during the war will be to assist with logistics," Sarutobi Sakichi stated. Indeed, Hayakawa sighed in relief. Although he had been directly stripped of his right to earn merits on the battlefield, he was fortunate to escape punishment, which he deemed a rather favorable outcome. Coming from a commoner background, Hayakawa had no entanglements with the prominent clans. Had it not been for his rather mediocre talents, Sarutobi Hisashi would have promoted him long ago. For a sufficiently loyal commoner ninja, the higher-ups typically adopt a lenient stance, provided no fundamental errors are committed. Hayakawa's mistake was neither trivial nor significant. As a captain, he should not have failed to restrain his subordinates, and this could not be dismissed lightly. However, the lack of severe consequences, coupled with the fact that he had even managed to eliminate an enemy elite ninja, softened the situation. Although Hayakawa was not responsible for the death, the outcome remained unchanged. Thus, how Hayakawa would be treated now depended entirely on Sarutobi Sakichi's stance as the frontline commander. Chapter 47. It would be sufficient for me to become Hokage within the tent designated for the wounded. Izumi sat beside Ryuhan. "Regardless, I must thank you, Izumi," Ryuhan said, feeling somewhat ashamed. He recalled how poorly he had treated Izumi previously, only to have Izumi save his life now. When Izumi faced criticism from his kin, Ryuhan had not only failed to support him, but had also mistakenly believed Izumi looked down upon their clan. The thought of Izumi's days in confinement filled him with remorse. How terrifying and despairing those moments must have been. "I truly deserve to die." Had Izumi known Ryuhan's thoughts, he would have laughed. "What does confinement feel like? I was locked away for 7 days and awakened a purple talent. Perhaps I should experience such confinement more often." "Ryuhan, do you still hold to your beliefs?" Izumi inquired. Ryuhan's expression darkened. "Of course. Our Uchiha clan faces exclusion at every turn. Is this not a suppression from the higher-ups? Is that truly your perspective?" Izumi queried, feeling somewhat helpless. The entanglement between Konoha and the Uchiha clan, if traced back, could not simply begin with Senju Tobarama. The complexities of this situation were a tangled mess, and attempting to unravel who owed what would only deepen the discord. Konoha will never genuinely accept us. Yet, I still wish to try and see if the clan can reconcile with the village, Izumi declared. Ryuhan looked at Izumi, his determination evident in his gaze. Do you believe that even if the clan seeks reconciliation, the Hokage will let us off the hook? Izumi met Ryuhan's gaze, a confident smile gracing his lips. This is simple. I shall become Hokage. Ryuhan was taken aback, taking a moment to regain his composure. You, Izumi continued, Ryuhan, assist me. To become Hokage, I equally require the support of my clan. You mean to say that you are not seeking to sever ties with the Uchiha clan by taking advisor, Yin, as your mentor? Liuhua remained silent, hesitant to respond. He had indeed harbored such thoughts previously. To aspire to become Hokage while being preoccupied with internal conflicts is to possess a myopic vision. The foundation laid by the first Hokage in the shinobi world was incomplete. Thus, although the current state of affairs is significantly more peaceful than during the Warring States period, the inevitability of a major conflict every decade persists. Those who wish to become Hokage must cast their gaze upon the world at large. Shinya spoke slowly. Liuhua's spirits lifted at once. So, it seems that Madara's path is indeed the correct one, isn't it? Shinya was momentarily taken aback, then replied, Who said that? Just because I do not acknowledge the first Hokage does not mean I must endorse Uchiha Madara. Liuhua was equally astonished. An individual from the Uchiha clan who does not recognize the first Hokage's path, doesn't that imply support for Madara? If the first Hokage's shortcomings led to an imperfect shinobi system, then Madara's approach is a complete inversion of priorities. Shinya looked at Liuhua and smiled. Thus, my dear Liuhua, I cannot fully endorse either of them. A sharp sound interrupted them, and they turned to see Uchiha Xianyang standing outside the tent, his cane discarded on the ground. He limped toward Shinya, his face alight with excitement, and said, Shinya, you just mentioned your desire to become Hokage, correct? Shinya nodded affirmatively. Uchiha Xianyang declared, I will assist you. Shinya was taken aback. Well, I still maintain my stance. Konoha owes the Uchiha a Hokage. If your aim is to become Hokage, do not hesitate to seek my help. Uchiha Xianyang asserted confidently. After being saved by Shinya, both he and Uchiha Yusuke had undergone a complete change in attitude. Is that so? Then I shall not be modest. If I wish to become Hokage, my advisory council cannot afford to lack the younger generation of the Uchiha clan. Shinya smiled, rising to shake hands with Uchiha Xianyang. To be candid, both you and Liuhua have long been valued members of my advisory team. Liuhua, feeling a sense of foreboding, interjected. Isn't it a tad premature to discuss this? You are merely a chunin, and we are still just genin. One must always hold on to their dreams. Shinya replied with a grin. If you do not dare to dream, how can you ever achieve anything? Having been instilled with the principles of perseverance, Shinya understood profoundly that in any endeavor, cultivating numerous friendships is a fundamental prerequisite for success. From the outset, he had no intention of severing ties with the Uchiha clan. Rather, the radical faction's deep entanglement with the rest of the clan created a murky situation, making it difficult to discern allies from adversaries. As an Uchiha, Shinya found it challenging to differentiate between friends and foes within his clan. However, as a pupil of Mido Gate On, and a promising successor anticipated by the Hokage lineage, Shinya, from an observer's perspective, found it quite feasible to identify who among the Uchiha clan could be allied with and who represented intractable opposition. Uchiha Xianyang had previously exhibited hostility towards Shinya, presenting himself as a radical. Yet, how could one who values gratitude and clarity of grievances not be swayed? The elder members of the clan, with the steadfast support of Chief Fengyan and Fuyue, truly only need to focus their attention on their contemporaries. In Shinya's view, Liuhua is undoubtedly a figure worth cultivating, as he is a childhood companion. Liuhua's hostility towards the other villagers fundamentally stems from social anxiety and a lack of eloquence. Due to his social anxiety, yet unwilling to admit it, he perpetually dons a sour visage, feigning aloofness. Why does he hesitate to approach Minato? Because Minato, with his alluring charm, would surely ensnare him within 3 days. Is the son of Konoha merely jesting with you? Even as Shinya, a reincarnated being, struggles to harbor feelings of subservience towards anyone, he finds it exceedingly difficult to feel disdain for Minato. Within the Uchiha clan, a majority resemble Liuhua in essence. This includes Uchiha Xianyang, who is fundamentally no different from Liuhua, difficult to grasp. When considering this, it seems that Shinya possesses the most tainted heart. However, A rift still lies between the Hokage lineage and the Uchiha clan. How did Uchiha Kagami truly perish? Was it a natural death or murder? If it was murder, who was the perpetrator? In the land of rain, within a subterranean chamber, Uchiha Madara's mesmerizing Sharingan swept across the room, observing the masked man kneeling below, his expression cold and indifferent. I deeply apologize, Lord Madara. The masked man's voice trembled. Uchiha Madara replied in an even tone, "It appears we have failed once more." The masked man continued, "He has been reassigned under Sarutobi Yashikage. My subordinates have been unable to find an opportunity to act. The young scion of the Sarutobi clan. Is it? As expected from an Umbu background, he conducts himself with great caution," Madara remarked, though he did not take it too seriously. He slowly rose, removing the tubes affixed to his body, and declared, "I shall go and see for myself." The masked man was taken aback. "But your health, it is of no concern." "I will only be gone briefly, and it shall not have a significant impact," Madara stated. "I wish to meet this child. If he is akin to the Uchiha Kagami of yore, you should know what to do." The masked man quickly bowed his head, understood. Chapter 48. The nature of the Uchiha. Listen closely, Ryohwa. As a clan of warriors, we Uchihas, despite possessing the formidable power of the Sharingan, must not become overly reliant on it. Shinya earnestly addressed the three newly acquired Uchiha subordinates. It is crucial to recognize that there exist numerous formidable ninjas in this world, and our clan has established a comprehensive combat system. Who would specifically target us Uchihas? Uchiha Yusuke scoffed, regarding Shinya's warning as somewhat exaggerated. Shinya, with a look of resignation, replied, "Who else could it be? It is, of course, the inherently malevolent Tobirama Senju, who monopolizes all intelligence from the Senju clan while leaving the other Senju members indebted." Shungshu provided Shinya with Tobirama's notes, which, though merely foundational insights into the 5 basic nature transformations, contained annotations by Tobirama himself detailing how to employ these techniques against Uchiha clan members. From the basic Sharingan to the Mangeki, various countermeasures were outlined. The sight was truly startling, yet fortunate that I managed to obtain it myself. For the first time, I perceived the foundational 5 basic techniques beneath the level of mastery as something so terrifying. This sense of fear does not stem from strength, but rather from being targeted. Even someone like me, who has traversed time and space with a resolute heart, feels a shiver down the spine. How much more so for the other members of the Uchiha clan, with their sensitive dispositions. However, if we do not devote time to developing the Sharingan, and instead focus on honing other abilities, our eyes may become dulled. Uchiha Shanyang raised his hand to speak. With a thump on the table, I declared, "Humph. The eyes are not such trivial matters. Moreover, the essence of a ninja's combat lies in the battle of chakra. As long as the chakra is sufficiently potent, the power of the eyes will naturally augment. I, too, possess ample authority on this matter. I have not undergone any particular stimulation, nor have I intentionally trained my Sharingan. Rather, as my chakra level increased, I simply unlocked the Tomo. First 1, then 2, and then 3. Techniques, such as the reversal sealing and the Genjutsu of the Sharingan, were not learned through deliberate study. I grasped them effortlessly. The rationale is quite simple. The eyes are an integral part of the body. Coupled with my innate talent for harmony between heaven and man, the seamless merger of spirit and body facilitates the learning of techniques reliant on a specific organ, yielding results with minimal effort. Thus, the descriptions of abilities are inherently limited. The higher the talent, the more inadequate the descriptions become in encapsulating the benefits of such gifts. "Well, I still believe you are overthinking it," Uchiha Shanyang shrugged. "Is that so? It seems I must make you aware of the harshness of reality." I revealed a cruel smile. "Oh, do you wish to battle me?" "I have longed for a confrontation," Uchiha Shanyang responded, brimming with fighting spirit. "Rest assured, I will not employ my Sharingan, nor will I use ninjutsu or genjutsu. Of course, you may use whatever you wish." Those are your words, Shinya. "You underestimate me. I am no longer that Uchiha Shanyang who was bested by you in school." As he spoke, Uchiha Shanyang pointed his right thumb at himself, declaring, "I have now unlocked the second Tomo. I am speedy Uchiha Shanyang." I remarked nonchalantly, "It matters not. The outcome will ultimately be the same." "Humph, you can only rely on your tongue now," Uchiha Shanyang sneered, preparing for battle. "Hey, Shanyang, don't be reckless." Ryohwa and Uchiha exchanged worried glances as they observed Shanyang's defiant demeanor. Had he forgotten that Shinya had effortlessly defeated 2ch Nin just days prior? leaving even the J-nin bewildered? Humph, you need not worry. Even if Shinya refrains from using his eyes, ninjutsu, or jinjutsu, he may not necessarily be able to eliminate me in an instant, Uchiha Shanyang replied confidently. Liuhua and Uchiha exchanged glances, both expressing concern. He sure is proud, Liuhua remarked. Uchiha nodded in agreement. Indeed. Upon hearing this, Shanyang's composure faltered. Enough of this nonsense. Shinya himself said he would not use his eyes, nor any ninjutsu or jinjutsu. With my hands in my pockets, I queried, so, are you ready? Shanyang raised his hands, prepared to begin forming hand seals. Of course. I am ready to start at any time. Liuhua rose to his feet, positioning himself between the two combatants. As both parties formed their respective signs of opposition, Liuhua bellowed, begin. Fire release. Upon hearing the command, Xiangyang hastily retreated while starting to weave hand seals. However, he was utterly unprepared for what transpired next. Darkness enveloped his vision in an instant. Zhen Yi seized a handful of dirt and hurled it directly at Xiangyang's face. In a flash, he closed the distance. Fists clenched. Hey! With a resounding thud, an elbow strike sent Xiangyang crashing to the ground, unconscious. Zhen Yi crouched down, wiping his hands on Xiangyang's clothing, remarking, it seems there will be no chance for a reconciliation sign. Lu Hua and Xiong Jia, witnessing the scene, felt their lips twitch, a wave of apprehension washing over them. Thankfully, they were not as recklessly stubborn as Xiangyang, who had foolishly considered challenging Zhen Yi alone. That was an illusion technique, right? Surely that was against the rules? Xiong Jia stammered. Lu Hua echoed his concern, his voice trembling. Fool, that was pure physical technique. Now, do you have any objections to the training regimen I have devised for you? Zhen Yi directed his gaze at the remaining conscious ones, his expression almost condescending. Lu Hua and Xiong Jia shook their heads vigorously, expressing their unwillingness to voice any dissent. Ever since being subdued by Zhen Yi, the demeanor of these three socially anxious Uchiha had undergone a complete transformation. The usual aloofness and pride characteristic of the Uchiha clan had vanished, replaced by a disposition reminiscent of the youth named Xian'er. However, Zhen Yi understood that this was the true nature of most Uchiha clan members. In the presence of those they acknowledge, their true selves would emerge. In the original narrative, Sasuke Uchiha, prior to Itachi's return to the village, exhibited a similar persona. Initially appearing somewhat distant, he would secretly blush at Sakura's confessions and engage in childish rivalries with Naruto's provocations. Even after his time with Orochimaru, although he appeared much colder, he remained fundamentally a person of sound mind. It was only after killing Itachi and being misled by Xian'er's half-truths that he began to spiral into his darker path. Such Uchiha individuals are inherently the epitome of loyal subordinates, easily swayed. Without manipulation, they would feel as though they were failing the heavens. Nonetheless, Zhen Yi felt a sense of responsibility. Having taken on subordinates, he knew he must not treat them poorly. After all, if their abilities were lacking, it would limit his own support. While Zhen Yi could not gauge their training regimen against his own talents, he possessed a unique advantage. His experiences allowed him to avoid many pitfalls in training. Regarding Sasuke's character development, the manga portrays Sasuke prior to Itachi's return in a manner akin to Ryoma Ekizan. On the surface, he appears somewhat indifferent and oblivious. Yet he harbors deep emotions within. The anime adaptation, however, restructured him to resemble Bujingyun. During the rooftop meeting of Team 7, when Sakura confessed her feelings for Sasuke, the manga illustrated Sasuke's blushing response, while the anime depicted him as if he had not heard her at all. Additionally, before Naruto and Sasuke's first kiss, Naruto crouched on the table, locking eyes with Sasuke. In the manga, Sasuke has perpetually been in competition with Naruto, and the anime has depicted him as completely blind. This highlights why the manga is primarily regarded as the canon. The anime has undergone significant alterations, particularly negative modifications. In Chapter 49, titled The Hokage and the Tsuchikage, we find ourselves in the Land of Grass. Much like the Land of Rain, it is situated between the two great nations of the Land of Fire and the Land of Earth. However, unlike the Land of Rain, the Land of Grass is devoid of Hanzo. Yet, the absence of such a figure may be perceived as either a blessing or a curse for a small nation. Due to its modest size and lack of powerful ninjas, the Land of Grass has managed to navigate relationships with the great nations quite skillfully. Consequently, its relations with both the Land of Fire and the Land of Earth remain amicable. During the Second Shinobi World War, the Land of Grass despite its proximity to the war-torn land of rain, remarkably avoided being drawn into the conflict. However, today, the feudal lord of the land of grass finds little to smile about. Hokage-sama, Tsuchikage-sama, please this way. The feudal lord, faced with the leaders of great nations, is leading them forward, which starkly reveals the disparity in national strength. The third Tsuchikage, Inoki, is known by the moniker the Two-Ton Scale. Each Tsuchikage has a title that reflects their unique abilities. Nevertheless, Sarutobi Hiruzen remains puzzled as to how the title Two-Ton Scale relates to his dust release technique. Monkey, are you in such a hurry to see me because your leaf village is on the brink? Inoki remarked, nonchalantly sitting down and placing his legs on the table. No, if it comes to a fight, the leaf village can still hold its own, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied with a smile. However, should we engage in battle? Would that not simply benefit the raikage? The 5 great nations possess formidable strength within the shinobi world, yet there exists a hierarchy among them. The overall strength of the fire, earth, and lightning nations is relatively comparable, all surpassing that of the water and wind nations. I am indifferent. After all, that scoundrel raikage is closer to you, Inoki responded with a grin. Observing Inoki's obstinacy, Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his gaze, stating, "It seems you have no intention of negotiating today." Unfazed, Inoki retorted, "Who is afraid of whom? Do you think I am as foolish as that raikage, susceptible to your whims? Humph. It appears that negotiations have collapsed. From the outset, I had no intention of parley. I came to eliminate you." Boom. Both parties unleashed their chakra simultaneously, engulfing the entire conference room. The blue and white hues of their chakra manifested as if they were tangible entities. Unlike the transparent chakra of ordinary ninjas, the chakra of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Inoki resembled 2 distinct flames. Merely coming into contact with their chakra could prove fatal for an ordinary individual. The walls of the conference room began to crack, and it seemed only a matter of time before the entire building would collapse. Wait, Hokage-sama, Tsuchikage-sama, please calm down. The feudal lord of the land of grass was nearly in tears. The prospect of such destruction occurring on his territory was terrifying. Haha. Inoki feigned ignorance as his palm began to glow with a white light. Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils constricted in alarm, immediately concealing his presence. He seized the daimyo of the land of grass and leapt forth. Boom. In the next moment, the entire building above the conference room seemed to disintegrate, transforming into dust. Lord Hokage. Several members of the Umbu rushed over upon hearing the commotion. The Umbu from the land of earth soon followed suit. Inoki gradually descended from the air, and tensions between the 2 sides escalated sharply. Really now? You still resort to violence at the slightest disagreement. Your temperament remains unchanged. Sarutobi Hiruzen, wiping the sweat from his brow, managed a smile. Inoki snorted dismissively. If you're afraid, then leave. You leaf ninjas should vacate the land of rain. Sarutobi Hiruzen replied nonchalantly, that simply cannot be. Both sides, in their prime, were naturally more fiery in temperament. Witnessing Inoki ready to engage, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a flicker of anger ignite within him. How about this? Rather than letting our subordinates perish, why not limit the battlefield to ourselves, the shadows? What do you say? Inoki proposed. Sarutobi Hiruzen removed his Hokage hat and tossed it to the Umbu behind him, which fluttered ominously in the wind. It seems I cannot afford to take it easy. He then instructed the Umbu, ensure the safety of the daimyo and the populace. Yes, the Umbu responded in unison. Let us change the venue. In the city, your dust release cannot be fully unleashed. Don't use the citizens and towns as an excuse should you find yourself defeated. Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked with a smile as he shed his ceremonial robes. Inoki retorted with sarcasm, and you, do not use the injuries left by raikage as an excuse should you lose. I am not so frail as to suffer from back pain every few days like you. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued his verbal sparring. Inoki, visibly vexed, thought to himself, is it really my fault that I experience back pain? This incessant jabber from the monkey was truly excessive. Humph. I'll be waiting for you in the woods over there. Don't run away in fear. With that, Inoki soared towards the woods outside the town. One of the Umbu, with light yellow hair, expressed concern. Lord Hokage, are you certain about this? Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. This matter must not be disclosed to Lord Mito upon our return. Yes, the Umbu affirmed. Relieved, Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered that if Mito Uzumaki learned of today's events, he would undoubtedly face a barrage of admonishments. He continued, if the situation escalates too much, evacuate the citizens promptly. With that, he leapt towards Anoki's direction. At the front lines in the land of rain. What? The Hokage has gone to the land of grass. When Shinya heard this news, he was utterly taken aback. With Mito Minin at the forefront and Sarutobi Hiruzen absent from the village, what could the Hokage possibly be doing in the land of grass? With both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Mito Minin away, who was in charge of the leaf? Could it be that Tsuchikage? Shoo! Sarutobi's Kichi made a silencing gesture and whispered, I just learned of this myself. Currently, only Uncle N, Uncle Danzo, and the two of us are aware of this matter. Huh. Shinya was stunned again. Among the four who knew, wasn't one of them rather unexpected? As a mere nin, how could he be privy to such information? In summary, the situation in the hidden cloud has become somewhat precarious again. Uncle Yin is preparing to return to the village to maintain order, and both you and Ju will accompany him back. Sarutobi Kanjiki expressed a hint of reluctance. It is not that he has developed a deep bond with Shinya, but rather that Shinya is exceptionally adept in his duties. He can employ any underhanded tactics against the hidden rock, rendering them exceedingly frustrated. This is not solely due to his strength, but because Shinya's stealth capabilities are so formidable that the enemy remains oblivious. By the time they realize what is happening, Shinya has already abandoned any sense of chivalry and initiated his surprise attack. Moreover, Shinya's level of caution provides Sarutobi Kanjiki with ample reassurance. He executes a strike and retreats. Regardless of the outcome, he would rather risk a failed attack than place himself in a precarious position. After all, he can launch numerous surprise attacks, but a single lapse in the enemy's defense could lead to irreparable losses. Nonetheless, as a subordinate, Sarutobi Kanjiki cannot defy orders. With the majority of the village's elite forces deployed at the front lines, the village is indeed short on personnel. Mito Gate Yin plans to return with Tsunade, Orochimaru, Shinya, and Ju, along with approximately one-third of their military strength. Consequently, the burden on Sarutobi Kanjiki has intensified. Fortunately, Jiraiya remains, ensuring that not all elite forces are withdrawn. I understand, Shinya nodded, indicating his acceptance of the assignment. However, there are still some individuals in the Land of Rain that he finds concerning. Chapter 50. Entrustment in the Land of Rain, within a certain village. This village is located near the Konoha outpost and falls within Shinya's patrol area. Big Brother Shinya. Yahiko exclaimed upon seeing Shinya enter the village, swiftly approaching him. Alongside him were Konan, Nagato, and a group of children, all of whom stepped forward. These individuals are orphans from the Land of Rain, gathered by Yahiko and brought to this abandoned village as a refuge. It is hard to believe that Sarutobi Kanjiki is unaware of this village, as Shinya has visited frequently over the past month, teaching Yahiko and his companions ninjutsu while also bringing food. His movements have faced no obstacles and have been surprisingly smooth. The only plausible explanation is that Sarutobi Kanjiki has tacitly approved of his actions. Not only has he given his consent, but he has also actively cooperated. It remains uncertain whether this is out of sympathy for the orphans or an intention to establish Konoha's influence in the Land of Rain, or perhaps both. However, Shinya does not dwell on these thoughts, as his own goals align with this purpose. With an understanding of the original narrative, Shinya envisions an even broader ambition. He aims to become the de facto leader of the Akatsuki organization, and achieving this is rather straightforward. He simply needs to win over Yahiko. Inside the house, the children are intently watching the food simmering in the pot, their impatience palpable. In a war-torn nation, these war orphans are unable to fend for themselves. Had they not fortuitously encountered Shinya, they would have had nowhere to call home. Perhaps at any moment, one might fall victim to the assassins of foreign lands. Nagato, come here. Shinya beckoned Nagato over. Nagato hesitated for a moment before approaching and sitting down in front of Shinya. Shinya gazed into Nagato's Rinnegan, contemplating the course of action to take. This pair of eyes belonged to Uchiha Madara. His initial plan was to compel Nagato to use the Rinne Tensei. Shinya was uncertain whether the old man Madara could monitor Nagato through these eyes. If he could, Shinya's intention to have the old man unleash a torrent of gold coins would become exceedingly difficult to execute. Regrettably, Shinya did not possess sealing techniques. Otherwise, he would have directly sealed Nagato's eyes, leaving the old man utterly bewildered. However, the inability to seal did not preclude him from employing a cunning strategy. Look at me. Shinya's eyes transformed instantly into 3 tamas as he cast the transcription seal upon Nagato. For a fleeting moment, Nagato felt an unusual sensation in his eyes, and then they vanished. Although he could not be certain whether Madara could perceive events unfolding here, it mattered little. After all, this was a low-cost scheme. Success would bring joy, while failure would incur no loss. Given Madara's current physical condition, he likely lacked the energy to concern himself with such matters. Shinya directly revealed to Nagato an image of a man wearing a mask adorned with a whirlpool, claiming to be Uchiha Madara, and promptly initiated the transcription seal of the Red Lightning. "Shinya, what is this?" Yahiko inquired curiously. Shinya smiled softly. "It's nothing." Merely adding an extra layer of security to Nagato's eyes. Yet, Shinya pondered that the most foolproof method would have been to eliminate Nagato and destroy the eyes. But upon reflection, he considered, he is still but a child. Shinya was never one to possess a hard heart or a shallow emotional disposition. Although Nagato would later succumb to darkness, he was still merely a young boy at this moment. After much deliberation, Shinya chose only to apply the transcription seal. Moreover, even if Madara's plans were to falter, would Kage not seek out others? It would be more prudent to alter certain events within a controllable scope while he still could. His strength remained insufficient. Although endowed with a golden finger and the innate talents of the Uchiha clan, these only accelerated Shinya's path to power, rather than granting him immediate strength. He was not akin to that ultimate being of the Ryuzaki lineage, who began as one of the pinnacle forces. At his current stage, Shinya could already be considered a level 1 combatant, aside from a few top-tier powers, such as the 5 Kage and certain so-called shadow-level figures within the village. No one could contend with him. While there were those capable of defeating him, victory did not equate to the ability to kill him. Shinya, apart from facing those top-tier powers, could engage others, like the likes of the Uchiha, and even if he could not prevail, he would not be defeated. However, when the 4th season arrived, his current strength would no longer suffice. Fortunately, he was still young, with ample room for growth. He set a modest goal, to catch up to the Hokage by 15, to rival Sarutobi by 20, and to strive for Sarutobi's abdication before the age of 25. Having contemplated all this, only a fleeting moment had passed. He gazed at Yahiko and the others before him, feeling a twinge of reluctance. In the original narrative, these three, especially Yahiko, evoked considerable sympathy. Indeed, it was not merely sympathy, but also a sense of regret. The route of Yahiko indeed holds the potential to unite and strengthen the Land of Rain. Unfortunately, the pressures placed upon Kanji and Kage have led to dire consequences. It appears that Yahiko must bid farewell this time. Indeed, from the moment he received the order to return to Konohagakure yesterday, he contemplated coming here to take his leave. Brother Shinya, Yahiko exclaimed, taken aback. Shinya replied, I have received the order to return to the village. It is time for me to depart. Brother Shinya, the sentiment of reluctance was shared not only by Yahiko, but also by Konan, Nagato, and the other children. They had all witnessed Shinya's care for them during this time, and it would be a lie to say they felt no sorrow at his departure. Shinya's heart was not made of stone. He initially approached Yahiko and the others with a blend of purpose and sympathy, yet now, as the moment of parting loomed, he too felt a pang of reluctance. However, ultimately, he could not confine his aspirations to the small realm of the Land of Rain. There were greater endeavors awaiting him. After sharing a meal with the children, Shinya returned to the camp. The following morning, he arose to join the main force in preparation for the return to Konohagakure. On the road, Jiraiya waved cheerfully, be careful. How bothersome. Tsunade replied with evident impatience. Shinya approached Jiraiya, saying, Brother Jiraiya, I have a favor to ask of you. Jiraiya was taken aback. Huh? Me? Shinya had seldom requested anything from him. In fact, he rarely asked anyone for favors. The suddenness of this request suggested it was of considerable importance. Jiraiya harbored a fondness for this unique Uchiha, and naturally, he had no reason to refuse. Speak. What is it? The village to the southwest of the camp. You and Brother Keiki should be familiar with it, Shinya stated. Jiraiya chuckled, of course. Do you think your little maneuvers could escape our notice? Keiki noticed it long ago. He just asked me to keep it quiet. I never intended to deceive you. However, as I am returning, I would appreciate it if you could take good care of those children, Shinya requested. Jiraiya's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Rest assured. I will protect them well. Thank you. Shinya expressed his gratitude. Don't mention it. Jiraiya waved his hand dismissively. Chapter 51. The Treaty of Non-Aggression between Fire and Earth in the Land of Grass. The battle between Sarutobi Hizashi and Noki persisted for a day and a night, transforming the forest into a desolate wasteland. This devastation was largely attributed to Noki's efforts, as countless trees were directly disassembled into molecules, dissipating into the cosmos. 2 days later, both Konoha and Iwagakure simultaneously issued ceasefire declarations. The parties engaged in candid discussions, addressing the matters concerning the battlefield in the Land of Rain. Their dialogue facilitated a greater understanding between them. Sarutobi realized the essence of bloodline elimination, while Noki comprehended the concept of a violent sorcerer. The talks proved beneficial, as one cannot sit down to negotiate without first experiencing conflict. Ultimately, both sides decided to cease hostilities and signed a non-aggression treaty, having exhausted their energies in battle. In the Land of Earth, Iwagakure, enveloped like a mummy, Noki lay upon his sickbed when he suddenly sneezed. "Crack! Ah, my back!" exclaimed the esteemed Tsuchikage, prompting the medical ninja beside him to rush forward in concern. "Curse that wretched monkey. He truly struck me with full force." Noki lamented bitterly. Meanwhile, in Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen's injuries were no less severe than Naki's. He had returned to the Sarutobi residence for clandestine recuperation. For the time being, the matter was left in Danzo's hands until Mito Gate and returned to the village, at which point he would assume control. Bawako, do be gentle." Sarutobi Hiruzen groaned from his bed. "Serves you right. Why did you feel the need to show off and provoke that monster Noki?" scolded Sarutobi Bawako, her eyes slightly reddened. Hiruzen recalled his battle with Noki, still shaken by the experience. Noki was indeed a monster, and dust release was terrifying. Had he been grazed even slightly during their confrontation, he feared he would not be in such a relatively comfortable state now. In the depths of the Rain Village, within a cavern, Uchiha Madara pondered the intelligence relayed to him by Kurizetsu. Is it true? Sarutobi Hiruzen and Noki clashed in the Land of Grass. He mused. "Lord Madara, this is an opportune moment," said the masked man. Madara regarded him thoughtfully before nodding. "Inform Kumogakure of this development. That brat, the Raikage, has failed to deal with Konoha twice. He is undoubtedly eager for revenge." As he spoke, the visage of Uchiha Shin appeared in his mind. "Uchiha Shin, let me witness your potential." Additionally, he recalled a flash of crimson. Uzumaki Mito, who could fully control the Nine Tails, was indeed a lingering threat. He turned to the masked man. "We must devise a means to eliminate her." The masked man paused in surprise. "Huh? You want me to dispose of Uzumaki Mito?" "Lord Madara, Mito has not much time left to live. We could wait for her demise before taking action," he suggested after a moment of contemplation. Madara remained silent, well aware of the simplicity of this logic. The crux of the matter lay in whether he could endure until Mito's eventual passing in his current state. More importantly, once Mito was gone, Konoha's younger generation would have matured. He scrutinized the masked man, realizing that among the youth, he could not contend with anyone. Back then, he had supported the masked man in feigning death, hoping to cultivate a proxy to navigate the ninja world. However, after interacting with the Rain Country and Shin, Madara discerned a troubling truth. While this individual was undeniably loyal, his strength was woefully inadequate. In the prime of his life, potential had nearly been fully realized. True, he possessed genuine J-Nin-level power, but it was insufficient for the role of Madara's representative. He resolved to swiftly engage with Uchiha Shin and replace this individual. Uzumaki Mito, as the princess of the former Yuzushogi, was well versed in the sealing techniques of her clan, possessing absolute control over the Nine Tails. Thus, employing the Nine Tails' power in battle was naturally well within her capabilities. If a method could be devised to compel Uzumaki Mito to exert herself, thereby increasing the burden on her body and hastening her demise by several years, it would create a substantial gap during which the new Jinchuriki would need to acclimate to the power of the tailed beast and the sealing techniques. For those several years, Konoha would be unable to harness the power of the Nine Tails. For formidable figures such as Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, although the Nine Tails' strength is considerable, it is not insurmountable. What is truly terrifying is the Jinchuriki's mastery over the tailed beast's power. While Uzumaki Mito may not be a perfect Jinchuriki, her control over the Nine Tails is unparalleled. Coupled with the fact that the Nine Tails is significantly more powerful than other tailed beasts, the potential it can unleash far exceeds that of second-rate Jinchuriki from other ninja villages. Thus, Madara's strategy is to find a way to force Uzumaki Mito to utilize the Nine Tails' power, incessantly adding to her burden. "Oh, and we must also keep an eye on the Rinnegan," Madara remarked. Indeed, Uchiha Shin has already been reassigned to Konoha. And it is now Jiraiya who is in contact with Nagato, replied the masked man. Jiraiya, the disciple of Sarutobi's young one? Madara said dismissively. Do not concern yourself with him. Focus on establishing contact with Nagato. Understood. The masked man responded. Madara regarded the masked man with a hint of disdain, yet acknowledged his loyalty. Currently, there were no other viable options, and their presence must remain subtle to avoid drawing attention. It seemed that for the foreseeable future, they would have to rely on this individual for their tasks. White Zetsu. With this thought, Madara beckoned to one of the White Zetsu. Understood, Lord Madara. The White Zetsu replied, promptly appearing before the masked man. Before the masked man could react, the White Zetsu transformed into a fluid form, entering the masked man's body through his mouth and nose. A cry of anguish echoed throughout the cave as the chakra within the masked man surged. This power must be wielded with caution. The extent of your mastery will depend on your own capacity, Madara stated, looking down upon the screaming masked man with an air of indifference. After a considerable time, the chakra emanating from the masked man began to wane. It did not vanish, but rather coalesced within him. The Sharingan behind the mask, with its 3 tomo, began to spin rapidly, becoming increasingly blurred, as if in the process of reconstitution. Eventually, the rotation slowed, and the tomo began to revert to their original state. With a sigh tinged with disappointment, Madara reflected. Is this truly the limit? It has yet to awaken. Observing that the masked man still bore the 3 tomo, a sense of disillusionment washed over him. If only this White Zetsu were bestowed upon Uchiha Shin, perhaps he could reach truly terrifying heights. Yet placed upon him, the outcome remains unchanged. 3 tomo remain 3 tomo. His chakra has indeed amplified considerably, yet it falls short of my expectations. Very well, it is merely a matter of time, Madara concluded, noticing that the masked man had lost consciousness and collapsed. He then turned to the silent Black Zetsu beside him. The ensuing matters are entrusted to you. Understood. Black Zetsu affirmed. Uchiha Madara nodded slightly, then returned to sit before the outer path golem, closing his eyes. Chapter 52. One must not emulate Xiaoyan. Konoha. Youth. The final 50 laps. Boom. A dark green figure dashed across the street, creating a tempest. The stalls lining the road were overturned, and several unfortunate souls, caught too close, were thrown to the ground. That scoundrel again. How infuriating. I had just packed my Ichiraku ramen this morning. Are you all right, dear? Just wait. I'll take care of this. Just returning to the village entrance, Jun also witnessed this figure. Cough, 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 bah. What on earth is this? Is it my guy? Mito Minyan sighed heavily. Only he could be so utterly ridiculous in the entire village. Honestly, ever since he received a few compliments from the Hokage, he has been in a state of euphoria. A nearby ninja lamented. Jun's lips twitched slightly. Prior to this, he had entertained the notion of engaging with Might Guy and his son. But now he was resolutely determined to steer clear of the man clad in a green jumpsuit with a watermelon head. In reality, he resembled a lunatic, causing chaos as he sprinted through the village. Who could maintain a cheerful disposition after witnessing such a spectacle? It was akin to Su Sanduo from Soldier Assault. While he enjoyed the character in the show, having such a subordinate in reality would surely drive one to madness. Indeed, after a while, several members of the police force apprehended Might Guy. Let me go. My training is not yet complete. Shut it. Always stirring up trouble. Is this how the Hokage instructed you to train? One of the team members scolded. The Hokage commanded me to train hard. I must grow stronger. I want to see the Hokage. Be quiet. The damages you've caused will be deducted from your mission pay. With that, 2 police force ninjas approached the villagers, beginning to inquire about the extent of their losses. They recorded, verified, and demanded compensation. Seeing the fan emblem on the uniforms of the 2 officers, the villagers dared not lie and reported the truth. The Konoha police force is a rather unique entity, composed entirely of Uchiha clan members, serving as the law enforcement arm of the village. Although nominally a law enforcement unit, its actual functions extend far beyond that, resembling the Jinui of the Ming dynasty. Their responsibilities are extensive, ranging from apprehending criminals and spies to maintaining public order and even specialized tasks like unclogging sewers, all falling within the purview of the police force. Jun had no intention of befriending Might Guy. He certainly did not wish to receive a green jumpsuit as a gift. However, Might Guy's presence reminded him of a particular jutsu, the 8 Gates. Jun was seriously contemplating whether he should learn the 8 Gates technique. Of course, He had no intention of mastering all 8. He had little interest in risking his life. He merely thought that suddenly opening 2 or 3 gates during combat could serve as an excellent tactical maneuver. Alternatively, he could take a page from Lee's book. Today, I shall present a 6-door spectacle to enliven the atmosphere. You may all disperse for now. Tasks will be assigned shortly. Upon arriving at the Hokage building, Mito gate and declared the assembly concluded. Shinya, please remain for a moment. Master, what is it? Mito gate and gazed at his disciple with a sense of satisfaction. They had lacked the opportunity amidst the battleground, but now the time had come. Do you recall signing the summoning scroll that has been passed down in my family? It is akin to the 3 great sanctuaries belonging to the Yuhu clan, which possesses the capability to learn sage arts. Oh, are you implying, Master, that you intend to teach me sage arts? Shinya raised an eyebrow, instantly intrigued. Mito gate and chuckled and shook his head. Regrettably, I have not fully gained the acknowledgement of the Yuhu clan. Thus, I am unable to impart their sage arts. Therefore, if you truly wish to pursue the path of sage arts, it must be through your own endeavors. All I can do is guide you through the process. Initially, he had intended to wait until Shinya matured a few more years before introducing sage arts, as his age was still quite tender. However, witnessing Shinya's current prowess on the front lines, he deemed him already remarkable. Age is merely a shield for the mediocre. For you, it should not serve as a constraint. Shinya began to feel a surge of excitement. What must I do? Mito gate and replied, in 3 days, I shall take you outside the village for training. Your task in the meantime is to rest well and maintain your body in optimal condition. Yes, and do not set your expectations too high. While the Yuhu clan possesses sage arts, their level does not compare to that of the 3 great sanctuaries. Rest assured, Master, having something is sufficient for me. I am not picky. Apart from the 3 great sanctuaries, he had not heard of any other place to learn sage arts despite perusing countless manga in his previous life. Mayaboku Mountain and Sherbone Forest both utilize ancestral scrolls, which would be inaccessible to Shinya. As for the Dragon Cave, he had no desire to become like Orochimaru. After all, strength could be enhanced through training, but charm was a lifetime endeavor. Although Mito gate and advised him to rest, the mere thought of sage arts kept Shinya awake with excitement. The so-called sage arts involve learning to harness the natural energy of the earth and integrating it into ninjutsu. To enter sage mode, one must maintain a balance of spiritual energy, physical energy, and natural energy in a precise ratio of 1:1 within the body. Consequently, there exists a minimum requirement for chakra levels to practice sage arts. The level of chakra reflects the strength of a ninja's spirit and physique. Attempting to practice sage arts with insufficient spiritual and physical strength could lead to futility, wasting time. In the worst-case scenario, one might be assimilated by natural energy and turned to stone. Speaking of which, failing the sage mode training at Mayaboku Mountain results in becoming stone, while failing at the Dragon Cave leads to transforming into a stone serpent, but before one fully becomes a stone serpent, the great serpent sage would consume them. Thus, one could speculate that failure in sage mode training for the Yuhu clan might lead to becoming a stone tiger. A stone tiger? The esteemed Lord Hachibi? Upon returning home, Shinya calmed his exhilaration. You are back? Mage emerged from the kitchen, adorned in an apron. Despite her youth, she already exuded the qualities of a virtuous wife and nurturing mother. Oh, Mage, what brings you here? Shinya expressed his surprise. Makoto huffed. You have no idea how often I've come here while you were away. Do you think the house would be this clean if I hadn't tea? Thank you, Makoto. Shinya chuckled. Is that all I get, just to thank you? Makoto retorted, wrapping her arms around Shinya's. Shinya was taken aback, feeling an unusual sensation in her elbow, and quickly composed herself. She reminded herself that she was merely 13, too young, too naive. Shinya constantly admonished herself, I must not emulate Xiaoyan. I must not emulate Xiaoyan. After a moment's reflection, she suddenly realized, oh, I am actually 1 year younger than her, so it's all right. 3 days later, in the woods outside Konoha village, Mito Gates Yin led Shinya into the forest, preparing to embark on the journey of learning sage arts. It seemed that the Sage of 6 Paths also traversed a similar path, pure-blooded Tsutsuki, combined with the natural energy of earth. The Uchiha clan are descendants of Indra Tsutsuki, which loosely translates to being the progeny of the Sage of 6 Paths. Thus, by a stretch of logic, Shinya too, after several approximations, could be seen as a pure-blooded Tsutsuki channeling natural energy. In simpler terms, Shinya was akin to the sage of six paths. Remarkable. By the way, you have yet to summon the Uchiha clan, have you? Mito Gates Yin interrupted Shinya's musings. No, Shinya replied. Mito Gates Yin continued. Now, let us perform the summoning. Shinya paused, huh? Noticing her confusion, Mito Gates Yin explained. To learn the sage arts of the Uchiha clan, you must first gain the endorsement of at least one of their members. I haven't been fortunate enough to receive such an endorsement, hence my inability to access their sage arts. Whether you gain their approval depends entirely on your own efforts. Now, proceed with the summoning technique. Understood, Shinya responded, beginning to form the hand seals. Summoning technique. She pressed her right palm to the ground, releasing a torrent of white mist that obscured her vision. Within the mist, a towering figure began to take shape. After a considerable time, the fog dissipated, revealing the visitor's countenance. It was a humanoid tiger, clad in battle attire, wearing a conical hat, and carrying a long sword on its back. This appearance resembled characters from some low-quality martial arts mobile game Shinya had played in her past life. What is a tiger? Why not summon a Qilin instead? Ah, long time no see. Yin, the tiger greeted Mito Gates Yin. Mito Gates Yin frowned. I never expected it would be you, Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng replied, it's been ages. What brings you to me this time? Mito Gates Yin gestured toward Shinya. It's not me seeking you out. It's my disciple. Disciple? Xiaofeng's face displayed human astonishment. Oh, after all these years, you have taken on a disciple. Mito Gates Yin chuckled helplessly. Indeed, for us humans, 20 years is quite a long time. But for you, it is hardly anything. Xiaofeng turned to Shinya, little one. What is it that you desire from me? Shinya looked at Xiaofeng, sensing a certain aura about him, a striking presence. I wish to learn the sage arts. Without any preamble, he spoke directly, his tone devoid of warmth, showing no intention of politeness despite their first encounter. Learning the art of immortality? Xiaofeng's brow furrowed, followed by a cold smirk. You? Is that unacceptable? Shinya replied, undeterred. Xiaofeng gazed down at him. A mere child like you dares to aspire to learn the art of immortality? How audacious. Shinya remained unflinching. What are the conditions? Xiaofeng's lips curled into a smirk as he slowly drew the long knife from his back. The conditions are simple. Defeat me. Shinya hesitated for a moment before a smile broke across his face. Is that so? Indeed, it does not seem difficult. Oh, a member of the Uchiha clan. I did not anticipate you would take on an Uchiha as a disciple. Xiaofeng remarked, glancing at Mito Minyan. If he dies, I bear no responsibility. Mito Minyan replied. I have faith in him. Then let us begin. As those words left his lips, Shinya charged toward Xiaofeng. He swiftly removed his outer garment and hurled it toward Xiaofeng's face. With one hand, Xiaofeng brushed aside the garment, only to find Shinya's right index finger poised before him. Fire release, flame meteor. Boom. Flames coalesced from Shinya's fingertip, shooting towards Xiaofeng like a laser. Xiaofeng's pupils contracted, yet his movements were swift. He sidestepped the attack and countered with a slash of his knife, forcing Shinya to retreat. As Shinya stepped back, another burst of flame erupted from his fingertip, which Xiaofeng deflected with his blade. Shinya steadied himself after retreating, a trickle of blood seeping from his brow, a result of Xiaofeng's earlier slash that grazed his skin. Your battle instincts are commendable, but defeating me is still a distant goal, Xiaofeng remarked casually. Nevertheless, he was genuinely impressed by Shinya's performance. At such a young age, achieving this level of strength was a significant feat, even for the Uchiha clan, renowned for its prodigies. Though Shinya was taller and sturdier than his peers, Xiaofeng could deduce his true age through his chakra. At just 12, he already possessed strength surpassing most Jainin. His strikes were decisive and ruthless, and he adeptly utilized every advantage at his disposal. Shinya wiped the blood from his brow, feeling the burn in his fingertips. Still not proficient enough, he murmured to himself. After acquiring the talent of Shintian Ichi, Shinya had longed to attempt releasing the flame meteor from his hand. If chakra could be externally manifested, then naturally, chakra that had undergone transformation could also be released. However, this was his first attempt, and he was still somewhat inexperienced. Both the precision and the completion of the ninjutsu needed refinement, and there was room for improvement in the casting's preparation. Turning to Xiaofeng, Shinya grinned widely, sensing danger instinctively. Xiaofeng's primal instincts kicked in, prompting him to turn away. Bang! A fireball, compressed to the size of a juju pit, shot forth from Shinya's fingertip, instantly piercing through a tree behind Xiaofeng. Before he could fully process the surprise, Countless jujube-sized fireballs surged towards him as Shinya aimed his fingertip at him. With a swift motion, Xiaofeng brandished his longsword, forming a luminous barrier of blade light before him, successfully intercepting the incoming fireballs that rained down like machine gun bullets. Suddenly, he felt a heavy blow to his abdomen, prompting him to retreat several steps to dissipate the force. Moments before, he had looked at Shinya with uncertainty, having sensed the fluctuation of chakra for just an instant. Yet, before he could react, he was struck in the stomach. Thankfully, his extensive combat experience allowed him to dissipate most of the force, leaving only a minor impact that would not inflict significant harm upon his physique. If Shinya had previously seemed to Xiaofeng merely a prodigious youth of the Uchiha clan, now his perception had shifted. This little brat was evidently bending the rules somewhat. Had he truly unleashed his full potential? Xiaofeng had formed a fundamental assessment of Shinya's strength and talent. He could no longer afford to treat him lightly. Should he continue in this careless manner, he would surely suffer the consequences. Humph! This little brat will soon witness the true essence of the sage arts he aspires to learn. At this juncture, the chakra within Xiaofeng began to surge. Chapter 54. Allow the Sage of Six Paths to shower coins. Uchiha Shinya awoke, his eyes fluttering open to the sight of a tiger's head looming before him. He felt disoriented, his recollection halting at the moment of his battle with Xiaofeng. All he remembered was that Xiaofeng had become serious, and then he was swiftly defeated. Damn it, indeed, none of these immortals are easy to deal with. Oh, you're awake, Xiaofeng remarked with a grin upon seeing Shinya regain consciousness. Shinya sat up, rubbing his head while surveying his surroundings. Where's this? Xiaofeng, with arms crossed, replied, This is Laojun Mountain, the ancestral home of our Yuhu clan. Laojun Mountain? Shinya paused, the name suggesting a formidable mastery of sage arts. Xiaofeng continued, Uchiha Shinya, you shall remain here until you learn to harness natural energy. Wait, wasn't it said that I needed to defeat you? Shinya questioned, perplexed. He had been swiftly defeated, and yet Xiaofeng had brought him to this place. Of course, you must defeat me, but you will be contending with my unenhanced self. Since I chose to utilize natural energy during our battle, it implies that I could not defeat you in my previous state. Shinya responded with a hint of disbelief. Oh, so, you're not that strong then. Enough of your prattle, brat. Xiaofeng retorted in frustration. Our Yuhu clan has always wielded natural energy. Chakra, being a foreign concept, has merely existed for a millennium. It is only natural that I would not excel in it. Foreign concept? Shinya paused, realizing Xiaofeng was likely referring to chakra as something introduced by the Otsutsuki clan. Xiaofeng cleared his throat, stating, These matters are still beyond your grasp. Just know that the complexity of your human endeavor to master sage arts is significantly influenced by chakra. If one could practice sage arts devoid of chakra, you would not face such concerns. Regrettably, in this vast land, there are no longer any humans devoid of chakra. But you possess chakra. Why are you unaffected? Questioned Shinya. That is because I have been channeling natural energy from the very beginning. Only after honing my mastery of natural energy did I begin to engage with chakra, replied Xiaofeng. Our tiger clan is born without chakra. He then turned to Shinya and continued, It is unfortunate that humans are endowed with chakra from birth, or rather, they possess the source of power that generates chakra, which stands in opposition to natural energy, making the cultivation of natural energy rather cumbersome. Shinya nodded, pondering this notion. It sounded akin to a native forsaking their own innate power while coveting that of others. By the time some individuals realize the value of their own, it has already transformed into something alien. It matters not if you do not comprehend it now, you will come to understand in time. Come, I shall introduce you to the three elders. It has been over a century since humans last visited Laojun Mountain. They will be delighted to see you, Xiaofeng concluded, rising and making his way up the mountain. Shinya hastily followed, his mind racing with numerous strategies to gain their approval. Never anticipating that the ultimate solution would involve a confrontation, Xiaofeng stood around 3 meters tall, his physique appearing remarkably robust. Yet, as he traversed the mountain, he moved with an astonishing grace. Remarkably, Shinya could scarcely sense any fluctuations of chakra emanating from him. As he had stated, he seldom relied on chakra. The scenery atop the mountain was far different from what Shinya had envisioned. He encountered a myriad of animals along the way. It seemed to be an ordinary forest, teeming with wildlife, including numerous felines. These are merely commonplace creatures. Do not be overly curious, Xiaofeng remarked as he observed Shinya examining a serval. Shinya expressed his surprise. I had assumed that the animals in such a place would possess wisdom. Indeed, they are slightly more sentient than the creatures outside. Yet they remain firmly rooted in the natural order, Xiaofeng replied. We have arrived. With that, Xiaofeng halted before a mountain entrance, where a white tiger was stationed as a sentinel. This tiger bore a resemblance to Xiaofeng, the primary distinction being the sword strapped to its back. Luofu, are the three elders present? Xiaofeng inquired. They are tending to their medicinal herbs, the tiger named Luofu responded, displaying a demeanor that was notably more reserved than Xiaofeng's. Upon seeing Shinya, Luofu's expression shifted slightly, revealing a hint of curiosity. Oh, it has been over a century since Laojun Mountain has seen a human. Has this one passed your test? Yes. Hence I am preparing to introduce him to the three elders, Xiaofeng affirmed. Luofu nodded. Very well. You may enter. Xiaofeng acknowledged with a nod and led Shinya into the cavern. Though dimly lit, the cave did not exude any chill. Rather, warmth occasionally wafted from its depths. Three elders. Xiaofeng has returned, he announced as he approached a stone door, kneeling respectfully. Come in, came the response. The cave door swung open, revealing an interior arranged with precision, reminiscent of a reception room. Above, three figures adorned in hues of white, yellow, and blue sat regally. Xiaofeng, aware of the circumstances, acknowledged that this young human had the potential to cultivate celestial arts on Laojun Mountain. The elder, clad in white, spoke first. Thank you, esteemed elder. The elder regarded Shinya. Young man, you appear to harbor doubts. Shinya replied, Indeed, it seems rather too effortless. The elder chuckled. Your innate talent is commendable, qualifying you for the cultivation of our celestial arts. Nowadays, the populace only recognizes the three sacred lands, largely due to the associations of certain frogs, shell-less snails, and deceitful serpents with that old man of the six paths, allowing them to flourish. The term three sacred lands merely denotes those who have clung to the bottom of the food chain established by the old man of six paths. As he spoke, the elder's tone grew increasingly animated. Why have you revealed your true feelings? The yellow-clad second elder interjected hastily. The first elder glanced at him. After all, this young man is an outsider. What harm is there in speaking freely? Shinya was taken aback. The Yuhu clan's grievances against the six paths and the three sacred lands were evidently profound. One might mistake it for a deep-seated vendetta. Yet the elder's tone suggested it was merely a matter of displeasure. Observing the elder's fervor, Shinya raised his hand and asked, Esteemed elder, may I pose a question? The elder immediately donned a warm smile. Young man, please proceed. Shinya inquired. My master claims that the celestial arts of the Yuhu clan do not compare to those of the three sacred lands. Is this true? The elder scoffed. Nonsense. That man lacks the qualifications to even enter Laojun Mountain. What does he know of celestial arts? Let me assure you, we possess all that the three sacred lands can do, and more. The title of sacred land rightfully belongs to us. What merit do they have to claim such a title? Can you elucidate? Xiaofeng covered his face, sighing. Here we go again. The elder turned to Shinya. Young sir, if you wish to learn the celestial arts of Laojun Mountain, we shall impart our knowledge freely. However, I have one condition that I implore you to accept. Of course, esteemed elder, I await your instructions. The elder's generosity left Shinya with no grounds for refusal. If it meant acquiring the celestial arts, he would gladly comply with any request. If you ever encounter that old man of the six paths, please deliver a slap across his face and spit upon him. Shinya was momentarily stunned, then quickly responded. None at all, I assure you, esteemed elder. Though I, of the Uchiha clan, am also a descendant of the sage of six paths, I have long harbored discontent towards that old man. Rest assured, I shall ensure he faces the consequences. Excellent. Xiaofeng, Shinya's training shall be entrusted to you and Luofu. Ensure he receives thorough guidance. Although the elder did not fully comprehend Shinya's words, the young man's resolute demeanor spoke volumes. Thus, Shinya's journey into the realm of celestial arts commenced. Chapter 55. The cultivation of celestial arts on Laojun Mountain a day prior. Xiaofeng surveyed the unconscious Shinya and addressed Mido Gateyan. Is this sufficient? Yes, I entrust this to you. Mizukawa then adjusted his glasses and remarked, Is this truly wise? The opportunity to cultivate celestial techniques on Laojun Mountain is exceedingly rare. It has been over a century since anyone has been deemed worthy to enter. Are you truly willing to relinquish this chance to him? Xiaofeng inquired. Mizukawa sighed. Our generation has exhausted its potential. Even if we were to pursue celestial techniques, It would merely postpone the inevitability of aging. Noticing Xiaofeng's bewildered expression, he continued, I refer to the decay of our thoughts. Reflecting upon the past 4 decades, I have come to realize that we remain trapped in the paths of the original Hokage, achieving little of significance. While Konoha flourishes under the leadership of Nichiren, brimming with talent, it seems that our strength has not brought about any transformation in the world. Xiaofeng observed the melancholic Mizukawa-in, feeling at a loss for words. Mizukawa-in chuckled self-deprecatingly. Our minds have begun to wither. Both Nichiren and I have grown fearful of change in recent years. He glanced at the still unconscious Shinya and added, rather than squander this opportunity on an old fool like myself, it would be wiser to bestow it upon the youth, bringing them closer to the power to effect change in the world. I truly cannot comprehend your human sentiments. Xiaofeng waved his hand dismissively. Nevertheless, since you have made your decision, I shall refrain from further protest. Laojun Mountain. I thought this was about cultivating celestial techniques. Shinya lay on the grass, somewhat bewildered. Indeed, we are currently engaged in the cultivation of celestial techniques. Xiaofeng and Rofu replied from beside him. Shinya responded with exasperation. What sort of cultivation is this? You fool, the essence of celestial chakra lies in the fusion of chakra and natural energy. Thus, the paramount task now is for you to perceive the existence of natural energy. Only by sensing it can you wield it, Xiaofeng explained slowly. Shouldn't there be some auxiliary tools, like toad oil or something? Shinya queried. In essence, such tools forcibly inject natural energy into the practitioner, which is not only perilous but also yields remarkably low efficiency, even if successful, Rofu interjected. If you bypass the step of sensing nature, subsequent cultivation can be exceedingly hazardous. For you may not even realize when you are being assimilated by nature, Xiaofeng continued. Shinya listened to their back and forth, beginning to grasp the concept of celestial techniques. This explains why the original Naruto had the sage Jiraiya standing guard with a stick while he cultivated celestial techniques. During Naruto's endeavor to sense natural energy, it is challenging to be aware of the state of natural energy within him, leaving him vulnerable to assimilation. That being said, is this truly appropriate? Shinya looked at the 2 elder figures flanking him, feeling quite trapped. Rofu raised an eyebrow. What do you mean by inappropriate? While we may not employ the underhanded tools like the toad oil from Myaboka Mountain, our teaching is exceedingly responsible. We are currently aiding you in sensing natural energy. The first step is for Xiaofeng and I to absorb natural energy. You must attune yourself to the changes around you. Nevertheless, Shinya began, but was interrupted. You talk far too much. Silence yourself. Xiaofeng remarked. Do not pay him any mind. It is merely the peculiar shame of humanity. Then, may I request that you both refrain from speaking? Truly, it was a helpless situation, and the only option was to treat the 2 as if they were merely large felines. Oh, you intend to abandon the novice tutorial for me and Luofu? You truly are quite exasperating, Xiaofeng said with keen interest. Very well, do as you please, Truly replied. The cultivation at Laojun Mountain had indeed overturned Truly's expectations. After all, the original text had depicted the training at Miamu Mountain and had also elucidated the practices within the Dragon Cave. It was either arduous or perilous. Yet, the training at Laojun Mountain, aside from being somewhat embarrassing, seemed rather unremarkable. Could it truly be that the methods of the 3 sacred lands were flawed? That seemed unlikely, but it had at least demonstrated that beyond the 3 sacred lands, there existed other possibilities for cultivation and celestial arts. However, regardless of the potential, Truly believed that the celestial arts of Laojun Mountain could not possibly be inferior. According to Xiaofeng, chakra appeared to hinder humanity's pursuit of celestial arts. The reasoning indeed sounded plausible. Chakra was an external force, while natural energy was inherent to the earth itself. It was only reasonable for those living on earth to harness natural energy. Yet, even if Xiaofeng's assertions were correct, it was unrealistic for Truly to entirely abandon chakra in his pursuit of celestial arts at this stage. Not to mention the physiological differences between humans and the Yuhu clan. Ever since Kagaya brought the divine tree to earth, almost everyone was born with the potential to possess chakra. Chakra, akin to cursed energy, was something that, to some degree, everyone possessed. The notion of transforming Truly into an insulator against chakra was inherently impractical, regardless of whether it was feasible. How much strength could he retain if he were to relinquish the power he had gained through chakra? Truly could not ascertain. Starting anew? That was undoubtedly impossible. It would be more prudent to temporarily follow the path of the ninjas in the original text who learned celestial arts and adopt the sage mode. As for the feasibility of the path proposed by Xiao Feng, that was a matter to be explored in due course. Amidst his thoughts, Truly suddenly sensed a change in his surroundings. Xiao Feng and Luo Fu were nearby, yet if he did not visually perceive them, they seemed to have vanished entirely. Truly felt a twinge of surprise. He was well aware of his perceptual abilities. The disappearance of Xiao Feng and Luo Fu could not be attributed to mere concealment of their presence or chakra. It was akin to an abrupt vanishing from his probing senses. Hastily, Truly rose and stepped back, observing Xiao Feng and Luo Fu lying on the ground. "How long do you intend to stare over there?" Xiao Feng's voice came from behind him. The Xiao Feng and Luo Fu in front of him had inexplicably disappeared. Yet, Truly was certain that his gaze had never strayed from where they lay. At that moment, their voices echoed from behind him. Slowly, Truly turned to see Xiao Feng and Luo Fu standing behind him. "It seems you have become aware of our presence's disappearance." "Well done," Luo Fu remarked, nodding in approval. The wind howled with a smile and said, "Congratulations, little one. You have now, albeit with great difficulty, met the preliminary conditions for cultivating celestial techniques. However, it is still far too early for you to truly enter this realm." "Is that so?" At this moment, the calm and composed Shinya revealed a confident smile. "Bring on any assessments. I am ready at any time." Let us proceed. Since you have managed to perceive this, let the formal training in celestial arts commence." In the intricate labyrinth of the forest, Shinya weaved between the trunks, evading stones that came from unknown origins. To be frank, this so-called foundational training in celestial arts was rather difficult to endure. It was not that the training was particularly challenging or strenuous. On the contrary, it seemed somewhat juvenile. Though the stones hurled by the wind and Lufu possessed far greater lethality and speed than those thrown by an average jonin, they were still avoidable. With each passing moment, Shinya adapted to their velocity, finding it increasingly effortless to evade. As for stamina, with Shinya's current vitality, evading for 5 days and nights would pose no issue whatsoever. Whoosh! Another stone came flying. This time, Shinya did not evade but extended a hand to catch it. Bang! The tremendous force sent a tingling sensation through Shinya's arm, nearly causing him to lose grip. Immediately, Shinya hurled the stone to the left. Clang! The crisp sound indicated that either Lufu or the wind had drawn a weapon to block the stone. "Surely, this child's play can draw to a close." Shinya called out into the open woods. "What nonsense are you spouting? We agreed on at least 3 days and nights," the wind's voice echoed back. "This is also part of the training. If you do not possess a sufficient understanding of your chakra, recklessly entering the realm of celestial arts is perilous. You must have noticed that even performing simple evasions in this forest consumes your chakra at an alarming rate," Luofu added. "That may be so, but my chakra has been witnessed by the wind as well. With training like this, I could endure for at least 5 days, so what significance does this training hold?" Shinya shouted into the woods. Luofu and the wind fell silent, and no stones came crashing down. Earlier, Shinya was able to catch and retaliate with the stone due to a fleeting awareness of one of their presences. Now, it was as if the two had vanished. No matter how Shinya tried to sense them, he could not detect their whereabouts. Very well. After a considerable pause, Luofu and the wind suddenly materialized before Shinya, as if they had appeared out of thin air, without any warning. "Indeed, your quantity and quality of chakra are sufficient for formal training in celestial arts," the wind stated. Luofu gazed at Shinya, slowly saying, "Shinya, remember this. Regardless of what you hear or see next, always bear in mind that you are human. You are Uchiha Shinya. Should any thoughts arise suddenly, extinguish them at once." Seeing Luofu's increasingly grave expression, Shinya nodded earnestly. This was the ambience befitting the cultivation of celestial arts. Indeed, what had just transpired was merely a test. "Rest assured, should any trouble arise, both Luo Fu and I shall rescue you. However, this is contingent upon the fact that you do not become one with nature before our intervention." Xiao Feng, no longer bearing the frivolous demeanor of before, assumed an expression of utmost seriousness. There was no time to respond, as darkness enveloped him, and he lost consciousness. "In the land of rain, have you not located the whereabouts of Uchiha Shin?" Uchiha Madara, listening to the reports from Black Zetsu and the masked man, felt an increasing sense of helplessness. It was not a despair over the failure of his plans, but rather a lament over how he had been so bewitched into accepting this individual. There was no stipulated deadline. Could one not wait a little longer if Uchiha Shin had not been found within a short span? Why must every matter return to me? What use do I have for you? Beside him, Black Zetsu began to grumble internally, questioning Madara's judgment in selecting such a person. Although he and Madara were not of the same mind, the plans Madara was currently executing had been devised under his guidance. Now, due to issues with the agent, the plans were hindered, prompting Black Zetsu to express his frustration. The masked man knelt on the ground, his heart filled with uncertainty. Oh no, I failed to accomplish the task. Will Lord Madara be angered? An angry lord might very well end my life. Sigh. As one of Lord Madara's subordinates, I would accept my fate if he truly intended to slay me. However, I believe I can still salvage the situation. Lord Madara, although I have not located Uchiha Shin, nor found an opportunity to compel Uzumaki Naruto into action, I have made a new discovery, the masked man declared. Uchiha Madara closed his eyes and quietly sighed. Black Zetsu, with a head full of dark lines, though he was, in essence, entirely black, shared in the sentiment. The two paramount tasks remained unaccomplished. What use was there in a new discovery? What could you possibly uncover? That Ashura reincarnated before Madara's demise? Or perhaps the discovery of another Indra's reincarnation? I have discovered that there are members of the Uzumaki clan residing in the Hidden Leaf Village, the masked man stated with grave seriousness. Uchiha Madara, Black Zetsu, even the nearby White Zetsu, who had been merely spectating, struggled to contain their incredulity. What on earth constitutes a new discovery? After the downfall of the Land of Whirlpools, it is entirely reasonable for the Hidden Leaf to assimilate a portion of the Uzumaki clansmen. It is not difficult to deduce that the Hidden Leaf accepted the Uzumaki due to the advanced age of Uzumaki Naruto, necessitating the selection of a new Jinchuriki. Finding Uzumaki clan members in the Hidden Leaf, how does that qualify as a new discovery? No matter how formidable the new Jinchuriki, could they possibly pose a greater threat than Uzumaki Naruto? While Uzumaki Naruto's innate strength may not be a direct threat, the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan exert comprehensive suppression over the Nine Tails. In this context, the Nine Tails would be compelled to submit to Uzumaki Naruto, also serving as a source of energy. Thus, the potential power that Uzumaki Naruto could unleash far exceeds that of her innate abilities. What could the next Jinchuriki achieve? Could they transform into the perfect Jinchuriki? In the eyes of Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu, given the Uzumaki clan's treatment of the Nine Tails, any Jinchuriki bearing the Uzumaki name would never gain the Nine Tails' acceptance. Lacking the Nine Tails' acknowledgement, how could one aspire to become the perfect Jinchuriki? Therefore, as long as Uzumaki Naruto remains alive, any new Jinchuriki would pose no threat whatsoever. Despite her threats, they pale in comparison to the prowess of Uzumaki Naruto. In this world, is there anyone whose sealing techniques surpass those of Uzumaki Naruto? He has managed to completely subdue the Nine Tails with his sealing arts, whereas the new Jinchuriki may not possess the same capability. Even if one possesses the talent for such sealing techniques, that is a matter for the future, and there are several years of adaptation to endure in the interim. Therefore, at this stage, Uchiha Madara has no interest in the next Jinchuriki. His current thoughts revolve around two matters. First, finding a way to eliminate Uzumaki Naruto, and second, hastily persuading Uchiha Shin to take his place. It is fair to say that although Uchiha Madara is domineering in nature, he is not a bloodthirsty individual. Regarding the plans of the masked man, he envisions Shin as his proxy, with the masked man acting as an enforcer, rather than eliminating the masked man once Shin ascends to power. Were Shin to learn of Uchiha Madara's intentions, he would undoubtedly lament. He truly is. I could weep. What news from Nagato? Uchiha Madara retrieved his thoughts and inquired. The masked man replied, Jiraiya has been with Nagato and his group, teaching them ninjutsu. Uchiha Madara retorted, I inquired about your dealings with Nagato. How has that progressed? The masked man was momentarily taken aback before hastily responding. Jiraiya has been constantly by their side. I have had no opportunity to engage. Is Jiraiya truly with them 24 hours a day? Even Uchiha Madara's tone bore a hint of ire. As an invisible pressure descended upon the masked man found himself prostrate on the ground, his eyes wide with terror. Moments later, the pressure dissipated. Very well. Let it be for now, Uchiha Madara stated. The masked man felt a release, gasping for breath. Chapter 57. 3 branches on the old sage mountain. Shin lay in bed, his expression one of utter despair. It seemed as if he had been through an ordeal, and after a long while, a glimmer of awareness returned to his eyes. Xiaofeng approached, observing Shin. Ah, at last, some consciousness has returned. That was quite perilous. Your spirit nearly merged with nature. Although Shin's awareness had revived, he remained unable to respond, still struggling to recover from his catatonic state. How infuriating it was. When he studied ninjutsu, he could grasp it with little effort. Yet, mastering sage techniques nearly cost him his life. Why was this art so arduous to learn? Do not be disheartened. It is an unavoidable circumstance. The chakra within you reacts adversely to natural energy, which prioritizes its assimilation. Chakra, being a fusion of physical and spiritual energy, undergoes a process of assimilation where your spirit merges with nature, Xiaofeng explained with a smile. However, it is also a testament to the strength of your chakra that you were able to endure for so long. Otherwise, you would not have lasted until our rescue. Upon hearing Xiaofeng's words, Shin was left with a complex array of emotions. The very existence of chakra allowed natural energy to assimilate it first, consequently merging his spirit with it. Yet, because his chakra was sufficiently strong, it ultimately enabled him to persist for a considerable duration. It is uncertain whether this is a blessing or a curse. It should be considered a blessing, for as a human, the absence of chakra is simply implausible. Fortuitously, your resolve remains unshaken, and your spirit did not crumble at the moment of assimilation. At least in terms of acknowledging your humanity, your spirit is remarkably steadfast. Rofu, donned in an apron, made his entrance into the room. It's time to eat, he announced. Without a hearty meal, how can one muster the strength for training? Shinya gazed at the lavish spread before him, momentarily taken aback. Aren't you supposed to be tigers? He remarked, observing the two tigers, one white and one yellow. What of it? Xiaofeng inquired. I had assumed you would serve me something raw, Shinya replied, recalling the rather unsettling meals Naruto endured during his sage mode training. The thought sent a shiver down his spine. Reflecting further, it seemed the fare from the three great sage lands was likely rather grim. In this light, it appeared that the old Lord Mountain was quite amicable towards humans. After all, we are both mammals, and our diets are somewhat compatible. Do you truly believe that the tigers of the wild feast on raw flesh out of preference? Rofa countered. That makes a valid point, Shinya conceded. Indeed, possessing culinary skills to enhance flavor, reduce parasites, and facilitate digestion, who would choose to consume their food raw? Wouldn't you agree, neighbor from the east? Who seems to be enjoying life rather well. Given the circumstances, let us eat first. Since he had lost consciousness prior to his training, Shinya was entirely oblivious to the events that transpired. He had no means to reflect on the past. His immediate concern was to satiate his hunger. I must admit, Rofu's culinary skills are quite commendable, nearly rivaling the master chefs of the Konoha commercial district. The flavors are truly authentic. However, the variety leaves much to be desired. The table was laden solely with meat, venison, beef, lamb, and so forth, without a single vegetable in sight. Yet, it was delicious, and that sufficed. In a matter of moments, the trio, one human and two tigers, devoured the entire spread as if it were a mere snack. Subsequently, their minds entered a state of blissful emptiness. As they filled their bellies, drowsiness washed over them. Before long, they were all snoring contentedly. Isn't the training of this sage technique somewhat peculiar? Why does it include a midday rest? Though Shinya silently criticized this notion, he leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. Upon shutting his eyes, his mind emptied. He could vaguely sense a profound force existing within the realm, which must be the natural energy. However, as this natural energy approached Shinya, it seemed to sense his chakra and began to retreat. At this point, Shinya focused his mental energy to actively draw in this elusive force. Although these energies were colorless and formless, what was there to lose in attempting? Suddenly, Shinya, slap. Shinya was jolted awake by a rather forceful nudge from Xiaofeng. You dare to absorb natural energy directly? Are you courting death? Xiaofeng exclaimed, his face a mask of urgency. Rofu, observing the scene, remarked, I must say, it is quite astonishing that you can absorb it on your own without any assistance. Xiaofeng, lost in thought, nodded slightly. It appears that although the initial endeavor was unsuccessful, it was not devoid of merit. Shinya glanced at the two tigers and inquired, so, when shall we attempt this again? Luofu replied, the next occasion shall be in 3 days, during the celestial arts training. Given your current physical prowess, this is the utmost frequency permissible. What shall I occupy myself with in these 3 days? Shinya asked. Naturally, you must delve into the arts of our Laojun mountain. It is essential to understand that what is termed celestial arts is, in essence, a form of ninjutsu. Even in the absence of natural energy, one can still wield chakra, albeit with diminished potency and fewer special effects. Now, allow me to introduce you to the branches of Laojun Mountain's arts, Xiaofeng elaborated. The arts of Laojun Mountain are divided into 3 branches. At this juncture, Luofu interjected, each of the 3 elders oversees a branch, each with distinct focal points. These branches do not conflict with one another and, in theory, can all be learned. However, my counsel is that you should primarily concentrate on one branch while exploring the others. Xiaofeng continued, first, there is the Grand Elder of the White Tiger clan, who excels in utilizing natural energy to inscribe various formations to achieve diverse effects. Nearly all the formations of Laojun Mountain have been crafted by the Grand Elder alone. Next, we have the Second Elder of the Golden Tiger clan, who is adept with various weapons, imbuing them with different properties. The blade technique that previously bested you originates from this branch. Lastly, there is the Third Elder of the Blue Tiger clan, the most formidable among the 3 elders. His greatest achievement is the 6 Harmonies Fist, which bears resemblance to the ninjutsu you practice in your homeland of Yunin. However, the Third Elder's ninjutsu can incorporate various properties. You possess 3 types of chakra, which implies that mastering the Third Elder's 6 Harmonies Fist equates to acquiring 3 distinct forms of ninjutsu. Of course, interbranch learning is permitted. For instance, although Luofu belongs to the White Tiger clan, he is also trained under the Second Elder of the Golden Tiger clan. The Grand Elder has instructed us to impart our knowledge generously, so as long as you believe you can grasp it, you may learn from all 3 branches. I have a question. Shinya suddenly raised his hand. Xiaofeng, with utmost seriousness, replied, please, Shinya, proceed. Shinya asked, Teacher Xiaofeng, may I inquire why the strongest is not the Grand Elder? Xiaofeng and Luofu exchanged glances, seemingly regarding Shinya, as if he were foolish. Why must the strongest be the Grand Elder? Shinya persisted. What qualifies him for the position of Grand Elder? Because he is the eldest. Xiaofeng responded. Shinya replied. Luofu interjected. The 3 elders are brothers. The only reason the Grand Elder holds his title is that he is the eldest. I see, Shinya mused, realizing that he had presumed the Tiger clan operated on a meritocratic basis, only to find it rather akin to human society. Though we are not human, we are nonetheless sentient beings and do not adhere to the so-called might is right philosophy, a principle reserved for beasts, Xiaofeng scoffed, seemingly displeased with Shinya's misunderstanding. The Grand Elder's position, besides his age, is also due to his widely acknowledged moral integrity. There is no dissent against him on Laojun Mountain, Luofu added. Although the Yuhu clan appears to be divided into 3 factions based on their emphasis on celestial techniques, in reality, the entire Laojun Mountain remains remarkably united. Chapter 58. The Dispute Within the Advisory Council. Rijan, have you lost your mind? How could you conceal your negotiations with Noki and return in such a state? Nin Komatsu pointed an accusatory finger at Sarutobi Rijan, who lay upon a sickbed in the residence of the Sarutobi clan in Konoha. Rijan raised his hands in exasperation. I'm on the mend. There's no need for such agitation. To be frank, I am not in agreement with your actions this time, Midogate-in remarked, adjusting his spectacles. Tobarama, visibly agitated, chimed in, Indeed, Rijan. Have you forgotten about the incident with Master Tobarama? If anything were to happen to the Hokage without a designated heir, what would become of Konoha? We had an agreement. You must not take risks unless absolutely necessary. Rijan, feeling helpless, thought to himself that daily reminders from his wife were sufficient. Now, a group of old classmates had come together to berate him. How was I to know that Noki would suddenly resort to violence? He pondered, considering that as the leader of a village, both sides possessed comparable strength, and Noki should not be inclined to engage in a mutually destructive conflict. Furthermore, they were situated in a neutral country. Even if Noki were to act recklessly, he would still likely consider the safety of the daimyo and the common folk. Reality, however, proved that Rijan had been overly naive, underestimating Naka's boundaries. Fortunately, the release of dust release required a sufficiently long preparation phase. Had it been instantaneous, Rijan believed he would have returned in a far worse condition. As it stood, recovering after 2 months of rest was a relatively favorable outcome. At the very least, Konoha and Awagakure had ceased hostilities, had they not? What? You consulted the daimyo? The daimyo declared war on his terms, as far as we are concerned. Neither of our villages desires conflict. The Hokage has sustained serious injuries. How can we continue to fight? If there is to be combat, let your Daime S-guards and the protective shinobi engage. He shot a glare at Mito Gate-en, who had repeatedly been cautioned against disclosing this matter. To his surprise, Mito Gate-en had still relayed the information to the advisory council. Do not look at me so reproachfully. No matter how well we keep this matter under wraps, it cannot be concealed from the council, or how would I explain your whereabouts? Mito Gate-en responded, shrugging in resignation. Enough, enough. Rijan requires peace and quiet for his recovery. Let us not trouble him further. Akimichi Torikes quickly interjected to ease the tension. By the way, En, have you sent Jun, that child, to train at Laojun Mountain? Rijan swiftly diverted the topic. Mito Gate-en nodded. I originally planned to arrange this in 2 years. But given his rapid growth and strength, I expedited the decision. I anticipate he may return before the war concludes. This matter warrants further consideration, En, Tobarama stated. Furrowing his brow, Mito Gate-en looked taken aback. What issues are there? Tobarama replied, the Uchiha clan must be approached with caution. I understand he is your disciple now, and you may not appreciate my words, but he still bears the blood of the Uchiha. Do not forget the actions of the Uchiha clan over the years. First, Uchiha Madara defected and injured the first Hokage. Subsequently, Uchiha Shursui instigated a coup d'etat. Then, Mirai inexplicably met his demise. Was it not said that Uchiha Shursui was responsible? Hirazena has already dispatched Senju Yenji's team to execute Uchiha Shursui, Mito Meika declared. Danzo interjected, is Uchiha Shursui truly dead? What of the masked man with Sharingan that Shigeru encountered in the Land of Rain? Can you assure me that he has no ties with the Uchiha clan? Enough, Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen admonished. No matter the circumstances, Shin is now En's disciple, and you ought not to harbor such suspicions. Danzo stood up in agitation. Am I questioning him? Given the past actions of the Uchiha clan, should I not be wary? Suddenly, he paused, a thought striking him. Hiruzen, you cannot possibly be considering passing the mantle of the fourth Hokage to him? Sighing, Sarutobi Hiruzen responded, what is wrong with that? You must be confused. You are in the prime of your life. There is no need to determine an heir so soon. If an heir must be chosen, it should be among the likes of Kakashi or Jiraiya, or at the very least, Tsunade. Danzo was utterly taken aback. Oh dear. My Hokage intends to select someone of the Uchiha lineage as his successor. What should I do? I await your guidance, urgently. Can Tsunade even become Hokage? Sarutobi Hiruzen lamented. Danzo remarked, Tsunade is somewhat unreliable. Although she is prone to gambling, impulsiveness, stubbornness, and a lack of empathy and calm reasoning, she is still a better choice than passing it to an Uchiha. I would rather entrust it to an Uchiha, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, exasperated. Truth be told, Danzo's observations had not registered until now, revealing Tsunade's numerous shortcomings. Hiruzen, I find myself more aligned with Danzo on this matter, Tsunade's aide, Narashikaku, stated. Kakashi, you are overthinking this, Mito Meika said. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. Both of you are acting this way because of Mirai's death, and I understand that. But do not forget, Mirai was also of the Uchiha clan. If the Uchiha could produce someone like Mirai, why then are you so certain that Shin is unworthy of such trust? Impossible, Danzo shouted, rising to his feet. Hiruzen, we have not been without our faith in the Uchiha. Tobarama-sensei promoted Mirai, who bridged the divide between clan and village. Yet those Uchiha have even turned against their own kin. What else are they capable of? Enough. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice boomed, a formidable aura filling the room, effectively silencing the advisors. Danzo, equally stunned, was taken aback not only by the force of Hiruzen's presence, but also by the fact that Hiruzen would become agitated over an Uchiha's matter. Hiruzen's expression darkened. Danzo, I am the Hokage. You will regret this, Hiruzen. Danzo hissed through gritted teeth before storming out. Danzo, Danzo. Narashikaku called after him, but Danzo remained unresponsive. Alas, she sighed and remarked, Hiruzen, while Danzo's words may be somewhat inappropriate, they are not entirely without merit. Can we truly place our trust in the Uchiha clan? Hiruzen Sarutobi replied, isn't Fugaku, along with his son, devoted to the village? To my mind, they are trustworthy. Yet, Fugaku struggles to unite the clan, does he not? Do you believe that Shinya, an orphan without a family, could accomplish what he cannot? Narashikamaru shook her head. She believed that even if Shinya's loyalty could be deemed reliable, the internal complexities of the Uchiha clan were far too intricate. Even Fugaku and his son, as clan leader and heir, could not resolve them. How could an orphan like Shinya possibly do so? While she did not share Danzo's outright distrust of Shinya, she felt that even a trustworthy Shinya would be unable to remedy the issues plaguing the Uchiha. If even Uchiha Kagami could not find a solution, who could? She thought that her teacher Tobarama's assessment of the Uchiha was quite accurate. The Uchiha clan is ultimately a clan driven by love. However, it is precisely because they place such importance on love that when they perceive its loss or the threat of its loss, they shift from the extreme of love to the extreme of hatred. If Shinya were aware of the current discussions regarding the Uchiha among the Leaf's Five, he would undoubtedly find it amusing. It is safe to say that these individuals do not truly comprehend the Uchiha. In Shinya's view, while the older generation might be excused, the younger Uchiha are not so easily swayed. The moderates? A heartfelt connection suffices. Treat them as brothers, and they would lay down their lives for you. As for the radicals, it is even simpler. They require a good beating. Tobarama's concern regarding the Uchiha's outbursts, at its core, also boils down to a lack of proper discipline. The Uchiha's descent into darkness is a consequence of the negative energy emanating from the Sharingan, which affects the host's emotions. Prolonged suppression can lead the host to doubt the world and other matters, thus resulting in their corruption. In simpler terms, the Uchiha's fall into darkness stems from a collapse of their worldview, rather than true mental illness. Therefore, Shinya had already devised a method to address the Uchiha's shattered worldview. It is to wield the iron fist of love to reshape their perceptions. In essence, it is about persuading with reason and winning over with virtue. What reason? The laws of nature. What virtue? The virtue of the warrior. Chapter 59. A chapter without a title. Do not take it to heart, both of you. It is all for the sake of Konoha. Akimichi Takafumi, upon seeing Danzo and Shikamaru depart, sought to diffuse the tension. I am fine, Takafumi. Hiruzen Sarutobi managed to smile. Oh, by the way, when Shinya returns, the war should be nearing its conclusion. Let us bring him into the Umbu, Hiruzen said. Mito Gate-in paused for a moment. Hiruzen, are you serious? Generally, ninjas entering the Umbu fall into two categories, those like Sarutobi Yashikichi, who have been in the Umbu from the outset, and thus their achievements remain unrecognized, garnering little fame within the village. The other category pertains to Hiruzen's arrangement for Shinya. After establishing a certain level of merit, he would be placed in the Umbu as the leader of a small team. This is purely an effort to cultivate his potential, as he would undoubtedly receive focused training thereafter. Even if he is not being groomed to become the Hokage, he is certainly being prepared for a position of considerable importance. To speak candidly, had Sarutobi Hiruzen not initially resolved to join the Umbu, he would have earnestly considered nurturing his eldest son as the fourth Hokage. However, following a recent altercation with Danzo, Hiruzen has indeed begun to contemplate the potential of nurturing Shinya. What underlies the discord between the Uchiha and Konoha? It traces back to the legacy left by the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara. Consequently, many clansmen believe that the Hokage seat ought to rightfully belong to the Uchiha clan. Nonetheless, due to the persistent issues associated with the Uchiha, their reputation in the village, while not entirely despised, is certainly one that prompts caution and distance. How can one aspire to the role of Hokage when fear is the prevailing sentiment? Suddenly, a figure like Shinya emerges, not only gifted and powerful, but also a master of social interactions. Most crucially, he possesses a stable mental state and emotional equilibrium. Hiruzen muses that should Shinya ascend to the position of fourth Hokage, he might indeed mend the fractured relationship between the village and the Uchiha. You desire an Uchiha Hokage? Very well, I shall provide you with one. In that scenario, Shinya would embody both Uchiha heritage and be a disciple of Mito Minka, and under this dual identity, the long-standing discord between the village and the Uchiha may finally find resolution. If the Uchiha truly cease their antagonism towards the village, Hiruzen dares not imagine the strength that Konoha could attain. The sole dilemma lies in Danzo's animosity towards the Uchiha, which has surpassed Hiruzen's expectations. Unlike the other members of the advisory council, Hiruzen's team adopts a stance of vigilance against the more radical elements of the Uchiha, while seeking to engage and reassure the moderates and the common folk. In contrast, Danzo seems to have wholly inherited Tobarama Senju's view that the Uchiha are a clan inherently inclined towards malevolence. As for the subsequent notions of Uchiha cherishing love and the hatred that arises from it, Danzo dismisses such sentiments, insisting that per his teacher Tobarama, the Uchiha are wicked by nature and should be eradicated. Fortunately, For the time being, the village remains under his control, allowing him to keep both Danzo and the radical factions within the Uchiha at bay. There remains ample time to address the Uchiha issue judiciously. Nurturing an Uchiha like Shinya could resolve the village's most pressing internal strife. What is there to hesitate about? Indeed, I have already formulated a plan. His merits are sufficient for promotion to Jonin. After the war, he shall be elevated to Jonin and subsequently join the Umbu, Hiruzen declared. For a talent like Shinya, the war presents an excellent pathway for advancement. Having only graduated a little over a year ago, he has already achieved enough on the battlefield to meet the criteria for promotion to Jonin. Of course, this is not solely based on the number of enemies he has slain. There is also the stratagem he proposed regarding the rift between the Rain and Rock-hidden villages, as reported by Sarutobi Yashikichi. While the final decision was made by Yashikichi, it was indeed Shinya's actions that inspired him, and the subsequent operations were devised in consultation with Shinya. Thus, this credit can be attributed to Shinya, who played a significant role in its success. The rationale is straightforward. Sarutobi Yashikichi is to return to the Umbu post-war. Thus, on the surface, the credit for this endeavor was attributed to Zaraya, who, as the nominal frontline commander, made the decisive call. Shinya expressed his surprise. What? Am I becoming a legendary figure? However, Sarutobi Hiruzen is not Roger. Is it not a bit premature for a 12-year-old to attain the rank of Jonin? Mito gate and had some reservations, fearing that Shinya might draw undue attention. Nevertheless, Shinya was well-liked within the village, and if he were indeed promoted to Jonin, perhaps the Uchiha clan would also show some goodwill. Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled and remarked that they were unaware of the depth of the Uchiha's desires. What they truly sought was not merely goodwill. The Uchiha clan's greatest need was the validation of their existence. They were a prominent clan, largely indifferent to material rewards or promotions. Their pursuit in life revolved around face and recognition. The Uchiha's customary way of operating led everyone to overcomplicate matters. Who would have imagined that a clan preoccupied with coups and power struggles would, at its core, simply desire acknowledgement? If Shinya had not been reborn into the Uchiha clan, but instead was a commoner or a child from another family, he would have found it hard to believe as well. Yet, the reality was indeed surreal. What the Uchiha truly sought was acknowledgement. Their fixation on the Hokage position was not merely a lust for power, but rather a quest for recognition. Initially, it was agreed that Uchiha Madara would become the second Hokage, but after his defection, Senju Tobirama took the role instead. To the Uchiha, the unfolding events appeared as follows. We were promised the Hokage position, yet it is you, the Senju, who occupies it. What have I done wrong? Have I erred in any way? Do you not recognize me? How dare you disregard my existence? I shall embrace darkness. Once outside their clan's residence, they donned a facade of aloofness. This was in part due to their resentment towards the villagers who acknowledged the Senju while dismissing the Uchiha. Moreover, they genuinely struggled with social anxiety. Even a simple greeting from others would cause them distress. The more they masked their discomfort, the more the villagers perceived them as potential threats. Consequently, the villagers' mistrust towards the Uchiha deepened. The more the Uchiha felt untrusted, the heavier their grievances became, leading to an ever-worsening conflict. In truth, the matter was not of great significance. However, due to this surreal dynamic, tensions continued to mount. Had it not been for the peculiar emergence of Shinya, this conflict would have spiraled out of control. Now, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Mito Gate and had discovered Shinya, a stable, mentally sound, exceptionally talented youth with excellent rapport, capable of managing the new generation of Uchihas. What were they waiting for? They needed to prioritize his training. Thus, Mito Gate first took him as a disciple, followed closely by arranging for the original heir of the Senju clan, Shju, to be his teammate. In practice, Shinya indeed got along splendidly with Shju, even though he belonged to the Senju clan. By the way, what about Uchiha Ryu? Shinya shares a good relationship with him, right? Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered and suddenly recalled this individual. Mito Gate nodded. Indeed, they grew up together. However, the father of Lu Hua is Uchiha Makiri, the vice captain of the police force. Upon returning, you should find 2Ch Nin to recommend his promotion to Ch Nin. This child possesses considerable talent and strength sufficient for such an advancement. Sarutobi Hiruzen reflected. Time flew by, and in a blink, 6 months had elapsed. The setting shifted to the 39th year of Konoha, where Shinji had now reached the age of 13. Compared to his arrival, Shinji's transformation was minimal. having merely grown taller and more robust. He donned a fitted black short-sleeve shirt with a pure black coat layered over it, the back adorned with the emblem of the Uchiha clan. How does it feel? The impending return home, asked Kaofeng and Luo Fu, who stood behind him, their faces radiating warmth. Shinji opened his eyes. It feels quite good. It's been half a year since we last met. I wonder how everyone is faring. I never expected to be away for this long. Humph. Half a year is already quite swift, Luo Fu remarked. Oh, by the way, here is something for you. He produced a slender, ringed-hilt sword. This blade has been crafted according to your previous design. The second elder entrusted me with this special sword to present to you. Shinji was taken aback and quickly responded, I can't accept this. Though he feigned modesty, he nonetheless accepted the sword and began to toy with it in his hands. No need for false courtesy. Just remember to help the elder deal with that old man, Lu Dao, Kaofeng teased. Shinji's lips twitched, hee. If only my strength permits at that time. Chapter 60. Return to Konoha. Promotion to Jonin in Konoha village. Shinji stood atop a utility pole, gazing over the landscape of the village, feeling a sense of triumph akin to standing at the pinnacle of a mountain, surveying all below. Over the past 6 months, even without considering Sage Mode, he had grown considerably stronger. This rapid enhancement instilled in him a deceptive sense of security regarding the 5 Kage. If he were to factor in Sage techniques, he would no longer fear even the likes of the old Obito. The ninjutsu and swordsmanship of the old Jun Mountain were remarkably potent and rather accessible. Yet, while they were easy to learn, mastering their true potential required significant effort. During his time at Old Jun Mountain, Shinji also discovered something noteworthy. The Yuhu clan held great respect for his master, Minato Namikaze. Thus, the elder's words about not being qualified to train in sage techniques were likely not entirely truthful. The reality was probably that his master had graciously bestowed upon him the opportunity to practice sage techniques. Even if that were not the case, the gesture of providing him with the family's summoning scroll and allowing him to cultivate sage techniques was more than sufficient. Before his journey through time, Shinji was merely in his early 20s and thus had not developed a habit of viewing matters through a lens of utilitarianism. He had no interest in political maneuvers or the machinations of power. Such conspiracy theories from the original narrative were utterly preposterous to him. All he needed to understand was that Minato had been genuinely devoted to him, and that was more than enough. Not to mention, he believed in repaying even the smallest kindness with great gratitude. In the pursuit of repaying Mito's kindness without transgressing his own principles, it is indeed a noble endeavor. As for Danzo, Tanji harbors no ill feelings towards him, at least during their few encounters. It was evident that Danzo had yet to descend into the madness portrayed in the original narrative. Consequently, as long as he does not target Tanji, the latter has no intention of confronting him. The higher-ups desire Tanji to emulate Uchiha Kagami, yet he is, after all, not Uchiha Kagami. Whether it be the Hokage faction or the Uchiha clan, Tanji does not wish to witness anyone suffer. Thus, his stance is quite straightforward. Whoever causes trouble shall be dealt with accordingly. If one dares to provoke, it signifies that they have not been sufficiently reprimanded. Should Danzo instigate a conflict, he shall be met with consequences. Tanji currently possesses strength that may be lacking against the likes of Orochimaru and his former mentor. Yet he believes that confronting Danzo should pose no significant challenge, while eliminating Danzo outright may be unrealistic. Reducing him to a mere figurehead is a development Tanji believes would be welcomed by Orochimaru. However, with Konoha still engaged in battle, now is not the time for internal strife. The paramount objective is to seek out Sarutobi Orochimaru. Tanji intends to request deployment to the front lines in the Land of Rain, aiming to deliver a shock of sage techniques to both Madara and Hanzo, particularly with Madara. This time he plans to take the initiative, targeting the masked man and launching a direct assault on Madara's stronghold. He is resolute in his belief that a frail Madara, burdened with tubes, cannot stir any significant upheaval. And then what? A truce? Upon arriving at the Hokage's office, Tanji received unexpected news. To his dismay, the battle had concluded. Just as he had begun to master sage techniques, ninjutsu, and swordsmanship, he was informed that the fighting had ceased. Indeed, while a formal ceasefire had yet to be declared, the Rain Shinobi village had reached a temporary agreement with the front lines. In due course, discussions regarding troop withdrawal would commence. Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked, observing Tanji's slightly dejected expression. Isn't it good that the fighting has stopped? Tanji sighed. It is good, but take it easy, Sarutobi reassured him. Even without combat, there will still be opportunities for you to prove your worth. Moreover, the cessation of hostilities brings benefits. Your contributions are sufficient for promotion to Jonin. Oh, Tanji's eyes lit up. Well, that is certainly encouraging. The advantages of becoming a Jonin far surpass those of being a Chunin. The freedom of assignment is considerably greater, and the autonomy during peacetime is significantly enhanced. Most importantly, the authority of a Jonin ranks just beneath that of the Hokage and the Advisory Council. They have access to a vast array of ninjutsu and partial command over the Umbu. They hold decision-making power in critical matters and possess both the right to elect and to be elected as the next Hokage. In essence, a Jonin is a stakeholder within the village rather than a subordinate. Your accomplishments and capabilities are more than adequate for promotion to Jonin, with the only point of contention being your age. Sarutobi sipped his tea, smiling as he added, however, Konoha is not short of prodigies. Being 13 does not preclude one from ascending to Jonin. Besides, with your stature and physique trending towards the dual opening gates, who would suspect you are merely 13? Very well. Return home and rest well. In 3 days, the village will convene an upper ninja meeting. Do remember to attend punctually, Sarutobi Hizashi remarked. Oh, certainly. Shinya nodded and exited the office. Upon leaving, Shinya first visited his master at the Mito clan and then returned to his own family. Shinya is back. Everyone come see. Shinya has returned. The moment he entered the compound, his clansmen erupted with unprecedented enthusiasm, surrounding him eagerly. Indeed, at the tender age of 13, Shinya had distinguished himself on the battlefield and was promoted to upper ninja, a feat that brought great honor to the Uchiha clan. Furthermore, Shinya's status as a disciple of Mito Kane had also shifted the standing of the Uchiha clan. For at least the past 6 months, the higher-ups had exhibited significantly less wariness towards members of the Uchiha clan. Moreover, the younger Uchihas faced far fewer scrutinizing gazes as they ventured into the village. Many enthusiastic villagers, upon hearing their surname, would exclaim, "Ah, they are indeed Shinya's kin. They are truly impressive. This meal is on me." At that moment, many clansmen realized the lengths Shinya had gone to integrate himself within the village community. How foolish we were to misunderstand him. I truly regret it. Those who had previously been swayed by the radical faction and held hostility towards Shinya now gathered around him, offering the warmest of welcomes. "Shinya, congratulations." Clan leader Uchiha Fayake, accompanied by Fuyue, personally came forth to greet him. The clan elders, with the exception of Uchiha Ryosuke, the head of the police force, were also present. From the gathering of clan members welcoming Shinya today, it became apparent to him that his earlier assessments had been correct. The so-called radicals were merely a small minority. However, due to the unique circumstances surrounding the Uchiha clan, this minority could sway the entire clan. Shinya surveyed the attendees, silently taking note. While he might forget who attended, he would certainly remember those who did not. Chapter 61. The 6 Secrets of Heaven at the Nain's Shrine. Clan leader Uchiha Fayake sat solemnly in the center, surveying the assembled clansmen below. Present at the shrine for the clan meeting were the elite, each possessing the potential to wield the Sharingan. "Now, I invite Shinya to the stage to speak," Fayake said in a deep voice. Shinya slowly rose and walked toward the center. Indeed, Shinya is remarkable. His presence exudes a charisma that few can possess. Yes, Shinya is truly the pride of our Uchiha clan. Oh, I recall that during Shinya's confinement, you were the one who laughed the loudest. Nonsense, am I that kind of person? I have watched Shinya grow. I accuse you of slander. He slanders me. He slanders me. The transition from arrogance to humility is indeed apartment. May I boldly inquire, what does this phrase mean? The crowd turned their gaze toward Shinya, some familiar clansmen looking rather astonished. Shinya, though merely 13, had already reached a height of approximately 1.79 meters, nearly matching Uchiha Madara. Especially for the elders who have witnessed Uchiha Madara, it is noteworthy that although he possessed immense strength, he never surpassed a height of 1.80 meters throughout his life. This fact is indeed quite lamentable. However, observing the physique before us, it is evident that Shinya's martial arts have reached an exceptionally high level. Shinya, today we gather to celebrate your remarkable achievement. Congratulations on breaking the record that has stood for 37 years, becoming the youngest Jonin in the history of Konoha. Uchiha Fongyen remarked, "The entire clan takes pride in your accomplishments. Yet we hope you remember that the essence of the Uchiha clan lies in the Sharingan. Never let that slip from your mind." Nevertheless, Fengyan was fully aware that his words were superfluous. After all, Shinya is one of the mere 4 possessing the Mangeki Sharingan within the entire clan. What does this signify? It indicates that Shinya's prowess ranks among the top 4 within the clan, and he may not even be in 4th place. If he were to be considered negligent, what would that render the others with 2 or 1 tomo? Merely inconsequential? The Uchiha clan values honor, and how is that honor earned? Naturally, through strength. And Shinya's capabilities are sufficient to command respect from his kin. Indeed, some of the younger members have already developed a desire to seek him as a mentor. Oh, truth be told, I have no concept of this. I am rather indifferent to the notion of promotion. Shinya chuckled awkwardly before addressing Fengyan. Fengyan, ahem, in any case. Let us celebrate Shinya for becoming the youngest jonin in Konoha's history. Fengyan proclaimed grandly. Congratulations, Shinya. Congratulations, esteemed senior. Lord Shinya, I adore you. You hail from Dandong. Return to me a landscape of pristine white, and I crave Guangdong cuisine. The Uchiha clan members fervently extended their warmest congratulations to Shinya. The applause was ceaseless, and some emotional clan members even shed tears. After basking in the warmth of his clan's affection for a considerable time, the clan meeting finally concluded, allowing Shinya to return home. Before departing, he inquired about the well-being of clan leader Fengyan, Mikoto, and Ryuo. Clan leader Fengyan informed him that they were all on missions and thus could not attend the clan meeting. Shinya settled cross-legged on his bed, turning his back to the window as he bathed in the moonlight. Lines of bold, powerful characters emerged in his mind. Proficient in taijutsu, green. Your talent in taijutsu surpasses that of ordinary individuals, enabling you to fully unleash the might of taijutsu and integrate various techniques seamlessly. This green talent, which he had received back in the Ninja Academy, began to shimmer with a blue luminescence. Gradually, the brilliance intensified, ultimately enveloping the green entirely. Taijutsu Master, Blue. Your taijutsu has attained an extraordinarily high level of mastery, allowing you to unleash unimaginable power with any technique. Can talents evolve? Shinya felt a bit dazed, as he had believed these talents were fixed upon acquisition. Now it appeared that the green talent could indeed transform into blue. Before he could fully grasp the changes brought about by this evolution, the lines of text began to tremble once more. A purple radiance slowly emerged, gradually enveloping the Taijutsu Master talent. After years of rigorous training in physical techniques, your mastery has reached an extraordinary pinnacle. Consequently, your 6 senses have been greatly enhanced due to this training. The intensity and precision of both physical and ninja techniques have significantly improved, while the energy consumption has been notably reduced. When your nerves are in a state of combat readiness, your 6 senses activate, allowing your body to instinctively dodge perceived dangers, thereby minimizing potential harm. This talent has reached its limit and cannot be enhanced independently. Is this an automatic evasion system? Shinya found himself momentarily dazed. He could sense the changes in physical perception and chakra, yet what truly piqued his interest was the final statement. When in a combat state, the body can automatically evade perceived threats. Is this akin to idling? However, he could not feel this aspect. After all, one could only enter such a state during combat. And currently, Shinya was in the comfort of his own home, making it impossible to perceive. Through this talent upgrade, Shinya realized that lower-tier talents possess the potential for growth. The green talent of proficient in physical techniques might be connected to his intensive training in physical and ninja techniques over the past 6 months at Laojun Mountain, which elevated this talent to purple. However, purple represents the pinnacle of this talent. Yet, what does it mean that it cannot be enhanced independently? Moreover, if green talents can grow, can the few purple talents also evolve? Unity of man and nature, harmony of the 100 vessels, essence of Shintian. He knew that above purple talents, there existed orange and red talents. However, thus far, he had yet to touch the threshold of higher-level talents. Could these 3 purple talents he acquired evolve into orange or even red talents? If so, where should he begin? Alas, it was all so perplexing. Shinya sighed and then lay down. He was someone who took things in stride when encountering bottlenecks on the path of cultivation without any clues. It was often beneficial to relax and clear his mind. After all, the war was nearly over, and there was no immediate crisis looming. His current strength was sufficient for self-preservation. Nevertheless, Shinya remained vigilant, knowing that in less than a decade, the Third Great Ninja War would commence. That conflict would be more intense, larger in scale, and more chaotic than the current one. The following morning, in a bustling food street, a group of young ninjas indulged in a barbecue restaurant, consuming with fervor. The owner couldn't contain his joy. Ninjas were his favorite patrons. They brought in high revenue, never haggled over prices, and ordered copiously. The meat is perfectly cooked. If only a bowl of rice could accompany it, it would be sublime. Paired with a chilled sour plum soup, it was truly a feast. Long live barbecue. Akimichi Maru chanted as he ate. Hee, these are all methods provided by Lord Shinya. I even mentioned sharing the profits, but it seems Lord Shinya has little interest in money and outright declined. The owner, smiling broadly, remarked, "You must all be friends of Lord Shinya. I see you've visited many times. This time, the meal is on the house. If you ever come to dine at my establishment, you shall receive a 50% discount." Really? Is that true? The kind-hearted proprietor, Minato, said cheerfully. "Indeed it is," replied Kushina, who was seated, shoving a piece of grilled meat into her mouth. Her mind wandered to the memory of Minato standing up for her at the Ninja Academy, valiantly defeating the lower-ranked ninjas. However, Minato graduated early and then went off to the battlefield. The news she received about him in the village was always of his commendable exploits on the front lines. Upon Tsunade's return, she had informed Kushina that upon Minato's return, he would be promoted to Jonin. Meanwhile, she found herself still lingering at the rank of Genin. Glancing at her teammates, she observed a dull-witted blonde who perpetually wore a silly grin, and a gluttonous, lazy boy who never ceased to indulge. It seemed Minato sensed Kushina's gaze upon him. He paused momentarily and pointed to himself. Humph. Kushina turned her head away in disdain. Minato questioned, "What is up, Kushina? You're in your awkward phase, aren't you?" Akimichi Chuji remarked earnestly. With a chuckle, Minato replied, "I must confess, I'm quite clueless. Jiraiya-sensei never taught me these things." Chuji shrugged. After all, Minato did play the role of the hero in saving a damsel in distress. How could a girl resist such charm? He then looked at Minato and added, "I must admit, I envy you, Minato, for being taken under Jiraiya's wing. I, on the other hand, must strive solely on my own efforts. If I don't exert myself, I'll end up languishing at home, living off my family's resources." Alas. Chapter 62, Kata's Breakthrough. It's been a while. A large hand affectionately ruffled Minato's tousled blonde hair, mercilessly tousling it. Minato, let go of me," he called out in protest. Minato had long yearned for this moment. However, due to his younger age and lack of physical prowess compared to his peers, he had been unable to act on it until now. With Minato standing before him like a child, he seized the opportunity. After a thorough ruffling, Minato, still yearning for more, finally managed to escape. "Honestly, after all this time, you greet me like this," he lamented, smoothing down his hair with an air of melancholy. Meanwhile, Chuji stared at Minato in astonishment. "Is that really you, Minato? If I recall correctly, we were in the same class, right? How did you grow so tall?" "Hee, it's because I'm a genius," Minato replied with a grin, sitting beside Kushina, playfully tugging at her hair. "What's wrong? After such a long time, don't you have anything to say to me?" "Nothing to say to you." Kushina huffed, cheeks puffed in annoyance. "How cold of you. I even thought of seeking you out this morning, yet you have nothing to share with me." Minato sighed, then waved at the proprietor. "Oh, it's you, Minato. It's been half a year, and you've grown so tall." The proprietor greeted warmly as he approached. "Indeed. Sir, I've been undergoing intense training over the past 6 months. As soon as it concluded, I came to support your business," Minato responded with a smile. "Haha, that is splendid. What would you like to eat?" Shinya took the menu and marked a few items. "Yes, the usual, right?" The boss nodded in agreement. Shinya replied, "Indeed." "All right, please wait," the boss said as he departed for the kitchen. "Shinya, aren't you feeling well? Why are you eating so little?" Akudo Maruki asked, astonished. It was well known that during their school days, Shinya was famous for his prodigious appetite. Even he, a member of the Akudo clan, felt inferior in the face of Shinya's remarkable eating prowess. Shinya smiled and replied, "Oh, I think you misunderstood. I marked what I won't eat." "What?" Maruki exclaimed, taken aback. Mizumoto clearly saw that Shinya had only marked 3 or 4 items on a menu boasting at least 30 dishes. This implied that aside from those few, Shinya intended to consume everything else. "By the way, where is your leading ninja?" Shinya inquired. Mizumoto sighed. Teacher Hanyo, unfortunately, collapsed a client's house and is currently receiving a reprimand from the Hokage." "Indeed," Maruki lamented, "I fear this payment will be in vain." "Hanyo? Hanokawa?" Shinya paused. "Yes," he chuckled, That guy has never been particularly reliable on the battlefield. Shinya shook his head in exasperation. Once, during their time on the battlefield under the command of Ryuo, he had been outperformed by his own subordinates. Later, he was transferred to logistics by Sarutobi Yashikichi, where he managed to remain inconspicuous. Now, returning to the village as a leading ninja, it was surprising that the entire team turned out to be his most unreliable. Fortunately, despite Heinokawa's lack of skill and combat prowess, he possessed an excellent character, often treating Mizumoto and others to meals without passing the blame. As they spoke, Shinya's dishes began to arrive. He swiftly picked up his chopsticks and devoured his food. By the way, I heard that Jiraiya, that lecher, is taking you on as a disciple? Shinya glanced at Mizumoto. Mizumoto, displaying discontent, retorted, "It's not a matter of taking. I have already become Jiraiya-sensei's student." Shinya, "You must not disrespect my teacher." Shinya chuckled. "Ah, by the order of our masters, my mentor and Jiraiya's mentor hail from the same lineage. So I am of the same generation as Jiraiya. Mizumoto, from now on, remember to address me as Shirshu. You truly seize every opportunity for advantage." Maruki scoffed. Shinya flashed a cruel smile. There can only be one genius. The competition for the air has always been thus. Mizumoto felt a wave of frustration wash over him, his mouth twitching. In the meantime, Shinya had cleared the entire table of food. Akuto Maruki, a member of the Akuto clan, was left speechless, feeling inadequate in terms of appetite. "Thank you for the hospitality," he said with exaggerated formality. Turning to Mizumoto and the others, "I must take my leave. I have to attend the Jonin meeting the day after tomorrow. It will be my first time, so I need to prepare thoroughly." With that, he vanished in an instant. "Ah, the Jonin meeting, how enviable. Is this the nature of genius?" Akuto Maruki lamented. Kushina, witnessing Shinya's departure, felt a tinge of disappointment. "I want to go too." Watergate was indeed stirred into action. Jun has already become a Jonin. I cannot fall behind. When Jiraiya-sensei returns, I will request him to arrange special training for me. Wait a moment. Akimichi Maru suddenly recalled something. That scoundrel Jun. Watergate. Kushina. Akimichi Maru, infuriated, exclaimed, "That rascal hasn't he even paid. He ate the most." Nanny? The expressions of the trio changed dramatically. At that moment, the owner of the barbecue stood before them with a beaming smile. "So, who will cover the bill?" 2 days later, Jin awoke early and arrived ahead of schedule at the conference room outside the Hokage building. "Oh, you must be Jinkuin?" A young ninja with long lavender hair stepped out of the conference room. I thought I was the first to arrive. But it seems someone else got here even earlier," Jin remarked, observing him. "Haha, I'm just accustomed to rising early. I've long heard of your esteemed name. I am Kato Dan." "Hello, Dan-senpai." "Ha ha, although I'm a few years older than you, I've only recently been promoted to Jonin. So it's a stretch to call me senpai." Kato Dan revealed a hearty smile. "Just call me Dan. Given your physique, it would feel quite odd to address me as senpai. Is that so?" Jin had not anticipated that his own robust development would cause others any discomfort. Kato Dan assessed Jin with a look of astonishment. "Incredible. I can't sense your chakra at all." "Huh." Jin was taken aback. Kato Dan explained, "The spiritual transformation technique passed down in my family allows the spirit to leave the body to strike down foes. To master this art, I have diligently trained my perception and chakra control since childhood. Yet, standing before you, I cannot sense your chakra. I believe your chakra control must far exceed mine." Jin replied, "You flatter me. Perhaps it's merely that I excel at concealment." "No, you are being modest, Jinkuin. I believe that the Hokage's decision to promote you to Jonin is not solely based on your ability to hide." Kato Dan's expression turned serious. "If I had any doubts before, seeing you now reassures me that the Hokage's judgment is indeed sound. Your strength is truly sufficient to hold the position of Jonin. What is going on? An interview?" Jin felt somewhat bewildered, as Kato Dan's expression seemed to be testing him. Kato Dan paused, then quickly responded, "Ah no, I merely wish to become acquainted with such a genius. I had no intention of testing you, so please don't misunderstand. That's quite all right. However, is it wise to share the details of your family's secret technique so freely?" Jin inquired, looking at Kato Dan. Kato Dan smiled. "It's no problem. We are all comrades of the village. Besides, the spiritual transformation technique cannot be evaded simply by possessing information about it." Chapter 63. The first confrontation with Danzo. As the two conversed, other Jonin gradually arrived at the conference room. "Oh, isn't that Jin?" Upon turning to the voice, the legendary Sannin approached. It's been quite a while. I never imagined you'd become a Jonin. Jiraiya greeted with a cheerful smile. Jin was taken aback. Jiraiya? When did you return? How impolite. It has only been half a year since we last met, and you dare to address me without the honorifics? To call me by my name alone is utterly disrespectful. With a chuckle, Jiraiya approached and placed an arm around Jinya's shoulders. Shinya raised an eyebrow. How can I put it? The change in address reflects the evolution of my respect for you. Ha ha ha. Jiraiya, you truly bring this upon yourself. Tsunade laughed heartily, unperturbed. Jiraiya grit his teeth. Very well, young man. You have successfully provoked my ire. Wait, Jiraiya, at this moment. You may not actually stand a chance against him, Orochimaru whispered as he grasped Jiraiya's arm. What? Is that true? Orochimaru, do not deceive me, Jiraiya exclaimed, a shock coursing through him. What are you all doing, blocking the way? Came a cold voice. The group turned to see Danzo standing behind them, his expression stern. Right behind Danzo was Kakashi, closely following him. Danzo the advisor? The three legendary ninjas greeted him promptly and cleared a path. It seemed that even though the Hokage had yet to succumb to darkness, he was not regarded as an amiable presence among the ninjas of Konoha. As Danzo passed by Shinya, he halted, casting a dark glare in Shinya's direction. Shinya was momentarily taken aback. He couldn't recall having offended Danzo. Nevertheless, since Danzo was already showing him such disdain, Shinya refused to back down and returned the glare. The surrounding elite ninjas, who had been engaged in light conversation, sensed the shift in atmosphere and immediately ceased their chatter, directing their attention toward the unfolding confrontation. The intensity of their stares seemed to chill the very air of the corridor. Shinya? At that moment, Uchiha Fugaku, accompanied by several elite clan ninjas, entered the corridor and caught sight of Shinya and Danzo in a standoff. However, as he took a few steps closer, he felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. The murderous aura exchanged between the two seemed unintentional, yet palpable, sending a jolt through Fugaku's heart. In Fugaku's perception, the killing intent emanating from Shinya and Danzo was almost tangible, intertwining and devouring one another. Crack, crack. A series of sharp sounds echoed in the ears of those present as the ground beneath Shinya and Danzo began to fracture in a spiderweb pattern. Their momentum continued to escalate. The sound of rushing air intertwined with the crackling of electricity, creating an almost unbearable cacophony. Neither Shinya nor Danzo spoke. They engaged in a silent contest of will and chakra. In such moments, the first to speak would signify a loss of composure, hence silence was paramount. Gradually, Shinya began to feel the pressure mounting. At this juncture, Danzo was in the prime of his life, and his prowess was formidable. Thus, Shinya activated his Sharingan. As the three Tomo appeared before him, Danzo felt a sudden pang of trepidation. Shinya's chakra surged dramatically, compelling Danzo to restrain his own. This young man, Danzo was astonished by Shinya's formidable chakra and equally intrigued by the Sharingan. While he had seen Uchiha clansmen awaken their eyes before, the chakra they exuded was often cold, sinister, and laden with negativity. Even the mild-mannered Fugaku could not escape this unsettling sensation. However, the true Sharingan possesses a distinct essence, devoid of the chilling coldness and darkness. Instead, it exudes an overwhelming weight, akin to the oppressive force of a mountain. If the Sharingan of other clansmen evokes a sensation of being drawn into an abyss, the true Sharingan instills an impression of being utterly crushed by immense power. At this juncture, Danzo realized that he could no longer afford to hold back. Should he hesitate further, he risked being overshadowed by the might of this 13-year-old prodigy, thereby losing all semblance of honor. Crack. Not only the ground, but also the windows of the conference room began to show signs of fissures. The mingling chakras of the two combatants created an oppressive atmosphere that weighed heavily upon the surrounding elite shinobi. Shikaku Nara scratched his head, letting out a resigned sigh. He was among the few who remained unaffected, yet he found himself unable to intervene on Danzo's behalf. Boom. At that moment, a figure cloaked in black and donned with a mask appeared in the corridor. Instantly, the beleaguered elite shinobi felt a release of tension. Shinya sensed an even more formidable force that utterly suppressed both his and Danzo's momentum. He chose not to resist, recognizing that the individual meant no harm to him. Their intention was evidently to restore order. Danzo, upon seeing this was momentarily taken aback. Please, esteemed shinobi, take your seats in the conference room. Lord Danzo, Lord Hokage, I must request your presence, spoke the his voice bearing a hint of age. Senju Yenji? Upon hearing the Umbu's voice, Danzo confirmed his identity within his mind. In this era of Konoha, anyone bearing the Senju surname commanded a measure of respect, even from the Hokage himself, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Shinya, upon hearing the Umbu's voice, recognized that this was not someone he knew. Initially, he suspected it might be Sarutobi Konohamaru, but then he remembered that Konohamaru was stationed at the front lines. No wonder Konoha triumphed against overwhelming odds in both the Ninja World Wars. They concealed far too much. Understood. Upon confirming the identity of the Umbu, Danzo conceded, following Senju Yenji towards the Hokage's office. Shinya, are you alright? After Danzo's departure, Fugaku swiftly navigated through the crowd, arriving at Shinya's side. He felt a pang of guilt. When Danzo had targeted Shinya, he found himself intimidated by the sheer force of the moment. I'm fine, Shinya replied with a reassuring smile, offering a sense of comfort to Fugaku. He had noticed Fugaku's earlier instinct to rush to his defense. Regardless of his capabilities, Fugaku's attitude was commendable. Fugaku, despite any limitations, was genuinely there when it mattered. In the original narrative, Fugaku's ascent to clan leader was fraught with pressure from radical factions, caught between the village and his family, which stemmed from issues of capability. However, subjectively, he earnestly sought a peaceful resolution to the conflicts between the village and the clan. It can only be said that Fugaku's tenure as clan leader occurred during one of Konoha's most tumultuous periods. As Konoha entered its 4th year, its strength began to wane. And with this decline, Sarutobi Hiruzen became increasingly indecisive. Several years ago, the village endured the tumultuous Nine Tails incident, during which many villagers bore witness to the Sharingan in the eyes of the Nine Tails. Danzo became increasingly deranged, and Konoha's strength suffered considerably due to the chaos unleashed by the Nine Tails. Within the Uchiha clan, the voices of the radicals grew louder, with several young, zealous members even daring to block the patriarch's doorstep, accusing his son of murder without a shred of evidence. It can be said that during the era when Fugaku held power, both within and outside the clan, tensions were palpably high. Reflecting on Fugaku's plight, I couldn't help but feel a tinge of sympathy for the elder brother, particularly given the burden of having a wayward son. Yet, one must question, which parent would cast their child onto the battlefield to witness death at the tender age of 4 and compel them to take a life? When was the last time the shinobi world encountered a ninja on the battlefield at such a young age? Yes, during the Warring States period. It is difficult to assert whether Fugaku's fate was a result of his own actions, especially considering the way he raised his child, a method that could easily lead to the rise of a wayward son even in an ordinary family, let alone among the sensitive and easily corrupted Uchiha. Thus, in my view, while Fugaku was more temperate compared to other Uchihas, he still embodied certain traits of the clan's inherent obstinacy and obsession. I remain uncertain whether I share this obstinacy myself. I can only strive to maintain my emotional equilibrium. Fortunately, having been strong-willed in my previous life, I have thus far managed to accept the challenges I face. The Uchiha clan is naturally predisposed to combat, even without the Sharingan. Their physical prowess and mental fortitude surpass those of their peers. However, this gift appears to come at a cost, as Uchiha individuals are indeed more susceptible to corruption than the average person. Setting aside the likes of the 4 madmen, we must remember that years ago, a faction of Uchiha used the Sharingan as a means of revival, employing Izanagi to instigate internal conflict, a scene of utter chaos. In my perspective, the matters concerning the Uchiha clan could be resolved, provided I do not fall prey to their darker tendencies. It would be rather absurd if, amidst engaging in psychological reparations with the Uchiha, I were to succumb to my own dark impulses. Chapter 64. The Jonin meeting in the grand conference room of the Hokage building. The decor was reminiscent of a ninja academy classroom, akin to that of a large university lecture hall. I entered the meeting room and instinctively took a seat slightly towards the back in the center. Based on my experience, those seated in the back often find themselves summoned to the front row. Thus, the center offered the safest vantage point. Presently, Konoha village boasted a total of 30 Jonin, aside from the heads of the prominent clans. Among them, only a few were from minor clans or commoner backgrounds, with Jiraiya and Orochimaru standing out as remarkable exceptions. Even disregarding the bloodline limits, the legacy of the major clans is not something that the minor clans or civilian shinobi can compete with. The number of upper ninjas hailing from humble origins is remarkably few. It was only due to Sarutobi Hiruzen's discerning eye for talent that certain individuals, meeting the criteria for promotion, were afforded opportunities to earn accolades and ascend the ranks. Had Jiraiya and Orochimaru not been disciples of Hiruzen, their elevation to the position of upper ninja might have been significantly delayed. Furthermore, there exist several ninjas without surnames. Yet to assume they are mere commoners would be a grave misunderstanding. The clan's symbols emblazoned upon their garments unmistakably signify their true identities. They are descendants of the Senju clan, albeit most of them forsook their surnames during the era of the first Hokage, seamlessly blending into the populace. Abandoning their surnames does not equate to a loss of their inherent superiority. After all, the Senju clan are indeed descendants of Ashura, and even without the family legacy, their innate talents far surpass those of ordinary individuals. A portion of the Senju clan retained their surnames, primarily the elders who followed the first Hokage during the Warring States period. Many of these individuals either teach at the Ninja Academy or serve in the Umbu. As he surveyed the upper ninjas in the conference room, Shinra found himself pondering their identities. "Oh, may I sit here?" Kato Dan approached Shinra with a cheerful demeanor. Shinra, feeling a bit exasperated, thought to himself, "Why seek me out when you could be pursuing Tsunade?" Kato Dan is among the few ninjas of lesser clans. Yet his family possesses notable secret techniques, granting him a higher starting point compared to those without significant heritage or commoners. Were it not for the small size of the Kato clan, he might have stood shoulder to shoulder with prominent families like Inuzuka or Yamanaka. "Suit yourself," Shinra replied casually. Kato Dan settled beside Shinra, intrigued by this Uchiha youth. His curiosity stemmed from the remarkable reputation the Uchiha had garnered within the village. The last Uchiha to enjoy such acclaim was Uchiha Kagami, who was recognized by the second Hokage at a young age, swiftly elevated into the Guard Brigade, and later, in the early days of the third Hokage's administration, joined the Advisory Council in his 20s. Alas, fate was cruel, and Uchiha Kagami passed away at the age of 25. Shinra had encountered numerous members of the Uchiha clan. It was not to say that all were difficult to engage with. However, even the more affable Uchiha often struggled to connect with others in the village. Individuals like Shinra, who effortlessly made friends and enjoyed an outstanding reputation, were indeed a rarity. The owner of the barbecue restaurant would often recount how the marketing tips Shinra imparted had drastically increased his business. The noodle shop's proprietor also praised Shinra's exceptional skill in crafting broth. In the eyes of the villagers, Shinra had become a beacon of hope, embodying the spirit of Konoha and the honor of the land of fire. In summary, one word encapsulated his essence: loyalty. Kato Dan's instincts hinted that this individual aspired to the role of Hokage, which piqued his interest. Considering the Uchiha clan's historical alliance with the Senju clan in the founding of Konoha, from the perspective of familial history and merit, it seems entirely reasonable for a member of the Uchiha clan to ascend to the position of Hokage. What truly demands our attention is the stance of the third Hokage. As thoughts meandered, Sarutobi Hiruzen, accompanied by his advisors, Mito Menge, Narashikaku, and Akimichi Choza, entered the conference room and took their seats at the podium. The contentious Danzo, who had just moments ago clashed with Shin, was conspicuously absent, leaving his whereabouts unknown. The war had reached its conclusion, with Konoha and the Rain Village having established a ceasefire agreement, a result of the collective efforts of all present. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke slowly, acknowledging the many comrades who had sacrificed their lives during this conflict. Their names would be inscribed upon the memorial stone, immortalizing them as heroes of Konoha, with their families assured of compensation. Furthermore, some comrades, through their valor, had attained the rank of Jonin and joined our ranks. He then turned his gaze towards Shin, Uchiha Shin, Cat Dan. Both of you have distinguished yourselves on the battlefields of the rain and hot water countries. We welcome you to the esteemed ranks of Jonin. The two stood and offered a slight bow towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. "It is our honor, Lord Hokage," Cat Dan replied. Shin remained silent, for his stature did not necessitate verbal affirmation. The Uchiha bore no ill will towards the village, and Mito Menge's disciple possessed exceptional talent. What does this represent? It is the embodiment of a unified front. The meeting, of course, would not merely revolve around personnel changes or superficial pleasantries. With the war concluded, it was now time for the leadership to convene and deliberate on post-war strategies. Jonin are the upper echelon of the ninja village. During wartime, they serve as commanders on the battlefield, akin to generals. In times of peace, They must also assist the Hokage in governing the village and expanding its influence. In a sense, the jonin of each ninja village could be likened to ministers of state. I propose we transition from 3-man teams to 4-man teams, incorporating a medical ninja into each unit. Simultaneously, Konoha Hospital should establish a systematic training program for medical ninjas, which would be beneficial for future warfare, even in peacetime. Enhancing the success rate of missions would prove advantageous. I believe it is imperative that we establish such a framework. Unsurprisingly, Tsunade put forth her proposal. Although Shiranui was still in good health, Tsunade had witnessed too many comrades fall due to untimely medical attention during the war, prompting her to advocate for medical ninjas to accompany teams. Indeed, the Princess of Konoha speaks wisely, she stated, rendering the Hokage, the 3 advisors, and her colleagues momentarily speechless. The proposal is commendable. However, while we are currently in a state of ceasefire, we remain in a standoff. It is, quite frankly, beyond our capacity to expend additional resources and energy to construct a new system. Furthermore, we currently lack sufficient ninjas with extensive theoretical knowledge. Our enemies will not wait for us. Ultimately, it was Sarutobi Hiruzen who stepped forward to assume the role of the antagonist, breaking the deadlock. Tsunade, taken aback by his remarks, quickly erupted in anger. "You old fool, what nonsense is this?" Her outburst left everyone in a state of shock. If anyone in Konoha dared to speak so boldly, it would undeniably be the Princess of Konoha, the granddaughter of the first Hokage and a disciple of the third Hokage. She is truly the recipient of countless affections. It is only natural for her to be somewhat spoiled. In Chapter 65, Tsunade's proposal. Kato Dan felt a surge of agreement upon hearing Tsunade's suggestion and impulsively prepared to rise. "Sit down." Shinya firmly pressed Kato Dan back into his seat. Surprised, Kato Dan found himself immobilized by Shinya's strength. As a fellow jonin, it was unexpected that he could be so easily restrained. She is the granddaughter of the first Hokage and a disciple of the Hokage. She is entitled to such audacity. "What connections do you have? Do you wish to jeopardize your position?" Shinya whispered into Kato Dan's ear. "But she makes a valid point," Kato Dan protested. Shinya replied with exasperation. "Valid point? Look around. Is there a single jonin supporting her? Everyone is merely hesitant to oppose her due to Tsunade's status. The third Hokage only vocalized the collective thoughts of the assembly. Do you truly believe he would not support his own disciple?" Kato Dan was left bewildered. "Is it that convoluted?" Shinya continued. "Thus, as newcomers, we should refrain from voicing opinions and instead listen attentively. Konoha is far more intricate than you might imagine." No sooner had Shinya spoken than he felt a piercing gaze directed at him. He realized that while he had been whispering with Kato Dan, his esteemed mentor was already observing them. Instantly, he felt as though he were under the scrutiny of a strict teacher, releasing Kato Dan and lowering his head, feigning earnestness in listening. Kato Dan, influenced by Shinya's reaction, suddenly felt anxious, scarcely daring to breathe. Shinya-kun, truly a genius from a prominent family, able to discern so much nuance. "It seems I have much to learn from him," Kato Dan mused internally. Without Kato Dan's intervention, Tsunade, in a fit of anger, stormed out. "Honestly, Tsunade's temper," Jiraiya lamented, shaking his head. "Consider yourself fortunate." Her ire was directed at Master Hisashi, Orochimaru remarked. Jiraiya shrugged. "It is an unavoidable situation." Her proposal was somewhat presumptuous. Does she really believe that every medical ninja possesses her level of combat prowess? What if they are unable to perform emergency aid, turning medical ninjas into targets for the enemy? There are indeed compromise solutions, such as increasing the emphasis on battlefield first aid within the Ninja Academy's curriculum, Shinya interjected. Having taken a seat behind the two. "You startled me," Jiraiya said, flinching slightly and placing a hand over his heart. Orochimaru nodded in agreement. "Yes. I believe Shinya's suggestion holds merit. The Ninja Academy's curriculum does include battlefield first aid, albeit with minimal emphasis. This is rooted in practical considerations. Not everyone possesses the innate talent to learn medical ninjutsu. Moreover, medical ninjas are scarce and generally lack formidable combat strength. Not every medical ninja can boast the extraordinary strength and regenerative abilities that Tsunade possesses. She herself has stated that medical ninjas should never be on the front lines unless they have mastered creation and regeneration. In the frontline task force, the inclusion of a medical ninja poses a significant risk during high-level missions, as the weakest combatant, often the medical ninja, may become the primary target of the enemy. The character Rin Noera from the original work serves as a quintessential example of such a medical ninja. Whether in the battle against the god of shinobi or during the subsequent mission to intercept the mist ninja, Rin consistently found herself targeted by adversaries. It is worth noting that in the latter instance, it was orchestrated by Obito to catalyze the dark transformation of Kakashi. Nevertheless, these two instances indeed illuminate the limitations of Tsunade's proposal. The team must allocate resources to protect the medical ninja, yet during infiltration missions, this diversion can prove fatal. It seems rather unkind to portray the third Hokage as the villain while you all remain silent despite your disapproval. Observing Jiraiya and Orochimaru's playful banter is quite intriguing. You haven't spoken either. I noticed you even restrained that newcomer, Orochimaru remarked with a faint smile. Despite her cold and introverted demeanor, she was still within the realm of normalcy and could engage in conversation. As for me, my medical ninjutsu was taught by Tsunade. It feels somewhat inappropriate for me to voice my opposition, replied Jiraiya. During the meeting, Jiraiya refrained from making any proposals, merely participating in the decision-making process by echoing others, being newly promoted and unfamiliar with the various procedures. At such a moment, it is prudent to say little and act more. With all proposals deliberated and concluded, Sarutobi Hiruzen announced the meeting's adjournment. Finally, it was over. Jiraiya stretched, saying, "It has been ages since I last saw my beloved disciple. I must arrange some special training for him." Jiraiya teased, "Indeed, you must ensure he undergoes grueling training to prevent any slackening." Jiraiya chuckled, "Minato is a genius. Are you not concerned he might surpass you?" With a confident smile, Jiraiya replied, "Catching up to me is no easy feat first. Have him style his hair into a watermelon shape and run 50 laps around Konoha in a green spandex suit. You truly are a good friend to him." Jiraiya praised with a thumbs up. Jiraiya-kun, at that moment, Cat Dan approached. Jiraiya glanced at him and said, "This is Cat Dan, newly promoted like myself." "Ah, a newcomer." Jiraiya waved. Orochimaru politely added, "Greetings, Dan-kun." "Hello, Senior Orochimaru," Dan quickly responded. "Feel free to chat." With that, Jiraiya made his way upstairs. "Hey, Jiraiya-kun, where are you going?" Dan called out hurriedly. Jiraiya looked at him, then at Jiraiya and Orochimaru. "I'm heading to the restroom." "Isn't there a restroom on this floor?" Dan asked, puzzled. "Never mind him," Jiraiya replied. On the rooftop of the Hokage building, Tsunade stood, feeling the wind caress her face. The rejection of her proposal weighed heavily on her mood, leaving her with a sense of frustration. It was not merely the opposition from Sarutobi Hiruzen that disheartened her, but the realization that none of the attending jonin supported her. Sarutobi had merely articulated what everyone else was thinking, providing her with a semblance of an exit. She had initially believed that at least Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and her prot-G, Shinya, would support her. Yet, to her dismay, they remained utterly silent. "Oh, so you are indeed here," Shinya remarked with a smile upon finding Tsunade on the rooftop. "What brings you here?" Tsunade's expression darkened. Shinya waved his hand dismissively. "Oh, I merely sought the restroom, and in my search, I seem to have lost my way." "Humph." Tsunade scoffed, falling silent thereafter. "Come now, don't be so disheartened. It's only a matter of proposals lacking support." After you departed, several proposals emerged that were even less viable than yours, Shinya consoled her. Tsunade's face flushed with anger. "Are you implying that my proposal is unviable?" Shinya pondered for a moment, his expression turning gravely serious. He approached Tsunade and solemnly declared, "Indeed." Tsunade retorted, "You insolent brat, what did you say?" Fury surged within her, and she seized Shinya by the collar. "Ah, this is quite uncomfortable." Shinya rolled his eyes dramatically, foam forming at his mouth. In an instant, he transformed into white smoke. At that moment, the rooftop door swung open once more, and Shinya emerged. "I anticipated your violent tendencies, which is why I had my shadow clone test the waters first." "Humph, what is your true purpose here?" Tsunade inquired with a grim expression. Shinya waved his hand with a smile. "I merely came to comfort you upon witnessing my esteemed master Tsunade's proposal facing setbacks." Tsunade snickered. "This hardly resembles comfort. It matters not if the proposal is original, as long as it proves effective. Are you feeling any better now?" "No, my mood has worsened," she replied. "Enough of your ire. The elderly have their own considerations. Rather than fretting over why the elders do not support you, focus on achieving results within your responsibilities, demonstrating the viability of your ideas," Shinya advised. "I understand. I comprehend that Lord Hiruzen merely echoed the sentiments of other jonin. But is it truly the case that my proposal receives not a shred of support? Tsunade expressed her frustration. As the granddaughter of the first Hokage, Tsunade harbored an innate pride. On one hand, she took pride in her heritage as a member of the Senju clan. On the other, she loathed the thought of tarnishing their legacy through her inadequacies. Everyone, standing upon their unique perspectives, tends to regard their ideas as the most reasonable. This is a universal tendency, indeed. Shinya smiled. You believe that integrating medical ninjas into three-man teams can enhance the survival rate of ninjas on the battlefield. However, others may perceive an additional member as a burden. A burden? A medical ninja is a burden? Tsunade's expression soured. Shinya continued. The reality is that you cannot expect every medical ninja to possess your level of strength. When the battle commences, will enemies not target the weakest medical ninjas? This issue transcends merely being a liability to others. More critically, medical ninjas are already scarce. Should they advance to the front lines, not only will they fail to mitigate other ninjas' casualties, but they will also place themselves in peril. TCH. You twist words, Tsunade replied, her gaze wavering, yet her words remained resolute. By the way, where is Shinsuke? I haven't seen him since returning. Upon noticing Tsunade's change in demeanor, Shinya deftly shifted the conversation. He is training at the family training grounds, honing his grandfather's wood-release techniques, Tsunade remarked. Shinya paused, puzzled. What on earth is that? Tsunade elaborated. The essence of wood release lies in the transformation of the properties of water and earth combined. Shengshu, possessing both water and earth attributes, intends to attempt to replicate his grandfather's wood release techniques. Is that feasible? Shinya expressed skepticism. How can we know without trying? Tsunade countered. Shinya shrugged, still unconvinced of any significant hope. While wood release is not inherently difficult to develop, the true challenge lies in achieving strength comparable to that of Senju Hashirama, or at least attaining 5 or 6 parts of his prowess. The potency of Hashirama's wood release stems from his own formidable yang release chakra, which elevates the technique to unparalleled heights. In fact, Hashirama's utilization of water and earth release also yields cataclysmic results. Thus, it is Hashirama's strength, rather than the wood release itself, that is truly formidable. Although Shengshu, as Hashirama's grandson, possesses a physique and chakra levels superior to the average Senju clansman, Shinya believes that his development of wood release will likely mirror that of Yamado, limited to creating a 4-room, 1-hall structure. There is even a possibility that wood release may hinder Shengshu's abilities. It is noteworthy that Shengshu's proficiency in water and earth release is already on par with that of a typical jonin. The synthesis of wood release, if it cannot achieve the might of Hashirama, or at least show potential in that direction, is utterly meaningless. Speaking of which, Shengshu has certainly made significant contributions on the battlefield. Why has he not been promoted to jonin? Shinya suddenly recalled that Shengshu was absent from the jonin list today. It is well known that Shengshu frequently operated alongside him on the battlefield, and he should have easily qualified for promotion, especially considering the enemies he has dispatched. Oh, Tsunade replied, revealing a look of exasperation. He failed the theoretical exam. What? A theoretical exam? Is that a requirement for promotion to jonin? Shinya exclaimed, bewildered. Tsunade raised an eyebrow, her tone sharp. Do you think becoming a jonin is merely about charging into battle? Jonin are part of the decision-making body of the village, not just reckless warriors. Hence, theoretical assessments are essential. Shinya raised his hands in surrender. Why was I not required to take it? Tsunade regarded him with a complex expression. You, my friend, are an exception. Throughout your time in school, you consistently ranked first in theoretical classes. You have also made remarkable contributions on the battlefield. And nearly all the jonin you have worked with believe you are qualified for promotion, thus you were exempted from the exam. In truth, Tsunade withheld another reason. When Shinya was engaging in theoretical discussions in the Land of Rain, she, along with Jiraiya and Orochimaru, reported his political acumen to Hiruzen Sarutobi, thus giving him an understanding of Shinya's political sensitivity, which led to the decision to exempt him from testing. Of course, the most significant factor was the recommendation from Sarutobi Konohamaru. He was not merely the son of the third Hokage. He also served as the de facto frontline commander in the Land of Rain and the deputy commander for the entire battlefield. His endorsement carried considerably more weight than that of others. In the Land of Rain, the stratagem employed by Shin against the Rain Shinobi and the Rock Hidden was documented by Sarutobi Yukikatsu in a battlefield report, ultimately landing on Sarutobi Hizashi's desk. This implies that, in the eyes of Sarutobi Hizashi, Shin no longer needed to undergo theoretical examinations. Of course, Shin remained oblivious to this fact. He was only aware that he seemed to possess significant value in the eyes of Konoha's elite. Especially after his confrontation with Danzo today, Shin could ascertain that he would not incite disdain or caution from the Hokage faction. Rather, he would appear even more valuable in terms of unification strategy in the eyes of Sarutobi Hizashi and the others. Had Shin chosen to endure Danzo's provocations in silence today, his standing in Sarutobi Hizashi's mind might have diminished considerably. In simpler terms, both face and substance were earned by himself, without crossing any lines. Appropriately showcasing his rebellious side would ultimately be advantageous for him. If the higher-ups harbored intentions to suppress him, displaying his sharpness could prompt them to reconsider. Conversely, if there were no such intentions, revealing this sharpness would align perfectly with the persona of a young prodigy. Furthermore, Danzo's animosity towards the Uchiha clan was well known. Although he had not taken substantial action against them due to Sarutobi Hizashi's restraint, there had been multiple instances of conflict with Uchiha Effengiant. By standing up to Danzo today, Shin's prestige within his clan would surely rise. For the moderates, Shin had brought them honor, while for the radicals, if he was unafraid of Danzo, why should he fear their ragtag group? The internal attitude of the Uchiha clan towards Danzo was rather peculiar. The moderate clan leader Effengiant and other moderates generally did not fear Danzo, even looking down upon him at times. Effengiant consistently believed that Danzo had only gained a place in the council due to his childhood connection with the third Hokage and had often expressed his disdain. In contrast, the radicals seemed to hold some apprehension towards Danzo. Chapter 67. Developing would release at the training grounds of the Senju clan. Shin shouted, "Ha!" Would release. As he cried out, trees began to sprout from the ground around him. Breathing heavily, Shin lamented, "Another failure." Gazing at the slowly growing trees, he felt a pang of disappointment. Developing would release was more challenging than he had anticipated. Merely combining two elemental natures to utilize would release had exhausted him, let alone reaching the heights of his grandfather. TCH. Shin's expression darkened as he stomped his foot. Boom. The ground fractured instantly, and the soil erupted, burying the trees that had just sprouted. Compared to his proficiency in earth release, this barely functional wood release was utterly inadequate. However, the period spent developing wood release was not devoid of gains. By dedicating significant effort to the fusion of natures, his chakra vitality had markedly improved. In other words, although wood release could not yet be deemed successfully developed, the process itself had been immensely beneficial for Shin. In the words of Shinya from his previous life, "Although I have yet to master the skill, my progress in wood release has been excruciatingly slow, while my proficiency in water and earth release has surged remarkably." How infuriating! Shungtong exclaimed, as he slammed his forehead against the trunk of a tree, shouting, "Come on, Shungtong. Don't give up, keep going." He continued to ram into the tree while vociferously encouraging himself. How annoying. It's just wood release, is it really that serious? Shinya, perched upon the tree, regarded Shungtong with disdain. "Shinya, when did you return?" Shungtong asked, his eyes lighting up with surprise. "I've been back for 3 days, Shinya replied. Shungtong furrowed his brow. "You only came to find me after 3 days? Have you been too busy with your promotion to Jonin?" "No, I just remembered you existed," Shinya retorted. "Got it." After exchanging banter with Shungtong, Shinya began to inquire about wood release. "Progressing slowly, you say?" Shinya pondered thoughtfully. Shungtong nodded, "Indeed. While I can barely claim to have developed wood release, it's nowhere near the level of my grandfather, and it's insufficient for combat. I can merely create trees." The first Hokage's wood release possessed the power to devastate the world and could defeat Uchiha Madara. It's certainly not as simple as merely combining the properties of water and earth. Shinya glanced at Shungtong and remarked, "I believe this undoubtedly involves the development of yin-yang release." Yin-yang release? Shungtong's eyes brightened instantly. "Precisely. Given the characteristics of your Senju clan, I suspect it may involve the development of yang release," Shinya affirmed. "Ah, how did I not think of that? Yang release," Shungtong exclaimed in realization. Shinya sighed. "No wonder you failed the theoretical assessment for Jonin. The development of yin-yang release is not a secret among prominent clans. Even some civilian ninjas, upon reaching a certain level of strength, are granted access to yin-yang release by their villages. After all, many genjutsu require the activation of yin release. while numerous physical secret techniques pertain to the development of yang release. However, in the current ninja world, it is indeed challenging to find a ninja capable of utilizing pure yang release chakra in the same manner as Senju Hashirama. It's not that they lack desire. Rather, no one has achieved such a level. Speaking of yin-yang release, even those like Sarutobi Hiruzen, who have perfected the 5 nature transformations, are exceedingly rare in the ninja world. In Konoha, the powerful ninjas beneath Sarutobi Hiruzen, be it Hatake Sakumo, Sarutobi Kanomaru, Jiraiya, or Orochimaru, have only managed to master 1 or 2 natures to their fullest potential. None have followed the same path as Sarutobi Hiruzen. If the foundational 5 nature techniques are this challenging, one can only imagine the greater difficulty and limited means of development for yin-yang release. Nonetheless, such theories are undoubtedly known to the Senju clan. Clearly, the rather blunt Xingtong had not considered this aspect and had been solely focused on his arduous training. Fortunately, he had not emerged empty-handed. Shinya could distinctly sense that Xingtong's chakra had become more vibrant compared to 6 months ago. This was the result of developing his bloodline limit. As the combination of 2 or more nature transformations passively stimulates cellular vitality, thereby enhancing the quality of chakra. The most striking comparison in this regard is between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Inoki. Sarutobi Hiruzen, devoid of any bloodline limits or eliminations, merely refined the 5 elemental jutsu to their utmost potential, wielding immense power. However, as he aged, his strength rapidly declined after his prime. During the Nine Tails Rampage, he managed to repel the beast from Konoha with a single strike, marking a peak moment, yet he soon found himself nearly breathless. At 57, Sarutobi could still vanquish Orochimaru in an instant, but by the time of the Konoha collapse plan, the balance of power between the master and disciple had shifted. In contrast, Inoki, who is of the same generation as Sarutobi, trained under the second Hokage, successfully mastering the dust release under his guidance. This technique not only boasts tremendous power, but also synergizes the transformations of wind, fire, and earth, significantly enhancing his cellular vitality. Even into the 4th Great Ninja War, Inoki's physical condition remained capable of sustaining high-intensity combat, provided he did not strain his back. Remarkably, even in his 90s, Inoki could still unleash the formidable dust release. It can be said that ninjas who have perfected bloodline limits or eliminations experience a peak period that is entirely incomparable to that of ordinary ninjas. Shinya, too, harbors a profound interest in the development of bloodline limits or eliminations, yet he finds himself at a disadvantage. His affinity for lightning, fire, and wind appears to lack any precedent in the original manga, leaving him without a reference. In simpler terms, he finds himself without a model to emulate, which has left him somewhat perplexed. However, Shinya is not in a hurry. At merely 13, he is yet to complete his physical development, and contemplating matters beyond his peak is rather premature. Moreover, the ninjutsu and body techniques from Mount Laojun are sufficiently challenging for him to focus on for now. Divided attention is not a commendable trait. If he were to divert his energies towards developing bloodline limits, it could prove counterproductive. It is essential to understand that the level of development achieved in the body techniques from Mount Laojun is intimately tied to the precision required for future Sage Mode. While guiding S.H. Ju in his training, S.H. Ju also shared insights from his 6 months of practice with Shinya, allowing them to exchange knowledge and providing Shinya with a preliminary understanding of the combination of elemental transformations. Days later, Shinya arrived at the Hokage building to undertake his first task following his promotion to Jonin. Mission level: escort the monk Daohing from the land of fire to the border between the land of hot water and the land of frost to mediate conflicts between the 2 nations. Client: the daimyo's office. Chapter 68. Have you arrived? Indeed. To his surprise, this task involved working alongside you, Shinya-dano. It is an honor, indeed. Umenokawa expressed with a bow. Shinya looked at Umenokawa and his 3 old classmates behind him, a twitch forming at the corner of his mouth. Even Minato and the others found it hard to accept that their leading jonin was bowing to his own classmates. Sarutobi Hiruzen had arranged for Shinya to lead a team consisting of a chunin and 3 jinin, unexpectedly making it Umenokawa's team. Umenokawa scratched his pineapple hairstyle, smiling awkwardly. Oh, to my astonishment, Lord Hokage has indeed tasked us with assisting in your endeavors. I sincerely hope that Lord Shin also grants us his guidance. I have witnessed the capabilities of Umenokawa firsthand. However, He is one I would prefer not to team up with unless absolutely necessary. To be candid, Uminokawa is undoubtedly a competent Chunin in both strength and awareness. Yet, it appears that Sarutobi Hizashi's assignments for him have exceeded his inherent capabilities, often placing him in high-stakes scenarios. Previously, he was sent to the battlefield with several lower-ranking Uchiha, but could they truly respect him? As a result, Uminokawa found himself abandoned by his subordinates. This time, I have a foreboding sense that Uminokawa may be the weakest among the five of us. Minato has long been under Jiraiya's tutelage, experiencing remarkable growth under such esteemed guidance. Akimichi Maruji benefits from his family's legacy. His expansion technique is formidable in lower-tier battles. As for Kushina, she is personally trained by Uzumaki Mito. Although her direct combat skills may not be exceptional, her mastery of sealing techniques is perfectly suited for teamwork. There is no need for such formality. We are all comrades from the same village. Moreover, while this mission is classified as a high-level task, the underlying reason pertains to the disputes between two nations. This classification primarily signifies the mission's significance rather than its difficulty. Although the Land of Hot Water is allied with the Hidden Cloud, the Land of Frost stands as our ally. Thus, we should not encounter any enemy ninjas along the way. Is that so? Oh, what a relief. Uminokawa exhaled in relief. He then turned to his three subordinates, Minato, Kushina, and Maruji, saying, "This is the Jonin Uchiha Shin, a true prodigy of the Uchiha clan." The trio responded with a chuckle. Shin approached, placing a hand on each of their heads, playfully saying, Hey, it seems you three are quite dissatisfied with my leadership. Don't get it twisted. I am the commanding officer now, and being my classmates does not grant you the liberty to act as you please. Ugh, let me go? Kushina protested, struggling and flailing her arms at Shin, yet her short reach rendered her efforts futile. Minato simply wore a sheepish grin, while Maruji savored a bottle of icy plum juice with great enjoyment. Do you all know each other? Uminokawa asked, bewildered. Shin smiled and replied, no need to worry. Our relationship is merely that of ordinary classmates, as we are of the same graduating class. What? Lord Shin and Minato are from the same class? Uminokawa exclaimed in shock. Given Shin's height, he assumed he must be at least 17 or 18 years old. To his surprise, Shin was only 13. Is this truly a 13-year-old? What a remarkable young talent. Uminokawa mused. All right, let us depart for the Temple of Fire to meet our protection target, Shin commanded as the leader. Yes, Uminokawa responded loudly. The trio of Minato echoed. The speed of a ninja is swift, by ordinary standards. The journey from Konoha to the Temple of Fire would take at least 3 to 4 days. Under ordinary circumstances, it took Shinya and his companions less than half a day to reach their destination without rushing. Perhaps this is one of the reasons why vehicles have not advanced significantly in this world. Namu Amitba, I am grateful to you for escorting this humble monk, he expressed to his companions. Upon arriving at the gate of the Temple of Fire, they encountered Master Dowing, the current abbot of the temple. The 3 members of the Water Gate were taken aback, gazing in astonishment at the towering monk. Not only was he a dual-door practitioner, but he also stood at least 9 meters tall. Shinya could sense that the chakra within him was formidable, both in quantity and quality. I intended to journey to the northern borders with my young disciple, but unfortunately, Lord Daimyo insisted that you all accompany and protect me, he explained. Do not mention it. We are merely fulfilling our duty, Shinya replied dismissively. Master Dowing, when can we set off? With hands clasped together, the monk responded. We are ready to depart at any time. My young disciple and I have already prepared. He then turned to the young monk beside him. Dilu, gather the luggage. We shall set forth. Yes, master, the young monk replied promptly. He appeared to be around 4 or 5 years old, with a fair and delicate complexion. Shinya recognized this young monk, Dilu, who would eventually become one of the 12 guardians of the Hidden Leaf, a colleague of Asuma Sarutobi. Dilu's prowess seemed commendable, capable of suppressing the immortal duo single-handedly. However, due to Phaeton's reliance on intelligence, Dilu ultimately succumbed to it. Nevertheless, Dilu's strength piqued Shinya's interest in the legacy of the Temple of Fire, especially the esteemed thousand-handed Guanyin. Although Shinya had already chosen the Taoist system of the Laojun Mountain, he saw no harm in familiarizing himself with the Temple of Fire's teachings. While the temple's power also stemmed from chakra, their combat style was evidently distinct from that of ninjas. Compared to ninjutsu, the temple seemed to possess certain peculiar techniques. However, Shinya had only gleaned this information from his family's scrolls and had never witnessed it firsthand. Master Daoheng, however, appeared disinterested in combat throughout their journey. He engaged Shinya in discussions of Buddhist philosophy. Although Shinya was not well versed in these teachings, his past life as an experienced political commentator allowed him to reference Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism. He spoke of concepts such as like dew, like lightning. Thus should one contemplate, and all forms are but illusions. To see the forms as non-forms is to behold the Tathagata, managing to leave Master Daoheng momentarily speechless. Then, Shinya began his playful inquiries. What is the Tathagata? Can you tell if he has arrived? Tathagata. Has he truly come? Tathagata. So, tell me, has he come or not? Listening to Shinya's whimsical musings, Master Daoheng surprisingly displayed a contemplative expression. Shinya was taken aback, wondering if the venerable monk might truly grasp some profound insight. Gradually, Master Daoheng relaxed his brow, folded his hands in prayer, and bowed to Shinya, saying, "Thank you, esteemed Shinya, for your guidance. I have attained understanding." Shinya. Oh my, Chapter 69, 2 Bread Sandwiching Cheese. The 4 members of the Hyukawa team watched in astonishment as Shinya and Daoheng conversed animatedly, finding it rather surreal. What on earth are they talking about? The poet of Wonquan. During their dialogue, Shinya and Daoheng abruptly halted in their tracks. What is the matter? Hyukawa inquired, a look of confusion on his face. Meanwhile, Suimin, Kushina, and Maruki had already drawn their kunai, shielding the youngest, Dilyalu, in the center. Dilyalu clasped his hands together, eyes closed, murmuring, 20 people? They certainly went to great lengths to thwart the little monk. I am quite curious as to who sent them. Is it Yunin? Shinya chuckled. If it were the Tsukinen, Shinya's plan would be to capture them all and demonstrate strength during future negotiations with the Land of Water. If it were Yunin, then the intention would be to eliminate them entirely. This hidden village holds a particular disdain for Shinya in the original narrative. Compared to the other 4, Yunin has an unsettling familiarity. The bloodshed of Kirigakure, the darkness of the hidden mist, are internal matters. As long as the blood mist does not spill outward, it is of little concern. Awagakure, despite its domineering ways and Naka's frequent antagonism towards Konohagakure, can still be regarded as somewhat principled. As for Sunagakure, their dire economic situation compels them to engage in conflict for survival. Frankly, if Shinya were in the position of Kazekage, he too would be compelled to wage war. Thus, while adversarial, Shinya does not harbor contempt for Sunagakure. Only Yunin stands out, with half of the nefarious schemes in the original work stemming from the 3rd and 4th Reikage. The abduction of Kushina and Hinata were orchestrated by Yunin. They possess the most developed commerce, yet consistently view Konohagakure as an imagined enemy. One can only say that their modus operandi is all too familiar. Indeed, Shinya finds himself somewhat eager for Yunin to send representatives. As long as they are not too formidable, he is confident he can subdue them. They have arrived. Daoheng opened his eyes, his expression grave. In the next moment, several figures burst forth from the forest, rushing towards the group. Protect Lord Daoheng, Hyukawa shouted. Yet, the foremost figure ignored Daoheng entirely, charging straight for Kushina behind him. Kushina was taken aback. She had not anticipated that the enemy's elaborate ambush was aimed at her. Boom! A surge of immense chakra erupted, and Shinya swiftly moved to shield Kushina, grasping the assailant's wrist. Nemo Amida Butsu, Daoheng bellowed, striking out with an open palm. An invisible force instantaneously erupted, sending the 5 approaching ninjas hurtling backwards. The ensuing shockwave uprooted the surrounding trees, clearing the ground around him. The onlookers were left in astonishment at Daoheng's prowess. Is that what you call a slight understanding of martial arts? What a transgression. A monk resorting to violence is truly a sin. Daoheng struck once more, slamming a ninja into the ground, then expressed his remorse with a look of guilt. Upon witnessing the formidable prowess of Daoheng, Shinya felt a sense of relief and turned his attention to the ninja he had intercepted. Undoubtedly, this individual was the most powerful among the assailants. The swiftness of his movements left Daoheng with no time to react. As Shinya focused intently, he recognized the emblem of the hidden cloud village upon the ninja's forehead protector. Humph! How brazen you are! Do the people of the hidden cloud never conceal their intentions? Shinya scoffed. It was indeed a complex judgment. One could argue that their straightforwardness belied their sordid actions. Yet one could also contend that their treachery was evident in their failure to disguise their identities while engaging in such nefarious deeds. Humph! As long as I eliminate you, it matters not. the ninja from the hidden cloud retorted. Shinya scrutinized the appearance of this hidden cloud ninja, whose hair was distinctly divided into black and white sections. A purple mark adorned his right eye, and his skin was dark, his physique robust. A vague recollection flickered in Shinya's mind regarding this individual. Before he could articulate his thoughts, a crimson chakra enveloped the ninja, encasing him like a garment. So you are indeed targeting Kushina. Shinya's smile betrayed a glimmer of murderous intent. Oh, you are familiar with me. How fortuitous, for I am well aware of you too. Uchiha Shinya. Your exploits in the Land of Rain have caused quite the headache for both Noki and Hanzo. The ninja introduced himself as Barubi. The hidden cloud will forever indulge in such sordid affairs, Shinya remarked with a sneer, as his chakra began to intensify. He tossed Kushina to a nearby teammate. And in an instant, red lightning erupted from Shinya's form. Barubi, unwilling to yield, summoned lightning that clung to him like armor, countering Shinya's crimson electric assault. The young Barubi felt a surge of alarm. Shinya's strength was unexpectedly formidable. It dawned on him that prior to Shinya's intervention, he had been utterly oblivious to his presence. Only when he was on the verge of seizing Uzumaki Kushina did Shinya seemingly materialize from thin air to obstruct his path. Yet, he had been standing there all along. At that moment, Shinya struck Barubi's lightning armor with a powerful palm. Gale palm. The forceful gust propelled Barubi away, causing him to stumble back a considerable distance before regaining his footing, the flickering lightning armor returning to its original state. TCH, it truly cannot be shattered. Shinya shook his tingling hand. While wind release is generally effective against lightning release, the Gale Palm, being a low-tier ninjutsu, lacked the potency to breach the lightning chakra armor. Moreover, to effectively counter such armor, one would require wind techniques of at least Danza's caliber. Regrettably, Shinya's expertise lay primarily in lightning and fire release. He possessed some skill in wind release, yet it paled in comparison to his mastery of the other two. It seemed that upon his return, he must prioritize the development of wind release, ensuring he could contend with the brawny members of the Hidden Cloud. Shinya had no inclination to clash head-on with such brutish figures. Employing strategic countermeasures was the prudent path forward. As for Barubi, in terms of raw power, Shinya felt their capabilities were roughly comparable. With the strength of the 8 tails at Barubi's disposal, Shinya too had an array of hidden trump cards. Unless this individual is willing to sacrifice a life from the Vortex clan in order to unleash the 8 tails, Barubi is not a perfect Jinchuriki. In terms of overall strength, he pales in comparison to the later arrival, Killer Bee. Moreover, we have the monk Daoheng on our side. Meanwhile, Daoheng is relentlessly pursuing the ninjas from the Hidden Cloud, dispatching them with a single strike each, all the while muttering, "Sin, sin." This scene is truly astonishing. Thankfully, he is an ally. Had he been an enemy, it would have been a significant headache. Wait, that's incorrect. He is a man of the daimyo. Currently, he is an ally, but that may not always be the case. Shinya has devised a plan. He simply needs to keep Barubi occupied here while waiting for Daoheng to eliminate the remaining ninjas from the Hidden Cloud. Then, he and Daoheng can form a pincer movement to capture Barubi. Chapter 70. Shinya. The advantage is mine. Shinya never anticipated that his first high-level mission in peacetime would lead him to encounter the second-in-command of the Hidden Cloud Village. However, he felt no fear, only exhilaration. A feat of merit, whether through killing or capturing alive, would be of immense significance. As for strength, although he had never faced the third Reikage, Shinya understood that Barubi's power was significantly inferior to that of the Reikage. The overall strength of the Hidden Cloud left Shinya perplexed. The third Reikage is regarded as the strongest Reikage in history, with prowess likely surpassing that of both Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and Noki. In terms of physical combat, he might even outmatch those two old-timers. If Sarutobi Hiruzen did not possess a counter to the third Reikage, the outcome of a direct confrontation could remain uncertain. Yet, Barubi before him seemed to possess strength comparable to Shinya's own. Is this correct? Seeing Shinya's relaxed demeanor and his attention diverted towards Daoheng, Barubi felt a surge of anger. After all, he was the second-in-command of the Hidden Cloud. How dare a newly promoted jonin act so arrogantly? In an instant, his chakra surged violently, and the arcs of lightning around him became even more ferocious. With a powerful kick, he appeared right before Shinya in a heartbeat. Shinya felt no trepidation. The red arcs of lightning danced around him as he raised his hands defensively. Boom. The two collided, a tempest of red and blue arcs of electricity exploding forth. They quickly distanced themselves, transforming into streaks of red and blue lightning, flashing and colliding erratically through the forest. With each exchange, the surrounding trees were ravaged by the thunder, turning to charred remains. Truly, Shinya was remarkable, holding his ground against the second-in-command of the Hidden Cloud Village. Akimichi Maru and the others watched from their hiding place, astonished by Shinya's duel with Barubi. Meanwhile, Daoheng was decisively overwhelming his foes. There was no thrilling battle to witness there. No, Shinya appeared to hold the upper hand. Minato observed the clash with utmost seriousness. Let us not forget, Shinya is of the Uchiha clan. He had yet to even awaken his Sharingan. Can you see that? Akimichi Maru exclaimed, as he could barely discern the trajectories and movements of the two. Indeed, Kushina nodded. Although she could not see, she could sense it. The unique chakra of the Sharingan had yet to manifest in Shinya. As for Umenokawa, he could only barely perceive the flickering of electric arcs, scratching his head in embarrassment. As the leading ninja of the team, he had truly become the weakest among them all. What? You mentioned Jilu? Just moments ago. The 5-year-old Jilu had managed to break free from the encirclement of Yunin and even repelled a ninja. Though it was merely a repulsion, it was still a feat greater than his own. Fire release, fire meteor. With fingers outstretched, countless fireballs, the size of juju pits, rained down upon Barubi. Barubi quickly distanced himself, dodging and weaving to evade the onslaught. The fireballs missed their target, crashing into the forest instead, toppling numerous trees that ignited in flames. Wind release, gale palm. One palm after another was unleashed towards Barubi, who continued to rely on his speed to evade. Although Shinya's proficiency in wind release was not particularly high, Barubi dared not confront it head-on. Despite its limitations, Shinya's chakra quality was exceptional, forcibly enhancing the strength of his wind techniques. As the fierce winds passed, the flames spread in their wake. At Daoheng's side, the monk bellowed, stomping his foot. A golden light instantly enveloped his entire being, and any ninja who ventured too close were flung away by an inexplicable force, disoriented and dazed. Namu Amitba, he murmured, delivering a punch into the ground, forcibly uprooting a large chunk before hurling it towards Yunin. The massive stone, akin to a mountain, buried the Yunin ninjas beneath it. I have warned you not to underestimate this humble monk. I am the abbot of the Temple of Fire and possess a modicum of martial skill. With hands clasped together, Daoheng silently offered a prayer for the souls of the Yunin he had just dispatched. His gaze then shifted towards Shinya. At Shinya's side, Barubi could not gain the upper hand, nor could Shinya overpower Barubi. As for revealing their trump cards, it was common knowledge that the first to unleash their ultimate technique would likely face defeat. The rationale was simple. One could never truly gauge the opponent's hidden reserves. Unless in dire circumstances, it was prudent to conceal one's capabilities. Moreover, they were still within the borders of the Land of Fire. Shinya remained unhurried, for he had allies yet. However, Barubi was in a state of urgency. With all his teammates vanquished, the Uchiha boy relentlessly pursued him. Most critically, he had yet to activate his Sharingan. This was akin to delaying entry into the second phase. One could never predict when he might suddenly ascend to that level, potentially catching Barubi off guard. Your chakra reveals a flaw. Shinya's voice rang out unexpectedly. Nanny? With a swift motion, Shinya drew forth his curved blade from his back, cleaving toward Barubi's lightning armor. The sharp wind-infused chakra sliced through the armor as if it were mere paper, severing it instantly. In a moment of desperate instinct, Barubi leapt backward, narrowly escaping the fatal strike. However, even so, a wound was left upon his chest, blood spilling forth and dripping onto the ground. At this moment, Daoheng arrived behind Barubi, joining Shinya in surrounding him. Shinya flicked the blood off his blade, satisfied with his weapon. This curved blade chakra sword, crafted by the second elder, was a specially made chakra weapon, far superior in quality to ordinary chakra blades, possessing greater sharpness and resilience. Moreover, the conduction speed of chakra through this sword was significantly higher than that of typical chakra blades, amplifying the effects of chakra. Given Shinya's proficiency in wind release, tearing through Barubi's lightning armor would still require considerable effort. However, with this sword, the properties of wind release were enhanced, and coupled with the blade's inherent sharpness, it easily cleaved through the armor. Barubi, in his heart, felt a growing sense of despair. What was the intelligence department even doing? Wasn't it said that only Uchiha Shinya was a formidable force? Wasn't it claimed that the other four were mere novices? Why had a monk suddenly emerged? capable of dispatching his subordinates with a single blow? Yet, one could hardly blame the intelligence department of Yunin. Dao Hong, as the abbot of the Temple of Fire, had long been secluded in deep study of Buddhist teachings. His renown and prestige primarily stemmed from his scholarly pursuits in Buddhism. Thus, in the eyes of Yunin's intelligence department, Dao Hong was merely a highly knowledgeable monk who rarely ventured outside. Even if he possessed some combat capability, they believed him to be on par with a mere Nin at best. This assessment was not entirely unexpected. As one of the 12 guardians of the Fire Temple, the abbot held a status comparable to that of a clan leader among ninja families, making it quite reasonable for him to possess strength rivaling that of a Nin. Consequently, the formation arranged by the third Raikage for Barubi was based on this intelligence, presenting them with the most formidable lineup available. Among the 20-member team, besides Barubi, there were 2 Nin, while the rest were all Nin, with no Jinin present. This meant that if Dao Hong truly possessed the strength of a standard Nin, Shinya would have no choice but to rely on his trump cards to confront Barubi directly. However, unexpectedly, no one anticipated that Dao Hong was a formidable figure. Before encountering this monk, Shinya had not considered how powerful he might be. Yet, upon meeting him, Shinya realized that the success of their mission might be more challenging than anticipated. Forget about any assassination attempts midway. Even the current negotiations would be arduous. Would the 2 esteemed lords refuse to grant a poor monk a favor? Well, the monk had some knowledge of martial arts. Observing the situation before him, Shinya wore a victorious smile. The Yunin team was on the verge of annihilation, and Barubi was struggling to hold on. With himself and the great monk forming a pincer movement against Barubi, the advantage was undeniably theirs. Chapter 71. If you can't win. Call for reinforcements. Shinya was now contemplating how to deal with Barubi. Should he kill him outright or capture him to hand over to Danzo for reprogramming? Although Danzo had not yet fully succumbed to madness, the roots of darkness had already taken hold. To Shinya, the level of Danzo after becoming a madman was incomparable to his current state. Back then, Danzo maintained the loyalty of his subordinates primarily through various secret techniques. Now, he relied more on his persuasive abilities. Although the number of root members is scant, the overwhelming majority are fervent admirers of Danzo. Handing over Barubi to the Hokage group for indoctrination, followed by negotiating his return to the Hidden Cloud, seems somewhat feasible upon reflection. The sole dilemma is, why would Shinya offer Danzo any achievements? Just based on that confrontation in the corridor, Shinya would never relinquish such an accomplishment to the Hokage group. After contemplating for 3 seconds, Shinya resolved that it would be best to eliminate him. ZZZZ. At this moment, Barubi re-entered the lightning release chakra mode, significantly enhancing his speed. In this state, Uchiha Shinya was caught unprepared. Escaping should pose no significant problem. The priority now was to preserve his life and retreat. As for the task of seizing the Uzumaki clan, that could be addressed later. Boom. Barubi had scarcely readied himself when Dao Hong the monk surged to his side. Subsequently, he delivered a powerful palm strike, sending Barubi hurtling away. Shinya witnessed the golden chakra in Dao Hong's hand shatter Barubi's lightning armor. What a formidable being. Yet, judging by his demeanor, it appeared Dao Hong had maximized his physical potential, albeit lacking the ability to employ various ninjutsu like a true ninja. In simple terms, he was a monk, devoid of ranged attack capabilities. However, his deficiency did not imply that Shinya shared the same limitation. Shinya clapped his hands. Fire release, great fire annihilation. Boom. A fan-shaped inferno erupted from his mouth, instantly engulfing a vast expanse of forest, consuming Barubi's figure in its flames. Is he dead? Dao Hong gazed at the sea of fire, his expression grave. Shinya chuckled. How could that be? He is the Jinchuriki of the 8 tails. It would be far too trivial for him to perish so easily. As if to affirm Shinya's words, a powerful chakra began to manifest amidst the flames. It was evidently more ferocious than Barubi's previous chakra, signaling that he had entered his second stage. Arcs of electricity flickered around Shinya. If Barubi began to wield the power of the tailed beast, persisting in a strategy of counterattack would be futile. He would resort to his mastery of lightning release. From within the inferno, Barubi gradually rose, enveloped in a crimson chakra cloak. A tail began to form behind him, followed by another, then a third, until the 4th tail emerged. At this point, Barubi had transformed into a humanoid monstrosity, entirely red, with 4 tails swaying behind him. The ground and fallen trees struck by his tails were instantly obliterated. That was the power of the tailed beast. Daoheng, witnessing the tailed beast's might for the first time, was somewhat taken aback. Though Shinya had seen it before, it was merely in an anime in his previous life. Now, witnessing it firsthand was profoundly shocking. The searing chakra made Shinya feel slightly overheated, his throat parched. "Come on, little brat," Burubi's voice resonated. "Can he maintain his sanity in this state?" Daoheng was astonished. Yet, there was no time for further contemplation. Burubi had already charged forward. As Shinya charged directly towards Burubi without evasion, both warriors roared, their fists colliding with tremendous force. In that instant, a violent clash of chakra erupted, revealing to Shinya the stark disparity in power between himself and Burubi in the four-tailed state. Almost simultaneously, Shinya swiftly bent his elbow, leveraging the force of Burubi's punch to propel himself upward, executing a somersault to land behind Burubi. Upon hitting the ground, the earth cracked beneath him, just as Burubi's punch lost its momentum, sparing Shinya from injury. At that moment, Daoheng rushed to confront Burubi, prompting Shinya to draw his sword, and the two launched an attack together. Burubi extended his arms, easily deflecting their assaults with an air of nonchalance. Thunder Heat Blade. He then spun around and crashed into Shinya. Caught off guard, Shinya raised his hands defensively, only to be sent flying. Shinya, Kushina, and the others, witnessing the ordeal, hurried towards him. Lying amidst the rubble he had created, Shinya shook his dazed head. "Are you all right?" the trio from Minato inquired. "I'm fine, not dead yet," he replied, rising to stretch his limbs. After the pain subsided, Shinya assessed his condition. He bore some injuries, but they were not severe. Fortunately, his body was significantly stronger than that of an ordinary ninja, and he had managed to mitigate most of the impact upon landing. "You three, protect the ground," he instructed. He had intended to devise a battle strategy with Minato and the others, but upon seeing Daoheng and the monk struggling against Burubi's onslaught, he abandoned the thought. In battles of such magnitude, the trio would only serve as a hindrance. Thus, his priority became ensuring their safety while safeguarding Dilu and Hyankwan. Activating his Sharingan, Shinya focused intently on Burubi, who suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, every hair on his body standing on end. As Shinya charged with his sword, Burubi was compelled to avert his gaze from those blood-red eyes. However, by doing so, he compromised his situational awareness and reaction time, ultimately failing to evade Shinya's blade, which struck his shoulder. The Sharingan was not merely a tool for casting Jinjutsu or perceiving chakra flow. Its true power lay in the substantial enhancement it provided to the physical and ninjutsu capabilities of the Uchiha clan. Thus, even the mere act of opening his eyes conferred upon Shinya a formidable advantage. Unlike the fleeting 8 seconds of true manhood, Shinya could maintain this state for an entire day and night, given his current chakra levels. The Uchiha clan's innate physical prowess, coupled with their superior chakra quality and quantity, further amplified their strength upon activating the Sharingan, a fundamental reason they were revered as a clan of warriors. Daoheng, feeling a significant reduction in pressure, advanced forward and struck Burubi on the head with a palm glowing with golden light. Meanwhile, the blade in Shinya's hand conducted his lightning chakra into Burubi's body. Struck by a powerful blow, Burubi instantly felt a numbing sensation envelop him, rendering him immobile. Signs of his chakra cloak beginning to fade became evident. How infuriating! A resolute thought surged within Burubi's mind. He seemed to delve into his inner world, beholding the 8 tails confined within a cage. "Boss, I can still fight," he thought, reaching out to tear slightly at the seal. Boom. In reality, Burubi's chakra surged once more, propelling both Shinya and Daoheng away. Shinya tumbled across the ground several times, dissipating the force of the impact and appearing somewhat disheveled. "Is it really necessary to fight so fiercely over just a person?" Shinya mused, observing the emergence of Burubi's 5th tail and the skeletal armor manifesting on his body, feeling a sense of helplessness. One might think Shinya had invaded the Hidden Cloud Village, while Burubi stood valiantly defending his homeland, displaying such determination. After a moment of helplessness, Shinya felt a greater surge of anger. "Today, if I allow you to take him, I might as well abandon my ties to the land of fire. Not only must Kushina be safeguarded, but Burubi must also remain here today." With this thought in mind, Shinya swiftly cut his finger with his blade, beginning to form seals. "Hi, Su Yu Shun Wei." Upon completing the seals, Shinya struck the ground. "Arise, Howling Wind Ultraman. Luo Fu Ultraman." Chapter 72. how to handle this third-class merit. Roar. Amidst the swirling smoke, two tiger roars echoed. Burubi gazed into the mist, where two spectral tigers, one white and one yellow, seemed to fixate on him as if eyeing their prey. As the smoke gradually dissipated, Shinya's figure emerged. Flanking Shinya were two humanoid tigers, one on each side, guarding him. The white tiger, arms crossed, bore a sword along with its sheath resting on its shoulder, adorned with a straw hat and draped in a cloak. The yellow tiger mirrored the white one, arms crossed, cradling a broad-bladed knife. Burubi's heart raced, sensing an ominous presence. He instinctively knew that the two summoned beasts were exceedingly dangerous entities. What does Ultraman signify? Howling Wind inquired. Shinya slowly rose. You may understand it as the embodiment of justice. Luo Fu took a few steps forward, eyeing Burubi, who had transformed into a five-tailed beast. We are embodiments of justice, and this fellow is… Ah, indeed. Shinya grinned, revealing a slightly excited smile. A monster. A monster? This is clearly a Jinchuriki transformed into a tailed beast. Who could it possibly be? Howling Wind responded, bewildered. Shinya replied, the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails. The Eight Tails. This is rather troublesome. Luo Fu's expression grew grave. Shinya chuckled. Worry not. He is not a perfect Jinchuriki. In my estimation, 6 tails at most would be his limit. Moreover, his inherent strength is comparable to mine, so he shouldn't be able to exert much power. Luo Fu, observing Burubi, who appeared to be bracing for battle, furrowed his brow and asked, May I inquire, is this the Hidden Cloud Village? Are you attacking the Land of Lightning? How could that be? We haven't even crossed into the territory of the Land of Fire, came the response. The man has come to intercept us, to seize our people. Shinya helplessly shrugged his shoulders. Then why does he appear so desperate, as if he is ready to fight to the death? Luo Fu inquired. Shinya's lips twitched slightly. I was just about to ask the same. At first, Shinya had no intention of engaging in a life-and-death struggle with Burubi. After all, although Burubi was not a perfect Jinchuriki, the power of the tailed beast was notoriously uncontrollable. Thus, if Burubi was determined to flee, Shinya had no plans to pursue him. The annihilation of a 20-man squad, including 2 Jonin from the Cloud Village, was no small feat. However, as the battle progressed, Shinya realized that Burubi was intent on fighting him to the bitter end, showing no inclination to escape. The tragic expression on his face made it seem as though he were the victim. Well then, since we are here, we might as well see this through. Do we wish to live or die? Xiaofeng asked. Shinya scratched his head. We should try to live, but if that is not possible, dying is also an option. Xiaofeng. Luo Fu, prepare for Sage Mode. Understood. The 2 tigers responded, placing their hands on Shinya's shoulders. In an instant, Shinya felt the surge of natural energy around him. You shall not succeed. Although Burubi was unaware of Shinya's intentions, he would not remain idle and rushed forward. Huh, Daoheng bellowed, striking at Burubi with a powerful palm. This time, the blow merely caused Burubi to take a half-step back before he swung his tail, sending Daoheng flying. Ignoring the pain, Daoheng quickly rose and charged once more. He could sense that Shinya was preparing his trump card, so his task was to delay as much as possible. Gradually, the aura surrounding Shinya began to shift. Underfoot, a golden bagua symbol emerged, encircling the trio. Shinya slowly opened his eyes, the 3 tomo of his Sharingan still intact. However, the crimson hue of the eyes was now tinged with gold. Seeing Daoheng gravely injured, yet still holding on, they dared not hesitate any longer. In the moment the bagua vanished, the trio surged toward Burubi. Shinya charged from the front, Luo Fu circled to the left, while Xiaofeng flanked from the right, targeting Daoheng, who was gripped in Burubi's right hand. Xiaofeng, blade intent pierces the clouds. With a resounding clang, Xiaofeng reached Burubi and severed the chakra-infused hand. He swiftly seized Daoheng and retreated to safety. Fortunately, he is not dead, Xiaofeng exclaimed, pouring a medicinal pill from the gourd at his waist into Daoheng's mouth. This is a specially concocted pill from the Elder. It will benefit you greatly. Savor it. With that, he charged again at Burubi. Lightning release. Crimson thunder. With crimson lightning coiling around his hand, Shinya formed his palm into a blade and thrust it toward Burubi. Burubi reached out and grasped Shinya's wrist. In that moment, Shinya willed the lightning to take on a life of its own, breaking free from his palm to pierce through Burubi's collarbone. Ugh! Burubi winced in pain and released his hold. Taking advantage of the moment, Shinya unleashed a powerful punch, enveloped in lightning, striking directly at Burubi's head. The skeletal structure of his tailed beast transformation crumbled, causing his jaw to shatter. With the technique 4 directions, for symbols, Luo Fu drew his sword and plunged it into Barubi's left shoulder, causing the chakra cloak to gradually fade. Executing the 6 harmonies, fierce tiger fist, Shinya stepped back slightly, drawing power from his feet, pivoting at the waist to deliver a crushing blow to Barubi's abdomen. The force of the punch sent shockwaves that shattered the ground beneath Barubi's feet. Miraculously, the chakra cloak enveloping his midsection was obliterated by the tremendous impact. Barubi coughed up a mouthful of blood, and the remaining chakra cloak around him began to dim. In swift succession, Shinya unsheathed his blade, piercing Barubi's collarbone, then kicked him over, pinning him to the ground. "Curse you!" Barubi roared, his crimson chakra flaring violently, as if he were on the verge of sprouting a 6th tail. Shinya swiftly retaliated, driving his sword through Barubi's left hand, thus restraining his movements. Shinya then cut his fingertip, inscribing a sealing character in his palm before quickly forming hand signs. The tips of his right fingers ignited with chakra, resembling flickering flames. With the 5 elements sealing technique, Shinya struck Barubi's chest with his palm, akin to a branding iron plunging into water. "Oh!" Barubi's anguished cries pierced the air as his chakra cloak rapidly dissipated, coalescing towards Shinya's hand. Ultimately, encircling the iron armor seal on Barubi's chest were 5 tomo. In an instant, the aura of the tailed beast vanished without a trace. Barubi, now unconscious, lay battered with burns and cuts, his right arm severed. Yet, the formidable vitality bestowed upon him by the tailed beast kept him clinging to life. The 5 elements sealing technique was one of 3 scrolls given to him by his esteemed master on the battlefield in the Land of Rain. His master, an adept in sealing techniques, naturally imparted this knowledge. Among the ninjas of Konoha, particularly those not of the Uzumaki clan, his sealing techniques were unparalleled. As for the Uzumaki clan, only Uzumaki Mito and Kushina remained. Currently, Kushina was still in the process of mastering sealing techniques, making Mito the sole practitioner stronger than her. Gazing at the unconscious Barubi, Shinya began contemplating how to manage this 3rd-class accomplishment. Chapter 73. Everyone discusses their own affairs. It must be said that Barubi's combat prowess was indeed commendable. Although Shinya often claimed they were evenly matched, he had yet to reveal his hidden cards. The reality of the battle was that Barubi had essentially engaged in a 1-against-5 struggle, initially battling Shinya alone. He then faced the combined assault of Shinya and Daoheng. Following his tailed beast transformation, it was only through the coordinated effort of Shinya, his summoning, and Luo Fu that they were able to bring him to defeat. Shinya. Kushina was the first to rush forward, her concern palpable. Though Shinya's injuries were not severe, they were nonetheless significant. His right hand bore burns from direct contact with the chakra cloak, extending from his palm to his arm. Though there are multiple injuries on his body, fortunately, they are all external wounds, with his internal organs and bones remaining largely intact. Truly remarkable, Master Shinya. Even the second-in-command of Yunin village has fallen before your prowess, exclaimed Hayukawa. Although his words may seem like flattery, they genuinely reflected his heartfelt admiration. Barubi, associated with Yunin village, stands as a figure of significance, second only to the Reikage. In Konoha, he would be akin to Mito Gates Inn. "Shinya, are you all right?" Kushina inquired with concern. Shinya reached out, gently ruffling her hair as he reassured her, "I am fine. Do not worry." "Master Shinya, how shall we deal with this individual?" Daoheng, now regaining consciousness, approached with a weary demeanor. Thanks to the elixir bestowed upon him by Xiaofeng, his gravest injuries had been significantly alleviated. Moreover, Daoheng discovered that his chakra quality had improved beyond previous levels. Aware that Xiaofeng was a summoned beast of Shinya, he felt a sense of indebtedness towards him, thus began to defer to Jinya's judgment in their discourse. In terms of social standing, Daoheng's position surpassed that of Shinya. As the abbot of the Temple of Fire, he held a status comparable to that of the Hokage. However, the Temple of Fire operates directly under the daimyo's command, whereas the shinobi villages possess a degree of autonomy. The relationship between the Hokage and the daimyo resembles both that of a sovereign and a subject, as well as a partnership. Yet, in terms of overt status, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Daoheng were equals. Nonetheless, following the recent battle where Shinya showcased his formidable abilities, coupled with the miraculous effects of Xiaofeng's pill, Daoheng relinquished his role as abbot. In simpler terms, Konoha's timely intervention manifested the protective nature of the Fire Country. Hayukawa. You and Minato should escort Bruby back to the village for the Hokage's handling. Shinya contemplated before stating, I have placed a sealing technique upon him, rendering not only the Eight Tails chakra unusable, but also preventing his own chakra from regenerating in a short time. It is perfectly safe for you and Minato to return with him. I shall continue the mission with Kushina and Maruki. Yes, it would be my honor. Hayukawa responded with a hint of excitement. Shinya appeared to delegate a task, yet in truth, he was inviting him to partake in this significant event. To put it plainly, the greatest credit for the defeat of so many Yunin shinobi and the capture of Bruby belongs to Shinya, who would naturally reap the rewards. However, by sending Hayukawa and Minato back with Bruby, he intended for them to share in the glory. By the way, there is one matter that must be conveyed with utmost clarity, Shinya suddenly declared with gravity. Hayukawa nodded earnestly. Shinya continued. The objective of this Yunin attack is evidently not aimed at Master Dowing, but he glanced at Kushina. They are clearly targeting Kushina. Me? Kushina was taken aback, immediately recalling how Bruby had charged directly towards her upon his arrival. Had it not been for Jinya's timely intervention, she might have been captured by Yunin forces by now. Shinya felt a twinge of confusion. Based on the timeline, it seemed that Kushina was indeed on the verge of being abducted by Yunin. Yet, the issue lay in the fact that the ninjas who kidnapped Kushina in the original tale were capable of being slain even by Minato. Although Minato is indeed a genius, his strength has surged remarkably after apprenticing under Jiraiya. However, the notion of eliminating Bruby seems rather fanciful. If today's lineup mirrors that of the original narrative, the outcome would likely see Minato meeting his demise. Or is it a matter of the butterfly effect? Perhaps, due to his leadership, the third Raikage adjusted the formation? In the original scenario, it is plausible that Kushina and her companions were engaged in a high-level mission and, during their journey, were abducted by concealed forces from Kumogakure. Upon learning of this, Minato would have pursued them alone. It is conceivable that the assailants who captured Kushina were merely a handful of Chunin. Yet now, the Raikage has deployed Bruby, accompanied by 2 Jonin and 18 Chunin. This ensemble is not merely sufficient for kidnapping a potential Jinchuriki. It could easily annihilate a small nation. Indeed, even without the 18 Chunin, Bruby, alongside 2 Jonin, would suffice to obliterate many a small state. While there have been moments in battle when thoughts of eliminating Bruby cross my mind, upon reflection, I realize much more. Bruby, to the third Raikage, holds a significance akin to that of Guan Yu to Liu Bei. This relationship has been a long-standing tradition within Kumogakure. The loss of those 20 ninjas would be regrettable, yet the death of Bruby would plunge the situation into an irreparable crisis. Though the Hidden Leaf has ostensibly entered a ceasefire, their forces remain stationed at the front lines of the Land of Rain, and a true cessation of hostilities has yet to be realized. The Wagakure and Sunagakure are ever watchful. Thus, eliminating Bruby would be less advantageous than using him as leverage in negotiations with the Raikage. Should Bruby perish, the Eight Tails would follow suit and would subsequently seek revival elsewhere. This would undoubtedly inflict severe damage upon Kumogakure. However, as long as the third Raikage survives, his existence bears limited significance for Konoha. If Konoha were to engage in conflict with Kumogakure, the other 3 factions would not simply stand by and watch. As Jiraiya has now ascended to the rank of Jonin, he has become part of Konoha's decision-making echelon. Thus he endeavors to contemplate matters with greater prudence. After all, Konoha ultimately belongs to him. He cannot allow it to wither away into the state depicted at the onset of the original narrative. A robust Konoha, whether in the present or the future, serves his interests far better. After dispersing their forces, Jiraiya led his team further north. In truth, there are certain matters that he has not disclosed to Uminokawa. They are within the borders of the Land of Fire, and the location of their party is not unmonitored. How could Kumogakure so brazenly lay an ambush here? Yet, these are merely his conjectures, and with the presence of the daimyo, certain topics are best left unspoken. Therefore, he resolves to report back in person upon the mission's completion. Such matters should be left for Sarutobi to ponder. For since the demise of Hashirama Senju, both Tobarama Senju and Hiruzen Sarutobi have maintained a relationship with the daimyo that resembles that of a father-son dynamic in political terms, with the daimyo serving as the Hokage's father in military matters. Each party operates within their respective domain. The journey ahead was, thus, remarkably smooth. After spending a night at an inn along the way, they arrived at the border between the Frost Country and the Hot Water Country by noon the following day. Chapter 74, The Ways of the World. Have you captured Barubi? Sarutobi Hiruzen was nearly breathless upon receiving the report from Yumanokawa and Minato, who had rushed back overnight. Who is Barubi? He is undeniably the second in command of the Hidden Cloud Village, akin to the legendary brothers of the Third Raikage. Though the Third Raikage and Barubi share no blood ties, their bond has transcended that of mere siblings through generations of camaraderie. The Third Raikage's reputation as the mightiest Raikage in history is not solely due to his unparalleled strength compared to the First and Second Raikages. More significantly, he rose to power amidst the turmoil of the Golden and Silver Horn Rebellion, decisively quelling the insurrection and uniting the Hidden Cloud Village, elevating it to unprecedented heights. The Third Raikage is indeed a leader who values his subordinates greatly. Although he often resorts to dubious tactics externally, he is exceedingly loyal to his comrades. The Hidden Cloud Village, rather than being simply a shinobi village, resembles a formidable gang rebuilt through the charisma and loyalty instilled by the Third Raikage. The cohesion and morale of such an organization rely heavily on the personal allure and prestige of its leader. When the Third Raikage assumed command, it was during a time of dire necessity. In the wake of a critical crisis, his authority within the Hidden Cloud Village was unequivocal. Even after stabilizing the situation, his attempt to ambush the second Hokage, who had recently perished, resulted in a setback before he could firmly establish his position as the third Hokage. Nonetheless, his prestige remained unscathed. An organization founded on personal charm and loyalty cannot afford to relinquish an individual as significant as Barubi, let alone an ordinary shinobi. At the very least, he must maintain the fade of attempting to reclaim Barubi. Furthermore, capturing Barubi means not only seizing the second-in-command of the Hidden Cloud, but also the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails. This signifies that, regardless of the cost, Barubi must be retrieved. Indeed, based on Lord Mikoto's deductions, Barubi's contingent from the Hidden Cloud appears to be targeting Kushina. Yumanokawa did not conceal any details and conveyed Mikoto's speculation. What? Targeting Kushina? Danzo exclaimed in shock, then furiously stated, knowing they are after Kushina, how dare he lead her north? This is utterly reckless. He then turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Third Hokage, the urgent matter at hand is to recall Kushina and ensure her protection. She must not leave the village again. Calm down, Danzo, Mito Minato advised. How can I remain calm? Kushina, Danzo began, but abruptly fell silent, as both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Mito Minato glared at him. The matter of Kushina being the candidate Jinchuriki to succeed Mito is not something that should be disclosed to mere chunin. As the last of the Uzumaki clan, no risk can be tolerated. Danzo quickly rephrased his statement. After a moment of contemplation, Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked, given their speed, they have likely already reached their destination. At this juncture, allowing Kushina to return alone is arguably not the wisest decision. It would be far safer for her to accompany both Munya and the formidable monk, Dowing. The monk's strength should not be underestimated. As he spoke, he cast a gentle smile at Umanokawa and Minato, saying, You two have worked hard. You may rest now. Yes. Umanokawa and Minato replied with a hint of trepidation, acknowledging his words. It must be said that Sarutobi Hizashi was exceedingly pleased with Munya's decision-making. He continued the mission with Akimichi Maruchi, hailing from the Akimichi clan, and the potential Jinchuriki, Kushina. He instructed the commoners, Umanokawa and the similarly humble Minato, to return to the village to relay information. The village was rife with clan-born ninjas, and Sarutobi Hizashi was indeed in urgent need of promoting some commoner ninjas. Umanokawa's innate talent was evident. Even in a few years, he would only be awarded the title of Special Jonin based on his strengths. However, Minato was a different story. He was renowned as a prodigious talent in the Ninja Academy, second only to Munya. Aside from Munya, none of the clan ninjas, even the children of the Uchiha clan, could rival Minato. It could be said that had it not been for Munya, Minato would undoubtedly be the top of his cohort. Even if Jiraiya had not taken him on as a disciple, Sarutobi Hizashi would have ensured a bright path ahead for him. Moreover, given that he was now indeed Jiraiya's pupil, his prospects for advancement were even more assured. Coming from humble beginnings, possessing exceptional talent, and being a disciple of Jiraiya, he was indeed well-positioned. Sending the two to escort the utterly defenseless Barubi back to the village clearly served to share the credit for this accomplishment with them. Munya would feast, while they would merely sip broth. Munya's understanding of human relationships was truly commendable. It is noteworthy that Munya managed to defeat Barubi. Although he fought alongside the great monk Dowing, Barubi had manifested 5 tails after all. Danzo glanced at Minato. Minato, I maintain my previous stance. We cannot place complete trust in the Uchiha clan. Minato merely closed his eyes in contemplation, refraining from responding. This topic, it seemed, would come to an end, as Danzo was about to continue when Sarutobi Hizashi interjected. Hizashi, Danzo wished to persuade further. Sighing, Sarutobi Hizashi remarked, it is best to resolve the Uchiha issue peacefully. I do not wish to let this opportunity slip away. Prior to this, mutual distrust between us and the Uchiha has only deepened our conflicts. Now that a turning point has arrived, one party must take the initiative to break this stalemate. He turned to Danzo, stating, Danzo, it has always been the stronger side that breaks such deadlocks. Seeing Hizashi's unwavering resolve, Danzo ceased his attempts at persuasion. He slowly rose, saying, even so, you must consider Kushina's situation with utmost caution. I visited Lord Mito a few days ago, and her health is becoming increasingly precarious. Hizashi, we cannot afford any mishaps with Kushina. Otherwise, finding a more suitable Jinchuriki will prove exceedingly difficult. I understand, Sarutobi Hizashi replied, his voice tinged with melancholy. Tobirama gazed at the silhouette of Sarutobi Hiruzen, somewhat astonished. This is unlike you. You once expressed that the essence of a Jinchuriki is that of a weapon, existing solely to protect the village. Why then, have you become so sentimental over a mere weapon? Hiruzen, have you truly grown old? Perhaps, Hiruzen did not deny, acknowledging that he had indeed become increasingly sentimental over the past 2 years. At the age of 46, his physical abilities had reached their zenith. However, reaching such a peak also implied that there was no further room for ascent. Although his mastery of various ninjutsu had become exceptionally refined, he could distinctly sense that the growth of his physical strength had evidently reached its limit. What lay ahead was an inevitable decline. Even if this process would be prolonged, it would take at least a decade before his prowess would noticeably diminish. Nevertheless, the deterioration of his body was irreversible. At this juncture, he found himself compelled to contemplate the issue of a successor. The thought alone made Hiruzen sigh inwardly. If only his son and 3 disciples were even a modicum of comfort, he would not feel so melancholic. Sarutobi Kinoamaru had voluntarily devoted himself to the Umbu to avoid becoming Hokage, dedicating his life to clandestine operations. Jiraiya clearly had different aspirations, yearning more for exploration. Orochimaru, whilst undeniably talented, bore an off-putting visage that made it exceedingly difficult for others to accept him. As for Tsunade, she would have to gamble the entirety of Konoha for her to be considered responsible. Regarding other potential heirs within the village, Hiruzen internally assessed each one. Uchiha Fugaku. He was a replica of his father, unable to maintain discipline even among his own clan, let alone aspire to be Hokage. Moreover, his strength was inadequate. Kakashi Hitaki, though his abilities were barely sufficient, possessed a rather indecisive temperament. Reports from the battlefield in the Land of Rain indicated that Kakashi had shown sympathy towards the enemy ninjas, a rather concerning trait. Hiruzen had no doubt regarding Kakashi's loyalty. It was merely that his character could lead to misguided decisions. In certain respects, he was even less reliable than Tsunade. Chapter 75. The Secret Techniques of Konoha in the Hot Springs Village. How delightful! Exclaimed Jiraiya and Akimichi Choji as they luxuriated in the warm waters, reveling in the rare pleasure. Upon their arrival at their destination, news of Jiraiya's victory over Buru also reached them. The 2 feuding feudal lords immediately adopted a courteous demeanor, each expressing their prior intentions to seek peace, albeit fearing the other's refusal. It was indeed a jest. The forces dispatched by the Cloud Village were sufficient to annihilate both their nations, yet they were vanquished by these 2 individuals. This aptly illustrated the adage that to mediate discord, one must possess overwhelming strength to subdue both parties. Remarkably, the process of reconciliation proceeded smoothly. Not only did they successfully mediate the conflict between the 2 nations, but Dowhing also established a trade relationship between the Land of Hot Water and the Land of Fire. Thus, while there was no formal declaration of alliance politically, economically, the Land of Hot Water had already consented to an alliance with the Land of Fire. As for the Frost Country, it has always been an ally of the Fire Country. Thus, under the leadership of Dowhing, the 3 nations of Fire, Frost, and Soup established a rudimentary network of trade relations, deepening mutual exchanges. To celebrate the successful completion of their mission, Shinya proposed a visit to the Soup country for a soak in its famed hot springs, a name synonymous with its unparalleled thermal industry. Upon arrival, however, Shinya felt a tinge of disappointment. The quality of service and aftercare at the hot springs was indeed exceptional, yet the only drawback was its overly formal atmosphere. After all, who comes to enjoy hot springs solely for health and wellness? A touch of spontaneity would be welcome. As Shinya lounged in the hot springs, Xiao Dao Wanji's stomach began to rumble. You certainly get hungry quickly, Shinya remarked. Xiao Dao Wanji scratched his head sheepishly. It's a necessity of our family's secret techniques. Shinya replied, if you're craving something, just say so, no need to hide behind family traditions. He glanced at Daoheng, who was already lost in meditation in the springs, and thought, well, there's little point in soaking here any longer. Let us grab a bite to eat. Oh. Upon hearing the mention of food, Xiao Dao Wanji perked up immediately. Shinya wasn't particularly hungry. Rather, he found the running about somewhat monotonous. If only he could run alongside Kushina, he might have felt more engaged. Hey, Shinya. As Shinya emerged to change his clothes, he noticed Kushina following suit. Why not soak a little longer? He inquired. Kushina quickly approached him, clinging to his side. I was feeling a bit bored. And I'm a little hungry. Is that so? Let's south head to the street for something to eat then, Shinya suggested. Sounds great. Thus, Shinya took Kushina by the hand, with a little chubby companion trailing behind, as they made their way to the street in search of food. Wow, Shinya, look. That's a samurai. Kushina, experiencing her first venture outside the village, was brimming with curiosity, gazing at everything around her. Shinya made no attempt to stop her. Once she became a Jinchuriki, leaving the village would not be as easy. Stop. Don't run. The inherently sinister leaf ninjas dared to infiltrate our soup ninja village for intelligence gathering. Boom. A sudden explosion erupted, releasing a cloud of smoke. From within the haze, 3 figures darted into the adjacent street, closely pursued by a dozen ninjas from the soup ninja village. What just passed by? Was that a large white rat? One bystander queried. Are you foolish? Didn't you hear someone shout that it was a leaf ninja? A leaf ninja? What are they doing here? I don't know. Maybe they came to enjoy the hot springs. Huh, a white rat? Shinya and his companions exchanged glances upon hearing the public's discourse. Leaf ninja. White rat. Could that not be Jiraiya or Kakashi? Why are we standing here? Hurry and give chase. Shinya exclaimed, grabbing hold of a person and sprinting after them. The shopkeeper was taken aback. Hey, you haven't paid yet. Stop your whining. When have the ninjas of Yun Hidden Village ever paid for their meals? Shinya retorted, leaving the scene in an instant. Yun Hidden Village? Aren't they our allies? This is outrageous. Is this how allies behave? The shopkeeper fumed. The trio raced along, eventually cornered in a secluded alleyway by a dozen ninjas from the Tan village. However, there was not a trace of concern on the face of Hatake Tsukumo. The truth was, the overall caliber of the Tan village ninjas was rather lacking, and among the dozen present, the 2 leading jonin would likely struggle to even contend against a chunin from the Hidden Leaf village. Esteemed ninjas, we are merely here to investigate a case related to the Leaf village. We kindly ask for your cooperation, Hatake Tsukumo stated. What case? The leading Tan jonin interjected. I'll have you know that we have had no dealings with your Leaf village. What business do you have here? Speak. What is your true intention? With a serious expression, Tsukumo replied, I have nothing to disclose. Please make way. Humph. Since you refuse to speak, we shall capture you and interrogate you at our leisure. The Tan jonin retorted. Do not act rashly. I have no desire to harm you, Tsukumo cautioned. The Tan ninja sneered. I have heard of the legendary White Fang of the Leaf, but we outnumber you 10 to 1. Even the White Fang cannot eliminate us all before exhausting his chakra. The special jonin beside Tsukumo, known as Mitarashi Zikyo, remarked, he appears to have a rather inflated sense of self-worth. Another special jonin, Yuhi Akane, chuckled in agreement. Enraged by the trio's banter, the Tan jonin shouted, 18 to 3, the advantage is mine. Attack. Apologies, but it is actually 18 to 6, Zikyo retorted, as he dashed from the shadows towards the leading Tan ninja. How dare you encircle a ninja of the Leaf? Captain, look out. It's the Tiger Seal. He is going to use fire release. Quickly dodge. A Tan ninja cried out, panic-stricken as he observed Zikyo forming seals. The Tan jonin turned to see Zikyo's technique aimed at him, fear etched across his face. Oh no, if I'm hit at this distance, I could lose my life. Zikyo shouted as he charged forward. Leaf Village secret technique. Yet, there was not a single spark of flame from Zikyo's hands or lips. Secret technique? Taijutsu? What is this? Captain, move quickly. But the warning came too late. Zikio had already reached the Jonin's rear. 1,000 years of pain. Ah! The tan Jonin screamed as he was sent flying, landing with a frothy mouth, struggling to breathe. The atmosphere fell into a hushed silence, with both the tan ninjas and those from the Leaf Village momentarily stunned by Zikio's unexpected maneuver. Captain! The captain has lost consciousness. A tan ninja shouted in alarm. What? Where did this brat come from, daring to ambush the captain? Get him! I am the vice captain. Listen to me now. All of you attack together. The defeat of their leader did not instill fear in the tan ninjas. Rather, it ignited their fury as they charged towards Zikio. Tsukumo quickly warned, Zikio, be careful. Zikio plunged into the fray, effortlessly toppling several tan ninjas to the ground. At that moment, Tsukumo finally uttered the latter part of his warning, but do not use lethal force. Shinya stood atop a fallen Tunin, brushing the dust from his hands, and reassured. Rest assured, I can manage this level of restraint. The inhabitants of Konoha gazed apprehensively at the Tunin who had been struck at a critical point by 1,000 years of pain, their hearts racing and eyelids twitching. Chapter 76. Good and bad are revealed through comparison. Shinya-kun, what brings you here? Questioned Tsukumo Hatake, stepping forward. Shinya lightly kicked the unconscious Tunin at his feet, replying, I just completed a mission and decided to indulge in a hot spring here. What about you, Tsukumo and I? Tsukumo surveyed the surroundings, stating, This is not a suitable place for conversation. Let us find somewhere more appropriate. Shinya nodded in agreement, recognizing the need for discretion. Upon returning to the inn, they commenced their discussion within the confines of a room. Shinya prudently established a barrier around the area, a simple yet effective precaution that would alert them if anyone approached. Given that the land of hot water had previously allied with the land of lightning, Shinya remained wary of potential spies from the village hidden in the clouds infiltrating their midst. Daohong was aware that Shinya and the others were about to discuss internal matters of Konoha, thus he took his young apprentice, Dilu, back to their room. Kushina and Akimichi Maru also returned to their quarters, as the mission undertaken by Tsukumo and his team was not privy to lower-ranked shinobi for the time being. Now, may we speak of the mission? Shinya inquired. Tsukumo's expression turned grave as he replied, This matter pertains to your Uchiha clan. Shinya raised an eyebrow. The Uchiha clan? Tsukumo nodded solemnly. Indeed. Intelligence from the Umbu has revealed that a man clad in a whirlpool mask is orchestrating the conflict between the land of frost and the land of hot water. This man possesses the Sharingan. The Sharingan? Shinya pondered, recalling his previous encounters with the masked man, though his identity remained a mystery. Shinya knew his strength was not vastly superior to his own at that time. Now, it seemed the tables had turned. However, the crux of the matter was that this individual was the agent of the infamous Abido. Several years prior, the mysterious death of Uchiha Kagami, who served as the Hokage's advisor, should be familiar to you, Tsukumo continued. Shinya nodded. I have heard of it. Uchiha Kagami perished in his home, and members of the Uchiha clan pointed to Uchiha Shana, who had previously conspired to overthrow the second Hokage, as the perpetrator. Coincidentally, Shana had escaped from prison at that time. Lord Senju Yank led his Umbu team to pursue and eliminate him. Thus the case was closed. Does this incident relate to Uchiha Shana? Shinya asked. Tsukumo affirmed, indeed. According to the intelligence, the Hokage suspects that Uchiha Shana did not die, but rather faked his demise through some means, now traversing between nations to pursue his own objectives. Lord Tsukumo implies that he intends to meet with the daimyo of the land of hot water, yet the conflict with the land of frost, an ally of the land of fire, has hindered opportunities. Yuzuki Shizuka interjected. The daimyo of the land of hot water? Why not say so earlier? I shall take you to meet him tomorrow, Shinya smiled, declaring. The trio responded in unison. Ah? Shinya chuckled, saying, My current mission is to escort the monk from the Temple of Fire to mediate the conflicts between our two nations. I had the opportunity to meet with the daimyo of the land of soup during yesterday's discussions, and our conversation went quite well. He is willing to grant me some consideration, so rest assured. A look of delight crossed Kiki Tsukumo's face. That is truly splendid. If we can garner the support of the daimyo of the land of soup, our task will be significantly eased. The following day, at the residence of the daimyo of the land of soup, Shinya addressed him directly. In summary, this is the situation. Do you have any questions, Your Excellency? Shinya sat in the position of the daimyo, observing the daimyo of the land of soup standing beside him. The daimyo promptly replied, I have no questions. We shall certainly cooperate fully. Kiki Tsukumo and his companions were taken aback. Is this what you meant by a pleasant conversation? Shinya waved his hand, signaling Tsukumo and the others to take their seats. He then turned his attention back to the daimyo of the Land of Soup. Oh, by the way, my colleagues encountered a misunderstanding with the ninjas of the Land of Soup while executing a covert mission in the village. Your Excellency, how do you suggest we address this matter? The daimyo of the Land of Soup wiped the sweat from his brow and chuckled. Well, since it's a misunderstanding, an explanation should suffice. Very well, we in Konoha shall bear the loss, and you need not compensate us. Shinya responded, that sounds reasonable. The daimyo nearly choked on his words. Are you speaking in earnest? Your ninjas sneaked onto our territory and assaulted the ninjas of the Land of Soup. And you believe you should not owe any compensation? Kiki Tsukumo was equally stunned, fearing this might push the Land of Soup into an alliance with the Land of Lightning. Indeed, Shinya nodded with satisfaction. In any case, let the ninjas of the Land of Soup fully cooperate in searching for that charlatan wearing the whirlpool mask. It is not necessary to capture him. As long as we can obtain information about him, I shall speak favorably of you in front of Dowing. He is a favored individual by the daimyo, and if he praises the Land of Soup before the daimyo, business between the Land of Fire and the Land of Soup will surely flourish. Thank you, Lord Shinya. Thank you very much. The daimyo of the Land of Soup quickly expressed his gratitude. On his first day in the village, Shinya, drawing from his years of experience in political affairs, saw through the daimyo of the Land of Soup entirely. He was akin to a reed swaying in the wind. Should you not assert your strength, he would mistakenly believe that betraying you bore no consequences. Furthermore, Shinya's approach was notably gentler compared to the methods employed by the Land of Lightning in the village of Soup. The daimyo's willingness to accept mediation likely stemmed from his desire to align himself with the power of the Land of Fire. The modus operandi of the Land of Fire and the Land of Lightning differed greatly. The Land of Fire, at least, showed respect towards its allies and engaged in genuine trade. The Land of Lightning, on the other hand, sought to control the daimyo, aiming to turn him into a puppet. Thus, Shinya was adept at striking a balance, ensuring the daimyo of the Land of Soup understood that Konoha was not to be trifled with while not exerting pressure so severe as to incite rebellion. After all, no matter how assertive one might be, it remained difficult to fathom the extent of dominance wielded by the daimyo of the Land of Lightning and the Hokage. These two treated the Land of Soup merely as a vassal, not as an ally. Thank you, Your Excellency, Shinya concluded. Hikaku Tsukumo remained quite respectful, expressing his gratitude to the Lord of the Land of Water. Shinya, direct as ever, stood up and patted Kikaku Tsukumo on the shoulder, saying, no need to thank him. It would only inflate his ego. With that, he led Kikaku Tsukumo and the other two away from the Lord's residence. Once they departed, the Lord of the Land of Water slumped into his chair. Your Highness, are you all right? A nearby samurai hastily approached to support him. The Lord wiped the sweat from his brow, muttering, finally gone. That fellow is truly terrifying. He vividly recalled the negotiations 2 days prior, where a single glance from Shinya had rendered over 20 ninjas by his side completely immobile. With such a formidable presence in the Land of Fire, he had to reconsider his position. As for resentment, he felt none. After all, in dealings with the Land of Fire, he would still need to rely on Shinya's diplomacy. That man is utterly impudent. Regardless of the circumstances, you are a lord, and he is merely a jonin from the Leaf Village of the Land of Fire. How can he treat a sovereign with such disrespect? One of the samurai exclaimed angrily, be silent, are you courting death? An older colleague quickly covered his mouth. The Lord sighed, saying, such is the nature of small nations. The ninjas from the great villages come here, and their status is often equal to, or even superior to mine. Consider yourself fortunate. At least the conduct of the Leaf Ninjas is far more refined than that of the Cloud Village. Previously, the Cloud Village in the Land of Water was akin to Dong Zhuo entering Luoyang. As for Shinya, his dominance is merely verbal. He has neither turned me into a puppet nor acted against the common folk of the Land of Water, and that is sufficient. Good and bad are often revealed through comparison. Chapter 77. Witness the true essence of Sun Tzu's art of war. Land of Lightning. Cloud Village, this insolent monkey has gone too far. The third Hokage erupted in fury. He had specifically sent Barubi to seize the next Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, hoping to create a gap in the succession of the Leaf's Jinchuriki. Simultaneously, he had prepared personnel to study the physique of the Uzumaki clan. To his astonishment, Barubi had been defeated by a 13-year-old rookie jonin and a monk who spent all his time in a temple and was subsequently taken back to the Leaf. Most importantly, Sarutobi Hiruzen had even written him a letter requesting a discussion. The venue for this meeting was the Leaf Village. What a farce. Who doesn't he know you're merely seeking benefits? Lord Rakage, please remain calm, his secretary urged immediately. Humph, prepare to accompany me to the Leaf. Additionally, send someone to Awagakure and Sunagakure. The third Rakage issued his orders without hesitation. He was no fool. He could not ignore Barubi, especially considering he was the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails. Even disregarding Barubi's rank, if he neglected this matter, his entire operation would be jeopardized. However, he couldn't simply venture to the Leaf alone. Sarutobi Hiruzen would undoubtedly send his advisory council to confront him. The current Sarutobi Hiruzen was no longer the brash newcomer he once was and would not shy away from a direct confrontation. This was a lesson the third Rakage had learned 2 years ago in the Land of Water. The current actions of Sarutobi Hiruzen are indeed shrouded in darkness, necessitating caution. He intends to take several capable subordinates to Konoha, instructing them to disperse throughout the village. Should he encounter any misfortune, they are to create chaos in the heart of Konoha. Subsequently, he will dispatch the main forces of Kumogakure to threaten the Land of Hot Water. Any threatening maneuver from Konoha will be met with immediate warfare, given that the majority of Konoha's forces remain in the Land of Rain. Initiating conflict on his side will certainly halt negotiations on the other. At that juncture, Hanzo will be preoccupied with Konoha's front line, while Awagakure and Sunagakure will converge upon them. He harbors little doubt that Sarutobi Hiruzen would dare to engage in battle with 3 great nations simultaneously. Having devised this strategy, the third Rakage prepares to head to Konoha, albeit with a prior visit to the Land of Hot Water in mind. Firstly, he seeks to teach a lesson to the indecisive daimyo of that land. Secondly, he wishes to observe the young prodigy who defeated Barubi. During his stay in the Land of Hot Water, he awaits news from the local shinobi. In the meantime, he occasionally engages with the monk Daoheng in discussions on Buddhist and Taoist philosophies. As the saying goes, Buddhism is rooted in Taoism, and there are indeed many commonalities between the two doctrines. The Buddhist teachings that Daoheng has mastered differ significantly from those of Jinyi's past life, yet they share some resonance with the Zen Buddhism of Jinyi's former home. Thus, although Jinyi does not subscribe to either Buddhism or Taoism, his years of experience online enable him to utter some profound and enigmatic phrases that leave Daoheng in awe. Esteemed Jinyi, I am grateful for your protection these past days. Thus, I present you with this scripture, the King of Brightness Sutra, Daoheng proclaims, producing a sacred text. Jinyi hastily gestures in refusal. Oh, that is quite unnecessary. Especially since the daimyo has already compensated you. Daoheng responds, the daimyo has entrusted Konoha with a task, naturally requiring remuneration. This scripture is a token of my gratitude for our swift camaraderie. He continues, within this text lie profound mysteries. My current prowess is a result of its teachings. However, it is deeply esoteric. Even I have yet to fully comprehend it. In that case, thank you, Master Daoheng. Jinyi replies with genuine appreciation as he accepts the scripture. He recognizes that he has indeed struck a chord, having encountered a great monk amidst a throng of Taoist practitioners in the old June Mountain. It seems that one day he must amalgamate the strengths of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism. However, he muses, wait, there seems to be no equivalent to Confucianism in the world of shinobi. After a moment of contemplation, a sudden realization dawns upon him. But of course, my origin is deeply rooted in the cultural sphere of Confucianism. I am, in essence, a Confucianist. Confucianism, Buddhism, Taoism, are they not all accounted for? Holding the King of Brightness Sutra, Jinyi feels a surge of excitement. He has witnessed the formidable strength of Daoheng. Barubi, in his lightning release chakra mode, was sent flying with a single strike, and he maintained dominance over Barubi's subordinates even in their five-tailed state for a brief period. However, unlike the shinobi, he cannot unleash those wondrous ninjutsu. His entire prowess lies within his physical form. Given such physical talent, Jinyi believes that Daoheng's aptitude for ninjutsu is likely on par with Sarutobi Hiruzen, placing him among the elite. In comparison to the excitement of Shinya, the feudal lord of the Land of Hot Water was in a state of great distress. Having just embraced the Land of Fire, the Rakage was about to pass through the Land of Hot Water. Although the Rakage's ultimate destination was Konoha, how could he possibly maintain a cordial demeanor towards a former ally? It would be commendable if he didn't tear them apart. In any case, esteemed Shinya and the honorable Daoheng, I implore you both to remain by my side tomorrow. After much contemplation, The feudal lord of the land of hot water resolved to cling to Shinya as support. The situation with the rakeage appeared rather troublesome. Shinya furrowed his brow. Although he had triumphed over Barubi, he held no confidence when it came to the formidable third rakeage. What to do then? Observing Shinya's expression, the lord of the land of hot water mistakenly believed he had lost his nerve. Rest assured, Konoha, after all, remains a military stronghold of the land of fire. Matters concerning the land of fire are inherently Konoha's concerns. As long as you are an ally of the land of fire, I shall not neglect your plight, Shinya asserted. He then turned to Kakashi. Isn't that so, Brother Tsukumo? Indeed. While the rakeage is powerful, our ninjas in Konoha are no slouches either. Tomorrow, both Shinya and I will be at your side to provide protection, Kakashi replied. Dowhing spoke earnestly. As one of the 12 guardians of the land of fire, I shall certainly do my utmost to ensure your safety as an ally. That is indeed splendid. The promises of these three formidable individuals allowed the feudal lord of the land of hot water to temporarily set his mind at ease. To be candid, while Shinya harbored a certain apprehension towards the third rakeage, he had not yet reached the point of fear. After all, they had the advantage of numbers on their side. Both Dowhing and Kakashi were no weaklings. Although they might not stand a chance against the third rakeage in a one-on-one confrontation, they would not be easily overwhelmed either. 3 against 1, it should at least balance out. Moreover, even if they couldn't prevail, they could still rally support. Are you aware of the prowess of the Sage of the Winds and the Sage of the River? Currently, with these 3 individuals from the land of fire in the land of hot water, they essentially held the home advantage. It was imperative to make the third rakeage aware that Konoha's penchant for cunning strategies was not solely the domain of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Uchiha Shinya, heir to the art of war, shall undoubtedly ensure that the third rakeage comprehends the true essence of strategy tomorrow. Days later, the rakeage's envoy arrived in the land of hot water. Rakeage-sama, we welcome your arrival. Kakashi stepped forward to greet the third rakeage. Shinya and Dowhing followed closely behind Kakashi, ever vigilant against any potential actions from the rakeage. Kushina and Akimichi Maru had already informed the Umbu and returned towards Konoha. Shinya's plan was straightforward. Should the rakeage choose to turn hostile, he and Dowhing would engage the third rakeage, allowing Kakashi to infiltrate the rakeage's entourage and wreak havoc. After the chaos, they would escape with the feudal lord of the land of hot water, and once the rakeage had departed, they would return to rebuild the land of hot water, directly opposing the land of lightning. Of course, the latter part of that plan was merely Shinya's fanciful speculation. Whether Sarutobi Hiruzen and the feudal lord of the land of fire would agree was uncertain. Yet, what did he stand to lose if they disagreed? And what if they acquiesced? In any case, it was a risk-free venture. One might as well take it. In a certain sense, I genuinely anticipate the third rakeage's wrath. Fearing that he may not act at all, I truly fret over my inability to find an opportunity to scheme against you. If you continue to be overly courteous, how might I provoke you? Since returning from the Old Lord Mountain, my sense of crisis has diminished significantly. To put it plainly, all fears stem from a lack of firepower. Although my training at Old Lord Mountain has not rendered me invincible, aside from a few ancient monsters and the elusive Tsuzan, I find that while I may not be able to defeat others, they cannot easily subdue me either. I retain the ability to escape if needed. My remarkably potent skills in evasion and survival, combined with a flexible moral compass, have allowed me to cultivate the potential to become the 6th strongest in the ninja world. Though I may not best you in combat, you cannot claim victory over me quickly, and should I wish to flee, you would be powerless to stop me. If I were to embody the Monkey King, the third rakeage would be akin to the town guardian. In a direct confrontation, I stand no chance of victory. However, should I resolve to play cunningly, the third rakeage would find himself at a loss. Kakashi Hitaki, you are quite impressive, the third rakeage remarked, generously bestowing praise upon the renowned Konoha White Fang, who shone brilliantly on the battlefield in the land of rain. Yet, upon seeing me, his countenance darkened. As for you, the Uchiha brat, it appears Lord Rakeage harbors some dissatisfaction with me. Is it due to the matter regarding Barubi? I smiled innocently at the third rakeage, unperturbed by his potential anger. In the next moment, the rakeage's hand struck through my abdomen with a knife-like motion. Shinya, Kakashi Hitaki exclaimed in shock, swiftly drawing the short blade White Fang from his back. The monk Dowhing was equally astonished. The third rakeage strike had occurred in the blink of an eye. I must admit, you are quite audacious, the rakeage remarked, gazing at me. Strangely, despite the rakeage's blade piercing my abdomen, no blood flowed. And my expression remained that of a mischievous grin, as if I felt no pain. The Hokage furrowed his brow, sensing something was amiss. Suddenly, my entire being transformed into lightning, enveloping the Hokage in a crackling embrace. The ability to infuse lightning nature transformation into a shadow clone technique is indeed a fascinating ninjutsu. The Hokage mused, unfazed by the electric currents wrapping around his arm. To him, such a degree of lightning was insufficient even for a therapeutic treatment, let alone a threat. However, my intention was never to harm the Hokage. Lord Hokage, even if you disregard Barubi's fate, you must be concerned for the lives of your subordinates, correct? Should you resort to such violence against me, it would have been better to kill me outright. But now that I remain alive, how do you suppose I will respond? I materialized behind the third Hokage, my Sharingan activated. The Hokage's speed was astonishing. I dared not approach him as I did with Barubi. The third Hokage, renowned as the strongest of all time, is someone whose power I do not underestimate, especially in face-to-face encounters, where I must be fully alert. Should he turn hostile, I would proceed with my earlier plan to apply pressure on the Hokage. If he remained amicable, I would treat it as an opportunity to bolster my standing for future negotiations. Humph, you little rascal, you possess a certain charm. The once somber expression of the third Hokage dissipated, revealing a smile. Indeed, the third Hokage had once devised a nefarious plan to abduct Kushina. Yet he equally admired those who were strong. These sentiments were not mutually exclusive, whether it be Kakashi or Shinya. He held a profound respect for both. If he were to harbor any resentment, it would merely be for the fact that they were not from the hidden cloud village. He glanced at the trembling daimyo of the land of water behind him, then turned his gaze to Shinya. Are you resolute in your decision to protect him? Shinya replied with a smile, the land of fire and the land of water are now allies. Given the previous actions of Lord Hokage towards our allies, we must proceed with caution. The third Hokage felt a surge of anger. He recognized that Shinya was alluding to the matters concerning the land of Whirlpool. He forced himself to calm down. He could not afford to show vulnerability now, for if Shinya sensed his agitation, it would equate to an admission of his own past transgressions. Moreover, Shinya had not explicitly mentioned the land of Whirlpool. Should he falter, he would be at a disadvantage. I am merely passing through the land of water on my way to negotiate with your Hokage. I have no time to linger, declared the third Hokage. Is that so? The Hokage has specifically instructed that upon your arrival, we should make every effort to extend our hospitality. I kindly request that you remain in the land of water for a few days. I will arrange accommodations with the esteemed daimyo of the land of water. Shinya responded cheerfully. Meanwhile, on Sarutobi's end, he had already tasked Orochimaru and Danzo with conducting experiments on Barubi. Of course, these were not dissection-type experiments, but rather tests concerning the sealing techniques of the Land of Lightning, with the aim of deciphering Barubi's chakra to potentially reconstruct the chakra patterns of the Land of Lightning. However, these were merely impractical fantasies concocted by the prison unit. His wind techniques could not penetrate the lightning armor, thus he had developed an obsession with researching it. The primary objective remained the study of the iron seals of the hidden cloud. The third Hokage furrowed his brow, instinctively sensing that Shinya harbored ulterior motives. After much contemplation, however, he could not discern any conspiracy. Seizing the eight tails? That was not characteristic of Sarutobi. Furthermore, the method of selecting Jinchuriki in Konoha was markedly different from the brute force approach of the hidden cloud. The Uzumaki clan possessed extensive sealing techniques capable of restraining tailed beasts, making them exceedingly suitable candidates for Jinchuriki. Currently, with Uzumaki Mito aging, the next Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Kushina, had already resolved to become the host for the Nine Tails. While the Eight Tails and Nine Tails might seem similar at a glance, their strengths were worlds apart. Kushina would undoubtedly seal the Nine Tails. As for the Eight Tails, if it were not for the Uzumaki clan, sealing it away would merely create a ticking time bomb. An uncontrollable tailed beast would present more disadvantages than advantages for Konoha. Not to mention, this beast was weaker than the Nine Tails, rendering it a hot potato. Should other nations discover that Konoha had captured the Eight Tails, they would likely unite against Konoha. There was no escaping it. Konoha was simply too formidable. With the strongest power, the mightiest tailed beast, the most advantageous geography, and the greatest talent, it was unfathomable what Konoha would seek to achieve next by capturing others' tailed beasts. Chapter 79. The Summons of the Whirlpool Sage. In the hidden laboratory of Konoha, Danzo and Orochimaru emerged with expressions of profound disappointment. These two inherently somber individuals, having returned to the village, could likely invoke tears from children. Is this all there is to report? Orochimaru inquired. Danzo scoffed. What else could you possibly report? Am I to conjure results from thin air? Osai. Yet, Lord Hiruzen's condition is deteriorating, and the teacher hopes to find breakthroughs in sealing techniques to reinforce Lord Hiruzen's seal. This way, the influence of the Nine Tails on him will be somewhat mitigated, Orochimaru lamented. The outcome was anticipated. It was merely that Hiruzen was reluctant to concede. One should realize that the brutes of the Cloud Village could never possess sealing techniques superior to those of the Uzumaki clan, Danzo remarked through clenched teeth. The sealing technique system of Konoha was a complete framework brought from the land of whirlpools when Uzumaki Mito married Senju Hashirama. Moreover, many of these techniques have been refined by successive Hokages, evolving beyond the bloodline-restricted sealing arts of the Uzumaki clan, allowing individuals outside the clan to learn them. It can be asserted that currently, no other nation in the ninja world possesses a sealing system that rivals that of Konoha. The Cloud Village is no exception. However, since Killer Bee has never lost control, Sarutobi Hiruzen wished to explore what unique aspects of the Cloud's iron sealing technique allowed Bee to remain unaffected by the Eight Tails, both in battle and daily life. After a week of research by Danzo and Orochimaru, they arrived at a disappointing conclusion. The iron sealing technique of the Cloud was nothing more than a crude method. In terms of precision, it was inferior to the temporary 5-element sealing technique that Jean had devised. The iron sealing technique served more to restrain the power of the Eight Tails than to seal it entirely. The unrestrained portions relied solely on the strength of the Jinchuriki to be suppressed. After all the commotion, it turned out that the brawny individuals of the Cloud Village employed the most straightforward and brutish approach. The iron sealing technique was aptly named. It was indeed as blunt as iron. Surprisingly, the esteemed second-in-command of the Cloud Village held value solely in his political identity. It appeared more beneficial to extract some blood from him for the rakeage. A few days later, Jin returned to Konoha with the team led by Kakashi Hitaki. Upon their return, the negotiations between the rakeage and Konoha had concluded. Here, this is for you. The ever-generous sensei tossed him a scroll. This contains the lightning release chakra mode. Did you not express a desire for this? Minato Namikaze stated. Oh. Jun had not anticipated that Minato would secure the lightning release chakra mode from the Cloud Village just from a casual mention. He replied. Minato added, by the way, the Rain Country has begun preparations to withdraw its troops, and Yukichi has nearly completed his tasks. The village has decided to send you along with Jiraiya to the Rain Country to finalize matters. Just the two of us? Jin was taken aback. Minato clarified. The decision was made to dispatch 3 Jonin. Who else is joining? Jin inquired. You know the other one as well. It's Dankato. Dankato? Jin expressed his surprise. Primarily, Kanato, a young ninja hailing from a minor clan, surprisingly finds himself entrusted with an immensely significant mission despite his lack of background and experience. Upon reflection, it becomes evident that Sarutobi Hiruzen places considerable emphasis on the promotion of ninjas from minor clans and commoners. Given the scarcity of exceptional talents among these groups, it is only natural to nurture any rare gem that emerges. This nurturing entails not only granting him access to further learn ninjutsu, but also providing him with the opportunity to partake in crucial tasks. The signing of the truce with the Land of Rain is inherently vital as it pertains to the conflict between the two nations. Even if his role is merely symbolic, it would still yield a highly valuable record of experience. By when? Asked Shinya, genuinely curious. Mito Gate Flame replied, the scheduled time is 1 month from now. But there is another matter that requires your input. What is it? Shinya inquired. Mito Gate Flame continued. Lady Mito wishes to meet you. Lady Mito? Uzumaki Mito. She wishes to see me? The wife of the first Hokage and the most esteemed figure in the entirety of Konoha desires an audience with this young Uchiha? Surely. He wondered, is she planning to take him to task? He imagined that upon his entrance, Jiahua would be lying in wait outside. Yet, these were merely Jinya's fanciful musings. It was clear that if she truly intended to reprimand him, she would not have allowed Mito Gate Flame to take him under her wing. Nor would she have communicated with Sarutobi Hiruzen and the clan leader of the F and Jutsu. Lady Mito's request for an audience was likely related to Kushina's affairs. Even if, hypothetically, she had lost her mind and sought to confront him, he could easily evade her grasp. Unless, of course, she unleashed the Nine Tails upon their first encounter. Accompanied by Mito Gate Flame, he arrived at the residence of the Senju clan. While it was labeled as the Senju clan's domain, only the central area served as the home of the Tsunade family. Shinya? A familiar voice called out. Shinya turned to see a somewhat surprised Minato gazing at him. Minato? What brings you here? Shinya responded, equally astonished. I live around here. Minato gestured towards a nearby small Western-style house. You reside here? Shinya queried, taken aback. This area, once the stronghold of the Senju clan, had been transformed into a residential district, with its original inhabitants mingling among the common folk. Of course, this was not the focal point. Rather, it was the prime real estate. Such properties were quite costly. How could an orphan like Minato, not belonging to a prominent family, afford to live in such a place? Minato, noticing Shinya's expression, seemed somewhat displeased. Is it strange for me to live here? No, not at all, Shinya replied, his lips twitching. Could it be that Minato's parents were originally from the Senju clan? That seemed unlikely. He had never heard such rumors. Shinya, quickly now. Don't keep Lady Mito waiting, Mito Gate Flame urged. Ah yes. Shinya nodded at Minato before following closely behind. As Minato observed Shinya's retreating figure, he pondered, Lady Mito. Indeed. Following Mito Gate Flame, they arrived at Tsunade's residence, reaching the backyard. Lady Mito, Shinya has arrived. Mito Gate Flame announced respectfully as he approached the door and knocked gently. Please let the child in, a frail voice emerged. Mito Minyan entered with Shinya, who was introduced to the female ninja, the princess of the land of the whirlpool. Mito had aged considerably compared to 2 years prior. Her once vibrant red hair was now half white, and wrinkles were increasingly etched upon her face. However, the crux of the matter lay not in her appearance, but in the vitality that had waned significantly since their last encounter. Observing her condition, Mito could not help but furrow his brow. Do not worry, Yin. I am not on the brink of death just yet. Mito sensed his unease and offered reassurance. Despite her words, Mito's heart was heavy with concern. At merely 13 years of age, Kushina was far too young, and her proficiency in sealing techniques was insufficient for a flawless execution. Setting aside personal sentiments, from Konoha's perspective, Mito's demise would spell trouble. Furthermore, she had been a maternal figure to them, having watched over them as they grew. Chapter 80, Tsunade-chan. This child must be Shinya. Mito turned her gaze toward Shinya. Yes, Lady Mito, Shinya promptly replied. Mito's face softened into a gentle smile. Thank you for looking after Shina and Kushina. I worry for both of them. It is my duty, Shinya responded. Indeed. Mito observed Shinya while Kagura's Byakugan sensed Shinya's chakra. Her initial impression of Shinya was favorable, not solely due to his rapport with Shina and Kushina, nor merely because of his politeness. Kagura's perception revealed that Shinya's chakra was unique. Typically, members of the Uchiha clan possessed a chilling aura, often leading to obsessive tendencies. The stronger the Uchiha, the more pronounced this chilling sensation became. Having encountered Uchiha Madara, she recalled the way his chakra felt like the gaze of a venomous serpent. In contrast, Shinya's chakra was wondrous. It was both as solid as a mountain and as ethereal as clouds. It lacked the sinister, malevolent undertones typical of his kin. I have long wished to meet you and appreciate your care for Shina and Kushina. Unfortunately, due to my deteriorating health and your engagement in battle, we have not had the opportunity until now, Mito smiled kindly. It has been my honor, Lady Mito, Shinya replied. Mito continued. I hear from Yin that you have a keen interest in sealing techniques. Should you find the time, please visit me. I possess a wealth of our clan's sealing techniques for your perusal. If you encounter any difficulties, consult your master. Their theoretical understanding of sealing techniques rivals my own, though they lack the Whirlpool clan's bloodline. Thank you immensely, Lady Mito. Shinya bowed deeply, genuinely grateful. This was no mere assessment. It was an invaluable boon. When it comes to the art of sealing techniques, one cannot overlook the unparalleled mastery of the Uzumaki clan, particularly that of Mito Uzumaki. What could possibly surpass the ancient scrolls of sealing techniques preserved by Mito herself? Although my esteemed mentor possesses formidable sealing skills, as Mito aptly stated, he ultimately does not belong to the Uzumaki lineage. The sealing system of Konoha is nearly entirely inherited from the Uzumaki clan. Many aspects, even if mastered by outsiders to a high degree, lack the profound understanding inherent to those of the clan. The rationale is simple. One is a learner, while the other is endowed with innate talent. Others engage in continuous study, perusing various texts and experimenting tirelessly, thereby enhancing their sealing prowess. In contrast, The Uzumaki clan embodies a more instinctual approach, where knowledge flows seamlessly from observation to understanding to execution. Is it truly the case that members of the Uzumaki clan cannot master sealing techniques? Wouldn't you agree, Naruto? There is indeed reason to speculate that Naruto's lack of aptitude in sealing techniques stems from the influence of his golden-haired companion. This so-called little son, in the matter of Kushina, is nothing but a distraction. While Minato may be his close brother, he has always placed romantic interests above friendships. Brothers are like limbs, while wives are akin to garments for warmth in winter. Grandma, Grandma, Tsunade's voice echoed as she rushed into the room. Is that you, Uncle Yin? And is that little brother, Shinya? Little brother? What sort of a dress is that? Shinya was taken aback. Tsunade's expression darkened as she approached Shinya. Do you have any grievances? Let us not forget who taught you your medical ninjutsu. It is one thing to neglect gratitude towards your teacher, but to even hesitate in calling me Sister Tsunade is downright ungrateful. Well, it's hard to imagine you having a sister. Shinya shrugged nonchalantly, a mischievous grin on his face. Previously, he had refrained from provoking Tsunade out of respect, but now, having bested the second-in-command of the Cloud Village, he felt emboldened. Were it not for her twin tails, he would have long since shown her less courtesy. What? You little rascal. Don't think just because you're handsome and tall that I want to be angry. Tsunade fumed. Your compliments are making me feel guilty. Shinya retorted. Enough chatter. Prepare to face my super strength fist. Boom. Shinya firmly caught Tsunade's fist without budging an inch. What? Now it is Tsunade who is astonished. Her super strength fist was so effortlessly countered. Though she had not unleashed her full power with the intent to harm Shinya, it was certainly not to be dismissed lightly. Even Jiraiya, when facing her initial strike, would only find himself sent flying. Yet Shinya received it with such ease, leaving Tsunade utterly shocked. Meanwhile, Mito Uzumaki and my esteemed mentor remained unfazed, fully aware of Jinya's capabilities. From the moment Mito laid eyes on him, she realized that Jinya's chakra, both in quality and quantity, far surpassed that of Tsunade. In Mito's estimation, he was already on par with seasoned elites like Kakashi Hatake. What he lacked was merely the experience of combat against equally formidable opponents. Due to the various tactics employed in previous battles, Shinya rarely engages in direct confrontations with opponents of equal strength. His combat style revolves around the utilization of every available resource, resorting to any means necessary. This notion is well understood by our beloved Konoha darling, the spirited Minato Namikaze. Each time they spar, Shinya employs such tactics against him. Additionally, Uchiha Kuro, who has felt the brunt of Jinya's prowess, shares this sentiment. Calm down, do you not realize? You no longer possess the leverage to have me as your subordinate, Tsunade. Shinya remarked with a grin. Tsunade's lips quivered. Tsunade? Are you speaking coherently? Being addressed by a child over a decade her junior, as Chan infuriated her, especially as she found herself unable to best him in combat. Tsunade, Jiwoo is a guest. Do not be rude, Jiwoo admonished gently. Understood, Granny, Tsunade begrudgingly conceded. Were it not for her grandmother's presence, she would have readily challenged Shinya to a one-on-one duel. What of Kushina and Ju? Jiwoo inquired. Kushina is on a mission today and may not return until evening. Ju is still at the training grounds, Tsunade replied. Shinya's heart stirred at this revelation. Lord Jiwoo, may I go see Ju? He inquired eagerly. Jiwoo nodded. Go ahead. Shinya bowed slightly to Jiwoo and his surrogate master, then waved farewell to Tsunade. Farewell. I shall seek you out for a spar next time, Tsunade-chan. With that, he vanished in an instant. Tsunade's forehead pulsed with frustration. Humph, that little brat. Just you wait. I will settle the score one day. Chapter 81. The inherent malice towards Jinchuriki at the Senju training grounds. Shinya found Ju. Would release. Would golem technique. With a clap of his hands, Ju summoned a colossal wooden figure, towering approximately 10 meters high. Wow! Shinya exclaimed, breaking into applause. It must be said, Ju's progress has been quite remarkable. Shinya could distinctly perceive that Ju's vitality had strengthened, indicating a deeper mastery of the yang release. Yang release signifies life force. The stronger the yang release, the more potent the life force becomes. Naturally, a stronger life force translates to an increase in both the quality and quantity of chakra. Shinya, you've returned. Ju turned, a proud expression gracing his face. Look, my wood release has made significant strides. Shinya smiled. Indeed, I am quite impressed. Ju leaned closer and asked, When will you unlock your Mangeki Sharingan? That way, we could combine your Susanoo with my wooden golem, enhanced further by our sage techniques. Heh, surpassing the old man and Uchiha Madara would be a matter of time. Shinya raised an eyebrow, pondering the notion of a Susanoo enveloping a great Buddha. Unfortunately, he currently had no inkling of how to activate his Mangeki Sharingan. The evolution of my Sharingan from a single tomo to a complete 3-tomo form has been a natural progression. However, the attainment of the Mangeki Sharingan remains uncertain. Regardless, my current chakra level is indeed sufficient to unlock the Mangeki. Is it possible that my demeanor is too conventional? Might my lack of eccentricity be the reason I cannot awaken my eyes? Is there a flaw in being normal? After observing Ju's bravado for a while, I return to the clan's inner circle. Shinya, the clan leader and the elders are waiting for you. They wish for you to attend a meeting. As I entered the residence, a young boy approached me. I paused, momentarily taken aback. I recognized this boy quite well, Uchiha Keihiko. He was 2 years my junior. Having lost his parents at the tender age of 3, subsequently raised by the clan leader, Fen. The clan leader's keen interest in this boy was not due to any inherent uniqueness, but rather because Keihiko's father, Uchiha Kagami, had held a modest yet notable position within Konoha. I acknowledged this. My demeanor towards Keihiko was neither overly warm nor cold. We simply had no previous interactions to speak of, and thus, familiarity eluded us. My own parents were merely ordinary Uchiha clan members, lacking any lofty status or significant legacy. Were it not for the annual stipends from the clan and village, I would have been reduced to scavenging for sustenance. In contrast, Uchiha Keihiko's circumstances were markedly different. Upon his father's demise, the clan leader swiftly took him under his wing, fearful of any misfortune befalling him. To draw a comparison, I was akin to Naruto, while Keihiko resembled Konohamaru. Of course, my situation was somewhat more favorable than Naruto's, as I at least had friends. Speaking of Naruto, I often ponder whether the inhabitants of this world harbor an inherent disdain for Jinchuriki. Naruto's case is somewhat understandable, from the perspective of the villagers. He is the embodiment of the Nine Tails Rampage, a calamity that claimed the lives of the 4th Hokage and his wife. The 3rd Hokage, in turn, brought back a mysterious infant from the battlefield, whose visage bore markings reminiscent of fox whiskers. As for the child's golden hair and striking resemblance to Kushina, those details were likely erased from collective memory. While Naruto inherited his hair color from Minato, his features are more akin to Kushina's. After all, it is improbable for most to admit their stereotypes are erroneous. Naruto's situation is manageable, yet what truly perplexes me is Killer Bee. Despite previously having friends, he found himself targeted for assassination by one of them after becoming a Jinchuriki. The shocking part is that this friend was aware that the 8 Tails was merely sealed within Killer Bee, yet he still perceived Killer Bee as the beast itself, determined to end his life. The village's attitude towards Killer Bee shifted dramatically, growing cold and indifferent. Ultimately, the 4th Raikage had no choice but to place Killer Bee under house arrest in the Kumogakure, ostensibly to protect him. This predicament persisted until the 3rd Great Ninja War, when Killer Bee's valor on the battlefield altered perceptions. The transformation of the villagers' attitude towards Naruto seems to have emerged after witnessing his participation in the plan to obliterate Konoha. Naruto, alongside Killer Bee, has experienced relatively favorable treatment as hosts of tailed beasts, as he is allowed to attend school and undertake missions like a regular ninja. The villagers' disdain for Naruto primarily manifests as subtle hostility, such as their refusal to sell him goods. Consequently, Naruto often buys an abundance of food to stock his refrigerator, both for convenience and to minimize interactions with the unpleasant adults, out of sight, out of mind. Furthermore, some adults instruct their children not to associate with him. Although this situation has improved since he began attending school. As the leader of the delinquent quartet, Irika's designated low blood pressure therapist, and a specialist makeup artist across generations of Hokage, Naruto has certainly made his mark. Killer Bee, although slightly less fortunate, faces assassination attempts, yet he is under the protection of the 4th Raikage. The most unfortunate of all remains Gaara, whose own father and uncle wish for his demise, compounded by his inability to sleep. Were it not for his mother, he might have been doubted to survive until the onset of the narrative. The lack of sleep is indeed a dreadful plight, inflicting both physiological and psychological torment. In the midst of these reflections, I found myself in the clan's conference room. "Humph, our clan's pride has returned from the Senju stronghold," remarked Uchiha Ryosuke, the leader of the radical faction, in a rather sardonic tone. I, however, was unperturbed as I approached my seat and settled in. I shall take that as a compliment. Captain Ryosuke, I replied. For reasons unknown, this rascal, despite being the one to initiate the sarcasm, found himself inflamed by my indifference. Observing Ryosuke's clenched teeth only heightened my amusement. Thus, I remarked that both Sarutobi Hiruzen and the Uchiha Shursui and Itachi from the original narrative have overcomplicated the essence of the Uchiha clan. In truth, a cursory understanding would reveal how easily manageable the Uchiha are. In the original tale, Shursui aimed to utilize the power of Kotoame Tsukumi to control the radical leadership, thereby averting a coup. However, with his Mangeki Sharingan, who among the clan could possibly rival him? A decisive thrashing of the radicals would surely render them compliant. What does the Uchiha clan ultimately seek? In essence, merely a sense of acknowledgement. By subduing the radicals and providing the recognition desired by the rest of the clan, the Uchiha would have long since acquiesced. Yet, these comic characters lack an omniscient perspective. Both Shursui and Itachi are somewhat ensnared by their own circumstances. Nevertheless, it is evident that even Shursui, a descendant of Uchiha Kagami and one of the few rational members of the clan, is not exempt from their inherent stubbornness, often contemplating extreme measures. Of course, compared to Itachi's outright slaughter, Shursui's methods appear considerably more temperate. Enough, Ryosuke. As an elder, what folly is this? Quarreling with the younger generation? Admonished the clan leader, F. Gon. He then turned to me. Shinya, you have encountered Lord Mito, have you not? I nodded in affirmation. Feng Yin remarked, this is indeed a positive development. If one were to consider who holds the deepest misconceptions about our Uchiha clan, it would undoubtedly be Lord Mito. I sincerely hope you can dispel Lord Mito's misunderstandings. Shinya nodded in acknowledgement, yet he did not entirely concur with the chief's perspective. Ultimately, strength must come from within. Even from the standpoint of being a disciple to the Hokage, Feng Yan's enthusiasm seemed somewhat excessive, verging on sycophantic. Nonetheless, this was not a major concern. Uzumaki Mito held a favorable impression of him, and the fact that he was permitted to learn sealing techniques spoke volumes about her stance. Moreover, with his connection to Mito Menyen, he possessed a measure of influence. During this period, the Konoha Five were still in their prime, and Feng Yan's position was relatively unproblematic. However, had this scenario unfolded post the Ninetales incident, the attitudes of both Fyaik and Feng Yin would have posed significant issues. If one could completely command their clansmen or possess the esteem to earn their unwavering trust, then Fyaik's attitude would be acceptable. Unfortunately, he was unable to suppress his clan members, who were quick to confront him at his doorstep, baselessly accusing his eldest son of being a murderer. In such circumstances, Fyaik sought to amicably resolve matters with the Hokage, yet the upper echelons simply did not trust him. It wasn't a matter of doubting his principles or character, but rather his capabilities. Compounding this were the grave suspicions surrounding the Ninetales incident and the increasingly vocal calls for a coup within the clan. One could assert that Fyaik found himself in an untenable position. Neither the Konoha leadership nor his clan members held faith in him. What was the state of the Konoha leadership at that time? Sarutobi Hiruzen was advanced in age, having ascended to power under duress for a second time, with diminished resilience. Danzo had succumbed to a deep-seated madness, adopting an even more extreme stance against the Uchiha than Senju Tobarama. Advisors Mito Menyen and Nara Shikaku, witnessing Sarutobi's condition, were left with no choice but to support Danzo. Under such circumstances, Fyaik had two alternatives: either fully align with his clansmen and confront Konoha head-on, or distance himself from the radical factions alongside the more moderate clan members. Yet, Fyaik chose neither, instead opting for a middle ground. Thus, the situation spiraled out of control. Danzo, consumed by madness, turned against the descendants of his old friends, seizing control of the Kotoame Tsukumi. He then manipulated his loyalists, circumventing Sarutobi, and initiated a massacre of the clan. The aftermath was chaotic and tragic. Shinya did not believe that the slaughter was instigated by Sarutobi. The reasoning was straightforward. One of the masterminds, Obito, did not subscribe to that notion either. As for Sarutobi's later admission of responsibility, it stemmed more from his position as the primary leader at the time, making it impossible to evade culpability. While manipulating Sasuke, Obito shared a distorted version of the Uchiha truth, simultaneously vilifying Uchiha Madara, yet conveniently refraining from tarnishing the reputation of the third Hokage. Therefore, It is believed that the annihilation of clans was not a directive from Hiruzen Sarutobi. Naturally, it would also be inaccurate to assert that Hiruzen was entirely, unequivocally opposed to the option of extermination. Rather, it was a measure of last resort, employed only when absolutely necessary. In contrast, Danzo chose to resort to this desperate measure from the very outset. Ultimately, the issue concerning the Uchiha clan was resolved, albeit through a somewhat uncontrollable process. Hence, Hiruzen merely relieved Danzo of his duties and placed him under house arrest, allowing him to return only after Tsunade assumed leadership. Regarding Danzo's clandestine experiments or his secret collection of Sharingan, it is unlikely that Hiruzen was aware of these matters. Setting aside whether Hiruzen had the capacity to investigate such issues at that time, it is improbable that he would permit Danzo to possess multiple Sharingan, which could jeopardize his own position. Thus, the conspiracy theory fails to hold water. The premise of the conspiracy theory hinges on the notion that Danzo's actions were beneficial to Hiruzen. Self-serving behavior aligns with the archetype of a seasoned politician. While harming others without personal gain raises the question, what purpose would that serve? Surely, one does not act merely for amusement. Consequently, it is believed that Hiruzen, having diminished in both energy and strength, adopted a straightforward mindset, maintain the status quo, avoid chaos, and await the return of Jiraiya or the maturation of Kakashi's generation, so he might swiftly relinquish his position and retire. Who wishes to inherit such a mess? Thus, it is posited that following the death of Minato, Hiruzen's second term was characterized by a state of resignation. The loss of his wife, the turmoil surrounding his eldest son, and the rebellion of his second son, compounded by a multitude of pressing issues, rendered the nearly 60-year-old Hiruzen incapable of wielding the same influence he once had as Hokage. As for his neglect towards Naruto, this can indeed be interpreted within this context. After all, Kakashi was similarly preoccupied during that time, showing little concern for Naruto. However, the current circumstances differ. Hiruzen now tends to actively address issues, exhibiting greater confidence in persuading dissenters. Mito Minma and Tokiwa Koharu remain aligned with Hiruzen, and the advisory council has gained a Kimichi Choza. Danzo, for the time being, has not yet evolved into the figure of a shadowy leader. Although he harbors animosity towards the Uchiha, he has not yet descended into the depths of madness that would later characterize him. It is also believed that Danzo's relative stability is due to his current state of soundness. Should he become the fractured version that he later becomes, he would likely be on the brink of madness. By the way, how did Danzo transform into that fractured version? It seems the original narrative does not elaborate on this. This time, Shinya was dispatched to the Land of Rain to discuss the formal ceasefire, a task of significant importance. The voice of the clan leader, Fengyan, brought Shinya back to the present. Shinya paused momentarily, responding with a slight confusion. Ah? Oh yes. He was somewhat bewildered, wondering if he was summoned merely for this purpose. The youth of the clan also require experience. Why not bring a couple along to assist you? Proposed clan leader Fengyan. Jin sighed, Chief. This trip is merely to discuss a ceasefire, not to engage in battle. Bringing along a few newcomers seems rather pointless. Haha. It is indeed beneficial to broaden one's horizons. Chief Fengyan replied with a smile. Jun, feeling somewhat helpless at the chief's cheerful demeanor, conceded, Very well, let Mei-chin and Liuhua accompany me. He had intended to decline, as he was not accustomed to playing the role of a caretaker. However, Chief Fengyan had always treated him well, and Jun was not one to forget kindness. Thus, he chose a few clansmen with whom he shared a good rapport to journey to the Land of Rain. Moreover, aspiring to reach the position of Hokage necessitated the support of the younger generation within the clan. Therefore, nurturing a few promising individuals early on seemed a wise decision. The family had cultivated him, and naturally, he felt a duty to reciprocate, for respect must be mutual. You respect me, and I must also respect you. Mutual respect, support, and joint progress. This is what it means to lift one another higher. Indeed, it's a good idea. They are the two closest to you, so it is best for them to join you, Chief Fengyan said with a beaming smile. Although Jun had chosen only those he was close with, the chief was unconcerned, as they all bore the Uchiha name. Chapter 83. The Shattered Rinnegan. Although the journey to the Land of Rain was meant for a ceasefire, caution was still imperative. A month later, Jun prepared to set off, and Mito Minyin came to bid him farewell, offering reminders. Yes, I understand, Jun nodded, then added, Master. There is one more matter I must report to you. Mito Minyin inquired. What is it? Jun proceeded to inform him about the trio from the land of rain. Mito Minion's brow furrowed. Are you implying that? Jun clarified. I believe that the land of rain, as a natural buffer zone, must not be allowed to lean towards the land of wind or the land of earth. Therefore, I wish to bring those 3 children back to Konoha and teach them our ninjutsu. The Rinnegan, you say? Mito Minion pondered. Jun's idea was rather straightforward, derived from the practices of a certain superpower in his previous life. He intended to bring the trio, Yahiko and his companions, back to Konoha to cultivate them into ninjas who would be aligned with the village. Subsequently, they would return to the land of rain to confront Hanzo, while Konoha would merely need to support Yahiko's organization. This was also Jun's attempt to explore the concept of the will of fire as a means of ideological export. The will of fire, often misinterpreted online in his previous life, is fundamentally simple. It embodies the spirit of unity, collectivism, and the support of newcomers. Stripping away the slogan-like rhetoric from Senju Hashirama's original presentation of the will of fire, its true essence can be distilled into these 3 points. Rather than being a brainwashing tactic, it genuinely serves to enhance the cohesion of a ninja village. The primary issue with the will of fire, akin to the unchanging nature of the ninja village system established by Hashirama, is that it has remained virtually stagnant. Both Senju Tobarama and Sarutobi Hiruzen merely regarded the will of fire as a tool for internal cohesion, neglecting its potential for external application. It can only be said that the political traditions left by any organization at its inception have an indelible influence on its successors. This is especially true for Senju Hashirama, a remarkably powerful founder whose personal virtues are nearly impeccable, making it difficult for later generations to question him. In the eyes of Shinya, the will of fire, if positioned in his previous life, appears somewhat rudimentary, lacking intangible guidance for action and the fervor for external dissemination. However, within this ninja world, it stands far ahead of its contemporaries. Only a Wagakure possesses a somewhat analogous will of earth, yet its core remains even more vacuous than that of the will of fire. As for the other 3 ninja villages, there is little to discuss regarding their ideologies. Thus, Konoha holds a considerable advantage both in terms of hard power and ideological supremacy. However, despite Konoha's establishment nearly 40 years ago, this will of fire remains largely confined within its borders, with few outside of Konoha having ever heard of it. The recognition of shared values is the foundation of peace. Without a universally accepted value system, even if one were to forcibly unify the world, true peace would remain unattainable. Therefore, Shinya believes that Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara should collaborate. They should initially follow Madara's approach, enabling various nations to cooperate in forming a nominally unified regime, and subsequently implement Hashirama's will of fire to establish a value system embraced by all. Regrettably, these 2 characters, as penned by Xiao Rizi, embody the archetypal dichotomy of black and white, as their differing values lead to a bitter rivalry. The apparent rift between Hashirama and Madara is ostensibly due to Tobarama's animosity towards the Uchiha, yet the fundamental cause lies in their political ideological differences. Hashirama's excessive leniency following the establishment of Konoha contrasts sharply with Madara's radicalism. Neither of them considered the possibility of a compromise. They merely perceived each other's differences as a validation of the other's error, leading to an inevitable contest of superiority. Their rigid thinking ultimately resulted in mutual obstruction. Shinya's intention in informing Mito Kamizumi of this matter is to conduct an experiment to ascertain whether this so-called will of fire can be projected outward, fostering a greater recognition of Konoha among the surrounding small nations and minor ninja villages. Such an experiment, of course, cannot be undertaken without the support of the higher-ups. In matters of ideology, success is unattainable without the backing of the leadership. As for persuading Mito Kamizumi, that would rely on Nagato's Rinnegan. Although among the trio, Shinya holds the highest regard for Yahiko, believing him to possess the most charismatic leadership qualities in a world dominated by bloodline theories. Personal charm often pales in comparison to the efficacy of a Kekkei Genkai. Thus, Shinya does not assert that Yahiko possesses leadership qualities among the 3 children. Instead, he states that one child from the Uzumaki clan has awakened the Rinnegan, and the other 2 share a profound bond with him. Framing it this way is intended to capture Mito Kamizumi's attention. Well, I can take charge of this matter. If I encounter them this time, I shall bring them back, Mito Kamizumi declared. Even in the absence of the Rinnegan, The status of Nagato from the Uzumaki clan alone would confer benefits by bringing him back to Konoha. Thus, this matter could be decisively handled by Mito Minyan. After all, the external narrative merely claims to be sheltering 3 war orphans. Not only Mito Minyan, but even Jiraiya, who has now attained the rank of Jonin, possesses the authority to make such decisions. Meanwhile, in the Land of Rain, Yahiko and his companions had just evaded several Rain ninjas and returned to their refuge. With the ceasefire between Konoha and the Rain ninjas, Konoha's shinobi began their gradual withdrawal. Sarutobi Konohamaru could no longer spare many ninjas to protect them, thus increasing the pressure on Yahiko and his group. "Yahiko, are you alright?" Nagato inquired, supporting the injured Yahiko. Yahiko shook his head. "I'm fine." Nagato remarked, "Now that the ninjas from Konoha have retreated, the Rain ninjas have the opportunity to pursue us. Damn it. That old bastard Hanzo has ruined the Land of Rain." Yahiko gritted his teeth in frustration. "Oh, it seems you require assistance," a voice echoed, and a man donning a vortex mask appeared before the three. "Who are you?" They immediately tensed. "I am Uchiha Madara," the masked figure declared. "Uchiha Madara?" Both Nagato and Konan were taken aback. Yahiko scoffed, "What a farce. If you truly are Uchiha Madara, why do you conceal your true visage?" "Nagato, Konan, let us depart." "Humph." The masked man sneered, revealing his eyes. Through the central opening of the vortex mask, they distinctly saw a 3-tomo Sharingan. The Sharingan? Yahiko was also momentarily astonished. However, in the next instant, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Blood suddenly streamed from Nagato's eyes as torrents of red lightning surged forth, striking the masked man with incredible force. "Ah!" The masked man screamed as he was propelled backward. "Ah!" Nagato cried out in agony, blood flowing profusely from his eyes. The lightning continued to ravage the masked man without abating. Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan were impeded by the arcs of electricity, unable to approach, forced to watch from a distance. After what felt like an eternity, the lightning finally dissipated, and Nagato clutched his eyes. His Rinnegan had been utterly obliterated, and he was now blind. The masked man emerged from the haze, no longer exhibiting the composure he once had. His body bore numerous charred wounds, and his mask was shattered in half. He gazed at Nagato, utterly dumbfounded. The Rinnegan is lost. Everything is over. Chapter 84. Rescue at the critical moment. What just transpired was the reversal seal. As a member of the Uchiha clan, the masked man instantly recognized the reversal seal. Someone had implanted the reversal seal within Nagato's eyes. Why? Why did Lord Madara not perceive it? The placement of the reversal seal was not merely an attack. It was also intended to destroy the Rinnegan. The precision of the opponent's chakra control was terrifying, capable of inflicting damage upon themselves while simultaneously obliterating the Rinnegan and minimizing injury to Nagato. Uchiha Shin. For reasons unknown, the masked man inexplicably thought of Shin. Given his understanding of the Uchiha clan, aside from Shin, no one possesses such skill. Considering that Shin recently defeated Barubi, it is likely that the powerful transcribing seal was left before his departure from the Land of Rain. Damn it! The masked man cursed, his gaze turning lethal as he looked at the 3 children. With the Rinnegan destroyed, Nagato naturally lost his value. If Nagato was deemed worthless, then the other 2 children were even less significant. Wind style, gale palm. Bang! Yahiko suddenly stepped in front of Nagato, striking out at the masked man. Despite his injuries, the masked man was caught off guard and sent flying. "Konan, run!" Yahiko shouted loudly. Konan quickly summoned her chakra, her body enveloped in countless sheets of paper. The papers coalesced into a large bird, and the 3 of them climbed onto its back, soaring into the sky. The masked man, furious, immediately pursued them. Meanwhile, in his hiding place, Uchiha Madara sensed the disturbance. What is happening?" Black Zetsu inquired upon noticing Madara open his eyes. Madara looked up coldly and replied, "The Rinnegan has been destroyed." What? Even Black Zetsu could not maintain his composure. The Rinnegan was the key to unlocking Mother's seal, and now it was shattered. What on earth transpired? Black Zetsu's tone grew frantic. Madara stated, "Someone placed a transcribing seal in Nagato's eyes. The jutsu released by this seal possesses immense power, sufficient to annihilate the Rinnegan." How infuriating. Black Zetsu finally felt a sense of losing control. However, he did not panic. He had endured a millennium and could withstand this setback. At worst, they could wait for Madara's demise and place their hopes on the next reincarnations of Indra and Ashura. Madara was indeed a crucial piece on the board, but not an irreplaceable one. Uchiha Shin, What an intriguing child. Madara felt no anger. Instead, he developed a deeper interest in Shin. This boy had grown remarkably fast, reaching the level to defeat Barubi in just 2 short years. What about the Rinnegan? Black Zetsu asked. Madara replied nonchalantly. The Rinnegan is merely an external manifestation of ocular power. Although the eyes have been destroyed, as long as the ocular power remains, the eyes can be awakened once more. Whether it be the Sharingan or the Rinnegan, their existence is fundamentally rooted in ocular power. The Sharingan is based on En release, while the Rinnegan is derived from the resonance of Indra and Ashura's chakra, resulting in the 6 paths chakra. The eyes themselves are merely a manifestation of ocular power and serve as a conduit for its output. The blindness of the Mangeki Sharingan is fundamentally due to the depletion of ocular power within the eyes, yet the ocular power in the brain persists. By transplanting the eyes of a blood relative, the ocular power within the eyes and that in the brain converge, creating a qualitatively new ocular power, thus forming the Mangeki Sharingan. Therefore, despite the destruction of the Rinnegan, Madara was surprised but not alarmed. The ocular power of the Rinnegan still existed, and it could be awakened again. He simply did not anticipate Shin would be so resolute as to unceremoniously destroy Nagato's eyes. Moreover, the transcription seal was directly aimed at the masked man, activated upon witnessing his Sharingan. It is crucial to note that this seal was buried at least 2.5 years prior, implying that Jun had already resorted to such dark measures at the tender age of 11. Most significantly, it appears he was aware that the Rinnegan belonged to him, or at the very least, recognized its connection to himself. The transcription seal was undoubtedly a deliberate act on his part. How insidious. The intelligence is truly sinister. Can one truly play such games? In the land of rain, at the frontline camp of Konoha, Jun's left eye suddenly bled, startling his companions Jiraiya and Cat Dan. What is happening? Jiraiya thought, alarmed. Jun had already shared his plans with Jiraiya before their arrival, including the details of the transcription seal he had placed within Nagato's eyes. This was to prevent any unnecessary misunderstandings. After all, Jun had lived through countless narratives in his past life and knew that many conflicts began from a single misunderstanding. Therefore, it was imperative to be forthright with Jiraiya, who had connections with Yahiko and the others, to avoid any self-imposed conflicts that could arise in such a critical situation. Even though a ceasefire was currently in place, the unpredictability of the Rain Shinobi's actions lingered in the air. Thus, any discord between the 2 Jonin in this setting could prove deadly. Nagato. Jun's expression grew grave. I shall go find them. All right, I will leave this to you and Dan. Jiraiya nodded in agreement. Cat Dan, bewildered, thought to himself, so, I am left in the dark? Upon seeing Jun take action while Jiraiya remained reticent, Dan chose not to inquire further. As a newly promoted Jonin from a humble clan without a significant background, he was well aware of the adage that curiosity killed the cat. Now that he had attained the rank of Jonin, he trusted that the necessary information would be communicated to him, while matters beyond his purview were best left untouched. One cannot help but marvel at the intricacies of chakra. Although it is defined as energy extracted from human cells, seemingly unremarkable, it possesses the potential for extraordinary feats. For instance, due to Jun's imposition of the transcription seal upon Nagato, he could sense Nagato's chakra, thus enabling him to ascertain the latter's approximate location. As he drew closer, the clarity of this position intensified. This could be considered a subtle technique of sensory-type ninjas, akin in principle to the abilities of ninja hounds, though the latter rely on olfactory senses while sensory ninjas depend on chakra. In a certain valley of the Land of Rain, the masked man had already caught up with the trio. Yahiko and his companions were still quite young and had not undergone comprehensive ninja training. Jun had merely laid the groundwork for them, while Jiraiya had imparted some life-saving techniques. The remainder relied solely on their own exploration. Consequently, they were no match for the masked man. Even wounded, he was not an adversary they could contend with. The 3 were cornered into the valley, standing against the masked man, who was now slightly out of breath, as Jun's inflicted injuries were more severe than he had anticipated. Die! The masked man snarled, rapidly forming hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. A fireball erupted from the mouth of the masked man, instantaneously engulfing the figure of Sanfin. The flames spread swiftly, showing no sign of abating despite the damp air and environment. The masked man gazed coldly at the inferno he had conjured, lost in his thoughts. Suddenly, he spotted a figure amidst the flames. The fire parted, revealing Uchiha Shinya. The masked man's inner fury was reignited. A gust of wind centered around Shinya formed a hemispherical barrier, isolating the flames from the masked man. Shinya looked up at the masked man, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Ah, long time no see, coward who dares not show his face. Chapter 85. The Masked Man, Uchiha Shana, Uchiha Shinya. The masked man's expression darkened as he beheld Shinya's presence. You seem rather displeased to see me, Shinya remarked. I, on the other hand, am quite pleased to finally find you. It was you who secretly informed them about the Cloud Village's kidnapping of Kushina, wasn't he it? Humph. All of this is for the grand plan of that esteemed individual. Uzumaki Kushina is merely a necessary sacrifice on the path to peace, the masked man replied coldly. That esteemed individual? Could it be Shafulin? Shinya thought to himself, scoffing at the air of mystery as if it were common knowledge. You too, Uchiha Shinya. Only I am the most trusted subordinate of that esteemed individual. You shall not usurp my position. The masked man's expression grew increasingly sinister as he fixed his gaze on Shinya. Really now? Shinya sighed, waving his hand casually. The winds around him surged outward, gradually pushing back the inferno. By the way, Uchiha Kagami's mysterious death within the clan, causing a rift between the village and the Uchiha, was also part of your scheme, wasn't it? Shinya suddenly inquired, locking eyes with the masked man. The masked man sneered. Humph, those cowards in the clan, resorting to appease Senju Tobarama to capture me. Especially Uchiha Kagami. He is a traitor to the Uchiha. A backstabbing wolf, a disgrace to the clan, who only knows how to ingratiate himself with the Senju. Such a person deserves to die. Bang. Before he could finish, a fireball the size of a jujube seed whizzed past his face. So it is you, Uchiha Shana. The expression on Shinya's face began to darken. You are more deserving of death than those from the Cloud Village. Shinya's anger did not stem from Uchiha Kagami. He had no personal connection with him. His ire was rooted in Uchiha Shana's actions, which were driving the clan towards a path of extremism. Conflicts that could be reconciled became irreconcilable due to him, and issues that could be resolved turned into insurmountable challenges. Why was Shinya exerting himself so desperately? Beyond aspiring to become Hokage and stand alongside Tsunade, he also yearned to mend the rift between the Uchiha and the village. Had Uchiha Kagami not perished, Shinya would not have been compelled to strive so hard. Reflecting on this, his anger surged, fueling his chakra. Damn it, I could have lived a leisurely life as a member of a prominent clan. But it was your foolishness in killing Uchiha Kagami that forced me to exert myself for survival. Uchiha Shana felt an overwhelming aura emanating from Shinya, causing his heart to race with trepidation. Fire style, great fire annihilation. Shinya waved his hand, unleashing a torrent of flames that surged forth in a fan shape towards Uchiha Shana. Ever since acquiring the talent of Shintian Ichi, Shinya's chakra control had reached an extraordinarily bizarre level. Coupled with his ability to expel chakra externally, he could now perform ninjutsu from various parts of his body. This meant he no longer had to form hand seals to expel fire or water. For complex techniques like great fire annihilation, Shinya could effortlessly release them with a mere flick of his wrist. However, there was a downside. Compared to the traditional method of forming seals and releasing techniques, the power was somewhat diminished, but that was merely in relation to his own capabilities. The advantages were substantial, particularly the instantaneous execution without any preparatory motion, leaving his adversaries utterly blindsided. Ninjutsu. Call me a sorcerer. Uchiha Shana, caught entirely off guard, was swiftly engulfed by the sea of flames. Shinya, brother. Yahiko hastily moved to Shinya's side. They had not anticipated that in their moment of peril, Shinya would emerge to save them. Don't celebrate just yet. It's not over, Shinya cautioned. His perceptive abilities allowed him to sense that Uchiha Shana was not dead. Not only was he alive, but his chakra was also surging. Boom. A powerful wind pressure generated by chakra instantly dispelled the flames. Uchiha Shana emerged, a white Zetsu having completed its fusion with him. His injuries healed under the white Zetsu's restorative abilities, and 3 tomo in his eyes began to spin slowly. Behold, this is the power bestowed upon me by that esteemed individual, Uchiha Shana chuckled maniacally. Shinya regarded Uchiha Shana with an ironic sense of amusement. Uchiha Shana, an extreme Uchiha supremacist, considered anyone outside the Uchiha clan to be worthless. Naturally, even those like Uchiha Kagami, who showed kindness to outsiders, were also deemed worthless in his eyes. It was rather ironic that such a person would rely on Hashirama S cells to augment his own strength. Nevertheless, Even with the enhancement from the white Zetsu, Shinya remained undaunted. Ultimately, the foundation of Uchiha Shana's power was rooted in his own training, which was insubstantial and hollow. In contrast, Shinya's strength was derived from the unique advantages within his mind, rendering any comparison futile. Today, this underdog shall grind you, this elitist, into the ground. At that moment, Uchiha Shana formed a hand seal. Shinya furrowed his brow. This seal felt oddly familiar. Wood style, birth of the trees. Shinya cursed under his breath. Incredulous that a mere fusion with the white Zetsu enabled the use of wood style. In an instant, numerous branches erupted from the ground like vines, rapidly growing and lunging toward Shinya. While Shinya was astonished, he remained attuned to the chakra. In essence, it was not particularly remarkable to utilize wood style. What was truly extraordinary was possessing the strength of Hashirama. Clearly, Uchiha Shana's wood style was vastly inferior to that of Hashirama, lacking even the slightest fraction of his prowess. Shinya retrieved several shurikens and hurled them towards the encroaching trees. The shuriken whirled through the air at an astonishing speed, as the wind-natured chakra began to entwine around its blades. Wind release shuriken. This technique was once employed by Danzo in the original narrative. Although it remains uncertain whether the organization has since developed it, it has indeed been successfully replicated. The essence of wind transformation ultimately lies in its cutting prowess. In my previous life, having perused comics, I had access to established development processes, and thus, I merely followed suit. The keen wind blades effortlessly severed countless vines, clearing the branches before me in an instant. Subsequently, I produced a kunai, applying chakra to its blade with my left hand, causing the wind chakra to envelop the weapon, transforming it into a sharp sword. I retrieved a length of string from my ninja tool pouch and affixed it to the end of the kunai. As the branches surged toward me once more, I seized the string and swiftly wielded the kunai, slicing through all incoming branches. What? Impossible! Uchiha Shana exclaimed in astonishment. I laughed heartily. Ha ha, old man. Your wood release is utterly useless. What? No way. Uchiha Shana gasped. I then produced several shuriken, once again enveloping them in chakra, and hurled them toward Uchiha Shana. The shuriken seemed to curve, encircling him from all directions, effectively blocking his escape. Meanwhile, I charged toward him. Damn it! Uchiha Shana began to channel chakra within, forming hand seals. Simultaneously, I too commenced my own series of seals. Water release. Who the hell repaired my dam? What? How can you perform such advanced water release? Uchiha Shana exclaimed, his face displaying shock. The next moment, I spat a thick glob of phlegm directly at him. His attempt to execute the jutsu was thwarted. With a swift motion, several shurikens sliced through Uchiha Shana's body, yet due to the presence of white Zetsu, his wounds quickly healed. Bastard! Uchiha Shana, regaining his composure, glared at me with fury. In response, I scooped a handful of dirt and hurled it at his face. With a splat, the mud obscured his vision once more, interrupting his hand seals. Simultaneously, my chakra erupted, resonating with a fierce howl. 6 paths, fist of the flying bear. With a thunderous impact, my fist struck Uchiha Shana's abdomen, causing the ground around us to crumble, sending earth and stones flying. Uchiha Shana coughed up blood, which mingled with fragments of unknown organs. Flames ignited on his hands, engulfing his form entirely. The burning Uchiha Shana collapsed onto the ground, his life force rapidly waning. I turned away, heading toward Yahiko and the others. Big brother. Yahiko beamed. Nagato and Konan also smiled, their relief palpable. I gazed into Nagato's eyes, preparing to speak. However, in the next moment, a surge of unease coursed through me. Uchiha Shana's chakra began to swell once more. I glanced back toward Uchiha Shana's position. Damn it. Is this ever going to end? Why is he so difficult to kill? Shinya gazed at the position of Uchiha Shana, where the azure chakra gradually coalesced into a skeletal form, unable to restrain his frustration. Chapter 86. Fierce Battle with Uchiha Shana. Susanoo. One of the abilities conferred by the Mage Sharingan began to take shape. Uchiha Shana slowly rose, his eyes now adorned with a new pattern, 3 tomo interconnected, transforming into 3 peculiar designs. Concurrently, his chakra surged once more, and the skeletal figure gradually solidified into a youthful giant wielding a sword. Ha ha! Uchiha Shana erupted into a maniacal laughter, exclaiming, I owe you my gratitude, Uchiha Shinya. Thanks to you, I have ascended to this stage. The Mage Sharingan. This is its ultimate form. Shinya turned to face Uchiha Shana, then addressed Konan and the others behind him, saying, Konan, take Yahiko and Nagato to the Leaf Village's encampment and inform Jiraiya of the situation here. Understood. Konan responded decisively, aware that their presence was merely a hindrance to Shinya. Without hesitation, she led Yahiko and Nagato onto a paper kite, soaring towards the direction of the Leaf's camp. Feudal, how long can you withstand my power? Uchiha Shana scoffed coldly. Shinya Grindo, you seem quite confident, but your pride may be your downfall. Humph, such nonsensical bluster. Uchiha Shana retorted with a disdainful snort, commanding the Azure Giant's sword to lunge toward Shinya. Shinya swiftly drew his blade from his back, countering the giant's strike. The clash of metal resounded as Shinya's sword halted the giant's attack. Impossible! Uchiha Shana exclaimed in astonishment, witnessing Shinya's ability to withstand Susanu's assault. Meanwhile, Shinya felt the strain. The giant's might was formidable, making it no easy feat to fend off its blows. Drawing a shuriken, he employed the wind release shuriken technique, launching it towards Susanu. The wind-infused shuriken merely etched a shallow crack upon Susanu's exterior, which quickly mended itself. It can even counterattack? Truly a monster, Shinya thought, realizing that he had failed to breach Susanu's defenses. Instead of feeling elated, Uchiha Shana's shock deepened. What a creature, capable of both withstanding Susanu and retaliating. Shinya flashed a confident smile at Uchiha Shana. Although the defense was arduous, it became clear that this Susanu was not as formidable as he had anticipated. It was not the complete form of Susanu. Should the original Madara Uchiha appear, Shinya would tread carefully. However, against Uchiha Shana at this level, Shinya felt assured that even if he could not prevail, he could certainly escape. In fact, given Uchiha Shana's capabilities, Shinya believed he had a fair chance of victory. Yet, after absorbing that last attack, he too was feeling the toll. Shinya, unwilling to engage directly any longer, charged towards Susanu, leaving the task of evasion to Ryobi Tongta. As he advanced, he deftly dodged the assaults from Susanu. Simultaneously, he summoned 3 shadow clones, 2 of which obscured Uchiha Shana's line of sight, while the third sought refuge in an untouched corner, gathering natural energy in preparation for Sage Technique Chakra. Meanwhile, Shinya's true form maneuvered towards the rear of Susanu. The shadow clones proved to be invaluable tools for deceiving foes and gathering intelligence, their sole drawback being their fragility. While Shinya's original form could potentially withstand similar attacks, the shadow clones would vanish with a mere graze. Thus, they exercised utmost caution, skillfully evading to buy Shinya precious time. In truth, if Shinya wished to employ a tactic akin to Naruto's shadow clone army strategy, he could certainly accomplish it, yet such an approach was not cost-effective for him. Shinya possessed his own methods, a unique style tailored to his strengths. Cursed insects, do not flee. Uchiha Shana bellowed in rage. He had just activated his Mangeki Sharingan, still struggling to fully adapt to his newfound power, let alone the precision required to manipulate Susanu. Consequently, despite his surge in strength, Uchiha Shana's attacks became erratic and unfocused. Shinya dared not engage directly. A few more hits, and he would be overwhelmed. The shadow clones faced a similar fate, dissipating with the slightest contact. However, striking Shinya was not an easy task for Uchiha Shana. In truth, Shinya had 9 methods at his disposal to eliminate Uchiha Shana. 9. To speak candidly, Uchiha Shana was among the Uchiha clan members Shinya had encountered, possessing relatively low combat prowess and tactical intelligence. How did this fool ever dare to confront Senju Tobirama? Had Tobirama eliminated him back then, countless subsequent troubles could have been averted. Uchiha Shana could be likened to a single rotten apple spoiling the entire barrel. The villagers' entrenched stereotypes about the Uchiha clan were significantly shaped by their experiences during the Uchiha Shana coup, which were recounted to future generations. However, the root of the discord lay with the aging elder, Uchiha Madara. It was he who initially urged his kin to abandon their hatred and unite with the Senju to establish the ninja village. When faced with opposition from Tobirama, it was he who faltered, demanding that his clan forsake the hard-won peace to follow him. Ultimately, he believed that the Uchiha had betrayed him. Such hypocrisy was astonishing. Very well, Tobirama, allow me to rectify what you could not. As a means of cleansing the slate, Shinya mused internally. Despite having only met Senju Tobirama a handful of times, he resolved to assist in rectifying the chaos left by Uchiha Shana. After all, Shana's presence brought no benefit to Konoha, and Konoha would eventually be his. Eliminating him would serve Jinya's own interests. At worst, I shall suffer a minor loss. Marrying Tsunade and Kushina will suffice. Fist of mighty strength, Shinya proclaimed, as he positioned himself behind Susanoo and struck the ground with force. The earth beneath Uchiha Shana's feet collapsed instantaneously, causing him to stagger perilously close to falling. Bang! Meanwhile, the shadow clone tasked with gathering natural energy had completed its mission, and Shinya directly engaged with the clone. The sage chakra flowed into Jinya's body, transforming his dark pupils into a brilliant gold. Faint tiger stripes adorned his face, a manifestation of the sage chakra he had cultivated. In contrast, when Xiaofeng or Luofu assisted him in entering sage mode, these markings were absent. Only the golden hue of his pupils remained. In essence, Shinya felt he still had much to practice. Nevertheless, Shinya's sage mode was already remarkably close to perfection, albeit still lacking that final touch. However, this was of little concern. It was sufficient to confront Uchiha Shana. Shinya gazed at Uchiha Shana, who had fallen into the collapsed pit, and smiled. "Oomph, old man, let's see how you fare against our Uchiha clan's secret sealing technique." Chapter 87. Indra. Don't go overboard. Shinya's golden pupils began to shift, the three tomo slowly rotating. He drew a shuriken and hurled it towards Susanoo. Wind release shuriken this time. The wind-natured chakra sliced through Susanoo, the shuriken spinning at high velocity. After a brief stalemate, a gash appeared in Susanoo. Observing this, Shinya clapped his hands together. His eyes focused on Uchiha Shana as the tomo continued to spin. Uchiha Shana, noticing the tomo in Shinya's eyes, felt an ominous premonition. However, it was too late to avert his gaze. Sealing technique, Mahagara. As their eyes locked, Susanoo began to dissipate. Furthermore, the chakra fluctuations emanating from Uchiha Shana diminished, until they vanished entirely. What on earth is happening? Uchiha Shana thought, his chakra completely gone, rendering him akin to an ordinary person. The sole distinction lay in his enhanced physical prowess, honed through years of training and combat. Yet, his chakra had vanished, not truly lost, but entirely sealed within his body. If one were to observe through the Byakugan, they would see that every chakra pathway within Uchiha Shana was obstructed by a malevolent chakra, preventing the flow of chakra. What is this? Uchiha Shana's expression flickered between confusion and anger, tinged with a hint of fear. Mahagara, a secret sealing technique preserved within the Nanga shrine by my clan. Aside from myself, only the head of the sealing clan might possess such knowledge. Shinya addressed Uchiha Shana. Its effect is quite straightforward. It only affects the wielder of the Sharingan, completely sealing your chakra within your body. What? My clan possesses such a sealing technique? Uchiha Shana exclaimed in shock. To be candid, Shinya had also been taken aback upon discovering it. Damn, not only did Senju Tobarama develop a myriad of jutsu targeting the Uchiha, but I never anticipated that our clan harbored sealing techniques specifically for the Uchiha as well. Moreover, while Senju Tobarama's jutsu were tailored for the Uchiha clan, they also held universal applicability, proving effective against others as well. In simpler terms, Senju Tobarama's techniques were primarily tactical responses to the Uchiha. The family's secret sealing technique is exclusively aimed at the Uchiha clan. Only those possessing the Sharingan can be targeted by this technique. It is ineffective against others. The effectiveness of the sealing depends on the disparity in ocular power between the caster and the target. Although Shinya currently possesses only the three tomo, Uchiha Shana has already awakened the Mangeki, yet Shinya's ocular prowess still surpasses that of Uchiha Shana. To reiterate, Uchiha Shana's strength is derived from diligent training, which contains an element of overestimation, while Shinya's power stems from the extraordinary abilities residing within his mind, rendering them incomparable. The origin of this technique as creator is shrouded in mystery, save for the fact that he was an exceptionally formidable ninja. It is said that the most ruthless adversaries often emerge from within the same clan. Senju Tobarama remarked that he merely wished to quell the rebellious sentiments of the Uchiha clan, while it appears that Uchiha members genuinely desire the demise of their kin. Although this technique may seem like a cruel jest to Shinya, an Uchiha, it has ultimately proven useful. Truth be told, I was equally taken aback when I first learned of it. Shinya approached Uchiha Shana with a blade in hand. I never thought I would genuinely utilize this technique one day. It is truly fortunate that it is not directed at my kin. He then pressed the blade against Shana's neck, declaring, "You and the revered Uchiha Madara are the true traitors of this clan." As he prepared to slit Shana's throat, Uchiha Shana, devoid of any means to resist. Could only scream in terror. "Wait, child!" A voice resounded from behind Shinya, causing alarm bells to ring in his mind. Without the intention to turn around, he kicked Uchiha Shana away and lunged forward to create distance before assessing the situation. There stood a man clad in scarlet armor, gripping Uchiha Shana as he examined him. I did not expect that the Nanha Shrine concealed such a technique. It seems it was developed after my departure from Konoha, the man said slowly. Shinya was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming inwardly, "What on earth is the old man doing here?" "At last, we meet, descendant of the Uchiha," the old man declared. Shinya regained his composure, observing Uchiha Madara before him. His hair had turned nearly entirely white, and his face was heavily lined with wrinkles. The fluctuations of his chakra were somewhat unstable, infused with a substantial amount of yang release energy, likely sustained by the power of the white zetsu that allowed him to emerge from the underground. To put it plainly, he was in a dire state. Nevertheless, it must be noted that even in such a weakened condition, Madara's chakra quality was beyond that of Uchiha Shana. Should Shinya attempt to unleash the Mahagaro on the old man, he might indeed find success elusive. As Madara opened his eyes, his three-tomo Sharingan began to rotate slowly. "So, this is how the sealing technique is utilized?" he mused. No sooner had the words left his lips than he began to form hand seals. As their gazes met, Shinya felt his chakra being forcibly drawn back into his body. In an instant, Shinya transformed into a cloud of white mist. "A shadow clone? Remarkable that you could substitute your true form without my notice," Madara remarked, a slight smile betraying his admiration. Meanwhile, Shin appeared behind Uchiha Madara, drawing his blade and thrusting it forward. Bang! It was as if an invisible barrier enveloped Madara. The tip of the blade could not penetrate his defenses. Turning around, Madara observed that Shin had closed his Sharingan. It seems this technique can only be effective when the Sharingan is activated. "I must commend your combat prowess. However, to dare fight before me with your eyes shut, you may be rather overconfident." Boom! In the next instant, a tremendous repulsive force propelled Shin backward, crashing him into the mountainside. "You seem to possess a wealth of knowledge, far more than I had anticipated. Yet, you appear to misunderstand both the Sharingan and the Rinnegan. The essence of ocular techniques lies in ocular power, and the eyes are merely an external manifestation of that power." Uchiha Madara stated mildly, "Indeed, destroying my Rinnegan can cause me some inconvenience, but that is all." Coughing, Shin dislodged the stones from his body and crawled out from the rubble, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He pressed his left hand against his abdomen, where green chakra flickered faintly. "So, you possess sage techniques? My interest in you continues to grow," Madara remarked with a smile. Shin had surprised him time and again with ninjutsu, sealing techniques, sage arts, and medical ninjutsu. Although his Sharingan was merely a three-tomo, its ocular power was exceptionally formidable, far surpassing that of the already activated Mangeki Sharingan of Uchiha Shina. He was proficient in everything, and at a commendable level. At that moment, Shin was extremely frustrated, thinking, "Damn it, that old Madara is truly unreasonable." He hadn't even seen Shin perform his techniques. He merely attempted to unravel the sealing jutsu of Uchiha Shina and immediately grasped the principles behind Mahajala, then used it against himself. "Indra, you are being utterly absurd." Chapter 88, Fierce Battle with Uchiha Madara. The original Madara was equally absurd. He could manifest a complete Susanoo without eyes, while others could only plug and play with the Sharingan. Fortunately, he had been cautious. When he defeated Uchiha Shina, he had switched places with his shadow clone, allowing it to taunt Madara. Otherwise, with his chakras sealed, he would have been left helplessly staring. Now, gazing at the old Madara before him, Shin fell into contemplation. The power Madara could wield was not as formidable as he had imagined, likely due to the decay of his physical form. After roughly mending his internal injuries, Shin rose, blade in hand. "Come, let me see where your limits lie," Madara declared. Taking a deep breath, Shin steadied himself. Golden pupils fixed on Uchiha Madara as he began to gather strength beneath his feet. Bang! With a dull thud, Shin propelled himself forward. His speed produced a sonic boom, and he shot toward Madara like a meteor. Madara drew a kunai, preparing to counter Shin's strike. Their figures blurred like streaks of light as they rapidly traversed the valley in combat. Even with the Mangeki Sharingan activated, Uchiha Shina could not discern the movements of Shin and Uchiha Madara, only catching fleeting glimpses of their afterimages and the surrounding rocks shattering. As Shin engaged in battle with Madara, he pondered his strategies. Since the old man relied on the strength of white Zetsu to ascend from below, it is evident that his physical condition is far from optimistic. Even if it is not as dire as during the Third Great Ninja War, it is undoubtedly worse than in his prime. Therefore, what Shinya must do becomes exceedingly simple. He must employ Sima Yi's tactics. After all, Shinya possesses distinct advantages: his abundant chakra, formidable defense, extended stamina, and low consumption, coupled with the ability to heal himself. He could convey to the old man, "I can endure for a day and a night." Moreover, he has allies nearby to rally support. Can you? You cannot even meet anyone at present. With this thought, Shinya's confidence surged. Uchiha Madara sensed this shift in Shinya's demeanor, appearing utterly bewildered. Just moments ago, Shinya was fearless. Now, he seemed increasingly exhilarated as they clashed. They exchanged blows for dozens of rounds, creating sparks that illuminated the air before they landed on the ground. "If I heard correctly, you just accused me of being a traitor to the Uchiha?" Madara inquired, gazing at Shinya. Shinya grinned widely. "Indeed, you are the true traitor of the Uchiha." Boom. Another force struck, sending Shinya flying. However, this time he was prepared, rolling upon landing to dissipate the impact. Although it appeared quite disheveled, he had managed to avoid injury once more. Who was it that urged the clan to relinquish their hatred towards the Senju and collaboratively establish Konoha? Shinya taunted Madara. "Was it not you? And when peace was finally achieved, it was again you who convinced everyone to abandon everything and leave Konoha. Uchiha Madara, you have betrayed the Uchiha twice." Even the steadfast old man could not help but feel a stir of emotion at Shinya's jibes. For the first time, someone dared to strike at his vulnerabilities. Izuna's eyes were indeed quite useful, were they not? Faced with the Senju clan, the ones responsible for his brother's death, he still managed to set aside his hatred to build Konoha alongside them. Such magnanimity, yet he fractured his bond with Hashirama over a few words from Tobirama. "To be honest, I find it increasingly difficult to comprehend you," Shinya continued. Listening to Shinya's mockery, Madara fell silent. After a moment, blue flames began to engulf his entire being, and a colossal skeletal frame materialized around him. The defenses had truly been breached. Although he appeared outwardly unperturbed, inside, he yearned to obliterate Shinya into 1,000 pieces. How was it that he uttered no profanities, yet every word struck at his sore spots? The pain was excruciating. The old man almost wanted to shout at Shinya. 10,007? As Shinya witnessed Madara manifesting the skeletal form, he quickly leaped backward, intending to create distance. Universal pull. A formidable gravitational force drew Shinya closer. "I told you, the old man is utterly unreasonable. How can a good person lose their Rinnegan, yet still wield the powers of Wang shouting?" Shinya observed as the skeletal figure slowly raised its sword, aimed directly at him. With a decisive thought, he stomped his foot, embedding the blade into the ground to halt his advance. With every muscle in his body tensed, he lowered his center of gravity, nearly melding into the earth itself. The gravitational force and the physical might of Shinya clashed violently, as his garments flapped as if caught in a tempest. Steadying himself and gradually acclimating to the pull of gravity, Shinya extended his finger, aiming at Uchiha Madara. Fire release, meteor flame. With precision akin to a marksman, he unleashed a barrage of flames at the same point on the skeletal structure, firing shot after shot. At long last, after numerous attempts, a fissure appeared on the skeleton. Indeed, Madara was in a deteriorated state. Had he been in better condition, Shinya would have been unable to breach the defense of his Susanoo. Moreover, the destructive influence of the Rinnegan was not without effect on Uchiha Madara. It seemed that he could not fully harness the power of the Rinnegan at that moment. The eyes manifest the ocular techniques and serve as conduits for their energy. Though losing the conduit did not render the techniques unusable, it did escalate the cost of employing them. To think he would challenge the power of the Sage of Six Paths with mere physical strength, such audacity from a junior. With a cold snort, Madara intensified the output of his ocular power. Shinya felt his balance disrupted, uncontrollably hurtling toward Madara. Thud! The sword in the skeletal hand pierced Shinya's body. Yet, no blood spilled, causing Madara to furrow his brow. When did he make the switch? With a crackle, Shinya transformed into pure lightning, surging toward the fissure in the skeleton. Boom! A resounding crash shattered the skeletal structure. In the aftermath of the blinding lightning, Shinya's figure emerged, his blade striking fiercely toward Madara's neck. The momentum of this strike was imbued with an indomitable spirit. Madara was human, and so was I. Madara possessed the Sharingan, and I too wielded the power of the Sharingan. He, a decrepit elder, while I, Uchiha Shinya, stood in the prime of youth. In this clash of youth against age, the advantage lay with me. Madara regarded the approaching Shinya with an air of calm, unfazed. Having been raised in the midst of wars during the Warring States period, he was well versed in the thoughts of his adversaries. Although he had not detected when Shinya employed the lightning release, shadow clone to swap places, in that fleeting moment, Madara discerned Shinya's intent. Thus, he remained unperturbed. Extending his palm toward Shinya, his expression remained composed. Shinra Tensei. Boom. A tremendous repulsive force hurled Shinya through the air, crashing him into the mountainside. This time, he suffered grievously. He could sense 2 of his ribs had fractured, and the state of his internal organs remained uncertain. He had nearly lost his breath. Coughing twice, he expelled a mouthful of blood, finally regaining his breath. At that moment, the time for Sage Mode ended. The golden pupils fading back to black. Integrating the nature transformation of lightning release into his shadow clones was indeed a commendable strategy. With such a unique shadow clone, do you intend to replace your true self and strike me the instant lightning shatters Susanoo? Uchiha Madara approached slowly and remarked, "You must be merely 13 years old. Achieving such a feat at this tender age is indeed remarkable. However, you remain woefully naive. Do you truly believe you know whom you are facing?" As he spoke, a wave of formidable aura intermingled with chakra pressed down upon Shinya. Shinya felt a constriction in his breath, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Having been blasted thrice by Shinra Tensei, had it not been for Shinya's exceptional physical prowess, he might have already perished. Unlike Nagato, Uchiha Madara is the true master of the Rinnegan. Although the destruction of the Rinnegan by Shinya increased the cost of utilizing its abilities, Madara still adeptly wielded the fundamental powers of the Rinnegan with exquisite precision. Naturally, the so-called 5-second cooldown was non-existent. Suppressing his rising anxiety, Shinya employed healing techniques to mend his wounds. In the face of Uchiha Madara, he remained excessively passive. Madara's Susanoo was not to be compared with Uchiha Shinizuke's hastily awakened and rudimentary version. Furthermore, Madara merely sensed the chakra of Mahakaro and replicated it effortlessly, instilling fear in Shinya to activate his Sharingan, lest he unwittingly fall prey to Madara's sealing of his chakra. Was this not tantamount to giving aid to the enemy? Yet, who could have anticipated that Madara would personally intervene? He had assumed that once he dealt with Uchiha Shinizuke, he could retreat at leisure. However, with Madara's personal arrival, where could he voice his grievances? Primarily, Uchiha Shinizuke's ineptitude hardly warranted such attention from Madara. Madara felt a degree of helplessness as he did not regard Uchiha Shinizuke highly. Nevertheless, he had no other capable Uchiha at his disposal. Despite the radical factions within the clan clamoring to overthrow Sarutobi and seize control of the Hokage's office, their animosity towards the Hokage faction did not conflict with their disdain for Madara himself. Had the radicals truly aligned with him? Why had no one followed him when he departed from Konoha? At the very least, during Uchiha Shinizuke's coup, he should not have been surrounded by mere misfits. With only one usable Uchiha left, his lack of skill was a minor concern. Moreover, now that Shinizuke had awakened the Mangeki Sharingan with proper guidance, he could be molded into a formidable asset. If previously Madara viewed Shinizuke as expendable, compelled by a lack of viable alternatives, his perspective shifted the moment Shinizuke activated the Mangeki. The expendable had instantly transformed into a trusted lieutenant. Therefore, he could not allow Shinya to eliminate Uchiha Shinizuke. As for Shinya, time was on his side. Madara had numerous methods to lead Shinya down a path of darkness, compelling him to serve his interests. At least, that was his belief, for Shinya was indeed a member of the Uchiha clan. Madara asserted, "No one understands the Uchiha better than I do. As long as one belongs to the Uchiha clan, should a cherished individual encounter misfortune, with a slight suggestion, it becomes feasible to cast doubt upon the entire world. Consequently, they would unreservedly dedicate everything to their Moon Eye plan." However, at this moment, Uchiha Madara did not appear as relaxed as he seemed. After all, his body had aged significantly, and his ability to fight relied heavily on white Zetsu. Furthermore, the prior extensive use of the Rinnegan had taken a considerable toll on him. And what of Shin? He seemed to bear serious injuries, yet Uchiha Madara was aware that his physical prowess surpassed that of the average Uchiha. Thus, these wounds were not as dire as they appeared. Moreover, with Shin's proficiency in medical ninjutsu, the battle could continue indefinitely. Uchiha Shin, in this mundane world. It brings me joy to have a young person like you to entertain me, Madara said slowly. Despite the considerable exhaustion he felt, Uchiha Madara maintained an air of seniority. Haha, you flatter me. It has been a long time since I encountered such a formidable opponent, Shin replied with a smile. It seemed that both were tacitly aware of each other's thoughts and had no intention of continuing the fight. Madara felt that it would be unwise to forcefully eliminate Shin here, as he could very well possess hidden cards. A desperate move might lead to unforeseen injuries. Conversely, Shin genuinely felt he could not withstand Madara's strength and was prepared to flee should Madara choose to persist. Nonetheless, both individuals were proud and would not yield verbally. Uchiha Madara gazed at Shin and said, "It would be prudent to return and check on Nagato's eyes. Continuing this duel serves no purpose." Shin chuckled, "Indeed. My comrades are en route, and you wouldn't want to expose your identity, would you?" With a shared smile, they reached an unspoken understanding. Each had provided the other with an opportunity to retreat gracefully. After all, neither side had emerged unscathed, and offering an escape route was a gesture of mutual respect. Neither was foolish enough to disregard it. What did this signify? It signified the elevation of one another. Even if adversaries, empathy must prevail, respecting the old and cherishing the young. Shin honored the elders, while Madara valued the youth. This was certainly not due to their reluctance to engage further, absolutely not. "Lord Madara, allow me to eliminate him," Uchiha Shana approached, his face brimming with murderous intent. "You are no match for him. We should leave," Madara replied coolly. Uchiha Shana was momentarily speechless, feeling a sense of indignation. "I cannot defeat a fully recovered Shin, but now that he is weakened, I still cannot?" Yet, Uchiha Madara had firmly rejected his proposal, and Shana dared not oppose him. Shin, on the other hand, felt a twinge of disappointment. Had Uchiha Shana been unable to restrain himself and acted, he could have swiftly taken him down. At that point, even Madara would have found it challenging to object. Even if the old man band is indeed unperturbed and prepared to take action, Jiraiya is swiftly approaching this way, leaving the old man with no choice but to retreat. It is not out of fear of Jiraiya. The latter, lacking mastery of sage techniques, is hardly a match for the old man. The primary concern lies in the potential exposure, which could attract the attention of various nations, thereby jeopardizing his plans. Presently, Uchiha Shana is in close proximity to the old man. Should he choose to engage in a lethal confrontation, it is likely that the old man would be compelled to deliver another spicy setback. After Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Shana departed, Shinya finally breathed a sigh of relief and collapsed onto the ground. His injuries were substantial, yet his chakra remained relatively abundant. Activating the sage art, he began to heal his internal wounds. Medical ninjutsu should not be overused. He focused on treating the internal injuries that might leave lasting repercussions. As for external wounds, he entrusted their healing to his body's natural regenerative abilities. Chapter 90. The movements of Tsunade Shinya. Since Jiraiya's position, he and Konan were hastening towards this location. Although his injuries were considerable, they did not currently impede his mobility, prompting Shinya to decide to depart from this perilous place. Just as he rose, a sudden tension gripped his heart. The sixth secret path was triggered, and he instinctively reached back with his hand. With a crack, a shadow was seized by Shinya, only to explode, showering him with a black substance that resembled liquid. Shinya frowned at the black liquid on his hand. It was nearly devoid of sensation. In release? Before he could ponder further, the black liquid began to writhe violently, swiftly climbing up his arm towards his head. In the blink of an eye, it reached his eyes. However, in the next moment, Shinya activated his Sharingan. The black liquid, as if encountering its nemesis, rapidly contracted. It then twisted frantically, attempting to escape Shinya's body. Naturally, Shinya would not grant it such an opportunity. With his ocular prowess, he locked onto the black liquid and seized it firmly. Subsequently, his internal in-release chakra began to infiltrate the black substance, expelling the faint, independent will that resided within. Gradually, the black liquid coalesced into a sphere the size of a tennis ball. Gazing at this sphere, the three Tomo in Shinya's eyes began to spin incessantly, increasingly swift. Ultimately, the Tomo transformed. Within his crimson pupils, surrounded by the black iris, were the 4 hexagrams of the I Ching. The left eye bore the ominous 4 hexagrams, while the right eye displayed the auspicious 4 hexagrams. This state persisted for approximately several seconds before his eyes reverted to the 3 Tomo configuration. Grasping the black sphere in his left hand, Shinya focused his thoughts, causing the sphere to disperse once more, wrapping around his left hand like a glove. Meanwhile, on Uchiha Madara's side, a sense of urgency arose. This boy possesses peculiarities. Kurizetsu's tone grew frantic. Uchiha Madara raised an eyebrow. What troubles you, Kurizetsu? Kurizetsu replied. The consciousness I dispatched has severed its connection with me. This boy's body is enigmatic. My consciousness has failed to disturb his spirit. Waves of concern rippled through Uchiha Madara's eyes. As for Uchiha Shinya, it is of no consequence. The priority now is to reactivate the Rinnegan. We must swiftly ascertain the candidate possessing Ashura's bloodline. At this moment, Shinya had reunited with Jiraiya and returned to the camp. How is Nagato's condition? Shinya inquired as he stepped into a tent designated as the operating room for Nagato. His injuries have stabilized, a nearby medical ninja replied. Shinya nodded. Prepare for surgery. We must excise the remnants of the eyeball and the necrotic nerves. Medical ninjas, by nature, are also physicians. Not all injuries can be treated solely through medical ninjutsu. Conventional medical techniques, such as surgery, must also be mastered. Activating the Sharingan, Shinya commenced the operation on Nagato. Outside, Jiraiya anxiously awaited, his heart heavy with both concern and guilt. After all, it was Shinya who had destroyed Nagato's eyes, a truth he was acutely aware of. According to Shinya, Nagato's Rinnegan was not his own, leaving behind a legacy fraught with peril. Although Jiraiya was unaware of the mechanics behind the awakening of the Rinnegan, he had no reason to doubt Shinya's words. Furthermore, this matter implicated Uchiha Shursui, making the destruction of the eyes the most prudent course of action. As for Nagato, he could only strive to make amends in the future. Several hours later, Shinya emerged from the tent, his face etched with fatigue. How did it go? Jiraiya hurriedly asked. The surgery was successful. He simply needs to recuperate, Shinya responded. What about the Rinnegan? Jiraiya pressed. It can be confirmed that it does not belong to Nagato. The residual nerves of the Rinnegan exhibited a rejection response with the nerves in Nagato's brain. It must have been transplanted at a very young age, Shinya explained. Is that so? Jiraiya sighed, feeling not only guilt but also sympathy for the young man. It was evident that Nagato had been treated as a mere pawn since childhood. He now had reasons to suspect that the death of Nagato's parents was orchestrated by Uchiha Shursui. Do not be so sorrowful. The ocular technique that does not belong to him is, in fact, a burden. Without the Rinnegan, Nagato's potential will be liberated, and he is destined to become a formidable ninja, Shinya consoled. In truth, Shinya had another hypothesis. The drastic shift in Nagato's character in the original narrative could not be entirely divorced from the influence of the Rinnegan. It is known that the Rinnegan belonged to Uchiha Madara, and it is plausible that the ocular powers of its wielder could affect the emotions of its host. Coupled with the schemes of Tobi and the nefarious dealings of Hanzo with the Akatsuki, these factors ultimately contributed to Nagato's descent into darkness. It is noteworthy that among the Uzumaki clan depicted in the original work, Nagato appeared to be the only one so profoundly affected, bearing a striking resemblance to the corruption seen within the Uchiha clan. From the outset, it seemed that Nagato was deliberately manipulated by Uchiha Madara, with both his experiences and the influence of the Rinnegan steering him towards a path of moral decay. While Yahiko was alive, Nagato adhered to his guidance. Upon Yahiko's death, Nagato spiraled into chaos. This was also the reason Shinya held Yahiko in high regard. Although Yahiko was not particularly powerful in the original narrative, he possessed remarkable insight. Suddenly, as they conversed, a masked Umbu appeared before them. His mask was distinct from those of ordinary Umbu, indicating his affiliation with a special division within the Umbu. Lord Jiraiya, Lord Shinya, an AMBU operative reported, "We have received intelligence indicating that Sunagakure has dispatched a team to infiltrate the Land of Rain, intending to sabotage our peace negotiations with the Rain Shinobi." Shinya furrowed his brow and summoned a Nin. Go and notify Duan. Yes. A few minutes later, Kato Duan entered the tent. Sunagakure truly is relentless, he lamented upon hearing the news. Jiraiya remarked, we must thwart their plans. It is not only Sunagakure we need to be wary of. Hanzo also poses a threat. Shinya reminded him. After all, Hanzo has a history. Even while receiving aid from the Land of Fire, he managed to drag the Fire Nation into conflict. Previously, despite a ceasefire, he colluded with a Wagakure to attack Konoha's ninja. Thus, Hanzo's credibility here in Konoha is fundamentally negative. If Sunagakure intends to make a move, We cannot dismiss the possibility of Hanzo harboring ulterior motives. Let us proceed as planned. I shall negotiate with Hanzo, Jiraiya asserted, taking charge of the camp while entrusting Shinya with the matters concerning Sunagakure. Kato Duan proposed. Time is of the essence. I will head to the Rain Shinobi village and settle this matter. Be cautious, Jiraiya advised. Understood. As Shinya observed Duan rising to depart, he couldn't help but frown. He vaguely recalled whether Kato Duan had indeed perished in battle later on. Chapter 91. Sunagakure and the Rain Shinobi. If Kato Duan were to fall in battle in the Land of Rain, it would likely be during this very mission. Yet, at present, Konoha and the Rain Shinobi have entered a phase of negotiation, and Duan's journey to the Rain Shinobi village for talks raises concerns about his potential demise. Setting aside the internal threats from the village, only two scenarios remain plausible. Either Sunagakure has dispatched formidable ninja to intercept Duan en route to the negotiations, leading to his demise, or the Rain Shinobi have betrayed their agreement. The so-called negotiations could merely be a ruse to lull Konoha into a false sense of security. Indeed, Konoha is no longer in a complete state of war. Should the Rain Shinobi collude with Sunagakure and suddenly betray us, Konoha could face dire consequences. Wait, Duan. Shinya called out, halting him. Duan paused. What is it, Shinya-kun? Shinya continued. Since we have already received intelligence from Root, we cannot dismiss the possibility of collusion between Hanzo and Sunagakure. The negotiation site cannot be in the Rain Shinobi village. We should select a location not far from our camp, where reinforcements can arrive swiftly. Duan, somewhat exasperated, replied, You are being overly cautious. Shinya, feeling a twinge of frustration, began to comprehend how this character could meet his end in the original narrative. Given that he could receive intelligence now, it was unfathomable that in the original tale, Kato Duan, who was also Tsunade's partner, would not have access to vital information. Ignoring the warnings, even when informed, suggests that the enemy would not show mercy simply because one is unprepared. I believe Jinya's perspective holds merit. Caution is indeed necessary. Jiraiya concurred with Jinya's suggestion. Shinya then produced a map, indicating a specific location. There lies an abandoned village. We can discreetly dispatch a small number of A and BU to lay an ambush there. When the Rain Shinobi arrives, the next course of action will be determined by their movements. If Hans has not conspired with Sunagakure, a normal negotiation would ensue. However, if Hans has indeed colluded with Sunagakure, it would be an opportune moment to eliminate him. To slay Hans? That would prove quite challenging, as his poison is notoriously difficult to counter. Even if your medical ninjutsu is exceptional, it merely ensures that we do not succumb to the toxin. Jiraiya furrowed his brow. In his view, if Shinya's speculation were accurate, then merely repelling Sunagakure and thwarting their conspiracy with the Rain Shinobi would be a commendable outcome. If only Kei-Ki were here. His wind techniques would surely counter Hans' poison. Cat Dam let out a sigh, lamenting Kei-Ki's absence. Without Kei-Ki, can we even continue this battle? Shinya retorted, Fear not, I have reinforcements. As long as we adhere to my strategy, the Rain Shinobi, I assure you, they shall return empty-handed. Jiraiya and Cat Dan exchanged glances, unsure of what to say in response to Shinya's confidence. They wished to express that Hans was no fool and would not act according to his whims. If negotiations were to take place, would the other party really come unprepared if they harbored ulterior motives? Yet, the words died on their lips as they considered the implications of discouraging him. However, we must not wrong the innocent. I shall intercept Sunagakure's forces, if Hans is not foolish, upon learning of my success in repelling Sunagakure. He should recognize where his allegiance ought to lie, Shinya declared. Sunagakure's deployment would undoubtedly consist of elite forces. Do you truly have confidence in this endeavor? Jiraiya questioned. Shinya replied with a smile, Rest assured, unless the third Kazekage himself arrives, I possess the means to contend with anyone else. Do not underestimate them. Sunagakure is home to many formidable talents, such as Chiyo and Ibiz, Jiraiya cautioned. Shinya nodded, Fear not, I am well aware. Thus, we shall officially come to an accord. Lord Hans, I trust that this time, Sunagakure does not regard us as mere pawns. Within the confines of the Land of Rain's feudal lord's estate, Hans and Ibiz reached an agreement. Initially, Hans genuinely sought peace with Konoha. After all, prolonged conflict would be unsustainable for the Land of Rain. Although Konoha had also suffered losses, it was evident that if the fighting persisted, the Land of Rain would be the first to succumb. Therefore, Timely damage control was the wisest course of action. However, as an unofficial ceasefire was established and preparations for negotiations commenced, Sunagakure extended an olive branch. The terms proposed by Sunagakure were a division of territory, which greatly intrigued Hans. Engaging in talks with Konoha would merely revert to the pre-war status quo, leaving the Land of Rain still dependent on the Land of Fire. Yet, collaborating with Sunagakure could lead to an equal partition of land. Should this endeavor succeed, it would be tantamount to a war of nation-building for the Land of Rain. Henceforth, who would dare to underestimate the Land of Rain? Sunagakure, situated in the arid depths of the Wind Country, and the Rain Shinobi, dwelling in the Land of Rain, are both fundamentally disadvantaged nations. Their deficiencies stem from their natural climates, as they represent two extreme ends of the spectrum. One suffers from drought, while the other from incessant flooding. Sunagakure is entrenched in a harsh desert environment, where water sources are scarce. Moreover, this is not the gravest issue. The most perilous aspect lies in the strained relations between the Hidden Sand Village and the Land of Wind's feudal lord. While one cannot say they are united in purpose, it is fair to assert that their animosity runs deep. The reason is straightforward. The Land of Wind's feudal domain is established amidst the sole oasis in the desert, thereby monopolizing nearly all natural resources, including water. In contrast to the harmonious collaboration of the Land of Fire's ruling families, the solidarity of the Land of Lightning, the comprehensive approaches of the Land of Earth, and the isolationist tendencies of the Land of Water, the discord between the Land of Wind and the Hidden Sand Village is notably intense. Simultaneously, the internal conflicts within the Hidden Sand are starkly evident. Thus, the Third Wind Shadow seeks not only to vie for resources, but also to divert some of the internal discord within the Shinobi village through warfare. Additionally, by engaging in conflict, he aims to deplete the ranks of weaker ninja, thereby reducing the strain on resources. While this may appear rather ruthless, within the context of the Hidden Sand's harsh environment, it is perceived as the sole viable solution, at least in the Third Wind Shadow's perspective. Upon solidifying the cooperative relationship with the Rain Shinobi, HZ heaved a sigh of relief. Lighting a cigarette, he began to envision the future of the Hidden Sand and even the Land of Wind. Children of the Land of Wind would no longer have to traverse the harsh sands, endure hunger, or even face the dire challenge of obtaining water. Though it is a collaboration, one must remain vigilant regarding the intelligence from the Leaf Village, Hans remarked. HZ replied with a smile, "Rest assured, our intelligence capabilities are unparalleled." Taking a deep drag from his cigarette, he continued, "The Leaf Village is evidently preparing for peace talks. The forces remaining in the Land of Rain are merely a precaution against unforeseen events and are wholly inadequate to withstand our united assault. Among the three commanders, Jiraiya is merely a defeated foe of yours. Kato is a nameless individual, and while Uchiha Shin is of the Uchiha clan, he is ultimately but a child and poses little threat." "What? Sarutobi Keiki has already departed?" Hans expressed his surprise. HZ, equally astonished, was not concerned about the departure itself, but rather about the incompetence of the Rain Shinobi's intelligence operations. "Brother, the enemy's commander has changed. And you were unaware of such a significant event?" Hans found himself at a loss. The 2.5 years of war had rendered the Land of Rain nearly a desolate wasteland. It seemed the Leaf Village, seeking retribution for Hans's declaration of war and betrayal, had obliterated nearly all infrastructure in their wake, scattering salt across the sparse arable land, rendering it unfit for cultivation. In areas where food was available, everything transportable was seized, and that which could not be taken was set ablaze. The already impoverished Land of Rain now stood on the brink of collapse, which is precisely why he accepted the olive branch from the Hidden Sand. Chapter 92. The name of Raijin in the Land of Rain. Shin was accompanied by Rika and Mikoto as they tidied up the aftermath. One cannot deny the prodigious talent of the Uchiha clan. Rika and Mikoto have, at the very least in terms of combat prowess, met the standards for the rank of J-Nin. In Shin's eyes, the Uchiha clan resembles a family with an exceedingly high lower limit. While exceptional geniuses like Madara, Obito, and Itachi are rare, the average clan members can achieve the strength to contend with Ch-Nin and special J-Nin through sheer effort. Even among the elite shinobi, for the members of the Uchiha clan, limitations are not merely a matter of innate talent, but rather stem from character and intellect. Within the Uchiha lineage, those recommended by the clan leader for promotion to Jonin, yet unable to ascend, typically do not suffer from a deficiency in strength. More often than not, It is due to a lamentable disposition that incites vehement opposition from their contemporaneous jonin, or they become so ensnared in their own theories that they produce answers incomprehensible to the average mind during examinations. Clan leader F.N. is frequently exasperated. If you must indulge in madness, must it not be during the examination? To inscribe on the paper that the Senju clan owes the Uchiha a Hokage, is that a serious proclamation? Are you a poet, perhaps? A bard of the Wanquan tribe? He even suspects this may have been incited by the more radical factions within the clan. Consequently, the relatively composed Mikoto and Ryohwa have become focal points for cultivation within the clan. Most crucially, both have attained the ocular prowess to unlock the 3-tomo Sharingan, now merely awaiting a catalyst. The mechanism for upgrading the Sharingan is indeed peculiar. Reaching the requisite ocular strength does not guarantee an upgrade, as it necessitates a final impetus. Prior to the 3-tomo, the stimuli required are minimal, often satisfied by a mere battle or a surge of adrenaline. However, to awaken the Mage Sharingan is an entirely different matter, requiring extreme emotional upheaval. Shinya muses, are eyes truly such troublesome entities? His own eyes awakened seamlessly, manifesting as the 2-tomo, and with a mere enhancement of chakra, he effortlessly transitioned to the 3-tomo. This is the essence of true power, unlike the other Sharingan, which necessitate a stimulus for each upgrade. Attaining the Mangeki indeed demands a descent into madness. After his encounter with Uchiha Madara, Shinya experienced a peculiar sensation after seizing that dark object, yet it dissipated upon subsequent attempts at perception. He felt a fleeting joy, momentarily believing he had unlocked the Mangeki. Nonetheless, that dark object is likely connected to Kurizetsu, a creation of In release. Lacking texture and weight, it clung to Shinya's hand as if it were a glove. While he could control it with a mere thought, its specific function remained elusive. Is it Raisen Shinya? I never anticipated crossing paths with you. The Sand Ninja, still clinging to life at Shinya's feet, uttered his final words before Mikoto silenced him with a kunai to the throat. In recent days, he, along with Ryohwa and Mikoto, had ambushed numerous Sand Shinobi scouts and infiltration units, inflicting severe casualties upon the forces dispatched to the Land of Rain. Most importantly, with Shinya's perceptive abilities, he could discern the chakra signatures around him, identifying the strong and the weak, allowing him to evade the powerful and strike down the feeble Sand Ninja. In a sense, Shinya's perceptive prowess could be likened to a variant of the divine Kagura Shingon. His stealthy movements, coupled with the lethal efficiency of his strikes, often left the Sand Ninja unaware of their demise until it was too late. Thus, Shinya earned the moniker Raisen Shinya among the Sand Ninja. He, however, harbored reservations about this title, as it seemed to imply that his only asset was speed. Yet upon reflection, he recognized that such a label might yield advantageous stereotypes on the battlefield. If possible, it should indeed deepen such stereotypes. In simple terms, this refers to the significance of strategic deception. Strategic deception is not merely about belittling oneself to the point of utter insignificance. True strategic deception involves exposing one's conventional methods while concealing one's genuine trump cards. Consider Kakashi, who is renowned as the copy ninja. The question arises, is Kakashi truly formidable due to his copying abilities? Certainly not. Kakashi's true prowess lies in his exceptional mastery of nature transformations, his possession of all 5 chakra natures, and his impeccable combat skills. The so-called copying ability is predicated on his advanced mastery of these transformations. Otherwise, even with the Sharingan, he would struggle to replicate such a multitude of jutsu. TCH, are these Sunigakure ninjas truly of special Jainin caliber? Ryohwa gazed disdainfully at the corpses on the ground. The captain of this squad is a special Jainin, yet based on our recent encounter, he exhibited merely the most ordinary Nin level. His so-called specialties hardly qualify as such. The harsh environment of Sunigakure provides scant resources for nurturing ninjas. Most resources are concentrated among the elite, leaving these less gifted ninjas lagging behind their Konoha counterparts. Surely, you do not expect Sunigakure's Ninja Academy to teach the comprehensive foundational skills like Konoha does? Mikoto retorted with exasperation. Ryohwa, this brash fool, truly diminishes the atmosphere, constantly deriding the weakness of the enemy, resembling a battle maniac. If you are dissatisfied, you may return. I had already stated that it would suffice for just Jun and me to come, and yet you insisted on accompanying us, Ryohwa remarked, toying with a kunai in his hand. Ryohwa, Makoto shouted in frustration. All right, you two. Let us maintain our composure, Jean interjected after finishing his examination of the bodies, tossing each of them a ninja tool pouch. Compared to the earlier squads we encountered, the quality of this team is relatively commendable. At least their ninja tools are fairly complete, unlike the previous team we faced, whose kunai were all secondhand. Liohua scrutinized the soldier pills within the tool pouch, expressing distaste. The soldier pills from Sunagakure are horrendously unpalatable. Jin chuckled. There are no truly delicious soldier pills, are there? Liohua shrugged. But at least our own soldier pills lack any unpleasant odor and are reasonably palatable. Unpleasant odor? What unpleasant odor? Jin inquired, puzzled. Liohua replied, the scent of poverty. Makoto shuddered. Honestly, stop with those cold jokes. Liohua scratched his head. Well, I merely wish to lighten the mood. After lightening the atmosphere, let us proceed to eliminate all of Sunagakure's personnel before the formal negotiations commence, Jin stated while tallying the recently acquired supplies. I say, Jean, if Hans truly desires negotiations, aren't we undermining that by our actions? Liohua suddenly posed. Makoto shot him a disapproving glance, retorting, can you not engage your brain for once? We are targeting the Sunagakure ninjas, not Hans. If he genuinely wishes to negotiate, we are aiding him. If he harbors ulterior motives, we are also serving as a deterrent to him. But isn't Hans exceptionally strong? Can Cat Dan truly contend with him? Liohua reflected upon his impression of Kata Duan. Not bearing the Uchiha surname, he must undoubtedly be a weakling, incapable of defeating Hanzo. Fear not, I have provided him with 2 aides. Shinya chuckled in response. Aides? Liohua tilted his head, gazing at Shinya with confusion. Shinya, indeed, formidable aides, more than capable of handling Hanzo. Liohua scratched his head, pondering whether there were Uchiha stronger than Shinya on the battlefield of the Land of Rain. Could it be that the leader of the Fengyan clan has personally arrived? No. It wouldn't make sense for the clan leader to assign a mere youth as a subordinate to Kata Duan. Chapter 93. The puppeteer's surveillance in a certain encampment within the Land of Rain. Several Konoha ninjas were tending to their injuries while cursing Sunagakure. Those scoundrels from Sunagakure. Why must they interfere now that the battle is nearly concluded? Indeed, even if they wished to engage, couldn't they have waited a month? In just another month, it would be my turn to return to the rear for rest. Are you speaking like a reasonable person? So what? Enough of the complaints. Uchiha Fugaku approached, admonishing them. Fugaku-san. The ninjas quickly rose, all belonging to the Uchiha clan. This time, aside from sending Shinya with Liohua and Mage, the clan leader also allowed his son Fugaku to bring along several young, talented clan members for training. The Uchiha clan had not experienced true warfare for far too long, hindering the growth of many members' Sharingan. The Uchiha clan is renowned as the clan of combat, primarily because battles serve as the finest catalyst for the Sharingan's evolution. In combat, many members find it easier to awaken the 3 Tomo. During peacetime, the missions issued within the village possess such low intensity that they serve merely as warm-ups for the Uchiha. How is Tieho faring? Uchiha Fugaku inquired, furrowing his brow as he surveyed the injured clan members. Sunagakure coated their weapons with poison. The wounds are not deep, but the toxicity is significant, remarked Uchiha Badai. Fugaku sighed. Have we managed to contact Shinya? One of the clan members replied. The ninja cat has made contact. Shinya is on his way here. Upon hearing this news, Fugaku felt a sense of relief. In terms of medical ninjutsu, the acknowledged foremost expert in Konoha is Tsunade. Following her, Shinya possesses the highest level of medical ninjutsu. In truth, Fengyan had contemplated training medical ninjas within the clan and had specifically asked Shinya for assistance. However, among the Uchiha, nearly all who exhibit ninja aptitude are battle enthusiasts. They thrive on the battlefield, relishing the thrill of combat. Yet when confronted with the tediousness of medical knowledge, merely staying awake would be considered a mark of respect. Even Mei-chin, with her relatively gentle disposition, struggles to remain attentive in the realm of medical knowledge. Conversely, she possesses commendable aptitude in physical techniques. This commendable nature refers to her skills as relatively impressive within the entirety of the Uchiha clan. A few minutes later, Shinya and his companions arrived at the scene, joining Fugaku and the others. I entrust this to you, Shinya. Fugaku's expression was grave as he earnestly addressed Shinya. Shinya nodded thoughtfully, surveying his surroundings. Waiting here is perilous. If enemies are nearby, we could easily be discovered. Tiehu, suffering from poison, was in a dire state, and we dared not move him but could only remain vigilant. Spoke Uchiha Hakadai. Shinya approached the boy named Tiehu, examining his condition. Frowning at the poison, Shinya suddenly recognized the symptoms. Have you encountered a puppet master from Sunagakure? Indeed. Their puppets were formidable. We barely caught sight of them, Uchiha Fugaku replied. Uchiha Hakadai added, Fortunately, Brother Fugaku restrained us from rushing in, otherwise, none of us would have survived. Tiehu's position offered scant cover, and they were struck by the rain of shuriken unleashed by the puppets. All of us suffered injuries from the explosives. Shinya nodded, lowering his head to commence urgent treatment. A few minutes later, he stood and announced, The poison has been temporarily suppressed, but complete healing will require considerable effort. We must find a concealed location. Utilizing his sensory abilities to gauge the surroundings, he detected no chakra from the sand shinobi and instructed his clan members to fashion a makeshift stretcher to carry Tiehu away. After taking a few steps, Shinya suddenly halted, his senses tingling. What is it, Shinya? Fugaku inquired, puzzled. Shinya turned his gaze toward a specific spot behind them, furrowing his brow. He then extended his left index finger and cast several fireballs into the corner. Several mechanical spiders were struck and revealed themselves. Are these puppets? Uchiha Fugaku exclaimed in astonishment. How could it be? Not a single one of us noticed. A clan member, Uchiha Yaoi, gasped in disbelief. Shinya approached, picking up a remains of a spider puppet, and remarked, This puppet is crafted from special materials that effectively conceal chakra. Even sensory-type ninjas would struggle to detect it without prior knowledge. How is this possible? So we've been tracked since our retreat? Panic surged. How dangerous. Had it not been for Shinya, the consequences upon our return to the camp would be unthinkable. Shinya pondered the spider puppet in his hand, deep in thought. The Sharingan possesses the ability to perceive chakra, while its probing capability may not rival the Byakugan's transparency. It should surpass that of an ordinary sensory ninja. The only puppet master in Sunagakure capable of crafting such puppets must be her. Chiyo? Fugaku's heart sank. If they were indeed facing Chiyo, their predicament would be dire. We must sever their tracking for now. While they have yet to deploy new puppets, let us hastily depart. Shinya stated. Chiyo could be dealt with later. The immediate priority was to detoxify Tiehu. Meanwhile, at a certain camp in Sunagakure. What is it, sister? Eyes observed Chiyo lost in thought and inquired. Chiyo's expression was grave. My puppets have been destroyed. What? Someone managed to detect your puppets? Those were specially crafted. Even the Uchiha could not discern them. Eyes exclaimed in shock. A chakra that is evidently superior to that of others, both in quantity and quality. Far surpasses that of Uchiha Fugaku and his cohort, Chiyo remarked slowly. The spider puppet, of course, lacked the capability to transmit images. It merely served to monitor the chakra of the opponent. Contemplating this, Chiyo rose to her feet. It appears a visit is in order. Ebizong furrowed his brow. Perhaps we should refrain from hasty actions. Let Hans make the first move, and then we can ambush the Leaf forces together. Chiyo sighed. I initially shared your sentiment, but given that Uchiha Shinya has taken the lives of so many of our comrades, it seems we may not have the luxury of waiting for negotiations. We must retreat. In just a few days, the number of ninjas who have perished at his hands has exceeded 100, and if we delay further, we will have no opportunity left. Listening to Chiyo's words, Ebizong felt a pang of bitterness. Why does Konoha seem so fortunate, with geniuses emerging one after another? First, there was Kakashi Hitaki, then the legendary Sannin. And now we have Uchiha Shinya. In contrast, our puppet forces, despite laying an ambush against Uchiha Fugaku's team, left no casualties, merely injuring one. The disparity in both the number of geniuses and the overall skill level is painfully evident. Although our opponents hail from the Uchiha clan, renowned for their combat prowess, Ebizong has come to understand the gap between them and the average Leaf ninja over the past 2.5 years of war. Even the Leaf's civilian ninjas exhibit a markedly higher level of skill than those from Sunagakure, albeit not as drastically different as that of the Uchiha. Chapter 94. Shinya. A grand undertaking. Well then, we are out of danger. Shinya stood up and wiped the sweat from his brow. However, we cannot engage in battle again for the time being. Let 2 individuals escort him back to safety. What? How can this be? While everyone else is fighting, I cannot possibly retreat. Uchiha Tetsuharu immediately expressed his discontent. Do not be stubborn. Return and recuperate properly. Once you have healed, you can serve the clan again. Uchiha Yakumi advised. Shinya glanced at Fugaku. Brother Fugaku, I trust you have achieved your purpose for this outing. Indeed, the results have been quite satisfactory, Fugaku nodded with approval. Not only did the clan members he brought with him return unscathed, but two of them, originally possessing 2 Tomo Sharingan, have now evolved to 3 Tomo. Uchiha Tetsuharu, who had not awakened his Sharingan due to his youth, also manifested it during the battle. Many others with 1 Tomo Sharingan progressed to 2 Tomo. It can be said that the clan's strength has seen a significant enhancement. Furthermore, the clan members Fugaku brought are of the moderate faction. While they may harbor disdain for the Senju clan and the Hokage's lineage, they do not bear hostility towards the other villagers. Although they currently resist the directives of the higher-ups, they would comply if even one Uchiha were to ascend to the Hokage position or enter the advisory council. This is a stark contrast to the radical faction, which is resolutely intent on rebellion. Presently, among the Uchiha clansmen gathered, for have already attained the mastery of 3 Tomo Sharingan. Shinya, Fugaku, Uchiha Hakadai, and Uchiha Yaoi are all present. Apart from the poison Tieshing, the rest have all achieved the double Tomo. Observing this configuration, Shinya feels a surge of ambition. He decides to send a few weaker clan members to escort Tieshing back to the rear camp, leaving a total of 8 individuals. Among them are 4 with 3 Tomo and 4 with 2 Tomo. Naturally, Mikoto and Liuhua are included. The remaining 2 with double Tomo are Uchiha Inao and Uchiha Guanyan. This young man Guanyan possesses remarkable talent. He graduated and achieved double Tomo almost immediately. One must say, is he not truly the son of Uchiha Q? Or perhaps one could attribute it to being the offspring of Shursui. Shinya, what do you propose we do next? Fugaku inquires, gazing at Shinya. Shinya meets Fugaku's gaze and declares, Brother Fugaku, I have resolved to undertake a significant endeavor. Just the 8 of us will directly assault the main camp of Sunagakure. Leave Chiyo and Eyes to me. Your task is merely to pursue and eliminate the lesser foes, creating as much chaos as possible within Sunagakure's encampment. To be frank, while the 5 great shinobi villages dominate the global landscape, each nation possesses the strength to overpower smaller countries. However, Sunagakure undeniably stands as the weakest among the 5. This is partly due to its geographical circumstances, which hinder resource availability, impeding their capacity to cultivate talent akin to that of Konohagakure and Kumogakure. Although Awagakure's environment is also harsh, it is still somewhat more favorable than that of Sunagakure. Furthermore, Onoki's cunning and his ability to secure the support of the daimyo place Iwagakure in a considerably better position than Sunagakure. As for Kirigakure, although it lacks true top-tier combatants, it boasts a plethora of powerful bloodline clans within its ranks. Sunagakure has certainly advanced far beyond the times of the 1st and 2nd Kazekage, with the 3rd Kazekage being heralded as the strongest of all. Nonetheless, in Shinya's eyes, when compared to the Hokage, Reikage, and Tsuchikage, the 3rd Kazekage's prowess seems less illustrious, only comparable to that of the 3rd Mizukage. However, the most critical flaw lies not in their leadership, but rather in the overall strength of Sunagakure. Beyond the 3rd Kazekage himself and the siblings Chiyo and Eyes, there are few formidable warriors to speak of. During the 3rd Great Ninja War, a talented user of the Scorch release, Yakura, shone brightly. Alas, after the war, he was betrayed by Raza and subsequently perished at the hands of Kirigakure. Raza, in his bid to compete for the position of 4th Kazekage, sold Yakura's information, leading him into an ambush while he was engaged in negotiations with Kirigakure, ultimately resulting in his demise. One must wonder, could such treachery truly be the actions of a human? In comparison, Raza makes Danzo appear virtuous. In a village devoid of resources and talent, the fact that they engage in lethal internal strife only underscores their inevitable decline. Of course, that scenario unfolded after the death of the 3rd Kazekage. At present, while the 3rd Kazekage remains, Sunagakure's weaknesses lie solely in its scarcity of resources and talent, with no signs of internal strife emerging. Nevertheless, the forces led by Chiyo and Eyes represent the elite of Sunagakure. This is evident from the recent encounters Shinya had with Sunagakure teams, all composed of Ch-Nin, with team leaders starting as especially skilled J-Nin, occasionally encountering 1 or 2 elite J-Nin. It can be said that Sunagakure has laid bare its resources. Originally, Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law, Imo and Rokiyuki, were also elite Jonin of Sunagakure. However, on the battlefield, they encountered Kakashi Hatake, revealing the disparity even among Jonin. The loss of 2 elite shinobi is undeniably a significant blow to Sunagakure. Might this be too perilous? Uchiha Fugaku furrowed his brow. Harboring concerns about the strategy proposed by Shinya, the Sunagakure camp could house hundreds of individuals. Can we, a mere 8, truly manage? Shinya chuckled. Sometimes. A larger number can become a burden. Caught off guard, the lower-tier ninjas of Sunagakure will inevitably panic, leading to chaos and possibly even infighting. I will hold back Chiyo and Aiz while you take charge of the other Jonin, along with my elder brothers, Hakadai and Yukumi. The remaining lower-ranking ninjas can be adequately handled by Mikoto and her team. Shinya was generally satisfied with his plan, though he acknowledged the need for caution during its execution. Historically, Zhang Liao's 800 men defeated 100,000 by exploiting the chaos among the latter's ranks. In this instance, the 8 of us need not eliminate 100 each of Sunagakure's 800. We merely need to contain their elite forces and shatter the morale of their lower ranks. Fugaka glanced at the others. What are your thoughts? Thoughts? What thoughts? Let us proceed, Uchiha stated. Indeed, I too support Shinya's proposal. Rikon naturally found no reason to oppose. Mikoto remained silent, simply nodding gravely. Hakadai, what is your opinion? Fugaku inquired, turning to Uchiha Hakadai. After a moment of contemplation, Uchiha Hakadai replied, I believe we should give it a try. Uchiha Yukumi nodded in agreement. Fugaku, I find it feasible. Although our opponent is numerous, we are the Uchiha clan, the advantage lies with us. Even Uchiha Keihiko, usually the most mild-mannered, displayed a hint of excitement. Truly, they were a clan of warriors. Shinya's plan sounded exceedingly audacious. Yet, rather than fear, a palpable thrill coursed through the gathering. Very well, since everyone concurs. I have no objections, Fugaka sighed. Shinya nodded. Excellent. Then I shall commence the battle preparations. My clan, and I will be the first to charge in and draw fire. The remaining clan members will split into 2 groups, led by Yukumi and Hakadai, and once chaos erupts within Sunagakure's camp, they will strike from the north and south to encircle and annihilate the lower-ranking ninjas of Sunagakure. As he spoke, Shinya's confidence grew. The ancient strategies of the art of war were about to be revived. Chapter 95. The surprise attack on Sunagakure's camp in the Land of Rain. Shinya and Fugaku navigated through the forest, with Shinya's sensory abilities heightened to the maximum, scanning the surroundings akin to infrared. Throughout their journey, they encountered no Sunagakure squads. This was likely due to Shinya's previous ruthless attacks, prompting Chiyo to consolidate her remaining forces back to the camp to mitigate losses. At present, a delicate balance seemed to have been established among Konoha, Sunagakure, and the Range Shinobi. Konoha awaited a response from the Range Shinobi to proceed with negotiations, while the Range Shinobi anticipated the arrival of Sunagakure's troops to launch a joint assault on Konoha. After Shine, having suffered significant losses at the hands of Shinya, altered their strategy, opting to observe the conflict between Konoha and the Range Shinobi before stepping in to reap the rewards. The situation appeared to stagnate, with no clear path forward. Meanwhile, Shinya played a crucial role in repairing the impasse. His plan was straightforward, to lead a surprise assault on the heart of Shine's stronghold, inflicting maximum casualties on their fighting forces, thereby forcing a retreat. Once Shine withdrew, Cat Dan could then press Hans for negotiations. Were it not for his wariness of the third Kazakage's might, Shinya would have preferred to march directly into Sunagakure. Due to Shain's decision to consolidate their forces, Shinya and Fugaku proceeded with an air of nonchalance. The 2 squads trailing behind posed no cause for concern. Shinya and Fugaku had taken the lead to pave the way for them. According to Shinya's design, it was Uchiha Yukumi and Uchiha Hakadai, leading their respective teams, who were the true protagonists. Shinya and Fugaku were merely to draw the initial fire from Shine and hold off their elite forces. Shinya, do you truly believe we can advance so boldly without being detected? Fugaku expressed his apprehension. Shinya replied with a grin, worry not. As long as you don't collide headlong with the Shine forces, they will remain oblivious to our presence. Fugaku glanced at the stone inscribed with a hexagram pattern in his hand. Is it really because of this? You picked up a random stone, etched this design, and it yields such an effect? Shinya responded confidently, indeed. This is the essence of sage techniques. The formations Shinya learned at Laojun Mountain required the infusion of sage chakra into objects, inscribing them with various patterns to bestow unique effects. When arranged in a particular manner, these objects would form a powerful array. Carrying items marked with these engravings would allow one to harness the effects inscribed upon them. However, the knowledge of such formations was intricate, and Shinya had only scratched the surface. Nevertheless, he was adept enough to carve arrays that concealed chakra and shrouded their forms. The truly challenging formations were those designed to bolster allies while weakening foes. Cheyenne main base was nestled within a concealed valley, difficult to detect even from above. Yet, with Shinya's perceptive abilities, such concealment proved futile. Upon reaching their destination, Shinya and Fugaku took advantage of the active array inscriptions to eliminate the outer scouts. Within mere minutes, they rendered the perimeter of Cheyenne's stronghold defenseless. At that moment, Uchiha Yakumi and Uchiha Hakadai arrived with their teams, seizing the high ground and awaiting further orders. What should we do now? Should we infiltrate? Fugaku inquired after receiving updates from the two squads, turning to Shinya. Shinya chuckled. There's no need for such complications. We can simply charge in. Charge in. Fugaku's pupils dilated in shock. Shinya reassured him. Let us not forget, our mission was always to attract their fire. Thus, we shall proceed with utmost audacity. With that, he leapt from the mountainside. Fugaku, left with no choice, followed suit. As they descended to a certain height, their forms became visible. Chiyo's mastery in camp arrangements is indeed remarkable. However, it is unfortunate that she has encountered the formidable presence of Shinya, a player with extraordinary abilities. High stats may be expected, yet the mechanics at play are astonishingly overpowering. How can one combat such a force? Given Chiyo's established alertness, encountering ordinary adversaries would make even a stealth approach impossible. Yet, Shinya's exceptional chakra control allows him to minimize chakra leakage, while the array inscriptions of Mount Oki enable Fuyue to achieve the same. Thus, Shinya and Fuyue find themselves perilously close to the camp, remaining undetected. This proximity is sufficient to launch an assault that could envelop the encampment. Fuyue swiftly begins to weave hand signs. Fire release. Ashen haze technique. A vast cloud of dust is expelled from Fuyue's mouth, cascading down toward the camp below. In an instant, the Sand Village's encampment descends into chaos. What is happening? An enemy attack? Ninjas from Konoha? Stay calm. Prepare for defense. Amidst the swirling dust, the sand ninjas are thrown into disarray. Shinya, using a kunai to draw blood from his finger, forms the seals for a summoning technique. Patterns begin to manifest from the center of his palm, swiftly spreading outward. Summoning technique. At this moment, Shinya's pupils shimmer with a golden hue. Upon arrival, he begins to absorb natural energy. Although the duration is brief, insufficient for prolonged combat, it is adequate for a single release of Sage Art. Sage Art, 5 Fire God's Flame Fan. A torrent of fan-shaped flames is summoned, cascading down upon the sand encampment. In an instant, the previously released Ashen Haze technique is ignited, plunging the entire sand camp into a conflagration. Those upper ninjas who had just regained their composure and prepared to counterattack are once again thrown into turmoil by the sudden inferno. Observing the chaos erupting within the camp, Shinya propels himself downward. Wait, Shinya! Fuyue shouts in alarm, hastily following suit. Boom! The wind released upon Shinya's landing sends several nearby sand ninjas soaring through the air. Subsequently, red lightning envelopes his fist as he strikes the ground. Lightning release, Scarlet Imperial Thunder. The crimson lightning courses along the ground, ensnaring dozens of sand ninjas in its wake. Damn it, it's a Konoha ninja. It's Uchiha, counterattack quickly. Die. Amidst the chaos, several puppeteers direct their marionettes to assault Shinya. He stands with a smile, allowing the blades of the puppets to pierce his body. In mere moments, Shinya finds himself surrounded by several puppets, their blades embedded within him. TCH. What's this? I thought he would be formidable, but he's so weak. One puppeteer boasts with pride. However, in the next breath, his smile falters. Not good, it's lightning release. Quickly retract the puppets. The puppeteer exclaims in panic. Yet, it is too late. Shinya's body transforms into lightning, surging along the chakra threads connecting him to the puppets and their controllers. In a flash, the puppeteers are left charred and lifeless upon the ground. Chapter 96. Chiyo, damn it. Those from Konoha, perish. Prepare to face me. Meanwhile, several sand shinobi charge towards Shinya. Typically, the weakness of a puppet master lies within their physical form, necessitating the accompaniment of numerous conventional ninjas for protection. These sand shinobi's mission, naturally, was to safeguard the puppet master. Fire style, Great Dragon Fire technique. The dragon-shaped flames instantly engulfed the approaching sand shinobi, and soon, Fayek landed beside Shinya. You're quite reckless, Fayek complained as he touched down. Shinya smiled. Drawing fire means creating a bigger commotion. Fayek surveyed the area, noticing many sand shinobi converging towards them, and frowned. I don't see Chiyo in eyes. Shinya smirked. No worries. I trust Chiyo 1T. Just stand by while we eliminate her subordinates. Just keep killing. The more we take down, the sooner they'll reveal themselves. I'm really exasperated with you. Fayek grumbled, then began forming hand seals. Fire style, great fire annihilation. The fierce flames instantly consumed several puppet masters, turning them and their puppets to ash. Fire style, flame meteor. Shinya extended his finger, unleashing a barrage upon the sand ninjas. He was increasingly fond of the flame meteor technique. Its learning curve was low, it consumed little chakra, and it allowed for both pinpoint strikes and area coverage. Despite its slightly diminished power, given Shinya's chakra quality and mastery of fire nature transformation, any sand ninja struck by the flame meteor would likely face dire consequences, if not immediate death. The conventional manifestation of the technique was a fireball the size of a soccer ball, which Shinya managed to compress to the size of a jujube pit. This compression rendered the chakra of the technique highly unstable, resulting in explosive impacts upon contact with the target. After unleashing a flurry of attacks, a few nimble sand ninjas managed to evade his close-range assault. Lightning style, shadow clone. Several shadow clones appeared before Shinya, plunging directly into the crowd. In the next instant, lightning erupted, claiming the lives of the struck sand ninjas. Don't be too reckless. Konoha brat. Just as Shinya intended to continue his rampage, Chiyo finally made her entrance, halting his advance. White's secret technique, Chikamatsu's 10 puppets. A masterpiece inherited from the puppet master ancestor, Bunzaman, renowned for its ability to take on 1,000 foes. Chiyo's level of skill was undoubtedly on an entirely different plane from the puppet masters previously encountered. Beside Chiyo, I stood ready for battle. Humph. How audacious to think two of you could launch a surprise attack. Chiyo remarked darkly. Shinya laughed. When did you come to the misconception that we arrived as a duo? What? Fire style, great fireball technique. As Chiyo and eyes revealed themselves, Fayek signaled to the ambushed Yakumi and Hakadai. They, along with other clan members, surged forth into the sand ninja camp. Kill them. Let these foreign scoundrels witness the might of the Uchiha. There are only a few hundred of them. The advantage is ours. Let the Uchiha rise to greatness once more. Hearing Ryu shout nonsensically while charging alongside Mitsuhiko, Shinya couldn't help but bury his face in his hands. As Lyohua followed closely, a sense of curiosity arose within Fuyue. Despite his sarcastic remarks, he could not help but acknowledge the fact that their ambush team, comprising merely 6 individuals, managed to exude the presence of over 600 warriors due to Lyohua's fervent roars. In an instant, the morale of the sand shinobi crumbled, leading to a chaotic retreat. Do not let them succeed. Chiyo observed the situation and manipulated her puppets to thwart the ambush team. 3 puppets surged forward, driven by her deft fingers. Lightning release, lightning beast pursuit. In his grasp, Shinya summoned a crimson lightning, which swiftly morphed into the form of a tiger, charging towards the 3 puppets. With a resounding roar, the tiger's cry reverberated through the valley, causing the very earth to tremble. After repelling the puppets, the lightning tiger leaped back to Shinya's side. Puppet techniques, are they? How fortuitous, for I possess a modicum of skill in that regard, Shinya remarked with a grin. The technique lightning release, lightning beast pursuit was an evolved form of lightning release. Crimson thunder, allowing for remote manipulation in the guise of a fierce tiger. Its advantages were evident. The lightning beast moved in accordance with Shinya's thoughts, proving to be more agile than traditional puppet techniques. However, this required exceptional control over chakra and incurred considerable expenditure. For ordinary ninjas, the chakra consumption was 10, whereas for Shinya, it was merely 1, reflecting his unparalleled mastery over chakra's quality and control. Consequently, this technique was tailored to Shinya's unique capabilities, rendering it ineffective for others. TCH. Chiyo's expression darkened as she realized the troublesome predicament this young Uchiha had created for her. Glancing over at HZ, she noticed that Fuyue and HZ were locked in a standoff. Shinya's left hand crackled with lightning as he conjured another lightning tiger. The 2 fierce tigers flanked him, serving as guardians. Come forth, let us see whose puppet technique reigns supreme, he declared, a mischievous smile adorning his face. Chiyo felt a pang of unease. Shinya's combat style kept her on the defensive. Against a conventional ninja, she would not have needed to deploy the Chikamatsu 10. Yet, Shinya's every move unleashed grand ninjutsu, negating the need for close combat or intricate puppet maneuvering. With a mere toss, he could instigate chaos. As she observed the exuberant Shinya, a flicker of jealousy ignited within Chiyo. Damn it, how fortunate is Konoha. With the likes of White Fang and the legendary Three, now they have emerged with Shinya. Chiyo's brother, HZ, shared her sentiments. The talent within Sunagakure was woefully scarce. Not only was there a lack of top-tier combatants, but even mid-level forces were severely limited. Presently, Sunagakure's strength could only bully smaller nations, provided they lacked formidable leaders like Hanzo. In comparison to the powerful hidden villages of Konoha, Hyomogakure, and Iwagakure, even the Mist Village seemed superior. Though the Third Mizukage initiated the Blood Mist era and the Hidden Mist Village fell into internal strife, its wealth remained substantial, bolstered by numerous clans with bloodline abilities. While elite combatants may be scarce, the mid-tier strength rivals that of Konohagakure. The true disparity between Konoha and the other 5 great ninja villages lies in the clustering of high-level combatants. The likes of Hiruzen Sarutobi, the Advisory Council, Kakashi Hitaki, and Fugaku Uchiha. Oh, and indeed, Shinra has now joined their ranks. Moreover, within the Umbu, countless remnants of the Senju clan continue to lurk in the shadows. The more Chiyo pondered upon this, the more envious she became. As she gazed at Shinra, her murderous intent became increasingly palpable. If these prodigies cannot become part of Sunagakure, then their fate must be death. Chapter 97. This is the intelligence of Shinra. The 3 treasures of puppet technique collapse. 3 white demonic puppets arranged in a triangular formation opened their gaping maws. The inscriptions upon the masks began to shift, and a whirlwind erupted from the centers of the 3 puppets, sweeping outward. Shinra felt a powerful suction, as if the tornado sought to consume him. With a firm stomp, he steadied himself, chakra anchoring him to the ground. Fugaku, too, felt the effects of the whirlwind, nearly losing his balance, but was caught by Shinra, regaining his composure. While the force of the tornado was not entirely inconsequential to Shinra, it paled in comparison to the might of the old leader, Obito Uchiha. Following his battle with the old man, although he had not awakened any latent talents, Shinra sensed a marked improvement in his reflexes, akin to a brilliant student of advanced calculus returning to tackle high school mathematics. Is this the extent of a puppet's power? While Shinra remained composed, Fugaku appeared somewhat astonished. Steady yourself, Shinra instructed, then plunged into the eye of the storm, propelled by the cyclone's force. You wish to destroy my puppets? Such naivety. The resilience of the 10 shinobi is beyond your comprehension. Yet, before Chiyo could finish her sentence, she was struck dumb once more. Upon entering the eye of the storm, Shinra seemed to vanish, his chakra fluctuations entirely undetectable. Shortly thereafter, the 3 puppets lost their connection to him. As the control waned, the whirlwind began to subside, revealing Shinra's silhouette once more. Chiyo beheld the chakra threads connecting the puppets severed. The chakra thread is the greatest vulnerability of a puppet master. Severing their link to the puppets diminishes their power by at least 70%. In terms of overall strength, Chiyo was formidable. If Shinra were to confront her puppets head-on, he might not easily prevail. However, Shinra was acutely aware of the puppet master's weaknesses, such as the irrationality of possessing intelligence. In this second season, Shinra fears only the old leader. Even if he cannot best the other Kage, they too would find it challenging to subdue him in a short span. The fierce winds coiled around the blade of Shinra's weapon, forming a razor-sharp gale. A cerulean light flickered, growing increasingly blinding, as he unleashed the whirlwind blade of destruction. A swift strike was executed, hurtling towards Chiyo. Upon witnessing this, Chiyo's expression turned grave, yet she remained composed. With a delicate flick of her fingers, the remaining puppets drew closer, forming an unusual formation. Mechanized shield seal. The remaining puppets released streams of ethereal lines, which, in concert with Chiyo's graceful movements, coalesced into a massive chakra shield. The strike collided with the chakra shield, refraining from immediate explosion, instead entering a state of stalemate. The strike incessantly sliced at the shield, as if intent on carving a breach. Chiyo subtly adjusted her fingers, prompting the chakra shield to tremble slightly. Subsequently, several puppets shifted their angles, redirecting the strike skyward. A resonant hum echoed, as the strike seemed to cleave through the clouds above. This spectacle persisted for several seconds before gradually dissipating. Surrounding Chiyo, A number of puppets manifested an array of peculiar weapons, encircling her in protection. As the foremost puppeteer of Sunagakure, Chiyo was acutely aware of the vulnerabilities inherent to her craft. Thus, her safety was of paramount importance. Conversely, Shin did not attempt to breach the protective circle of puppets, but instead resolved to endure this standoff. Fuyuki's prowess was sufficient to merely contain the assault from Uchiha. Although the numbers were against them on the fronts of Hakadai and Yakomi, the morale of Sunagakure had already crumbled, leaving only a handful of sand shinobi still countering. The longer this dragged on, the more anxious Chiyo became. As her urgency mounted, so too did the risk of exposing a flaw. Observing that Shin was not hastening to attack, Chiyo surmised his intentions. However, she found herself unable to divert her attention from the threat posed by Shin to assist her subordinates. Meanwhile, Fuyuki maneuvered skillfully under the relentless assault of Uchiha's puppets. Through the enhanced dynamic vision granted by his Sharingan, Uchiha was unable to gain the upper hand against Fuyuki. Instead, Fuyuki seized opportunities to counterattack, inflicting minor wounds upon Uchiha's puppets. Shin, surveying the unfolding situation, formulated a plan. Lightning release, shadow clone. He created several shadow clones and charged directly towards Sunagakure's puppet brigade. Since subduing Chiyo in the near term seemed unattainable, he aimed to inflict as much damage as possible upon the puppeteers present. By dismantling their puppeteer system, he sought to induce a generational gap among Sunagakure's puppeteers. Wait! Chiyo gasped at Shin's sudden movement, momentarily disregarding her own safety as she maneuvered her puppets to provide assistance. Fire release, flame meteor. Fireballs the size of juju pits rained down, forcefully halting the advance of the puppets. Such a relentless barrage compelled Chiyo to shield herself with her puppets. Observing Shin, who held a blade upon his shoulder with his right hand while his left formed a gun-like gesture, flames erupted from his fingertips like a firearm. Meanwhile, on the puppeteer's side, electric sparks flickered incessantly. Shin employed his shadow clones as living explosives, detonating them upon reaching densely packed areas or near the puppeteers. In the face of such human bombs, weaknesses and chakra threads became irrelevant. With the support of Shinya, the pressure on the 8th generation and Yao significantly diminished, leading to a remarkable increase in the efficiency of their slaughter. Shinya possesses numerous long-range ninjutsu techniques. If this were to be undertaken by a ninja specializing in taijutsu or swordsmanship, they would find it exceedingly difficult to render Chiyo so defenseless. Fire release, Phoenix Fire Technique. Ryuho launched several shuriken, enveloped in flames, towards a group of sand ninjas. Seizing the moment while they were occupied with defense, he swiftly pulled back, revealing nearly imperceptible threads in his hands. The thrown shuriken rapidly detonated, showering down like a waterfall, enveloping the sand ninjas within. The cries of anguish echoed as several sand ninjas were struck and wounded. In stark contrast to the fervent battle on this side, Shinya appeared to glide effortlessly around Chiyo, seeking any openings to approach. Upon being discovered, he would retreat, continuing to suppress her with his fiery barrage, essentially engaging in a war of attrition to prevent her from aiding her comrades who were being mercilessly slain. After yet another attempt to close in, rebuffed by a puppet, Shinya leapt back gracefully. It seems you are becoming somewhat aged. It is rather strange, given your advanced years compared to the likes of Yuan Fei, that you would still seek to provoke us. Shinya observed Chiyo, who now bore signs of fatigue, and remarked, a small nation should possess the awareness befitting its stature. This sentiment applies equally to you, the sand-hidden village. It appears that the loss of your son on the battlefield over 2 years ago has not imparted any wisdom upon you. At the mention of her deceased son, Chiyo felt a sharp pang in her heart, quickly replaced by fury. Her son had been slain by a ninja from Konoha, and this young Konoha brat had the audacity to speak of him. Puppet technique. 3 treasures collapse. Puppet technique. Lion's mane roar. Puppet technique. Blade assault. Enraged, Chiyo commanded her puppets to charge at Shinya. He sighed at the advancing puppets. You truly cannot withstand provocation. Revealing your vulnerabilities so readily is unbecoming of a seasoned veteran. He then raised his gaze, and within his blood-red pupils, 3 tomos spun ominously. Chapter 98. For the sake of peace, help! Is anyone there to save me? You Konoha bastards, I'll fight you to the end. The curses and cries of the sand ninjas reached Chiyo's ears, making it exceedingly difficult for her to focus on confronting Shinya. She yearned to assist her subordinates. Yet Shinya's relentless barrage of firepower left her no room to divert her attention. The Uchiha clan is renowned for their immense chakra reserves, a fact well known throughout the ninja world. However, even so, this young brat's chakra seems rather excessive. He unleashes such a multitude of powerful ninjutsu without showing the slightest sign of fatigue, continuously targeting her with his techniques. Even the formidable fire meteor technique, when wielded by someone like Shinya, should have resulted in considerable exhaustion. If Shinya were aware of Chiyo's thoughts, he would undoubtedly scoff at her naivety. Chiyo's reasoning applies to ordinary ninjas, but for Shinya, the consumption of the fire meteor is less than the chakra he naturally replenishes. The art of puppetry. The three treasures of destruction. The puppetry lion roars in silence. The puppetry blade strikes with ferocity. At last, Chiyo's fury ignited, and she unleashed her full power. The remaining 7 puppets of the Jinch 10, now operating at full throttle, exhibited their prowess without restraint. Chiyo's fingers danced deftly, ensuring a flawless synergy among the puppets. The prowess of a master puppeteer was vividly displayed in this moment. In a brief span, it was indeed challenging to find a method to sever the chakra threads without sustaining damage. However, the advantage still lay with Shinya, who chose not to confront Chiyo head-on, but instead allocated his focus to support the 8th and Yaoi, slaughtering the disarrayed Sand Shinobi. Even if they failed to breach Chiyo's defenses, the ultimate scenario would see the 8 of them encircling Chiyo and Kaike. Meanwhile, Kaike, engaged in combat with Faike, cast wary glances towards Chiyo, his brow furrowed. He had initially believed that Faike would pose the greatest challenge among the enemies. Little did he anticipate that the most formidable opponent would be Shinya, the recently renowned lightning flash of Konoha. Although he considered himself slightly superior to Faike, his strengths were limited. Moreover, Faike seemed resolute in stalling him, avoiding direct confrontation, which left Kaike at a standstill. At that moment, bitterness filled his heart. The strength of the Sand Village was truly disheartening. While he and Chiyo were preoccupied, 6 members of the Uchiha clan could easily cut through hundreds of Sand Shinobi. This was solely due to the harsh environment of the Sand Village, which offered scant resources for nurturing new talent. The notion that a harsh environment fosters combat spirit is nothing more than a farcical jest. The overall combat strength of a ninja village relies on efficient systems, a comprehensive educational framework, and abundant resources. All of these were absent in the Sand Village. Why was this the case? Due to poverty, poor conditions, and the oppression of the Wind Country's daimyo. What kind of gaze is that? Shinya remarked with a smile, observing Chiyo's resentful expression. You, who unilaterally instigated war and plunged this nation into chaos, have no right to regard me with such disdain. Does Konoha, which occupies the finest territory, have the audacity to scorn those of us who survive in such dire conditions? Chiyo, her eyes reddened, looked back at Shinya. He gazed at her impassively. If you cannot endure, then perish. Regardless of the reasons, those who wage war to invade others' homes have no right to utter such words. Shinya had no intention of engaging in debate with Chiyo. His words were merely intended to unsettle her mindset. In truth, he had another statement that would incite even greater ire, and had he voiced it, Chiyo might have succumbed to apoplexy on the spot. Yet, regardless of the circumstances, Chiyo had already lost her composure. As she became frantic and began to attack impulsively, the cracks in her defense had begun to show. Chiyo blinked, and in an instant, Shinya had vanished from her sight. To be so easily perturbed by a few words and lose one's composure. Truly, the commander of the Sand was not up to the task. Shinya's voice echoed from behind, sending chills down Chiyo's spine. Desiring to immediately lunge forward to evade, I found myself utterly immobilized. Starting from my toes, a series of curse seals clung to Chiyo's form, binding her with a sealing technique of her own creation. As a puppet master, how could one possibly allow their puppets to stray far from their side when confronted by a formidable adversary? It is rather disheartening that such elementary wisdom must be imparted by an outsider. With a light-hearted tone, I reassured her, but rest assured, I have no intention of taking your life. This was not out of any admiration, but rather because of her status within the higher echelons of Sunagakure, which lent her greater value in other respects. Indeed, I held no fervent desire to eliminate the senior figures of Sunagakure. Preserving their utility proved far more advantageous. In the original narrative, these siblings continued to live in seclusion even after Gaara was abducted, leaving Sunagakure in disarray. Even when the forces from Konoha arrived, Chiyo initially intended to remain uninvolved, only deciding to intervene when the matter pertained to Sasori. Many would deem this as an absence of greed for power. Yet I perceive it as sheer irresponsibility. What does it mean to be ungrasping of power? To retreat during times of prosperity is the true embodiment of such virtue. Had they chosen to withdraw at this juncture, it would have been an authentic renunciation of ambition, retiring after the conclusion of the Third Great Ninja War. When Sunagakure lay in ruins, merely reflects a fear of inheriting the ensuing chaos. As senior members of Sunagakure, they completely offloaded their responsibilities onto the young Nin, Maki, when the Kazekage was abducted, neglecting their duties entirely. Regarding the competition for the position of the fourth Kazekage between Raza and Yashimaru, I find it implausible that these two were unaware of Raza's betrayal, yet they opted for silence. In contrast to these siblings, the conspiracy theories surrounding Konoha's four appear rather juvenile. Therefore, their continued presence does not pose a threat to Konoha. Instead, it serves to weaken Sunagakure further. They cannot be regarded as positive figures, for even a sacrifice for Gaara would only occur after being swayed by Naruto. Prior to his influence, Chiyo was undoubtedly a mere absentee. Consider that Mito Gate and T-Sun Koharu, both in their 90s, still emerged to support Konoha during crises. On the other hand, Noki and the Fourth Raikage bequeathed their legacies during times of prosperity in their respective villages. That exemplifies true disinterest in power. Bound by constraints, Chiyo found herself unable to continue fighting, compelling her to retract her puppets. Fuyuki breathed a sigh of relief. Although his objective was merely to delay the fight against Chiyo, the pressure remained considerable. Fortunately, he succeeded in holding out, and I ultimately overcame Chiyo, leading the remaining Second Shinobi within the camp to relinquish their resistance. With a cheerful demeanor, I addressed the siblings. Now, let us convene and discuss matters for the sake of peace. Chapter 99. Chiyo seeks only vengeance. While the third Kazekage bears greater considerations, in a certain region of the Land of Rain, Kato Dan arrived with a dozen ninjas, facing Hans, the leader of the Rain Village. I am most pleased to see you at today's negotiations, Lord Hans, Kato Dan remarked with a gentle smile. Hans furrowed his brow. Although Kat Dan employed honorifics, they evoked no sense of respect within him. Kat's tone and smile instinctively conveyed the confidence and pride of a great nation, an aura that Hans found exceedingly jarring. Yet, paradoxically, there was nothing to criticize in his words or actions. Most significantly, the two towering figures standing beside Kat instilled within him a profound sense of threat, though obscured beneath cloaks and hats, rendering their features indistinct and even their chakra undetectable. Hans's instincts as a formidable warrior alerted him to the extreme danger these figures presented. Was it not stated that only 3 Nin were to be present? Jiraiya was required to remain at the main base, and Tsunade had truly been dispatched. From whence had these two emerged? It was no surprise that Hans was perplexed, for there were few contemporaries in the ninja world of his caliber. Surely, Sarutobi Hiruzen had not summoned 2 members of the Sarutobi clan merely to serve as bodyguards for this newly promoted Nin? What status warranted such attention? The next Hokage, perhaps? Then, Hans received an even more shocking revelation. The headquarters of Sunagakure had been breached by several Uchiha clan ninjas, and Chiyo, along with Eyes, had retreated with the remnants of their forces from the Land of Rain. Hans felt utterly disheartened. What was the point of fighting? Sunagakure had initially approached him, proposing a collaboration against Konoha. Yet now, it was Sunagakure that had faltered, and they were to engage in battle? What folly! Aside from the third Kazekage, there were Chiyo and Eyes, and among the younger generation, a few talented individuals could still be found. But in the Rain Village, he was the only one of any merit. To confront Konoha, it would be wiser to refrain. 3 years prior, they had dared to declare war on the 3 great nations because they had been embroiled in conflict within the Land of Rain. It was not merely Hans against 3 opponents. However, the circumstances had since changed. Iwagakure had withdrawn from this turbulent fray, and Konoha had only recently concluded a truce with Kumogakure. Sunagakure had stumbled again, while Kirigakure was currently basking in the benevolence of the third Mizukage, with its ninjas embroiled in internal strife. It could be said that if Hans were to confront Konoha now, they would indeed have the capacity to deal with him. Thus, the previously conceived plan to launch a surprise attack on Konoha's frontline troops and directly assault the heart of the Land of Fire was extinguished in Hans's mind. Instead, he resolved to adhere to the original plan and engage in formal negotiations with Konoha. Thus it began. Under the witness of the emissaries dispatched by the Daime of the Land of Rain, both parties officially signed a ceasefire agreement. The respective ninja villages would cease hostilities. As for the negotiations between the Land of Rain and the Land of Fire, that was a matter for the daimyo to grapple with. Days later, in the Land of Wind, at Sunagakure, Chiyo and Eyes gazed mournfully upon the corpses being prepared for burial, their hearts heavy with anguish. It was their obstinate decision to conspire with the Rain village that had precipitated this disastrous outcome against Konoha. Lord Kazekage, the fault lies with me, Chiyo declared through gritted teeth. It is meaningless to speak of this now. Your decisions were ultimately endorsed by my acquiescence, and the principal responsibility rests with me. The third Kazekage acknowledged, harboring an internal dissent against Chiyo's call for war. From a rational perspective, Sunagakure cannot withstand such a high-risk gamble. However, on an emotional level, the third Kazekage does entertain the notion of taking a chance. After all, the proposal originates from Chiyo and Eyes, and Sunagakure is not a one-man show. Even if he voluntarily shoulders the responsibility, in the eyes of the ninjas and villagers within Sunagakure, the primary culprits for this loss remain Chiyo and Eyes. By taking on this burden, he not only instills feelings of guilt and gratitude in the two elders, but also enhances his standing in the hearts of the villagers and ninjas. The matter of waging war against Konohagakure should not be broached again. The time is not yet ripe. The third Kazekage glanced at the duo and spoke. Wait, Lord Kazekage, have so many ninjas perished in the Land of Rain for naught? Chiyo exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. The Kazekage looked at her, his brow furrowing. Are you suggesting that you wish to initiate conflict? Konohagakure must pay a price. I implore you, Lord Kazekage, to allow the individual imprisoned in Sunagakure's prison to be deployed. Chiyo insisted, her eyes reddened. Sister, Eyes gasped, astonished. Is that person who is imprisoned permitted to be mobilized? The third Kazekage regarded Chiyo, and, after a protracted silence, finally responded, No, Shikaku has been quite unstable of late. He cannot be present on the battlefield. Lord Kazekage, please be mindful of your position, Advisor Chiyo, he said, casting a stern glance that silenced her. He continued, as an advisor of Sunagakure, you must approach discussions of great importance from the village's perspective. The Jinchuriki is not a means for personal vengeance. The matter of deploying FKO must not be raised again. Although both Chiyo and Eyes are seniors from the era of the second Kazekage, the third Kazekage holds little respect for them. Had there been more capable individuals in Sunagakure, he would have long since promoted the younger generation to dilute the power of the two elders. Recently, he discovered two promising young talents. One possesses a gift for magnet release techniques akin to his own, and the other, a young girl, has remarkably developed the scorch release bloodline limit independently. Undoubtedly both are prodigies. Regrettably, they are both too young, merely 16 years of age. While they have achieved the rank of Jonin, their qualifications and experience remain insufficient to enter the advisory council and engage in discussions on core village matters. Disheartened, Chiyo departed as the third Kazekage returned to his office. To suggest deploying the Jinchuriki on the battlefield, this old woman has truly lost her mind, he thought bitterly. Ever since Hashirama Senju quelled the chaos, established the ninja village system, and solidified the framework of the 5 great nations, there have been 2 great ninja wars. Yet no ninja village has employed the power of a Jinchuriki. The reasoning is straightforward. If you possess a Jinchuriki, so do others. If you use yours, they will use theirs. Who dares to send a Jinchuriki into battle risks unleashing chaos of unprecedented proportions. It is essential to recognize that the power of tailed beasts varies in strength. If Sunagakure dares to unleash Shikaku against Konohagakure, what if the situation escalates and the Uzumaki clan's Naruto cannot remain idle? The third Kazekage is far from foolish enough to pit a Jinchuriki against the might of the Uzumaki clan's tailed beast power. Chiyo was consumed by the sorrow of her son's demise, and this recent expedition had resulted in another crushing defeat, her mind clouded by vengeance. However, the third Kazekage could not afford to be swayed by her emotions. He bore the weight of responsibility for the entire Sunagakure. Chiyo sought only retribution, while the Kazekage's considerations extended far beyond that. Chapter 100. The war concludes as Shinya returned with a group of newly awakened Uchiha. Both Cat Dans and Jiraiya were left in a state of bewilderment. Had the battlefield of the Land of Rain become a trial ground for the Uchiha's awakening? The Uchiha clan members who had come to the battlefield not only awakened their Sharingan, but several had even attained the coveted 3-tomo form. Dans, it's truly a relief to see you unharmed, Shinya remarked, feeling a sense of relief wash over him as he beheld Dan standing unscathed before him. It seemed the curse of the narrative had finally been broken. To differentiate Dan's experiences from those in the original story, aside from his self-discovery, there was another significant factor. He had not formed a substantial bond with Tsunade, hence he had not donned the fateful necklace. Indeed, it was the issue of that necklace. The necklace had been left behind by Senju Hashirama, who was the reincarnation of Ashura. This implied that only those with sufficient fortitude could withstand its influence. Ah, reasonable, Shinya mused. Though his interference had led to Dan's loss of his wife, he had, in a sense, saved his life as well. Dans, heed my words. Tsunade's waters run deep, and you cannot navigate them alone. Leave it to your uncle. What? I'm merely going for negotiations. What could possibly go wrong? Dans replied, utterly perplexed. Well, it's only natural to be concerned when facing that old coot Hanzo. I share your worries, Jiraiya added. Given the current circumstances, it seemed the war had indeed drawn to a close. Shinya smiled. The expressions among the gathered individuals varied, but most were visibly relieved. Only a few Uchiha appeared somewhat dissatisfied, as they had not participated in the earlier full-scale battles. Had it not been for Shinya's involvement in breaching Sunagekyu's stronghold, they would have likely just come to bask in glory and returned home without even encountering a single battle. Now, upon hearing that the war had ended, they felt a twinge of discontent. Shinya sighed with relief. The conclusion of negotiations with Hanzo signified the official end of the Second Great Ninja War. The ninja world would enjoy nearly a decade of relative peace until unresolved conflicts inevitably ignited another war. In Konoha, at the Hokage building's conference room, the results of the frontline negotiations had reached the rear. Sarutobi Hiruzen rubbed his forehead and sighed deeply. The war had finally come to an end, and fortunately, Konoha had suffered relatively minor losses. Aside from the initial encounter where Tsunade and her team had faced Hanzo and incurred significant casualties, subsequent losses had been manageable. This fact contributed to Hiruzen's somewhat uplifted spirits. At least the names on the memorial stone had not multiplied excessively. For Sarutobi Hiruzen, fewer names on the memorial stone were always preferable. It has finally come to a close. I never anticipated this war would last 3 years, Danzo lamented. Indeed, returning to peace is a blessing, Hiruzen affirmed. Although the external war has concluded, the conflict within the village is only just beginning, Towanzo remarked. Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow. A conflict within the village? Towanzo presented a report, stating, the Uchiha clan's performance in the Land of Rain was exceedingly remarkable this time, especially since Shin carried out an assault on Sunagakure, elevating the clan's prestige. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled. Isn't this fortuitous? We can take this opportunity to commend the Uchiha clan, particularly Shin. Enhancing his standing within the clan would also be advantageous for us. Do you truly trust him? Towanzo inquired. With a sigh, Sarutobi Hiruzen responded, Towanzo, it has been nearly 3 years. Your doubts should have diminished somewhat by now. Towanzo moved to the window, gazing at the streets of Konoha, his brow knitted. Hiruzen, we have previously attempted to trust the Uchiha. Have you forgotten what Lord Tobarama said about them? This conflict has undoubtedly awakened many within the Uchiha clan. The stronger they become, the more extreme they tend to be. Your perspective is somewhat myopic. At least FK and Fugaku do not conform to that notion. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved dismissively. Even if you do not trust Shin, you must have faith in FK. He has been assured by Kakashi that he can align with us. You are perpetually Navi. There is no trustworthy individual within the Uchiha. Towanzo's tone intensified. Sarutobi Hiruzen replied with a smile. Towanzo, you should engage with the Uchiha clan more earnestly. Although their prestige is rising, they are also drawing closer to the village. Overall, this is a positive development. Moreover, Lady Mito has met Shin and holds a favorable impression of him. If you cannot trust me, nor the assurances from N, FK, or Fugaku, you must at least trust Lady Mito. In truth, Sarutobi Hiruzen's confidence in Shin stems not only from the endorsement of Mito Uzumaki and Shin's seemingly normal demeanor, but also from the interaction between Uzumaki Mito and Shin, which has left him entirely reassured. Uzumaki Mito can perceive Shin's chakra, which lacks the chilling, negative aura characteristic of ordinary Uchiha members. This is sufficient. Chakra represents a synthesis of mental and physical energy, reflecting a person's inherent nature to a certain extent. In the current ninja world, there is no one more authoritative in this regard than Uzumaki Mito. It is simple. Malice within chakra cannot conceal itself before Uzumaki Mito. While it may not reach the level of mind reading, she can certainly gauge a person's character. If Mito Uzumaki taking on a disciple is akin to a witch dispensing silver water, then Mito's encounter with Shin and her perception of his chakra is equivalent to a seer bestowing golden water. Tuanzo found himself momentarily speechless, yet it was evident he did not believe his concerns were unfounded. All right, enough of this. We should consider how to handle the 3 children from the land of rain that Shin is bringing back. Sarutobi Hiruzen placed the files of Yahiko and his companions on the table. Tuanzo frowned. The ones Shin is bringing back? Damn it, why is it always about Shin? And why am I only learning of this now? Am I still a consultant to the Hokage or not? In that moment, a wave of resentment surged within Tuanzo. Among them lies the excessive trust of an old friend in Shinya, coupled with his own concealment. As one of the advisors to the Hokage, it is rather perplexing that such matters were only revealed to him at this juncture. Contemplating this, he spoke somewhat petulantly. Such outsiders should, of course, be entrusted to us in the route for evaluation and training, allowing them to serve Konoha without reservation. Do not even think otherwise. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened as he outright rejected Danzo's proposal, muttering under his breath, "Damn it, I knew you wouldn't come up with anything worthwhile." According to Shinya, these 3 children are intended to embody and disseminate the will of fire. In simpler terms, this entails fostering cultural recognition. If cultural recognition is the goal, then it is imperative to showcase the positive aspects. Why not form a trio among these 3 children? Who do you propose to lead them? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired, directing his gaze at Danzo. Angered, Danzo shouted, "You decide. I'm not concerned." With a resounding slam, he stormed out. Sarutobi Hiruzen, watching Danzo leave in a huff, could only shrug in resignation. He then retrieved the data on the village's Jainin, scrutinizing each profile. Who shall it be? Chapter 101, Konoha. A village of great inclusivity. Days later, at the entrance of Konoha, Yahiko and his companions stood in awe before the village. Although Konoha is referred to as a village, it is fundamentally distinct from ordinary settlements. Rather than a mere village, it resembles a military stronghold of a nation. In Shinya's understanding, the ninja village is somewhat akin to the Marines' headquarters, Marineford, in the world of One Piece. It is a place where elite forces are stationed, yet it also accommodates civilians, most of whom are the friends and family of the soldiers. Konoha operates similarly. Its ninjas primarily emerge from the local populace. Furthermore, Konoha enjoys significant autonomy, often not subjected to the Lord's direct control. Politically, it is indeed a vassal of the Fire Country's daimyo, yet militarily, the daimyo frequently relies on Konoha. Thus, the distinctions between lord and vassal are not so clearly defined. In fact, should a more assertive Hokage assume leadership, the power dynamics could very well shift. Let us proceed inside. You shall reside here for the coming years, Shinya said, placing his hand atop Yahiko's head. Here? Yahiko responded with a hint of anxiety. Although Nagato was unable to see, he could sense the bustling atmosphere. Conan also felt apprehensive, hesitant to enter. Come on, let us go in. Konoha is a village that embodies great inclusivity, Shinya encouraged, gently urging the trio forward. As they traversed the vibrant streets, Yahiko and Conan marveled at the bustling thoroughfares, a stark contrast to the desolation of the Rain Country. He led the 3 children to the Hokage's office, where he entrusted them to Sarutobi Hiruzen for arrangements. At that moment, the seasoned Hokage showcased his adeptness at easing tensions, swiftly dissipating the children's wariness. Well, conventionally, a Jainin can lead a team. Shinya, why not take on this responsibility? Sarutobi Hiruzen suggested with a warm smile directed at Shinya. Shinya replied, Sarutobi Hiruzen continued, I have been contemplating how best to arrange for these 3 children. However, considering they were brought back by you, it is only fitting that you take the lead. Although they share a bond with Jiraiya, it is important to note that Jiraiya has already taken Minato as his disciple, leaving him with no spare energy to mentor them. In a few days, I will arrange for their genin assessments and subsequently issue their genin headbands. While I am aware of their foundational skills, the formalities must still be observed. Once they become genin, you will officially assume the role of their leading jonin. Shinya felt a pang of annoyance. After all, this old man was waiting for him. However, upon reflection, he considered that this arrangement might indeed be beneficial. Given his ties with Yahiko and the others, it would facilitate their integration. Moreover, The future plans for Yahiko and his companions involve a return to the Land of Rain. Thus, fostering a connection between them and Shinya is certainly preferable to aligning them with others. Looking at Yahiko and the others, he noticed the glimmers of hope in their eyes. Although Nagato's gaze was obscured, it was evident that he wished for Shinya to guide them. All right, Shinya exclaimed, raising his hands in a gesture of reluctant acceptance. In the Uchiha clan's territory, the three youngsters stood behind Shinya, surveying their surroundings. They were astonished to discover that within the village of Konoha, there existed a village within a village. Is this truly the home of your elder brother? Yahiko inquired curiously. Indeed, Shinya affirmed with a nod, leading the trio into the encampment. The clan members did not question the sudden arrival of the three outsiders. After all, they had been brought in by Shinya, whose current prestige ensured that his actions would be rationalized by the clan. What? Shinya has brought three outsiders into the clan's residence? Uchiha Ryosuke, upon hearing the report from the police force, erupted in anger. This is outrageous. That rascal. However, not everyone was pleased. Uchiha Ryosuke represented the more radical faction within the clan, often referred to as the Hawks. His brand of extremism differed from that of Uchiha Makiri, the father of Ryuka. While Uchiha Makiri also espoused radical views, advocating for an Uchiha to ascend to the position of Hokage, his perspective was more accommodating. He was content as long as any member of the Uchiha clan achieved the title, regardless of whether it was Shinya or another. The notion of coexisting harmoniously with the rest of the village was negotiable. Conversely, Uchiha Ryosuke's agenda was to thoroughly eradicate the Senju clan, including all families that supported them, such as the Sarutobi and Inazuka clans. Naturally, individuals like Shinya, who maintained close ties with the Senju, were also targeted for scrutiny. To put it bluntly, Uchiha Makiri could be likened to Jinbei, while Uchiha Ryosuke resembled Hody Jones. Nevertheless, for Shinya, despite Uchiha Ryosuke's position as the captain of the police force, he regarded him with disdain. It was rather simple. The captain's strength was inferior to that of Uchiha Makiri, who served as his vice-captain. It would not be shameful to acknowledge this fact. Uchiha Ryosuke had only attained his position due to his father's previous role as captain. If Uchiha Ryosuke dared to stir trouble, Shinya would relish the opportunity to assist Ryuka's father in advancing his position. Would he dare? If he did, Shinya would ensure his demise, paving the way for Ryuka's father to ascend as captain. Temporarily accommodating the three little ones in his home, Shinya found that his residence, inherited from his parents before their sacrifice, contained not only his own room but also 3 additional rooms, perfectly suiting the needs of the children, each to have their own space. Shinya, if we pass the Konoha ninja examination, will we be able to accompany you on missions? Yahiko inquired with curiosity. Shinya nodded affirmatively. Indeed, that is correct. So, you'll be our teacher from now on. Yahiko continued. I am merely a leading ninja. Traditionally, we prefer to refer to the lead ninja as teacher, Shinya clarified. In that case, Teacher Shinya, I look forward to your guidance. Yahiko responded with a respectful bow. Shinya waved his hand dismissively. There is no need for such formality. You may continue to address me as before. The title of Big Brother feels more intimate than teacher. Yahiko, exhibiting his innate leadership qualities, effortlessly navigated social interactions, in contrast to Konan's shyness and Nagato's reticence. Regrettably, Yahiko's talent in combat was somewhat lacking. However, this deficiency was relative, merely in comparison to Nagato, a member of the Uzumaki clan, and Konan, a wielder of a bloodline limit. For the next few days, you should rest well and await the village's assessment, Shinya instructed. By the way, Nagato, come with me tomorrow to meet someone. He turned to Nagato, who looked taken aback. Me? Who are we meeting? Shinya smiled. A fellow clansman of yours, who has expressed a desire to meet you upon hearing of your arrival. A clansman? Nagato echoed, momentarily stunned, while Yahiko and Konan shared a look of confusion. You will find out tomorrow, Shinya assured them. Chapter 102. The ideologies of Indra and Ashura that night marked the most peaceful sleep the 3 little ones had experienced, particularly for Nagato, who had not felt such tranquility since the passing of his parents. The bustling streets and throngs of people during the day seemed surreal, almost dreamlike. In the Land of Rain, one was accustomed to the incessant downpour that lasted 3/4 of the year, with rusted high rises and fearsome ninjas. Life was harsh. Hunger and poverty were rampant. Before his parents' demise, their family had lived relatively well in the Land of Rain, yet the image of Konoha still felt somewhat distorted to him. Although he could not see it, he could sense the chakra of the villagers of Konoha. Their energy lacked the desperate urgency of those on the brink of death. Unlike the beasts that were forced into hell for survival, the chakra of the Konoha villagers possessed a clarity untouched by societal hardship. Shinya gazed at the peacefully sleeping children, a sigh escaping his lips. In the shinobi world, countless commoners endured suffering. In fact, compared to Shinya's previous life, the underclass of this world faced even graver circumstances. The existence of chakra, a supernatural force, resulted in a significant power disparity between the upper echelons and the lower, making it exceedingly difficult to bridge that gap. This disparity transcended mere social or political resources. It was a fundamental difference in combat capability. Did Nagato's parents possess any ability to resist the Konoha ninja who took their lives? In a previous life, one might have entrusted matters to adrenaline. Yet, in this world, adrenaline cannot compensate for an absolute disparity in values. The initial conflict within the ninja realm stemmed from the ideological clash between Indra and Ashura. Indra believed that Sage of the Six Paths favored one side, leading to his discontent with the chosen successor. For centuries, he reincarnated, stirring chaos within the ninja world. In truth, the discord between the brothers, Indra and Ashura, can be seen as a fault of the Sage of the Six Paths. However, it is not that the sage's responsibility lies solely in favoritism. In reality, the most crucial aspect of a successor is not their strength, but the recognition they garner from the majority. In this regard, Ashura meets the criteria. Power is derived from the acceptance of the lower echelons. Without their endorsement, one is merely a tyrant. The dilemma faced by Uchiha Madara lies therein. During Hashirama's lifetime, Madara's ideology could not prevail simply because Hashirama was stronger. But what of the present? Even in a diminished state, Madara possesses a strength unmatched by any in the current ninja realm. Aside from Uzumaki Mido, who might pose a slight threat by harnessing the Nine-Tails power, others are simply inadequate. Yet, Madara remains hidden in the shadows, his formidable strength failing to attract loyal subordinates. Even during the Fourth Great Ninja War, upon his resurrection and ascension to the ranks of the Sage, he was still met with universal enmity. This illustrates that sheer strength cannot foster genuine peace. Thus, Ashura, who can attain the approval of the masses, is undoubtedly the most fitting successor. However, Ashura being the right choice does not inherently render Indra wrong. Yet, the Sage of the Six Paths polarized their differing ideologies, indirectly leading to their enmity. This ideological schism persisted through Hashirama and Madara, reflecting upon the village system established by Hashirama. In truth, Hashirama and Madara embody the duality of yin and yang, both opposing and complementing each other. The crux lies in how the proponent of an ideology manages it. We exist through mutual understanding. We exist through strength. Are these two ideologies irreconcilable opposites? Not necessarily. Naruto and Sasuke exemplify this notion effectively. One might argue that the world remains ensnared in the foundational culture of Kishimoto's narrative, harmony of yin and yang, the doctrine of moderation. Regrettably, such concepts are absent. Instead, there exists a dichotomy of black and white, a binary opposition. The conflicts within the ninja realm fundamentally arise from the multitude ensnared in this binary mindset. Every issue must be categorized as right or wrong. If I am correct, you must be erroneous. If I am impoverished, my only recourse is to invade others' domains. Cooperation and mutual benefit are non-existent. In fact, many fans from previous generations have been trapped in this vicious cycle of opposition, endlessly debating whose ideology, Hashirama's or Madara's, was more valid, with both sides accusing the other of being wrong. Why can't their ideologies be merged into a singular truth? Both of their philosophies are valid, yet neither is complete. If Hashirama is mistaken, then the current ninja world should resemble the Warring States period, plagued by incessant turmoil. Conversely, if Madara is in error, then the ninja world ought to have achieved true peace, as envisioned by Hashirama long ago. This reflects the reality and certain aspirations for this world. The trio of Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan can be regarded as the chosen experimenters of truth. To be precise, only Yahiko fits this description. Nagato and Konan are positioned by Yahiko as supporters in the implementation of his ideals. Yahiko does not belong to the Indra or Ashura bloodlines, nor does he possess any bloodline limit. He can be considered an entirely ordinary individual, naturally unaffected by the ideologies of the Sage of Six Paths. His understanding of the world stems solely from his personal experiences throughout his life. It can be said that, had it not been for Hanzo's treachery and the eventual downfall of Danzo, Yahiko might have achieved even greater feats. Nagato and Konan would not have succumbed to darkness, transforming Akatsuki into a notorious organization. However, regarding Danzo, Yahiko truly lacks any clear insight. Although the current and scathed Danzo harbors animosity towards him, he has yet to take action. Unlike the later incarnation of Danzo who exhibited such extraordinary behavior, the crux of the matter lies in Yahiko's ignorance of when Danzo transformed into this latter version. Without intelligence, it proves challenging to stifle danger in its infancy. As for the notion of eliminating Danzo, Yahiko has indeed contemplated it. However, if one resorts to assassination upon encountering obstacles or opposition, they will inevitably discover that the list of individuals deemed worthy of death only grows longer in their perspective. Decisive in battle, one must only eliminate those who truly warrant death, rather than act on personal whims. At the break of dawn the following day, Yahiko accompanied Nagato to the residence of the Senju clan, preparing to meet with Uzumaki Mito. What? Another member of the Uzumaki clan? SHJ exclaimed upon seeing Nagato. Momentarily taken aback. Wasn't the Uzumaki clan eradicated? Nagato, bewildered, processed SHJ's words and sensed a familiar chakra, evoking a sense of kinship. SHJ? Mito admonished gently, before turning her kind gaze towards Nagato. Child, come here. Nagato approached Mito cautiously, waiting silently for her to speak. Child, your eyes, Mito remarked. Observing Nagato's bandaged eyes with a furrowed brow, Nagato hesitated, contemplating whether to reveal the truth about Yahiko. Allow me to address this matter, Lady Mito, Yahiko interjected. Chapter 103. Danzo, Teacher Tobarama, they are isolating me. Yahiko did not withhold information from Uzumaki Mito, recounting in detail how he had previously placed a sealing technique within Nagato's eyes. This account also included the matter of the Rinnegan. However, due to the presence of Tsunade and SHJ, he refrained from mentioning that the eyes belonged to Uchiha Madara. He was aware of the need for discretion, understanding which truths could be spoken and which must remain unvoiced. Nevertheless, even amidst such circumstances, Uzumaki Suijin could discern some underlying implications. Indeed, you are correct. The scrutiny directed at this child by others ultimately poses a risk. Alas, this child suffers in silence, unnoticed. Uzumaki Suijin gently stroked Nagato's head and said, Child, for the time being, you shall remain by my side. I will impart to you the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, as well as the divine music of the Uzumaki. Now it was Nagato's turn to be astonished. Hadn't it been stated previously that there was no energy to teach him? How is it that there is now vigor to instruct Nagato? The SC Chardinger's energy. Perhaps, upon encountering his own kin, he suddenly appeared revitalized. Do not be disheartened. My sister and I share the same treatment as you. SHJ whispered to Nagato. Tsunade subtly nodded, her gaze tinged with melancholy. Nagato's lips twitched. Truly, it was like a doting grandmother. However, given that the Uzumaki clan had nearly vanished, it was understandable that Uzumaki Suijin would show favoritism, driven by a sense of guilt upon discovering a surviving member of her lineage. After all, she is not my grandmother. I am receiving the same treatment as her own grandchildren, so I am indeed fortunate. Will I still be able to see Yahiko and Konan? Nagato hesitated to respond. Though the chakra emanating from this grandmotherly figure enveloped him in warmth, evoking a desire for closeness, he did not forget about his companions. Yahiko and Konan? They are the other two children who came to Konoha with you. The three of you were together in the land of rain, Nagato stated. Uzumaki Suijin nodded affirmatively. Of course, you may. When you study, you can come to me, but you are still welcome to return to Nagato's home. Rest assured, I shall not curtail your freedom. Then I am willing, Lady Suijin, Nagato replied eagerly. Uzumaki Suijin looked at him with a face full of compassion. Call me Grandma Suijin. The title felt somewhat forced on Nagato. Nagato observed the scene before him, pondering deeply. Currently, the only known living members of the Uzumaki clan, aside from the yet-to-be-born Naruto, seemed to be Karen. However, Karen had not yet been born, and her mother was likely still a mere girl. The search seemed futile. Achieving the goal of gathering the Uzumaki clan felt increasingly daunting. I say, should we, the Uchiha and Senju outsiders, refrain from intruding upon the reunion of the Uzumaki clan? Nagato whispered. While your words may seem extreme, I share your sentiment. Tsunade remarked, rubbing her forehead. Ju was taken aback. Huh? Nagato, sister, you two are quite. Oh, I have matters to attend to that require your assistance. Nagato grasped Ju by the collar and, with an arm around Tsunade, they exited together. Half an hour later, at the training ground, Tsunade stared at Konan and Yahiko, her lips twitching. Is this what you call assistance? Ju was equally perplexed, knowing full well that Nagato had no good intentions in bringing the siblings out. Elder Hiruzen appointed me as the leader of their trio. But since Lady Suijin has chosen to personally instruct Nagato, I shall only be leading the two of them. This means that how I choose to teach will be entirely at my discretion, Nagato declared. Mayahiko and Konan shrank their necks, glancing at Shinya and the others with a hint of panic. Shoju, I believe your personality aligns well with Mayahiko's. Perhaps you could mentor him. Coincidentally, his chakra affinities are water and wind, which complement yours splendidly, Shinya suggested. After pondering for a moment, Shoju replied, Oh, so, he shall be my little brother then? I look forward to your guidance, brother Shoju. Before Shinya could respond, Mayahiko exclaimed loudly, Who is this person before us? He is the grandson of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. The renown of the first Hokage is known throughout the ninja world. Mayahiko's innate leadership qualities are not merely evident in his charismatic personality, but also in his flexible principles. A true man can bend and adapt. Furthermore, Shoju is indeed a senior. A few years ago, he had provided them with food in the land of rain, so calling him brother is not unwarranted. Therefore, Tsunade, I entrust Konan to you, Shinya said, turning towards Tsunade. Tsunade furrowed her brow, clearly discontented. I say, if you're going to ask me to do something, at least refer to me as Sister Tsunade. No sooner had she spoken than a paper flower was presented to her. Konan had crafted a flower using her paper jutsu and extended it towards Tsunade. Upon seeing it, Tsunade's cheeks flushed. This flower is a gift for you, Sister Tsunade, Konan said with a smile. Shinya nodded in satisfaction. Compared to Nagato, both Mayahiko and Konan were far more agreeable and considerate, which made his task much easier. Although he intended to cultivate Mayahiko and test his capabilities in the land of rain, Shinya was not the type to treat people as mere tools devoid of emotion. Meanwhile, within the Hokage building, the atmosphere was charged with chaos. This is utterly unacceptable. These three unknown children are being taken to meet Lord Mito. And now Tsunade and Shoju are embroiled in this as well. Hizashi, what on earth are you doing? Danzo fumed in his office. His ire stemmed from the simple fact that he was the last to know about this matter. Previously, he had been the last to learn that Shinya intended to bring back Mayahiko and the others. Now, he was again the last to be informed that Nagato was set to meet Uzumaki Mito. Furthermore, this situation extended beyond the advisor group. Observing the silent advisors and the innocent faces of Sarutobi Kinomaru, Hataki Sakumo, and the smoking Senju Yank hidden on the sofa, Danzo felt an urge to spit blood in frustration. Teacher Tobarama, please witness this from the heavens. They are isolating me. Sarutobi Hizashi. He is isolating me alongside the village's elders and youth. My heart is heavy, heavy like the wild grass beneath a wheel or the bitter herbs growing between stones. All right, calm down, Uncle Danzo. Isn't this about your busy restructuring of Root? You wouldn't want that to distract you, Sarutobi Kinomaru said, smiling in an attempt to placate him. You little brat, don't think I'm unaware. Uchiha Shinya's actions in the land of rain have your tacit approval, Danzo snapped. Suspecting that Sarutobi Hizashi's recent order for him to reorganize Root was a ploy to keep him too occupied to interfere, Sarutobi Kinomaru shrugged. Well, that certainly sounds like a private matter to me. All right, Danzo, please keep your voice down, Senju Yank interjected. As an elder from the first generation, Senju Yenji still held considerable prestige despite his affiliation with the Umbu. Upon his utterance, Danzo's demeanor shifted to one of calm. This matter, in fact, had been disclosed to En long ago, who subsequently compiled a report for my perusal, Sarutobi Hiruzen stated. Danzo gritted his teeth in frustration, exclaiming, Why was I not informed at all? Sarutobi Hiruzen rested his chin on his hand, responding, I apologize. You were in the land of fire at the time. En, Yenji, and I deliberated on the matter, and we reached a unanimous decision. Hiruzen, you did this on purpose. Danzo retorted. Why make such a fuss over three mere children from the Rain Village? Even if one possesses the Uzumaki bloodline, what is there to warrant such an uproar? To the extent of alarming Lord Mito? Danzo's indignation was palpable. Sarutobi Hiruzen shrugged, saying, according to En, These three children are pivotal to the future governance of the Rain Country. Even if one is merely a child under 14, to propose such fantastical ideas. And for you adults to believe them? Danzo was utterly at his wit's end. Well, it might be worth a try, as the cost is not exorbitant. Sarutobi Yoshiyuki chimed in with a smile. And will be coming this afternoon to provide a detailed report. You can hear his thoughts then. Since they are crucial to controlling the Rain Country, I believe it would be best to assign them to our foundation for training. I will cultivate them into the most loyal operatives to rectify your oversights, Danzo declared. Chapter 104. Respect the king and expel the barbarians in the afternoon. And arrived at the small conference room of the Hokage building. The core members of Konoha's power structure, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Mito, Narashikaku, Shimura Danzo, and Akimichi Torif, along with the three highest leaders of the Umbu, Shinju Yenji, Hitaki Sakumo, and Sarutobi Yoshiyuki, were present, and surveyed the gathering, finding it reminiscent of an interview. Hokage, advisors, and the three foremost leaders of the Umbu have assembled. I, Uchiha, am here to address inquiries regarding the matter of Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan from the Rain Country, and announced as he approached the long table. Please take a seat. Sarutobi Hiruzen instructed. Yes, and complied, taking a seat and discreetly surveying the room. Two Umbu members sat at adjacent chairs, tasked with documenting the proceedings. Let us commence the meeting. Any questions that the advisors and Umbu captains may have can be directed to Jonin In at this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen stated. Danzo glanced around, clearly noting that he was the only one with inquiries. This matter had been unanimously approved by the higher-ups, and he was left in the dark. Ahem. Then I shall take the initiative to inquire, Danzo said. In your submitted report, you mentioned that these three children are crucial to the future governance of the Rain Country. Could you elaborate on this? If it is due to the child from the Uzumaki clan having once possessed the Rinnegan, it has since been destroyed. How can he achieve greatness? Lord Danzo, when I spoke of the future governance of the Rain Country, I was not referring to Nagato, but rather to Yahiko, and clarified. Yahiko? That boy with orange hair? To my knowledge, he possesses no Kekkei Genkai and lacks the potential to alter the landscape of the Rain Country, Danzo countered. Shinya chuckled, remarking that the Hokage, too, lacked a bloodline limit. Yet, did this hinder his ability to stand shoulder to shoulder with the formidable Noki, who commanded a superior bloodline? Danzo momentarily faltered. Sarutobi Hiruzen's lips curled into a subtle smile. Without a doubt, Shinya's flattery had struck a chord, delivered with impeccable timing. Should Shinya claim superiority over Noki, it would merely constitute a far-fetched boast, one he would be embarrassed to affirm. After all, their battle records were undeniable. Neither could decisively overcome the other without a fierce struggle to the death. However, if Shinya were to invoke the examples of the Mizukage or the Wind Shadow, Sarutobi would likely perceive it as a slight. Thus, the reference to Noki was indeed a department comparing himself to Noki was the most suitable choice. For although the third Raikage possessed comparable strength on paper, his chakra nature was fundamentally disadvantaged, rendering him inferior. Shinya, keenly aware of Sarutobi Hiruzen's shift in demeanor, skillfully navigated the nuances of human relationships. In truth, this so-called inquiry was merely a procedural formality, intended to render Danzo speechless. The upper echelons, excluding Danzo, had reached consensus. What could Danzo oppose in the face of this unity? Ultimately, it was Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Hokage, who held the final say. Therefore, as long as he secured Hiruzen's subsequent support, Danzo's opinions became inconsequential. Yahiko possessed an innate charisma of a leader, a quality that made him inherently suitable for the role. Although his combat talents may not have been particularly remarkable, I believe Nagato could be cultivated to assist him. Most importantly, I feel that imparting the will of fire to him would be advantageous, Shinya stated slowly. Danzo furrowed his brow, inquiring, why? Shinya replied, since the establishment of the ninja village system by the first Hokage and the establishment of the 5 great shinobi countries, the landscape of the ninja world has remained unchanged for nearly 40 years. Frankly speaking, we, the successors, have been merely reaping the benefits of the first Hokage's accomplishments. Not only has the structure of the ninja villages remained static, but even the essence of the will of fire has not evolved in 4 decades. Can the meaning of the will of fire still transform? Sarutobi Hiruzen's brow furrowed. Such audacious rhetoric was indeed shocking. Shinya continued. The will of fire is a philosophy rooted in the reality of Konoha, a doctrine capable of uniting hearts. However, if we wish for the will of fire to take root in the land of rain, It must resonate more closely with the current state of that land. Yahiko, born amidst the turmoil of the Land of Rain, possesses an intimate understanding of its struggles. Educating him in the will of fire would significantly aid our future efforts to integrate the Land of Rain. Even so, how can you ensure that upon his return to the Land of Rain, he will remain loyal to Konoha? Is it not possible for him to oppose Konoha like Hans? Dan scoffed, evidently dissatisfied with Shinya's response. Shinya articulated, Lord Dan's, for idealists, binding them does not solely rely on loyalty. Kindness and camaraderie can forge profound connections as well. I believe we can support Yahiko in supplanting Hans's rule over the Land of Rain. Even if Yahiko were to ultimately stand against Konoha, his familiarity with us would make him far more manageable than Hans. Moreover, he is accompanied by 2 companions. I implored the esteemed Hokage to allow Nagato to meet Lord Mito, and I also requested Tsunade to mentor Konan. This is the rationale behind my actions. As long as we can forge bonds, their future endeavors will inevitably bear the essence of Konoha. People are subject to change. Have you never pondered the possibility of their betrayal against Konoha? Danzo remarked with a grim expression. Shinya smiled slightly, responding, every endeavor carries its risks. I cannot guarantee that Yahiko and his companions will remain amicable towards Konoha upon their return to the Land of Rain, nor can I assure that they will not oppose us like Hanzo. However, I maintain my position that Yahiko is, comparatively speaking, more manageable than Hanzo. Even if we ultimately fail, Konoha stands to lose little. Yet, should we succeed, the Land of Rain could entirely align with Konoha, serving as a counterbalance to Sunagakure and Iwagakure. It can be said that Shinya's plan embodies a low-risk, high-reward strategy. The sole variable to consider is the old man lurking in the Land of Rain. I remain uncertain whether he intends to seek a new host for the Rinnegan or continue to entangle Nagato. Nevertheless, as long as Yahiko remains alive, the old man cannot sway Nagato to act against us. To be frank, even Shinya finds the theory of nurturing and supporting Yahiko and his companions to confront Hanzo somewhat tenuous, as this notion is predicated on the original narrative where Yahiko indeed makes a significant impact, a conclusion drawn from a divine perspective. However, persuading Sarutobi Hiruzen and his peers with this theory is evidently insufficient. They lack the omniscient viewpoint and do not realize that Yahiko is destined to become a founding member of Akatsuki, a figure that instills trepidation in Hanzo. Thus, projecting the will of fire externally serves as a commendable narrative. Do Sarutobi Hiruzen and his associates truly harbor no desire to expand Konoha's influence? No, it is simply that their minds have yet to grasp the concept of a unified world. In a word, their vision is far too narrow. What Shinya aims to do is to broaden their perspective. Being Hokage is undoubtedly commendable, but to act as the de facto sovereign of the world would surely surpass that status. As Guanzhong once stated, it is preferable to honor the king and repel foreign invaders than to seek dominance over the Central Plains. This trend in the original narrative only becomes evident in the timeline of incombustible materials, manifesting in Naruto, and only to the extent that he possesses the power of salvation. It is far too slow. The version has already been updated. Chapter 105. The Spark Plan. Half an hour later now. Does anyone have any objections to this? Sarutobi Hiruzen surveyed those around him, inquiring. Danzo fell silent, and the others found no reason to dissent. Esteemed Hokage, beyond nurturing Yahiko, I believe there are additional measures we can undertake, Shinya suggested. Oh, the assembly turned their attention to Shinya. Shinya continued. We could dispatch the Umbu to the Land of Rain to identify suitable war orphans and cultivate them in secret, instilling seeds of opposition against Hanzo. Humph, how naive. Do you believe Hanzo is made of clay? You intend to cultivate mercenaries right beneath his very nose. Danzo retorted sharply. With a gentle smile, Shinya replied, Lord Danzo, when have I ever suggested the cultivation of mercenaries? My plan is to nurture elites with independent thought and well-rounded personalities. Tobarama, even so, could Hans remain unguarded when the will of fire suddenly manifests in the Land of Rain? Shin also remarked, would it not suffice to simply refrain from calling it the will of fire? Setting aside the superficiality of the will of fire, who could argue against the righteousness of uniting comrades, safeguarding the younger generation, and protecting one's nation and village? Observing the astonishment on Tobarama's face, Shin continued, what we aim to propagate in the Land of Rain is a noble ideology, fostering a gradual yearning among its populace for what is just, rather than imposing the will of fire by force. Yet, even so, Hans's esteemed reputation in the Land of Rain is formidable, impervious to such methods. At this juncture, Sarutobi Sasuke voiced his dissent. Shin acknowledged. Indeed, the Second Shinobi World War has bestowed upon Hans immense prestige, with both feudal lords and shinobi holding him in high regard. However, it is an undeniable truth that Hans has entangled the Land of Rain in the quagmire of war, leaving it in ruins. The lower class struggles on the brink of death, and their grievances will inevitably accumulate. At this moment, if we strip away the fade of the will of fire and present its essence under a different guise, we will surely garner considerable support. Many will come to believe that the will of fire can indeed rescue the Land of Rain. This strategy, inspired by a certain superpower from a past life, would yield even greater efficacy for Konoha. The rationale is straightforward. Konoha embodies righteousness. It has neither established military bases on foreign soil nor imposed sanctions on its rivals. Rather, it frequently extends aid to impoverished nations. Had Hans not unexpectedly embroiled Konoha, they might not have engaged in battle at all. Furthermore, influenced by Shin, Konoha's shinobi have even provided assistance to many of the lower class in the Land of Rain. Thus, this strategy would be far more effective in Konoha's hands. It can be said that this plan aligns with the nurturing of Yahiko and his companions. Does anyone else have an opinion? Sarutobi Hisashi inquired, noting the silence of the assembly. Seeing that no one spoke further, he decisively proclaimed, "This matter is settled. The cultivation of Yahiko, Nagato, and Konin shall proceed concurrently with our operations within the Land of Rain. This plan is classified, aside from those present in this meeting. No one else shall be privy to it. The plan shall be named." He glanced at Shin. Shin, taken aback, promptly suggested, "How about the Spark Plan?" Sarutobi Hisashi nodded. "Let us designate this plan as the Spark Plan. In terms of execution, it shall be overseen by Senju Yenji. As for the training of those 3 children, since Shin has already involved Tsunade and SHT, we will maintain the current arrangement." "Understood." Senju Yenji replied with a slight bow. With Sarutobi Hisashi's final decision, no further opposition could arise. Overall, it can be observed that Sarutobi Hisashi is not an overly authoritarian leader. He was merely more assertive at the onset of his tenure, driven by the necessities of the situation. Konoha is currently in a phase of ascendance, thus requiring less of his forcefulness. This stands in contrast to Kumogakure, where the third Reikage must be strong, for without him, the village would crumble within mere months. Even the relatively unassertive third Hokage, upon defining a matter, finds his decision beyond reproach. While Uzumaki Mito may possess some degree of influence, she would not dare to openly contest Sarutobi Hiruzen's decrees. The Hokage stands as the leader of a military organization, and the village of Konoha resembles a slightly politicized army. Thus, Konoha wields a degree of autonomy in numerous affairs. For instance, regarding the Spark Plan aimed at the Land of Rain, Konoha could easily bypass the feudal lord. However, the initiation and cessation of full-scale war remain beyond their circumvention of the feudal lord's authority. As the saying goes, the ritual is for the sovereign, governance lies with Sarutobi, which encapsulates the current state of the Land of Fire. It is important to note that this refers specifically to Sarutobi Hiruzen, not his entire clan. Before the coup at Jayapingaling, Sima I was akin to Zhuge Liang of the Wei dynasty. Shinya, reflecting on this, mused that Sarutobi Hiruzen appears to be in a commendable state, open-minded and decisive. It seems that the turmoil following the Nine Tails incident, compounded by the loss of his wife, has taken a toll on him. Nevertheless, Uchiha Shinya has arrived. Shinya resolved to ensure that Sarutobi gracefully steps down before he becomes indecisive, and in the meantime, he should safeguard Konoha. Upon the conclusion of the meeting, Shinya exhaled in relief. Although he had prepared himself, presenting his ideals to some of the foremost figures in the current ninja world for the first time was indeed nerve-wracking. Upon returning home, Shinya retrieved the Mingwang Jing that the monk Daoxing had gifted him. According to Daoxing, this scripture superficially appears to be a Buddhist text, but is, in fact, a secret technique for body refinement. The benefits are self-evident, as one can discern from the monk himself. With prolonged practice, even individuals of average talent can cultivate an extraordinarily powerful physique. However, the downside is its time-consuming nature. Those with exceptional talent do not progress significantly faster than those without. In essence, this is a slow and steady endeavor that enhances bodily functions through relentless practice. Additionally, there are several accompanying secret techniques that employ unique chakra manipulation methods. He also produced a scroll. This was the 8 gates technique that Sarutobi Hiruzen had promised to transcribe for him when leaving the Hokage building. This technique bears significant side effects and should be used with caution. The scroll opens with Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, indicating that he has been penning this for quite some time. Shinya furrowed his brow as he continued reading. The following sections detailed the 8 gates technique, including the chakra flow routes, among other aspects. It is evident that the stronger one's basic physical condition, the greater the enhancement upon unlocking the 8 gates. In contrast to the Ming Wang Jing, the 8 gates technique appears rather simplistic and brutal. The former hones the body and fully exploits the practitioner's potential, while the latter unleashes that potential in a short span, imposing a significant burden on the body. To put it succinctly, the former preserves the baseline over time, while the latter risks life to showcase the upper limits. As for the 8 gates technique, Shinya does not intend to master all 8. He merely aims to learn 6 or 7, providing himself with a trump card for a sudden augmentation in strength. As for the Ming Wang Sutra, it is indeed essential to practice, for it is a matter of gradual refinement. Chapter 106 addresses the prohibition of alcohol consumption by minors. The scroll of the 8 gates of Duanjia initially elucidates the human meridian system, a rare esoteric knowledge that theorizes the meridian pathways. However, its exposition remains somewhat cursory. According to the scroll, within the system of chakra flow, certain acupoints inhibit the movement of chakras. These points are referred to as the 8 gates, the opening gate, the resting gate, the life gate, the wounding gate, the stopping gate, the viewing gate, the startling gate, and the death gate. The essence of the 8 gates of Duanjia lies in temporarily breaking these 8 constraints to unleash untapped potential, thus attaining formidable power for a brief period. In simpler terms, these 8 acupoints suppress the inherent potential of the human body, often preventing individuals from realizing their full capabilities. This serves as a self-protective mechanism. For instance, a mother may appear physically weak, yet when her child is in peril, she can lift a car. This illustrates the latent potential within humans, which is typically concealed and suppressed by their self-protective instincts. Once this potential is awakened, individuals can indeed access tremendous strength, albeit often at the cost of irreversible harm to their bodies. The purpose of the 8 gates of Duanjia is to proactively develop this potential, which is typically only accessible in moments of crisis. To put it more plainly, it involves consciously overriding one's self-protective instincts to unleash power. Consequently, the magnitude of power unleashed through the 8 gates varies dramatically among different practitioners. Might Guy, for instance, can only contend with characters like the 7 ninja swordsmen when opening the death gate, whereas Might Dai, upon opening the same gate, nearly overwhelms the likes of 6 paths Abido. Ultimately, the strength manifested through the 8 gates is still derived from the practitioner's own abilities. Upon reviewing the theoretical framework of the 8 gates of Duanjia, Jean felt a sense of disappointment. The previously envisioned notion of routinely opening the 8 gates proved to be unfeasible, as the human body's innate self-protective mechanisms are embedded within its genetic coding. While the first 6 gates can be trained to alleviate physical strain, the 7th gate marks a genuine entry into instinctual territory, inevitably imposing significant burdens on the body. In the original text, Gaia's opening of the first 6 gates is likened to the simplicity of eating and drinking. However, upon activating the 7th gate, one still endures prolonged periods of weakness. Thus, the 7th gate is fundamentally distinct from the first 6. The 8th gate represents the complete release of potential, signifying the practitioner's total relinquishment of self-protection in exchange for immense power. Consequently, after the 8th gate, the practitioner faces bodily collapse. Even if Jean can forcibly control his instincts, he cannot disregard the laws of nature. The potency of the 8 gates of Duanjia is not static. As the body grows stronger, so too does the power released through its application. Jean set aside the scroll of the 8 gates of Duanjia and turned his attention to the scroll of the Ming Wang Sutra. He flipped through it and came upon a section titled Meridian Studies. Perhaps Shinya's heart stirred slightly. The descriptions within this text on meridian theory are far more comprehensive than those found in the 8 gates of Duanjia. In fact, they are even more detailed than the theoretical knowledge he encountered while studying medical ninjutsu. Indeed, the meticulous effort implies a thorough and all-encompassing refinement of the body. By juxtaposing the meridian diagrams from the 8 gates with those illustrated in the Ming Wang Sutra, Shinya experienced a flicker of enlightenment. He pondered whether the integration of meridian theory and the 8 gates might yield a novel chemical reaction. Shinya's intention was to render the 8 gates somewhat more subtle. When opening the latter gates, he wished for minimal external changes to his physique, allowing for a strategic advantage. However, upon delving into meridian theory, new thoughts began to form in Shinya's mind. The first gate of the 8 gates opened. With a mere thought, Shinya activated the first gate. Given his current physical prowess and control over chakra, accessing the first 3 gates was merely a matter of will. Upon opening the first gate, aside from a fluctuation in his chakra, which began to overflow uncontrollably, there were no significant changes. Although his chakra had intensified and become more turbulent, it remained within his grasp. With a gentle nudge, the chakra flowed back into his body. On the surface, it appeared as though nothing had changed after Shinya opened the first gate. Yet, he was acutely aware of the considerable enhancement it provided him. Particularly when facing opponents of equal caliber, unexpectedly activating the first gate would undoubtedly place them at a significant disadvantage. Furthermore, unless the opponent possessed both the Byakugan and knowledge of the 8 gates, it would be exceedingly challenging to discern that Shinya had mastered such techniques. With that, Shinya closed his eyes and opened the second, third, and fourth gates. Boom. Upon unlocking the fourth gate, his chakra finally erupted uncontrollably, creating a tempest that rustled his garments. Moments later, Shinya exited the state of the 8 gates. Overall, he maintained complete control over his chakra while opening the first 3 gates. However, with the onset of the fourth gate, the surge in chakra led to a sense of loss of control. This indicated that the fourth gate presented diminishing returns. While it enhanced his strength, the inability to fully manage it would sacrifice precision in some of Shinya's combat techniques. At present, the most cost-effective approach remained the activation of the first 3 gates. Nevertheless, despite the overwhelming power of the fourth gate, it inflicted no harm upon Shinya's body, nor did it induce fatigue. He estimated that he could potentially open the 6th gate without injury. It seemed prudent to consult Tsunade. Shinya reflected that when it comes to the complexities of human meridians, seeking the expertise of a seasoned medical ninja like Tsunade would be invaluable. As for Orochimaru, not to mention that his current research achievements were limited, even if he were to confront Orochimaru later, his focus would primarily be on physical and cellular studies. With comparatively less depth in meridian research, the concept of meridians inherently possesses an element of mysticism. Unlike cells, the theory of meridians is notoriously difficult to grasp. However, once one comprehends a singular principle, myriad others become accessible. Conversely, while the study of cells is somewhat less challenging, it demands relentless research and innovation. Thus, had Orochimaru not engaged in extensive, often taboo experiments as depicted in the original narrative, he would likely have followed a path akin to that of Sarutobi, rather than evolving into the formidable being known as the Immortal King. As for Tsunade, she epitomizes the notion that once one acquires a skill, it becomes second nature. Be it medical ninjutsu, the Ein-sealing technique, or the art of creation and regeneration, mastery simply requires practice to hone one's proficiency. Unlike Orochimaru's esoteric techniques, which necessitate continual study, breakthroughs, and modifications, Tsunade's skills are straightforward once learned. While Shinya pondered the feasibility of integrating meridian theory with the 8 gates technique, clan leader Gon paid him a visit. Shinya, I must express my gratitude for not disclosing the matters concerning Uchiha Obito to the advisory council. In the tavern at the Uchiha encampment, Gon thanked Shinya. As a member of the Uchiha clan myself, I understand that revealing Obito's situation would lead to numerous unnecessary complications. Rest assured, I comprehend this matter well, responded Shinya with a smile, sipping the milk before him. At times, Shinya found himself wanting to voice his frustrations. How is it that these ninjas, known for their mercilessness, adhere to the rule of abstaining from alcohol until the age of 20? It's akin to a ruthless gang waiting for a traffic light to change. The tavern owner, also an Uchiha, was aware that Shinya had not yet turned 20 and steadfastly refused to serve him even rice wine. This predicament left Shinya disheartened for quite some time. After all, his physical capabilities surpassed those of most adult ninjas. How could he possibly harm himself? Chapter 107. Master, please don't scratch in the training grounds of Konoha. Shinya stood opposite Minato, both forming their respective hand seals. Surrounding them, numerous ninjas observed, including Makoto, Rika, and KY, alongside Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan. as well as many contemporaries who shared camaraderie with Shinya. Among them was Ju, his veteran teammate. "Come on, Shinya. Defeat that blonde fool and restore our Uchiha honor," shouted KY. Rika, exasperated, retorted, "Could you please be quiet? You're embarrassing us." "What did you say? You insolent brat. Do you dare challenge me to a duel?" KY shot back. Rika smirked. "Is that so? Do you truly believe you can defeat me? If I cannot surpass Shinya, how could I possibly triumph over you?" The duel between the ninjas, Shinya and Minato, commenced. With a loud shout from Akimichi Maru, Minato surged toward Shinya. Remaining steadfast, Shinya awaited Minato's approach, ready to parry his assault. "What's wrong? Are you not planning to counterattack?" Minato remarked with a smile. "I am not the same person I was a year ago." "A year ago?" Shinya chuckled. "To be precise, it has been a year and a half. I am now 15, and naturally, Minato is of the same age." Upon Jiraiya's return from the battlefield, he devoted himself to diligently instructing Minato, resulting in a remarkable enhancement of Minato's abilities. Consequently, Minato issued a challenge to Shinya. As Shinya's thoughts drifted back to Minato, he observed Minato's relentless offensive and retaliated with a punch aimed at Minato's head. Startled, Minato quickly shielded his head with both hands. Boom! A tremendous force propelled Minato away. During his backward flight, he hurled a kunai at Shinya, who deftly evaded it with a slight turn of his head. However, in the next moment, Minato's figure vanished from sight. Wind release, gale palm. The sound erupted behind Shinya, who instantly pivoted and countered with an open palm. Whoosh! His palm met Minato's, dispersing the gathered wind chakra and unleashing a tempest that swept the surroundings. "Flying Thunder God, is it? Alas, had your opponent been anyone else, victory would have been assured," Shinya remarked with a smile. As Minato landed, he steadied himself and shook his hand, slightly numbed from Shinya's strike, managing a strained smile. "You truly are a monster. You haven't even activated your Sharingan, nor have you resorted to any ninjutsu." Shinya replied, "There's no need to compare yourself to me. You are already a remarkably gifted genius. Mastering the Flying Thunder God technique is no small feat. It is a high-level ninjutsu. You really know how to comfort someone." Minato chuckled helplessly. "Shall we continue, Minato?" "Of course, the battle is far from over. Giving up halfway is not my style." Minato's gaze hardened with determination. Shinya beckoned. "Then let us proceed." Without hesitation, Minato threw a kunai and activated the Flying Thunder God technique, appearing before Shinya. Fire release, great fireball jutsu. He unleashed the massive fireball less than 2 meters from Shinya's face. 6 harmonies, fist shock. Shinya struck the fireball with a punch, his chakra pulsating at an extraordinarily unique frequency. Upon contact, the fireball exploded like fireworks, scattering embers around them. This technique, 6 harmonies, fist shock, was a culmination of Shinya's understanding of the 6 harmonies fist combined with Tsunade's monstrous strength, developed through his studies of chakra pathways. The inspiration stemmed from Kakashi's use of the double lightning strike in the original work. Its effect was simple, outputting chakra at a special frequency to neutralize the opponent's ninjutsu with minimal expenditure. The outcome was a cancellation, but visually, it appeared as though Shinya had obliterated Minato's great fireball. You might think it's simply about numbers, but it is about technique. Minato was momentarily forced back by the sudden explosion of the fireball, allowing Shinya to close the distance. A single finger to the dream. Shinya then extended 2 fingers, resembling a sword's point, and swiftly tapped several points on Minato's body. In an instant, Minato felt his chakra become unresponsive. Pressure points? Minato was astonished. Shinya, lacking Byakugan, could perform such a technique akin to the Hyuga clan. Furthermore, he sensed his chakra within him becoming erratic and uncontrollable. This implies that not only is one unable to utilize ninjutsu, but even the most fundamental actions such as climbing trees or walking on water would present considerable difficulty. While this effect is not irreversible, one can indeed forcefully manipulate chakra to transcend the constraints of the meridians. Such feats are almost impossible to achieve in the heat of battle. This technique is developed based on the meridian theory of the Ming-Wang Sutra. With Shinya's level of chakra control, he can directly apply pressure points at close range. And at mid to long distances, he can utilize chakra to strike points externally. Some may deem it too subtle, perhaps even excessive. Subtlety? It depends on the finesse of the technique. Shall we continue the fight? Shinya gazed at Minato with a cheerful smile. Minato offered a wry smile in return, stating, "I believe I can no longer continue. Then let us form the reconciliation seal." In the 41st year of Konoha, A year and a half has passed since the end of the war, and Konoha has enjoyed a year and a half of peaceful existence. At least in the eyes of the ordinary villagers, they have nearly forgotten the Second Shinobi World War that transpired over a year ago. After all, that conflict did not unfold within Konoha itself, and the village's losses were relatively minor. If one were to be candid, among the 5 great nations, it was Sunagakure that suffered the most from the war. The Wagakure, after a brief entanglement, promptly withdrew from the fray, avoiding the turmoil of the Land of Rain. In truth, had Sunagakure not provoked Konoha, their losses would have been minimal. It was precisely because Sunagakure sought to collude with the Rain Shinobi to betray Konoha, and their intelligence efforts were notably poor, resulting in their plans being transparently exposed to the Root. Such a significant matter was, astonishingly, known to Root. The subsequent events are well known. Shinya, accompanied by 7 clansmen, breached the stronghold of Sunagakure's main forces, leading to the annihilation of their puppet masters. At the tender age of 13, he and his few clansmen eradicated the distinctive puppet masters of Sunagakure, leaving them without successors. This remarkable achievement is undoubtedly radiant within the realm of shinobi. Regrettably, Shinya did not receive the same level of recognition from the other 4 great shinobi villages, which would treat encounters with him as so formidable that even abandoning a mission would incur no punishment. It seems that he did not strike with sufficient lethality, failing to instill a significant psychological impact on the nations. Meanwhile, the future Yellow Flash has already mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, poised to shine gloriously on the battlefield. However, it seems that his ascent is still distant, as he remains, in the face of high-level combatants, akin to a mere massage master. At least in his encounters with Shinya, the Yellow Flash is merely a massage master. Master, exert yourself. I am quite resilient. Master, have you not eaten? This was Shinya's jest directed at Minato, who felt rather vexed the first time he was subjected to such teasing. Yet, over time, he grew accustomed to the playful banter. Chapter 108. Flesh and Blood, Mechanical Ascension Canine Village. Shinya stared in astonishment at the report handed to him by the Umbu. He had some recollection of this shinobi village. It seemed to have had a minor role in his previous life, situated within the primordial forests bordering the Land of Fire. Indeed, during the war, Canine Village attempted to ally with Hanzo to join the battle, but was conveniently destroyed by the border forces. The Umbu reported. Shinya was left in disbelief, pondering what kind of absurdity this was. Conveniently destroyed. Indeed, he recalled the village chief of the Sky Ninja Village, who was unable to defeat even the Konoha's elite during the Tsunade era, let alone the formidable ninjas of the current pinnacle. The lower-tier ninjas of Konoha, when faced with powerful adversaries, were no different from cannon fodder. However, the disparity became glaringly evident when confronting a force like the Sky Ninja Village. Are there still people remaining in the Sky Ninja Village? Shinya inquired. There are likely some remnants hiding in the jungles, the Umbu responded. Very well. Dispatch a team to retrieve some villagers, and additionally, send the Umbu to the ruins of the Sky Ninja Village to bring back some of their ninja tools, Shinya instructed. Although the Sky Ninja Village was weak, they had indeed invested in their technological advancements. The gliders they possessed could prove invaluable to the majority of the ninja world. If Konoha could establish air superiority, it would significantly tip the scales in future conflicts. Yes, the Umbu acknowledged with a nod and vanished in an instant. Shinya reflected on the authority he had just exercised, feeling a sense of quiet satisfaction. As a Jonin, he had the power to mobilize the Umbu for non-combat operations, and it was certainly within his purview to request items from the desolate jungle. You seem quite intrigued by that seemingly weak village, Shinya-kun, Orochimaru remarked, having overheard Shinya's orders. Approaching with curiosity. The weakness and strength is merely a matter of people and resources. It does not imply that the village lacks merits. In truth, every nation or ninja village in this world possesses its own strengths, does it not? Shinya replied with a smile. Orochimaru chuckled in response, except for Sunagakure. Shinya paused momentarily before responding. Even Sunagakure. This time, Orochimaru was taken aback, pondering Shinya's words carefully. Each individual has different talents, but regardless of who they are, their physical capabilities have limits. Even if these limits are high, they still exist. Shinya gazed at Orochimaru and asked, Orochimaru, do you know what distinguishes humans from other animals? Orochimaru replied, certainly, it is intelligence. And how is intelligence manifested? Shinya continued to inquire. Orochimaru frowned. What do you mean? Shinya elucidated. Human intelligence is expressed through the creation and utilization of tools. The Sky Ninja Village possesses almost no legacy of ninjutsu, and their ninjas are exceedingly weak. To compensate for this shortcoming, the Sky Ninja Village opted to advance technologically. I have heard that they possess a type of ninja tool capable of flying humans into the sky. If we can procure some, we might explore its potential. Orochimaru's heart skipped a beat. Are you suggesting using this for warfare? Shinya chuckled. That is indeed my intention. Humph, seeing your support for Lord Sarutobi, I assumed you, like him, were a pacifist. I underestimated you, Shinya-kun, Orochimaru remarked. Shinya shook his head. No, I am indeed a pacifist. True peace is founded upon formidable strength. If the ninja world is to ultimately embrace peace, it will surely be under Konoha's guidance. Therefore, I shall pursue any means to enhance Konoha's power. As he spoke, he noticed Orochimaru's eyes light up, and he immediately added, of course, this is contingent upon the absence of future repercussions. Your human experimentation has too many side effects. And since it involves humans, it won't be long before the third Hokage puts an end to it. Orochimaru was taken aback. However, if you were to become Hokage, even if I were to ascend to the position of Hokage, I would not permit you to conduct human experiments, so you might as well abandon that notion. He stated candidly, laying his cards on the table. The purpose of science is to serve humanity. Thus, the advancement of science should not come at the cost of harming others. Frankly, even if the third Hokage did not intend to terminate the human experiments, I would advocate for their cessation, he declared. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru felt a sense of disappointment. He had initially thought that Shinya was quite agreeable, but to his surprise, Shinya did not support his experiments and even opposed them. But do not be so pessimistic. The path of science does not solely revolve around human experimentation. For instance, consider the ninja tools from the Sky Ninja Village. Would you be interested in exploring a different subject? Shinya suggested. Orochimaru scoffed. What value is there in studying a pile of scrap metal? Shinya smiled. That is precisely why I urged you not to be so despondent. Have you ever heard of mechanical ascension? Mechanical ascension? Orochimaru echoed, puzzled. Shinya continued. Indeed, flesh is frail and weak. Only machinery can endure. Of course, this is contingent upon your ability to resolve the energy issue. Mechanical ascension? Mechanical ascension? Orochimaru murmured repeatedly. Yes, why should he be so fixated on the physical form? Those captured from other villages for experimentation were not even as powerful as he was. What could he truly gain from them? Moreover, due to the fatalities resulting from previous wood-release experiments, Sarutobi Hiruzen had already contemplated halting such experiments. Continuing to dwell on this would yield no favorable outcome. The mechanical ascension that Shinya spoke of seemed to present a new avenue. It appears you have begun to contemplate new ideas. Once the Umbu from the Sky Ninja Village returns, I will instruct them to deliver the materials to you, Shinya said, patting Orochimaru on the shoulder with a smile. At that moment, he had already surpassed a height of 185 centimeters, showing no indication of being a mere 15-year-old boy. To the casual observer, Shinya appeared more akin to a peer or even a senior to Orochimaru. Meanwhile, at the ruins of the Sky Ninja Village, a monk clad in a white robe and with pallid skin arrived at the site. This must be the Sky Ninja Village. I wonder if this being known as Zero Tail can be of assistance to me. He glanced disdainfully at his own body, muttering, it better be helpful, otherwise, I shall have to reincarnate using this monk's body. As he continued to murmur, the monk slowly ventured into the forest. Shortly after he entered the thicket, several masked members of the Konoha Umbu arrived at the forest's edge. We've reached the Sky Ninja Village, the lead Umbu announced. I wonder what Lord Shinya is thinking to send us to this village to search for ninja tools. Indeed, does it truly warrant such significance? Given that this ninja village was effortlessly eradicated by the border forces? You two newcomers, hush and follow orders. An obviously older Umbu chided the two young Umbu. Yes. The two youths responded promptly, following suit. Chapter 109. The clan's coup. Upon returning home, Shinya removed his shoes. You're back? Mage emerged from the kitchen wearing an apron, smiling warmly. Yes, Shinya responded as he stepped inside. Over the past year and a half, he and Mage had begun their cohabitation. However, the final step had yet to be taken. They must wait until he turned 18. Naturally, aside from that final step, their relationship had progressed in other ways. After dinner, Shinya reclined on Mage lap, closing his eyes to rest. How did the Jonin exam go? Shinya suddenly recalled that Mage had completed her Jonin assessment today. A faint smile curved her lips. It was a piece of cake. Starting today, I am also a jonin. You can forget about speaking to me with an authoritative tone, as we are now equals. At 16, her achievement was indeed commendable, yet in comparison to Shinya's record of 13, it seemed somewhat ordinary. Furthermore, there existed disparities even among jonin. Shinya's record would soon be eclipsed by the prodigious talents of Konoha, particularly the young prodigy from the Hokage clan, who would become the youngest jonin at 12. However, Shinya was indifferent to such titles. They merely served as embellishments with little practical significance. After all, if the original narrative unfolded as anticipated, Kakashi's illustrious accomplishments would culminate here. Subsequently, Kinji would grant him a Sharingan, ushering in a period of deprivation. Did Kakashi truly lack the Sharingan? Certainly not. Without it, his lightning techniques were executed with ease, capable of conjuring an earth-release wall that could encompass the entirety of Konoha. Speaking of which, wasn't there an orphan named Obito in the clan? Shinya suddenly recalled Obito, and a thought crossed his mind. The abilities of the Mangeki Sharingan, to some extent, reflect the innermost sentiments of its bearer. Just as Obito's dual Kimyui symbolized his disillusionment with reality and his yearning to reshape the world, Itachi's Tsukuyami represented his escapism from reality, while Amaterasu embodied his obsession with a distorted sense of peace and his extreme methods. Shirsue's two Kodo Amatsukami represented his determination to resolve the conflicts within the clan and village, leading him to resort to such drastic measures. Sasuke's left eye bore Amaterasu, while his right housed Kagetsuchi, Amaterasu signifying his love for Itachi, and Kagetsuchi illustrating his desire to break free from Itachi's control. The powers of the Uchiha's Mangeki Sharingan are either reflections of the bearer's deepest psyche or their most pressing needs in the current circumstances. Thus, if Shinya were to alter Obito's tragic fate, it was conceivable that his abilities might no longer manifest as dual Kimyui. Of course, these were merely Shinya's conjectures, which required further validation. As of now, among the Uchiha who had showcased the powers of the Mangeki, it seemed only Obito had access to them, as the other three remained elusive, particularly Itachi and Sasuke, who had taken a significant step in their personal lives, rendering their circumstances even more distant. There was indeed someone well-known within the clan and village, a kind-hearted child. What's wrong? Meichin inquired. Jin also remarked, "It's nothing. I'm quite intrigued by him. To be frank, before Obito's descent into darkness, one could hardly perceive any traits of the Uchiha clan within him. Those unaware might even mistake him for a descendant of the Senju clan. However, his subsequent transformation indicates that he is indeed a member of the Uchiha lineage. Such a profound descent into darkness would not be seen in any other clan." Today, Kushina had someone deliver a letter. Mikoto produced an envelope and said, "I haven't read it. You can see for yourself." Jun was momentarily taken aback. "What does it say?" Mikoto's voice remained gentle. Upon opening the envelope, Jun read its contents and fell into silence, his expression growing grave. Soon after, a member of the Umbu arrived. "You are here to inform me of this matter, I presume?" "I am already aware," Jun stated. "Since you are already informed, I shall directly convey Lord Hokage's instructions." "Lord Jun, please proceed to the shrine at the Senju headquarters tomorrow morning," the Umbu replied. Jun nodded, "Understood. Then, I bid you farewell." With that, the Umbu vanished in an instant. Upon re-entering the house, Jun found himself unable to sleep. Uzumaki Mido was nearing the end of her days. Although he had prepared himself mentally for this, it still felt surreal. After all, just over a year ago, Jun had observed Uzumaki Mido in relatively good health. The sudden news of her impending demise left him somewhat disoriented. The transition of the Jinchuriki was a significant matter. After a while, Uchiha Fugaku came to visit. "Jun, I hear Lady Mido is not long for this world." Fugaku inquired. Jun furrowed his brow. "Who informed you of this?" Fugaku sighed. "My father told me. He learned of it from Elder Ryosuke's report. Elder Ryosuke, along with a group of clansmen, is urging my father to seize this opportunity to control the new Jinchuriki. The change of Jinchuriki should be a closely guarded secret. The Uchiha clan ought to be a primary focus of surveillance. Who would divulge this information to us? Or perhaps it was revealed to the more radical Uchiha Ryosuke. Could it be Danzo?" Jin pondered for a moment, considering Danzo's involvement. Might he be trying to incite the Uchiha to cause trouble, providing himself with a reason to persuade Sarutobi Hiruzen to suppress the Uchiha? The Akatsuki group is beginning to make its move, after all. Until now, Danzo had not taken any action against him. Jin had thought that, although Danzo harbored enmity towards him, it had not yet reached the point of requiring caution. In truth, Danzo had indeed not plotted against him or the Uchiha over the years. What of the clan leader's stance? Jin inquired. Fugaku replied, my father is certainly opposed. But Elder Ryosuke has rallied too many clansmen, and my father is struggling to maintain control. This is troubling. I shall pay a visit, Jin sighed, not expecting the internal strife to unfold so swiftly. Fortunately, he now possessed the power to overturn the script. Mikoto, I am stepping out for a moment, Jin announced to Mikoto inside the house, and then he followed Fugaku to his home. At that moment, Uchiha Ryosuke was gathered with a large group of clansmen, surrounding Fugaku's doorstep, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a coup. This scene felt oddly familiar. In the original narrative, several clansmen confront Fugaku at his doorstep, openly accusing Itachi of being the murderer, a scene that vividly unfolds. However, the accusations against Itachi stem solely from a few impetuous youths, while the elders, accompanied by radical faction members, exert pressure. It is indeed a disheartening fate for Fugaku and his son, who, as the clan leader, cannot escape the grim reality of being besieged by his own kin. Leader, now is the opportune moment for our Uchiha clan to rise. Let us take action. Yes, leader, while Sarutobi Hiruzen and the advisory council are occupied with the Uzumaki clan, we shall strike. We are currently lying in ambush beside the Senju residence, and once the seal concludes, we will launch a surprise attack to seize the new Jinchuriki and bend her to our will. Leader, this is the finest opportunity for the Uchiha. Will you allow our clan to remain subservient for eternity? Fugaku sat in his position, gazing at the encircling clansmen, and let out a resigned sigh. Uchiha Ryosuke glared at Fugaku with a grim expression. Uchiha Fugaku, how can you forsake the clan's interests? You are unworthy of leading. As he spoke, the three-tomo Sharingan activated in his eyes, and the clansmen behind him followed suit, over 20 of them with their own two-tomo Sharingan. Fugaku observed the assembly, sighing deeply. Everyone, this matter boom. Before he could finish, an overwhelming chakra infused with murderous intent enveloped the room, causing the temperature to plummet. Ryosuke felt as though he was ensnared by a deadly gaze, rendering him immobile. Uchiha Masashi slowly entered the room, looking impassively at the clansmen. A bunch of fools, unaware they have been manipulated. Return to your homes. I am not as lenient as Fugaku and will not hesitate to act against you. Chapter 110, Sealing the Nine-Tails Masashi. Cold sweat beaded on Ryosuke's forehead as he struggled to turn his head. Upon Masashi's arrival, the previously aggressive clansmen fell silent. A disorganized mob, indeed. This is why Masashi asserts that no one understands the Uchiha better than he does. Fugaku's strength is more than sufficient to deal with the likes of Ryosuke and his unruly companions. The reason for his reticence lies in his awareness of the Uchiha's propensity for extremism. He fears that overly harsh actions might provoke the radical faction into reckless behavior. However, Masashi understands that the majority of Uchiha are merely naive, having never faced the harsh realities of society. The approach to the Hokage faction is similar. One must exhibit loyalty and recognition towards the village while simultaneously showcasing one's unifying value. The same applies to the Uchiha clan. They must be made to realize that he can restore their greatness. Yet when confronted with the foolish actions of some clan members, he must also deliver the iron fist of the will of fire. Thus, in contrast to the reverence most clansmen hold for Fugaku, they regard Masashi with both admiration and fear. It is ironic that they remain oblivious to being mere pawns, believing they have stumbled upon a golden opportunity. How should one even address Uchiha Ryosuke? The chakra of Shinya continued to exert pressure upon Uchiha Ryosuke. How dare you gather the clan members to surround the residence of the clan leader? You truly overestimate your own importance. Bang! Uchiha Ryosuke was forcefully brought to his knees, even collapsing onto the ground. He struggled to rise, but his limbs felt as though they were weighed down with lead, rendering him immobile. Answer me, Uchiha Ryosuke, who informed you about the transfer of the Jinchuriki. You should not have the authority to know this matter. Shinya inquired, gazing at the prostrate Uchiha Ryosuke. What is it? I did not hear your response, Uchiha Ryosuke. Boom. Uchiha Ryosuke instantly coughed up blood and lost consciousness. Subsequently, Shinya lifted the pressure, and an oppressive silence fell over the room. Clan leader Fengyin and Fugaku were astonished. They had not anticipated Shinya's overwhelming force. surrounded by clan members. He could not afford to act too recklessly and could only shout at his son, "Quickly summon Shinya." Both father and son believed that Shinya would approach the situation with reason and empathy, but to their surprise, Shinya directly subdued Uchiha Ryosuke with his chakra, causing him to vomit blood. Shinya surveyed the clan members present. What transpired today must not be spoken of. Should anyone dare to leak this information, I shall gouge out their eyes, understand? The crowd exchanged glances, torn between compliance and fear. Shinya then kicked Uchiha Ryosuke out of the house. "Get out." The clan members, feeling as if a great weight had been lifted, hurriedly carried Uchiha Ryosuke away. "Honestly, Shinya, you are far too impulsive." Fengyan wiped the sweat from his brow. Shinya chuckled. "Clan leader, it seems you do not yet fully understand your clan." Fengyan shook his head with a smile. He was of the same generation as Sarutobi Hiruzen, perhaps even a few years their senior. With age, he had grown more indecisive. "I believe it is time to appoint a new leader for the police force," Shinya stated. Fengyan nodded. "Indeed, it is time for a change. Who do you think is capable of taking on such an important role? How about the father of Liuhua, Elder Uchiha Makiri?" Shinya contemplated and decided to offer a chance to the father of his good friend. Although Uchiha Makiri had been part of the radical faction, he differed from the extreme views of Uchiha Ryosuke. As the instructor wisely said, it is essential to discern who our allies are and who our foes are. We must minimize our enemies and maximize our friends. The primitive beings of the ninja world have yet to establish a familial governance, let alone grasp the instructor's theories. Shinya anticipated ushering the ninja world into an advanced era of absolute monarchy under his guidance. Indeed, absolute monarchy could be deemed a progressive theory for this world. Makiri is indeed capable. Let us proceed as you suggest, Fengyan replied. "Since the matter has been settled, I shall take my leave," Shinya said, slightly bowing to Fengyan before departing from his home. The transition of the Jinchuriki is a significant affair, and Sarutobi Hiruzen places great emphasis on it, summoning all those with a competent understanding of sealing techniques. As the moment arrived, it became evident that besides the fifth Hokage, there were also Senju Yamato, Sarutobi Kinomaru, and Uzumaki Mido. Lord Mido. Sarutobi Hisashi gazed at the vortex of Uzumaki Mido seated within the sealing technique, his eyes slightly reddened. "There is no need for sorrow, Hisashi. We all knew this day would eventually come," Uzumaki Mido remarked. "Indeed, I understand," Hisashi replied, lowering his head. After the death of his parents, he had been nurtured by Senju Hashirama, and naturally, Uzumaki Mido had also taken care of him considerably. The sealing techniques he had mastered were predominantly taught to him by Mido. To him, Mido was undoubtedly a figure akin to a mother. Although the others did not share such profound emotions, it was undeniable that she was a respected elder within the village, and they too felt a sense of melancholy. The sealing process was fraught with tension, yet devoid of peril, as the Uzumaki clan possessed a natural affinity for restraining tailed beasts. However, after sealing the 9 tails within Kushina, her chakra began to fluctuate wildly. "What is happening?" Danzo exclaimed in astonishment. Sarutobi Hisashi maintained the sealing technique, stating, "The 9 tails is resisting the incomplete seal. It seeks to exploit this moment to escape." "This cannot be," Mido interjected. "Kushina is far too young, and her skill in sealing techniques is no match for Lord Mido. A standard 4-symbol seal cannot contain the 9 tails. What shall we do? Should we layer the 5-element seal atop the 4-symbol seal?" Nara Shikamaru suggested. "No. The 5-element seal would disrupt the operation of the 4-symbol seal, leading to chaos within Kushina's chakra," Mido replied, furrowing his brow. "What if we employ 2 4-symbol seals to create an 8-trigram seal?" Zan proposed at that moment. Mido paused, contemplating, "It is worth a try." Observing Kushina's anguish, Sarutobi Hisashi frowned and said, "Mido, you and I will perform the sealing. Zan, use your Sharingan to momentarily restrain the 9 tails." "What? Hisashi?" Danzo exclaimed, taken aback. Nara Shikamaru also frowned. "Hisashi." Hisashi turned to Zan. "Zan, Kushina is important to you, is she not?" Zan stared at Hisashi, momentarily taken aback, then nodded. Hisashi continued, "Then I can trust you to use your Sharingan to temporarily suppress the 9 tails, allowing my master and me the opportunity to enact the seal. Can you accomplish this?" Zan closed his eyes, then slowly opened them, revealing 3 tomos swirling within. "Of course." Chapter 111, 9 Tails, Come Deceive. Come Absorb. I, a comrade of over 1,000 years. In a dimly lit chamber, Kushina's lower half was submerged in water. Before her loomed a colossal iron gate, behind which a pair of crimson eyes stared intently at her. This was the moment of realization for Kushina. She recalled that she was about to inherit the Nine Tails within Mito, becoming the host of the Nine Tails. Amidst her thoughts, bubbles began to rise from the water's surface. These bubbles coalesced into the shape of a massive fox's head. A thunderous roar erupted, accompanied by a gale of pressure and malevolence that surged toward Kushina. This was the Nine Tails. Kushina's face was etched with terror. Although she had anticipated this moment, confronting the most formidable of tailed beasts left her awestruck by its sheer power. As Kushina felt her legs weaken and was on the verge of collapsing to the ground, she was enveloped by a warm embrace. It was Munya. Embarrassment flushed her cheeks as she nestled into Munya's arms. Munya chuckled softly, teasing, "Your earlier performance was hardly reminiscent of you, blood-red pepper." The fox's head before them spoke with a tone laden with concealed fury and murderous intent. "So, you are a Uchiha, little brat." Upon witnessing Munya's arrival, it seethed. Munya smirked, then reached out to grasp the fox's head, effortlessly pulling it apart until it dissolved into a mere froth. "Nine Tails, let us converse," Munya addressed the iron gate. Moments later, blood-red eyes emerged from behind the gate, drawing ever closer, revealing the formidable form of the massive orange fox with nine tails thrashing wildly behind it. "What do you wish to say, Uchiha brat?" The Nine Tails glowered, fixated on Munya. Although Kushina's seal was not yet complete, the beast knew it could not break free at this moment, especially with Munya's presence. "Wait, your chakra. You're not a pure Uchiha. No, the Sharingan cannot lie. And your evident in release is unmistakable. But why? Are you perhaps a hybrid of Senju and Uchiha?" The Nine Tails mused aloud, momentarily befuddled. "Enough with the pondering, Kurama. I am not the reincarnation of that old man." "Yuhi," Munya sighed and stated. "How do you know my name? And how do you know of the old man?" The Nine Tails was taken aback. Munya replied with a smile, "That is of no concern to you. Shall we discuss matters now?" The Nine Tails scrutinized Munya, asking, "What do you wish to discuss, brat?" Glancing at Kushina in his arms, Munya continued, "This girl is your Jinchuriki. I hope you will behave while within her. Of course, I will also advise her. As long as you do not cause trouble, I will refrain from imposing additional sealing techniques upon her." "Humph. You dare to imprison me and expect me to comply? Do not have delusions, brat," the Nine Tails retorted, seething with anger. "You do not desire freedom?" Munya inquired. "What? Freedom? Can you truly release me?" Munya replied, "Once the reincarnations of Indra and Ashura manifest again, I will find a way to grant you your freedom." As he spoke, Munya's gaze remained fixed on the seal on the iron gate. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Mito Kazuma had completed the first layer of the four-symbol seal. They only needed to add another layer to form the 8-trigram seal, creating a perfect seal. Beneath such a flawless seal, the Nine Tails chakra could not escape in the slightest. Nor would it pose any threat to Kushina. "Why should I trust you?" The Nine Tails scoffed. Munya replied, "Regardless, you cannot escape. Why not give it a try? Perhaps you and this girl will find a connection, and she may become the perfect Jinchuriki. Why not explore this possibility? Can your situation truly worsen than it is now? No matter how it unfolds, it can only lead to positive outcomes, can it not?" "Humph." The Nine Tails let out a cold snort. Yet it was evident that its demeanor had softened somewhat. It appeared that dialogue was indeed possible. Among the nine-tailed beasts, the Nine Tails could be considered the most agreeable. Despite possessing the greatest strength, its temperament was remarkably gentle. Observing the somewhat proud Nine Tails and glancing at the nearly completed 8-trigram seal on the iron door, a flicker of guilt stirred within. Was it truly right to deceive such a creature? Suddenly, the Nine Tails erupted with fury. "You little rascal, how dare you deceive me?" A tremendous pressure descended within Kushina's heart, aiming to suppress the Nine Tails. With a fearsome roar, the Nine Tails unleashed its chakra. Witnessing this, Shinji swiftly set Kushina down and dashed into the iron door. He retrieved 3 talismans and placed them strategically on the Nine Tails' head and legs. Binding formation. In an instant, a triangular barrier enveloped the Nine Tails, rendering it immobile. Shinji quickly exited the iron door and reached the position of the 8-trigram seal. Reversed 4-symbol seal. Shinji initiated the sealing technique, reversing the operation of one of the 4-symbol seals. Thus, the 2 4-symbol seals, when combined, transformed into one positive and one negative seal. The auspicious four-symbol seal was designed to maximize the suppression of the nine tails, preventing any chaos. Meanwhile, the reversed ominous four-symbol seal served to filter out the negative aspects of the nine tails chakra, converting it into the purest form for Kushina's body to absorb. The principle mirrored Naruto's 8-trigram seal, which not only suppressed the nine tails, but also transformed its chakra into Naruto's own. Damn it, you wretched little brat. How dare you deceive me? The nine tails roar echoed from within the iron door, having genuinely believed the boy's words for a fleeting moment, resulting in the external seal's completion. Moreover, this inherently malevolent Uchiha child had audaciously turned him into a mere power source for a little girl. Such an affront to a fox was intolerable. My apologies, Nine Tails. But your power is exceedingly formidable. If left uncontrolled, it poses a grave danger. Thus, I have no choice but to act in this manner, Shinji stated, gazing at the Nine Tails. Upon hearing this, the Nine Tails felt an unsettling familiarity in those words, which ignited a wave of anger. Is this truly how humans speak? Do I possess even the slightest capability to resist? Damn it. Is the sealing technique of Konoha truly so unreasonable? In terms of chakra strength, this boy is utterly insignificant. Yet he possesses sealing techniques. Is this the standard of the Uchiha youth nowadays? The Uchiha clan already boasts stronger chakra than others, coupled with the Sharingan, which inherently counters tailed beasts, and yet he still learns sealing techniques. The crux of the matter is, he possesses a wicked heart. This inherently malevolent Uchiha boy disregards all martial ethics. Come, deceive me, siphon from this ancient being of over 1,000 years. How utterly despicable. Is there no limit to your audacity? Chapter 112. Compassionate strings. Kushina fell asleep in Shinji's embrace, her previously turbulent chakra now calmed. In the abdomen of Kushina, a unique hexagram appeared, differing subtly from the original sealing technique. The black hexagram, representing the four-symbol seal, contrasted starkly with the white hexagram of ill omen, which had been inverted by Madara. Child, may I entrust Kushina to you? At that moment, Uzumaki Mito was visibly weakened. Madara gently positioned Kushina before Mito, whose face radiated with affection. Over the years, she had come to regard Kushina as her own granddaughter, akin to Tsunade and Nawaki. At times, due to her guilt over the downfall of the Uzumaki clan, she found herself favoring Kushina even more. Placing her hand over Kushina's heart, she spoke. This is the last chakra preserved within my Ein seal. It is a gift for Kushina. As she spoke, a green diamond mark emerged on Kushina's forehead, only to vanish moments later. Mito began to age rapidly, her once youthful visage transforming into a withered form. Lady Mito, Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed in alarm. Monkey, I entrust Konoha to you. Mito's passing signified the end of an era, as all those who lived during the time of the Senju brothers, Hashirama and Tobirama, had now departed. As the wife of the first Hokage, Mito held immense respect within Konoha. Her death brought profound sorrow to the village's ninjas and citizens alike. The funeral was held at the Senju clan's residence, attended by all the idle ninjas in the village, along with the remaining members of the Senju family. Her demise heralded the official beginning of Sarutobi Hiruzen's era. Yet, Hiruzen could find no joy in this transition as he stood before Mito's gravestone. Everyone has left, Hiruzen. After the funeral, the advisory council returned to the gravestone. Madara approached to console Tsunade, Kushina, and Nawaki. Moreover, Minato remained behind, representing both the current and future leadership of Konoha. Alas, it suddenly feels as though the weight of the world has descended upon me. Hiruzen sighed, his voice trembling. Hiruzen, you must pull yourself together, Mito's son, Minato, urged. Hiruzen bowed his head. Everyone has departed, leaving all responsibilities upon me, and they did so without a backward glance. TCH. Danzo's face darkened in anger as he seized Hiruzen by the collar. What are you wallowing in, third Hokage? Do you even resemble a Hokage anymore? The sudden outburst from Danzo shocked the onlookers. Do not forget, although the war has ended, neither the four great nations nor Konoha's dissenters have relinquished their covetous gaze upon us. This is not the time for you to wallow in sorrow, Hiruzen, Danzo said, glaring at Hiruzen through gritted teeth. Suddenly, several figures appeared, interrupting the somber atmosphere. A group of Umbu emerged, escorting two injured young Umbu. Hokage-sama, Madara-sama. The Umbu from the Sky Ninja Village have returned, the leading Umbu reported. What? The Sky Ninja Village? Hiruzen, what on earth is happening? The advisors exchanged puzzled glances, completely unaware of the situation at hand. The Umbu approached directly to report to Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and Madara. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand, a serious expression overtaking his features. It appeared that a disturbance had occurred in the hidden village of the sky, dispelling any lingering sorrow he might have felt. He gazed at the two injured Umbu, furrowing his brow. "You are subordinates of Aoyama Hidenabu, am I correct? Where is he?" "Lord Hiruzen, we encountered an enemy attack in the hidden village of the sky. A monk. The foe was exceedingly powerful. Captain Aoyama stayed behind with 2 elders to ensure our escape." "A monk? Do you possess any additional information? His appearance, abilities, anything at all?" Hiruzen inquired. "Indeed, I sketched his likeness on the way here." The youth produced a scroll. Hiruzen unrolled it, his heart momentarily skipping a beat. He glanced at the 2 young boys. "You managed to escape from him? Aoyama held him off?" The 2 youths exchanged a brief look of surprise before nodding. "Yes, that is correct. What is it, Lord Hiruzen?" Sarutobi Hiruzen approached, scrutinizing the depiction of the monk. "I fear, if the enemy's objective is indeed the hidden village of the sky, the success of this mission seems unlikely. My only hope is to rescue the Umbu, assuming they are still alive when I arrive. Since you have expressed your concerns, we shall proceed as you suggest. I have always entrusted you with full authority." Hiruzen affirmed with a nod. Hiruzen then turned to Minato. "Minato, I require your assistance." Seeing the gravity of Hiruzen's expression, Minato nodded in agreement. "Of course. What do you need?" Hiruzen replied, "Leave a flying thunder god seal on me. If I find myself in dire circumstances, bring me back." "Wait, are you going alone?" Kohinada was startled and interjected. "Do not worry, master. A larger group would only draw attention. I shall go alone, and if any trouble arises, I will have Minato activate the flying thunder god technique to retrieve me." With that, Hiruzen wasted no time and set off towards the hidden village of the sky. After examining the image brought back by the 2 Umbu, Hiruzen was indeed taken aback. The monk was none other than Jigen, a figure from a millennium ago, known as Jigen Shinjitsu. Moreover, in the present day, Jigen held another identity as the vessel of Otsutsuki Ishiki. If it truly was Jigen, then Hiruzen's presence would not significantly alter the situation. However, the fact that Aoyama, a particularly skilled jonin, could hold off Jigen while allowing the 2 youngsters to escape sparked Hiruzen's intrigue. After all, Jigen was a being who would only emerge decades hence as an unstoppable force. Hiruzen was uncertain of Jigen's current state, yet he reasoned that, no matter how weakened, it seemed improbable that mere ninjas, lacking the prowess of jonin, could restrain him. Nonetheless, it was worth noting that Jigen did not appear to possess a particularly murderous disposition. He seemed indifferent to the escape of those he deemed non-threatening. The outpost of the hidden village of the sky lay nestled within the primordial forest along the borders of the Land of Fire. Hiruzen arrived in a mere half-day. Soon, he reached the outskirts of the hidden village of the sky, where, peering into the depths of the jungle, he could faintly discern the fortress of the village. The maximum release of perceptive abilities within the fortress revealed to Shinya the presence of Aoyama Hiroshin's chakra. It was feeble, yet he still clung to life. As for the other 2 Umbu, they had likely met their demise. Additionally, there was a particularly unfamiliar chakra, potent, yet significantly weaker than Shinya had anticipated. What was the nature of this presence, Susan? In Chapter 113, titled Great Desolation, capable of combat, deep within the fortress, Susan had managed to reset his dislocated arm. This body was exceedingly frail, which had been the fundamental reason for his reluctance to reincarnate using Susan's form over the past millennium. Although reincarnation would allow him to wield a portion of his former prowess, in the current shinobi world, none could rival him. However, without finding the most suitable vessel, even if he were to regain all his strength, he would likely only have a few days to live. Casting a glance at the unconscious Aoyama Hiroshin beside him, Susan chose to disregard him. Dragging the 2 Umbu corpses, he pressed deeper into the fortress. The ninjas posed no real threat. They were merely suffering from physical ailments incurred during battle, their consciousness disjointed from their physical forms. Whenever his consciousness failed to synchronize with Susan's body, the latter would exhibit the strength it was meant to possess, only to become woefully fragile thereafter. Thus, he now sought either a body that could perfectly align with his essence for reincarnation, ideally one of the Tsutsuki bloodline. However, the existing descendants of the Tsutsuki in the shinobi world, be it the Senju of Ashura's lineage, the Uzumaki clan, or the Uchiha of Indra's lineage, were incompatible with his essence. The so-called distant relatives of the Tsutsuki, such as the Take-Torai clan or the Ice clan, were even less worthy of consideration. If he could find an individual possessing the blood of both Indra and Ashura, that would present an exquisite vessel. Another method would involve attempting to absorb the Zero Tails. Sealed within the inner sanctum of the K-Nin fortress, he aimed to utilize the Zero Tails chakra to enhance Tsusen's body, allowing it at least to keep pace with his consciousness. Legend had it that the Zero Tails emerged from the darkness within the hearts of humanity. And by the time people recognized this, it was too late, for humanity could never entirely escape the shadows. Thus, it had to be sealed away. Tsusen, however, regarded this with indifference. If it truly originated from the darkness of the human heart, the Zero Tails would have wreaked havoc long ago instead of being confined by mere K-Nin. Nonetheless, the unique chakra of the Zero Tails was indeed worth Tsusen's exploration. Shortly after Tsusen departed, Shinya arrived at the scene. Hiroshin. Shinya rushed over to assess Aoyama Hiroshin's condition. Fortunately, the injuries were not severe. He had merely lost consciousness due to excessive chakra extraction. After administering a simple remedy, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique left on his shoulder by Minato. "What is the situation?" Minato inquired upon his appearance. Shinya entrusted Aoyama Hiroshin to Minato, saying, "Take him back first. The fates of the other two Umbu remain uncertain, and I intend to delve deeper. However, there is no need for concern. Should any unforeseen circumstance arise, I shall promptly inform you. And you may utilize the Flying Thunder God technique to whisk me away. There is a matter I must ascertain." Shinya earnestly addressed Minato. "Very well, do exercise caution," Minato replied, leading Aoyama and Shin back to Konoha. He understood that remaining here could potentially render Shinya a burden, one that might distract him rather than aid him. Shinya followed the unfamiliar chakra, presumably belonging to Shikien, deep into the fortress, ultimately encountering the essence of chakra itself. Indeed, it was Shikien, who had placed the bodies of two Umbu in the midst of a sealing technique. "Humph. I never expected that someone on this planet could come so close to me without being detected. Truly remarkable." Shikien chuckled, glancing toward a pillar behind him. Sighing, Shinya stepped out from his hiding place, realizing that a surprise attack held little significance against a powerhouse like Shikien. "I must have completely concealed my chakra." "How did you discover me?" Shinya inquired. Shikien replied, "Indeed, I must concede your mastery over chakra control, with not a trace of it leaking. It can be said that in terms of chakra control, you have surpassed most of my kin. However, a seasoned warrior cannot solely depend on chakra to perceive the external world. The instincts honed through years of combat are alerting me to danger in the vicinity." "Instincts, you say?" Shinya chuckled ruefully. "What is your purpose, young man from Earth?" Shikien questioned. Shinya gestured to the two bodies behind him, asking, "May I take my companion's remains?" "One must pay a price for meddling with that which does not concern them," Shikien replied with a smile. "While that may be true, this Hidden Sky village is not your domain. I have no interest in the entity sealed within. I did not send them for that purpose." "The activation of the seal requires a sacrifice," Shikien stated. "Is that so?" Shinya slowly closed his eyes, sighing. In an instant, his figure vanished. Boom. With a resounding crash, Shinya appeared before Shikien, delivering a powerful punch. Shikien leisurely raised his hand to block Shinya's strike. "First gate, open. Second gate, rest gate. Third gate, life gate. Open." Boom. Shinya's strength surged dramatically, catching Shikien off guard. Then, he beheld Shinya's two Sharingan, causing a flicker of disorientation within him. "Fourth gate, injury gate. Open." Shinya then sent Shikien flying with a single punch. Seizing the opportunity, Shinya grasped the two Umbu bodies and exited the center of the sealing technique. Is this a state of false death? Shikien did not slay them. Upon grabbing the two Umbu, Shinya discovered they still exhibited faint signs of life, albeit their chakra was entirely sealed. Clutching the two Umbu, Shinya plunged into the woods. After covering a significant distance, he called out to Minato once more. "Shinya, there is no time for further discussion. Hasten and take them away." However, before he could finish, Shinya felt a chilling dread wash over him. Instinctively, he drew his blade and struck behind him. Clang. At this moment, Sishian had shrunk to the size of a palm, effortlessly intercepting Shinya's strike. A flicker of light glimmered in his white eyes as countless black rods instantaneously ensnared Shinya's limbs. Subsequently, Sishian disregarded Shinya and soared towards Minato. Wind release, gale palm. Minato swiftly reacted, attempting to form hand seals for an attack. However, Sishin charged directly into Minato's gale palm, returning to his normal size, and sent Minato flying. Minato! Shinya's eyes widened in fury. His left hand's in-release seemed to resonate with his emotions, rapidly spreading forth. Soon, the black rods that bound Shinya were obliterated by this in-energy, restoring his freedom. Minato, you? Before Shinya could fully express his anger, he witnessed Minato emerging from the rubble, coughing up blood. What is this? Is the 15-year-old Minato only slightly injured after being struck by Sishin? Is this even right? This is the Six Paths Minato. Meanwhile, Sishin was covering his eyes, appearing somewhat out of breath. The repeated use of his abilities had caused a dissonance between his physical body and consciousness, necessitating time for synchronization. As Shinya observed Sishin in this state, a thought arose within him. A heavily wounded opponent is still formidable. A thrill of excitement surged in Shinya's heart, and the tomo in his Sharingan began to shift. His left eye transformed into the ominous Four of the Bagua, while his right eye became the auspicious Four. The kaleidoscope Sharingan had finally been awakened. Chapter 114. Fierce Battle with Sishin. Upon unlocking the kaleidoscope Sharingan, Shinya felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. Although he was still uncertain about the full extent of his ocular abilities, the enhancement was palpably real. Faced with Sishin in his current state, Shinya believed he possessed the strength to confront him. He could not help but marvel at the irony, who claimed that the second season of the ninja world was brutal. This world was magnificent. The top-tier fighters were either dead or severely crippled, and even someone of Sishin's caliber had weakened to the point where Shinya felt capable of contending with him. As the saying goes, take advantage of the sick to claim their life. Now was the moment to strike down Sishin while he was at his weakest. Minato acted decisively, seizing two Ombu and activating the Flying Thunder God technique to return home. With Minato absent from the sidelines, Shinya felt considerably less encumbered. Fifth gate. Sixth gate. Open. He unleashed the 8 gates formation up to the 6th gate, causing his chakra to surge dramatically. Upon witnessing Shinya's heightened power, Sishin leaped into the air. He summoned several black rods to rebind Shinya. This time, Shinya, armed with experience, utilized his in-release fluid to break free from the restraints. At that moment, Sishin was already before Shinya, delivering a kick aimed at his head. Shinya, unable to evade in time, could only shield his head with his arms. Sent flying by the force of the kick, the impact nearly caused him to expel his innards, a sensation akin to being tossed in a tempest. He was propelled into the structures within the fortress, ultimately crashing into the surrounding jungle, where, upon the surface of a lake, Shinya finally managed to dissipate his power and regain his footing. However, in the next moment, Masaya was utterly astonished. He beheld Sishin, who had inexplicably severed a segment of the fortress and was now wielding it aloft. The structure, comparable in size to a cruise ship, hurtled directly towards Masaya. Boom. Masaya was unceremoniously smashed into the lake, causing waves to surge forth as if a tsunami had been unleashed. Sishin's expression was far from pleasant. Such a confrontation did not align with his demeanor. Were it not for his physical condition, he would have preferred to avoid such an undignified battle. Boom. Mere seconds later, a colossal figure emerged from the lake, leaving Sishin in a state of shock. A golden apparition soared into the sky, confronting him. This was a giant with a crimson visage and a beard, adorned in golden armor, possessing 3 fierce eyes, holding a golden seal in one hand and a golden whip in the other. Behind the giant, a red fire wheel blazed fiercely. The air around the giant crackled with golden lightning. Susanoo? Witnessing this, Sishin could not help but take the matter seriously. The wedge began to manifest, spreading across his face. In an instant, he fully embraced the power of Susanoo, allowing him to regain a portion of his strength, albeit at a significant cost. At that moment, Sishin's physique was augmented in all aspects as he soared towards Susanoo. Masaya, unfazed, charged forward as well. With a flash of his dark eyes, Masaya's Susanoo vanished, or rather, it diminished to a size no larger than a palm. Swiftly drawing his blade, Masaya unleashed a flurry of strikes, the sound of metal clashing resonating in the air. Several black rods seemingly appeared from nowhere, only to be swiftly knocked down by Masaya. This fellow, could he possibly have seen through Shomei Baikuna? Such is the formidable nature of earthlings. Sishin was taken aback, pondering, how could this be? To Sishin's astonishment, his own Susanoo, now reduced to the size of his palm, regained its full stature and detached from Masaya's form, soaring towards him. The Susanoo wielded its golden whip against Sishin, who promptly brandished a black rod in defense. Bang! An immense force sent Sishin hurtling backward, shattering the black rod. How could this be? A chakra rod crafted from yin-yang release. Sishin recalled the previous moment when the golden whip had grazed his arm, which now bore a bruise. Susanoo was capable of inflicting harm upon me. Could it be Sage Art Chakra? Moreover, this individual had yet to employ any ninjutsu against me. Does he realize I can absorb ninjutsu? How could it be? How could anyone on this planet possess such insight into Otsutsuki? Then, before Sishin's astonished gaze, Masaya's Susanoo descended upon him like armor, enveloping him entirely. Masaya, unwilling to engage in idle chatter, swung the golden whip and advanced. TCH. Sishin activated his ocular power, shrinking Masaya's Susanoo once more to the size of a palm. However, before he could launch the black rod, a flash of golden light enveloped Masaya, and the armor of Susanoo cloaked him anew. Bang! The golden whip struck Sishin's face with undeniable force, sending him staggering back. Yet, he quickly retaliated with a punch to Masaya's abdomen. Boom! The armor of Susanoo cracked under the impact of his fist. At this moment, Sishin once again unleashed his abilities, diminishing the size of Susanoo. With another punch, he sent Shinya crashing into the ground, followed by a swift kick that hurled him into several buildings. Shinya, struck directly, felt a tumultuous upheaval within, his senses thrown into disarray. Sishin's condition appeared not to have fully recovered to the state observed during the later Boruto era, and thus, even when facing Shinya, he could not achieve a swift victory. In fact, Shinya, leveraging his informational advantage, managed to engage in a back-and-forth exchange. However, the physical superiority of the Otsutsuki clan over Earthlings remained undeniable, and despite Shinya's formidable resilience, a direct punch and a kick resulted in 2 broken ribs. Shinya pressed his left hand against the fractured area to prevent misalignment, then commenced his medical ninjutsu for healing. Suddenly, he felt a jolt of anxiety. His right hand crackled with lightning, transforming into a fierce tiger that lunged forward. With a thud, several black rods reappeared, only to be repelled by the lightning and fall to the ground. Sishin was astonished by Shinya's reflexes, yet a sense of confusion began to creep in. From the moment Shinya laid eyes on him, the intent to kill was unmistakable. If it were vengeance for a fallen comrade, one might argue, but his companion was unharmed, and Shinya's gaze betrayed little anger or hatred. It was simply a raw, unabashed desire to end his life. The lightning tiger advanced relentlessly toward Sishin. He extended his hand, and the thunderous beast seemed drawn, heading straight for his palm. The power of his ability activated, converting Shinya's lightning into pure chakra, which he absorbed. Such an intriguing ability, allowing Susanoo to detach from its host and alter its size at will. This was something unseen among the Uchiha clan before. Is this a power of your eyes? Sishin inquired with curiosity. Shinya gritted his teeth, rising with a smile, and replied, "Who knows? Let us see where this goes." Sishin regarded Shinya, stating, "It seems you wish to kill me?" Shinya displayed a hint of exhilaration. There is no space here for extraterrestrial beings to exist, especially not for a malicious one like you. Extraterrestrial? It appears you are quite knowledgeable. Given that, you cannot be allowed to return. Sishin's expression turned grave, imbued with killing intent. Just as I desire. Chapter 115. The Otsutsuki style. At this juncture, Shinya's crimson Sharingan instantaneously transformed into a golden hue, with sporadic tiger-like markings appearing on his cheeks, irregular as if struck by lightning. Sage mode, perhaps? Fascinating. Sishin marveled, then surged forward. Shinya, undaunted, met him head-on. With lightning coursing through his hands, Shinya struck at Sishin. Sishin tilted his head to evade, then deflected Shinya's punch. Shinya, thwarted, executed a whip-like kick aimed at Sishin's chest. Sishin stepped back slightly, seizing Shinya's ankle in an attempt to throw him off. Shinya utilized the momentum to leap into the air, his other foot enveloped in lightning, aiming a kick toward Sishin's head. The two engaged in a rapid exchange, each retreating and advancing, trading blows in mere seconds. It must be said that the power of Sishin far surpasses that of Shinya. Each encounter necessitates that Shinya temper his strength to contend with him. Yet, Shinya is compelled to engage him in close combat. Employing ninjutsu from a distance is futile, as it can easily be absorbed by Sishin. Boom. At last, Shinya is unable to withstand the force and is sent flying with a single punch, crashing into several buildings and lying amidst the rubble. Cough. Shinya expels a copious amount of blood, but there is no time to recuperate, as Zixian is already charging towards him. Lightning release. Thunder Beast Pursuit Fong. The fierce electric tiger reemerges, baring its gaping maw as it lunges at Zixian. Humph. It seems he has not learned his lesson. Zixian halts, extending his hand to absorb Shinya's ninjutsu. Shinya grins. If you enjoy absorbing so much, allow me to indulge you. He then amplifies the output of his chakra. What? This little brat has discerned the weakness of the wedge in just 2 attempts? Zixian is taken aback as he observes the full-sized Susanoo materializing beside him. The Susanoo hurls its golden seal into the air, which rapidly enlarges, descending like a mountain. Boom. Zixian and the buildings surrounding him are instantly obliterated by the golden seal. Shinya does not revel in victory. He knows Zixian possesses time-space ninjutsu. While he cannot withstand such an attack, he can evade it. As expected, Zixian soon appears behind Shinya. Remarkably astute, he has quickly identified the weakness of this technique. However, as Zixian speaks, the tattoos representing the wedge on his body begin to shift, and horns sprout from his head. At this moment, Zixian's appearance bears a striking resemblance to Otsutsuki Ishiki. This is the second form of the wedge. This farce ends here. Let me teach you how to fight, Zixian declares. Shinya dares not hesitate. He immediately activates Susanoo, enveloping himself within it. Boom. Yet, before the current form of Zixian, Susanoo is as fragile as paper, swiftly disintegrated. With the momentum from shattering Susanoo, Zixian delivers a kick, sending Shinya sprawling. He then hurls a black rod, piercing Shinya's limbs and pinning him to the ground. Ugh! Shinya roars, gritting his teeth against the pain as he extracts his right hand. Lightning release. Crimson thunder. Red lightning shoots from Shinya's hand, hurtling towards Zixian. Fool! Do you think I would fall for the same trick twice? Zixian scoffs, beginning to absorb the ninjutsu. However, in the next instant, Zixian is taken aback, unable to absorb the forthcoming ninjutsu. Bang! A muffled sound erupts, white mist bursts forth, and the ninjutsu transforms into a full-sized Susanoo. Boom! The Susanoo seizes Zixian's face, forcefully pressing him to the ground. Before Zixian can counterattack, the Susanoo kicks off the ground, its body beginning to soar low through the air. Zixian is held captive, his face ground against the earth as he is incessantly rubbed against the surface. At this moment, Shinya extracts all the black rods from his body, blood beginning to drip onto the ground. Ignoring his injuries, Shinya charges towards Zixian. Now is the opportune moment to eliminate Zixian, even if he cannot kill him. He must expend the energy that has accumulated over the millennia. S face was pressed against the ground, rubbing incessantly, and he was filled with profound astonishment. The strength surpassed his expectations. Despite being in a weakened state, he believed that apart from the 5 Kage, no one in the ninja world should pose a significant threat to him. Why did the descendant of the wretched possess such formidable power? His anger intensified. With a flick of his mind, he hurled several dark rods, piercing through the Susanoo. The Susanoo shattered, and he rolled across the ground for quite a distance before finally coming to a halt. Boom! Just as he managed to rise, barely regaining his balance, was already charging towards him, delivering a lightning-infused kick to his face, was sent reeling backward and closed in swiftly. In retaliation, threw out more dark rods, stabbing in the shoulder. Ah! Bellowed, seemingly unfazed, as he forcefully pulled the rod from his shoulder. Without losing momentum, he advanced towards, seizing his face with a fierce grip. Puff! In the next moment, a dark rod pierced through his heart, blood gushing forth. Puff! Also spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with uncertainty. Fought with reckless abandon. Initially, there was some caution, but soon he disregarded his own injuries, intent solely on killing him. Having spent considerable time on Earth, was well aware of the Uchiha's nature, warriors at heart, but he never anticipated such extreme zeal for battle. To risk 1,000 enemies while inflicting 12,000 upon oneself was a gamble he dared to take. How could a mere earthling challenge him? A member of the Tsutsuki clan, with such a reckless exchange of injuries? Even in a weakened state, he believed he was not to be compared with an ordinary human. Sealing technique, self-imposed curse. The patterned sealing technique ascended upon, combining the effects of the dark rods with the binding power of the curse, alongside paralyzing lightning, rendering him immobile. Summoning technique. At that moment, blood dripped its feet, rapidly twisting and spreading outward, forming the summoning ritual. Promptly leaped outside the ritual's confines, then concentrated his thoughts. Sage art, 5 fire god flames. 5 fan-shaped flames erupted from the ritual, flowing like magma and engulfing. After consuming him, the flames continued to spread outward, quickly engulfing the entire wasteland and a third of the fortress. However, an unexpected change occurred. The initially overwhelming sea of fire suddenly began to shrink. In less than 2 seconds, the flames were nearly extinguished. Amidst the smoke, a figure began to emerge. Watch the gradually revealing silhouette with a smile. The Tsutsuki finally makes an appearance. Chapter 116. The True Power of the Kaleidoscope. Oh, it seems you know me quite well. No wonder. If you weren't particularly familiar with me, you wouldn't be able to fight me to such an extent. Those body is exceedingly fragile. He is not someone who can be easily defeated. No, Tsutsuki Ishiki emerged from the mists, gazing at Shinya with a calm demeanor. Despite his placid tone, his intent to kill Shinya had reached a zenith. This mere human child had forced him into a position where he had to utilize Chizen's body for his reincarnation. Originally, Chizen was an ordinary monk, one who existed before the emergence of the Sage of 6 Paths, devoid of any chakra within him. Consequently, controlling Chizen's body proved to be far more taxing than that of others. Do not inquire why Ishiki, after over 1,000 years, had not sought a different host. I too am perplexed. Perhaps you should direct that question to the scriptwriters of Boruto. Furthermore, although his strength had been largely restored upon reincarnating in Chizen's body, this vessel could scarcely withstand his power. In its current state, it could only endure for a maximum of 2 days. After that, the lifespan of this body would reach its conclusion. He would either perish alongside it or seek another host. Even if he were to find a new vessel, the energy he had accumulated over the millennia had been nearly depleted by this battle. Contemplating this, Ishiki's murderous intent intensified. Presently, Shinya had become the second individual he wished to eliminate, the first being that wretched Tsutsuki Kagaya. Were it not for her treachery, he would not have fallen into this predicament. That despicable faction, instead of dutifully offering themselves to the god tree for his consumption, dared to rebel. That vile woman ultimately faced her just deserts, sealed away by her own sons. Upon witnessing Ishiki's emergence, Shinya did not hesitate, immediately activating Susanoo to envelop himself. At that moment, the fiery wheel behind Susanoo had diminished to half its size and was gradually extinguishing. It seems your Susanoo, despite its formidable abilities, is bound by a temporal limit, Ishiki remarked, observing the countdown-like wheel with a faint smile. Though my lifespan may be limited to 2 days, regrettably, you may not survive until then. As soon as he finished speaking, Shinya leaped away from his original position. Boom! A building materialized seemingly out of thin air, crashing down where he had just stood. Shinya, wary of the threat, maneuvered Susanoo to ascend into the sky. However, in the next instant, structures from the hidden air village fortress began to vanish, only to reappear above Shinya. Ishiki had first shrunk these buildings before hurling them upwards, subsequently restoring them to their original size. They descended upon Shinya like a meteor shower. Boom! Countless edifices struck Shinya, sending him plummeting into the ground. When he reappeared, he was gasping for breath, his injuries considerably worsened, blood staining the earth. Half of Susanoo's armor lay shattered, and the fiery wheel behind him flickered with but a final spark. It is time to conclude this, young Uchiha. I am uncertain why you possess such profound knowledge of me and our clan, yet I admire your tenacity in battling to this extent. Ishiki approached and declared, Young Uchiha, do share your name with me. Shinya gazed at Ishur, a smile gracing his lips as he spoke. Uchiha Shinya. Is it Shinya? Understood. You may proceed with peace of mind. What nonsense are you spouting? The true battle has only just begun. Shinya replied with a labored smile as he struggled to rise. Ishur furrowed his brow, questioning how someone so battered could possibly contend with him. Shinya chuckled softly. You are not mistaken. The abilities of my Mangeki Sharingan are rather mundane. The left eye allows Susanoo to act independently of my body, while the right eye can alter Susanoo's size at will. Quite a dull ability, wouldn't you say? It should prove ineffective against you. Upon hearing this, Ishur's expression remained taut, for it was evident that Shinya had not yet concluded his thoughts. However, Ishur, have you forgotten that I possess another eye? The mention of a second eye startled Ishur, prompting him to glance up at Susanoo. At that moment, the eye in the center of Susanoo's forehead fully opened, revealing a magnificent Mangeki Sharingan. This eye appeared to be a fusion of Shinya's left and right eyes, surrounded by a pattern reminiscent of the Bagua, with the yin and yang symbol at its center. The ability of this third eye, to be honest, is rather unexciting, Shinya remarked with a hint of self-deprecation. You are correct. The flames behind Susanoo indeed serve as a countdown, but not for Susanoo's disappearance. Ishire's heart raced in alarm as he retreated hastily, activating his abilities to shrink countless buildings and hurl them at Shinya. In an instant, Shinya's figure was once more engulfed by the architectural debris. As the flames behind Susanoo extinguished entirely, Shinya's voice resonated once again, his form emerging from the dust and haze. Ishire's pupils constricted in disbelief. What? How is this possible? Shinya's figure re-emerged, seemingly aged slightly. He now stood taller, approximately 1 meter and 90 centimeters, his physique more robust, and his visage noticeably matured. What is happening? Who are you truly? Ishire was now thoroughly unsettled. Shinya looked at him with a smile. Uchiha Shinya, as I just informed you. How quickly you forget. Are all members of the Otsutsuki clan so forgetful? In this state, I previously mentioned, Shinya continued, when the flames of Susanoo are entirely extinguished, I shall age a little. As he spoke, he slowly raised his hand, extending a single finger. Buzz. In an instant, a golden laser shot forth from his fingertip. Boom. Ishire hurriedly raised his arms to shield himself from the laser. The force was overwhelming. Ishire's trembling hands struggled to absorb the impact, causing him to involuntarily retreat. Ultimately, he summoned every ounce of strength to evade to the side. The laser struck the fortress behind him, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that obliterated half of it, leaving a wasteland in its wake. Panting heavily, Ishire gazed at his palms, nearly pierced through, a sense of panic welling within him. As he observed Shinya advancing with deliberate steps, his mind raced with thoughts of escape. Unobtrusively, he opened a spatial portal, preparing to flee. Boom. However, Shinya suddenly appeared before him, delivering a punch that sent him flying. Before he could land, Shinya was already standing in front of him. Boom. Another kick forcefully drove him into the ground. It is difficult to comprehend my current state. To be honest, even I am somewhat perplexed, Shinya remarked, gazing at him. He then extended his finger. Golden light began to coalesce at his fingertips. Chapter 117. The power of the future. As Shinya gathered light between his fingers, he waved his hand, and countless black boxes appeared above him, swiftly descending. Boom. A multitude of boxes fell, attempting to bury Shinya beneath their weight. However, with a flash of golden light, all the black boxes shattered instantaneously. Shinya emerged unscathed before Ishire. Observing Ishire's slightly faltering demeanor, Shinya smiled and beckoned him with his hand, saying, "What's wrong? Is the power of Otsutsuki merely this? Don't underestimate me, you lower life form." Ishire roared in fury. Shinya reached out and grasped several black rods, which previously had barely kept pace with him, now seemed slow and fragile. With a firm grip, the rods snapped effortlessly. Ishire, astonished, attempted to activate his abilities once more. However, he watched in horror as a massive golden hand descended upon him. To the naked eye, it appeared to move slowly, yet he could not evade it. Boom. Ishire was struck head-on, sent hurtling backward. During his flight, he found himself incapable of any movement, as if his ability to act had been sealed. Whoosh. Shinya swiftly appeared above him, matching his speed. What's wrong? Can't move? You're not so impressive after all, upper life form, Shinya taunted, delivering another palm strike. The golden hand manifested once more, slamming Ishire into the ground like a mountain. Shinya observed Ishire struggling to rise, furrowing his brow. He himself was unsure how long this state would last, but the extent of Ishire's injuries was indeed astonishing. He realized he must eliminate Ishire before his own condition dissipated. With this thought, Shinya charged at Ishire, and the two engaged in close-quarters combat. Seizing an opening, Ishire thrust a black rod towards Shinya's face. However, Shinya was prepared. He grasped the rod, and, before Ishire could activate his ability, spun around, driving the rod into Ishire's shoulder. Following this, he delivered a powerful kick to Ishire's abdomen, sending him sprawling. Raising a finger, he aimed at Ishire. One finger bloom. The sharp force of his fingertip pierced Ishire's abdomen, exploding within him. Blood spewed forth, accompanied by fragments of his internal organs. Ishire gazed at Shinya, his fists trembling. This is too much. I thought that by reincarnating, I could beat Shinya into submission. I never anticipated that he would also possess a second stage. And this second stage surpasses my own. Author, Come out and explain this. How can this be fair? However, the situation has become increasingly intolerable for Ishiki. The formidable Shinya has pressed forward, leaving him with little choice but to barely defend himself. The enigma of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan's true capabilities perplexes him. What is its essence? Why has he aged so suddenly? And why does his body seem to have matured? Why has he acquired such an array of peculiar abilities? Seemingly engineered to counter the Tsutsuki? As Ishiki fends off Shinya's relentless assaults, he finds himself incessantly pondering these questions. Celestial Palm. The golden hand once again manifested, propelling Ishiki skyward. As he ascended, he caught sight of Shinya's figure flickering, rapidly closing the gap between them. In the annals of fervent heroic tales, extraterrestrial beings like you inevitably meet their demise on Earth. With a swift motion, Shinya positioned himself above Ishiki. Contemplate why you have fallen before me, alien. With that, he struck downwards. Once more, Ishiki was thrust from the air to the ground, darkness encroaching upon his vision as he teetered on the brink of unconsciousness. He could hardly fathom that a distinguished member of the Tsutsuki clan could be so nearly rendered senseless by a mere human. He was not one of those pampered, weak scions who relied on their abilities to dominate the feeble. Throughout his conquests across various planets, he had encountered many formidable adversaries. Yet, he never anticipated that this Earth would be his undoing. First, his protector Kaguya had betrayed him, seizing his divine tree's fruit and feeding his lower half to the Ten-Tails, forcing him to select a lowly earthling as his host. As Shinya descended, he surveyed the surrounding ruins. How unfortunate! He had intended to bring back some technological marvels from the empty ninja village for study. He glanced at Ishiki, who lay prostrate on the ground, his eyes glinting with malice. This is all your fault. Huh. Spare me the monologue. Perish, you inherently malevolent Tsutsuki. Shinya bellowed as he surged towards Ishiki. Extending his left hand, he seized Ishiki's face. The shadowy fluid entwining his arm began to writhe, spreading from his hand to Ishiki's body. What in the world? Ishiki screamed in horror as the shadowy fluid enveloped him, reminiscent of Kaguya's black substance engulfing Obito. A flick of destiny. Shinya then pressed upon various chakra points on Ishiki, sealing his meridians. Sealing technique. Self-restriction curse. Sealing technique. For symbol seal. Sealing technique. 5 elements seal. Wait, what? Ishiki was left speechless. If you intend to kill me, then just do it. What is the meaning of this? I am aware that your Tsutsuki clan's essence is, in fact, the digitization of the body. As long as the data remains intact, one can resurrect upon finding a new host. Thus, even should I slay you here, it does not guarantee your true demise. Shinya stated calmly. Ishiki, filled with rage, felt utterly humiliated. Just as his dignity was stripped bare, he could utter no further protests. Suddenly, blood spurted from Shinya's mouth. His body began reverting to its original form, wounds reopening and bleeding anew. Cough, cough. What a harrowing battle. I nearly lost my life. Shinya twisted his neck, employing a medical ninjutsu to treat his injuries with simplicity. It must be said that this is indeed the moment when truly one is most vulnerable to ambush. However, Ishiki's actions were completely restrained, rendering him incapable of launching a surprise attack on Shinya. Observing Shinya, who had reverted to his youthful state, Ishiki felt a surge of uncertainty. The chakra emanating from Shinya began to wane, diminishing to a level where it could be extinguished with ease. Yet, despite Shinya's weakening, the sealing techniques binding Ishiki remained intact, leaving him utterly defenseless. As Ishiki regarded the inexplicable expression in Shinya's eyes, a flicker of anger ignited within him. What do you mean by that? Shinya wiped the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth and smiled, saying, I am contemplating how to deal with you. Without the power of the future, I lack the capacity to kill you. The power of the future? Ishiki furrowed his brow. Shinya continued, Oh, it seems I let something slip. However, it matters not. Intelligence is indeed valuable in most battles, yet for you and me, its utility is limited. After all, even with my current understanding of you, I cannot hope to match you. Had it been the former version of myself, the outcome would have been reversed. Chapter 118. Why is Ishiki's head so pointy? As he spoke, Shinya activated Susanoo. The formidable giant, exuding the majesty of a deity, reappeared, its singular eye fixated on Ishiki, intensifying the strength of the seals upon him. Moreover, this eye itself exerted an oppressive force that diminished his will to resist. In terms of intimidation and pressure, even the legendary Tsutsuki deity seemed no more formidable. The The fiery halo behind the giant did not manifest. Instead, two flames flickered on either side. I have given this some thought, and in a certain light. Our objectives are quite aligned, Shinya remarked, gazing at Ishiki. Ishiki paused, then scoffed, aligned? Indeed, Shinya replied with a smile. Kaguya transformed you into this wretched state. Do you not yearn for vengeance? Humph. Kaguya has been defeated by her own offspring, and thus she reaps what she sows. There is nothing to discuss with a lowly creature like you, Ishiki retorted, maintaining his supposed superiority as an elite being. Shinya, unfazed, acknowledged that the Tsutsuki clan, including the notorious trio, had never been known to grovel or plead for mercy. There have always been attempts within the ninja world to resurrect Kaguya, and it is merely a matter of time. I believe that to completely eradicate this threat, one must ultimately confront Kaguya directly. Humph. Dream on, Earth Dweller. Kaguya is not merely a consumer of the God Tree's fruit. She devoured the God Tree itself. Even I cannot contend with her, let alone you and the other inferior beings on this planet, Ishiki sneered. The strength I used to defeat you just now was derived from my future self. 40 years hence. The halo serves as a countdown. Its extinguishment signifies that I am at a critical juncture in battle, facing an insurmountable foe, Shinya explained slowly. The ability of the third eye is to bestow a portion of my strength from 40 years in the future at the very moment the countdown concludes. What? Ishiki was taken aback, astonished. If what Shinya has said is indeed true, it implies that in 4 decades, Jinya's power will reach an extraordinarily terrifying level. The strength displayed moments ago was merely a fraction of his true capabilities. Of course, Jinya's statement was a mix of truth and deception, subtly conveyed to Ishiki. The genuine ability of the third eye forcibly elevates Jinya's strength to the pinnacle of a certain future timeline. The fire wheel serves as a timer. Its complete extinguishment signifies the full liberation of his peak potential. Once utilized, the fire wheel transforms into 2 flames, and the ability can only be reactivated when the flames once again coalesce into a fire wheel. Ishiki, you may choose. Shall we cooperate? Or will you be reduced to ashes in 2 days? Shinya remarked, gazing at Ishiki. Ishiki, returning Jinya's gaze, replied nonchalantly. The entity known as Jiyuan existed prior to Yu Yi's connection to chakra and has never accepted Yu Yi's chakra. This body cannot withstand my power. Even if you do nothing, I shall perish in 2 days. Why not seek another for reincarnation? Shinya inquired. Ishiki chuckled wearily. I have tried. No one can bear my wedge. These individuals either perish instantly or, like Jiyuan, can only endure a few days at most. Rest assured, my future self still harbors some residual power in my eyes. Utilizing this, it would be quite effortless to preserve your life, albeit at the cost of some indignity. Shinya assured. What kind of indignity? Ishiki furrowed his brow. Shinya grinned, and with a mere thought, the eye upon the forehead of Susanoo gleamed with golden light. What? Wait. Ah, you scoundrel. The golden light enveloped Ishiki, drawing him within. The indignity I speak of is merely that you allow me to temporarily serve as your Jinchuriki, Shinya murmured. Instantly, the golden light shrouded Shinya, encompassing him as well. Subsequently, Susanoo vanished. In the darkened expanse, Ishiki found himself bound. Release me at once, you inferior being. Were we not to cooperate? Before he could finish, Ishiki sensed something amiss. His speech slowed, his thoughts dulled, and his vision blurred. Soon, darkness engulfed him, and consciousness slipped away. Honestly, the fact that I haven't killed you already is a fortunate outcome. To be ungrateful and still speak harshly to me, Shinya mused. It was not that he desired to slay Ishiki. Rather, his strength was insufficient for such an act. Theoretically, leaving Ishiki to his own devices would result in his demise in 2 days. However, no one could ascertain if Ishiki had any hidden contingencies, or if unforeseen events would unfold within that time. In Boruto, Naruto reduced Ishiki's lifespan from a day to 5 minutes using the heavy particle mode. Shinya lacked such targeted abilities. The uncertainties of a 2-day span were far too great. Thus, he directly utilized his residual power to create this space within the eye at the center of Susanoo. In this realm, all beings except himself would be forcibly entered into a dormant state, with all life functions approaching absolute zero, and Ishiki's bodily consumption would mirror this decline. In a state of artificial dormancy, it is likely that Ziyuan's body could endure for another 30 to 40 years without issue. At this moment, Shinya has established a certain connection with the chakra of Ishur, enabling the utilization of some of Ishur's abilities. Logically speaking, Once Shinya connects with Ishire's chakra, Ishire should be able to seize control of Jinya's consciousness through a wedge. Although a brief period of dormancy would be necessary, it would be quite short. However, within this space, Ishire is forcibly trapped in a dormant state. Consequently, Jinya's connection with Ishire's chakra prevents Ishire from marking Jinya's body with a wedge. This implies that this space effectively hinders Shinya, as Ishire, upon awakening, could potentially take over Shinya. Yet Ishire's awakening seems unlikely. What is this? Why does Ishire's head appear so pointed? To put it simply, it is akin to a blockage at both ends of a singular pathway. Let me see. Is this how the spatial ability works? Shinya channels chakra, and a dark red spatial portal manifests behind him. Ishire's spatial capabilities remain formidable, akin to an enhanced version of Flying Thunder God. There is no need for coordinates. As long as one can perceive the opponent's chakra, they can be transported, even to the extent of capturing individuals. Shinya gazes at the ruins of the once vibrant shinobi village and sighs. Truly, one must gain something at the cost of another. Although his original objective remains unfulfilled, he has gained Ishire as an ally. Touching the Flying Thunder God mark on his shoulder and sensing Minato's chakra, Shinya steps into the spatial portal. Chapter 119. Tsunade's Healing Awe. Minato exclaims in shock at Shinya's sudden appearance, nearly leaping into the air. Shinya, how did you appear out of nowhere? Are you alright? You're bleeding. Stop panicking. This minor injury is nothing, Shinya replies, his tone somewhat fatigued. Your words carry little conviction. Minato retorts, exasperation evident. Shinya employs medical ninjutsu to staunch the bleeding and inquires, have you informed the Hokage about the monk's situation? No. Lord Hokage and the others have yet to ask, Minato responds. He then glances at Shinya. Should we keep it concealed? After a moment's contemplation, Shinya decides, forget it. It doesn't matter. It's best to speak openly about what is known. Concealing such matters could lead to more complications. After all, Minato is unfamiliar with Zun, and Shinya can easily navigate the situation based on their prior interactions during the mission. Ishire's nature is distinct from that of Uchiha Madara. The secrecy surrounding Madara stems from the fact that no one outside the Uchiha clan has encountered him. Conversely, should he disclose information to the higher-ups of Konoha, it could lead to numerous complications, especially with the likes of Danzo, who might seek excuses to exert pressure. In such a scenario, even Sarutobi Hiruzen, who initially trusted him, could develop reservations. Ishire's circumstances differ. He is an individual without any established identity within the shinobi world and bears no notable connection to the Uchiha. Therefore, he can speak freely, knowing that they would be unable to investigate further. As for whether it would draw attention, it is obvious that it would not. Prior to the emergence of an extraterrestrial crisis, the shinobi world would remain primarily focused on guarding against other nations. For Sarutobi Hiruzen, extraterrestrials were an unfamiliar concept. Yet he was acutely aware that Inoki and the Reikage would relish his demise. Therefore, even if Shinya were to divulge the matters concerning the Otsutsuki clan, Sarutobi could not afford to place significant weight on an inconclusive subject, irrespective of the troubling questions surrounding his intelligence sources. Consequently, while Shinya compelled Minato to speak candidly, what he conveyed were merely the observations he had made. Shinya, of course, would selectively reveal only what he deemed pertinent. After all, explaining how he acquired such knowledge would be an arduous task. By the way, the earlier inquiry was posed by Minato. Shinya activated his Mangeki Sharingan. Oh, that was a demonstration of my Mangeki Sharingan's abilities. What? Minato's lips twitched, his heart a tumult of conflicting emotions. He had assumed that mastering the Flying Thunder God technique would afford him an advantage against Shinya. Yet he was taken aback to discover that Shinya had awakened the Mangeki Sharingan, and moreover, possessed spatial capabilities. It appeared to be even more effective than his own Flying Thunder God. Don't be envious. I must first report to the Hokage building, Shinya said, lightly rapping Minato on the head. Wait, shouldn't you go to the hospital first? Minato was momentarily stunned. What are you jesting about? The medical ninjas at the hospital cannot compare to my expertise, Shinya replied, then proceeded to open the window and leap from Minato's residence. Ah, Shinya, how did you sustain such injuries? Upon landing, he encountered Tsunade. She was astonished to see Shinya in such a state. She had a rough understanding of his prowess. Who could have inflicted such harm upon him? Was it Inoki or the third Reikage? In this world, aside from these two individuals, she could scarcely conceive of anyone capable of injuring Shinya to such an extent. Oh, just a minor injury. Nothing to worry about, Shinya waved dismissively. though his pallor betrayed his words. Minor injury? Your complexion suggests otherwise. Come, return with me, Tsunade asserted, disregarding Shinya's reluctance, and she pulled him toward her home. At that moment, Shinya felt quite weak and struggled to break free. Minutes later, what? Severely injured? In the Hokage office, upon hearing of Shinya's condition, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Mito Kazuma hastily made their way to the Senju compound. Upon learning of the situation, clan leader F. Getsu disregarded the objections of his kin and accompanied Fugaku to the Senju residence. Shinya's significance to the village now surpassed even that of Uchiha Kagami in his prime. Shinya now bore a multitude of responsibilities, the leader of the new Uchiha generation, a candidate for future Hokage, a bridge between the village and the Uchiha clan, and the sole disciple of Mito Kazuma, among other roles. Given these numerous identities, both the Hokage faction and the moderate members of the clan fervently hoped for Shinya's safety. I must say, you are all making a mountain out of a molehill. Shinya observed the throng of individuals surrounding him with a resigned expression. I never anticipated you would be injured to such a degree. It seems the adversary you faced was formidable, Sarutobi remarked gravely. What of the Hidden Stone Village? Shinya responded with a sense of resignation. I apologize. The battle was too fierce, and the fortress has been entirely obliterated. However, it should be secure now. Sending someone there might yield some salvageable remnants. Well, as long as you are unharmed, that is what matters, Sarutobi sighed deeply. Upon returning from the clandestine mission, Sarutobi Hiruzen had ceased to harbor hopes for the Hidden Leaf Village. If he could manage to rescue all the operatives sent out and return safely himself, he would be more than content. I hear you have awakened the Mangeki Sharingan? Inquired Minato Namikaze. Indeed, Jiraiya nodded affirmatively. What? The most exhilarated must be the clan leader, who has rendered himself speechless, almost at a loss for words, remarked FK, nearly gasping in excitement and on the verge of collapsing backward. Father, FK, calm down. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Minato Namikaze hurried to support him, while Fugaku stepped forward to assist his father. Ha ha ha, my sage of six paths, this is truly splendid news. FK regained his composure and laughed heartily. Sarutobi Hiruzen scrutinized Jiraiya carefully, noting no signs of excessive emotional fluctuation or madness. It appeared that awakening the Mangeki had not adversely affected him. With this observation, Sarutobi Hiruzen temporarily set his mind at ease, though he remained vigilant, knowing that a sudden outburst could occur at any moment. Given Jiraiya's strength, if he were to lose control, no one in the village would be able to restrain him. As for himself, even prior to awakening the Mangeki, Jiraiya's strength was already comparable to his own. Now that he had unlocked the Mangeki, he likely had already reached his level, not to mention Jiraiya's proficiency in sage techniques and the unique Susanoo that accompanied the Mangeki. In truth, he mused, he might not stand a chance against Jiraiya. Minato Namikaze, however, did not dwell on such thoughts, as Jiraiya remained his disciple. The stronger the disciple, the greater the pride of the master. He harbored no concerns about Jiraiya's mental state. A member of the Uchiha clan who could bond so well with the Senju family, what psychological issues could one possibly worry about? If there were even a hint of madness, it surely would have manifested by now. Thus, Minato Namikaze felt completely at ease. Furthermore, Jiraiya's chakra had been certified by the Uzumaki clan as exceptionally gentle and substantial, devoid of any sinister undertones. Chapter 120, Divine Technique. 5 dragons. After recuperating for 3 days at Tsunade's residence, Jiraiya's injuries were nearly healed. To be candid, he could hardly envision Tsunade as someone so meticulously attentive to the well-being of others, especially given that Jiraiya had indeed suffered a broken rib. I say, could you step out while I get dressed? Jiraiya remarked, pulling up his trousers. Tsunade promptly leaned in, pinching Jiraiya's ear. Are you feeling bashful? I have seen everything that needed to be seen while treating you, and now you choose to feel embarrassed? Quite late for that, little brother. Humph. Addressing me in such a manner suggests there are still things you haven't seen, Jiraiya chuckled. Tsunade released him. Very well, I shall not trouble you further. If I were to do something to you, your little girlfriend would surely be heartbroken. Jiraiya paused. Little girlfriend? Which one are you referring to? Are you seeking a fight? Tsunade's expression darkened. I certainly won't stand idly by for you to hit me, Jiraiya retorted. Do not underestimate humanity, little brat. Tsunade delivered a swift punch. Jiraiya grasped her wrist and pushed her against the wall. What? Tsunade gasped, her heart racing. Although she had mentally prepared herself for the encounter with Shinya, who was undeniably stronger than her, she did not expect to possess no capacity for resistance whatsoever. Shinya grasped Tsunade's chin and leaned closer. Tsunade's face paled in an instant, instinctively turning away in an attempt to evade. Humph, what a pretense of being a mature woman. Shinya scoffed disdainfully. A woman of her age, acting coy and daring to provoke him. Tsunade, in truth, was rather easy to manipulate. Despite Shinya's introverted nature, his lack of eloquence, and his naive demeanor, he had amassed considerable experience from his past life and had some tactics to deal with Tsunade. By adhering to the principle of enticing by retreating, alternating between proximity and distance, and adopting a strategy of advancing through retreat, it would not take long for this princess of Konoha to succumb entirely. Unlike Mikoto and Kushina, who had their own unique connections with him, Mikoto as a childhood companion and Kushina through the lens of a hero saving a damsel in distress, Tsunade required a more proactive approach to achieve his goal of winning her over. "I'm leaving now, big sister," Shinya said with a smile, placing emphasis on the last word. Upon seeing Shinya depart, Tsunade finally exhaled in relief, only to feel a surge of irritation. That little brat dared to tease her. At the separate residence, in Kushina's room, she could no longer leave the Senju estate since becoming the host for the Nine Tails. This situation was reminiscent of Uzumaki Mito's circumstances. Kushina's strength would likely qualify her for the J-Nin exams in 2 years, yet becoming a Jinchuriki had effectively severed that path. In the original narrative, it was only due to Minato being a candidate for Hokage that Kushina's situation changed. In truth, the so-called house arrest might very well serve as a protective measure for the Jinchuriki. The disdain the world harbored for Jinchuriki was entirely irrational and unfounded. Killer B, the Raikage's adopted brother, had also been assassinated, and the assailant was none other than a former close friend. Such occurrences surpassed mere prejudice. They were indicative of a profound malady. While Kushina might not face such dire circumstances in Konoha, the avoidance of unnecessary troubles and the stability of the Jinchuriki's emotions were unavoidable considerations. Shinya. Upon seeing him approach, Kushina's previously gloomy expression brightened. Shinya smiled and asked, "How do you feel? The Nine Tails hasn't caused any disturbances, has it?" Kushina shook her head. "No, it just doesn't talk much. I try to engage it, but it ignores me." Shinya replied with a hint of resignation. "That's to be expected. After all, I did deceive the Nine Tails quite thoroughly. It almost believed me." Given Kushina's temperament, she likely hasn't been very kind to the Nine Tails during this time. "I merely came to check on you. Seeing that you're in good spirits, I should take my leave," Shinya stated. Kushina paused, then asked, "Shinya, do you prefer older women?" Shinya was taken aback. Kushina blushed, her expression tinged with disappointment. "You don't need to comfort me. I know you prefer them like that." Shinya responded, "Why would you ask such a question?" Kushina, you and Tsunade just now, truly covering your face and sighing. Kagura's keen insight has overlooked the Uzumaki clan's divine technique. However, it is indeed somewhat difficult to restrain oneself when Kushina employs this skill for peeping. In any case, Shinya still needs to report his mission and refrains from lingering too long with Kushina. Nevertheless, he adeptly provides comfort, as a girl like Kushina is quite easy to soothe. 3 months later, atop a mountain outside Konoha village, Shinya sits cross-legged at the peak. Natural energy swirls around him, flowing in and out with each breath, achieving a harmonious balance. Merging with chakra, he forms sage chakra. After a short while, Shinya opens his eyes, his pupils transformed into a golden hue. There are no other patterns or shadows appearing on him. Only the color of his pupils has changed. At last, he has achieved the perfect sage mode, Shinya murmurs. In some respects, his sage mode is even more flawless than Naruto's. While Naruto possesses changes in eyeshadow, Shinya has only the transformation of his pupils. According to the principles of sage training, the less one changes, the higher the level of sage art. Excellent. Now I can attempt to cultivate a permanent sage mode. Shinya thinks to himself. The so-called permanent sage mode is to find a way to make sage mode his natural state, or rather, to adapt his body to natural energy, allowing it to be used as effortlessly as one's own limbs. No longer will he need to synthesize sage chakra in advance or pay attention to proportions. However, according to the Grand Elder, the highest realm is to fully assimilate chakra with natural energy, where natural energy completely replaces chakra, becoming Shinya's source of power. This process requires a considerable amount of time. The stronger the chakra and the more profound the Tsutsuki bloodline, the longer the process will take. Nevertheless, Shinya is not anxious. He possesses a resilient heart and takes these matters in stride. Since the long-term goal is still far off, he will focus on short-term objectives. The short-term goal is to achieve Sage Mode instantly, the long-term goal is to maintain Sage Mode, and the overarching goal is to become a sage. Over the past 3 months, Shinya has diligently practiced sage arts while deepening his connection with the one-style chakra. In his mind, the term belonging to unity of heaven and man seems to have undergone some changes. The purple letters reveal a hint of orange luminescence. As he continues to grow, the orange glow becomes increasingly pronounced, now permeating the purple letters like fissures. The operation of sage chakra acts as a catalyst, prompting the transformation of the letters. Meanwhile, Shinya's chakra begins to boil uncontrollably, with the only constant being the dormant one style within his eyes. Being older has its advantages. Even such a commotion cannot rouse it. Surrounding him, the sage chakra whips up gusts of wind, wreaking havoc. Even the stones on the ground are cracked under the pressure of the winds. The orange glow intensifies, and the fissures continue to spread across the letters. The process lasted for several seconds before the fluctuations of the celestial chakra were subdued. He couldn't help but burst into exuberant laughter, feeling the transformation within his body. The innate talent in his mind had undergone a metamorphosis, with a radiant orange glow becoming exceedingly apparent under his introspection. Chapter 121. Urgent mission. As he gazed at the words divine law of 5 dragons, an aura of tranquility and emotional stability emanated from them. The orange light was soft and substantial, resonating with a powerful sacred sound in his ears. In a moment of reverie, he sensed that all negativity within him was swept away, including the latent injuries accumulated over years of training and the subtle damages in his meridians. Under the intertwining of these two energies, healing commenced. Even cells that had withered due to exhaustion began to rejuvenate. Indeed, the purple talent could evolve, which was a fortunate revelation. As he contemplated the transformation of his body, he reflected on the ascent of his proficiency in physical techniques to the purple tier of 6 secrets to heaven. He had once pondered whether this purple talent could grow, and it now appeared that it could. Yet, what was the essence of this growth? Was it the maturation of the body, the perfection of the sage mode, or the infusion of chakra? Divine law of 5 dragons. After extensive honing, your body has reached a near-perfect state. You can freely convert between yin and yang chakra, becoming a wellspring of power for your techniques. Note 1. The effects of the unity of man and nature persist, and the bond between your spirit and body has strengthened. Your internal organs have been enhanced, forming a harmonious cycle of the 5 elements. Note 2. Most negative impacts and costs associated with bloodline limits and secret techniques can now be gradually alleviated by your body. Note 3. The 5 dragons represent the 5 elements, your 5 elemental chakras, akin to the 5 elements. Both restrain and nurture one another. The restraining effects of your chakra on others are amplified, while the restraining effects others have on you are diminished. The harmonious interaction between your diverse chakra types significantly reduces the difficulty of property transformation and fusion. Raising an eyebrow, he scrutinized the 3 annotations accompanying divine law of 5 dragons. He couldn't help but internally scoff, realizing that this was essentially a fusion of the 5 elements' nurturing and heart reversion talents into unity of man and nature. Although he found the author's creativity to be somewhat patchwork, he had to concede that the growth from unity of man and nature to divine law of 5 dragons was indeed extraordinarily formidable. It could be described as a robust yet unpretentious strength, not merely in enhanced statistics, but also in the completeness of the mechanisms. Most importantly, it alleviated the difficulty of developing his bloodline limit. Initially, he had intended to develop his bloodline limit, as his proficiency in chakra property transformation was already commendable, and he was preparing to embark on that endeavor. Now, the difficulty has once again diminished, stirring something within Shinya's heart. Reflecting upon the bloodline limit that had appeared in the original work, Shinya commenced his attempt. In the next moment, a crimson orb manifested in the palm of his hand, surrounded by a faint, seemingly burning chakra. This was the blaze release, a signature technique of the Sand Village ninja, Yakura, from the original narrative. However, for Shinya at this moment, the fusion of the bloodline limit with the stimulation of cellular activity was scarcely significant. As for the blaze release, it was not an essential offensive method for Shinya's current abilities. Nevertheless, the successful experiment with blaze release would indeed aid Shinya in comprehending its principles, making future encounters considerably more manageable. A surge in power is undoubtedly a boon, yet the sense of losing control that accompanies such strength necessitates time for Shinya to acclimate. Uncontrollable power, no matter how formidable, remains insubstantial. Only the strength that one can wield with precision is truly potent. Fortunately, given Shinya's capabilities, adapting to this newfound strength would not require an extensive period. He then turned his attention to the second annotation. This annotation referred to the effect of the heart returning to origin, talent, which Shinya had previously observed in the Land of Rain. It could negate the costs associated with bloodline limits and secret techniques. However, it was clear that even with the 8 gates fully opened, death could not be averted. Yet, as this effect was an inherent aspect of a talent, what more could one desire? Next was the third annotation, concerning the 5 elements, or 5 releases. The relationship among the 5 releases is one of both conflict and synergy. This implies that the 2 elemental natures of water and earth, which Shinya originally lacked, could be acquired. Although a ninja at a certain level can cultivate chakra natures they do not possess through diligent study, the difficulty and efficacy of such development would never match that of naturally gifted abilities. This annotation could render Shinya a true ninja endowed with all 7 elemental natures. What is this? Sarutobi Hiruzen's Sharingan, and the third Reikage, Shinya? Finally, Shinya's gaze shifted to the 3 other purple talents, 100 Vessels Uniting, Mystical Heaven's Unity, and 6 Secrets Connecting to Heaven. Unlike the foundational talent of Harmony of Man and Heaven, these 2 talents were acquired later. They seemed to be influenced by divine technique of the 5 dragons, swirling around the orange talent in a dance. He could even sense that the power sealed within his eye had intensified its suppressive grip upon him. One style, just obediently become a part of my skill set. With this thought, Shinya couldn't help but let out a soft hum. However, he was acutely aware that his current strength was merely a step ahead of the present version 2. In the context of the 4th Great Ninja War, he would still find himself somewhat outmatched. Furthermore, beyond the ninja realm, there loomed the Otsutsuki Shurin on the moon, as well as the slumbering sage of 6 paths in the Pure Land. And who could forget the Otsutsuki trio, Momoshiki, Kinshiki, and Urashiki, who would one day turn their attention to Earth. Although the one style lay dormant within his eye, it was, after all, not yet extinguished. With his current strength, he truly dared not leave the one style carelessly in a random place to await its natural demise after 2 days. It remains as I have previously stated. 2 days is an eternity, fraught with the potential for unforeseen events concerning one style. By sealing one style within his own perception, he at least maintains awareness of its condition. Although one style has made an appearance in the narrative, being among the most formidable of the Tsutsuki clan, surpassed only by Kagaya and Hagoromo, it is important to recognize that there exists another Tsutsuki, Shurji, whose power is unfathomable. Not to mention the enigmatic Tsutsuki god. His own strength remains insufficient to confront all conceivable eventualities. In the 42nd year of Konoha, 5 years have elapsed since the onset of the Second Shinobi World War. Kakashi, the son of the esteemed Hatake Tsukumo, was born in the 37th year of Konoha and has now reached the age of 5. Moreover, even though 2.5 years have passed since the conclusion of the Second Shinobi World War, peace has remained elusive in the ninja world. True tranquility is only experienced by the 5 great nations, and more specifically, only by the fire, earth, and lightning countries. The blood mist of the Hidden Mist village persists, showing signs of expansion. The entirety of the Hidden Mist, and even the whole land of water, is vibrant with life and competition. As for the Hidden Sand, it is best left unmentioned. Their circumstances involve either clashing with other nations or contending with the feudal lord. It is rather amusing that the Hidden Sand seems to be the only village incapable of overcoming the influence of the feudal lord. However, upon reflection, it is understandable, as the scarce quality resources of the Land of Wind are monopolized by the feudal lord, making it implausible for them to manage the ninja village. Even the Land of Fire, while the power of the feudal lord does not match that of Konoha, possesses its own military force. Suddenly, a figure appeared atop the mountain. Lord Shinya, the Hokage, has summoned an emergency meeting of the Jonin. Oh, Shinya furrowed his brow. The Umbu reported, "It seems there is an urgent mission." Understood. I shall attend immediately, Shinya nodded. Chapter 122. The Strength of Konoha. Lord Madara, I have returned. Cheerful words echoed within the cavern. A white Zetsu emerged from the wall, carrying a black box. I have brought you this thing known as the Zero Tail. Unsealing it took quite some time, but fortunately, I am a genius of sealing techniques, Zetsu chattered incessantly. Hand it over. Uchiha Shana, somewhat impatient, snatched the box from Zetsu's hands. He then approached Uchiha Madara and knelt, stating, Lord Madara, the item has arrived. Uchiha Madara slowly opened his eyes and reached for the box. 3 months prior, Shinya's battle with one style had profoundly impacted him. What precisely was that creature? Uchiha Madara recalled one style's appearance. It seems Shinya's already acquired the abilities of that being, rendering Zero Tail insignificant in his eyes. Setting aside those random thoughts, Uchiha Madara focused his gaze on the box containing the sealed Zero Tail. Hungry Ghost Path. The realm of the hungry ghosts began to directly absorb the chakra of the Zero Tails, bringing with it an influx of numerous negative emotions into the body of Uchiha Madara. Although the notion that the Zero Tails originated from the darkness within the human heart may seem somewhat implausible, it is undeniable that the chakra of the Zero Tails embodies a plethora of chilling and malevolent sentiments, rivaling even the darkness of the Sharingan's chakra. Uchiha Madara's frail and aged body exhibited signs of recovery, and his eyes began to undergo a transformation, the blood-red Sharingan now shimmering with hints of pale violet light. Still not enough. After a prolonged pause, Uchiha Madara remarked, while my body has somewhat revived, this entity alone is insufficient to awaken the Rinnegan once more. Perhaps, I might explore the 6 paths treasures scattered across the ninja world. Uchiha Shana interjected, prompting a moment of contemplation from Uchiha Madara. Indeed, however, many of these treasures are located within the Hidden Cloud Village, which may pose a challenge. No, there is still one in the Hidden Grass Village, Uchiha Shana replied. The Paradise Box? Uchiha Madara pondered thoughtfully. Meanwhile, in the Hidden Leaf Village, the current meeting was of utmost importance, concerning the peace among the Frost Country, the Rice Country, and the Waterfall Country, and it was imperative that no mistakes occur. Sarutobi Hiruzen addressed the gathered Jonin. 6 months prior, the 3 nations had plunged into chaos due to conflicts over resources and border disputes. A month ago, the Fire Country's daimyo intervened, seeking to mediate the discord among the 3 nations and initiate trade cooperation. The 3 nations readily agreed and expressed their willingness to form an alliance with the Fire Country. Such alliances between nations would greatly benefit the ninja villages, facilitating exchanges through diplomatic relations and favorably advancing the dissemination of the Fire's will. Sarutobi Hiruzen, having already broadened his vision, was deeply invested in this matter. Security measures for the daimyo were essential, and the activities of rival nations required vigilant observation. Danzo, along with Sarutobi Asuma, led the Root and the Umbu team to escort the daimyo to the border for negotiations. Kakashi Hitaki was tasked with monitoring the movements of the Mist Village, while Jiraiya kept watch over the Sand Village's activities, and Orochimaru surveilled the Stone Village. Minato Namikaze and Shino Aburame led 2 teams to guard against the Hidden Cloud Village. Sarutobi Hiruzen swiftly made these arrangements. Minato had also completed the Jonin examination 3 months prior, officially earning his rank as a Jonin. It could be said that, aside from the strength of the Hokage himself, the Hidden Leaf was currently experiencing its most prosperous era since its inception. Indeed, one could argue that even when compared to future times, it stands as the pinnacle of strength. After all, both the 1st and 7th Hokages elevated the collective strength through their personal might. According to the delineations of a netizen from Shinya's past life, the so-called shadow-level powers, aside from Sarutobi Hiruzen and the 4 advisors, also included Shinya, Kakashi Hitaki, Sarutobi Asuma, and the reclusive leader of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku. Furthermore, Jiraiya had commenced his training at Mount Myaboku, while Tsunade had successfully developed the In Seal and was currently engaged in the practice of the 100 Healings technique and the art of creation and regeneration. Although Orochimaru has relinquished his human experimentation, he has turned his attention to the mechanization and energy utilization of chakra. The number of Jonin has increased significantly, with over 20 ninjas successfully passing the Jonin examination. Furthermore, due to the involvement of Shin in battle, many members of the Uchiha clan's younger generation have awakened their Sharingan, with a considerable number attaining the 3-tomo level, thus meeting the combat standards of Jonin. These clan members have all undergone Shin's rigorous training, with those who previously exhibited symptoms of illness now fully recovered, and those who have not yet succumbed to illness now capable of prevention. Moreover, the regular influx of new recruits at the Konoha Ninja Academy results in numerous children being deemed unfit to become ninjas each year. This means that within the civilian population of Konoha, there exists a substantial number of individuals possessing fundamental ninja skills, but lacking the official status of a ninja. The potential for warfare and the overall strength of the village have reached unprecedented levels. It can be asserted that had it not been for the tumultuous events surrounding the Ninetales attack, which resulted in the loss of many elite shinobi, Konoha could have developed to a point of overpowering the four great nations. Regrettably, the Ninetales incident in the original narrative was a colossal blunder. Kakashi was chosen as a guard for Kushina during her childbirth, and before embarking on this mission, he visited the memorial stone to pay his respects to fallen comrades, revealing his selection as a guard to the graves of Obito and Rin. Unbeknownst to him, Obito had returned to Konoha to see Rin. Overhearing Kakashi's revelation and subsequently initiating plans for the Ninetales attack, it can only be said that some events are indeed fated. No one anticipated that Obito had survived, nor that the power of his Mangeki Sharingan was Kimui, and even less did anyone foresee that he would return to Konoha precisely at that moment. The third Hokage, Shin, found himself at a loss as he had not assigned any tasks to himself, pondering why he had been left in such a tranquil state. Now that Shin had grown stronger, he was disinclined to remain idle within the village. He yearned to venture forth, to instigate events while simultaneously accruing merits. Of course, it is difficult to deny the inherent battle-loving traits buried deep within the Uchiha bloodline. Chuckling, Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked, "With your newfound strength, you seem restless." He regarded Shin as a candidate for the future decision-making echelon and could not treat him merely as a subordinate to dispatch on any task. Konoha's future guaranteed him a role as an advisor, with the potential to ascend to Hokage or serve as a bodyguard for the daimyo. What would such a reputation convey? Laughter filled the conference room. "Shin, you are now the village's trump card. You cannot be dispatched so casually," Minato reassured him. "TCH." Shin supported his head with his hand. Tapping the table, Sarutobi smiled. "Well then, if there is nothing else, let us adjourn." As everyone received their orders and departed to execute their plans, only Shin and a few advisors remained in the meeting room. "I know you are restless. There is indeed an important task that requires your attention," Sarutobi Hiruzen stated, presenting a delegation document to Shin. "The seal of the Paradise Box in the Land of Grass has shown signs of loosening, and we have received a request for assistance." Jin also received a commission. "Are we the only ones? How is that possible? We have sent out requests for assistance to the 5 great nations and Hanzo. However, Hanzo is overwhelmed with his own affairs, and with the new generation of Sunagakure being decimated by you, it is unlikely that either of them will intervene. As for the others, that remains uncertain," Sarutobi Hizashi remarked. Mito Gate and took over the conversation. "Your mission, aside from reinforcing the seal of the Joyous Box, is also to prevent other ninja villages from laying their hands on it. We have no interest in the power of the Joyous Box, but we cannot allow others, especially the other 4 nations, to interfere." Mito's words were not without merit. For Konoha, currently the strongest, the allure of the Joyous Box was not significant. Although it is rumored that this relic left behind by the Sage of 6 Paths can fulfill people's wishes, Sarutobi Hizashi and his companions were not particularly convinced. Doubting the rumors of wish fulfillment does not imply that Sarutobi Hizashi would underestimate the Joyous Box. After all, they had witnessed the might of the Sage's relics. In the peak of their power, Senju Tobarama, along with his 20-something companions, was surrounded by Kin and Jin, who wielded the Sage's relics alongside 20 other ninjas. Ultimately, Tobarama had to stay behind to secure their survival. Had it not been for those relics, it would have been feasible for Tobarama and his 6 companions to break through together. Currently, with the anomaly of the Sage's relics in the Land of Grass, should other nations attempt to claim the Joyous Box, it would undoubtedly enhance their strength significantly. This poses a grave threat to Konoha, and it must be thwarted. The Joyous Box holds no interest for us in Konoha, but it cannot fall into the hands of the great nations either. I can forego it, but I will not relinquish it to you. Do you have any objections?" Sarutobi Hizashi inquired. "No, none at all," Jin replied, shaking his head. He then gathered the commission and rose to leave. After assigning Jun his task, the advisors exited the meeting room. Jun waited downstairs and approached Danzo as he emerged. "Is there something you need?" Danzo's demeanor was notably frosty. Jun smiled amiably. "It is quite difficult to have the honor of meeting you, Lord Danzo." Danzo furrowed his brow. "What is it that you wish to discuss?" Jin stated, 3 months ago, Some of my Uchiha clansmen received word that Lord Mito was nearing his end. Promptly, they surrounded the home of the Sealing clan leader, demanding action. Who do you think orchestrated this, Lord Danzo? How would I know? Danzo retorted coldly. Jin replied, it matters not. Should anyone attempt to sow discord between the Uchiha and the village again, I shall hold you accountable. The previous incident did not lead to any significant repercussions. Merely a warning from me. Should it happen a second time, you will come to understand whether there is anyone in this village capable of stopping me. Danzo instantly felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss, as though a blade were pressed to his throat. Looking at Jun, who had not activated his Sharingan nor released any chakra, it was merely the raw aura of murder that sent chills down Danzo's spine. The disparity between you and the third Hokage extends beyond your fear of death. Return to the Ninja Academy and retrain, you mediocre fool. Shinya bluntly tossed a remark at Danzo before striding away, causing Danzo to exhale in relief as he wiped the cold sweat from his brow. That pesky little brat. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Mito Gate-in observed the entire incident unfold from above. This kid truly knows no bounds, Mito Gate-in chuckled helplessly. Ultimately, this situation was also a fault of Danzo's. We hold little sway over him. It is rather fitting for Shinya to handle such matters. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a sip of tea and remarked with a smile, it is indeed a blessing to have someone address Danzo. We could hardly confront him ourselves, after all. He is a childhood friend, and unless he commits a grave transgression, it would be difficult for Sarutobi Hiruzen to take action against him. By the way, we must convey the Hokage's orders. Effective immediately, all experiments involving human subjects are strictly prohibited, and all experimental materials and data must be destroyed. The personnel involved will be screened and handed over to Orochimaru, who will shift focus to research on machinery and energy, Sarutobi Hiruzen instructed Mito Gate-in. Mito Gate-in raised an eyebrow. The initial intention behind the human experiments was to replicate the first Hokage's would release. All experiments were based on his cells for that purpose. If we have now chosen to prohibit them, it signifies that. Sarutobi Hiruzen's lips curled slightly. Indeed, there is no longer a need for such inhumane experiments. Has SH Ju's training yielded success? Although it may not yet rival Lord Hashirama's would release. SH Ju is still young and has ample room for growth, Sarutobi Hiruzen stated. Furthermore, in the current ninja world, there is no immediate threat like Uchiha Madara, which necessitates SH Ju's rapid advancement to Lord Hashirama's level. That is indeed a positive development. Oh, by the way, Fyama has submitted a request to relieve Uchiha Rikai of his position as the police force captain, proposing that the former vice captain, Uchiha Makiri, take over, with his son, Uchiha Fugaku, stepping in as vice captain, Mito Gate-in informed. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, exhibiting a hint of impatience. Did we not agree that the police force would handle their own matters? Why submit such trivial requests? Let them resolve it themselves. Since Shinya's promotion to Jonin, the relationship between the Uchiha and the village has undeniably improved, with Uchiha clansmen actively integrating into village life. However, this has led to an influx of matters pertaining to the police force being directed to the Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen then realized just how overwhelming the affairs of the police force had become, nearly rivaling his own duties as Hokage. After some time, he found that the additional responsibilities from the police force had left him with little to no leisure. His younger son, Asuma, was nearing school age, and he had yet to spend quality time teaching him. How could he possibly juggle all of this while also being present for his son? Thus, Sarutobi Hiruzen decided to return the affairs of the police force to the Uchiha, allowing them to manage it independently, as long as the village's security was maintained. Nevertheless, Fyama believed that significant personnel changes should still be reported, awaiting the Hokage's approval before making a decision. The joy of delegating authority. Sarutobi Hiruzen mused that he preferred the role of a teacher, nurturing the next generation of ninjas. Handling governmental affairs is truly not my forte. At this moment, Shinya is merely 16 years of age, possessing formidable strength and considerable accomplishments, yet he is somewhat youthful. Perhaps a few more years of waiting would suffice. In no more than 5 years, or perhaps 3, or even 2, he should be ready to assume leadership at 18. Sarutobi Hiruzen mused, nodding to himself in contemplation. What Shinya currently lacks is merely experience and age. Once he attains the requisite maturity and credentials, I could relinquish power and enjoy a peaceful life as a teacher at school. What a delightful prospect. The thought of finally being liberated brought a tinge of dissatisfaction towards his 3 disciples. If even one of them were reliable, would I still be unable to retire? And that rebellious child, is the position of Hokage truly a beast to be feared? Must he evade it so swiftly? None of them are a source of solace. Chapter 124. Mark Shinya, Realm Shinya, Scheme Shinya in the Hidden Grass Village. The notorious Hozuki Castle, known as the most fortified prison in the ninja world, now lay in ruins. A towering azure giant stood amidst the debris, surveying the wailing grass ninjas below. It is worth noting that to defend Hozuki Castle, the Hidden Grass Village had dispatched a full 20 jonin, supplemented by Hozuki Castle's own forces, bringing the total to 50 jonin. The castle lord, Muai, held this belief, albeit with a skewed perception of his own strength. The jonin from the Hidden Grass Village, if placed among the 5 great nations, would scarcely qualify even as chunin due to their inadequate skill levels. In the theatrical adaptations, Kakashi, a single jonin, led Team 7, comprising 3 individuals with chunin-level strength, who effortlessly toppled the regime of the Land of Snow. The might of the Land of Grass pales in comparison to that of the Land of Snow. This mere statistical embellishment, aimed at enhancing military numbers, contributes nothing to the actual strength of the ninja village. On the contrary, it leads individuals like Muai to develop a distorted understanding of the capabilities of the Hidden Grass Village and Hozuki Castle. Amidst the azure giant stood a man clad in a long robe, his face concealed by a swirling mask, none other than Uchiha Shana. Shana found himself rather perturbed, having learned caution after being soundly defeated by Shinya on 2 occasions. Upon witnessing the mobilization of over 40 jonin by the opposition, Uchiha Shana was taken aback. Although the opponent's chakra levels barely met the standards of chunin, with only the 2 strongest ones qualifying as special jonin, it was the strength of Hozuki Castle's Lord Muai that caught his eye, just touching the fringes of the shadow's might, only slightly surpassing that of ordinary jonin from the 5 great nations. Nonetheless, Uchiha Shana cautiously activated his Susanoo. After all, who could predict if the Hidden Grass Village possessed other hidden cards? This was, after all, the site where the Box of Bliss was sealed, an artifact of the 6 paths, and those guarding it surely must possess some skill. What is this? Uchiha Shana muttered, promptly deactivating his Susanoo and proceeding towards Hozuki Castle. Muai, who initially contemplated seizing an opportunity to retaliate, was suddenly paralyzed with fear upon glimpsing the 3-tomo Sharingan beneath the swirling mask. Was this Uchiha clan member dispatched by Konoha? Muai's heart was enveloped in uncertainty. The daimyo had sent a plea for aid to Konoha. But why would Konoha's people attack them? Do you also wish to seize the Paradise Box? Is this truly the Paradise Box? Surprisingly, there are chakra fluctuations reminiscent of the foreign demon statues, which only adds to the intrigue. Uchiha Shina approached the Paradise Box and swiftly formed hand seals. What is your name? Jin also gazed at the girl with crimson hair before him and inquired. Saixiang, the red-haired girl replied. Her arms and neck bore numerous bite marks. One could easily imagine the horrific sight concealed beneath her tattered clothing. There were not only bite marks, but also whip scars, bloodstains, and various bruises. It was evident what torment the ninjas of the Grass Village had inflicted upon her. He recalled that in the original story, Kei-Rin's mother had perished after having her chakra drained by the ninjas of Grass Village. To his astonishment, Jun had not even reached the city of Kato when he encountered a girl from the Uzumaki clan on the outskirts of Grass Village. Could this girl possibly be Kei-Rin's mother? Do you have any other family members? Jin inquired. Saixiang's expression dimmed. My mother was bitten to death by them. Is that so? I am a ninja from Konoha. Would you be willing to return to Konoha with me? Jin offered. Saixiang's demeanor brightened slightly. If I return to Konoha, will there be anyone who would bite me to death like they did to my mother? No. In Konoha, there are 2 of your clan members. You will surely get along splendidly, Jin reassured her. Really? Saixiang's question was somewhat redundant, for she could sense that Jun harbored no ill intentions toward her. Yes. Jin nodded and then summoned 3 shadow clones. It has been quite some time since I utilized ordinary shadow clones. How rare. Indeed. Usually we are treated as explosive bombs, relentlessly filled with lightning release. I concur. The 3 shadow clones chattered incessantly, and Jun, growing impatient, waved his hand. Enough with the chatter. I shall now assign tasks. You 3 will be known as Biao Jun, Jie Jun, and Mao Jun. Mao Jun will negotiate with the daimyo. Jie Jun will scout Kato City, maintaining communication at all times. and Biao Zhen will escort this child back to Konoha and entrust her to Tsunade. While we attend to our duties, what shall I do? Mao Zhen inquired. As for me, I shall rest here and await news, Zhen replied. Ahaha. While we toil, the main body sits here in comfort. How delightful. Jie Zhen scoffed with a mix of anger and laughter. Zhen, unfazed, remarked, I am the main body, wielding the power of life and death. Did you not hear that one strategizes from within the tent and decides victory from 1,000 miles away? Jie and Mao, you must not speak too freely. Biao Zhen interjected. Humph. Though Jie Zhen and Mao Zhen were reluctant, they had no choice but to comply with the orders. Sai Xiang gazed in astonishment at the three Zhens that had appeared before her, somewhat taken aback. The grass village truly did not possess such high-level ninjutsu. Simultaneously, she felt a flicker of hope that perhaps she could escape from this hell. Well then, I shall take my leave. Be careful, main body. Biao Zhen announced as he led Sai Xiang and opened a spatial passageway to enter. I must ask, main body, why did Sarutobi, that old man, instruct you to reinforce the seal of the Paradise Box? Why does he not seize the Paradise Box for himself? Mao Zhen questioned. For the sake of balance, Zhen replied. Mao Zhen curled his lip. Balance? Now, the strength of Konoha is unparalleled. A direct onslaught would suffice. Seizing the opportunity while the old Madara is not at his peak, you currently stand as the strongest of this season. Proceed to conquer and achieve unification. Yet, I pondered, and then, what follows? Indeed, after the conquest, what remains is a shattered world. How shall we contend with extraterrestrial threats? Looking at him, I remarked, the ninja world is vastly different from our homeland. Although the nations share a semblance of language, their geographical landscapes, economic conditions, and cultural ideologies have never intertwined, lacking the very soil conducive to true unification. Should we force a union, we would only incite relentless resistance from all nations. Consequently, Konoha would find itself ensnared in an unending cycle of quelling rebellions. It seems plausible, my companion contemplated. Thus, the path of Senju Hashirama is indeed the correct one? I replied, the direction is somewhat accurate. However, it has deviated in terms of institutional development, veering towards excessive conservatism. Upon my ascension to Hokage, I intend to establish a sovereign akin to the Zhou dynasty, fostering a nominal unification within the ninja realm. Subsequently, under this overlord's aegis, I shall propagate my enhanced will of fire to other nations. Economically, we shall bolster trade relations with neighboring countries from the land of fire, and invite young ninjas from other villages to study in Konoha, absorbing its advanced systems and culture, nay, its ninjutsu. This path, though time-consuming, appears remarkably prudent. My companion nodded in agreement. I chuckled. It is easy to conquer a mountain, yet challenging to conquer the hearts and minds of people. Achieving a superficial peace through force is not difficult. The true challenge lies in fostering genuine acceptance of this peace among the populace, or at the very least, ensuring their lack of opposition. Sarutobi Hiruzen aspires to tread this very path. Pursuing this route necessitates the utmost preservation of the current delicate balance within the ninja world. The Paradise Box is one of the 6 paths treasures, imbued with formidable power. Should the other 4 nations seize it, the balance would undoubtedly be disrupted, jeopardizing his plans. As for Konoha acquiring the Paradise Box, it would similarly provoke hostility from other nations. After all, Konoha already boasts the strongest power, along with the mightiest tailed beast. The 9 Tails, what intentions lie behind seizing the Paradise Box? Bear in mind, the approach of America, with its military presence and propensity for conflict, is inadvisable. When we traverse dimensions, how far had America fallen? Understood, my companion affirmed. Chapter 125. A flourishing vitality and the strife of all things. In the village of grass. At the city of the ghost lights, lightning release, thunderblade. Earth release, earth-shattering palm. Boom. 2 figures intertwined. A ninja clad in red flung backward. Anoki's son, Lus, was engaged in battle with the Jonin Troy from the Cloud Village. However, due to the nature of their abilities, Lus found himself at a disadvantage. The enmity between the Cloud and Rock villages runs deep, with a long-standing grudge. While they both harbor disdain for Konoha, they are even more eager for each other's demise. When I, Jigen, arrived, I beheld the 2 fervently exchanging blows. Initially intending to reveal myself, I instead chose a treetop to recline upon. Watching the battle below with keen interest, the ninjas of the Cloud and Rock villages have made their appearance. leaving one to wonder whether the sand and mist villages will send their own forces. Ah, how amusing. Let me join in. 3 ninjas from the mist have emerged. The legendary 3 treasures. No, rather, they are the famed 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, Suigetsu Hozuki, Kirigakure's very own Jinchuriki, and the formidable CHJR. What began as a duel between 2 quickly escalated into a chaotic 3-way battle. The 3 treasures, leveraging their numerical superiority, simultaneously restrained both Lus and Troy. How infuriating. Why have the Mist Ninjas also arrived? There lies the Fire Country between us. Isn't the Fire Country engaged in negotiations? Surely the defenses of Konoha must be heightened. Though the situation was dire, Lus could not resist a retort. Humph, how could Konoha possibly impede me? We circumvented the sea, ha ha ha. Suigetsu brandished his sword, laughing maniacally. Madmen, absolute lunatics. Troy could not help but scoff inwardly. Although they do not share a border with the land of grass, they had allies aplenty along the way, having borrowed passage from various friends. How foolish of the Mist's 3 brilliant minds to take that convoluted route across the sea. Humph. How could we Sand Village ninjas be absent from this? Scorch release, vaporization. Boom. The Sand Village's Rashi and Yakumo arrived at the battlefield, joining the fray without hesitation. The surrounding trees bore witness to the chaos, and even Kizan was left speechless. Didn't they agree to exchange words? The 4 great ninja villages clashed fiercely, each refusing to yield. Do not underestimate the samurai of the Iron Country, you scoundrels. The peace of the ninja world is guarded by us. The young Mitsuba, accompanied by his samurai troops, rushed to the scene, further intensifying the conflict. In an instant, a flurry of blades and various jutsu filled the air. Just how many nations had the daimyo of the grass village sent out distress signals to? Uchiha Shana stood atop the walls of the Hozuki castle, observing the pandemonium outside, and could not help but comment. None among this chaotic melee truly sought to aid the grass village in sealing the box of bliss. They were all here for their own gain. Suddenly, Uchiha Shana sensed something amiss. Where were the Konoha ninjas? If anyone in the entire ninja world harbored a genuine desire to seal the box of bliss, it could only be Konoha. While Konoha currently had no need for the box, they certainly did not wish for others to possess it either, making them the only ones potentially sincere in their intent to seal it. Everyone else, without exception, was here to seize the box for themselves. Uchiha Shana searched for the presence of Konoha ninjas, while Kizan awaited Shana's emergence. With his perceptive abilities, he had a firm grasp on the movements throughout Hozuki Castle, including Shana's presence. His reluctance to reveal himself was simply a strategy to counter Shana's eventual appearance. Notably, he sensed that Shana's chakra had significantly strengthened since their last encounter, a transformation that was striking. It seemed that during their lengthy separation, old Madara had generously bestowed upon him the white Zetsu essence. Shana was almost taking on the form of white Zetsu himself. Fortunately, Uchiha Obito was also teaching him the intricacies of En release. As the shadowy retreat intensified, it effectively countered the assimilation of white absolute. In that fleeting moment, what should you do next? Shinya's lips curled into a subtle smile, eagerly anticipating Shana's decisive action. The ninjas of Konoha displayed remarkable composure. Could it be you, Shinya? Uchiha Shana was convinced that the Konoha forces must have arrived, though they remained concealed for the time being. His instincts suggested that it might indeed be Shinya. Observing the chaotic melee below, Uchiha Shana had initially intended to bide his time as they continued their clash. However, the number of arrivals swelled, particularly with reinforcements from Awagakure and Kumogakure arriving in succession. Outside the city, a vibrant realm of burgeoning life unfolded. The turmoil beyond the city walls hindered his ability to delve into his research on sealing techniques, and more crucially, the variables were multiplying. Should the elite forces of the 4 great nations be provoked, the consequences could be dire. At his current strength, he harbored no fear of their elite combatants. Barring the presence of Hiruzen Sarutobi or Inoki in person, even the 3rd Raikage would pose no insurmountable challenge. Only Inoki and Sarutobi evoked a sense of caution within him. He had witnessed firsthand the devastating power of Inoki's dust release and Sarutobi's sweeping staff. His reluctance to allow their chaos to continue stemmed from the fear of disrupting Madara's grand design with the emergence of high-level threats. With these thoughts, he dared not delay further. He leaped from the city wall, swiftly forming hand seals. Fire release, fire impact. He then waved his hands rapidly. unleashing a barrage of fireballs that hurtled towards the ninjas like meteors. From a distance, they appeared as mere fireballs, but as they approached, the ninjas discerned that they bore the distinct shape of hands. Upon striking the ground, these fireballs detonated with tremendous force. Countless fireballs rained down, creating shockwaves that sent the combatants flying. Weaker ninjas were incinerated on the spot. The battlefield ignited, engulfed in flames. Amidst the roaring inferno, K-Ri erected an earthen wall to shield himself, the ninjas behind him, as well as our Shah from Sunagakure and Yakura. "Thank you." Yakura expressed his gratitude to K-Ri. K-Ri replied nonchalantly, "No need for thanks. It seems we now share a common enemy. You two possess commendable strength. Preserving you enhances our odds." True to his lineage as Inoki's son, K-Ri had initially acted recklessly, but upon regaining his composure, he swiftly assessed the situation. The enemy was no longer the ninjas from other nations, but the assailants before them. Hence, he promptly activated his earth release to protect his ninjas, as well as the nearest Yakura and our Shah. Meanwhile, Troy evaded the fireballs and explosions with the agility afforded by his ninja body technique. The auspicious trio, well-versed in water release, naturally managed to safeguard themselves. However, the samurai from the Land of Iron were not as fortunate. Aside from Mitsuba, who remained unharmed, the majority of the others suffered heavy casualties. As they looked up amidst the ruins, they beheld a robed figure with a swirling mask gazing down upon them. "How grotesque! Ninjas," Uchiha Shana remarked with an unflinching tone, his voice devoid of emotion. Chapter 126. The Strengthening of Uchiha Shana. "Who are you?" roared Suigao of the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish. Uchiha Shana remained silent, descending from the city wall to approach the ninjas. Under the advantage of ninjutsu, this group of ninjas was surprisingly intimidated by Uchiha Shana alone. Utterly useless. Kijun observed the ninjas and warriors from a branch, exclaiming helplessly, "What are you afraid of? Why don't you dare to confront him? Charge at him. What is there to fear?" Yet, he realized that Shana was merely a shadow clone, and he lacked confidence in overcoming Uchiha Shana, primarily due to the astonishing amount of yang-released chakra within her, which left him uncertain. Thus, he promptly opened a spatial portal to contact Shinya. "Yes, I am aware of the situation." Shinya stepped through the portal, nodding. "I leave this to you." With that, Kijun dispelled his shadow clone. At that moment, Shinya's chakra had recovered from a quarter to a third of its capacity. "I suppose I need to find time to enhance the shadow clone technique," he mused. The characteristic of evenly distributing chakra offers significant advantages in combat, as there are no tangible means to discern a shadow clone from the original. Only those with extensive experience can differentiate between them. To what extent can a shadow clone deceive? Even the eyes of the Tsutsuki clan cannot penetrate the illusion of shadow clones. The essence of ninjutsu ultimately lies in chakra. As long as the chakra remains unaltered, it can deceive the naked eye. However, such techniques reveal limitations when it comes to intelligence gathering. Utilizing evenly split chakra solely for negotiations and reconnaissance is a waste. Therefore, upon returning, Shinya planned to explore the development of creating shadow clones using a minimal amount of chakra. In the midst of his thoughts, news arrived from Biao Shinya, indicating that Saixiang had been safely delivered to Konoha and was now in Tsunade's care, who was taking her to meet Nagato and Kushina. This technique proved remarkably useful. It would save considerable time on future journeys. With a thought, he dispelled Biao Shinya, restoring Shinya's chakra to half its full capacity. "That should suffice," he nodded, then turned his gaze toward the battlefield below. At this moment, Troy of the Cloud Village could no longer contain himself. He activated his lightning-released chakra mode and swiftly maneuvered to Uchiha Shana's rear. Boom. In the next instant, Troy found himself bewildered, having been kicked away by Uchiha Shana. Earth release, earth flow river. Huang Tu advanced a few steps, slamming his hands onto the ground. The soil erupted violently, engulfing Uchiha Shana in a torrent akin to a mudslide. Scorch release, heat waves. Yetsong immediately made his move, hurling his scorch release chakra directly at Uchiha Shana's position. Water release, water barrier. Without hesitation, Wooly Shun Hachi charged forth, wielding his explosive blade splash, as countless explosive tags seemingly materialized from thin air, directed toward Uchiha Shana's location. The intense explosion caused the ground to tremble violently. As the Watermelon Mountain's pufferfish swiftly formed hand seals, torrents of water engulfed Uchiha Shana. Water release, water dragon bullet. He exclaimed, as he transformed his seals, summoning a dragon of water that surged forth, clamping onto Uchiha Shana and driving him towards the ground. Golden Sand Burial. Countless grains of golden sand, manipulated by Rasha, emerged to ensconce Uchiha Shana, forming a pyramid of shimmering sand. Boom! Before the ninja could catch their breath, a cerulean arm burst forth from the pyramid. With a mighty strike, Rasha's golden sand burial was utterly shattered. Uchiha Shana found himself encased within a colossal figure of chakra. Unharmed. How is this possible? Gasped the gathered shinobi in astonishment. That was Uchiha Susanoo, exclaimed Huangtu in disbelief. What? The Uchihas? Could this be a ploy by Konoha? A surge of anger coursed through him. I knew it. Konoha must have lured us here with the paradise box to annihilate us. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Are you suggesting we could be so foolish as to fall for Konoha's scheme? Uchiha Shana sighed, deactivating his Susanoo. It seemed he had been unnerved by the earlier confrontation, consistently misjudging the strength of the ninja. Meanwhile, the battered Troy rose from the rubble. TCH, whether you are from Konoha or the Uchiha, stay out of our affairs. Troy's eyes blazed with fury as he charged toward Uchiha Shana, crackling with lightning. However, in the midst of his sprint, Uchiha Shana's figure suddenly vanished. Bang! By the time Troy regained his senses, Uchiha Shana had already appeared before him, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen. The sheer force of the blow shattered Troy's lightning armor, nearly causing him to expel his innards. Yet, Troy, resolute in spirit, endured the excruciating pain and retaliated with a punch aimed at Uchiha Shana. Uchiha grasped Troy's fist, igniting his other hand. Fire release, flame strike. Boom. Troy was hurled back by the flames, crashing into the debris once more, engulfed by the ensuing explosion. Shinya observed Uchiha Shana's display, his brow furrowing in concern. Uchiha Shana seems to have unlocked an extraordinary potential. He is older than even Sarutobi, and one would expect him to be in a state of decline by now. Yet, the current Uchiha Shana was a far cry from the man Shinya had first encountered. Their disparity in strength was monumental. Shinya surmised that Uchiha Shana's current prowess was likely comparable to his own peak form. However, his combat style remained painfully straightforward, revealing numerous vulnerabilities in Shinya's eyes. His ability to dominate these shinobi stemmed purely from the oppressive powers of the Sharingan and his significantly superior foundational strength. In simpler terms, it was akin to bullying the weak. Struck by the force of the blow, Troy coughed up blood, his body charred and grievously injured, effectively rendered incapable of continuing the fight. Lord Troy, a few of the Cloud Village ninja, witnessing their superior's defeat, erupted with fury and prepared to charge forward. Boom! A wall of earth rose instantaneously before them, inciting their wrath even further. Boom! Before they could voice their curses, several fireballs shattered the earthen wall. The flying debris forced them to roll and dodge, leaving them in a state of disarray. Fools, charging in like that is merely courting death, Huangtu remarked gravely. Uchiha Shana was somewhat taken aback. Had he truly saved his sworn enemy, the hidden cloud? It seemed fitting, coming from the son of Inoki. I appreciate the compliment, but it appears you are well acquainted with us. However, we know nothing about you, which seems rather unfair, Huangtu responded. As Uchiha Shana began forming hand seals, he retorted, You need not know. Flames ignited anew in his hands, aimed squarely at the ninjas. This time, I shall show no mercy. Huangtu's pupils constricted. Even without directly feeling it, he sensed the heat emanating from his opponent's hands. Undoubtedly, contact would result in severe injury, if not death. He swallowed hard, focusing intently, refusing to let his guard down. The other ninjas mirrored his state, having already witnessed Uchiha Shana's formidable power. Suddenly, blood splattered. What is happening? The ninjas were stunned by the abrupt turn of events, and Uchiha Shana was equally taken aback. He looked down to find a blade protruding from his chest, blood slowly seeping from the corner of his mouth. Turning his head, he beheld a familiar face. Uchiha Mako. Uchiha Shana gritted his teeth, uttering the name that haunted him. Mako grinned, his expression tinged with malice and excitement. Well, you old fool. Chapter 127. The Ninja Alliance that arrived early. Wood release. Cutting technique. Boom. A multitude of wooden spikes erupted from Uchiha Shana's body, compelling Mako to withdraw with his sword drawn. Seizing the moment, Mako leaped to Troy's side, pulling him out and placing his hand on his abdomen. Medical ninjutsu activated, temporarily preserving his life. Uchiha Shana pressed a hand to his wound. his expression grave. The wound has been sliced open with wind-release chakra, and thunder-release chakra has been attached to it, disrupting White Zetsu's healing capabilities and slowing recovery. This little brat, Uchiha Mako. Huang Tu observed Mako, his gaze complex. Despite Mako's numerous schemes against him and the hidden stone, Huang Tu harbored no significant resentment. Rather, he felt a tinge of admiration for someone younger than himself, a member of the Uchiha clan, who had managed to outpace him considerably. Lightning Flash Mako? Raza and Yakura exchanged fearful glances at Mako's presence. He had nearly exterminated an entire generation of Sunagakure, becoming a psychological shadow for the village's ninjas, especially for Granny Chio, who reportedly woke from nightmares screaming to kill Mako. Many parents in Sunagakure used Mako's tales to frighten their children into sleeping well at night. He was the epitome of a figure that could silence a child's cries. Though Yakura and Raza were the cream of the new generation in Sunagakure, they felt a twinge of trepidation when confronted with someone like Mako, who seemed to belong only in terrifying stories. Cough, cough, cough. At that moment, Troy regained consciousness, spitting out several mouthfuls of blood. Suddenly, he realized the truth beside him. He was one of the ninjas who accompanied the third Raikage to the peace talks in Konoha. And naturally, he had witnessed the confrontation between Shinya and the third Raikage. Although their encounter was merely a test of strength, it was sufficient to leave him astonished by Jinya's prowess. Now, with several years having passed, it was likely that Jinya's abilities had grown significantly stronger. Do not regard me with such disdain. At least for now, the Hidden Leaf and the Hidden Cloud are nominal allies. While I cannot predict when your esteemed Raikage may choose to breach our agreement, rest assured, I shall not stand idly by and watch an ally perish before the true conflict arises. Alas, such is the burden of my benevolent heart, Shinya teased. Troy had initially intended to make a sarcastic remark, but upon reflection, he realized that Shinya had not, in fact, claimed many lives among the Cloud Ninjas. In truth, aside from the Sand Village, which had suffered due to the disruption of peace talks between Konoha and the Rain Village, resulting in a breach instigated by Shinya, the other three great nations had seen little bloodshed at his hands. Even the Mist Village, owing to its isolationist policies, had never engaged in battle with Shinya's forces. As for the Cloud Village, it was worth noting that Barubi had led a contingent of 20 ninjas into the Land of Fire to capture Kushina. Those 20 ninjas had been swiftly dealt with by Daohong. Thus the blame could hardly be laid at Jinya's feet. Though Barubi had lost a hand and was unable to harness the Eight Tails chakra due to reinforced seals, the conflict between Jinya's elemental seals and Barubi's iron seal had left the latter's chakra in disarray, rendering him difficult to control. Additionally, Barubi's minor internal injuries compounded the issue, significantly diminishing his strength. The third Raikage had even refrained from assigning him any tasks. Ultimately, however, it must be said that Shinya had spared his life. Is this scene a prelude to the Fourth Great Ninja War? Shinya quipped, glancing at Uchiha Shana, who was clutching his wound. The fourth? Should it not be the third? Troy retorted. Jinya's expression darkened. Silence. He then increased the output of chakra to Troy's healing, nearly causing him to cough up a lung. With a casual flick, Shinya tossed Troy aside, as if he were refuse. Lord Troy. The Cloud Ninjas rushed forward. Troy grimaced. How infuriating. Just as he contemplated a scathing remark, he remembered that Shinya had indeed saved his life, and thus he begrudgingly fell silent. Shinya, what brings you here? Yao Tu inquired, eyeing him intently. Shinya smiled. Surely. I am here to assist the Land of Grass in sealing the box of ultimate bliss. Do you truly think I would attempt to seize it for myself? After all, Konoha is one of the 5 great ninja villages. We would never stoop to such despicable acts of opportunism. His words left the gathered ninjas and warriors of the Iron Country somewhat sheepish, for they all understood the true nature of their mission. Very well, since our objectives align, let us cooperate, Yao Tu stated, maintaining his composure. This masked man is formidable. Together, we shall defeat him. Shinya glanced at Uchiha Shana. I have no objections. At this moment, Uchiha Shana's wounds had fully healed, leaving him somewhat speechless. Is it truly acceptable for you to conspire so audibly before me? Then, Earth style, Earth flow city wall. With a firm clap of his hands upon the ground, the terrain surrounding Uchiha Shana began to twist uncontrollably. Cracks erupted continuously, and the earth rose ominously. This forced Uchiha Shana to evade and search for stable footing. Just moments ago, he had held a dismissive view of Huang Tu's ninjutsu, believing it would be an effortless task to eliminate them. However, The situation had changed. Shinya was now present. Even if Shinya merely stood by without intervening, Uchiha Shana had to remain vigilant against him. After all, if Shinya chose to act and Shana failed to evade, it could lead to severe injuries or even instant death. Ahaha, how infuriating. Woolly Shinba brandished his explosive sword, sending forth numerous explosive tags that constricted Uchiha Shana's escape options. My Lord Troy, your injuries are of no concern. How could we disgrace Yunin at such a moment? Follow me. Troy, gathering his strength despite his injuries, activated his lightning release chakra mode. Let's go, Yetsong. Upon witnessing this, Luosha felt a surge of fervor and shouted loudly. Yetsong nodded and followed suit. TCH, these pesky ants are truly bothersome. Uchiha Shana felt a wave of impatience. Shinya stood not far behind him, and he could not afford to focus entirely on these ninjas. After kicking away two approaching warriors, he narrowly dodged Yetsong's steam attack. Boom. He then unleashed a palm strike, neutralizing Troy's full-force punch in lightning mode. Earth-style, rock fist. With his right hand enveloped in earth, he approached Uchiha Shana. Subsequently, his left hand began forming hand seals once more. Single-handed seals? Uchiha Shana was somewhat astonished by Huangtu's prowess. Indeed, among these ninjas, Huangtu's overall strength was notably superior. Earth-style, heavy rock technique. Boom. He threw a punch with all his might. The force of this strike surpassed all the ninjutsu exhibited by those present. The mere wind generated by the punch caused the ground beneath to collapse. The surrounding ninjas struggled to maintain their footing amidst the tremors. Did it succeed? Troy inquired. Suddenly, the expressions of the crowd shifted. A blue skeletal frame emerged, enveloping Uchiha Shana within. Huangtu's fearsome punch was effortlessly blocked by the skeleton. Children, the farce ends here. Chapter 128. Shinya. A technique worth utilizing. Uchiha Shana's tone was laden with impatience and a hint of fury. The fact that he had been cornered to this extent by a group of youngsters was an affront to his pride as a member of the Uchiha clan. If he did not activate Susanoo, it would be one thing, but once he did, he would have to annihilate them all, otherwise. He was unworthy to be a follower of Madara. With this thought, Uchiha Shana's mind stirred. Resolute, he unleashed his complete body Susanoo. A colossal figure, approximately 100 meters tall, clad in armor, arose from the earth. Hey, what a joke. How is it even possible to win? The sight of the towering giant, standing 100 meters high, filled the ninjas with a sense of despair. Even Huangtu, who had initially displayed unwavering fighting spirit, began to waver. The disparity in power was insurmountable, rendering any tactical plan utterly futile. At that moment, Shinya took action, slamming his hands onto the ground, causing the earth beneath the feet of Susanoo to transform into a treacherous swamp. Uchiha Shana stumbled as he sank into the mire, the sludge enveloping him up to his knees. What? Shinya? A surge of alarm coursed through Uchiha Shana's heart as he turned to look. He beheld Shinya's right hand, where 5 shurikens spun with incredible velocity. As they whirled, 4 of the blades became entwined with wind chakra, the sound of slicing air piercing and jarring. Cutting through once more, it was this technique again. The memory of Shinya utilizing this very move to breach his Susanoo's defenses lingered ominously in Uchiha Shana's mind. Then, he noticed the shurikens igniting with crimson flames. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. Merely a display of cleverness. As he observed the 5 ignited shurikens encircling him from all directions, Uchiha Shana felt a wave of disdain wash over him. Yet, at that moment, Shinya clapped his hands again. Shuriken shadow clone technique. Bang! In an instant, the 5 blazing shurikens multiplied into hundreds, surrounding Uchiha Shana from all angles, rendering escape impossible. Wood release, wood pillar wall. Susanoo vanished in an instant, replaced by a row of bent wooden pillars that shielded Uchiha Shana. Shinya lunged forward, his feet imbued with wind blades as he aimed a kick at Uchiha Shana. The wind blade sliced through the wooden pillar wall, hurtling toward Uchiha Shana. Raising his hands to defend, the collision of their bodies generated a tremendous gust of wind, sending several nearby ninjas flying. Huangtu, still under the effects of the heavy rock technique, struggled to maintain his footing, but he too was pushed back. He realized that the level of this battle was beyond what the ninjas present could intervene in. Aside from himself, who could barely protect himself at close range, it was nearly impossible for anyone else to approach. Bang bang. The sounds of explosions echoed as Huangtu turned toward the noise, witnessing Shinya and Uchiha Shana locked in fierce combat. Sparks erupted from Shinya's fingertips, and Huangtu barely caught sight of fireballs the size of jujubes whizzing past Uchiha Shana's hair, only to pierce through the city wall. He had no doubt that had he been struck by such a fireball, it would have surely pierced through him. At that moment, Uchiha Shana felt an overwhelming urgency. Though he had grown significantly stronger, the power of White Zetsu had elevated his foundational abilities to an extraordinarily alarming level. The gap between him and Shinya had diminished compared to before. However, even so, the battle against Shinya left him thoroughly exhausted. In close quarters, Shinya would unleash small-scale ninjutsu like fire release, fire meteor up close. Yet, if he were to create distance, Uchiha Shana dared not face the immense might of Shinya's techniques head-on. Unless he could seize the initiative and release his ninjutsu first, he remained at a disadvantage. Most of Shinya's ninjutsu is instantaneous, which is quite sinister. What does instantaneous ninjutsu entail? Even Senju Hashirama must clap his hands to release his techniques. Shinya, however, seems to rely entirely on his mood. When in high spirits, he claps his hands as a sign of respect. When displeased or exhilarated, he merely raises his hand and throws without any preliminary movement. This leaves Uchiha Shana in a passive position, struggling to keep up. Bang! At last, Shinya seizes upon a flaw in Uchiha Shana's defense and sends him flying. Uchiha Shana crashes into a section of the city wall, becoming entombed in the rubble. Perish! Shinya, now in a euphoric state, punches into the wall. Cracks quickly spread across the structure, which then shatters. Shinya lifts a chunk of the wall and leaps high, aiming to crush Uchiha Shana beneath it. Watching from a distance, Huangtu and the others are left dumbfounded. Can this even be called a ninja battle? Boom! Uchiha Shana bursts forth from the ruins, leaping toward the descending wall. With rapid swings of his fists, he shatters the wall entirely. Ha! Did you see that, Shinya? This is my power. Uchiha Shana displays a manic grin, shouting toward Shinya. He senses the transformation in his own body, continuously adapting to the strength of White Zetsu. Although he has remained on the defensive throughout his battle with Shinya, the once unwieldy power is becoming increasingly manageable. Even if you are a genius, your strength is merely a product of your own training, hollow and insubstantial. My power, Uchiha Shana-S, is derived from Madara's infusion of White Zetsu, and the distinction is evident. Yet Shinya offers no opportunity for Uchiha Shana. As he shatters the wall, Shinya is already upon him. Boom! A fist strikes out, and Uchiha Shana quickly shields his head with his arms, absorbing the blow. The ground beneath them erupts, soil and stones flying outward. Ugh! Damn it! Uchiha Shana feels pain coursing through his arm, confusion swirling within him. How could this be? Why does Shinya's strength surpass his own? The overwhelming force drives him back, and after several steps, he barely stabilizes himself. Suddenly, he realizes that a black rod has pierced his shoulder. Alarmed, Uchiha Shana attempts to retreat. However, with a swift motion, Shinya drives rods through his limbs and ribs. Shinya gestures, recalling the sensation from earlier, and nods in satisfaction. Sasuke's assessment of the technique is quite objective. Its abilities are straightforward, lacking any frivolity, but remarkably effective. Compared to the ostentatious techniques of the Otsutsuki trio, it may not appear as formidable, yet the abilities synergize well, making it challenging for opponents to devise targeted strategies based on their knowledge. Coupled with the formidable physical prowess of the technique, it is difficult for anyone to overpower him through sheer numbers. Moreover, the black rods are a product of yin-yang release, which Shinya can now manipulate, shrinking them to the size of granules, rendering them undetectable even if they strike the opponent. Then, by restoring the black stick to its original form, one can directly inflict severe injuries upon the enemy. Moreover, this ability is quite compatible with the powers of Shinya's Mangeki Sharingan. Shinya can manipulate the size of Susanoo at will, and can even allow Susanoo to act independently. The capabilities of Ishur might potentially work in tandem with Susanoo. Although Shinya can currently suppress Uchiha Shana entirely, Shana has managed to tear the black stick from his body, and the wound quickly healed. It is unfortunate that you cannot kill me, Uchiha Shana remarked with a cold smile. Shinya frowned. White Zetsu is a product of Hashirama's cells. It is indeed quite challenging to kill someone like Uchiha Shana, who has absorbed a significant amount of White Zetsu and has begun to be assimilated by it. The high purity of Yang release chakra grants him extraordinary vitality and an almost inexhaustible supply of Sharingan ocular power. How high is the purity of Hashirama's yang release? Let us say that even after many years since Hashirama's death, his cells still possess vitality. In terms of life force, Hashirama may even surpass his previous incarnation, Otsutsuki Ashura. With this thought, a slight smile appeared on Jinya's lips. Although White Zetsu is a product of Hashirama, he is not the first Hokage himself. He merely possesses Hashirama's vitality, not his combat prowess. While Shinya may not be able to kill Uchiha Shana, sealing him is certainly an option. Chapter 129, The Box of Ultimate Bliss, open. The two had been battling for merely a few minutes, yet at least 3/4 of the remaining parts of the Ghost Lantern City had already been demolished by their conflict. If faced with either of these two alone, one would likely withstand not even a single strike. The ninjas and samurais present, be it Huangtu, Troy, or Luosha, shared this sentiment. Although the masked man's strength is formidable, his true allegiance remains uncertain. What truly instills fear and trepidation in them is Jinya's power and stance. Such a potent ninja hails from Konoha. Could Konoha truly be on the verge of upheaval? If they were to discover that Shinya also had a shadow clone negotiating in the daimyo's mansion in the Land of Grass, one wonders how they would react. Meanwhile, as Shinya fought Uchiha Shana, he pondered how to deal with him. Killing him posed a significant challenge due to White Zetsu's attachment, but sealing him remains a viable option. The dilemma lies in whether eliminating him would yield greater benefits or whether it would be more advantageous to keep him alive. Uchiha Shana currently embodies the image of a troublemaker in the ninja world. Wherever there is turmoil, his shadow is undoubtedly present. In fact, he could be utilized to compel the major nations of the ninja world to unite. However, with the formidable Obito behind him, his strength has escalated rather rapidly. Under the leadership of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Konoha has always presented itself as the dominant force in the ninja world. Perhaps due to Hiruzen's own character, Konoha's methods often carry a flavor of pacifism. In simpler terms, if a problem can be resolved without resorting to violence, it should be. From the perspective of those in power, this mindset is not without merit. The Land of Fire, where Konoha is situated, boasts the most abundant natural conditions and resources in the ninja world. For both the Land of Fire and Konoha, the cost-effectiveness of external expansion is exceedingly low. If one were to forcibly unify the ninja world through military might, as Uchiha Madara did in the original story, it is uncertain whether such unification would provoke severe backlash. Moreover, in many regions of the ninja world, the expenses incurred would far exceed the value of the rewards, rendering the endeavor utterly unworthy. It is said that the Land of Earth is home to legends of stone rain, and while its natural environment is somewhat superior to that of the Land of Wind, it frequently faces the wrath of nature. Consequently, the Hokage throughout the ages and the feudal lord of the Land of Fire have shown little inclination towards expansion. Even the ninjas and civilians of Konoha display little interest in seizing resources from other nations. Their fervor for battle ignites only when the protection of their homeland is at stake. This understanding of the circumstances across nations, coupled with an awareness of the overall atmosphere in Konoha, has led to the abandonment of military unification as a viable option, too costly, with insufficient returns. Thus, expanding Konoha's influence emerges as a commendable alternative. Uchiha Shana, indeed, proves to be an excellent pawn. Sealing technique, Mage. What? Uchiha Shana gasped, witnessing the sudden activation of the Sharingan by Shinya. At this juncture, it was too late for him to shut his eyes or avert his gaze. Shinya's strategy was exceedingly cunning, concealing all his trump cards. Typically, Uchiha clan members would activate their eyes from the outset, combining fire release techniques and shuriken. Those equipped with the Mangeki Sharingan would, after several exchanges, inevitably employ their abilities. Yet Shinya refrained, maintaining a constant state of combat until, unexpectedly, he unleashed a surprise attack. Combat possesses its own rhythm. As Uchiha Shana became attuned to the tempo of Shinya's regular tactics, the sudden deployment of a couple of hidden cards caught him off guard, thrusting him into a defensive position. Furthermore, the Mage sealing technique was specifically designed to counter the Uchiha, leaving Shana with no time to react. At that moment, Shana's chakra began to coalesce inward, as if sealed away, with no trace of leakage. "I have sealed your chakra," Shinya remarked with a faint smile. "Damn it." Uchiha Shana seethed, glaring at Shinya. Suddenly, from within the crowd, Rasha sprang into action, charging towards Uchiha Shana. Shinya's previous statement had been loud enough for him to hear. Secret technique, sand gold. Boom. Before the hand signs could be completed, Uchiha Shana dashed forward, delivering a palm strike that sent Rasha crashing into the ground. TCH. Uchiha Shana realized that despite his strike not incapacitating Rasha, nor even inflicting serious injury, his chances of victory today were dwindling. Six Harmony's fist, flying bear, roar. The force of the punch, accompanied by a howling wind, collided with Uchiha Shana. Bang! Uchiha Shana instantly coughed up blood and was sent flying backward. You fell for it. Shinya, this is my escape route. I have won this contest of wits. Does this place look familiar to you? As Uchiha Shana landed near the box of bliss, just within reach of the sealing technique, he caught Jinya's bewildered gaze. He chuckled and laughed maniacally as Uchiha Shana began to shed a multitude of white zetsu, which surged into the paradise box. Oh no, the paradise box. Huang Tu's expression changed drastically, and he rushed forward. However, Zheng Yi directly blocked his path. Zheng Yi. Huang Tu was puzzled by Zheng Yi's actions. Zheng Yi smiled and said, Huang Tu, you have yet to witness the power of the paradise box. Yet you expend so much effort to obtain it? Don't you wish to see what kind of power this legendary artifact left by the Sage of Six Paths possesses? Huang Tu's lips twitched. Even in their normal state, he and Uchiha Shana together could not overcome it. Now, if he were to unlock the seal of the paradise box, the situation would spiral even further out of control. At that point, whether he could preserve his life was uncertain. As vast quantities of white zetsu flowed into the paradise box, the seal began to loosen, and the entire city of Ghost Lantern trembled. The chakra within Uchiha Shana grew weaker, and the pallor of his skin regained a hint of color. Yet, even so, the chakra within him remained terrifying. Zheng Yi observed, his eyes twitching. How much white zetsu did this require? To say that Uchiha Shana was indeed formidable, he seemed unafraid of being assimilated by the white zetsu. It was known that the experiments involving Hashirama cells in Konoha had only recently been halted, and many of the Senju clan ninjas experienced significant rejection after receiving Hashirama cells. The consequences ranged from chaotic chakra, leading to diminished strength, to sudden death. Conversely, Rope Tree, the Senju clan's young heir who had not received Hashirama cells, made remarkable progress in the development of wood release. Especially as the wood release advanced, Rope Tree's proficiency in yang release also grew, with his mastery over the two elemental transformations becoming exceedingly pure. If even the members of the Senju clan could not withstand the corruption and assimilation of Hashirama cells, how could this Uchiha clan member endure? Could it be that the powerful Yin release of Uchiha, stemming from Indra's bloodline, granted him an exceptional adaptability to Hashirama's cells? With a resounding boom, as the white zetsu entered, the seal of the paradise box was finally broken, and it opened. A chilling and sinister aura, more malevolent than the Uchiha's ocular power, engulfed the surroundings, causing the temperature in the entire Ghost Lantern city to plummet. The lord of the city, Wu Wei, fell to the ground, gazing at the open paradise box. It's over, everything is over. From Zheng Yi's perspective, the monstrous face of the paradise box grinned wider. Soon after, the face descended, revealing the entrance to the paradise box. At that moment, in the Pure Land, an old man sitting cross-legged and holding a staff opened his eyes. Chapter 130. The gaze of the Sage of Six Paths. The Pure Land, a crevice in time, serves as a resting place for souls. The spirits of the deceased eventually arrive here, entering slumber and awaiting rebirth. The Sage of Six Paths, Otsutsuki Yui, slowly opened his eyes. After a long period of silence, the Pure Land stirred, and light appeared around him. Countless specks of light floated nearby. These were the souls of the departed. This place was not only a resting ground for souls, but also a realm for reincarnation. After the tragic demise of his two sons, their souls found rebirth in this very realm. It seems as though fate has woven a tapestry of eternal conflict, with each reincarnation of Ashura and Indra destined for a relentless struggle unto death. Is it truly fate? Indra, you remain unwilling to let go. The tone of Otsutsuki Kagaya is tinged with a hint of resignation and sorrow. Gradually, she descended, approaching a radiant point of light. The luminescence gently swayed, transforming into the figure of a slumbering youth. Are you still unwilling to depart, Ashura? Even after your brother has committed such deeds, do you still wish to await his return? The Sage of Six Paths gazed upon the slumbering soul of his younger son, his heart a tumult of emotions. The brotherly bond between Indra and Ashura had been one of love and strife for over a millennium. Each reincarnation brought forth brutal battles, yet after every death, They awaited one another's rebirth. Time and again, Indra emerged mere months before Ashura, a pattern that remained unchanged. The sage approached the water's surface, peering into the swirling vortex. There lay the land of grass, the scene of the opening of the paradise box. Is that a descendant of Indra? The sage furrowed his brow, for this sight indeed surpassed his understanding. A descendant of Indra, flanked by ninjas from various nations, appeared poised to confront the paradise box. But no, he lacked the obsessive aura of Indra, nor did he exhibit Ashura's indecisiveness. Could it be that a union of Indra and Ashura's descendants birthed this individual? Furthermore, there lingered a hint of Otsutsuki essence about him. This elder, once a savior, now revered as a deity, found himself perplexed by the unfolding reality surrounding this youth. Whether he descended from Indra or Ashura mattered little to the sage. What truly aroused his caution was the subtle presence of Otsutsuki lineage within him. After sealing Kaguya, he and his brother, Hamura, discovered their mother's scroll, revealing the madness that drove her to sacrifice ordinary souls to the god tree, fabricating white Zetsu. Their mother hailed from an extraterrestrial race known as the Otsutsuki clan, wandering the cosmos, planting god trees upon various planets, consuming their fruits to augment their power. This fruit served as the very source of chakra energy. Kaguya had been wary of the Otsutsuki clan in the universe, particularly as the scroll mentioned a name, Otsutsuki Shurji, a being second only to their clan's gods. Their mother had never encountered him, and even those who had met members of the Otsutsuki clan were few. Yet he was indeed a legendary figure among them. The Sage of Six Paths sought to connect with the three great sanctuaries to liberate himself from the constraints of chakra. The Otsutsuki clan's power was derived from chakra, and those who wielded it within the ninja world held no significant advantage. Only by harnessing the natural energies of Earth could a breakthrough be achieved. Now, discovering the pure-blood Otsutsuki essence within this youth, the sage could not help but feel a surge of wariness. Could there still be wandering Otsutsuki in the ninja world? Then, the sage beheld as the youth's pupils transformed into a golden hue, and the surrounding natural energies began to stir restlessly. This was the sage mode of the old Master Mountain. Who exactly is this child? In the eyes of the Sage of Six Paths, the present figure of Shinya had unmistakably transformed into a grotesque amalgamation. A denizen of Earth, a descendant of Indra, and seemingly possessing the bloodline of the Ashura. He bore the essence of Otsutsuki and could enter sage mode. However, the sight of the ninjas standing resolutely alongside Shinya brought a flicker of solace to the sage's heart. After enduring countless battles over the years, he found a renewed hope for unity among this young generation. Meanwhile, in the land of grass, Shinya was acutely aware that he had captured the attention of the sage, who was primarily focused on the open paradise box. A pallid, ragged youth staggered forth from within the confines of the box. In that moment, all present were taken aback. Even Uchiha Shana appeared utterly bewildered. After the boy emerged, he cast a deliberate glance back into the box. Wugong. Without hesitation, Wu Wei rushed forward to greet the youth, who was none other than his son. Wugong, sacrificed to the paradise box 6 months prior. Indeed, Wu Wei had offered his son to the box, lured by its formidable power, believing that Wugong would be lost forever. To his astonishment, the boy had returned unscathed. Uchiha Shana, disinterested in the sentimental reunion, reached towards the paradise box, where waves of malevolent chakra surged forth to envelop him. With a resounding crash, the seal was shattered, allowing the sinister shadow chakra to intertwine with the remnants of his own white Zetsu. He could sense the gradual reclamation of control over his body, as the power of white Zetsu swiftly transformed into his own. In mere seconds, the pallor of his skin dissipated, and Uchiha Shana reverted to his former self, appearing significantly rejuvenated. Indeed, just as Lord Madara had proclaimed, although the mere fusion of yin and yang release did not grant him the powers of six paths, it replenished his vitality. Though not restored to his zenith, he felt sufficiently empowered, acknowledging the transformation within him. At that juncture, Wu Wei, gazing upon his son emerging from the box, was engulfed by a torrent of regret and sorrow. His reason seemingly abandoned as he advanced towards Wugong. "Stop!" Huang Tu swiftly intervened, seizing Wu Wei. "Release me. That is my son," Wu Wei cried out. Huang Tu retorted sharply, "Look closely. Is he truly your son?" Only then did Wu Wei regain his senses. Though overwhelmed by grief and remorse for sacrificing his son, he realized with horror how recklessly he had approached. The thought of what might have transpired had Huangtu not intervened sent a chill down his spine. You are unexpectedly tender-hearted, Shinya remarked, casting a glance at Huangtu. Huangtu released Wu Wei, responding, this is not a matter of compassion. I am here on the commission of the feudal lord of the land of grass. Ultimately, he is the lord of the Ghost Lantern City. Dying here would not bode well for my return. It appears we may have much in common. Shinya similarly appreciates the calmness and rationality of Huangtu. In a world dominated by the insanity of ninjas, Huangtu's demeanor indeed captures Shinya's attention. Among the ninjas present, only Huangtu and Yetsong can be deemed as truly sane individuals. The formidable Troy of the Cloud Village embodies the very essence of his village, a mere brute. Raza from the Sand Village is even more deranged than the Darkened Haki. A complete fool. The trio from the Mist Village need not be mentioned, as they are utterly insipid. Yetsong, despite having limited significance in the original narrative, appears to possess a fairly stable mental state. Observing Raza beside Yetsong, Shinya begins to contemplate the possibility of supporting Yetsong to become the fourth Kazekage, which would surely be preferable to Raza assuming that role. Currently, Huangtu is being groomed as the fourth Tsuchikage, but little did he anticipate that Inoki would remain active for such an extended period. By the time he retires, Huangtu would be nearing retirement age himself, leaving only the option for Huangtu's daughter, the Tsuchikage, to ascend. Wuku surveyed the individuals before him, his gaze passing over Wu Wei as if he were a stranger. However, upon seeing Shinya, he froze, his expression distorting into one of intense fury, malevolent chakra surging from within him. Xixin! Wuku shouted the name with wrath. Shinya was taken aback. Simultaneously, the figure sealed within Shinya's eyes slowly opened its own. Bound and immobile, he felt the overwhelming presence of the Susanoo above him, its third eye effectively restraining his movements. He realized he could not even attempt to break the seal, let alone seize Shinya's body. Had it not been for the utterance of Xixian's name, he might have remained in slumber. How troublesome! The air is thick with unpleasant chakra. It appears the monster from Yuhui's box has escaped, he muttered to himself. Chapter 131. The monster in the box. Wu? Xixian? Who is he referring to? Huangtu inquired, casting a glance at Shinya. Shinya smiled lightly. Just a pretentious bald fool lacking in taste. Nothing to concern yourself with. He then activated his Mangeki Sharingan. At that moment, the entity within Shinya felt an overwhelming wave of drowsiness wash over him. Damn it, this little brat is being overly cautious. He cursed before slipping back into unconsciousness. The instant he awoke, Shinya had already taken note of it. To his astonishment, the entity had indeed encountered the Paradise Box, which led to the current predicament of the monster controlling Wuku's body, invoking Xixian's name. Remarkably, this chakra had been sensed by the entity, triggering its awakening. Once assured of the entity's inability to resist, Shinya intensified his ocular power, suppressing the entity's will once more. The entity differed from the Nine Tails. While the Nine Tails harbored animosity towards humans due to their treatment of him, he remained communicable, and conflicts could be resolved. Conversely, the entity regarded humans merely as fodder for nurturing the divine tree, viewing them as inferior beings. Although Shinya found the entity's abilities quite advantageous, he was wary of treating it as an equal to the Nine Tails. Much like the cursed spirit residing within Yuji Itadori, he and his host share no common interests, making it impossible for them to become allies. Had he housed the Nine Tails, he might indeed have been inclined to forge a connection, striving to become the perfect Jinchuriki and play with the celestial fox. However, being the vessel for a foreign entity, he could only serve as a mere skill card and power bank. Once he comprehends the principles of the seal, he would seize the power and erase the foreign presence altogether. Is it you, Xixian? Wuku gazed at Yuji, suddenly taken aback. Indra? No, this potent yang release. Azura? What exactly are you? I am a descendant of Indra, and so too am I. Uchiha Shana stepped forward, declaring. Wuku turned to Uchiha Shana. After all these years, your descendant's chakra remains utterly repugnant. You have no right to make such claims. I can sense the foul stench of your chakra from afar. Uchiha Shana retorted with a cold smirk. Weren't you enjoying it just a moment ago, Junior? Wuku replied. You too carry the essence of Azura. Speaking of which, Wuku then glanced at Yuji. This fellow's chakra is not nearly as nauseating as yours. Uchiha Shana asserted. Eliminate them. I shall take you to meet Indra. Indra is already dead. Do you think I am unaware? Wuku's eyes glinted with menace. Uchiha Shana clarified. To be precise, it is the reincarnator of this generation. As he spoke, he began forming hand seals: fire release, great fire annihilation; water release, water barrier. At that moment, the auspicious trio took decisive action, using water release to barely block Uchiha Shana's great fire annihilation. The water evaporated into a thick mist, enveloping the surroundings. Wind release, Kamaitachi technique. Yakura quickly formed seals, using wind release to disperse the water vapor. Her scorch release is a fusion of fire and wind release transformations, resulting in her high mastery over both. Wuku had now leaped into the air, looking down upon the ninjas. Fire release, demon lantern. Countless fiery heads of demon gods materialized around Wuku, descending upon the ninjas in a torrential onslaught. Damn, the numbers are overwhelming. Huangtu's expression turned grave. The sheer quantity of these demon heads, combined with the chakra density of each, rivaled the potency of Uchiha Shana's earlier great fire annihilation. Yuji stepped forward, taking 2 strides, then clapped his hands together. Water release, water dragon bullet. Boom. The water dragon erupted from the ground with terrifying might, sweeping through the air, consuming the flames in its path. Its head aimed at Wuku. To wield such formidable water release is commendable, but ultimately futile. Wuku exclaimed, striking the water dragon with an open palm. Without even making contact, the water dragon was obliterated. The remnants of the shattered water dragon cascaded down like a torrential downpour. Yuji swiftly raised his hand towards the sky. Boom. The gust from Yuji's palm collided with the residual force from Wuku's earlier strike, sending shockwaves in all directions. The downpour resulting from the dragon's explosion was instantly dispersed. Innocence continued with its inertia, landing at a certain height, observing Shinya with keen interest. Shinya likewise scrutinized Innocence, or more precisely, the creature named Satori that inhabited Innocence's body. What immense power! Huang, too, having witnessed the entire confrontation between Shinya and Innocence, was profoundly astonished. The strength exhibited by Shinya was perhaps not inferior to that of his own father. Paying no heed to Huang Tu's thoughts, Shinya charged directly at Innocence. Innocence regarded Shinya with a smile. Oh? You dare to approach me, not fleeing but coming closer? How intriguing. Fire release, great fire prison. Countless flames erupted from his hands, resembling chains as they lunged towards Shinya, aiming to ensnare him. However, Shinya suddenly vanished from sight. What? Innocence was taken aback, quickly glancing behind. There. A Shinya no larger than a sesame seed landed steadily at his feet. Producing several black rods, he hurled them at Innocence's calves. Innocence, startled, attempted to leap away, but the black rods had already pierced into his lower leg. Shinya leapt onto a tree, returning to his original form. To onlookers, it appeared as if Shinya had materialized from thin air. Suit yourself, he said, releasing the power from the black rods, which instantly reverted to their original state. Thud. Innocence's right leg was abruptly pierced, blood gushing forth. Uchiha Shana, wielding the Sharingan, observed the entire confrontation. Naturally, he also witnessed the diminutive Shinya and the black rods in his hands. The ability of the kaleidoscope Sharingan? That black rod must be a creation of Yin-Yang release. I never imagined this fellow had grown to such a degree, Uchiha Shana mused. The ability to freely manipulate one's size and that of objects was indeed simple, yet exceedingly effective. Even with knowledge of the situation, it was challenging to counteract. With another sweeping motion, Shinya sent forth a multitude of sesame-sized black rods, showering down upon Innocence. Innocence was compelled to dance amidst the deluge, evading a significant number of the rods. Subsequently, Shinya waved his hand once more, returning the rods to their normal size. The distance between the rods was minimized, leaving Innocence with nowhere to hide. Fire release, Heaven Prison Fire Sword. A blazing sword manifested in Innocence's hand, slashing down to knock away numerous black rods. Thud. Yet, in the next moment, Innocence's chest was pierced by a black rod. What? Innocence spat blood, visibly startled. The black rod in his chest extended continuously, reaching towards Shinya's hand not far away. It seems you have yet to fully adapt to this body. You cannot utilize your abilities and are relegated to employing Innocence's jutsu, Shinya mocked. Although currently, the Satori controlling Innocence possessed formidable strength, the potency of the jutsu exceeded that of Innocence in life, even surpassing the current lord of the ghost lamp, Mu. However, Satori had yet to unleash his own abilities. Clearly, Satori seemed intent on maintaining the semblance of this flesh, thereby restraining his own power. Chapter 132, The Sharingan of Uchiha Q. Restraining one's own power? Shinya gazed at the pristine figure before him, acutely aware of the formidable entity known as Wu that had appeared in the theatrical rendition. He recognized its appearance, as well as its rather troublesome abilities, including the perception of malice, which enabled it to discern the intentions of its adversaries. However, the Wu before him did not seem to exhibit such capabilities, instead relying on the techniques of its host. A revelation dawned upon Shinya, and with a sigh of realization, he surged forward once more. The fourth gate, Wound Gate, open. In an instant, as he unleashed the fourth gate, Shinya's speed surged dramatically, momentarily dazzling Wu. You shall not succeed. Uchiha Shana, witnessing this, prepared to charge in. Earth release, ground shaking core. Boom. With a swift clap of his hands, the ground beneath Uchiha Shana's feet trembled with astonishing speed, catching him off guard. Flame release, overheating destruction. Before Uchiha Shana could react, Yetsong appeared above him, hurling a torrent of flame-infused chakra in his direction. TCH, merely a petty trick. Uchiha Shana evaded with a swift sidestep, kicking away the fiery onslaught. Trojan leaped onto a high platform, launching shuriken at Uchiha Shana. Unfazed, Uchiha Shana effortlessly swatted the shuriken aside. Oomph, you fell for it. Trojan grinned widely, then produced a plethora of shuriken adorned with explosive tags, casting them towards Uchiha Shana. Startled, Uchiha Shana hurriedly leaped from the platform. Trojan swiftly formed hand seals, and the shuriken seemed to possess a will of their own, pursuing Uchiha Shana relentlessly. Magnet release, bloodline limit? I never expected to witness two bloodline limits in this place, Uchiha Shana mused while deftly jumping and dodging. Despite having absorbed the chakra from the paradise box, which enhanced his control over his body, the sacrifice of numerous white zetsu had significantly diminished his power. For a moment, he found it challenging to dominate the trio of Huangtu. Although he held the advantage, subduing them within a short span proved difficult. Meanwhile, Shinya's sudden outburst caught Wu off guard, as he seized its face and forcefully pressed it to the ground. Black runes appeared on his hand, spreading towards Wu. Contract seal. Shinya pressed down on Wu's abdomen, extracting a black creature from within. The creature writhed frantically, attempting to escape Shinya's grasp, even starting to extend towards him in a bid to seize his body. Humph. Shinya swiftly maneuvered to the paradise box, shoving the creature back inside. Summoning technique. Boom. The summoning technique conjured a teapot-shaped vessel, the very tool carried by the first style, the sealing pot. Comprised of a lid and a spiritual coffin. The sealing pot enveloped the paradise box, the lid descending to seal it entirely. Subsequently, Shinya activated his ability, shrinking the sealing pot to the size of his palm. Clutching it in his hand, he approached the original sealing location of the paradise box and cast it below. With a clap of his hands, he restored the seal. Thus, the paradise box was once again securely sealed away. As Uchiha Shana found himself in a stalemate with the trio from the Earth Country, he shook his head and turned his gaze toward the unconscious Mukio. After extracting Wu from Mukio's body, the latter did not exhibit the rapid decline in vitality typical of a Jinchuriki. Instead, he gradually regained his vigor. Recognizing the failure of his plan, Uchiha Shana resolved not to linger any longer. The ability to reclaim control over his body through the power of the paradise box and to wield the strength of white zetsu for his own purposes was sufficient. Although his power had waned, he still retained complete mastery over what remained. With this thought in mind, Uchiha Shana chose to disengage. He repelled the trio from the Earth Country and created distance between them. At that moment, a white zetsu emerged from the ground. Is there something you need? Uchiha Shana inquired. The white zetsu replied, Lord Madara commands you to return swiftly. Uchiha Kagami's Sharingan has encountered an issue. What? Uchiha Shana exclaimed in shock. He had painstakingly stolen Uchiha Kagami's Sharingan after the latter's demise, believing that Kagami's awakened Mangeki Sharingan would aid in Uchiha Madara's grand designs. Now, hearing that Kagami's Sharingan was malfunctioning, a wave of dread washed over him. We must return, Uchiha Shana stated. Do you wish to flee? The Earth Country's leader bellowed. Uchiha Shana scoffed. How foolishly arrogant. Do you truly believe that a handful of youths like yourselves can detain me? Such naivety is laughable. Meanwhile, within the cavern of the Land of Rain, a white zetsu stood at the center, forming hand seals before striking the ground. Reverse summoning technique. With a resounding bang, white mist erupted, revealing both Uchiha Shana and the White Zetsu. Uchiha Madara regarded Uchiha Shana with a discerning eye. It seems you have gained quite a bit. A flicker of embarrassment crossed Uchiha Shana's eyes. I am sincerely sorry, Lord Madara. The Paradise Box has been sealed once again by Shin. That is of little concern. Your ability to harness the power of White Zetsu is indeed good news. I have heard that Uchiha Kagami's Sharingan is in distress. What transpired? Uchiha Madara inquired. With a wave of his hand, the outer path golem produced a transparent vessel, within which two eyeballs floated in liquid. Uchiha Shana approached to examine them. One was a 3-tomo Sharingan, while the other had turned gray, devoid of life. This is Izanagi. Kagami's eye is activated as Izanagi, Uchiha Madara remarked nonchalantly. Uchiha Shana was taken aback. But Kagami is deceased. How could he possibly activate such a technique? Indeed. Thus, it must have been performed in conjunction with that technique. Uchiha Madara explained. A shock coursed through Uchiha Shana. The rewriting seal. Moments earlier, at the border of the Land of Fire, a meeting was taking place among the four nations. Here, the Frost, Rice, and Waterfall countries were set to accept the mediation of the Fire country's daimyo and sign a ceasefire agreement. Simultaneously, the three nations would forge alliances with the Fire country and initiate trade relations. Yet, the town had descended into chaos, engulfed in flames, with countless civilians and ninja suffering casualties. In the heart of the town, two colossal figures wreaked havoc. Any discerning ninja would immediately recognize these forms as the tailed beasts from the Hidden Mist village, the Three Tails and the Six Tails. Danzo commanded the ninjas on site, coordinating their retreat while his brow furrowed in frustration. Damn it! What is going on with Kakashi? Why has no intelligence been relayed? Danzo exclaimed, exasperated. Danzo-sama. Sarutobi Konohamaru suddenly appeared beside him. What are the daimyos? They are safe and sound. Fortunately, none have been harmed, Sarutobi replied. We must lure them outside the town. Danzo instructed. Sarutobi nodded and began forming hand seals. Witnessing this, Danzo also commenced his own seals. Fire style, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Wind style, Vacuum Great Sphere. Danzo unleashed wind blades that spiraled outward, while Sarutobi's flames entwined with Danzo's gusts, engulfing both tailed beasts. The searing sensation ignited the beast's fury and drew their attention to Sarutobi and Danzo. The two promptly split, darting in opposite directions, with the Three Tails and Six Tails pursuing them beyond the town's confines. Chapter 133. The sudden shift in negotiations in the Land of Grass, within the city of Mizukigure. Moku awoke to find himself surrounded by numerous ninjas. Who are you? He inquired. We are here at the behest of the daimyo of the Land of Grass to assist in sealing the Paradise Box, Jin replied. Moku, bewildered, rose and glanced around, catching sight of Wu-wei not far off. His eyes sparkled with a flicker of joy as he hurried towards his father. Wu-wei, feeling a mix of guilt and elation as his son approached, also moved closer. As Moku drew near, Wu-wei extended his arms, yearning to embrace his son. However, his smile abruptly froze. His hands hung suspended in the air as he looked down to see a flaming longsword piercing through his heart, gripped tightly in Moku's hand. Farewell, father. Moku's face bore only indifference, devoid of the joy one would expect from a reunion. What are you doing? The ninjas gasped in shock, with Odo preparing to intervene. Yet, Jin swiftly restrained him. Moku turned to Odo and said, What am I doing? As you can see, I have killed him. With that, he withdrew the heavenly prison fire sword, and Wu-wei was instantly consumed by flames. The anguished cries echoed throughout Mizukigure, sending chills through the hearts of the ninjas. Gritting his teeth, Odo demanded, He was your father. Why would you slay your own kin? Moku replied coolly, Father? The man who sacrificed his own son to the Paradise Box for power, allowing his child to be tormented and controlled by a monster? Odo was left speechless. Jun released Odo and slowly approached Moku. An impressive display of ninjutsu. It appears your abilities now surpass those of your father. Indeed, though I have been severed from Wu-wei, I have acquired a portion of his power, Moku replied with a slight bow. His demeanor towards Jun shifted markedly to one of respect. Shinya smiled and said, The city of Guizhong requires a guardian, Wuku. Can I trust you? Wuku paused for a moment, then knelt partially on the ground, replying, What are your orders? Shinya continued, I shall recommend you to the daimyo of the Land of Grass as the new lord of Guizhong City. It will be your duty to safeguard both the city and the Box of Bliss. Wuku lifted his head, gazing at Jinya's smiling countenance, momentarily lost in thought. Shinya chuckled gently. There is no need to rush your response. I will advocate for you to the daimyo, and when the time comes, you may decide for yourself. Should you agree, we can discuss future collaboration. Wuku bowed his head, still silent. Shinya was, strictly speaking, his savior. Had Shinya not extracted Wu from within him, he would have soon succumbed to Wu's complete control, becoming its puppet. Thus, Wuku felt immense gratitude towards Shinya. However, gratitude and immediate loyalty are two entirely different matters, especially since Shinya was from Konoha, making it difficult for him to make an immediate decision. Shinya was well aware of Wuku's thoughts. If Wuku were to pledge his loyalty at once, Shinya might suspect ulterior motives. Wuku's silence indicated his serious contemplation of the proposal. All Shinya needed to do was grant the young man sufficient time to decide. Shinya turned to the gathered ninjas. Everyone, let us proceed to the capital to meet the daimyo. I have some proposals to discuss with you. Proposals? The crowd exchanged glances. Lord Shinya. At that moment, several members of the Umbu leapt from the forest, hastening towards Shinya. What is it? Shinya inquired. The Umbu whispered a few hurried words, causing Shinya's expression to change abruptly. Darkening with concern, he turned towards the auspicious trio from the mist. Mr. Suka Mountain. Suka Mountain and Fugu were momentarily taken aback. Shinya's smile grew increasingly sinister. In the next moment, a dozen black rods pierced through his form. Ugh! Suka Mountain and Fugu could hardly believe that Shinya had suddenly turned hostile, aiming to kill them directly. You bastard! Woolly Shiba and Suri Muru immediately drew their swords, preparing to strike Shinya. However, Shinya inexplicably appeared before Woolly Shiba, delivering a swift blow that pierced through his chest. Witnessing two comrades fall in an instant, Suri Muru hastily attempted to retreat. Lightning release, red thunder. Boom. Crimson lightning engulfed Suri Muru, and when he reappeared, he was charred and barely clinging to life. Huang Tu and the others were drenched in cold sweat. Shinya's ruthless actions in slaying high-ranking officials from the Mist Village, and doing so with such swiftness, sent alarm bells ringing in their minds. Fearing he might turn on them next, Shinya paid no heed to the three who lay dead, instead turning to the Umbu and addressing the gathered ninjas. The matters henceforth shall be explained by him. He then signaled to the Umbu and stepped into a spatial portal. The Umbu turned to the ninjas from various villages, stating, "Please follow me to the capital of the Land of Grass, where I will elucidate the entire situation." Meanwhile, on the other side, Tawanzo was battered and bruised, his left foot severely injured from the explosive impact of the Six Tails bubbles. Cursed, is this the true power of a tailed beast? As he gazed at the approaching Six Tails, a growing trepidation gripped his heart. At last, a colossal shadow eclipsed the sun. Tawanzo looked up, a bitter smile gracing his lips. Is this where it all ends? He glanced at his mangled left leg, acutely aware of the chakra within him having run dry, and felt an overwhelming despair. Hizashi, in the end, I still cannot catch up to you. The Six Tails, indifferent to Tawanzo's plight, unleashed a torrent of corrosive liquid, enveloping him. Amidst Tawanzo's agonizing screams, his flesh began to dissolve, revealing bone beneath. Yet, mere moments later, his cries abruptly ceased. Tawanzo awoke with a start, gasping for breath. What was that? He looked at his unharmed self, dread flooding his mind. The sensation of being corroded by the acid felt far too vivid to be mere illusion. It was not Jinjutsu. If it had been, he would not have felt a thing upon realizing it. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced through his right eye, blood trickling from the corner. Roar! At that moment, upon seeing Tawanzo, the Six Tails became even more ferocious. It clearly saw Tawanzo's right eye turn blood red, three tomos swirling within. This chakra, Tawanzo's mind raced. Recognizing a familiar essence emanating from his right eye, he was transported back to that fateful evening years ago when he sought out Uchiha Kagami. Chapter 134. The arrival of truth years ago. Within the Uchiha household, Uchiha Kagami sat at the table, smiling as he said, "You've come to persuade me to leave. Haven to you, Tawanzo." Leaning against the doorframe, Tawanzo crossed his arms. Lately, the atmosphere within the Uchiha clan has become increasingly unsettling, particularly among those who harbor hostility towards you. I am concerned. Uchiha Kagami chuckled. I know my clan members better than anyone. Moreover, during such tumultuous times, I cannot afford to leave. I am a member of the Uchiha clan and a trusted individual of Hizashi. If I abandon my family, who in Konoha will still trust the Uchiha? I am not asking you to leave forever. merely to step away for a while until the storm around the ceiling of the rocks has passed. Then you may return, Towanzo insisted. Uchiha Kagami shook his head, still smiling. I understand Lord Siren's character. If I were to depart, he would lose his pillar of support. I cannot place all the burden upon him. Towanzo attempted to interject, but was interrupted by Uchiha Kagami. There is no need to persuade me further. I will not leave this place. With that, he stepped outside, activating his Sharingan and locking eyes with Towanzo. Towanzo felt a moment of disorientation, but soon realized nothing was amiss. Ultimately, I still wish to stay with my clan. It is for the good of both the village and the family, Uchiha Kagami stated. Towanzo retorted, I cannot sway you. I shall let Hisashi come to persuade you personally. Surely, you will heed his words. Before Uchiha Kagami could voice his rebuttal, Danzo swiftly departed from the Uchiha clan. However, the following day, Uchiha Kagami was found dead in his home. As Danzo's thoughts returned, he recalled the late Uchiha Kagami. The chakra he sensed moments ago was undoubtedly Kagami's. A thunderous roar shattered Danzo's contemplation. The Three Tails, pursuing Sarutobi Yoshiyuki, burst forth from the town, while several Umbu and ninjas who had been evacuating civilians rushed to the scene. Sarutobi Yoshiyuki and Danzo finally united, and together they sought a suitable location for a counterattack. At that moment, the Three Tails opened its mouth, gathering a terrifying amount of chakra. It was the tailed beast bomb. Danzo's heart sank. He seized Sarutobi Yoshiyuki and hurled him away. Boom. Danzo was engulfed by the tailed beast bomb and vanished. The shockwave from the explosion flattened an entire expanse of forest. Danzo. Sarutobi Yoshiyuki dashed forward, only to find Danzo standing a short distance away, unscathed. However, blood streamed from Danzo's left eye, which had transformed into a Sharingan. Danzo, your eye? Sarutobi Yoshiyuki exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. Danzo hastily replied, there's no time for explanations. He is coming. Sarutobi Yoshiyuki bit his finger and swiftly formed hand seals. Summoning jutsu. Amidst the smoke, a monkey emerged and promptly transformed into a staff. Meanwhile, the tailed beast bomb was once again coalescing within the Three Tails' mouth. Sarutobi Yoshiyuki aimed the staff at the Three Tails, which rapidly elongated. Boom. The extended staff struck the Three Tails' jaw. Lifting its head. Boom. The immense power of the tailed beast bomb shot into the sky, causing the very earth to tremble. The Six Tails, with a flick of its head, expelled a torrent of corrosive liquid. Wind release. Vacuum great sphere. Boom. An air cannon erupted from its mouth, dispersing most of the acidic liquid. Yet even the remnants of that liquid forced Danzo and Sarutobi Yoshiyuki to dodge with great difficulty. Sizzle. Ultimately, Sarutobi Yoshiyuki's right hand was splattered with a droplet of the liquid. In an instant, that single drop corroded his entire arm, the deterioration rapidly ascending. Gasp. Realizing the severity, Sarutobi Yoshiyuki had no time for hesitation. He drew a kunai, wrapped it in wind-release chakra, and severed his own arm in one decisive stroke. Without daring to linger, he quickly evacuated the area. Danzo was also propelled back, having been grazed by the Six Tails' tail. Though it was but a slight touch, it fractured 3 of his ribs. If they were suffering so greatly, one could only imagine the plight of the other ninjas. The earlier acidic spray from the Six Tails had claimed the lives of nearly 70 to 80% of those present. The survivors were grievously injured. At this juncture, the Three Tails was preparing its third tailed beast bomb. The overwhelming chakra instilled in Danzo a sense of despair, extinguishing his will to continue fighting. Sarutobi Yoshiyuki, drained of chakra and missing an arm, along with other injuries, found himself unable to continue. Danzo, in a similar state, lamented, I apologize, Kagami. I have burdened you by requiring your rescue twice. Boom. The tailed beast ball was unleashed with a cataclysmic force, instantly engulfing the entire area within its radius. The once lush forest now lay in ruins, reduced to a vast pit. Danzo opened his eyes to find himself suspended in midair. Turning his head, he saw that he was being lowered to the ground by Shin. Nearby, several Shin were administering urgent care to Sarutobi Yoshiyuki. Moments later, a dozen Shin leaped forth, retrieving all the Umbu and ninjas within the tailed beast ball's range. You two should rest here for a while. The next steps will be entrusted to me, Shin declared, positioning himself before them. Sarutobi Yoshiyuki, gritting his teeth against the pain, replied, Wait, Shin, don't worry about us. There are still matters to attend to in the city. Rest assured, arrangements have already been made for the city, Shin replied confidently. Prior to this, he had sought out Minato and Tobarama and brought them back. Inside the city, Tobarama and Minato surveyed the devastation, littered with the corpses of numerous Konoha ninjas and ordinary citizens, before turning their gaze to the four individuals before them, accompanied by dozens of mist ninjas. Even Minato, known for his gentle demeanor, exhibited an intense aura of murderous intent. The 7 ninja swordsmen? I never expected to see 4 of them, Tobarama remarked, his eyes narrowing with increasing hostility as he focused on the leading 4 ninjas. Perfect. 3 have already fallen to Shin. Now, if I can eliminate the 4 of you, perhaps I can join them. Without granting them a moment to react, he clapped his hands together. Would release, Tree World Birth. Meanwhile, Shin had dispelled all shadow clones, restoring his full state, and approached the center of the pit. Looking up, he was met with the imposing figures of 2 colossal beasts. Roar. The 3 tails unleashed a furious roar, the resulting shockwave powerful enough to send ordinary ninjas and even formidable summoning beasts flying. Yet, Shin remained steadfast, unaffected by the onslaught. At the same time, one of the 6 tails swung towards him. Shin leaped, evading the tail and charging directly towards the 6 tails' head. In response, the 6 tails expelled a torrent of bubbles, attempting to ensnare Shin. However, with a mere thought, Shin reduced himself to the size of a sesame seed, deftly maneuvering through the gaps in the bubbles, consistently evading the impending explosions. Within mere moments, he was nearing the 6 tails' head, summoning red lightning that crackled to life in his hand. He returned to his original size and struck the 6 tails' head with a powerful palm. The red lightning erupted, delivering a devastating blow that left the 6 tails dazed. Just then, the 3 tails lunged at Shin. In response, Shin launched 3 black rods, immobilizing the 3 tails. Propelling himself off the 6 tails' body as a springboard, he swiftly advanced towards the 3 tails. Fire release, great fire extinguishing technique. A fan-shaped inferno erupted from his palm, engulfing the 3 tails entirely in flames. Enraged, the 3 tails forcibly extracted its tails, breaking free from the confinement. Its 3 tails relentlessly struck at Shin. However, Shin's speed was unparalleled, even with both the 3 tails and 6 tails attacking simultaneously. They could not land a blow on him. Conversely, Shinya found himself besieged by a myriad of ninjutsu, leaving him somewhat overwhelmed. Both the 3 tails and the 6 tails were perplexed. While it was expected for a human to possess remarkable speed, how could their ninjutsu be so devastating? At that moment, Shinya landed once more, confronting the 2-tailed beasts. He observed them. Despite sustaining some damage from the ninjutsu, their resilience as tailed beasts remained intact. Thick blood, ample chakra, and high defenses were their norms, and the impact was not as significant as one might have feared. Truly, they were formidable creatures. Shinya sighed before activating his Mangeki Sharingan, realizing that a more forceful approach was imperative. Boom. Instantly, Shinya was enveloped in golden light. A colossal figure, clad in armor and resembling a golden giant, ascended into the sky, its 3 eyes glaring fiercely at the 2-tailed beasts. This time, it was Shinya who looked down upon them. Chapter 135. Suppression of the 3 tails and 6 tails. Before the 3 tails and 6 tails could react, a massive golden seal descended from above, pinning the 3 tails down. Before the 6 tails could retaliate, Shinya seized its head. The golden whip in his right hand struck down upon the 6 tails. The 6 tails let out a pitiful cry, its immense body thrashing about in an attempt to escape Shinya's grasp. However, it was ensnared by the hand of Susanoo, and as the eye on its forehead opened wide, a wave of oppressive force washed over it, significantly diminishing its will to struggle. In the town, Shungshu and Mizumon watched as Shinya unleashed Susanoo, effortlessly subduing the 3 tails, and now turning his attention to the 6 tails, their expressions twitching. I have long maintained that this fellow has transcended the realm of humanity. He is nothing short of a monster, Shungshu remarked. How is it reasonable that a member of the Uchiha clan possesses a purity of yang release superior to my Senju lineage? Mizumon retorted, equally incredulous. They then glanced at the 4 remaining members of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Among the dozens of ninjas they had brought, half had perished during Shingshu's Tree World Birth technique, while the other half fell victim to Mizumon's Flying Thunder God technique. The 4 before them, possessing far greater strength, had barely managed to survive. Are all the Leaf Village's warriors monsters? They thought, unable to suppress their disdain as they regarded Shungshu and Mizumon. What is the matter? Do you not intend to flee or fight back? Shu inquired, his gaze fixed upon them. Then I shall not hold back. With that, Shu formed hand seals. And countless trees burst forth from the earth, wildly growing and charging towards the 4 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Damn it! Even as the trees completely engulfed them, they could not muster an effective counterattack. Now, this is the true essence of a Leaf Village ninja, Shu mused to himself, before turning his attention outside the town. Shinya, the next move is yours. Meanwhile, the Six Tails, realizing it was caught in Jinya's grip, immediately opened its mouth, intending to unleash a tailed beast bomb. Boom. The moment the tailed beast bomb was expelled, Susanu's hand reached out, seizing the bomb. Subsequently, Jinya released the golden whip and grabbed the Six Tails. With his left hand, he forcefully stuffed the tailed beast bomb back into the Six Tails' mouth. Boom. The tailed beast bomb detonated within the Six Tails, leaving its body charred and blackened. Truly, they were remarkable creatures. Even after such an explosion, they remained unyielding. Jinya gazed at the Six Tails, contemplating deeply. However, it was fortuitous. If he were to perish, it would only disrupt his plans for revenge against the Hidden Mist. From the moment he arrived, Jinya had roughly constructed a narrative framework in his mind. Without his own conclusion, it was inconceivable for Shunshu and Minato to partake in this battle. Thus, Danzo was likely to have transformed into a mere shadow of his former self during this confrontation, while Sarutobi K probably sustained grave injuries, which would explain his later diminished role. In essence, this battle cost Konoha 2 formidable shinobi and a plethora of elite Umbu operatives. With a decisive clap of his hands, Jinya summoned Susanoo to follow his lead. 2 fireballs behind him began to stir, morphing into fiery ropes that swiftly ensnared the 2-tailed beasts. Subsequently, the ground surrounding the beasts began to convulse, as large clods of earth coalesced to encase them within a sphere. 4-corner seal. The surface of the earthen sphere was etched with numerous runes, thoroughly imprisoning the tailed beasts within its confines. Then, a glimmer sparkled in Jinya's eyes as the spheres instantaneously shrank to the size of his palms, flying into his hands. Danzo and Sarutobi K observed the unfolding battle with a sense of surreal disbelief. Were the 2-tailed beasts truly subdued by Jinya? Particularly for Danzo. A tumult of emotions surged within him. He never anticipated that he would one day be saved by Jinya. Jinya approached the 2 men, gently assisting Sarutobi K to his feet, inquiring, "Are you all right?" Sarutobi K glanced at his severed arm and managed a wry smile. "I'm fine. I won't die from this." Jinya then turned his attention to Danzo. "You seem to be unscathed, Advisor Danzo." "Indeed, I was rescued by an old acquaintance," Danzo replied, his tone tinged with nostalgia rather than anger at Jinya's pointed words. "An old acquaintance?" Jinya paused in surprise. Danzo closed his eyes, exhaling a sigh. "Yes. One with whom I have shared life and death experiences." Meanwhile, in the land of rain, Uchiha Shana's expression darkened to the point of near despair as he stared at the vessel containing the pair of chakra-depleted eyes. In a fit of fury, he crushed the vessel in his grasp. "Uchiha Q, I cannot believe you managed to scheme so deeply even in death," Shana seethed through clenched teeth. Upon his return, he had already lost one eye, and he had helplessly watched as Q's remaining eye activated his Anaji, leading to its blindness. Uchiha Madara regarded the agitated Shana with a resigned sigh. "Enough, Shana." Shana, upon hearing Madara's voice, calmed himself. "What shall we do next?" After a moment's contemplation, Madara replied, "Uchiha Jinya, if he cannot be of use to us, he will ultimately become an impediment. We could not eliminate him when he was newly graduated. Now that he has grown to this extent, can we still dispose of him?" At this juncture, Kurizetsu interjected, "It seems he is not one easily bound by emotions. Any attempts to harm those close to him would likely be futile. If only I could truly utilize the Box of Bliss to restore Lord Madara to his prime. Then the likes of Uchiha Jinya would pose no threat at all." Shana felt a pang of self-reproach. Uchiha Madara remarked, "There is no need for self-reproach. The rise of Uchiha Shinji was unforeseen by us all. The fact that Uchiha Shinji could unite the other 4 nations is astonishing. For now, we should remain in the shadows and seek out capable individuals." "I understand. I shall find you exceptional subordinates," Uchiha Shina replied with a slight bow. Madara sighed, reflecting on how Shinji's alliance with the ninja from the other nations posed new challenges for him. To realize the Moon SI plan, he could not rely solely on himself and Uchiha Shina, particularly now, As the five great nations began to establish communication, the complexity of his plan intensified. Thus, attracting talent became imperative. It seemed that remaining hidden was not a sustainable strategy. He must form his own organization. Initially, he had placed great importance on Nagato. But due to Shinji's interference, Nagato's Rinnegan was destroyed and taken back to Konoha. Consequently, his plans for cultivating Nagato were essentially thwarted. He had assumed that with Hashirama's demise, he would dominate the entire ninja world. Yet, regrettably, he was not at his peak. Although the aging of Uzumaki Mito had once posed a threat, with her passing, Uchiha Shinji had now emerged as a significant threat. At this moment, Madara felt as if the world was conspiring against him. Why was there always someone capable of threatening him in every era? If only he could return to his former glory. Chapter 136. The White Fang Incident. The venue for the peace talks in Konoha had restored a semblance of order. But rebuilding would require time, and the shock experienced by several feudal lords necessitated a halt in the discussions. A day later, Kakashi Hatake arrived with two injured companions. As he surveyed the city reduced to ruins, he realized he had made a grave miscalculation. They had successfully gathered intelligence on the movements of the Mist Ninja squads and had attempted to intervene. However, he never anticipated that the third Mizukage would deploy a dozen bloodline limit users solely to eliminate the three of them. Waihai Kurinai and Mitarashi Anko found themselves encircled, leaving Kakashi in a dilemma. Ultimately, he decided to return to rescue his teammates. By the time he grasped the severity of the situation, he was already ensnared by the Mist Ninjas. If he attempted to extricate himself, Kurinai and Anko would inevitably face annihilation. He and his two comrades evaded the Mist Ninjas in their dense forest for a considerable duration before managing to escape. This delay thwarted the timely relay of the Mist's ambush plan, resulting in the peace talks being unprepared. Fortunately, Shinji arrived just in time to remedy the situation. The feudal lords were unharmed, or else the consequences would have been dire. Nevertheless, the casualties among the ninjas and the feudal lords' guards from the four nations numbered in the hundreds, with countless civilians also affected. Among Konoha's elite Umbu, over 30 had sacrificed their lives. The remaining few would have surely perished had it not been for Shinji's intervention. Thus, Mito Minion hastily arrived at the meeting venue to preside over the proceedings. Upon the appearance of Hatake Tsukumo, the bustling crowd was momentarily taken aback. Bang! Danzo abruptly slammed his hand on the table and charged at Hatake Tsukumo, grabbing him by the collar. How dare you come here? Do you have any idea how many lives have been lost because of you? Danzo, calm down. Mito Minion interjected, pulling Danzo back. Hatake Tsukumo, confronted by Danzo's fierce glare, averted his eyes and remained silent, offering no defense. Wait, Lord Danzo, Tsukumo is here to save us. Waihai Kurinai attempted to explain on behalf of Hatake Tsukumo. Be quiet. Danzo bellowed, cutting her off. Enough, everyone. If the daimyo hears us, it won't bode well. Sarutobi Kinomaru entered the conference room, urging calm. Hatake Tsukumo turned to Sarutobi Kinomaru, his pupils dilating in shock. Kinomaru, you. He gazed at Sarutobi Kinomaru's empty right arm, and all words lodged in his throat. What else with that expression? It's just an arm. You don't think my losing an arm means you can defeat me, do you? Sarutobi Kinomaru teased. Hatake Tsukumo fell silent. He realized the gravity of his misstep only upon witnessing the devastation firsthand. Sarutobi Kinomaru stepped forward, stating, "The Hokage's orders have been conveyed. I hereby announce that the true reason for the Mist's attack on the conference must not be disclosed externally. Should the daimyo seek accountability, the explanation will be that the interception mission failed, resulting in heavy casualties and the inability to relay intelligence in a timely manner." What? This revelation unsettled everyone, including Mito Minion, who had not anticipated that Sarutobi Hizashi would attempt to suppress the matter. Danzo also appeared taken aback, not solely by Sarutobi Hizashi's stance, but more so by the unforeseen triggering of the White Fang incident. The original narrative provided scant details about the White Fang incident, merely mentioning that both the Land of Fire and Konoha suffered significant losses. In hindsight, it seemed that, without his intervention alongside Nara Shikaku and Mito Minion, Danzo and Sarutobi Kinomaru would have likely sustained serious injuries, if not worse. Inside the city, for members of the 7 ninja swordsmen, along with dozens of ninjas, were likely to overwhelm the ambushed Umbu and the daimyo's guards, leaving the daimyo of several nations in peril. This was no longer a matter of significant losses. The demise of a daimyo could incite turmoil in the three minor nations, potentially leading to their downfall. Is Hisashi out of his mind? Does he even comprehend the magnitude of the damage caused? Danzo shouted, pointing accusingly at Hatake Tsukumo. Sarutobi Kinomaru replied, he is aware, but the Hokage's orders have been issued. As for the handling of Hatake Tsukumo, that will be addressed upon our return to the village. And what about the mist? Mito Minyen inquired with a scowl. Sarutobi Kinomaru responded, the Hokage has instructed that the two-tailed beasts be returned to the mist. As for the method of return, you may decide amongst yourselves. As the words left his lips, everyone's gaze fell upon Danzo. With an air of confidence, he shrugged, fear not, I shall handle this matter. I assure you, the mist will receive a formidable boon. To speak candidly, I find it difficult to regard the three tails and six tails with any esteem, especially considering that Konoha already possesses the nine tails. The nine tails is capable of withstanding blows, engaging in combat, healing, and even resonating with sage chakra. What can the three tails and six tails accomplish? One merely swims, while the other produces bubbles. It is no wonder that the denizens of the Mist Village would consider their Jinchuriki as mere human bombs. It seems that the tail beasts simply lack sufficient strength. The prowess of a tail beast is not determined by the number of tails it possesses. For instance, the one-tail, Shikaku, is arguably among the stronger of the nine-tailed beasts. Beyond the capabilities common to all tail beasts, Shikaku can also manipulate sand and is a master of wind release. The two tails, Nibi, wields magnet release. The four tails, Son Goku, has lava release, and the five tails, Kokuo, employs boil release. The eight tails and nine tails are undoubtedly formidable, their strength evident for all to see. In contrast, the three tails and six tails appear rather feeble. The six tails possesses a potent acid ability. Yet it is anticipated that the Mist Village will ultimately compel its Jinchuriki to defect to the Takigakure. Consequently, the Mist Village will be left with only the three tails, which lacks any remarkable abilities and is insufficiently strong. Were it any other tail beasts, one might consider detaining them directly. However, for the three tails and six tails, it seems prudent to allow them to flourish at the heart of the Mist Village. Danzo could no longer contain his discontent, rising abruptly and exiting the chamber with a slam of the door. The meeting room fell silent, and Shikaku lowered his head, appearing quite uneasy. For now, let us proceed as such. I will consult with the daimyo regarding the timing of our discussions. The rest of you should assist in restoring order to the town, stated Mito S. Flame. He then turned to Shinya. Shinya, you are free to act at any moment. Shinya nodded in acknowledgement. Mito slowly stood. Addressing the two special jonin, Asahi and Mitsukashi, come with me. I have matters to discuss with you. Understood, responded Asahi and Mitsukashi, momentarily taken aback before nodding in agreement. With Mito's departure, the others also exited the meeting room. Sarutobi Yoshiyuki passed by Shikaku, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. The third Hokage has instructed me to convey that upon returning to the village, you should head directly home and refrain from making any appearances for the time being, lest the daimyo take offense. With that, he left the meeting room. The guilt within Shikaku had reached its zenith, his fists clenched, biting his lip until blood flowed. He comprehended that Sarutobi Hisashi's decisions indicated Konoha's unwavering resolve to play hardball with the daimyo and protect him at all costs. Your mindset is commendable, Yoshiyuki, Shinya remarked as he observed Sarutobi Yoshiyuki exiting the chamber. Oh, what leads you to say that? Yoshiyuki inquired. After all, losing a hand must significantly impact one's strength. The life of a ninja is inherently fraught with peril. If one cannot adjust their mindset, survival becomes exceedingly difficult. Shinya replied. Yoshiyuki then looked at Shinya and smiled. However, with your abilities, it's unlikely you will face such concerns. Such words may lead me to arrogance. Shinya replied. Jun also chuckled and remarked, it seems that Orochimaru's research has made considerable progress recently. Should we consider a mechanical prosthetic limb that can unleash ninjutsu? Oh, Sarutobi Yashikichi's eyes brightened. Upon returning to the village, I must have a word with Orochimaru. A mechanical arm would undoubtedly be impressive. Chapter 137. In the 5th month of the year of the summer, Chuizhu slays his sovereign Konoha must provide me with an explanation. Why has the Mist Village advanced to this point? Did you not claim to have dispatched individuals to monitor and intercept them? Where are they? In the corner of the ruins, the daimyo of the Land of Fire, Murin, was confronting a group of Konoha's high-ranking officials with indignation. while his fury was not overwhelming. He was eager to seize an opportunity to suppress Konoha, and thus, he cared little for the consequences. Now, do not be agitated, Your Excellency. Sarutobi Yashikichi kindly reassured him with a smile. We underestimated the Mist Village this time, sending only 2 special jonin, whose abilities proved inadequate. Is that so? I have heard that Konoha dispatched the renowned Konoha White Fang to monitor the mist, Murin questioned quietly, his eyes narrowing. Sarutobi Yashikichi maintained his composure, his smile unwavering. I truly do not know where you heard that, but Konoha has never regarded the Mist Village highly. Our misjudgment of their strength and insanity is indeed our fault. As for Hotake Sakomo, his expertise lies in wind release. Naturally, he should have been on guard against the Cloud Village instead. The third Hokage has communicated that his misjudgment of the mist's strength led to his sending only 2 special jonin for surveillance. Upon your return to the capital of fire, he will personally come to apologize. Do you take me for a fool? Murin's tone darkened, and his expression bore a hint of anger. Do you think a mere misjudgment can excuse this? The smile on Sarutobi Yashikichi's face faded. Then may I pose a question, Your Excellency? As I understand it, you were accompanied by 3 of the 12 guardian ninjas during this journey. Why were they absent when the attack occurred? Murin replied, Are you questioning me? Sarutobi Yashikichi replied calmly, I am merely inquiring about the truth of the matter. Have you truly come to trust us Konoha to the extent that you no longer require the protection of the 12 guardian ninjas? Boom. Just as the 2 faced off, Jin suddenly descended from the sky, stirring up clouds of dust. Cough, cough, cough. What is happening? The daimyo exclaimed in anger. Emerging from the dust, Jin carried 2 individuals on his shoulder and held another in his hand. Upon seeing this, the daimyo's pupils constricted. The 3 individuals were none other than the 3 guardian ninjas who had accompanied him. Although their strength was not on par with the mightiest among the 12, Daoheng the monk, they were still capable of rivaling elite jonin from various ninja villages and could even lead smaller ones. Yet, these 3 had been defeated by Jin. Remarkably, he appeared unscathed. Your Excellency, these 3 suspicious individuals were spying outside the tent. I suspect they are spies sent by another ninja village, so I apprehended them. Jin said with a smile, tossing the 3 before Murin. 3 guardian ninjas were gravely injured, 2 of whom had lost consciousness, leaving only one with a flicker of awareness. Casting a desperate plea for help with his eyes towards the daimyo, Shinya approached and remarked, These 3 have lingered outside our Konoha camp for an extended period, likely attempting to ascertain our troop deployment. Given the proximity to Kumogakure, they could very well be spies. He then turned to Murin and, noticing the latter's grim expression, feigned realization, Could it be that you recognize them, daimyo? Were they sent by you? Listening to Jinya's inquiries, the daimyo's gaze darkened further. He looked at the 3 guardian ninjas and, gritting his teeth, declared, No, I have never seen them before. Sarutobi, I hold great trust in the ninjas of Konoha. The remaining conscious guardian ninja felt a surge of sorrow, desperately attempting to speak, but his severed tongue rendered him voiceless. Is that so? Then they are undoubtedly spies from Kumogakure, Shinya said, gesturing with his hand. In an instant, the 3 guardians were pierced by black rods, their lives extinguished. The daimyo's face darkened, his hands clenched tightly. Yet, in the presence of Sarutobi Yashikichi and Shinya, he dared not press too hard. If it were Sarutobi Hisashi, the conversation might have been more manageable, as he at least outwardly respected the daimyo's position. However, his son was another matter entirely. He had once dared to intimidate the daimyo directly before the Second Shinobi World War. Now, with Shinya's more fearsome presence, having just executed his 3 guardian ninjas and compelling the daimyo to deny their identities, the stance of Konoha had become unmistakably clear. They intended to protect Hotake Sakomo. The daimyo's prior hopes of coercing Konoha into dealing with Hotake Sakomo had thus evaporated. Oh, by the way, earlier, Brother Yashikichi mentioned you brought 3 guardian ninjas? I discovered their corpses outside the city. They must have perished, Shinya remarked with a smile. This revelation stunned both Murin and even Sarutobi Yashikichi for a moment. Shinya continued with a smile, Your Excellency, what do you think about Konoha ninjas filling the vacancies left by the 3 guardian ninjas? What are you plotting? Murin could no longer restrain himself, demanding sharply. Shinya replied with a grin, The vacancies in the 12 guardian ninjas have weakened the military strength of the daimyo's estate. I believe Konoha, as your subordinate, should alleviate your burdens and ensure your safety. It is merely that. What do you think about having 3 ninjas from Konoha assume the positions of the 3 vacant guardian ninjas? The duty of the 12 guardian ninjas is to protect the daimyo's safety, essentially serving as the daimyo's personal guards. The current leader of the 12 guardians is the abbot Dao Hong of the Fire Temple. While he cannot move for the time being, Shinya intends to gradually replace the other guardians with ninjas from Konoha. With 3 now deceased, it provides an ideal opportunity for Konoha's ninjas to step in. Does this matter not require the approval of the Hokage? Murin asked darkly, still seeking to evade. Shinya smiled and said, no need. You merely need to summon 3 ninjas from Konoha to become guardian ninjas in your name. The Hokage understands the greater good and will agree. With the elevation to J-Nin, the initiative to benefit Konoha surged rapidly. Truth cannot escape tradition. When one speaks of loyalty to Konoha or being captivated by the will of fire, one cannot be deemed incorrect. However, the fundamental reason lies in the intertwining of the interests of the J-Nin with those of the village. As the influence of the village expands, so too does the status and benefits of the J-Nin. When employees become shareholders in a company, the chairman can afford to relinquish control, knowing that the employees will strive to improve the organization. Currently, the character in question is not merely a J-Nin, but has one foot firmly planted in the advisory council. Though not officially a member, he frequently participates in the council's deliberations. Therefore, his interests are profoundly linked to those of Konoha. The enhancement of Konoha's influence within the daimyo's domain is beneficial for all within the village, making it a natural course of action. Most importantly, the gradual infiltration of the daimyo's estate is also intended to ensure that it does not hinder future progress. Should the daimyo be perceptive, that would be well. However, if he proves to be obtuse, the character might very well find himself in a position to usurp the ruler. After all, the daimyo depicted in the original narrative was quite amicable towards Konoha. If necessary, a change in leadership could be arranged. When success is achieved, there will undoubtedly be scholars to defend my actions. Consider the historical precedent of Li Shimin, who instigated the Xuanwu Gate incident, slaying his brother and imprisoning his father. What of it? Within 3 years, he established the flourishing Jingguan era, and within 4 years, he vanquished the Eastern Turks, all while decisively defeating the Tian, Gaochang, Kucha, and Yutian, and inflicting severe damage upon Goguryeo. These accomplishments sufficiently overshadow any blemish from the Xuanwu Gate incident. In the subsequent dynasties of Song, Yuan, Ming, and Qing, few regarded Li Yuan as the founding emperor of the Tang dynasty. As long as one governs effectively, who cares how one ascended to power? Conversely, if one fails to govern well, even a legitimate heir becomes a mere joke. Would you not agree, Baizong? Chapter 138. Open Doors, Free Trade in the Land of Water. Within the confines of the Hidden Mist Village, the geographical position is indeed exceptional. Situated on an isolated island, it lies not far from the mainland. This allows it to remain uninvolved in the wars of the great powers on the continent, while having the capacity to exert pressure on both the land of fire and the land of lightning. If one were to cite a drawback, it would be the island's lack of abundant natural resources. Nevertheless, it is undoubtedly preferable to the desolate Sunagakure. Moreover, politically, the Hidden Mist Village holds a significant advantage, namely, the unity of the daimyo and the Mizukage. What? You inquire why the daimyo would align so closely with the Mizukage? It is obvious. The third Mizukage is known for his unpredictable violence, making him a threat even to those without familial ties or significant power, such as the daimyo. Isolated overseas, this island nation enjoys stirring the pot? Indeed. Little Britain is struggling to unite with Northern Ireland. In a tavern, a group of young men huddles in a corner, whispering amongst themselves. Have you heard? The 7 ninja swordsmen have been utterly annihilated. What? Were only 4 dispatched to confront Konoha? How did the other 3 meet their demise? From what I gather, the other 3 were on a mission in the Land of Grass when they encountered Uchiha Shinya from Konoha. Is that the same Shinya referred to as the lightning flash by Sunagakure? Indeed, it is true that the Mizukage dispatched individuals to launch a surprise attack on the daimyo of the Land of Fire, resulting in the demise of Suigetsu and his 2 companions. What about their swords? Swords? You expect to keep your swords? It is fortunate that they did not come to assault you. Naturally, the weapons were reclaimed by Konoha. Alas, what was the Mizukage thinking? Why provoke Konoha without cause? You speak truthfully. Internally, we are in disarray, yet externally, we provoke formidable adversaries. Sigh, I fear for the future of the Land of Water. Hush, Tread carefully. Let us depart. As they conversed, several men rose to leave the tavern. Halt. At that moment, a group of umbu-clad ninjas appeared, blocking their path. What is the matter? The leader inquired. The umbu responded. Did you not just declare that the land of water is destined for ruin? The man let out a cold laugh and replied. I cherish the land of water. I fear for its downfall. Oh. The umbu pointed at the man's companions. Did you hear that? Is this how he spoke? Gentlemen, we come here daily to drink. You may inquire with the owner. We are all good people. One of the companions echoed. Did you hear it or not? I did hear, he stated that. Take them away. Upon hearing this, several umbu advanced to seize the man. What is the meaning of this? You must clarify where you are taking us. Do you still wish to resist arrest? The man, enraged, retorted, I tell you, I am a ninja. A ninja? A traitor to the village bears a graver sin. Seize him. No need for shackles. He cannot escape. Humph. You will find it impossible to flee. As this group departed, a profound silence enveloped the tavern. Jean was left astounded. Was the situation in Kirigikure truly this absurd? He had infiltrated the village for several hours, primarily to gather intelligence. His aim was to discern if there were any promising talents within Kirigikure that he could support to become the new Mizukichi. Indeed, he had been contemplating the establishment of a puppet regime in Kirigikure. After all, it was Kirigikure that initiated the assault on Konoha, and the disturbances caused by the Six Tails and Three Tails had become common knowledge throughout the ninja world. Thus, Konoha's retaliation was entirely justifiable. Furthermore, after avenging itself, aiding a young individual from Kirigikure to assume the position of Mizukichi and helping the village reform the tyrannical rule of the third Mizukichi was equally reasonable. To ensure that the new Mizukichi's edicts could be effectively implemented, the deployment of a small contingent of Konoha ninjas would also be prudent. In summary, Jin's plans for retaliation had not even commenced before he had already devised a comprehensive strategy targeting Kirigikure, which he aptly named from the blood mist to the puppet regime. He had long heard of the so-called blood mist policy initiated by the third Mizukichi, yet had never fully grasped its implications until today. It could be likened to the latter days of the Qing dynasty. Moreover, given the smaller geographical size of Kirigikure, the enforcement of such policies was even more terrifying than that of the Qing. However, Jean recalled the young man who had been taken away. His visage seemed somewhat familiar. What is it? The accompanying Jew inquired. Jean shook his head. It is nothing. Let us proceed. I ask, when shall we commence our actions? Jew questioned impatiently. He is currently quite zealous regarding revenge against the hidden mist, even bordering on impatience. Although Nobuki was carefree during his time in the Leaf Village. Much like the other members of the Senju clan, he exhibits a ruthlessness that surpasses even that of the Uchiha when faced with adversaries. While Masashi considers himself to be rather harsh in his methods, he finds Nobuki's approach to be even more severe. Just wait a moment. I am not merely here to wreak havoc, Masashi remarked with a smile. Huh, isn't it about avenging the hidden mist? Nobuki replied, looking bewildered. Masashi glanced at his naively uninformed eyes and said, revenge is but one aspect. There are other objectives at play. Objectives? Nobuki inquired. All right, I shall divulge it to you. Masashi sighed. Although the decision was made by the advisory council, Nobuki was one of the future council members he had chosen himself. Thus, he was entitled to some insights regarding these decisions. Revenge is essential, not just for the sake of it, but also to inform the other four nations that the Leaf and the Land of Fire are not to be trifled with. However, more importantly, it involves binding the hidden mist to the chariot of the Leaf Village, Masashi articulated slowly. At that moment, Nobuki's expression shifted. Becoming serious, it sounds quite complex and difficult to comprehend. Masashi responded, in simpler terms. We will select some disillusioned young ninjas from the Hidden Mist Village and support them to rise as future leaders of the village. Nobuki pondered this. Oh, I understand now. You mean to elevate puppets. Your choice of words is rather harsh. Can the will of fire be deemed as merely supporting puppets? It is a matter of rectifying disorder and restoring the true essence, Masashi retorted angrily. Nobuki's lips twitched. You have certainly learned the teachings of the old Sarutobi well. Masashi, unfazed, remarked that given the current vitality and competition within the hidden mist, perhaps Konoha taking control could actually be beneficial. After all, the methods of Sarutobi were significantly gentler compared to the oppressive policies of the third Mizukichi. Is that what you call supporting a puppet regime? Clearly, it is the third Mizukichi who holds the feudal lords hostage, ruthlessly disregarding the capable and mistreating the populace. The nation is in dire straits, and the common folk are in peril. Presently, the two dignitaries from Konoha are advocating for justice by slaying the Mizukage, honoring the will of the people. They have opened the borders for trade and fostered good relations with neighboring countries. Consequently, the realm flourishes, and the displaced return to their homes. With grain being exchanged at mere trifles, and only 29 executions throughout the year. From the eastern seas to the west of Konoha, the gates remain open, and travelers need not carry provisions, as sustenance is provided along the way. Therefore, the nature of Masashi and Nobuki's arrival in Konoha is akin to bringing two-tailed beasts to the doorstep of the hidden mist village. Open the gates. Let there be free trade. Chapter 139. The ice release of the third Mizukage boss. It's time to settle the bill. Here's a word of advice. Hurry home and avoid going out. Before leaving, Masashi advised the tavern owner. Huh. Oh, the owner exclaimed, staring blankly as he watched the two tall youths exit the tavern. It suddenly dawned on him that he had no recollection of their faces. When did two outsiders arrive in the hidden mist village? You are truly kind. Risking exposure to warn him, Nobuki teased after they left the tavern. Masashi chuckled. It has nothing to do with kindness. It is simply that we do not perceive any real risk. As for reminding the tavern owner, it was merely a casual remark. While causing destruction, one must remember to allow the hidden mist ninjas time to evacuate the civilians. Huh. Is it really that troublesome? Ki grimaced. He was quite dissatisfied with Shinya's compassion, for when the mist attacked them, they showed no regard for the lives of the innocents. Shinya responded, what we need is a relatively intact hidden mist, so it suffices to eliminate the higher-ups. If everyone is dead, controlling a shattered mist village serves no purpose. Our aim is to indirectly control the entire land of water by taking charge of Mist Village. Ki scratched his head. This is quite complicated and taxing. Shinya looked at him with disdain. You, my friend, are destined to be a mere enforcer in this life. Then, Shinya proceeded to the center street of Mist Village and declared, let us begin. Huh, aren't we supposed to find candidates for the new Mizukage? Ki inquired. Shinya sighed. Searching one by one is too cumbersome. We shall randomly select from those who survive. Ki was left speechless. You were just acting so shrewd a moment ago. And now you have no patience whatsoever. With that, both began to form seals simultaneously. Summoning technique. With a resounding boom, a cloud of smoke enveloped the center street of Mist Village, and the Six Tails and Three Tails emerged, a mere 200 or 300 meters from the Mizukage building. Ah, what is this? It's the Three Tails and Six Tails. Run. The civilians on the street, upon witnessing this scene, immediately began to flee in panic. Shinya refrained from directing the tailed beasts to attack them, instead allowing them to escape unhindered. The tavern owner, witnessing this spectacle, was left utterly dumbfounded. Realizing that the two death gods he had encountered in his establishment were now manifesting before him. What should we do next? Ki asked. Shinya replied, we wait for the hidden mist ninjas to arrive. As they spoke, countless figures appeared atop the surrounding rooftops. Yet, in comparison to the tailed beasts, this height was still insufficient. Shinya looked down at these ninjas, commanding, bring out the third Mizukage. Almost immediately, a long-robed man with long hair and closed eyes appeared on a nearby building. The man's demeanor was quite elegant, making it hard to believe that he was the one who had unleashed the blood mist as the third Mizukage. Indeed, what was even more astonishing was that this man, who appeared to be in his 30s, was actually an ancient being who had participated in the first 5 Kage summit. During the late Warring States period, he had served as a bodyguard to the first Mizukage at that summit, thus witnessing the transition from the Warring States to the establishment of the 5 great nations. At that time, both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Noki were merely children. Sarutobi was busy boasting atop Hokage Rock, claiming he would become a ninja like his father, Sarutobi Sasuke, while Noki was lost in thought before his own stone. However, this man had been a witness to the discussions of some of the most prominent figures in the ninja world at that pinnacle moment. Is this guy really the third Mizukage? He looks so young. I heard from Granny Mito that he is not much younger than Tobarama, Ki remarked, surprised at the sight of the third Mizukage. Who are you, and what is your purpose? Inquired the third Mizukage, his voice resonant and imbued with a striking sense of righteousness. It is often said that one can know a person's face, but not their heart. This seemingly upright and gentle individual was, in fact, the architect of the policies in Kirigakure. Alternatively, it could be that he genuinely possesses such integrity, yet lacks the acumen for governance. However, This latter possibility seems rather implausible, especially for someone who would employ their own Jinchuriki as a living weapon. He gestured towards his forehead protector, questioning, "Isn't it obvious?" Ju removed the hood of his cloak, revealing his Konoha forehead protector. This revelation cast a pall of silence over the third Mizukage, and several high-ranking ninjas present shared in his quietude. The prospect of engaging in battle now appeared daunting. Initially, he had hoped that this surprise attack would at least inflict significant damage to Konoha or eliminate a few prominent figures, thereby ensnaring Konoha in a myriad of troubles, leaving them no time to seek retribution against him. After all, during the previous encounter, Konoha's White Fang had sacrificed the sole opportunity to relay information in order to protect his comrades, leading the third Mizukage to believe victory was assured. Little did he anticipate that Konoha would suffer minimal losses, with several of the feudal lords still alive. Moreover, two-tailed beasts had fallen into the hands of the enemy, and the 7 ninja swordsmen had been utterly vanquished. In this light, his own losses were far greater than Konoha's. Uchiha Jun had nearly annihilated the younger generation of Sunagakure and severed the lineage of their puppet masters, a fact now widely recognized throughout the shinobi world. Some nations had even begun to adopt an unwritten rule that encountering Konoha's Raijin would absolve them of any penalties should they abandon their missions. The emergence of such a formidable individual into the hidden mist village incited a sense of trepidation within him. Furthermore, the boy beside him radiated an overwhelming chakra that exuded an aura of fear. Not to mention how strikingly similar he appeared to the long-lost heir of the Senju clan. Was it not rumored that Ju had perished due to rejection in the wood release experiment? If Ju were privy to the third Mizukage's thoughts, he would likely be compelled to deliver a sharp rebuke. How could one orchestrate such absurdity? As the grandchild of the first Hokage, to claim that he needed to partake in the wood release experiment to wield its power was nothing short of an affront. He had developed his abilities independently. Amidst his musings, Jun stomped his foot, signaling the Six Tails to attack. The Six Tails unleashed a torrent of potent acid towards the third Mizukage's position, saturating the area and nearly engulfing all present ninja. "Mizukage-sama!" A ninja cried out in alarm. The third Mizukage lamented. To have a tailed beast so obedient is indeed a testament to the Uchiha clan. Yet, I am no ordinary opponent. As he spoke, he swiftly formed hand seals. Ice release. Ice Fang Tempest. A multitude of ice crystals erupted from his fingertips, instantly freezing the acidic liquid upon contact. Oh, ice release. Jun's interest was piqued, his eyes alight with curiosity, as he observed the flow of chakra during the third Mizukage's execution of ice release. An immense quantity of ice, accompanied by the freezing of the ground and surrounding structures, enveloped the area, causing the temperature to plummet below zero in an instant. It is the ice release of Lord Mizukage. Who would have thought he could wield the power of the Ice Clan? Truly magnificent. The cold was palpable, indeed. The might of Lord Mizukage was formidable. This battle might very well lead to victory. The display from the third Mizukage instantly invigorated the spirits of the hidden mist ninja. The Mizukage directed a stern rebuke at Shinya. "You young one, my hidden mist village is not mere prey to be slaughtered at will." Shinya, witnessing the morale of the hidden mist army surge, felt the 3 tomo of his Sharingan rotate slowly in his eyes. Ice release, is it? Quite an impressive bloodline limit, he mused with a subtle smile, extending his finger towards the third Mizukage. But now, it belongs to me. What? Chapter 140. The power of the 3 Tails and 6 Tails is terrifying. Before the hidden mist could fully rejoice, they beheld Jinya's fingertip gathering ice crystals, which swiftly dispersed like mist. Boom. The snow and ice blanketed the entire hidden mist village, and those ninja touched by the icy fog found themselves completely encased in ice. How is this possible? Did that little brat truly inherit all elemental natures? The third Mizukage struggled to evade the icy mist, yet despite his efforts, he suffered numerous frostbite injuries. At that moment, a flicker of fear glimmered in his gaze as he regarded Shinya. On the battlefield of the Land of Rain, Shinya had predominantly utilized lightning and fire release, and had even employed wind release. In the Land of Grass, he had demonstrated earth release. Ice release, being a fusion of water and wind natures, suggested that Shinya, much like Sarutobi Hiruzen, possessed mastery over all elemental natures. The combination of all elemental natures, coupled with the Sharingan and his exceptional aptitude for elemental transformation, allowed him to effortlessly replicate bloodline limits. This was exceedingly sinister. He glanced at the ninja surrounding him, aside from those tasked with evacuating civilians and monitoring the bloodline clans. He had mobilized at least 600 ninja for defense. However, it seemed that half had already perished from Shinya's previous assault, while the remaining fighters were largely immobilized, their bodies encased in ice. Only a small contingent of 10 or so ninja remained capable of action alongside him. During this time, neither the members of the Kirigakure clan, the Ice clan, nor any other bloodline families had sent even a single clan member to offer support. These traitors. The third Mizukige's eyes burned with rage, his hatred for the bloodline clans intensifying. He completely disregarded how he had treated the bloodline families. He himself was a member of the Ice clan. Yet upon ascending to power, he had diminished the clan to the point where few capable members remained. There were even signs of potential schisms between several clans. The Ice clan, being distinct from others, comprised initially of numerous smaller families, was fundamentally formed by individual Ice Release ninja. Later, under the witness of the first Mizukage, the majority of the Ice Release ninjas united to form the Clan of Ice. This so-called Clan of Ice merely signifies the collection of ninjas skilled in ice release within the Hidden Mist Village. Prior to the establishment of this clan, the third Mizukage was a rogue ninja devoid of any familial ties. Lacking a solid foundation, his grip on the clan was feeble, which naturally led him to adopt such oppressive measures. The outcome was predictable. The bloodline clans grew estranged from him. Now, in this critical moment for the Hidden Mist Village, not a single member of the bloodline clans came to his aid. Have I truly erred? At this moment, the third Mizukage began to reflect upon his past actions. Was it wrong to suppress the great ninja clans and elevate the smaller clans and commoners? Observing those around him, who, aside from their loyalty, were utterly inept, he finally began to reconsider his previous decisions. Similarly astonished was Shinya, who abandoned his initial strategy to court the bloodline clans in favor of direct confrontation. His aim was to eliminate a number of bloodline ninjas to instill fear. However, he never anticipated that the bloodline clans of the Hidden Mist would be so astute as to refrain from offering any assistance. Or rather, the benevolent governance of the third Mizukage had garnered such favor among the populace that the bloodline clans were more than eager to see him fall. This was advantageous, for after vanquishing the third Mizukage, enlisting the bloodline clans would pose no great challenge. Supporting a Mizukage allied with Konoha would be even easier. At this moment, the third Mizukage felt not only sorrow, but also a profound fear of Shinya's capabilities. Merely attempting to employ ice release, he unleashed a terrifying power that enveloped nearly all the ninjas present, and, more significantly, almost the entire Hidden Mist Village. Yet, it deftly avoided the residences of the commoners and bloodline clans. This indicated that Shinya possessed not only a staggering amount of chakra, but also an exceptional quality of chakra, alongside top-tier control and perception abilities. Is there anything left to say? Shinya commanded the Six Tails to bow its head and approached the third Mizukage. With a wry smile, the third Mizukage remarked, I never imagined that the younger generation would grow so swiftly. Is that all there is? How regrettable. Shinya leaped gracefully to the side of the rope tree, opening a spatial portal to step inside together. Roar! As Shinya departed, the Three Tails and Six Tails erupted in furious roars. The restraints of the rope tree and Shinya's illusion were lifted, yet the architect of their control had vanished, leaving them to vent their wrath upon the humans before them. After all, these individuals had a hand in wielding them as weapons. Infuriating. Witnessing the deluge of corrosive liquid descending upon him, the third Mizukage immediately unleashed ice release to freeze it. However, without Shinya's control, the Six Tails attack transformed from tentative to a full-blown outburst. It was already a challenge for the third Mizukage to preserve his own safety, as all the ninjas beside him were consumed by the corrosive liquid. Meanwhile, the tail of the Three Tails relentlessly struck at the frozen ninjas, shattering dozens with each blow. The scene was even more tragic than the Nine Tails turmoil. At least during that chaos, the ninjas of Konoha had the capacity to resist. Yet now, the ninjas of the mist were utterly powerless, subjected to a relentless slaughter. It was precisely because the mist ninjas lacked any ability to fight back that this massacre was brief, lasting scarcely 10 minutes. Hundreds perished in that short span, and the third Mizukage was grievously wounded. Roar! The Three Tails and Six Tails bellowed once more, preparing to venture deeper into the Mist Village, towards the refuge where the civilians sought sanctuary. Just then, several black rods descended from the heavens, pinning the two-tailed beasts to the ground. The third Mizukage coughed blood, with half of his skin corroded, exposing the flesh beneath. He gazed at Jinya's technique of subduing the tailed beasts, filled with profound dread. Shinya approached the third Mizukage, his expression calm. Why do you prevent them? Would it not be more satisfying to let them annihilate the mist village? The third Mizukage struggled to articulate. Shinya smiled faintly. I had some expectations for you, esteemed elder who has been active since the era of the first 5 Kage, yet I find your perspective rather limited. Our intention is merely to allow the two-tailed beasts to wreak havoc upon the higher-ups, yourself included. As for us, we shall intervene only at the last moment to thwart their rampage. Your expectations will be dashed. The deployment of the 3 tails and 6 tails was hardly a secret within the village. You cannot masquerade as a savior and deceive everyone. The third Mizukage retorted with a sneer. Shinya regarded the third Mizukage with scorn. It seems you truly fail to comprehend the nature of humanity. Moreover, you harbor significant misconceptions about your reputation in the village. With a wave of his hand, Shinya retracted the black rods from the two-tailed beasts, then cast an illusion, directing them towards the refuge. At that moment, the terrified civilians of the Mist Village noticed a youth clad in Konoha ninja attire and a vest standing before them, blocking the path of the two-tailed beasts. The boy joined his hands together, and dark patterns appeared around his eyes. Would release, would golem technique. With a thunderous roar, a towering wooden figure rose from the ground, exuding immense power as it advanced towards the two-tailed beasts. 3 tails, 6 tails, your strength is too terrifying. I will not allow you to wreak havoc unchecked. Xingtian commanded fiercely. 3 tails and 6 tails. Chapter 141. The Ice Clan. Shinya arrived at the stronghold of the Ice Clan, discarding the third Mizukage's corpse at the entrance. Until now, the most powerful bloodline clan in the Mist Village was the Ice Clan. Unlike other clans that are categorized by surname, the Ice Clan boasted a large population. The Ice Release, as a bloodline limit, not only had the potential for development, but also ensured a degree of power inheritance, thus providing most clan members with a baseline of strength. Consequently, the third Mizukage did not dare to exert too much pressure on the Ice Clan. Part of the reason for this was that the third Mizukage had joined the Ice Clan after the establishment of the Mist Village. His ascension to Mizukage was largely due to the support of the Ice Clan. Thus, the clan least affected by the oppressive Blood Mist policy is the Ice Clan. Yet, even so, its members live in a state of constant trepidation. If the Ice Clan, which suffers the least, is in such a plight, one can only imagine the fate of other clans. Many have seen their legacies severed, with members forced to disband. As a result, an irreconcilable enmity has long existed between the third generation of the Water Shadow and the bloodline clans of the Mist Village. The third generation's methods of promoting small clans and commoners are exceedingly crude, merely placing ordinary ninjas in high positions without assessing their abilities or potential. With a formidable presence like his, no one in the village dares to challenge his authority. The Ninja Academy established during the second generation has devolved under the third generation into a mere breeding ground for subordinates. Basic ninjutsu, a complete ninja system? Such concepts are non-existent. The will of water is a distant thought. The will of fire has become the prevailing ideology in the ninja world, while the will of earth, albeit vague, at least provides a theoretical framework. In the Mist Village, notions of will are irrelevant. It is purely a survival of the fittest. Only those who can endure are nurtured. This raw and ruthless approach to talent cultivation has yielded few capable ninjas, and even those with potential rarely harbor goodwill towards the third generation. The only individuals genuinely grateful to the third generation are those mediocre ninjas he forcibly elevated from the bottom ranks. In stark contrast, the education in Konoha is akin to paradise. Konoha's Ninja Academy at least teaches fundamental body techniques and chakra refinement, and during wartime, instructs ninjas on how to enhance their survival on the battlefield. There is a saying, the more one ventures beyond the village, the more one cherishes it. As such, Shinya cast aside the corpse at his feet and gazed upon the gates of the Ice Clan. The gates creaked open, revealing an elder accompanied by dozens of clan members standing behind him. Welcome to the Mist Village, esteemed guest from Konoha. The elder bowed and spoke slowly. With a wave of his hand, he gestured for his kin to clear a path. Please, step inside for tea. Shinya smiled faintly, stepping over the body of the third generation as he entered through the gates. Please. The elder invited Shinya in and, casting a glance at the corpse at the entrance, a flicker of hatred crossed his eyes. Humph. Toss it into the sea. Yes. Two clan members stepped forward, dismantling the frozen body of the third generation to prevent any chance of resurrection, before carrying the remains to the sea for disposal. This method, aside from the Otsutsuki clan, left Shinya pondering who else could survive. He had prepared himself for the third generation's unpopularity, but he had not anticipated the extent of it. This third generation, whose name remains unmentioned both in the original work and this narrative, ended his life in such a hasty manner, leaving no complete remains. Please enjoy some tea. The clan leader invited Shinya inside and promptly ordered tea to be served. As Shinya accepted the teacup, he remarked, "Might I inquire your name?" "I am Honglian, the leader of the Ice clan," the elder replied. "Honglian? A most fitting name indeed." Shinya nodded thoughtfully, expressing his admiration. The leader of the Ice clan, known as Honglian, indeed resonated well with their bloodline limit. However, it remained uncertain whether this elder's ice release could rival the depths of Hell's flame. It would be rather ironic if he were unable to surpass one's own capabilities. Given his name, one would expect his ice release to encompass the entirety of the hidden mist village, effortlessly freezing tailed beasts. One wonders what brings the guest here. Surely, it cannot merely be a quest for vengeance against the hidden mist village? Honglian remarked with a smile. Shinya smirked slightly. Why not? Your village has disrupted peace negotiations and attacked the daimyo of the Land of Fire, resulting in significant casualties among my leaf ninjas. Shouldn't I seek retribution? If that were indeed the case, one would expect you to unleash a massacre rather than exercise such restraint. Your ice release far exceeds ours. And your ability to meticulously avoid the sanctuaries of various bloodline clans and civilians within the village only underscores that your intentions extend beyond mere revenge. Honglian smiled subtly. Recognizing Honglian's astuteness, Shinya nodded in satisfaction. Then I shall be forthright. I come on behalf of the Hokage, for the sake of peace. Meanwhile, Shinshu sat atop the three tails, suppressing it, while the wood dragon bound the six tails. Everyone, you may come out. It's safe now. After ensuring their safety, Shinshu reverted to his sunny demeanor and smiled at the villagers of the hidden mist. Yet, the villagers remained visibly terrified, their fear palpable in the presence of Shinshu, whose power was indeed formidable, especially as a ninja from the leaf. Not to mention, the three tails and six tails were creatures they had unleashed. Who would believe a person like him proclaiming that all was well? Observing the lingering fear in the villagers' eyes, Shinshu felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Alas, it seems that eloquence is not my forte. Scratching his head, he retrieved a pouch from his pocket, pondering, what clever strategy has Shinya concocted? Lacking confidence, he opened the pouch. Upon reading the note inside, Shinshu was taken aback. Several seconds passed before he regained his composure and shouted, "Everyone! The third Mizukage has been slain by us." A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, as villagers and the guarding ninjas began to murmur amongst themselves. The discussions grew increasingly fervent, and many gazes directed at Shinshu softened considerably. He could certainly sense the shift. Was the third Mizukage truly so unpopular? Shinshu scratched his head, bewildered. "Did you truly kill the Mizukage, the third Mizukage?" inquired a ninja clad in a Chunin vest. Shinshu quickly affirmed, "There's no doubt. The third Mizukage was dismembered, leaving no trace of his body." "Really? He doesn't seem to be lying. There's no reason for him to deceive us." A hero, a hero? Shinshu's mouth twitched. He had anticipated the hidden mist village to be abstract, but not to this extent. At that moment, the Chunin turned to Shinshu and pleaded, "I beg you, save Shigetsu." Shinshu, bewildered, asked, "Shigetsu? The boy from the ghost lantern. We met him at the tavern. Do you not remember?" The Chunin hurriedly explained. It was at this moment that Ki realized the identity of the young Nin, the very boy he and Shin had encountered at the tavern, who had been taken away by the Umbu. Suki. Chapter 142. Naka's concerns. Days later, in the presence of Shin and Ki, the leader of the Ice Clan officially assumed the mantle of the fourth Mizukage. His inaugural decree was to abolish the third Mizukage's policy of blood mist. Concurrently, he reformed the educational approach of the Ninja Academy, entirely discarding the outdated methods akin to raising poisonous insects. Modeled after Konoha's ninja school, the curriculum would now encompass the refinement of chakra, fundamental ninjutsu, and taijutsu, among other essential ninja skills. Although these subjects were basic, they were well structured, and one could assert that the new curriculum mirrored that of Konoha's. However, it included an additional course, the Will of Water. Political education is indispensable for a mature regime, serving as a vital means to enhance cohesion. The current state of Kirigakure resembled a disorganized mass, desperately in need of a guiding ideology to foster unity. Whether this ideology is vague is of little consequence. Possessing a general direction suffices. It must be noted that Konoha is indeed fortunate. For 3 consecutive generations, the Hokage faced only external threats, rarely encountering internal strife. The sole internal concern that could be deemed a potential hazard, the Uchiha clan, has now been effectively mitigated due to Shin's presence. However, it remains unclear whether the lack of internal conflict is what has fortified the Hokage's lineage or if their strength has precluded internal discord. In any event, Shin's objective is to liberate Kirigakure from a state that resembles the disjointed union of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. To tackle this issue, a subsequent decree is imperative: the repeal of the Land of Water's isolationist policy and the initiation of ties with Konoha. Additionally, efforts will be made to persuade the daimyo of the Land of Water to establish trade and cultural exchanges with the Land of Fire. The new Mizukage, H-Rin of the Ice Clan, appointed elders from the H-Zuki and Take-Torai clans to serve on the advisory council. Furthermore, he promoted young representatives from various clans and commoners within the village as potential advisors. Among this younger generation, besides the boy named H-Zuki Sh Getsu, another promising young ninja of commoner descent, known as Ao, caught H-Rin's attention. With Shin's approval, H-Rin included Ao as a candidate for the advisory council. Regrettably, Ao's chakra affinity was water and lightning, lacking wind. Otherwise, H-Rin had intended to assist him in developing ice release, thereby adding another talented descendant to the Ice Clan. Having completed these tasks, Shin resealed the 3 tails and 6 tails within the sealing pot, preparing to depart from Kirigakure. His plan was to find a more suitable location for their confinement until an appropriate Jinchuriki could be identified. His approach towards Jinchuriki would certainly not resemble that of the original narrative, where Kirigakure's actions had forced Yagura to defect. As Kirigakure began to find its footing, other factions within the ninja world reacted in various ways. Iwagakure, damn that wretched monkey. Why is he always so fortunate? Noki exclaimed in frustration, tossing the intelligence report to the ground. The 2-tailed beasts inflicted minimal damage and were swiftly sealed by Shinya. This incited a furious outburst from Noki, who lamented the unfairness of it all. Why must Konoha continually produce a succession of prodigious talents, as if they were an endless crop? Calm yourself, father, Huangtu interjected. What is your perspective on Shinya's proposal in the Land of Grass? Noki retorted vehemently, absolutely not. I refuse to entertain such notions. Huangtu raised his hands in surrender. However, if the 5 great nations collaborate to assist the immortal in guarding the Paradise Box, it could prevent others from seizing it, wouldn't it? Humph, you are naively optimistic. Young one, Noki scoffed. Shinya is far more cunning than you perceive. The moment Konoha's ninjas engage with those from the other 4 countries, they will inevitably propagate the so-called will of fire. Uchiha Shinya intends to exploit this will of fire to erode our will of earth from within. The will of fire eroding the will of earth. Huangtu pondered. If the will of fire truly has the capacity to conquer the will of earth, it suggests that the latter is indeed inferior, does it not? What nonsense. Naki's beard bristled with indignation. Yet, after calming himself, he mused, indeed, Konoha is remarkable. Since its inception, each era has been graced with talented ninjas. Take Sarutobi Hiruzen for instance. Under his leadership alongside his contemporaries, including Hitaki Sakumo, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Uchiha Fugaku, they stand as pillars of strength. The new generation of ninjas is also beginning to shine, exemplified by the grandson of the first Hokage, Namake's Naruto. Furthermore, the civilian prodigy, Namake's Minato, who mastered the legendary Flying Thunder God technique, adds to this illustrious list. Additionally, the heirs of clans such as Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi possess extraordinary talents. Among these individuals, Uchiha Shinya shines the brightest, his brilliance overshadowing even the esteemed Hitaki Sakumo. What truly captivates Naki's attention, however, is the long-standing discord between the Uchiha clan and Konoha's upper echelons, a rift that appears to be mending with the rise of Uchiha Shinya. The Uchiha clan is no longer confined to the so-called police force. They have begun to engage in village missions. Over the past year, the presence of active Uchihas in the ninja world has increased significantly. More critically, Konoha has begun to proactively expand its influence, a shift that coincided with Shinya's emergence. Noki, Connecting the timeline of Shinya's ascent with Konoha's recent foreign policy changes, surmised that these developments were largely orchestrated by Shinya himself, with the upper echelons of Konoha at the very least tacitly endorsing, if not actively supporting, his endeavors. After all, how else could Shinya have directly intervened in the governance of Kirigakure? Alas, the distance between Iwagakure and Kirigakure is formidable, with the entirety of the Land of Fire lying between them, making intelligence gathering a daunting task, let alone achieving more. With a weary sigh, Noki lamented the notion that all such talents could have originated from Iwagakure. Reflecting on his own village, he couldn't help but sigh again. His son, Huang Tu, though formidable and gifted, has yet to grasp the threshold of dust release. However, upon observing others such as Xie, Emoji, Deshur, and Chi Tu, it becomes evident that while they possess commendable talents, none can rival Huang Tu's Lao Zi and Han, the two Jinchuriki, disapprove of his governance style. Aside from the threats facing the village, they spend their time wandering aimlessly. You fools, Dayemu silently cursed the two Jinchuriki. With few prodigies in the village, he had no choice but to increase the numbers. By expanding the ranks of ninjas and implementing a comprehensive educational system, he could safeguard the baseline strength of the village. Currently, the Wagakure could muster an army of 20 to 30,000 in extreme circumstances. Nevertheless, when compared to the talent reserves of Konohagakure, they still found themselves at a disadvantage. Unbeknownst to Dayemu, despite his elevated perception of Konoha based on gathered intelligence, he still underestimated their true capabilities. Although Konoha officially boasts just over 1,000 ninjas, who deploy in hundreds at a time, they possess the ability to mobilize tens of thousands in times of dire need, with an overall quality that surpasses his own forces. Konoha's Jonin and Special Jonin, both in quantity and caliber, exceed those of Iwagakure, and their educational system is far more robust. Most critically, the graduation mechanism of Konoha's academy is something that other ninja villages cannot discern, even if they could uncover it. They lack the abundant resources and financial means that Konoha has to sustain such a system. Only in Konoha do ninjas undergo evaluation by leading ninjas after graduating from the academy. Those who fail the assessment either abandon their ninja status or return to the academy for restudy. Thus, even seemingly harmless villagers could very well produce explosive tags in an instant. The citizens of Konoha are imbued with martial virtue. It is merely that Konoha's reluctance to expand externally negates the need to maintain a formidable military presence, unlike Iwagakure.